Introduction * 7 years ago, he was a castaway from a prominent family, pursued relentlessly. She was a noblewoman who risked her life to save him, pledging her devotion. 7 years later, he is renowned across the land, commanding millions, and has become a legendary figure in the Northern Realms. Dragon Lord, your sister has been captured by the Han family and is on the brink of death. Dragon Lord, your parents are destitute, wandering the streets, begging for survival. Dragon Lord, your fiancée is being coerced into marriage and is about to wed into a powerful family. In a fit of rage, Ning Feng's fury darkened the skies. Dismantle the armor, we return home. Chapter 1. 18 Departures, Unparalleled Elegance. The fierce winds howled, and smoke filled the air. This is the northernmost part of the Dragon Kingdom. At the northern border, the Red Snake Pass. Kill, kill. Born as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, we fight for the spirit of our nation. Thunderous roars echoed at the gates of the northern realm. Outside the Red Snake Pass, the enemy generals trembled in fear. Hundreds of thousands of valiant warriors of the Dragon Kingdom shouted in unison, their voices resonating for miles, echoing through the ages. Before these countless soldiers stood a towering figure, clad in battle garb, adorned with gleaming gold stars, a sight akin to a sword piercing the heavens, emanating an aura that sent shivers down the spine. The commander of the Northern Front, Ning Feng. With a drawn sword, Ning Feng declared, "A band of barbaric intruders dares to invade our territory. Today, this sword shall offer a blood sacrifice to the dragon flag." On this day, at the northern Red Snake Pass, 380,000 barbarian foes perished beneath the sands. Rivers of blood flowed. This event sent shockwaves throughout the Dragon Kingdom. The capital's cabinet hastily proclaimed Ning Feng as the foremost guardian of the nation. A single battle, and he became a deity. The title bestowed upon him, unmatched. Within the military tent, Ning Feng took a swig of strong liquor, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. 7 years away from home, he wondered about the well-being of his sister. And that woman, by now, she had likely become someone else's bride. With this thought, Ning Feng downed another cup of liquor. General, the battle at Red Snake Pass is worthy of being recorded in history. One battle, and he is revered as a deity. Only our General Ning can claim this. The capital has already conferred the title of unmatched, unparalleled among the three armies. Ning Feng raised a finger and gently tapped the table. Silence enveloped the room. The cacophony of voices vanished in an instant. All eyes turned to Ning Feng. In these years of warfare, I have amassed many honors, and while many attribute this to my efforts, it is you, the brave soldiers of the Northern Front, and the brothers who have fallen, who have forged this legacy. Without you, there would be no Ning Feng today. Let us raise our cups to honor the valiant sons of the Northern Front. Ning Feng stood, lifting his cup. With a swift motion, the crowd rose, many with reddened eyes. In the hail of bullets, survival was a stroke of luck. Oftentimes, those who shared laughter and drink yesterday might today lie lifeless, riddled with bullets. To the brave sons of the Northern Front, the deafening sound of cups shattering resonated through the military tent, echoing throughout the Northern Realm, reverberating beyond the thousands of solitary graves outside the Red Snake Pass. Report. A messenger from the capital. Ning Feng rose, turning toward a middle-aged man entering the military tent. The chief of staff from the military department, Ren Jian, comes with a great gift for General Ning on behalf of the cabinet. Ren Jian smiled faintly. "Thank the elders on my behalf," Ning Feng replied coolly. Ren Jian produced an item, a medal, a golden medal. On the front, a shield was engraved, while the back bore 4 grand characters. Unmatched national hero. Ning Feng accepted the medal, gazing deeply at it. The other soldiers also rose, their expression solemn. This was their king, the king of the Northern Front. Unmatched national hero. Congratulations, General Ning. The title of unmatched national hero is well-deserved. However, the date for your commendation ceremony has yet to be set, so I have brought this gift in advance. As the words fell, Ren Jian raised his right hand to his brow. Ning Feng was about to return the gesture when his deputy, Song Long, rushed in, a look of urgency on his face. "General, we have received an urgent telegram from Tian Nan." Ning Feng's heart sank. An ominous premonition surged within him. Who sent it? Ning Buizhong from the Ning family in Tian Nan province. Ning Buizhong. Ning Feng's countenance changed instantly as he snatched the phone. "This is the recorded message we obtained. It should have been 3 days ago." A frail, elderly voice echoed through the phone. "Xiao Feng, This is your third uncle. Your sister has been captured. Her fate is uncertain. Where are you? Come back quickly. Boom. Upon hearing this recording, Ning Feng crushed the phone in his grasp, an icy murderous intent radiating from him, palpable within the military tent, filling the air with a chilling aura. Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu. Ning Feng dashed out of the military tent, calling into the wilderness. General, prepare the aircraft immediately. I must return to Tian Nan at once and uncover my sister's whereabouts and the details of this incident. Ning Feng commanded decisively. General Ning, it may not be wise for you to leave the northern front unilaterally, Ren Jian interjected calmly. Ning Feng's gaze swept over, his eyes filled with murderous intent. As the commander of the northern front, leaving without authorization could incite panic among the troops. General Ning, you have just been conferred a title, and the capital is preparing a commendation ceremony for you. If something were to happen now, Ren Jian's words trailed off but conveyed his meaning. Do you think Ning Feng cares for such vanity? Ning Feng replied coldly. Tension hung in the air. Ren Jian stated calmly, General Ning, mind your words and actions. Ning Feng turned his gaze to Tsang Long, his voice deepening. Did you not hear my command? Prepare the aircraft. I wish to arrive at Tian Nan province within the hour. Ignoring Ren Jian, Tsang Long saluted and took out a walkie-talkie to begin preparations. This is an urgent situation. I cannot afford a delay. Ning Feng concluded, turning and stepping into the helicopter. Inside the helicopter, Ning Feng's expression was stoic, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his gaze fixed outside the cabin. Memories surged within him like drifting clouds. The Ning family, a prestigious family in Tian Nan province. Though he and his sister hailed from nobility, they had been orphaned at a young age, left to navigate the treacherous waters of high society alone. Later, due to certain circumstances, he was forced to leave Tian Nan province and, through a twist of fate, entered the military, where he remained for 7 years. 7 years filled with blood and strife on the battlefield. He achieved unparalleled renown. Now, his sister was in peril. He had served the nation for many years, amassing countless accolades. Now that he returned in glory, he would settle the scores with those who had mocked, belittled, and insulted him in the past. General, we have obtained information. Speak. Your sister, Ning Yu, was taken 3 days ago by Han Pei Yao, the youngest daughter of the Han family, in Tian Nan. The intelligence agency of the Northern Front has located your sister's current coordinates. The Han family, one of the 4 prominent families of Tian Nan province. A surge of fury coursed through Ning Feng. He could scarcely contain his desire to obliterate Han Pei Yao. The Han family, very well, prepare to face my wrath. Ning Feng slightly closed his eyes. Tsang Long shuddered at the thought. How many could withstand the wrath of the commander of the Northern Front? General, Ren Jian has already returned to the capital. If this matter reaches the inner court, it could have significant repercussions for you. Tsang Long expressed with concern. In the inner courtyard of the capital, I will provide them with an explanation. My sister's matter is of utmost importance. Ning Feng spoke in a calm tone. Over the years, his rapid ascent had led to numerous enemies. Countless individuals in the capital sought his downfall. It was time for a strategic retreat. Ning Feng opened his eyes, and towering skyscrapers came into view. Chapter 2. The Wrath of the God of War. Tian Nan Province Government. In a certain standalone villa. At the entrance of the luxurious villa, several supercars were parked, with a group of stylish young men and women standing beside them. Within the villa's estate, there lay a doghouse. Inside the foul-smelling abode, a woman lay in disarray, her hair unkempt, her body marred with bruises, and her face bearing deep lacerations from a knife. A girl clad in a short skirt sneered. I found some more fun things. Wake her up. Let's continue the game. All right, Sister Han. A few wealthy young men approached the stinking doghouse, pinching their noses, and poured a bucket of waste inside. Ning Yu was jolted awake by the foul deluge, yet she lacked the strength to rise. I'm dying of laughter. Look at her now. She's worse than a pig or a dog. Indeed, it's baffling how she could refuse such a favorable marriage into the Han family. Some people are just despicable. What can you do? Such people deserve to die. The wealthy heirs mocked her, regarding Ning Yu as mere refuse within the doghouse. Ning Yu, however, could not utter a sound. She had endured relentless torment, on the brink of unconsciousness. Han Pei Yao approached, her high heels clicking, her heavily made-up face twisted in disdain. I truly cannot fathom how my second brother could be so blind as to fancy such trash. It's utterly disgusting. Sister Han, she looks like she's on her last legs. Why not just dump her at the hospital? Someone suggested, and Han Peiyao glanced at Ning Yu lying in the waste, scoffing. Let her die. Her life is worthless. Her face is ruined. My second brother wouldn't even look at such garbage. Then, let's find a place to bury her alive. She's just an eyesore, Han Peiyao declared before turning to enter a pink Maserati, preparing to leave the villa. As she turned the car, a business vehicle abruptly blocked her path. Are you looking for death? Get out of my way. How dare you block my car? Han Peiyao slammed the steering wheel, cursing vehemently. Yet, the business vehicle showed no intention of moving. Han Peiyao leaned out of the window, shouting, Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am? Move aside, or I'll make you disappear from this world. Inside the business vehicle, Ning Feng lifted his head, eyeing the arrogant Han Peiyao with disdain. Such is the arrogance of local elites. Songlong, where do you think someone like her should be sent? Songlong, in the driver's seat, grinned. To the battlefield. A few bullets will tame her. What nonsense. Offending me means your doom. Han Peiyao pulled out her phone, ready to call for help. In the next moment, the engine roared to life. The business vehicle surged toward the Maserati. Bang! Han Peiyao's face turned pale with fright as she hastily buckled her seatbelt, but the tremendous force of the impact sent her and the car crashing against the wall. Sister Han! Damn it, who's this lunatic? Are they out of their minds, daring to provoke Sister Han? The wealthy heirs, belatedly realizing the chaos, rushed out. The airbags deployed, yet Han Peiyao's forehead was still injured. She opened the car door, her expression icy as she glared at the black business vehicle. Songlong exited first and opened the rear door. Then, clad in military attire, Ning Feng stepped out of the vehicle. Upon seeing the insignia on Ning Feng's uniform, the atmosphere around the villa grew silent, breaths quickening. The Star of Command. He's a general. 2 stars, a major general. No way, this can't be real. How could someone so young be a major general? He's a big shot. However, Han Peiyao recognized Ning Feng's identity at once. Well, it's you, Ning Feng. How dare you return to Tian Nan? Don't you fear the Chu family will tear you apart? Sister Han, is he really Ning Feng? But he's wearing a uniform. A flunky questioned. They were rising stars in Tian Nan, but compared to the prominent families, they were mere ants. Han Peiyao glanced at the insignia on Ning Feng's uniform and burst into laughter, mocking the Star Command. What nonsense! He's the one who nearly had his legs broken by the Chu family. If not for someone from the Ning family pleading for him, he would have been dead long ago. Does he still think he could be a general? He's just a joke, merely a facade. Han Peiyao unabashedly derided him. In her eyes, this so-called Star of Command was nothing but a tool for intimidation, nothing more. To insult a general of this nation is a capital offense. Songlong coldly declared, his long-honed bloodlust radiating unmistakably. The palpable aura of menace sent chills down everyone's spine. Ning Feng's gaze shifted toward the doghouse. Each step he took felt like lead. Sister, brother is back, sister. Before Ning Feng reached the doghouse, tears welled in his eyes. In the heat of battle, surrounded by foes, he had not shed a tear, nor felt fear. Countless times, night after night, he resided in the northern territories, yet his heart remained in Tian Nan. With their parents deceased, Ningyu had been his sole companion since childhood. He regarded her as everything. Anyone who dared to bully her, regardless of who they were, would pay dearly. Even amidst the Ning family's wealth, when those within scorned them as illegitimate children and forcefully bullied Ningyu, he would risk his life to protect her. Brother, does it hurt? Countless times, when Ning Feng was injured by Ning family members, Ningyu would gently apply medicine, her eyes filled with concern. Brother doesn't hurt. Brother, can you please stop fighting? You always get hurt, and it pains me. Brother promises not to make you worry. In the future, brother will strive to grow stronger, to become someone others look up to. I want to ensure that no one dares to bully you again. Okay, brother, I believe in you. You don't even need to be strong. I just want you to be happy. Under the starry sky, the 2 children huddled together, gazing at the bright moon and stars, silently making wishes. Brother, brother. From within the doghouse, Ningyu's faint voice pierced Ning Feng's heart like a dagger. Brother, I'm late. Ning Feng's eyelashes fluttered as he beheld Ningyu, a shadow of her former self, tortured beyond recognition in the doghouse. At that moment, he could no longer contain the fury within him. Songlong, at your service. Lock all these people in this doghouse. No one is to approach this area without my command. Understood? Ning Feng, are you seeking death spewing such nonsense? Han Peiyao leapt forward. However, in the next instant, a gust of wind swept in. Smack! Han Peiyao's face was grotesquely torn asunder, blood mingling with fragments of bone, an image both horrifying and macabre. Overwhelmed by the pain, Han Peiyao lost consciousness. The others were thrown into disarray, chaos erupting around them. Ning Feng lifted Ning Yu from the dog bed, stating as he walked, "Inform your parents in advance to prepare the coffins. Prepare the coffins for the impending burial." The revelation struck the crowd like a thunderclap on a clear day. Chapter 1337. The Battle of Yujiang City comes to an end. What? How could you? Han Jiajin's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the formidable figure of the thunder god, Helra. How could I have discovered and captured you? Helra slowly turned his head, his cold gaze fixed upon Han Jiajin, and spoke, "Because I intentionally left you a flaw. Without such a circumstance, it would lack meaning." After uttering these words, Helra swung his right fist again. Han Jiajin extended his left fist in a futile attempt to resist, yet the outcome was contrary to his expectations. Han Jiajin's entire left arm was ravaged by the might of thunder, blood streaming forth. Eventually, he could no longer withstand the onslaught and was forcefully struck to the ground. His left arm burned and bleeding. Enduring the excruciating pain in his arm, Han Jiajin slowly rose to his feet, gritting his teeth as he gazed skyward at Helra. Murmuring to himself, "Is there truly no way out?" At that moment, the four kings of wind had joined the fray, brandishing their artifacts and employing their unique techniques in concert against Helra. Although they held a numerical advantage, Helra's supremacy was unmistakably evident. Hee. You think you can contend with me through sheer numbers? A commendable thought, yet do not forget, I am a deity of the Thunder Clan. As he spoke, Helra summoned myriad bolts of lightning from the blood-red sky above, striking the earth with ferocious intensity. In an instant, the four kings of wind collapsed, their bodies succumbing to a paralyzing force. The vice commander of the battalion, Lin Sheng, witnessed this scene in utter disbelief. At this rate, even if all the soldiers behind me were to charge forth, it would be insufficient to satisfy this divine being. Just as despair settled among them, Helra suddenly felt a wave of discomfort, as if he had exhausted his strength, rendering him immobile. What is happening? Could it be that my time has come again? Helra exhibited signs of distress in the heavens above. Gradually, he descended to the ground, clutching his head, unable to bear the discomfort. With a piercing howl, Helra's consciousness abruptly vanished, and the crimson clouds in the sky dissipated, lifting the paralysis from those below. The Divine Punishment King, Yulan, slowly rose and spotted Qin Mu, who knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands. She swiftly rushed to his side. "Qin Mu? Is that you, Qin Mu?" Yulan asked anxiously. Yulan, I am so tired," Qin Mu replied, his consciousness fully restored. Upon hearing his familiar voice, Yulan embraced him tightly. It's all right. As long as you're safe," Yulan continuously reassured her beloved in a soothing tone. Observing the devastation surrounding him and the people before him, including the severely burned left arm of the head of the Han family, Qin Mu was acutely aware that all of this was a consequence of the thunder god consciousness he had just awakened. A profound sense of guilt washed over him. Was this all my doing? I know, it is not you. It is the consciousness of the thunder god Helrao that has been manipulating your body, resulting in all these actions. Yulan, cradling her beloved, reassured him, "It's not your fault. Everyone is merely injured, and no one has lost their life. There is no need for you to feel such remorse." Though Qin Mu remained silent, her words lingered in his heart, unable to dispel his turmoil. At that moment, the fierce dragon emperor Shaoyan awakened, rising to see Qin Mu regaining his senses. In a fit of rage, he brandished the golden dragon splitting heaven spear and charged at Qin Mu. Seeing this, Yulan drew one of her weapons, the sacred soul warrior dragon flame, aiming it at Shaoyan. Just as tensions escalated, Lin Sheng appeared before Shaoyan in a flash, intercepting his attack and seizing his divine weapon. "Who are you? Get the hell out of my way," Shaoyan shouted angrily. You may not recognize me, but I know you well. You are the Dragon Emperor Shaoyan, and I am Lin Sheng, the Vice-General of the Snow Forest Kingdom's Legion." Lin Sheng continued in a somber tone, "Dragon Emperor, do you truly believe that in your current state, you and I are evenly matched? The outcome is evident, is it not? Therefore, I advise you to withdraw your divine abilities and spare yourself further humiliation. It would not reflect well on your Heavenly Emperor City. As the second in command of Heavenly Emperor City, it would be a source of ridicule for Shaoyan to be bested by a mere vice-general from the Snow Forest Kingdom." After careful consideration, the Dragon Emperor retracted his golden dragon splitting heaven spear and inquired, "You mentioned your name is Lin Sheng, correct?" "Indeed, Dragon Emperor, what are your thoughts?" Lin Sheng replied, "Since you have extended me a courtesy, it would be rude not to accept it. Very well, we shall meet again." With that, The Dragon Emperor turned and departed from the battlefield of Yujin City, making his way towards the royal city. Meanwhile, the two guardians, Chun Long and Ouyang Hui, who had been hiding, were apprehended by Lin Sheng as they attempted to flee. I wonder why the two of you are in such a hurry to leave. Where do you intend to go? Lin Sheng spoke earnestly. Why not share with me? If I find it interesting, we could go together. Vice General Lin. We were wrong. Ouyang Hui hastily knelt before Lin Sheng, bowing his head in apology. Chun Long followed suit, tears in his eyes as he pleaded, General Lin, please spare us. We were forced into this situation. Observing the two individuals kneeling before him, Lin Sheng declared, I shall not execute you. Once all matters have concluded, your fates will be determined. After uttering these words, he commanded the soldiers beside him to bind them. At this moment, the conflict in the two major regions within the borders of Shualin had come to a close, with victory claimed by the faction led by Ning Feng and Xia Kongjia. However, the battles in Yuehai City, the Imperial City, and the Gu family in Lingnan City were far from over. At present, the Gu family, with their severely injured patriarch Gu Qingyu besieged by numerous soldiers, found hope as a mysterious man appeared to aid them, single-handedly diffusing the chaos of the battlefield. Who are you? I have never seen you in Shualin. Are you a friend of Ning Feng's? Gu Qingyu inquired. The enigmatic figure sheathed his sword-like artifact, turning to regard the wounded and weakened patriarch, and replied, I am merely a passerby, unconnected to anyone. After all, it is rather unreasonable for so many to confront a wounded woman. Upon hearing the young man's words, Gu Qingyu let out a cold laugh. Do not be mistaken. A woman's appearance does not signify her strength. I am, in fact, an old woman of over 70. What? 70 years old? The man instantly turned back to her, responding you. Well, I must say, you maintain yourself quite well. Is that so? Would you like me to teach you, dear? Perhaps not. I am still young and do not require such lessons. By the way, who exactly are you? Gu Qingyu expressed her skepticism regarding the identity of the man before her. He ultimately refrained from revealing his identity or even his name. I believe our paths will cross again. However, next time, we may find ourselves on opposing sides. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyu furrowed her brow, eager to launch an attack, yet the weight of her injuries quelled her desire to act. Damn it, my body won't move. She thought bitterly. The young man merely chuckled at her plight before swiftly departing from the Gu family villa. Staring at the empty space ahead, Gu Qingyu was left astonished. Damn, that brat runs incredibly fast. Meanwhile, in Yuehai City, the skirmishes intensified, with the ruler of the Holy Dragon Empire, Emperor Tianlong Xuanyu, leading 3 subordinates in a fierce engagement against Xia Nanji and her companions. Xia Nanji, hand over the snow crystal blade, and I may spare your life. Xuanyu commanded sternly. You bunch of curs, why are you meddling in our affairs in Shualin? Xia Nanji retorted angrily at Xuanyu. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails, where the strong prey upon the weak, and there exists no rationale in the struggle for dominance. If one seeks justification, the paramount reasoning lies in the adage, the victor reigns, while the vanquished are condemned. The ruler of the Holy Dragon Empire exudes an air of authority indeed. Mocked the divine General Yi Mingyang. What right do you have to speak of me in such a manner? The celestial dragon Emperor Xian Yu promptly summoned his divine artifact, the sacred sword known as Qingyao Lanfeng. Azure flames continuously emanated from the blade, spreading forth before swiftly merging into the sword itself. Let us see which is mightier, the divine artifact of the gods or my treasured sword. With that, the celestial dragon Emperor Xian Yu launched a fierce assault against the wolf god, Xia Nanji. His sword pointed toward the heavens, and a colossal blade began its descent from the firmament. In response, Xia Nanji summoned her own divine artifact, the sacred soul weapon, the snow crystal blade, and upgraded it into the 10-segmented artifact, the snow crystal crescent blade. Wielding the divine weapon, Xia Nanji unleashed her strength, charging directly at the enormous sword above. The two blades met mid-air, engaging in a fierce confrontation, neither side yielding an inch. Observing this, the celestial Emperor Ling Yin exchanged glances with the Emperor of Flames, Kuan Jun, and the Ice Emperor, Aki. After a silent agreement, the three advanced swiftly toward the wolf god, poised to initiate a vigorous attack. Yi Mingyang and Murong Xiaoyu hurriedly positioned themselves before the three emperors. If you're considering causing a disruption, I suggest you abandon that thought, Yi Mingyang declared, gripping his spear. Qianji Chongkong, why not spar with me instead? It won't end your life so swiftly. Indeed, I too yearn for a worthy opponent to relieve the multitude of concerns plaguing my mind, Murong Xiaoyu added. Consequently, the three emperors revealed their respective divine artifacts and launched a sudden offensive against the two. However, Murong Xiaoyu closed her eyes, awakening her second persona, Enling. Upon opening her eyes, Enling instantly unleashed the sin-weaving eye technique, enveloping the vicinity in a dark crimson shadow realm that ensnared all 5 individuals within. What is this? The celestial Emperor Ling Yin questioned in astonishment, gazing at the surrounding crimson environment. Ahaha, this shall be your tomb. And Ling laughed heartily. Oh my, it has been so long since I emerged, and upon my return, Murong Xiaoyu presents me with such delightful prey. What? For prey? Hearing in Ling's declaration, Yi Mingyang, with a hint of exasperation, retorted, Hey, I am not your quarry. And Ling scrutinized Yi Mingyang before dismissively stating, Indeed, you are not. For you lack even the qualifications to be my prey. With that, she activated her sin-weaving eye technique, unleashing a powerful mental control, intent on swiftly eliminating the 3 esteemed members of the Holy Dragon Empire. The celestial Emperor Ling Yin and his 2 companions sensed a formidable pressure within the domain. They promptly unleashed their magical powers in a vigorous attempt to resist, ultimately evading the influence of the Dark Feather's will. To their astonishment, they discovered that a master of ocular techniques was present. The Flame Emperor Kuan Jun remarked, slightly panting, I must admit, this is quite a surprise. Be cautious. This woman is no trivial opponent, the Ice Emperor Aki warned his companions. We must resolve our confrontation with them swiftly. There are still 2 more adversaries to contend with. Ling Yin stated, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Those 2 are legitimate members of the divine lineage. Our Lord is struggling to face them alone. As expected, Fei Fei and Xian Xiu observed the wolf god form of Xia Nanji grappling with the colossal sword, showing signs of straying. Fei Fei anxiously exclaimed to Xian Xiu, Xia Nanji is on the verge of collapse. We must assist her. Do you even need to say that? Naturally, one of divine descent must aid another. With that, both Fei Fei and Xian Xiu transformed into their true forms, the fiery black phoenix and the ice-fire celestial serpent, charging forth to alleviate the pressure on Xia Nanji and confront the celestial dragon emperor Xianyu. What? You 2 meddlesome individuals, Xianyu shouted, summoning his 3 cursed beasts once more to hinder the advance of the phoenix and the serpent. Chapter 1. 339. Overwhelming victory beneath the immense edge of the divine sword Qing Yaolon foam. The fiery black phoenix and the ice-fire celestial serpent continued to fiercely resist, their divine powers clashing against the sword S-blade, creating a powerful shockwave that radiated outward in concentric circles. Humph, mere envoys of the divine race. I have no regard for you. The celestial dragon emperor Xianyu proclaimed disdainfully, gazing at the 2 divine forms below the sword's edge. You are unworthy to stir turmoil before me. With that, Xianyu summoned his cursed beasts, the giant ape, the black python, and the exceedingly rare fire qilin. Upon command, the 3 beasts surged upward at incredible speed, advancing upon the fiery black phoenix and the ice-fire celestial serpent. In an instant, the 3 beasts struck down the 2 divine beings. Subsequently, Fei Fei and Xian Xiu reverted to their combat forms, wielding divine swords as they faced the trio of cursed beasts. Fei Fei, do not underestimate them. These beasts are extraordinary, Xian Xiu cautioned seriously. Indeed, I understand that anything capable of opposing our divine clan is no trivial matter, Fei Fei replied. However, we are not to be trifled with either. With that, Fei Fei summoned another artifact, the Phoenix Yeliao crossbow, affixing it to her left wrist. It has been a while since I last saw you wield the Phoenix Yeliao, Xian Xiu remarked with a smile. Is that so? Almost, indeed, sighed Fei Fei, revealing a hint of exasperation. Who could have anticipated that my next encounter would be with a gorilla? With that, Fei Fei and his companion assumed their respective battle stances. Confronted by 3 strange beasts, the duo launched a coordinated assault against them. With the formidable aid of 2 divine swords, a hand crossbow, and a blood-red aura, the 3 cursed beasts quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Is this all they have? Remarked Xinxiu, scoffing at the 3 creatures. With such combat prowess, they are inferior to practitioners of human martial arts. However, observing the massive blade wielded by the heavenly dragon Emperor Xuanyu, his eyes widened in astonishment as the 3 types of cursed markings on him suddenly glowed brightly. In response, the 3 strange beasts emitted flashes of blue, red, and black light. At that moment, Xinxiu sensed a powerful aura radiating from the beasts, which had transformed in an unexpected manner. What? Fei Fei exclaimed in surprise. How has their energy surged so dramatically? Xinxiu turned to Xuanyu, noticing the brilliance of his 3 markings, and suddenly understood. These creatures were ancient beasts concealed within the cursed markings, which explained their formidable strength. Given this revelation, We of the divine race shall not allow ourselves to be underestimated by you three beasts, Xinqiu declared resolutely. Feifei, it is now your turn to rise above me. Really? Feifei asked curiously, are you serious? Or is this a jest? Without uttering a word, Xinqiu soared into the air, transforming into the ice-fire celestial flood dragon. Simultaneously, the enormous blood jade behind him transformed into a brilliant red light, merging with the ice-fire celestial flood dragon. As the dragon manifested, Feifei leapt onto its back. Armed with dual divine artifacts, resembling a war god gazing down upon the three beasts. The three beasts, undeterred, initiated their assault against the divine duo. Each beast opened its massive jaws. The giant ape raised its fists, the black serpent bared its fangs, and the fire qilin unleashed a torrent of flames. In the face of such a formidable attack, Feifei quickly became alert and retaliated alongside the crimson dragon beneath him. After an arduous skirmish, the combined might of the dragon's furious roar and Feifei's phoenix flash maneuver inflicted severe injuries upon the three beasts, reducing them to radiant orbs that swiftly dissipated. The crimson dragon then turned, charging towards the colossal blade. The heavenly dragon emperor observed as the duo approached, channeling their powers to counter the descending blade. Humph. Ha ha ha. How utterly foolish. With merely the three of you from the divine clan, you are insufficient to withstand my might. Ea! With a thunderous roar from the celestial dragon emperor, Xianyu, the immense sword suspended in midair shattered instantaneously, bursting apart into countless fragments that hurtled violently towards the three divine beings. Under the relentless assault of the myriad sword shards, they fell powerless to the ground. At that moment, Xiananji, in her wolf god state, was forced to revert back to her ordinary human form. A god who crumbles with a single blow, humph. I shall graciously accept this divine artifact, the snow crystal blade. The celestial dragon emperor, Xianyu, addressed Xiananji, lying at his feet, thanking her for exposing the frailty and helplessness of the divine clan. After uttering these words, he turned his gaze towards his subordinates, the heavenly emperor, the flame emperor, and the ice emperor, who were engaged in battle. He seamlessly slipped into the shadow wing's realm of condensed shadows, his formidable aura shattering the domain's control in an instant. Are you three all right? Xianyu inquired of the heavenly emperor and his companions. If I hadn't arrived, would you three have managed to break through? The heavenly emperor, Ling Yin, stammered before the celestial dragon emperor. My lord, we three, would have given our utmost effort. Given your utmost effort? Humph. In this battle, I do not expect your assistance in vanquishing our foes. Your sole purpose is to partition the battlefield for me, retorted Xianyu. He then raised his eyes to the shadow wing and the divine general Yi Mingyang of the Snow Forest Kingdom, addressing them in a calm and serious tone. In truth, you both ought to perish. However, I am in a splendid mood and have no desire to take your lives. Instead, I shall leave your fates to the three divine beings over there. With that, the celestial dragon emperor Xianyu, alongside his three subordinates, turned and departed from the battlefield of Moonsea City. Chapter 1340. The escaping evil clan. How could this be the outcome? The divine general Yi Mingyang exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, the shadow wing, after a moment of mirth, lost consciousness and reverted to her original form as Murong Xiaoyu. I'm so tired, she lamented, feeling utterly drained. No matter the outcome, we have lost this battle. Murong Xiaoyu slumped to the ground, her voice weak. It has truly been a long time since I last engaged with the shadow wing. Are you all right? Yi Mingyang inquired. What was that just now? Murong Xiaoyu took a deep breath and replied, that was merely my alternate persona. She doesn't appear at all times, so there is no need for concern. Afterward, Murong Xiaoyu stood up and said, let us go check on the three over there. Approaching Xiananji, Feifei, and Xinqiu, she assisted them in rising. Observing Xiananji's frail condition, Murong Xiaoyu asked, Xiananji, are you all right? How do you feel now? I lost. I thought the power of the divine clan could triumph over him, Xianyu, but who would have thought that he would easily defeat me? Xiananji, with a faint breath, inquired whether Xianyu had already escaped. Murong Xiaoyu, momentarily at a loss for words, bowed her head, furrowing her brows in silence. Observing Murong Xiaoyu's demeanor, Xiananji discerned the grim reality. The artifact had been seized, the divine clan had suffered defeat, and a wave of regret washed over her. This cannot be blamed on you. That person's sudden surge of power far surpassed our own, Xianqiu said softly, rising to stand beside Xiananji, offering words of comfort. You needn't be overly self-reproachful. I anticipated this outcome long ago. Indeed, Princess Xia, we must depart from here. Judging by the direction Xianyu and the others have taken, They seem to be heading towards the imperial city, remarked the divine General Yi Mingyang. Gazing towards the imperial city, Fei Fei and Xian Xiu felt a tinge of unease within their hearts, a sensation stemming from their connection with their master, Ning Feng. At this very moment, on the battlefield near the imperial city, the dragon god form of Zhan Tianhuang Longfei was locked in a fierce struggle with the demonic dragon of the evil tribe. Neither side yielding an inch, and no clear victor in sight. Who would have thought, after so many years of not engaging with the evil tribe, I would find myself somewhat out of practice, Zhan Tianhuang Longfei remarked. Perhaps you have been slothful. Have you not been enhancing your cultivation all these years? The wolf god, Xia Kongjia, teased, addressing Longfei. You must be feeling quite fatigued now. Shall we switch opponents? Switch opponents? Huh, I am not at that point yet. What? Do you wish to spar with it? Longfei queried. Indeed, my hands are itching for a fight, and battling with you is rather uninspiring, Xia Kongjia replied, stepping forward. I would rather face it directly. It would be a good opportunity to hone my skills. Longfei scrutinized Xia Kongjia and remarked, You are not in your prime form as the wolf god. Do not forget that snow crystal blade has been passed on to your daughter. Xia Kongjia clenched his fists defiantly, declaring, Humph. Even so, dealing with a mere little demon dragon should suffice. With that, he charged towards the demon dragon in his wolf god form. The nearby snow fox, witnessing this, could not remain idle. He transformed into his evil tribe form. The silver mist fox. The 9 robust tails swiftly surged towards the wolf god, Xia Kongjia, ensnaring him and rendering him immobile. In that moment, the demon fox morphed back into human form and taunted Xia Kongjia. How do you find my 9 tails, esteemed wolf god? Do they please you? You little brat. Watch as I tear apart your 9 tails. Xia Kongjia retorted fiercely. Subsequently, the wolf god brandished his sharp claws, intent on shredding the tails that bound him. However, the demon dragon seized the opportunity, forcefully pinning Xia Kongjia to the ground, suppressing him with overwhelming strength. Cursed be this, he exclaimed in frustration. In that moment, there seemed to be no escape. As Xia Kongjia wrestled with his thoughts, the snow fox suddenly retracted its tail and commanded the demon dragon to return to its side. Ning Feng, Long Fei, and Xia Kongjia exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what scheme the snow fox was concocting. What could this possibly mean? Ning Feng inquired of the snow fox, What are you planning? The snow fox chuckled, You will find out soon enough. Demon dragon, let us depart. With that, the demon dragon bowed, allowing the snow fox to mount its back, whereupon 2 massive black wings manifested, and they soared into the sky, leaving the trio behind. Let them go. We still do not comprehend their true intentions, Ning Feng remarked, gazing upward with a grave expression and addressing his companions from the divine lineage. It appears that the heavenly mortal continent is on the brink of a transformation. Shortly thereafter, the celestial dragon Emperor Xianyu arrived at the imperial city accompanied by 3 of his subordinates. Upon witnessing the chaos that had unfolded, he noticed the 3 figures ahead and brandished the divine artifact, the holy soul weapon, the snow crystal blade. How did the snow crystal blade come to be in your possession? Xia Kongjia exclaimed in confusion. Suddenly recalling something urgent, he anxiously queried. What have you done with my daughter, Xiananji? What could I possibly do? Xianyu replied with a sinister laugh. I have no interest in your precious daughter. But rest assured, someone will take good care of her. Who knows, perhaps they are preparing to retrieve her remains even now. Observing Long Fei's dejected demeanor, it was evident to Xianyu that he had not triumphed in the recent confrontation. Humph. A person like you would have been slain by the forces of the Dark Clan countless times had you been present earlier. The mention of the Dark Clan left Xianyu slightly taken aback and uneasy. He furrowed his brow and asked, Did you just say the Dark Clan? Scanning the surroundings and noticing the absence of Luo Yang, he began to suspect that Luo Yang was indeed among the Dark Clan. With a cold chuckle, Xianyu addressed the 3 before him. Now that I possess this royal-grade artifact, do the mere Dark Clan dare to reveal themselves? Chapter 1341. The agreed battle intent. You shall not take away the treasure of my snow forest kingdom. Xia Kongjia exclaimed passionately to the celestial dragon Emperor Xianyu. Moreover, only a rightful heir of divine lineage is worthy of wielding such an artifact. Return it to me, or do not blame me for being uncivil. Uncivil? Xianyu laughed derisively. Do not delude yourself. Even in your former state, I have never regarded you, Xia Kongjia, with any esteem. Given your current condition, I did not come here to inform you of my intent to take the snow crystal blade. I merely passed through to see if you had been dealt with by Luo Yang. The celestial dragon emperor, Xianyu, lamented. It is a pity that your lives must be preserved. I, however, shall not take advantage of your plight. If you wish to reclaim this artifact imbued with the power of the wolf god, You may come to the Holy Dragon Empire to find me in the future." As he concluded his words, Xianyu invoked his powers, summoning a tempest that stirred the air with a furious howl, rendering several individuals unable to open their eyes. Subsequently, he, along with his subordinates, the emperors of heaven, flame, and ice, ascended into the sky. The Heaven Emperor, Ling Yan, activated a device resembling a wireless receiver, prompting the warplanes of the Holy Dragon Empire to enter autopilot mode. They took flight from the rear of the Imperial City, soaring into the heavens. Soon after, the Celestial Dragon Emperor Xianyu and his companions piloted the aircraft away from the vicinity. After a brief interval, the ferocious winds subsided, returning everything to its prior tranquil state. In the blink of an eye, Ning Feng and his companions could no longer trace the whereabouts of the Celestial Dragon Emperor Xianyu. It seemed he had departed. Long Fei gazed at the sky and remarked, "If that is the case, we too should leave the heavenly Imperial City." "Leave? What do you mean?" Ning Feng inquired, his brows furrowing at Long Fei's words. "Did you not initially intend to seize this place?" Upon noticing Ning Feng's firm grip on the six-segmented divine blade, he said, "Did you not comprehend my words? I intend to depart, for the emergence of the evil clan will undoubtedly alter the situation across the entire Tianfan continent." Upon hearing this, Ning Feng relaxed his hold on the divine blade, dispelled his demon armor, and retracted his blood contract. His eyes returned to their normal hue. Observing the Holy Soul weapon, the Divine Father, in Ning Feng's possession, Long Fei stated, "Although the Divine Father has advanced in your hands, I shall undoubtedly reclaim this artifact in the future. Before that, I wish to see if you possess the capability to restore this artifact to its former glory. I advise you, do not recklessly endanger your life." "Humph. I appreciate your concern, but I am quite resilient and need not your worry," Ning Feng retorted. At that moment, the valiant Dragon Emperor and his commanders, the Fierce Dragon General, the Flying Tiger General, and the Black Tortoise General, arrived almost simultaneously at the Imperial City. "Elder brother, I have returned." The valiant Dragon Emperor, Xiaoyan, shouted with great exertion, having been left breathless from the previous battle against the Thunder God, Hello, which had drained him of much of his energy. Seeing the gathering of individuals in the heavenly Imperial City, Ning Feng and Xia Kongjia heightened their vigilance, adopting offensive stances. "Long Fei, your words cannot be trusted," Xia Kongjia exclaimed fiercely. "Cannot be trusted? Heh, I am the lord of a city. If I declare today a ceasefire, I shall uphold that promise," Long Fei replied with a steady tone. He then approached his subordinates and was taken aback by the battered appearance of the valiant Dragon Emperor. "Xiaoyan, what on earth happened? How did you sustain such severe injuries?" "Elder brother, I encountered that wretched boy with the bloodline of the Thunder God again. He managed to injure me," Xiaoyan confessed. The Snapdragon Emperor, albeit reluctantly, revealed the circumstances surrounding the situation. Observing the injured individuals in the Imperial City and sensing that their energy had been significantly depleted, Ning Feng turned his gaze towards Xia Kongjia, signaling him not to be overly concerned. "Given these circumstances, Long Fei, take your people and depart from my snow forest kingdom." Xia Kongjia addressed him, stating that he would not keep him longer to avoid any further complications. Gazing at Xia Kongjia's resolute expression, the War Emperor Long Fei merely let out a cold laugh before questioning. "Xia Kongjia, do you know why I am sparing you? Why I do not seize your divine artifacts?" This query was not only pondered by Xia Kongjia, but also by Ning Feng, who discerned that Long Fei's rationale differed from that of the recently departed Heavenly Dragon Emperor. The sudden emergence of the evil clan meant that if a confrontation ensued between us at this moment, regardless of which side faced defeat or if both suffered injuries, it would be detrimental to the future trajectory. The only beneficiaries would be the malevolent beings like the Snow Fox. Xia Kongjia calmly elucidated, "Thus, you are considering the broader picture. Furthermore, you alone cannot manipulate the powers of multiple divine clans, which also accounts for your decision to refrain from engaging us here." Upon hearing Xia Kongjia's explanation and analysis, the War Emperor Long Fei replied, "You are indeed shrewd, my old adversary. You speak truthfully. However, I, Long Fei, have merely chosen to spare you this time and let go of the Snow Forest Kingdom. Be assured, I shall keep a watchful eye on this delectable piece of territory." After articulating his thoughts, Long Fei departed with his subordinates towards the rear of the Imperial City, boarding the warplane that had brought them, thus leaving the Imperial City and the Snow Forest Kingdom. The departure of the two great powers, the Holy Dragon Empire and the Imperial City, from the Snow Forest Kingdom allowed Xia Kongjia to exhale a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Ning Feng slumped onto the ground, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, exclaiming, "Ah, it is finally over. The battles here are indeed different from those in our own time. It has been a long while since I felt this exhausted. Observing Ning Feng's weakened state, Xiaokong Jie inquired, Ning Feng, are you all right? Ning Feng shook his head, responding, I am fine, merely fatigued. The divine technique unleashed by the chaos god Gono seemed to surpass my physical limits, leaving me a bit weary. At that moment, one of the servants of the chaos god, the divine maiden Lianfu, arrived at the imperial city. Seeing her master collapsed on the ground, her complexion somewhat pale, she hurriedly flew to Ning Feng's side, anxiously checking his condition and asking, Master, are you all right? How could you be this exhausted? I am fine. By the way, how did you arrive? Has the battle over there concluded? Faced with her master's inquiries, Lianfu realized she should not have disobeyed his orders and altered her course of action. I apologize, Master. I did not follow your command. Chapter 1342. I am weary of the past. Observing Lianfu's apologetic demeanor, Ning Feng managed a weary smile, gently placing his hand on her cheek to wipe away the dust from her face. It is quite all right. There is no need for you to feel such guilt over this matter, for you have done nothing wrong. Ning Feng reassured her. On the contrary, you performed admirably. A significant portion of the credit for this battle belongs to you. Upon hearing such commendation from her master, the celestial maiden Lianfu blushed deeply, momentarily at a loss for words. Well, if that is the case, she stammered, observing her master's current state, which appeared quite frail. Please, do not move. Allow me to restore your strength. You are utterly exhausted. What do you mean by utterly exhausted? Ning Feng retorted. Honestly, it is just a minor threat from the evil clan. Why the fuss? Subsequently, Lianfu summoned her powers, unleashing the divine light of all spirits. A gentle green radiance enveloped Ning Feng, infusing him with warmth that flowed into his being, instilling a profound sense of calm and tranquility within him. What is happening? I can feel my strength rapidly returning. Lianfu's abilities are indeed remarkable, Ning Feng mused to himself, sensing the revitalization deep within his core. After a brief moment, Lianfu retracted her powers and addressed her master. How do you feel now? Ning Feng gradually rose to his feet, sheathing the sacred soul weapon, Tianfu, and clenched his fists, realizing that his strength had been fully restored. Wow, this is truly impressive. I am already back to full strength. He chuckled softly, excitement bubbling within him. Lianfu, your abilities are truly extraordinary. It is my duty as your servant to assist you, Lianfu replied gently, her tone imbued with tranquility. At that moment, several individuals from the battlefields across the Snow Forest Kingdom rushed towards the royal city. Ning Feng, Murong Xiaoyu called out loudly, sprinting towards him. Rushing into the arms of her beloved, Murong Xiaoyu enveloped Ning Feng in a tight embrace, showing no intention of letting go. All right, what is this all about? Ning Feng spoke calmly to the girl who had dashed into his embrace. Isn't everything fine? It has only been half a day since we last saw each other. It is hardly that serious. Hardly serious? Oh, it is indeed serious. You big fool. You have no idea how worried I have been. She exclaimed. No. I want to hold you. Murong Xiaoyu pouted playfully, tightening her grip around Ning Feng, unwilling to relent. Just then, Ning Feng noticed Qin Mu being supported by Yulan, his body battered and bruised, as though he were on the brink of collapse. After releasing Murong Xiaoyu, Ning Feng approached Qin Mu and inquired, Qin Mu, how did you sustain such injuries? I heard that you severely wounded the valiant Long Huang Xiaoyan. The weakened Qin Mu slowly gasped for breath, slightly raising his head to address Ning Feng, who stood before him. Am I not sufficiently disheveled now? It was not I who harmed Xiaoyan, but the consciousness of Thor Helio within me. Upon hearing Qin Mu's explanation, Ning Feng instantly comprehended the situation. It must have been the consciousness of Thor once again running amok, forcefully seizing control of Qin Mu's body. I understand now. You need not elaborate further. Ning Feng then turned to the goddess Lianfu, who nodded in acknowledgement, and the two shared a tacit understanding that spoke louder than words. Soon after, Lianfu summoned her divine artifact, the azure dust staff, and once more invoked the holy light of the all-spirits. A multitude of green lights scattered radiantly in all directions, dazzling to behold. After a while, not only Qin Mu but everyone present, including the soldiers of the battalion, was healed by the earlier holy light. Indeed, it is truly miraculous, Qin Mu thought, feeling somewhat unreal and utterly astounded as his strength was restored. Master, they have all been healed by my all-spirits technique. Well done. Lianfu, you have worked hard, Ning Feng replied, surveying the throngs of people around him. At that moment, confronted by the vast armies and countless soldiers, he felt as if he had returned to the days when he was the lord of the northern frontier of the Dragon Kingdom. However, Ning Feng also sensed that it was now time for him to pursue his ambitions and aspirations. Your Majesty, Deputy General Lin Sheng seeks an audience. Upon seeing his Deputy General appear before him, Xia Kongjie inquired, Lin Sheng, what is the situation across the regions? Your Majesty, the battles throughout the Snow Forest Kingdom have concluded, and our forces have achieved a resounding victory. Not a single inch of land has been lost. Lin Sheng exclaimed excitedly to Xia Kongjie. I understand. Very well, Deputy General Lin Sheng, heed my command. Lin Sheng, heed my command. I hereby order you to reorganize the battalions of the Snow Forest Kingdom and eradicate all remnants of Luoyang. Leave not a single one alive. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall comply, Lin Sheng affirmed. After issuing his orders, Xia Kongjie glanced at Yi Mingyang, the former divine general of the battalion. Yi Mingyang noticed Xia Kongjie's gaze but chose not to respond, as he was no longer a member of the battalion. At that moment, Xia Kongjie slowly approached Yi Mingyang. Yi Mingyang, I am reinstating your position within the battalion. Please stay, for we need you here. Hearing Xia Kongjie's invitation, Yi Mingyang initially smiled lightly before replying, No, this time I must decline. I, Yi Mingyang, appreciate your kindness, old monarch, but I shall no longer place myself within the battalion. What? You dare refuse my goodwill? Why? Xia Kongjie asked, his tone tinged with melancholy. Because, after all this time, I have lost my desire for the battalion. Perhaps, in the future, when this nation faces peril once more, I will still rise to the occasion. However, as for the invitation from the Corps, I shall decline. I have grown weary of a life lived on the edge of a knife. I am now the proprietor of a casino in Moonsea City, and that suits me far better. After speaking, Yi Mingyang stepped forward and handed the divine artifact, the Qianji Changkong, to Xia Kongjie. This divine artifact is better suited to you. Take it as a memento of the past, Yi Mingyang remarked. Chapter 1343. The guns pointed outward very well. I shall comply with your wishes, Yi Mingyang responded to Xia Kongjie. As he spoke, he reclaimed the Qianji Changkong, then turned and traversed the Corps, departing the imperial city and heading towards Moonsea City. Watching Yi Mingyang's departure, a ripple of nostalgia washed over the crowd, particularly among those of the Corps, who gazed at his silhouette, rifle slung over his shoulder, reminiscing about the past, and feeling a tinge of regret. Ning Feng, witnessing this scene, felt an uncanny familiarity with the past. It seemed that Yi Mingyang understood what it truly meant to be a man of war. Xia Kongjie then recalled something urgent and hastily left the imperial city. Before departing, Xia Nanji questioned her father, What troubles you? Why the rush? Is something amiss? Indeed. I almost forgot about Gu Qingyu. I am still unaware of the situation on your godmother's side. Upon finishing, Xia Kongjie boarded a fighter jet and took off towards Lingnan City. Upon arriving in Lingnan City, Xia Kongjie commanded the aircraft to land directly in front of the Gu family villa. At last, I made it. I wonder how that old crone Gu Qingyu is faring. Old crone. Old crone. His calls echoed throughout the courtyard, filling it with his voice. After scanning the area, Xia Kongjie found no trace of Gu Qingyu. Is it possible that something has happened to her? He pondered anxiously. Moments later, Gu Qingyu appeared behind him, exclaiming, I could hear your raucous voice from a mile away. It was utterly maddening. Upon hearing her voice, Xia Kongjie turned around, and indeed, it was her. You nearly scared me to death, old crone. Do you have any idea how hoarse my voice has become from shouting? He complained. Honestly, you could have come out sooner. If you had tea, I might have left. Upon hearing Xia Kongjie's words, Gu Qingyu did not take offense, but instead burst into laughter. His confusion grew at her amusement. What is so funny? Have you perhaps injured your head during the scuffle? After the laughter subsided, Gu Qingyu approached Xia Kongjie and embraced him. This unexpected display left Xia Kongjie at a loss, rendered slightly astonished and perplexed. Hey, what's wrong? Xia Kongjie inquired calmly, sensing something amiss. It's nothing. I merely wish to hold you like this. To embrace you indefinitely. It brings me great solace, Gu Qingyu replied earnestly. In response, Xia Kongjie extended his arms and enveloped Gu Qingyu in a warm embrace. Rest assured. I am here. I have always been here. With you, I too feel at ease. Before long, 7 days had elapsed, and tranquility had fully returned to the borders of Shulin, with no traces of warfare or disturbance remaining. What? You intend to pass the throne to Ning Feng? To an outsider? Vice Commander Lin Sheng exclaimed in the Imperial Hall, incredulity etched across his face. Your Majesty, why? What compels you to take such a step? The answer was singular and profound. I have grown old. Xia Kongjie, observing Lin Sheng's agitated demeanor, inhaled deeply before continuing, Lin Sheng, I am indeed aging. My thoughts and visions can no longer steer this nation. Previously, Luoyang remarked that this realm requires the infusion of fresh blood. Stagnation will inevitably invite calamity. Despite the gravity of the monarch's words, Lin Sheng struggled to accept this reality. But what of your daughter Xiananji? She could ascend as queen. Why not embrace such an opportunity? At this, Xiananji's eyes widened in alarm as she interjected, No, no, no. This is absolutely unacceptable. How could I possibly lead this nation? My strength pales in comparison to my father's. Precisely why I have not chosen Xiananji. Moreover, the royal artifact, the snow crystal blade, has been seized by the Holy Dragon Empire. Without the power of the divine, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to achieve such greatness. Soon enough, this nation will surely be devoured by foreign adversaries, Xia Kongjia assessed the situation. However, before Ning Feng could speak, Lin Sheng turned toward him, asserting his belief that he was unworthy of achieving the grand ambitions of Xuelin. Just him? A destitute man of unknown origins? How could we entrust this nation to his hands? Upon hearing Lin Sheng's disparaging remarks, Ning Feng's 3 attendants, along with Murong Xiaoyu, were instantly incensed. They rose forcefully, slamming their palms on the table, pointing accusatorily at Lin Sheng. Who are you referring to? Watch your words, or I shall take your life. You weakling of the human race, your end is nigh. Why waste breath on him? Sisters, let us dispose of him at once. Faced with the formidable presence of these 4 women, Lin Sheng found himself momentarily stunned, rooted in place, and a flicker of unease crept over him. Just then, Qin Mu stood up, exclaiming, Enough of this uproar. At this moment, the 4 women ceased their vitriolic tirades against Lin Sheng. Observing Qin Mu, who rose to clench his right fist, his eyes brimmed with an intense murderous intent. Your name is Lin Sheng, is it not? Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. There is no need for these women to intervene. I fear you might perish at their hands, leaving behind a jest. Thus, allow me to handle this. Qin Mu spoke in a tone that bore a hint of somberness. I will make you understand the consequences of insulting my brother Feng. My fist will leave you with no room for regret. Indeed, we may be outsiders, but we shall not allow someone like you to slander and humiliate us. Feng Do, the god of punishment, interjected resolutely, addressing Lin Sheng. Regardless of the circumstances, we refuse to be looked down upon by a worthless wretch like you. Even Wang Luo and Yun Zhan, who had previously harbored grievances against Ning Feng, stood up and declared, Yes. You have no right to speak to us in such a manner. In the great hall of the imperial city, aside from Ning Feng, everyone else present rose in unison, their resolve unwavering and united against the external threat. Facing the assembly before him, Lin Sheng, the deputy general of Xuelin Kingdom, swallowed hard to quell his mounting anxiety. How foolish I was. Had I known you were such a person, we should never have risked our lives to infiltrate your prison and effortlessly rescue you. Wang Luo exclaimed, brimming with indignation. Indeed, I never expected you to be so ungrateful. Even your old monarch has acknowledged Ning Feng's prowess and status, Yun Zhan retorted. Does it matter whether you agree or not? It will not alter the outcome. Are you contemplating rebellion? Do you aspire to replicate Luo Yang's coup? Lin Sheng felt a deep sense of shame at Wang Luo and Yun Zhan's words. He was acutely aware that these 2 young men had recently saved his life, leaving him momentarily speechless. Everyone, sit down, Ning Feng suddenly interjected, addressing those flanking him. Please, take your seats. Upon hearing Ning Feng's command, the 3 servants were the first to comply, and the remaining 5 followed suit without further protest. However, Ning Feng then adjusted his collar, rose, and with hands in pockets, slowly lifted his gaze, piercing Lin Sheng with a frosty stare. In a low, deliberate tone, he queried, General Lin Sheng, were you frightened by them just now? Lin Sheng swallowed again, striving to suppress his fear of Ning Feng, and replied, and no. Ah, that is reassuring. Should my companions truly engage in combat without restraint, and by mischance take your life, it would indeed be a regrettable loss. Ning Feng addressed him, saying, Thus, I shall take matters into my own hands. I assure you, I will not take your life, for your existence may prove valuable in the days to come. Upon hearing Ning Feng's assertion of self-reliance, Lin Sheng felt an overwhelming aura emanating from him, which instantly made him realize he was treading a perilous path. No, there's no need for that. It was I who spoke foolishly earlier, and I sincerely apologize. Lin Sheng quickly altered his demeanor. However, aside from the likes of Wang Luo and the individuals from Yun Zhan who lack any martial prowess, they have saved my life. I could not possibly contend with the rest. And what of the formidable king of divine punishment? If she were to set her sights on me, it could very well spell my doom. Who knows, she might simply draw her weapon and deliver a fatal shot. The mere thought of the myriad ways in which he might meet his end left Lin Sheng pale and trembling with dread. Very well, I shall remember your words. Should there be a next time, I will not hinder them. You would do well to forever remember today and all that has transpired. Ning Feng imparted gravely to Lin Sheng. Indeed, I will remember. Rest assured. Lin Sheng straightened his posture, declaring, I shall certainly be more mindful. Now then, do you harbor any doubts regarding the old monarch's decision to allow me to ascend the throne? Ning Feng inquired once more of Vice General Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng fervently shook his head and promptly replied, none whatsoever. Satisfied with this response, Ning Feng turned his gaze towards Xia Kongjia seated upon the throne, stating, Lord Xia, I believe you may proceed. After exchanging glances with Ning Feng, Xia Kongjia nodded slightly and addressed all the leaders of the troops within the Grand Hall, proclaiming, I hereby announce that the new monarch of Shuilin Kingdom is Ning Feng. As these words echoed, they seemed to resonate throughout every corner of the nation. The crowd erupted in joy, and Ning Feng felt a sense of resolution settle within him. As evening approached, Xia Kongjia summoned his daughter, Xia Nanji, to a secluded corner of the royal city. Father, it is already quite late. Why have you called me here? Xia Nanji inquired, puzzled. Is there something of great importance you wish to discuss? Indeed, I deem this matter to be quite significant. Oh, pray tell, how may I assist you? Xia Nanji replied to her father. Silly girl, it is not you who must assist me. Rather, it is I who must assist you. Xia Kongjia inhaled deeply before sighing. My dear, regarding today's ascension, do not blame me as your father. It is simply that I wish for you to be spared the tumultuous currents and the chaos of the battlefield. Ah, so that is the matter at hand. You truly worry too much, Xia Nanji gently chuckled, then added, but fear not, father, today's outcome is precisely what I desired. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Xia Kongjia turned to her and inquired, do you truly harbor no resentment towards me as your father? Xia Nanji smiled gently and shook her head, replying, no, not at all. In truth, I understand that it is your desire to see Ning Feng ascend as the ruler after you. And that is also a vision I wish to witness. Very well, since you express it thus, let us discuss another matter. What? Another matter? What might that be? After a moment of contemplation, with no clear direction, Xia Nanji asked her father, is there anything else? Concerning the power of the wolf god. Upon hearing this, Xia Nanji fell silent and subsequently revealed to her father the loss of the royal artifact, the holy soul armament, the snow crystal blade, on the battlefield of Yuehai City. However, Xia Kongjia did not reprimand his daughter. Rather, he reassured her, saying, my dear, it is entirely reasonable that you could not contend with the heavenly dragon emperor, Xianyu. Even in my prime over the past few years, I would not necessarily have been his match. Despite her father's comforting words, Xia Nanji still felt a pang of guilt. Now, I shall impart to you the remaining vestiges of the wolf god's power that reside within me. Xia Kongjia declared to his daughter, from henceforth, you too shall be able to transform into the wolf god, albeit with lesser prowess than before. You are giving me the divine power of the god clan, but what of yourself? Xia Nanji asked in confusion. What will you do? Do not fret. There is no cause for concern. Your father merely relinquishes that portion of divine power. Moreover, I will have Gu Qingyu by my side from now on. She replied as she approached slowly. Chapter 1345, Sovereign of the Northern Realm following the conflict in the Snow Forest Kingdom. Ning Feng successfully ascended to the throne as the new monarch of the Snow Forest Kingdom. Snow Forest Kingdom? Ha ha ha. From this day forth, this land shall be known as the Northern Realm, the extreme North Kingdom. I, Ning Feng, shall serve as the inaugural sovereign of the Northern Realm. Once a general of the Dragon Kingdom, he now rose once more to the throne of kingship. Over the course of several months of warfare across the Tianfan continent, the extreme North Kingdom, nestled in the farthest northern reaches, became widely known, and the name of King Ning Feng resonated throughout the entire continent. Under his sagacious leadership, the forces of the extreme North Kingdom rapidly expanded, growing from a mere 10 million to nearly 100 million. The former vice general, Lin Sheng, was elevated by Ning Feng to become the new Grand General of the army. Following a substantial overhaul, all commanding officers within the army were reassigned, transforming into a formidable force on the battlefield. As the renown of Ning Feng spread across the Tianfan continent, many factions and nations were left in shock, particularly the Heavenly Emperor City. Humph! How infuriating! Who would have imagined that Ning Feng could lead the forces of the Snow Forest Kingdom to unparalleled success in such a brief span of months? With none able to rival him, the valiant Dragon Emperor, Xian Yunjing, pounded his fist upon the table in frustration. Do not be so hasty. Everything is merely at its inception. The war's sovereign, Long Fei, calmly addressed his companion, stating that since Ning Feng desired to involve himself in this venture, they would oblige him. As long as he remains alive, he plays a crucial role in the overall dynamics of the continent's conflict. At the very least, with Ning Feng in the fray, the Holy Dragon Empire, and Xian Yu would think twice before taking action. Otherwise, they might find themselves vanquished by Ning Feng. Upon hearing his elder brother Long Fei's words, the valiant dragon sovereign, Xiao Yun, momentarily failed to grasp their deeper significance. However, witnessing his brother's composed demeanor, he refrained from further anger and reckless impulsiveness. By the way, has our third brother, the heavenly sovereign, returned? Long Fei inquired of Xiao Yun. Brother, he has not, came the reply. He has been out for an entire day. By all accounts, he should have returned by now. Long Fei, slightly agitated, questioned the situation. This is unusual. Could he have encountered some unforeseen incident? Should I go search for him? No, the White Dragon King is not a cruel individual. He is far more amenable than the Heavenly Dragon Emperor, Xian Yu, of the Holy Dragon Empire, Long Fei reassured him. Meanwhile, within the royal palace of the extreme North Kingdom, Qin Mu was venting his grievances to the Northern King, Ning Feng. Brother Feng, your Majesty, I have truly had enough, Qin Mu exclaimed, his frustration evident as he addressed Ning Feng, who occupied the throne. What troubles you? Ning Feng inquired. It is the military corps. In truth, Ning Feng had anticipated this, for Qin Mu had never held a position within the military and was unfamiliar with the corps operational style. A pampered scion, how could he easily find favor with the arrogant soldiers? Do you understand why I assigned you alone to the military corps, allowing you to lead a unit? Ning Feng asked earnestly. Upon hearing Ning Feng's inquiry, Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. I do not know, and yet you dare to raise your voice in my presence. Had it been anyone else, I would have dealt with them severely. But you, Qin Mu, are someone I brought from another realm, and so I feel obliged to ensure your safe return if the opportunity arises. Ning Feng took a deep breath before continuing. Because our identities have shifted dramatically in the past few months, I would not have spoken to you this way back then. Now, however, I am a king, and you are among those whom I value most highly. The others are women, and I cannot allow them to frequently face the battlefield. Especially in light of the incident with Chu Shidream, I cannot permit such a tragedy to repeat itself. However, you, Qin Mu, are different. Despite possessing the bloodline of the divine race and immense power, your mental maturity still lacks. Your presence in the Legion serves to cultivate your will and to reveal to you the true nature of the battlefield. Should I be absent in the future, you will be able to stand in my stead, commanding the Legion alongside General Lin Sheng. Upon hearing Ning Feng's explanation, Qin Mu experienced a moment of clarity. I understand now, Brother Feng. No, Your Majesty. It's fine to call me that when no one else is around. Ning Feng replied in a calm tone. You must strive diligently. Do not let Yulan down. At that moment, Yulan unexpectedly entered the grand hall of the imperial city. Your Majesty, I have completed the tasks you entrusted to me. Very well, Yulan. Tell me, what is the situation on your end? Ning Feng inquired. Do not hesitate to speak in front of Qin Mu. We are all allies. Yes, Your Majesty. Yulan responded promptly. You instructed me to investigate the whereabouts of Luo Yang and Xuehu. Over the past few days, I have traveled southward and indeed discovered traces of Xuehu. Where are they? Ning Feng asked Yulan steadily. Their presence has been noted in White Dragon City, Yulan replied. White Dragon City? Is that not the territory of the White Dragon King, Nangonghua? Could it be that this old rascal is colluding with the evil clan? With such doubts, King Ning Feng of the Northern Territory decided to personally visit White Dragon City to ascertain the situation. Qin Mu, accompany me to White Dragon City at once, Ning Feng instructed. Yes, Brother Feng? Qin Mu queried. Will it just be the two of us? Ning Feng fixed a cold gaze upon Qin Mu, and their silent exchange instantly conveyed his intent, prompting Qin Mu to refrain from further inquiries. Your Majesty, perhaps I should accompany Qin Mu as well, Yulan offered earnestly to Ning Feng. However, Ning Feng declined her request. For White Dragon City was not a place to be trifled with. His personal involvement was to express both his sincerity and that of the entire nation. No need. You must simply obey my command. You have other matters to attend to. Understanding the weight of his words, Yulan acquiesced. Yes, Your Majesty. I understand. That is well. The traces of the evil clan must be sought by you, as I cannot entrust this matter to anyone else. Chapter 1346. The appearance of Xuehu upon arriving at White Dragon City. Ning Feng and Qin Mu noticed guards stationed at the gate, seemingly vigilant towards outsiders. Brother Feng, it would be better if we brought the Legion. Then these guards would recognize the name of the Northern King and would not dare to obstruct us, Qin Mu suggested. Ning Feng shook his head, countering, No, Qin Mu. If we were to arrive with the Legion, and if Xuehu and Luo Yang are indeed here, we would risk alarming them. With that, the two of them joined the long line, patiently awaiting their turn for inspection. When they arrived, the guard inquired, "Where do you two hail from?" Ning Feng calmly replied, "I fail to see how that pertains to our entrance into the White Dragon City." The guard asserted, "Of course, these are extraordinary times. Everyone must disclose their identity and origin, as well as their purpose for entering the city." Growing increasingly impatient with the barrage of questions, Qin Mu retorted, "Why are you so verbose? Do you not know how to write the word death? You dare to impede our passage." At Qin Mu's words, the guards immediately brandished their weapons, aiming them at Ning Feng and Qin Mu. "Who are you really? Are you from the Holy Dragon Empire? Or perhaps, are you from the Evil Clan? The Holy Dragon Empire? The Evil Clan? How intriguing," Ning Feng mused. "In that case, it seems I have indeed come to the right place. Gentlemen guards, the entities you speak of, the Holy Dragon Empire and the Evil Clan, have no connection to us. We are merely from the far north, here in search of someone. I wonder if such a reason is deemed reasonable in your eyes." The guards scrutinized Ning Feng and Qin Mu, filled with suspicion and hostility, yet ultimately allowed them to pass. "Do not look back, Qin Mu," Ning Feng advised as they walked forward. "If you wish to remain alive, heed my words, remain composed, and act normally. Just keep moving ahead." The guards continued to watch the retreating figures of Qin Mu and Ning Feng, believing that should they turn back, it would reveal their guilt. However, it seemed their concerns were unwarranted, as Ning Feng's extensive experience had allowed him to deftly navigate their psychology. Inside the White Dragon City, even during the day, a vibrant scene unfolded. The shops brimmed with an array of goods, rich in variety and color, as merchants, traders, and individuals from all corners of the world congregated. The streets bustled with life, an atmosphere of lively commerce. "I had no idea it could be so opulent here. Wow. This is a stark contrast to the entrance we just passed," Qin Mu exclaimed, his expression one of naivety. "Wait, hadn't you spent some time in this Tian Nan continent years ago? Did you not take the opportunity to explore?" Ning Feng inquired. Reflecting on this, Qin Mu sighed, "Brother Feng, don't remind me. Back then, I was a fugitive. The moment I set foot here, I would be hunted down by the forces from Lingbei City. I hardly had the luxury to wander around White Dragon City." Ning Feng felt a surge of sympathy for Qin Mu's plight. Just then, Ning Feng sensed a potent and peculiar aura. That's the aura of the snow fox. He realized, immediately locking onto its source. "Do you think those two from the Evil Clan have made their appearance, Brother Feng?" Qin Mu asked, a hint of urgency in his tone. Ning Feng stood still, nodding as he addressed Qin Mu, affirming, "Indeed, it is the snow fox and the demonized Luo Yang who are within this White Dragon City." It appeared that Yulan's intelligence was remarkably accurate, 100% precise. Just as Qin Mu was about to glance around in search of their whereabouts, Ning Feng abruptly restrained him, cautioning, "Do not intentionally seek their presence. They are concealed in the shadows while we are exposed in the light. It is possible that we have already been compromised. They may be aware of our location and have recognized us." "What? Then we should hasten to find them," Qin Mu exclaimed anxiously to Ning Feng beside him. "No, absolutely not. There are ordinary people here. If a confrontation occurs, what will happen to them?" Ning Feng replied. "Quite simply, we must feign ignorance of the situation and continue forward," he instructed. Consequently, Qin Mu complied with Ning Feng's guidance. Though he sensed the ominous aura of the Evil Clan surrounding them, he had no choice but to pretend he was oblivious. Meanwhile, high above, the Snow Fox and Luo Yang had indeed noticed the figures of Ning Feng and Qin Mu, just as Ning Feng had surmised. "Ha ha ha, Ning Feng, Qin Mu, you truly cannot escape us. Now, I wonder how you plan to proceed," the Snow Fox taunted, summoning two orbs of purple energy infused with the essence of the Evil Clan, which he unleashed toward Ning Feng and Qin Mu below. "Humph, Ning Feng, let us see how you intend to evade this." At that moment, Ning Feng sensed the two energy orbs approaching from behind. He swiftly turned and extended his hands to intercept them. The orbs detonated with tremendous force, resulting in a violent explosion. The deafening blast sent the crowd on the street into a frenzy, akin to ants on a hot skillet, as they panicked and scattered in all directions. Witnessing the ensuing chaos, Ning Feng and Qin Mu realized their cover had been blown, prompting them to scan the tumultuous crowd for suspicious individuals. "Indeed, you were right. Brother Feng, we have truly been exposed," Qin Mu exclaimed excitedly to Ning Feng. Just then, as they searched for the Snow Fox and Luo Yang, two more purple energy orbs hurtled toward them from the heights above. Observing the trajectory of the orbs, Ning Feng swiftly discerned the figures of the Snow Fox and Luo Yang. "Up high, over there," Ning Feng pointed toward their elevated position. "Excellent. Now that we know their location, the rest is up to me." just as Qin Mu prepared to advance. The snow fox and Luo Yang gracefully descended from the towering structure above, landing safely and steadily on the ground. It has been a long time, Ning Feng. Oh, I suppose I should now address you as His Excellency, the Northern King of the Extreme North, correct? The snow fox remarked with a sardonic tone. Humph, you, a member of the evil clan, are not worthy to address me in such a manner. Chapter 1347, The White Dragon King, Nangonghua. Ha ha ha, Ning Feng. You have been searching for me for such a long time. In truth, I am well aware of it, Snow Fox remarked. What do you mean, you know? Ning Feng asked, slightly furrowing his brow. Snow Fox, with her hands behind her back, wore a serene expression and chuckled softly. That woman you dispatched has been trailing me for quite a while. I am aware of it. However, I chose not to reveal this, as I did not wish to endanger her life. Otherwise, I would not have led you here. Upon hearing Snow Fox's words and recalling the guard's remarks at the city gate, Ning Feng suddenly comprehended the situation. It was highly probable that this area surrounding the White Dragon City was indeed the stronghold of the evil clan. Brother Feng, it seems we have fallen into a trap, Qin Mu said, inquiring what their next course of action would be. Observing that the streets were nearly deserted, Ning Feng replied, there is no other option. We must eliminate those two, or rather, eradicate every single member of the evil clan present here. What? All the evil clan? Is there still an evil clan presence here? After digesting Ning Feng's information, Qin Mu swallowed hard and responded, Brother Feng, if what you say is true, then we are in for a fierce battle. A fierce battle? No, mere remnants of the evil clan are not worthy of us, the heirs of two divine bloodlines. Exerting our full strength. At that moment, all the guards at the city gate rushed to the street where the explosion had occurred. Upon spotting the outsiders, they raised their weapons behind Snow Fox and Luo Yang, commanding, do not move. You four, raise your hands and do not move. Otherwise, your lives will be forfeit. Seeing this, Snow Fox turned to Luo Yang and said, Luo Yang, after such a long time, aren't you feeling quite restless? The power of the demon dragon within you must be on the verge of bursting forth. Humph, I have long been unable to endure it. Luo Yang exclaimed. When that woman was following me, I wanted nothing more than to strike her down. If it weren't for your constant interference, I would have already had my fun and wouldn't have had to endure until today. All right, enough with the complaints. Let this group behind us provide you with your thrill. Strike decisively and enjoy yourself. After hearing Snow Fox's words, Luo Yang instantly unleashed his demon dragon power. His eyes turning crimson as dark, malevolent energy emanated from his body. His hands transformed into claws, and he charged towards the guards with astonishing speed. With rapid slashes of his claws, blood erupted from the guards, splattering in all directions. Witnessing this scene, Qin Mu sought to intervene and save the remaining soldiers. But he was abruptly stopped by Ning Feng, the Northern King beside him. Ning Feng shook his head and said to Qin Mu, it is too late. If we approach now, we will only be rescuing lifeless corpses. Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, Qin Mu furrowed his brows and exclaimed passionately, but, are we to just stand by and watch them perish one after another before our very eyes? Brother Feng, you are indeed correct. We can only observe. For this is, after all, a war. In circumstances where salvation is unattainable, one ought not to intervene further. Qin Mu, remember this well. In the throes of battle, if one acts solely on impulse, it is certain that one will ultimately bring ruin upon oneself. Moreover, it could ensnare all those around you. Gazing at the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, Qin Mu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Though they were not inhabitants of his city, witnessing such atrocities was truly intolerable. Ning Feng continued to restrain Qin Mu, urging him to maintain his composure. Brother Feng, release me. Allow me to slay this beast. Qin Mu exclaimed fervently to Ning Feng. Ah, look at this, the sovereign of the Northern Realm, reduced to fearing a mere member of the demonic clan. How utterly unexpected. The taunts from the Snow Fox were indeed unforeseen. Faced with the brazen demeanor of the Snow Fox, Ning Feng would no longer tolerate such insolence. Snow Fox, I had intended to spare you, but since you have chosen to meet your end here, I shall oblige you and accept your life. The Lord of the Northern Territory, Ning Feng, addressed the Snow Fox. You know the gravest error you have committed? It is to mock me in my presence. As the words left his lips, Ning Feng's gaze suddenly sharpened, a frigid aura of lethal intent emanating from his eyes, bearing down upon the Snow Fox. In the clash of their gazes, it was evident that the Snow Fox was outmatched by Ning Feng. The latter's overwhelming presence had already signaled victory. This mere mortal possesses such a terrifying gaze and formidable aura. Just as Ning Feng was about to strike, a fierce wind surged forth. Then, An elderly man clad in white, draped in a white cloak, appeared in the street, positioning himself between the two opposing forces, his silver hair fluttering in the breeze. "You are the White Dragon King, Ning Feng." The snow fox exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the figure before him. "Indeed. It seems that this remnant of the demonic clan is aware of my name," Ning Feng replied, turning to him. "Pray tell, could it be that you are the leader of the demonic clan surrounding White Dragon City? Are you the Demon Tiger King? The Demon Tiger King? Huh. If I possessed his abilities, you would have long been subdued. Nay, do not be overly concerned, Lord Nangong. I am not the Demon Tiger King, merely his friend. My name is Snow Fox," he declared. "I come here today without intent to offend." No intent to offend, you say? To boldly utter such nonchalance after having slain my people. Only a demonic clan could act so brazenly. I care not who you are. Today, for the lives taken, I shall hold you accountable, the White Dragon King, Nangong Hua, warned the Snow Fox. "However, for now, I shall grant you your freedom." "What? Did I hear you correctly? You intend to release me?" The Snow Fox was taken aback by the magnanimity displayed by the esteemed White Dragon King, Nangong Hua, which genuinely commanded respect from one of the demonic clan. A peculiar smile crept across his face as he spoke. "This cannot be. They must not be allowed to leave. A life for a life. Debts must be repaid." Qin Mu shouted excitedly from the back. Beside him, Ning Feng intervened, sternly instructing Qin Mu, "Silence yourself." In front of them stood Nangong Hua, who, with his hands clasped behind his back, gradually tilted his head and spoke in a low tone to Ning Feng. "Hey, King of the Northern Realm, we are currently in my White Dragon City, so kindly manage your people." Chapter 1348. The Hunter of Gods. Observing the formidable presence exuded by Nangong Hua, it permeated every corner of the street. "Do you wish to overshadow me in front of Ning Feng? Dream on." Ning Feng released Qin Mu, then composed himself with great calmness. His gaze resolute as he addressed Nangong Hua. "I will manage my own people. It is not for others to remind me." Upon hearing Ning Feng's assertion, Nangong Hua paused for a moment before turning to face him directly. "Oh, does this imply that King Ning Feng is dissatisfied with my previous remarks?" As he spoke, a cold sneer escaped his lips. "Hee, Nangong Hua, we are here for no other reason than to claim the lives of these two from the evil clan. Did you not hear my words clearly, King Ning Feng?" Just as the two lords stood their ground, the Snow Fox and the transformed Luo Yang discreetly departed from the scene, unnoticed. However, Ning Feng was aware of this occurrence. Once the two had left, Ning Feng prepared to depart as well. "Qin Mu, let us leave this place. The prey is no more," he said to Qin Mu beside him. "Leaving so soon?" Just as Ning Feng and Qin Mu turned to leave, Nangong Hua earnestly inquired, "Why not stay a while longer?" "Stay longer? I presume it is you, Nangong Hua, who wishes to concoct some scheme before me," Ning Feng replied. As anticipated, Nangong Hua's next words aligned closely with Ning Feng's suspicions. "They have left on their own. It would be quite difficult to capture them now. However," he continued, "I am willing to take your lives." At this moment, Nangong Hua raised his gaze, and his cold eyes clashed fiercely with Ning Feng's, which were laced with murderous intent. The two pairs of eyes, intertwined in a tense standoff, revealed no signs of yielding. Qin Mu, watching the two remain motionless, contemplated stepping forward but was deeply intimidated by the powerful aura emanating from them. Nevertheless, Ning Feng was of the divine lineage. How could the aura of mere mortals overpower him? After a brief moment, the murderous intent in Ning Feng's eyes pierced through Nangong Hua's gaze, penetrating into his very being. Suddenly, his gaze penetrated deep into the heart of the White Dragon King, Nangong Hua. Unexpectedly, the power of the divine clan possessed by Ning Feng proved to be extraordinarily formidable. Nangong Hua mused inwardly, "It appears I have angered him." After being suppressed by Ning Feng's aura, Nangong Hua quickly retreated 2 steps. Once he steadied himself, he addressed the Northern King, Ning Feng, with a chuckle. "Indeed. As the heir of the divine clan, you are truly impressive. You are aware of matters concerning the divine clan?" Ning Feng inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. "Then you must understand my capabilities, correct?" Capabilities, indeed. I know that you will still be annihilated by the human race." Nangong Hua laughed heartily. "Annihilated? By the human race?" The Northern King, Ning Feng, expressed his confusion upon hearing Nangong Hua's words. "What do you know?" "I know of the 14 who will bring about your divine clan's downfall. Their descendants have also appeared in the Tianfan continent," Nangong Hua replied earnestly. "They share a common name, the God Hunters." "What? God Hunters?" Qin Mu, who was nearby, was taken aback by this revelation. He quickly dismissed it with a smile. Addressing Nangong Hua, Nangong, the city lord of Nangong, This joke is truly amusing. Amusing, is it? You must be Qin Mu. Nan Gonghua scrutinized Qin Mu and inquired. Predictably, you are the heir of the thunder god Helios, are you not? Upon hearing Nan Gonghua correctly guess his divine lineage, Qin Mu stood momentarily stunned and then retorted. Humph, do not think that this will intimidate me. The divine weapon that defeated the thunder god was named Thunderfall, a mighty blade. I suppose you are unaware of this matter, Nan Gonghua stated to Qin Mu. Thunderfall, with its yellow blade pointing towards the heavens, could summon a deluge of golden lightning, possessing the power to obliterate the earth. Naturally, Qin Mu, ignorant of such matters, felt quite unsettled. Are you, then, the so-called god hunter wielding Thunderfall? The northern king Ning Feng queried Nan Gonghua. Nan Gonghua let out a cold laugh, then shook his head, saying, No, I am not. However, I am also one of the god hunters. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng remained unsurprised, his heart calm, as he had already surmised the situation. Indeed, the northern king Ning Feng was well versed in the ways of the world. Even when confronted by his nemesis, he exhibited remarkable composure. Nan Gonghua reflected. The divine clan today remains as oblivious as in the past, unaware of the perils they face. Having heard so much from you, yet seeing no display of your prowess. Why should I be afraid? Ning Feng inquired. City Lord Nangong, tell me, what is your next plan? And what was the reason for releasing the evil clan? Is it not true that your White Dragon City faces pressure from both the Holy Dragon Empire and the evil clan? Why then, allow them to escape? Qin Mu interjected, seeking answers from Nan Gonghua. Because the evil clan is not my ultimate objective, it is only the inheritors of your divine lineage who stand as my adversaries. Your divine race is my true target. The Lord of Tianhuang City, Zhan Tianhuang Longfei, the heir of the dragon god, is the foremost individual I intend to eliminate. Upon hearing Nan Gonghua's words, Ning Feng suddenly realized that Nan Gonghua's ability was specifically designed to counter Longfei. You wish to destroy him. I have no objections. However, your declaration bears little significance to me, Ning Feng spoke in a somber tone. Even if your goal is me, it matters not. It merely adds another inconsequential life to my hands. Is that so? The northern king Ning Feng is quite confident. It seems you believe you can shatter the curse of annihilation from years past. The White Dragon King and the Northern King exchanged glances, each releasing their formidable aura once more. After a brief moment, both Nan Gonghua and Ning Feng simultaneously retracted their powerful auras. You may take your leave now. You two have come to my White Dragon City, presumably to capture the evil clan members from earlier. They are no longer in my possession. So you are free to depart, stated the White Dragon King, Nan Gonghua, addressing Ning Feng and Qin Mu. With that, Nan Gonghua turned and departed the street. Qin Mu, standing in place, was taken aback, a surge of anger welling up within him. Hey, Brother Feng, did you see that? What kind of attitude is he displaying? He lets the evil clan members go and remains so arrogant. Qin Mu exclaimed excitedly to Ning Feng. I will chase after him and show him a thing or two. Absolutely not. Ning Feng cautioned Qin Mu. Did you not hear him proclaim himself a descendant of the hunter god, specifically targeting our divine race? Look at his calm and collected demeanor. If we act rashly, the consequences will be dire. Then, it seems there is little point in remaining here. We should depart as well. Indeed, Brother Feng, Qin Mu replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. Meanwhile, not long after successfully escaping from White Dragon City, the Snow Fox and the transformed Luo Yang found themselves targeted by a group. The pursuers were none other than their own kin. The evil clan, led by the evil Tiger King. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's Ahu, the Snow Fox remarked calmly to the evil Tiger King. What brings you here? Faced with the Snow Fox's alluring demeanor, the evil Tiger King grew cold and subsequently derided her. Snow Fox, after all these years. Look at how you've fallen. Humph. Truly a case of the tiger falling to the plains to be bullied by dogs. You, of all people, dare to speak to me like that. Ah, so it seems you've forgotten the rules after all this time. Ahu, the Snow Fox responded earnestly. It is now unclear who the true leader is it not? Leader? Ha! You've fallen to such depths. Yet you still try to play the part of the leader with me? Spare me your disdainful face. The malevolent Tiger King's eyes ignited with a fierce, murderous intent, a flash of crimson light darting past, as he addressed the Snow Fox. Today, I shall reveal to you whether you are worthy of leading us, and demonstrate the chasm that lies between us. No sooner had he spoken than he spread his arms wide, gathering a colossal sphere of energy in front of his chest. With a violent surge, the energy erupted, transforming the Tiger King into his battle form, his hands morphing into razor-sharp claws, glaring intently at the Snow Fox. The surrounding members of the evil clan, too, dared not approach, fearful of becoming collateral damage from the Tiger King's wrath. However, the Snow Fox remained unfazed by the spectacle before him. Having witnessed the Tiger King's antics far too often to be impressed, there was nothing novel about his display. "Oh, TSK, Snow Fox remarked dismissively to the transformed Tiger King, still as foolish as ever, relying solely on brute force to resolve everything. "I see. Enough of your nonsense. I intend to make you realize that you, Snow Fox, are unworthy of leading the remaining evil clan." "The remaining evil clan? Is that so? Do you truly believe you, a petty usurper, are deserving?" Snow Fox retorted, turning to Ro Yang. "Show him what he lacks. Let him understand the disparity between us after all these years." "Understood," Ro Yang replied, stepping forward and locking eyes with the Tiger King, sensing the intense malice emanating from him. You, an ordinary mortal, are hardly worth my effort." The Tiger King scoffed. Clearly, he had yet to grasp the true difference, for Ro Yang had already ascended to the nominal status of the evil clan's demon dragon. The onlookers from the evil clan erupted into laughter, followed by a chorus of derision. What was Snow Fox thinking, associating with humans? He truly seems to be fighting a losing battle. How could mere mortals hope to defeat us evil beings? Pathetic. Indeed, if it were me, I would have surrendered to survive. At that moment, Ro Yang unleashed the power of the demon dragon that coursed through him, stunning all those present. Even the previously boisterous Tiger King stood wide-eyed in shock, rendered speechless. "What? This is the demon dragon?" the Tiger King exclaimed. How can this be? The power of a demon dragon resides within a mere mortal? It seems Snow Fox was indeed correct. I, the Tiger King, cannot triumph over him. Before the Tiger King could fully comprehend the situation, Ro Yang, now embodying the demon dragon, swiftly lunged forward, extending his claws and seizing the Tiger King by the throat, forcefully bringing him to the ground. In the throes of anguish, the malevolent Tiger King pleaded desperately with the Snow Fox for mercy, imploring him to spare his life. However, the merciless Snow Fox, known for his ruthless demeanor, would not let such an opportunity slip away. Is that not the Tiger King? What a pitiable sight you have become under my influence," the Snow Fox taunted, relishing in the humiliation of the once formidable king. "Why waste words on such a scoundrel? Let me simply end his life." Upon finishing his statement, the demon dragon, Luo Yang, gradually exerted his strength, tightening his grip around the neck of the evil being, rendering him utterly motionless. Moments later, the Snow Fox addressed the demon dragon, saying, "All right, Luo Yang, cease your actions." Upon hearing the command from the Snow Fox, Luo Yang ultimately chose to relent, stepping back to position himself behind the Snow Fox and retracting the ominous aura and formidable power he had unleashed. At that moment, the Tiger King slowly staggered to his feet. "Tiger King, I shall dispense with unnecessary chatter. Furthermore, do not attempt to utter any frivolous words to me. I have no desire to listen. Now, I command you to lead me to your stronghold," the Snow Fox ordered with an air of finality. Yes, my Lord Snow Fox," the Tiger King responded, his previous arrogance dissipating into a palpable fear, his tone stripped of its former disdain and haughtiness. "Always remember your place. Do not entertain unrealistic thoughts before those who yet live." Chapter 1350. The grand scheme approaches completion at this juncture. The Tiger King guided the Snow Fox to the remaining stronghold of the evil clan, located in a secluded valley to the northeast of the White Dragon City. "We have arrived, my Lord Snow Fox," the Tiger King announced, as he surveyed the shadowy stone walls and felt the chilling aura that pervaded the area. The Snow Fox sensed something amiss. Surely, you are not the only ones here. I can feel an exceedingly powerful force surrounding us," the Snow Fox remarked, furrowing his brow as he questioned the Tiger King about the situation. The Tiger King gulped nervously before revealing the truth. "My Lord Snow Fox, deep within this valley lies the sealed domain of one of our formidable evil clan leaders." "What? A powerful leader of the evil clan resides here?" Upon receiving this revelation, the Snow Fox's eyes widened in shock, prompting him to urgently inquire of the Tiger King, "Who is it? Which esteemed leader is sealed here? Speak quickly." The Tiger King, taken aback by the Snow Fox's fervent reaction, turned pale and stammered, It is the evil celestial, Mo Wu." "Are you certain it is Lord Mo Wu?" The Snow Fox pressed for confirmation, his urgency palpable. "Indeed, it is him. I can still sense his aura," the Tiger King asserted with unwavering certainty. "And also, hurry, what else?" the Snow Fox demanded, pressing the Tiger King for more information. Moreover, the consciousness of Lord Evil Sky has awakened within the seal established in those bygone years. Upon hearing that the awareness of the demonic warrior has emerged, Xiwehu was taken aback, yet filled with exhilaration. This implies that if the seal left by the divine clan can be broken, Lord Evil Sky shall regain his freedom. At this moment, Xiaohu transitioned from anxiety to composure, as if he had discerned the method to dismantle the seal. Evidently, the absence of conflict with that hunter in White Dragon City was a divine boon for our clan. Xiaohu proclaimed loudly, his voice reverberating throughout the valley. My lord, do you possess knowledge of how to break the seal? He inquired. Indeed, the most crucial step lies within White Dragon City, Xiaohu responded to the Evil Tiger King. Upon hearing Xiaohu mention White Dragon City, the Evil Tiger King excitedly exclaimed, So it is, my lord. The son of the lord of White Dragon City, Nangang Yun, is in our grasp. What? You have captured the son of the White Dragon King? Xiaohu's expression shifted with alarm. If my lord states that White Dragon City is the key step, we can utilize Nangang Yun to compel his father to serve our purpose. Just as the Evil Tiger King reveled in his triumph, Xiaohu swiftly turned and struck him across the face. My lord, what is the meaning of this? Ah, you fool. Do you have any idea of Nangang Hua's true identity? Xiaohu's eyes widened in shock as he admonished the Evil Tiger King. He is a descendant of the 14 legendary hunters who annihilated the divine clan. Only they possess the power to break the seal. You imbecile. Truly a waste of potential, bringing ruin instead of success. Upon hearing Xiaohu's explanation, the Evil Tiger King realized the gravity of his blunder. After swallowing hard, he cautiously regarded Xiaohu and meekly stated, My lord, I understand my mistake, and I shall return his son to White Dragon City immediately. Now, are you truly unafraid of death? Xiaohu inhaled deeply, sighing alas. It would be foolish. If you deliver him now, he will undoubtedly slay you, considering it a service to rid the world of a pest. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yang suggested to Xiaohu, Why not allow me to attempt it? Previously, I presented myself before him in the form of a demon dragon. Thus he did not see my true visage. Understanding Luo Yang's intent, Xiaohu inquired, You mean to return his son and negotiate terms? Luo Yang nodded, affirming, Indeed. I believe that once Nangang Hua sees his son safely returned, he will acquiesce to any conditions we propose. This shall reveal the depth of a father's love for his child. In the land of Shulin, I initially believed you, Luo Yang, to be a man of integrity and honor. However, it has become evident that you are merely ordinary. The Snow Fox coldly remarked, in this regard, You are no different from us. Perhaps you were destined to become a part of my demon clan. At that moment, had I not possessed this power, I would undoubtedly have been unable to contend with Ning Feng and Long Fei, and I narrowly escaped death in the Imperial City. A true warrior must adapt to the prevailing circumstances. If the current situation demands retreat for survival, then one must withdraw to preserve oneself. In the future, I, Luo Yang, shall return with vengeance. For the snowy plains are mine, and the kingdom of Shulin belongs to me, Luo Yang. It is only I who can lead the kingdom of Shulin to greater heights. Meanwhile, within the sacred dragon empire, the celestial dragon emperor Xian Yu was engaged in a meditative practice, seeking to connect with the sacred soul weapon, the snow crystal blade, in hopes of harnessing the power of the wolf god among the 6 fallen deities. However, contrary to his expectations, no matter how he intensified his efforts, the snow crystal blade offered no response whatsoever. How could this be? Is it true that merely relying on force to command the divine lineage is futile? Must one truly inherit the bloodline of the gods? Xian Yu lamented. After a full day without any progress, impatience began to swell within him. Slowly, he rose from the ground, taking a deep breath to alleviate the fatigue that had accumulated throughout the day. To encounter the heir of the divine bloodline associated with this imperial artifact on the continent of Tian Nan is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. My lord, why don't we, the 5 emperors, venture to the northernmost kingdom and capture either Xia Kongjia or Xia Nanji for your use? Wouldn't that resolve your predicament? Suggested the heavenly emperor Ling Yan, voicing his thoughts to Xian Yu. Xian Yu shook his head and replied, No, absolutely not. If we proceed with such a plan, Ning Feng would mobilize an entire nation's military against us. Should others seize the opportunity, our sacred dragon empire could face annihilation within a single day. After a moment of silence, in a state of lingering contemplation, Xian Yu glanced back at the snow crystal blade before departing from the training area without uttering a word. Chapter 1351. The sound of rising wind upon returning to the northernmost kingdom, within the grand hall of the imperial city. Ning Feng found himself reflecting on the imposing demeanor of the White Dragon King, Nangang Hua, and the words he had spoken. The hunters of the gods number 14, while the heirs of the divine bloodline tally only 13. If one were to face a deity, what of the extra individual? Is there, perchance, a 14th god? Ning Feng pondered silently. Thunder god Qin Mu, wolf god Xia Nanji, dragon god Long Fei, and the chaos god for me. The identities of the remaining 9 deities have yet to be revealed. As Ning Feng delved deep into his thoughts, Morong Xiaoyu entered the hall and inquired, Ning Feng, what troubles you? Ever since your return, you have remained here in the grand hall. Ning Feng chuckled softly, saying, oh, it's nothing much. Merely contemplating the next developmental trend. Developmental trend? What a farce. Spare me. If you were to say you were considering how to launch an assault on the Holy Dragon Empire or the Imperial City, I might actually believe you. But contemplating the development of our own nation? You clearly lack the disposition for such matters, Morong Xiaoyu mocked him. If that were truly the case, then the sun must be rising in the west. Well then, you've come to see me. What is it about? Is there yet another disturbance among the prominent families within the realm? Ning Feng inquired. You are indeed quite astute. Nothing escapes your notice, she replied. Indeed. They are all vying for the title of the foremost family in the Northern Kingdom, causing a complete distraction from their duties. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng, the newly appointed sovereign, took a deep breath and said to Morong Xiaoyu, I have been preoccupied with warfare and military affairs, leaving me little time to manage the various matters within the country. How dare they disregard my Ning Feng? I have truly shown them too much leniency. Morong Xiaoyu, summon the heads of the prominent families at once. I wish to personally question them, Ning Feng stated in a somber tone. Oh, understood. Recognizing his rising ire, Morong Xiaoyu refrained from further comment. As noon approached, following the directives of Prince Ning Feng, Morong Xiaoyu brought the heads of the prominent families into the grand hall of the imperial palace. I say, Xiaoyu, the sovereign has summoned us, yet where is he? Wang Qingshan, the head of the Wang family from Yunlai City, questioned Morong Xiaoyu. Surely, you have not convened us under the sovereign's name without his authority? I possess no such power. This is indeed his own decision. His own decision? Spare us your pretense. How dare a mere girl in her 20s speak to us, the heads of illustrious families, as if she were our equal? Truly, you are courting danger. Du Lan, the head of the Du family from Lingnan City, jested, Xiaoyu. You carry such a heavy burden at such a young age. If you have no man by your side, it must be quite lonely for you. Oh, Du Lan, do not be foolish. I hear she is the favored companion of our new sovereign, Ning Feng. Offending her would be unwise, interjected Long Yuehua, the head of the Long family from Yuehai City, continuing the mockery of Morong Xiaoyu. Despite the repugnant words they uttered, Morong Xiaoyu remained unfazed. Esteemed heads of families. It appears your biases against me run deep, she remarked with a cold laugh, addressing the 3 elderly men before her, whose expressions were rather lewd. I had not anticipated your jealousy. Perhaps I should suggest to the sovereign that he indulge you as well. Initially, the intention was to humiliate Morong Xiaoyu. However, the trio was utterly unprepared for the remarkable composure and tranquility displayed by the young girl before them. What do you mean by that? Du Lan inquired, her voice tinged with unease. What do you mean? Do you 3 old lechers not comprehend? She retorted. What I mean is, the person you will face today is me. At that moment, the golden doors of the imperial hall slowly swung open, revealing Prince Ning Feng of the Northern Realm standing at the threshold. Accompanying him were Han Jiajin, the head of the Han family from Yujiang City, his son Han Yao, and Gu Qingyu, the head of the Gu family from Lingnan City. Most notably, the former sovereign, Xia Kongjia, was also present. Upon witnessing this, Wang Qingshan, Du Lan, and Long Yuehua were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock, their faces reflecting sheer terror. What were you 3 just doubting? Ning Feng inquired as he strode into the hall, directing his question towards the family heads, alluding to Morong Xiaoyu. Your Majesty, we were doubting that Morong Xiaoyu is wielding your authority to oppress us. Du Lan feigned innocence, her demeanor shifting dramatically as she implored, please, Your Majesty, intervene on our behalf. Ning Feng, you will ultimately have to side with us, for without us, the livelihood of this nation would be at stake. Even the past Lord Luoyang did not dare to suppress us excessively. I shall see what abilities you possess, Ning Feng. At that moment, Du Lan and her companions harbored no fear of Ning Feng, regarding him merely as the ruler of the so-called extreme North Kingdom. Yet, their calculations proved to be utterly erroneous. How could mere local family heads hope to prevail against a seasoned warrior like him? After hearing Du Lan's grievances, Prince Ning Feng remained expressionless, seated upon the throne, his icy gaze fixed upon Du Lan in the hall. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Du Lan discerned an innate regal aura emanating from him, a formidable presence that seemed capable of extinguishing life without a trace. Your Majesty, are you staring at me? Du Lan stammered nervously, addressing Ning Feng on the throne. No, I am observing the final visage of a person before death, Ning Feng replied. and his words struck fear into Du Lan, rendering her speechless as her body trembled uncontrollably. Murong Xiaoyu is someone I personally appointed to oversee your families. If you find my arrangement problematic, it is simple: resign. Chapter 1352. Ultimately, there is no escaping. Alternatively, you may continue down the path of self-destruction. But be aware that such a course will bring you perilously close to death, Ning Feng declared, addressing Du Lan and the other two family heads. No, I do not refer solely to you, Du Lan. I mean all of you heads of families. Listening to Ning Feng's ruthless words and observing his haughty demeanor, the three clan leaders were rendered speechless by fear. Have you all heard what I just said? Ning Feng inquired once more, questioning whether he needed to reiterate his message. Confronted with the North Realm King Ning Feng's austere demeanor, the three elderly men dared not act out, collectively echoing their understanding of his words. Moreover, the words of Murong Xiaoyu represent my sentiments. To defy her is to show disrespect towards me. As the sovereign's voice resonated with authority, Du Lan and the others were so terrified that they almost simultaneously knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, we acknowledge our mistakes. We will not dare again. Please spare us. Your Majesty, there will be no next time, absolutely none. A group of sycophants had the audacity to openly challenge Ning Feng, provoking his authority. Ning Feng cast a stern glance at the kneeling supplicants and warned them in a serious tone, next time, I hope you will take matters into your own hands. If it falls to me to intervene, it will not be so simple. At that moment, Xia Kongjia addressed Ning Feng. Your Majesty, may I inquire why you summoned us? Indeed, could it be that enemies are breaching our borders? Gu Qingyu, the head of the Gu family, asked excitedly. Ha, no. I called you here regarding the affairs of various families within our realm, Ning Feng replied in a calm tone. Domestic family affairs? Xia Kongjia and the others were still bewildered by the true intent behind Ning Feng's words. They exchanged glances before turning their attention back to their sovereign. Your Majesty, please speak plainly. Whatever we can assist with, we shall not hesitate. Han Jia's head, Han Jiang, declared earnestly. Ning Feng took a deep breath and addressed the three in the grand hall. I must first express my gratitude. Over the past few months, I have been at the front lines with the troops, and I have not paid much attention to the affairs at home. Furthermore, some are still challenging Murong Xiaoyu's authority, resulting in an unstable domestic situation. Now, I would like the three of you to help me stabilize the internal affairs, enhancing developments in politics, commerce, and military across various domains. Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, Gu Qingyu nonchalantly responded, Oh, I thought it was a matter of great difficulty. Such issues are nothing to worry about. Your Majesty, leave it to us, and you will soon see results. Indeed, our credibility aligns perfectly with the three areas you mentioned. Trust us with this task, Xia Kongjia assured Ning Feng. Very well, from this day forward, the affairs of families within the extreme North Kingdom will be overseen by your esteemed families, assisting Murong Xiaoyu in swiftly stabilizing our domestic situation. Yes, Your Majesty. As the others were departing, Ning Feng called out to Xia Kongjia. Your Majesty, what is it? Do you have further matters to discuss? After everyone had departed, Xia Kongjia inquired of Ning Feng within the grand hall. Ning Feng rose from his seat and approached Xia Kongjia, gently chuckling. Uncle Xia, there is no need for formality here. We are alone. Ha. How are things on the front lines? Everything running smoothly, I hope? Xia Kongjia responded. Ning Feng continued. What I wish to discuss is not this matter, but rather to seek your counsel regarding the Godslayers. What? Godslayers? Upon hearing the mention of the Godslayers, Xia Kongjia immediately furrowed his brow, falling into a contemplative silence. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. In the ancient war between gods and humans, the divine beings were ultimately vanquished by the Godslayers of the human race. I never imagined that after all these years, someone of such caliber could emerge among mortals in this realm. It seems I underestimated the situation. Listening to Xia Kongjia's restless sighs, Ning Feng, the king of the northern realm, sensed that these so-called Godslayers indeed possessed formidable abilities. It appeared that what the White Dragon King, Nangonghua, had said held some merit. Could it be that this outcome truly could not be altered? Uncle Xia, in fact, I am already aware of one Godslayer who has revealed his identity. He is the Lord of White Dragon City, Nangonghua. Ning Feng informed Xia Kongjia. Nangonghua? Humph. After years of dealings, I was oblivious to his true identity. Alas, this old fox has concealed himself well, Xia Kongjia remarked. So, you have visited White Dragon City. Did Nangonghua engage you in battle? He asked Ning Feng. Shaking his head, Ning Feng replied, from our conversation, I learned that each Godslayer is tasked with confronting a specific divine entity. He mentioned that his ultimate target is the sovereign of Tianhuang City, the war sovereign Long Fei. Long Fei? The heir of the most powerful fallen dragon god. I never anticipated he would be a target for long-phase godslayer, Xia Kongji mused. I have also heard that there are a total of 14 godslayers, but weren't there only 13 divine beings? Ning Feng queried. Uncle Xia, do you have any insights regarding this matter? Xia Kongji slowly closed his eyes once more, then opened them to address Ning Feng. Among the 14, 2 are assigned to deal with a single divine being, that being the chaotic god Gono, who possesses both light and dark powers. What? Ning Feng was taken aback by this revelation, never expecting such an answer. To confront me? He pondered, a hint of disbelief crossing his face before he chuckled coldly. It seems I am quite the delicacy, attracting so many top-tier individuals. This situation is beginning to grow intriguing. Do not underestimate them. These individuals are exceedingly ruthless in their methods, Xia Kongji cautioned. Xia Kongji cautioned Ning Feng, reminding him that the divine domain war had been instigated because the chaos god Gono had developed feelings for a woman, ultimately exposing a vulnerability in one of the mightiest deities, which his adversaries exploited. What you refer to is the Gono of yesteryears, yet I am not that Gono anymore. Ning Feng, Chapter 1353, Dare you lay hands on my people? Alas, Ning Feng, now that you are aware of this matter, you must exercise utmost caution henceforth. Xia Kongji advised. Moreover, I recommend that you dedicate more time to your own advancement. Your Heavenly Father's great sword is not yet complete, merely at the 6th tier. You must hasten to reach the 10th tier. I am well aware of this. I have already dispatched my 3 servants to various locales in search of items to facilitate my ascension, Ning Feng replied. Rest assured, your daughter is quite well in my care, so there is no need for concern. At that moment, Xia Kongji scrutinized Ning Feng, a slight smile gracing his lips as he inquired, what is this? Have I failed to have my precious daughter subdue you? Oh dear, at your age, how can you jest about such matters, even regarding your daughter? Ning Feng retorted, what do you mean? Our relationship is not as you suggest, and I have not acted upon her merely due to my status as a sovereign. Just then, Ning Feng suddenly sensed a troubling feeling, his eyes widening in alarm as he froze in place. Noticing Ning Feng's unusual demeanor, Xia Kongji asked, Ning Feng, what is the matter? After a moment, Ning Feng regained his composure and exclaimed, damn it, they dare to touch my people. He then strode into the grand hall, retrieving the weapon case from behind the main seat, swiftly drawing forth the holy soul blade, the Heavenly Father. With the great sword firmly in hand, the Northern King, Ning Feng, marched forward, his eyes blazing with fury. What is happening? Ning Feng. Xia Kongji continued to press for answers. As Ning Feng walked away, he called back without turning, someone has harmed my people. I must go rescue her. With that declaration, he leaped into the air, unleashing his divine technique, the blood seal, manifesting a pair of enormous white wings behind him. In that instant, both he and the artifact transformed into the 6th tier's silver snow form. Soaring high above, he sensed the bond with his servants, ultimately conveying a message of rescue to the 2 unharmed individuals. Feifei, Lianfu, hasten to keep pace with me. There is danger on Xinqiu's side. Upon receiving Ning Feng's directive, Feifei and Lianfu immediately abandoned their search for the malevolent items and turned to follow Ning Feng's trajectory. Crossing the snowy expanse and traversing the Wind City, Ning Feng arrived first at the Flying Dragon Gorge. What brings this girl here? I have heard that ancient dragons truly inhabit this place, he muttered to himself. However, as expected, Xinqiu had come here solely to obtain the malevolent artifact, the heart of the dragon. Little did she anticipate that upon entering, she would be besieged by more than one dragon. How infuriating. This situation is utterly untenable. These dragons are exceedingly vicious, Xinqiu muttered to herself. At this moment, she found herself engaged in combat with the dragon horde, feeling utterly exhausted and overwhelmed. Even in her battle form, it was exceedingly challenging to gain the upper hand against several ancient dragons that had survived for over a millennium. Just as a dragon from behind was about to devour her, the Northern King, Ning Feng, arrived, kicking the beast away with remarkable force. Master. Upon seeing her master before her, Xinqiu was taken aback, filled with both shock and exhilaration. The moment Ning Feng made his move, the 3 dragons that had been stalemated with Xinqiu were instantly repelled by the powerful shockwave of his sword energy. Xinqiu, are you all right? Ning Feng inquired as he approached her. What brings you to such a perilous place? Because the heart of the dragon is the most evident malevolent artifact. I was hoping to assist you in swiftly locating materials for your advancement, Xinqiu replied, her tone tinged with grievance. Who could have known there would be so many ancient dragons here, each possessing a formidable presence cultivated over millennia? Enough of that. Leave the rest to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Feng brandished the 6-sectioned Heavenly Father sword, dashing into the dragon horde with breathtaking speed, engaging in fierce combat. While Xinqiu watched the battle unfold, the remaining two divine attendants followed Ning Feng's aura, ultimately arriving at the dragon's gorge. Xinqiu, are you all right? Not injured, I hope? Fei Fei asked her. Xinqiu shook her head, reassuring him, I'm fine. It's Master who is amidst the dragons. Lianfu glanced at the ongoing battle and remarked, these are ancient dragons. You wish to obtain the heart of the dragon from them, don't you? You truly cannot be deceived, Lianfu. You seem to know everything. Indeed, the heart of the dragon is an exceptional material for artifact advancement, with no inherent risks, and it is indeed a malevolent artifact that has existed for 1,000 years. Meanwhile, Ning Feng, sensing the formidable nature of the dragon horde before him, found himself perplexed. Why does it feel as if these dragons are being manipulated by someone? He pondered. Could it be that someone is present here? In the midst of the battle, Ning Feng glanced at the canyon sides, but found no signs of life. Could it be that I am mistaken? At that moment, gazing at the dragons before him, Ning Feng tightened his grip on the Heavenly Father sword and unleashed his formidable technique, the overwhelming demonic power. As he swung the sword, streams of white light erupted from the blade, forming several white, conical blades around his body. As Ning Feng wielded the Heavenly Father's sword, the sharp blades surged toward the colossal dragons. In an instant, all the dragons were overwhelmed, emitting agonizing roars. Ultimately, Ning Feng leapt into the air, once again unleashing his deadly move, the frost of demonic destruction. Suddenly, a fierce arctic wind howled, and the Northern King, Ning Feng, gripped the Heavenly Father's sword tightly, striking at several ancient dragons. A powerful slash descended, causing multiple dragons to fall heavily injured. One, in particular, was cleaved open, with Ning Feng extracting its heart in a single stroke. Holding the sinister artifact, Ning Feng regarded the dragons before him with disdain, declaring, with your kind, you dare to harm my people? Such arrogance. He then turned his gaze to the sides of the canyon, where he noticed a figure swiftly evading, yet refrained from pursuing. Suspecting it was a trap set by the enemy, he returned to his 3 servants and urged, time is of the essence. Let us depart from here. Yes, Master. They replied in unison. Chapter 1354. Triple magical power. As Ning Feng led his 3 servants away from the dragon's gorge, a man above the canyon kept his eyes fixed on them. Things are becoming increasingly intriguing, he mused. Subsequently, the man employed a peculiar technique to eliminate all the ancient dragons, deeming them as worthless and unnecessary to spare. Once Ning Feng and his companions returned to the royal city of the extreme north, he escorted Xinqiu back to her chamber. Master, I'm fine, Xinqiu said, her voice tinged with excitement. Moreover, you are now a sovereign. How can you personally carry a mere servant to her room? It undermines your dignity. Enough. Your injuries are severe. You should rest properly. Furthermore, there are no rigid protocols between us. We shall interact as we see fit, Ning Feng replied, gently brushing aside the disheveled strands of hair from her forehead. He softly added, I merely hope that you 3 regard me as your protector. That is sufficient. As Xinqiu beheld the profound gaze of Ning Feng, her cheeks flushed crimson, lying on the bed, captivated by her master's handsome visage. Goodness, I never observed him closely before. How can Ning Feng be so strikingly handsome? Noticing Xinqiu's lingering gaze, Ning Feng's lips curved into a slight smile as he met her eyes, speaking gently. Do not dwell on my face. Focus on your recovery. Yes, Master, I will, Xinqiu replied, her cheeks reddening further. After their exchange, Ning Feng rose from the bedside and departed from Xinqiu's room. Upon closing the door, he turned to find Lianfu and Fei Fei awaiting him at the entrance. What brings you two here? He inquired. Master, we have been waiting for you, Lianfu responded. Indeed, Fei Fei affirmed with enthusiasm. Then it seems you have matters to discuss, Ning Feng remarked. Ning Feng inquired once more of his 2 servants. Pray tell, what is the matter? Fei Fei and Lianfu exchanged glances before Fei Fei replied. In truth, before our master called upon us, we had already separately gathered the materials required for the ascension of your divine artifact, the Heavenly Father. As she spoke, both Fei Fei and Lianfu produced the materials, the Thunderstone and the Sea-subduing Pearl, which were needed for the ascension of the royal grade artifact. Merely gazing upon these 2 malevolent items, Ning Feng felt the terrifying and formidable power they contained. Yet, he could not comprehend why Xianqiu's combat prowess should surpass that of Fei Fei, a true warrior at heart. Yet she was unable to vanquish those colossal dragons. Moreover, during his final departure, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow. Was it merely a figment of his imagination, or was there indeed someone there? Perhaps it was best not to dwell on uncertainties. Ning Feng stepped forward, approaching his 2 servants. and gently took the two malevolent objects representing thunder and the deep sea into his hands. At that moment, the Heavenly Father's sword strapped to his back began to tremble restlessly, as if it sensed a perfect resonance with the two items it was now in contact with. What is this? You two are feeling restless? Ning Feng mused, glancing down at the sword with a wry smile. It appears you have taken quite a liking to this gift. He then retrieved the dragon heart he had acquired in the Dragoness Gorge. Enveloped by the triad of sinister energies from the dragon heart, thunderstone, and sea-subduing pearl, dark flames erupted from the Heavenly Father's sword, igniting fervently. The sword surged forth, piercing the clouds above, while the three malevolent items ascended alongside it. Instantly, the sky above the imperial city transformed, filled with rolling lightning and crimson flames bursting forth from the clouds. The silhouette of a dragon flickered within the cloud cover, accompanied by the deep rumble of its roar. What is happening? Fei Fei inquired anxiously, gazing upwards at the unfolding spectacle. The Heavenly Father's sword resonated with the three sinister artifacts, awakening the latent power within them. Lian Fu, observing the sky, explained to Fei Fei, "It seems we can directly break through to the 9th stage of the Heavenly Father." Ning Feng, witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky, felt the overwhelming aura it emanated. His eyes widened as he urgently warned Fei Fei and Lian Fu, "Retreat. Move back at once. The triad of demonic power is about to descend." Upon hearing their master's command, the two servants swiftly retreated. Meanwhile, Ning Feng, the king of the Northern Realm, unleashed his divine technique, the blood seal, enveloped in the ethereal white of a six-segmented divine armor, and unfurled his magnificent, snow-white wings. Fixing his gaze upon the peculiar state of the clouds, he declared, "It is coming." A voice echoed as a multitude of ominous lightning bolts descended from the heavens, striking Ning Feng directly. Fei Fei and Lian Fu, witnessing this, were taken aback. Fei Fei urgently shouted toward the tempest, "Master! Master! Fear not, Fei Fei. The master endures. This is merely a trial on his path to advancement," Lian Fu reassured her calmly. At that moment, enveloped in the electric haze, Ning Feng valiantly resisted the backlash of demonic forces through the protection of his divine armor. Fortunately, this six-segmented divine armor fortifies me, otherwise I would surely succumb to the ferocity of these lightning strikes, he thought. Suddenly, a deluge resembling a vast blue sea descended from the sky, drenching the previous electrical assault. The interplay of these two formidable forces intensified the tempestuous lightning. Under the combined pressure of water and electricity, cracks began to form in the six-segmented divine armor, and the immense wings on his back were scorched by the lightning, contorted by the water's force. Ning Feng, the king of the Northern Realm, felt an overwhelming pressure as the intrusive lightning pierced his body, sending waves of numbness coursing through him. Half kneeling on the ground, he found himself unable to rise under the immense weight of the cascading water. Damn it! The divine armor is nearing its limit. If this continues, I shall truly be unable to endure. He glanced skyward, noticing the shadow of a massive black dragon swirling ominously above. As he feared, the colossal dragon, with great effort, unfurled its wings within the clouds and roared fiercely, launching itself toward Ning Feng below. Chapter 1355. The Radiant Black Night. The explosion unleashed a tremendous shockwave that radiated outward, engulfing the imperial city in an instant. What transpired? Wasn't he advancing? Why has there been an explosion? Lian Fu pondered, her concern deepening. Could it be that the Master's mortal form cannot withstand such overwhelming power? Just as she contemplated this, she sensed an extraordinarily potent force emerging from the swirling smoke before her. Is it the Master? At that moment, the sinister lightning flickered back into view, mingling with the thick vapor that permeated the air. What is this? The energy from the sea-subduing pearl and the thunderstone. How could it still be present? While Lian Fu and Fei Fei struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, they witnessed the lightning and mist converge rapidly into the white smoke. Following closely, the silhouette of the dragon emerged, flapping its wings and roaring mightily. The powerful dragon's roar struck the two divine beings with astonishment. They crossed their arms defiantly before them, striving to withstand the formidable aura emitted by the thrice-cursed demonic entity. What is happening? Fei Fei asked Lian Fu anxiously. Where is our master? Could it be that he has been, once again, subjected to backlash? No, that cannot be. He remained in the same spot as before, and I could sense the surge of his mystical energy and the divine power within him escalating. Lian Fu excitedly remarked to Fei Fei. Just as Lian Fu had indicated, at this moment, the northern king Ning Feng, shrouded in mist, had risen once more under the influence of the triple magical force. Another fierce impact ensued. But it was not driven by the triple magic. Rather, it was the formidable shockwave emanating from Ning Feng himself. The dense white fog dissipated under the force of the shockwave, revealing their master, the Northern King Ning Feng, to Fei Fei and Xinxiu. At this moment, Ning Feng's six-segmented divine armor lay in tatters, ravaged by the immense pressure of the previous triple magical force, leaving his upper body nearly bare, while only remnants of the divine armor clung to his lower half. Their master beheld Ning Feng's beautifully sculpted physique, instantly succumbing to infatuation. Wow, I never imagined his figure would be so magnificent. At this moment, Fei Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Honestly, how could one be so enamored at a time like this? Fei Fei, enough. We still don't know how our master is faring. What are you doing? Lian Fu exclaimed, slightly agitated. You, please contain that infatuated expression of yours. Fine, I understand, but truly, he is incredibly handsome, isn't he? Yes, yes, yes. Just then, Ning Feng slowly opened his eyes. The previously unusual dual-colored irises underwent another transformation. His left eye retained its chaotic hue, while his right eye blossomed into a kaleidoscope of 9 distinct colors. Surrounding his body was an aura of lightning and mist, and the scattered fragments of divine armor on the ground began to reassemble upon him under the influence of his power. The once broken, charred armor now emanated a strange radiance, as the 6-segmented divine armor continuously changed and pulsated. At that moment, a vortex formed in the sky, from which descended the sacred weapon, the Heavenly Father. However, under the forging of the triple magical force, this artifact had successfully ascended to a 9-segmented form, now named Feng Wang. In this Feng Wang form, the Heavenly Father's blade was no longer a ghastly white, but had transformed into a black gold hue, with intricate golden patterns clearly visible upon it. The divine armor, too, influenced by the Heavenly Father's great sword, advanced to a 9-segmented form, now clad in black armor, adorned with 9 gemstones on the right breast, each embodying the power of 9 distinct malevolent entities. The once pure white wings behind him spread wide, but under the influence of the abyssal flames, they were consumed, revealing a new pair of black wings. The divine armor, in its 9-segmented form, had become the Black Knight. Not only that, but Ning Feng's appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation as well. At this moment, his visage transitioned from that of a man in his 50s to a youthful countenance resembling that of someone in their 20s. After extracting the 9-section divine sword from the ground, the Northern King, Ning Feng, wielded it with a flourish, unleashing a powerful aura that instantly generated a shockwave spreading forth. Sensing the astonishing transformation within Ning Feng, another consciousness residing within him suddenly spoke. Ah, splendid. Without my assistance, you have already accomplished this on your own. However, do you have any idea how much I endured just now? I nearly perished before you. Enough with the complaints. This is an inevitable path for you to become a chaos god. The latent consciousness of the chaos god, Gono, remarked within Ning Feng's mind. Huh. Your ability to deceive is indeed impressive, Ning Feng retorted as he spotted Fei Fei and Lian Fu standing before him, shouldering the divine sword and making his way toward them. I bet you two have been worried sick, Ning Feng gently inquired. Master, it's a relief to see you unharmed. Now that you've reached the 9th level, we are just one step away. If we put forth a little more effort, we will surely realize your dream of ascension. Fei Fei exclaimed, clasping Ning Feng's hand excitedly. Then I shall take your words as an omen, Fei Fei, he replied. However, Lian Fu interjected, Master, I believe it is not yet the right time to acquire the next malevolent artifact. Her tone was noticeably serious. What? Is now not the moment to ascend to the 10th level of complete form? Just one level away. And you're here asking me for this. Ning Feng's voice grew agitated. Lian Fu, I do not understand. Why not seize the opportunity? Seeing Ning Feng in his 9th level form, Lian Fu wore a pained expression. Even though she knew the answer and the reasons behind it, she was reluctant to voice them. Yet, faced with Ning Feng's inquiries and his status as her master, she ultimately revealed, albeit unwillingly, it is because if you successfully ascend to the 10th level, the consciousness of the chaos god Gono that resides deep within you will completely vanish. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng's expression became blank, and he stood frozen in place. Chapter 1356, the conclusion of the 9th level. In that moment, Ning Feng felt at a loss. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, All right, I understand. Following this, he relinquished his Black Knight form and dissolved the 9th level brilliance of the divine sword. With sword in hand, he turned and walked away into the distance. Left behind, Fei Fei observed the despondent Lian Fu, who furrowed her brow, gazing at the retreating figure of Ning Feng. Lian Fu, are you all right? Fei Fei asked. I am fine. You should go check on Xinxiu, Lian Fu replied. Subsequently, Fei Fei and Lian Fu made their way to the room to assess Xinxiu's injuries. In the stillness of midnight, the northern king, Ning Feng, ascended to the pinnacle of the imperial city, where the cool breeze caressed his face. He gazed into the distance, surveying the vast expanse of the northern kingdom enveloped in the night's embrace, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Alas, it appears I am destined to be neither a carefree wanderer nor a recluse, unable to live out my days in tranquil solitude. As he mused, Ning Feng glanced down at his youthful, delicate skin, a faint smile breaking across his face. What is there to smile about? At that moment, he recognized the voice behind him belonged to Lian Fu. Ah, it's you. Why are you here at such a late hour instead of resting? Ning Feng inquired. Isn't it the same for you? Lian Fu replied. You are also awake, braving the cold winds alone. I cannot seem to find sleep. Perhaps due to advancing age and the weight of many concerns, which lead to an inability to comprehend certain matters, he admitted. Since you cannot understand, then do not dwell on it, Lian Fu suggested as she approached Ning Feng's side. Was it about what I mentioned before you departed during the day? Ning Feng remained silent, yet at times, silence speaks volumes. He inhaled deeply, a sardonic laugh escaping his lips. Indeed, I had hoped to attain the complete form of the 10th level sooner, to quell the disturbances in Tianfan continent. Yes, my ambition at this moment is to become the sovereign of Tianfan. Had you spoken of this matter to me 20 years ago, I would have dismissed it without a thought, and certainly would not have remained silent, for I was then solely focused on myself. However, times have changed. I no longer walk this path alone. With you by my side, I feel profoundly enriched. Thus, I found myself in a dilemma upon hearing your reasoning. Ning Feng spoke earnestly to Lian Fu in that moment. My sole thought was to seize the opportunity and send you and Fei Fei to seek out the final kind of malevolent entity. Curious, Lian Fu asked. But why did you not issue the command? Because I do not wish for anyone else to leave my side. I understand that Gono is merely an ethereal concept associated with the divine, yet his existence holds profound significance for you three divine servants. He embodies everything for you. Ning Feng articulated. Upon hearing these words, Lian Fu fell silent, realizing that her previous thoughts and expressions were unjust to her current master. In truth, it is not so. Fei Fei and Xinxiu already regard you as their sole master. Only I have failed to acknowledge this reality, she confessed, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. Ning Feng shook his head gently, a soft smile gracing his lips. No, absolutely not. In their hearts, they share the same deep affection for the previous master as you do. I can surmise that if I were to send you both out, you would undoubtedly return empty-handed. Even if you knew where to find the 10th malevolent entity, you would intentionally avoid such locations. As I gathered you all around me, I found myself questioning whether I possessed the ability to be responsible for you three, much like the divine being from the past who protected you. However, throughout this journey, it has been you who shielded me, weathering storms on my behalf and willingly sharing my burdens, which has led me to doubt my own capabilities once more. Upon hearing these words, Lian Fu countered Ning Feng, asserting, No. You have done exceptionally well as the new master. Perhaps I shall remain your master, correct? Indeed. That is so. Then, you shall heed my words, yes? Lian Fu fell silent for a few moments before responding, Yes. Indeed. As your servants, we shall certainly obey your commands. Consequently, the northern king Ning Feng addressed Lian Fu, stating, Very well, from this moment forth, you, Lian Fu, along with Fei Fei and Xinxiu, are forbidden from seeking the 10th malevolent artifact, the divine weapon, known as the Heavenly Father, up to this 9th tier. Initially, I believed Ning Feng would command them to continue the pursuit of the malevolent artifacts for the advancement of the divine weapon. Yet Lian Fu could hardly fathom that this man before her would issue such a directive. What? But you, there are no buts. You three need only obey the command. Listening to Ning Feng's somewhat somber tone, Lian Fu found herself unable to refuse his order. Yes, master, Lian Fu understands. Ultimately, Lian Fu acquiesced. Upon hearing her response, Ning Feng adjusted his collar and cuffs before turning to leave the highest point. At that moment, the wind grew increasingly harsh and biting. But the true chill that penetrated the heart stemmed from the recent command, perhaps mingled with a sense of nostalgia for the past. The following morning, Fei Fei and Xinxiu scoured the imperial city, unable to locate their master, Ning Feng, and subsequently made their way to Lian Fu's chamber. Lian Fu, have you seen the master? Fei Fei inquired. Is something amiss? Lian Fu countered, addressing both Fei Fei and Xinxiu. Not really. We were just eager to find the 10th malevolent artifact, as it would allow the power of the chaos god to resurface. Observing Fei Fei and Xinxiu's excitement, Lian Fu initially hesitated to divulge the truth, but ultimately revealed the entire backstory. including the irrevocable order Ning Feng had given them the previous day. After a brief pause, Xinxiu earnestly declared, Lianfu, if we speak of obsession, do you believe my attachment to Gono is any less than yours? I, Xinxiu, dare say my feelings for that scoundrel Gono run deeper than both of yours. Yet, it is all in vain. The past is the past. With that, Xinxiu exited, closing her eyes at the door, attempting to establish a connection with Ning Feng. After a moment of searching, she discovered Ning Feng alone, equipped with his weapons, traversing the snowy expanse. Chapter 1357. The arrival of a formidable foe. How strange. What could the master possibly be doing alone in the snowy realm? There exists a multitude of fierce beasts in that realm. Xinxiu pondered to himself. Subsequently, upon returning to the dwelling, he addressed the remaining two, expressing concern over their master venturing alone into the snowy expanse, uncertain of his intentions. Did he truly wander into the snowfields alone? Could it be that he intends to slay all the beasts of the region? Calm your tumultuous emotions, he reminded himself. Oh, but he has now mastered the ninth form. Might he be seeking the ultimate malevolent entity himself? Fei inquired of Xinxiu and Lianfu, pondering the implications. Lianfu shook her head, her tone resolute as she declared, No, Ning Feng is absolutely not that kind of person. He is a man of his word. Furthermore, the location of the last malevolent entity required for his advancement is known only to us. Hence, even if he wishes to seek it, he would be unable to find it. The three exchanged glances, readying themselves to venture forth in search of their master, Ning Feng. However, at that moment, they simultaneously sensed an extraordinary and potent force emerging from the snowfields. No, their master did not set out to slay the beasts. This presence is that of a hunter god, Fei exclaimed, her eyes widening with excitement. Just as she suggested, Ning Feng was indeed in the snowy expanse, tracking the trail of the hunter god. Humph, as expected of the northern sovereign of the extreme north, Ning Feng, to perceive my presence. I have suppressed my aura to a minimal degree, remarked the hunter god, Abo. Ning Feng scrutinized the man before him, armed with firearms, and after a moment of silence, spoke, Ha ha ha, I have little interest in your flattery. Tell me, what brings you to my domain in the extreme north? Abo hastily clarified, Oh. Do not misunderstand. You are not my target, nor would I be foolish enough to engage the strongest deity. Abo, an amusing name. Though I am curious about your true strength, Ning Feng responded. Since you have appeared before me, who then is your target? Ning Feng inquired. Previously, in White Dragon City, he had heard from the White Dragon King, Nangonghua, that those opposing the thunder god Hello wielded the Thunderblade. It seemed clear that Abo's target was certainly not Qin Mu. Thus, there could only be one conclusion. His target must be the current bearer of the wolf goddess power. Tian Nan, my target, my prey, is that wolf, the former ruler of this land, Xia Kongjia, Abo stated coldly, his gaze fixed on the northern sovereign, Ning Feng. It appeared he was unaware that Xia Nanji was the current inheritor of the wolf goddess power. After contemplating for a moment, Ning Feng questioned Abo, even so, do you truly believe I would allow you to pass? Naturally not. I would be a fool to engage you in battle, should you inadvertently slay me. The wolf god would find himself facing formidable challenges. In that case, I shall take my leave, as it seems there will be no spectacle to witness, Abo said, spreading his hands before turning to depart. A spectacle? What do you mean by that? Hey, clarify your earlier statement. Regardless of how fervently Ning Feng shouted and questioned, Abo remained resolute, neither turning back nor addressing Ning Feng's inquiries. Suddenly, a thought struck Ning Feng. This was a diversion. Trouble loomed. It was Qin Mu. Upon realizing this, Ning Feng swiftly pivoted toward the front lines of the army. How foolish of me to be outmaneuvered by such a person. Consequently, the northern king Ning Feng hastened toward the direction of the troops. Along the way, he unexpectedly encountered 3 servants of the divine race. Is it you 3? What brings you out here? Ning Feng inquired of the trio before him. Master, we too sensed the presence of the hunter, fearing it was aimed at you. So we followed, Fei explained. Targeting me? I doubt they would dare, Ning Feng replied, then asked, I am unharmed. What about you? Did you encounter any suspicious individuals along the way, or notice anything unusual with the army? The 3 exchanged glances before shaking their heads. Master, please rest assured. All is well with the army, no disturbances whatsoever, Xinxiu assured Ning Feng. Could it be that I am overthinking? Upon hearing Xinxiu's words, Ning Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, scrutinizing the 3 before him, and then coldly inquired, Where did you come from? Why does the master ask such a question? We came from, laugh. What is there to find amusing? Xinxiu questioned Ning Feng. Master, may I ask what is troubling you at this moment? At that instant, Ning Feng ceased his laughter, fixing a frigid gaze upon Xinxiu, and spoke in a low tone. Xinxiu, she would never address me with such deference as you do. Your illusion is quite convincing. Had Xinxiu not spoken in that manner, I might have been fooled. Oh dear, how dull. I expected to toy with you a bit longer. As he spoke, the illusions surrounding Ning Feng began to dissipate, and the images of the three servants gradually warped and twisted until they vanished altogether. Soon after, a woman clad in a black fur coat materialized before Ning Feng. And you are? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Shu, one of the hunters, and my quarry is none other than you. The heir of the chaos god Gono, Ning Feng, Lin Shu declared to Ning Feng. Upon realizing that a hunter had come for him, Ning Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he slightly furrowed his brow, maintaining a calm demeanor as he remarked, another woman. I, Ning Feng, do not easily strike or slay women. Then, does the Northern King imply that I can be toyed with at your whim? Lin Shu responded softly, you are truly a good man. Oomph, you are mistaken, no? You are underestimating me. When I say I will not kill you, I mean I will let you go, not in the manner you presume. Ning Feng replied coolly to Lin Shu. At present, the Northern King Ning Feng does not possess the complete form of the 10 stages, and a flicker of unease stirs within him. He remains uncertain of the true extent of the woman's abilities before him, which gives rise to his hesitation, rendering him reluctant to engage. You claim you wish to let me go? Ha! Ning Feng, do you comprehend the purpose of us god hunters? Lin Shu inquired of Ning Feng. Indeed, I am aware. It is to slay the 13 heirs of the deities, Ning Feng replied. However, even so, I would not hastily strike at you. You must have heard of my strength and techniques, haven't you? Ha! The mysterious realm of the extreme north has emerged in the northern snowfield, accompanied by an enigmatic sovereign. Who doesn't know of it now? Chapter 1358. You are no longer at 6 stages. Since you dare to provoke me without knowing my true capabilities, you are indeed fearless. Ning Feng remarked with a tone of disdain. It seems you have summoned reinforcements, Lin Shu said as she glanced behind Ning Feng, surprised to see that even his 3 former servants had returned. At that moment, the true Lian Fu, Fei Fei, and Xian Xiu arrived. Master, who is she? Xian Xiu inquired of Ning Feng. She is one of the god hunters pursuing my life, Ning Feng responded. Upon learning that she was a god hunter, the trio instantly heightened their vigilance, brimming with combat spirit, particularly Xian Xiu, who appeared to harbor an intense animosity towards Lin Shu, her formidable aura palpable to Ning Feng. Suddenly, Ning Feng recalled that a battle might have already commenced within the battalion. He addressed the 3 before him, Lian Fu, Fei Fei, Xian Xiu. You must hasten to support Qin Mu at the battalion. This matter I shall handle. What? Support Qin Mu? This woman is specifically hunting you. Without us, you cannot withstand her. Xian Xiu exclaimed in agitation. Are you out of your mind? Absolutely not. Ning Feng turned to the fervently protesting Xian Xiu, his voice stern as he reprimanded. Xian Xiu, what is the meaning of this? Do you disregard my orders? Hearing her master's impassioned call, Xian Xiu felt both wronged and furious. Yes, master, she ultimately conceded, albeit reluctantly. As the 3 departed, Ning Feng felt a measure of tranquility settle within him. For now, his utmost endeavor was to protect them as best as he could. The Northern King Ning Feng truly possesses great dignity, refusing assistance from his subordinates. Quite commendable. It is said that your demeanor resembles that of the ancient deity Gono, a voice remarked. The deities of old? I have no desire to reminisce about Gono. It bears no significance. To dwell on the past and fixate on bygone errors would render me no different than my predecessors. Regrettably, you are mistaken. I detest revisiting old grievances, Ning Feng stated. Is that so? If what you claim is indeed true, I must discard all the intelligence I previously gathered on you and start anew. Ning Feng smirked coldly and addressed Lin Shu, stating, I reiterate, I do not engage in combat with women casually. You should leave. I advise you not to perceive me as an ordinary woman. Otherwise, you shall truly regret it. After speaking, Lin Shu drew a short blade from her waist, named Nightfall. Prepare to meet your demise, Ning Feng. As her words fell, the huntress Lin Shu swiftly wielded the short blade Nightfall, launching an aggressive assault on Ning Feng. In contrast, Ning Feng refrained from retaliating against Lin Shu, who relentlessly pressed her attack. His arrogant and austere gaze perpetually conveyed his disdain. Lin Shu, observing the Northern King's evasion, felt a growing sense of helplessness. The intelligence provided by the Huntress organization indicated that Ning Feng's artifact and martial arts were merely at the 6th tier, yet he appeared to possess far greater prowess. With a sudden surge of realization, Lin Shu questioned, You are no longer at the 6th tier, are you? Does it truly matter? Were you not here to hunt me? Do you believe you still possess the capability to do so? Do you not feel that your previous declarations were utterly futile? Ning Feng replied with a calm demeanor, laced with mockery. Although Lin Shu was infuriated by his taunts, even with her grip on the artifact Nightfall, it seemed ineffective against the Northern King. Observing Lin Shu's unyielding determination, Ning Feng exhaled deeply, a hint of exasperation crossing his features. He then drew the royal-grade artifact, the sacred soul blade, Wu Tian Father, from the weapon sheath on his back, simultaneously unleashing his divine technique, the blood contract seal. Since you remain undeterred, allow me to reveal what you are truly up against, Ning Feng said earnestly. Upon finishing his words, Ning Feng transformed into the newly ascended 9th-tier form, Radiant Edge. His black and gold armor erupted with an intense aura, and the Heavenly Father sword in his grasp instantly evolved into the 9th-tier Radiant Heavenly Father. Lin Shu's eyes widened in astonishment as she felt the overwhelming pressure of the strongest deity. Is this the complete form of the 10th tier? She asked Ning Feng with a mix of confusion and unease. 10th tier? Have you ever witnessed the Heavenly Father at the 10th tier? As a descendant of the former huntress, Lin Shu had indeed never seen the Heavenly Father's 10th tier form. Whether I have seen it or not, this is certainly not the 10th tier, Lin Shu asserted to Ning Feng. Such confidence. It seems you are not an ordinary opponent after all. At that moment, I truly did not anticipate that one of the two individuals hunting me would be a woman, Ning Feng remarked to Lin Shu. A woman? Isn't that fortuitous? During the legendary battle between gods and humans, one of the hunters pursuing the chaotic deity Gono was indeed a woman, and Gono harbored profound affections for her. Lin Shu scrutinized the Northern King Ning Feng before stating, well, it appears I am no match for you today. Indeed, at present, I stand no chance of defeating you on my own. Before departing, I have a question to pose to you. You wish to inquire something from me? Ordinarily, I would not grant you this opportunity, but given your intention to release me, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. Go ahead, ask your question. Have all 14 of your god hunters assembled, fully aware of each other's identities? Ning Feng inquired with a grave seriousness, adding, moreover, your actions exhibit remarkable organization. Who is your leader? It would be prudent to disclose the location of your base as well. Huh, you, the Northern King Ning Feng, are indeed not one to undertake unprofitable ventures, asking for quite a lot. Your inquiries are rather numerous, yet out of kindness, I shall answer one. Let me ponder for a moment. After a brief contemplation, Lin Shu suddenly chuckled, locking eyes with Ning Feng, and stated, ahem, as you surmised, we have indeed gathered. As for the other questions, we shall discuss them at our next meeting. Chapter 1359. Fierce thunder and lightning I have noted today as inquiries. But your questioning implies that you, the Northern King Ning Feng, the strongest heir to the divine lineage, have likely not yet gathered all the divine clans. Lin Shu deduced leisurely, accurately gauging Ning Feng's current predicament. Humph, you little girl, do not speak nonsense. I have not, Ning Feng retorted defiantly. Really? How can it be that you exhibited such uncertainty and a hint of distress while posing your questions? With that, Lin Shu turned and departed the snowy plains, walking into the distance, leaving Ning Feng standing alone in the howling winds of the snowy domain. It seems the situation has escalated gravely. Now, it is not merely the threat from the myriad forces of the heavenly mortal continent that must be repelled, but also the pressure exerted by the 14 god hunters. Ning Feng inhaled deeply before pivoting towards the direction of the troop. At this moment, on the troop's front, Qin Mu had been felled to the ground by the brawny figure of Lei Bing, wielding a thunder-splitting blade. Severely injured, Qin Mu found himself devoid of any connection with the thunder god. Hello, where are you? Hurry and emerge. If you do not show up soon, I may very well be slain by this brute. What are you mumbling about? Regardless, you cannot escape my grasp, Lei Bing proclaimed, advancing towards the gravely wounded Qin Mu with the thunder-splitting blade in hand. As he faced this sudden and ferocious assault, Qin Mu found himself utterly defenseless. Just as he began to slowly close his eyes, he prepared himself for the best, yet worst outcomes. However, fortune smiled upon him in the end. Just as the thunderblade was poised to descend upon his head, Xinqiu intervened, deftly wielding her divine sword, Featherfall, to successfully intercept the full force of the lightning strike. What? At this moment, Qin Mu gradually opened his eyes, and the scene before him left him utterly astonished. All 3 servants of the Northern King, Ning Feng, stood before him. Overcome with excitement, Qin Mu exclaimed, You all, how did you come here? Fool, we are here to rescue you by the command of our master. Ning Feng, Fei responded. So it was Brother Feng. Where is Brother Feng? Qin Mu inquired. Our master is currently engaged in battle with another hunter on the snowy plains. Xinqiu replied. What hunter? Is this a new enemy? Qin Mu pondered, gazing at the muscular, blade-wielding figure of the Thunder Warrior, silently questioning what manner of hunter he was. With great effort, Qin Mu gradually rose from the ground, unsteadily advancing towards the three divine servants, and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you immensely for saving my life. At that moment, Lian Fu summoned her divine artifact, the Azure Dust Staff, and unleashed her healing technique, the universal art, to mend his wounds. Meanwhile, the Thunder Warrior, observing the sudden arrival of the three women, could not help but sense their formidable aura. Oh, divine beings, I never expected to encounter 6 of you here, he remarked, a seductive smile creeping across his face. The sight sent shivers down the spines of Xinxiu and her companions, who felt a wave of revulsion. Hey, I suggest you stop smiling. We really can't handle it. Your smile is utterly repulsive. Xinxiu bluntly retorted to the muscular, bald man before her. Enough with the nonsense. Who are you? State your names. My Thunderblade does not slay nameless foes. The Thunder Warrior demanded of the trio. The Thunderblade? Isn't that the artifact designed specifically to combat the Thunder God, Helios? It seems we've encountered a formidable opponent, Lian Fu stated, addressing the Thunder Warrior. I advise you to leave swiftly, otherwise it will be 4 of us against you. How do you think your chances compare to the previous one-on-one? Upon hearing Lian Fu's words, the Thunder Warrior recognized the validity of her reasoning. However, with the air of the Thunder God Helios standing before him, he was unwilling to relinquish his quarry so easily. Humph, it is hardly fitting for 3 women to warn me, he bellowed in anger. I suggest you depart quickly, otherwise, should a confrontation arise, I would hate to see innocents harmed. My only prey has always been the heir of the Thunder God. After listening to Lei Bing's words, Fei Fei summoned her divine sword, Tian Huang. Observing that the 3 women showed no intention of retreating, Lei Bing's fury erupted at that moment. How dare I be mocked by 3 women? Suddenly, thousands of deep blue lightning bolts erupted from the thunder of descent, enveloping the blade of his large sword. Humph. Since you wish for death, I shall grant it. Just as he finished speaking, the bald Lei Bing charged forward at an astonishing speed towards the 3. Naturally, the combative Xinxiu would not sit idly by. She transformed into her battle form and launched herself forward with incredible speed. At that moment, the clash of blade and sword ignited a fierce collision, causing lightning to explode in all directions, shocking the surrounding troops. Not bad at all. You can hold your ground against someone from the divine race for so many rounds, Xinxiu scoffed. Then, addressing Lei Bing, she added, There's even more that will surprise you. After Lei Bing spoke, a more formidable surge of lightning erupted from his body. He then hurled the thunder of descent towards Xinxiu with great force, the blade spinning rapidly while emanating powerful arcs of lightning. Faced with this, Xinxiu merely smiled, using her feathered weapon to block the spinning sword. Just when she thought it was over, the lightning-wielding bald giant suddenly appeared before her. Lei Bing swung his fist, imbued with immense lightning power, aiming a heavy blow at Xinxiu's face. However, at that moment, Xinxiu found herself unable to evade. Crisis. Just then, Ning Feng rushed in, standing beside Xinxiu and pushing her away, using his weapon, the 9-section Feng Huang Tian Fu, to block the rapidly spinning thunder of descent. Simultaneously, with his left hand, he grasped the electrified iron fist. Humph, you dare lay a hand on someone under my protection? You must not know what death means. Chapter 1360. This time, you must listen to me. The Northern King, Ning Feng, seized the bald man's left hand. The hunter Lei Bing exclaimed, You are? I am the Northern King Ning Feng, the heir to the bloodline of the chaotic god Gono. Ning Feng coldly responded to Lei Bing, stating, No need for further words. You must be the hunter who slays the thunder god Hello. After saying this, Ning Feng released Lei Bing's hand. Lei Bing remarked, So you are the Northern King of the extreme north, Ning Feng. I have long admired your reputation. It is indeed a pleasure to meet such a remarkable figure today. Oh, by the way, your companions have already left. You are the only one remaining. Ning Feng said to Lei Bing, So, are you prepared to fight to the death? What? They've all left. Upon hearing this news, Lei Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. Has this not placed me in a dire situation? If dealing with a single Qin Mu were manageable, now, however, I stand before 4 divine beings. How could this be? Lei Bing inquired of Ning Feng. Do you intend to let me go? Indeed, I do wish to release you. Are you surprised? Ning Feng responded, Isn't it quite astonishing? Upon hearing the words of the Northern Kingdom's king, Ning Feng, Lei Bing swallowed hard, mustering a facade of calmness as he replied, Truly. You are the king of the Northern Kingdom, Ning Feng. Ha ha ha. I am neither shocked nor surprised, for I anticipated this outcome. What did you say? You foresaw this conclusion? How amusing. Nevertheless, I shall indulge you. You are quite perceptive to have guessed that I would let you go, Ning Feng remarked with a smile. Soon after, Lei Bing turned and departed from the forefront of the extreme North Nation, leaving the regiment behind. Master, why do you choose to let him go? Xian Shou asked Ning Feng, perplexed. If we were to act against him, injuring or killing him, the remaining 13 deities might retaliate with fervor, possibly resorting to extreme measures against Qin Mu. Their unwavering belief is that no deity shall exist without a nemesis. We will encounter them again in the future. However, we must first locate the other divine beings. It would be ideal to win them over to our side, enhancing our odds against the god hunters. Ning Feng explained to the group, but we have no knowledge of their identities, lacking any concrete identification. All we know are you, Xian Nanji, myself, and Long Fei, the lord of Tianwang City. The other 9 are like searching for a needle in a haystack. The Northern Kingdom's king, Ning Feng, who is usually invincible in battle, faced difficulties in his quest for allies. This cannot be resolved in an instant. Let us return to the royal city, Ning Feng instructed Qin Mu. Qin Mu, have you managed the affairs of the regiment? Qin Mu nodded and replied, rest assured, my lord, all is well with the regiment. Upon returning to the royal city, Ning Feng remained preoccupied with the events of the day. In his chamber, his thoughts lingered on the woman who claimed to be his god hunter, Lin Shu. Such beauty. It is truly a pity. Why must she seek her own demise? Ning Feng sighed helplessly. Just then, Morong Xiaoyu knocked on the door. Ah, it is you. It seems my visit has only deepened your gloom, Morong Xiaoyu teased playfully. What brings you here at such a late hour? Of course. What else would prompt me to seek you? Speak, she urged. Observing Ning Feng's serious expression, she chuckled softly. You appear troubled by the whereabouts of the divine beings. Huh, how did you know? Ning Feng was taken aback by Morong Xiaoyu's words, before turning to her and asking. So you are aware of the identities of the other divine beings? Morong Xiaoyu smiled gently, and then nodded, addressing the northern king Ning Feng. Let me make it clear beforehand. I do not possess complete knowledge about the identities of those 9 individuals. Knowing even one identity is immensely helpful, Ning Feng urged. Do tell, who is it? Taking a deep breath, Morong Xiaoyu replied with a steady tone. He is the leader of the outlaw territory city of tribulation, named Li Tianhu. The outlaw territory? Ever since I arrived in this Tianfan continent, I have yet to visit it, Ning Feng remarked. Is that all? He inquired. Of course not. There is another, she responded. Pray tell, who is the other person? Ning Feng asked eagerly. The other individual is the monarch of the Fenghuang Empire, the celestial martial emperor. Upon hearing these names, Ning Feng's brow furrowed instantly. Neither of them are easy adversaries. Currently, due to the previous turmoil between the Heavenly Emperor City and the Sacred Dragon Empire, trust between nations and cities has disintegrated, Ning Feng stated. It appears that both of these figures will be challenging to deal with. In truth, considering Morong Xiaoyu's true identity, heading to the City of Tribulation now might be the most prudent course of action. I have a plan, but this time you must heed my words. Morong Xiaoyu declared to Ning Feng. What? Listen to you? You have a plan? Ning Feng questioned. Indeed. By the way, during our last encounter in Fengdu City, I sensed that your identity was rather extraordinary. Could you share with me your other identity? Morong Xiaoyu was taken aback by Ning Feng's inquiry. Really? I never expected you to remember that incident. Well, Oh, it is not the right time for you to know. Just promise me to follow my lead, and I shall reveal it to you. Morong Xiaoyu vowed earnestly. Is that so? I, Ning Feng, am a ruler in my own right. If you dare to deceive me, it may not end well, Ning Feng said as he approached Morong Xiaoyu, closing the distance between them. How could Morong Xiaoyu withstand such a situation? Being gazed upon so closely by the man she cherished? Her cheeks flushed instantly. Ning Feng, what are you doing? I merely caution you not to toy with me. He replied. I would never, she exclaimed, albeit flustered. It is just that now is not the opportune moment to divulge. Ning Feng scrutinized her once more, then smirked and said, very well, I shall heed Lady Morong's counsel this time. Chapter 1361. Not killing her is a sign of disinterest, such a swift agreement. Morong Xiaoyu was taken aback, never anticipating Ning Feng would acquiesce so readily. Ning Feng nodded and said, yes, I will follow your lead. Now, enlighten me on our next destination, the Fenghuang Empire or the City of Tribulation. Need you even ask? Of course, it is my territory. I decisively choose the City of Tribulation. Morong Xiaoyu took a deep breath and promptly addressed Ning Feng. Of course, we shall first head to the City of Heavenly Tribulations. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she hurriedly exclaimed, wait a moment. This time, let us not bring anyone else. It should just be the two of us. We must avoid any misunderstandings that could lead to conflict later on. After pondering her words for a moment, Ning Feng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in her suggestion. Indeed, he replied, the city of heavenly tribulations is populated with combative individuals, and given that the northernmost kingdom has only recently been established, its foundations remain shaky. If the monarch were to personally deploy troops, other factions might seize the opportunity to strike, and that would spell trouble for us. In truth, Morong Xiaoyu's thoughts were not solely focused on this concern, but since Ning Feng had articulated it, she felt inclined to acquiesce to his perspective. Yes, exactly. She concurred, adding, it seems you possess a strategic foresight befitting a monarch, quite commendable. At her compliment, Ning Feng cast a weary glance her way and retorted, I shall take that as praise. We will set off early tomorrow morning, aboard the warplane, he announced. Tomorrow morning? Is it that urgent? Morong Xiaoyu inquired, surprised. Why else? Who can predict the next target of the Godslayer? They might still be oblivious to the situation. Furthermore, our discreet departure is to avoid alarming the Godslayer. Otherwise, if they retaliate, Qin Mu and Xia Nanji would surely be unable to withstand it. After hearing Ning Feng's reasoning, Morong Xiaoyu refrained from further questioning. Realizing there was no room for refusal, since you insist, it shall be so. At the break of dawn the following day, the northern king, Ning Feng, donned a complete ensemble of black attire, the long coat draping elegantly over him as he slung his weapon across his back. His black combat boots resonated with a crisp, steady sound against the ground. Approaching the warplane, he opened the hatch and stepped inside, only to find Morong Xiaoyu seated quietly within, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Why are you here so early? Ning Feng asked. What? Should I return and catch a bit more sleep? I could come back later, she teased. Haha, you should just stay put and not wander off, he replied before turning to close the hatch and taking his place in the pilot's seat. Once all preparations were complete, Morong Xiaoyu joined him in the co-pilot's seat. They exchanged glances, and with a smile, Morong Xiaoyu encouraged, just focus on flying the plane. There will be plenty of opportunities to see me later. Alas, you, a young lady, spending your days on the edge of a knife with me. Do you not fear the day you might truly harm yourself? He remarked. Buckle up. As the plane gradually ascended, they departed the northernmost kingdom, setting their course towards the city of heavenly tribulations. In the aircraft, Morong Xiaoyu recalled a matter and inquired of Ning Feng. Ning Feng, was that hunter who sought to kill you yesterday a woman? Indeed, she was a woman, and quite beautiful, I must say, Ning Feng replied, piloting the aircraft. Is there something on your mind? He asked. Not particularly. It's just that Xinxiu was quite upset about this incident afterward. She doesn't understand why you didn't eliminate that woman directly, considering she intended to take your life, Morong Xiaoyu cautiously remarked. It seems it's not just her who is curious. You, Morong Xiaoyu, must also be pondering this, he added. After a moment of silence, Morong Xiaoyu assumed Ning Feng would remain reticent, but to her surprise, he said, I understand the thoughts of you women. What? What are you talking about? Morong Xiaoyu was taken aback by his sudden statement, momentarily at a loss for words. As for why I did not kill that woman, it is simply because I have no interest in slaying a woman, he explained. Is that truly your reasoning? Have you never killed a woman on the battlefield before? Morong Xiaoyu countered, but what Xinxiu and the others said sharply contrasts with your perspective. Ning Feng, do you know why Xinxiu was so angry? How could I possibly know her thoughts? He replied, no, I am unaware. It's because, before the great war between humans and deities, the chaos god, Gono, fell in love with a human woman, who was one of the hunters sent to slay him. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng, the king of the northern realm, felt no particular emotion nor surprise. I see. However, events from the past may not necessarily repeat in the future. Every individual is different. Besides, you five are driving me to distraction. Why should I invite further turmoil into my life? Hey, who is your source of annoyance? It is undoubtedly you who attracts chaos. Or rather, you are treading the path that invites it. All right, I have grasped the ins and outs of this matter. Once we return, I will clarify everything with them. Ning Feng stated, turning to Morong Xiaoyu. Miss Morong, will you not reveal to me what your other identity is? But we are about to arrive at the city of tribulations. Why the haste? Once we arrive, you shall naturally find out. Morong Xiaoyu replied, slightly furrowing her brow. Impatiently addressing Ning Feng. As Ning Feng piloted the aircraft closer to the city of tribulations, he furrowed his brow, gazing at the cityscape. What is this? The city of tribulations resembles a reconstruction zone post-war. Regarding Ning Feng's inquiry, Morong Xiaoyu responded with remarkable composure, stating that it was quite normal. For the city of heavenly tribulation was indeed a lawless place, teeming with all kinds of individuals, bandits, thieves, courtesans, and more. It was a veritable melting pot of society. including destitute generals from various nations, embodying both light and darkness. Upon hearing Murong Xiaoyu's words, a faint smirk crossed Ning Feng's lips, followed by a cold chuckle as he remarked, "Interesting, indeed." Interesting? I never expected a person of your integrity to show such curiosity about this place," he mused. The warplane from the extreme north safely descended onto an open space within the city. However, as the hatch opened, Ning Feng's vigilance was instantly heightened by the scene before him. Surrounding the aircraft were numerous individuals bearing menacing expressions, their fierce gazes fixated intently on Murong Xiaoyu and Ning Feng. "Who are they?" Ning Feng inquired of Murong Xiaoyu after disembarking. "They seem to harbor considerable hostility toward us, almost as if they wish to devour us. Pay them no mind. If you ignore them, they will not dare to approach you. These people thrive on intimidation. You are a sovereign, after all. Just exude your regal aura, and all will be well," Murong Xiaoyu advised him. With that, Ning Feng followed Murong Xiaoyu toward the so-called headquarters of the City of Heavenly Tribulation. Upon arrival, the dilapidated structure before them could only be described as filthy and chaotic. "Here we are, the headquarters of the City of Heavenly Tribulation, akin to the imperial city of the extreme north," Murong Xiaoyu explained. "What? You dare to compare this with the imperial city of the extreme north? What sort of perspective is that?" Ning Feng exclaimed incredulously. "In such a lawless land, it is nothing short of miraculous that no nation has dared to extinguish its existence." Upon hearing Ning Feng's remarks, Murong Xiaoyu felt a pang of jealousy and retorted, "If you believe your imperial city is superior, then by all means, feel free to leave. No one invited you here." As she spoke, she shot Ning Feng a disdainful glance. All right. Today you are the authority. As the ruler of a nation, I shall heed your words," Ning Feng conceded, somewhat helplessly. "Whatever you say goes. Is that satisfactory?" "That is more like it." "Humph," Murong Xiaoyu declared, placing her hands on her hips and gazing up at the headquarters with determination. Raising her voice, she called out, "I, Murong Xiaoyu, the Dark Feather, have returned. Is there anyone alive out there to welcome me?" Following her loud proclamation, 2 rows of soldiers, clad in mismatched attire, emerged from the headquarters, standing at attention to greet Murong Xiaoyu's arrival. "Well, I must say, I didn't realize you had such prowess, Miss Murong," Ning Feng remarked, teasingly. "Alas, it seems you do not regard me with the seriousness I deserve. Have you not always been curious about my other identity? Well, you shall soon discover it." "What do you mean by that?" Just as Ning Feng remained in a state of bewilderment, the soldiers on either side chanted in unison, "Welcome back, second master of Tianjie City." "What? You, Murong Xiaoyu, are actually the second in command of Tianjie City?" At this moment, Ning Feng furrowed his brow, momentarily taken aback, before returning to a state of calm. "It appears you have done quite well for yourself, the second in command in a lawless land. I suppose I shall have to address you as second master from now on," he murmured to her. At that very moment, a powerful aura emanated from the headquarters of Tianjie City. Someone approaches. Ning Feng turned his gaze towards the entrance of the headquarters, where a dark, potent presence surged forth, exceptionally formidable. "It seems I was not mistaken. Our esteemed leader of Tianjie City, the very heir of the divine bloodline you seek, is Li Tianhu," Murong Xiaoyu informed Ning Feng. "However, be warned. This individual is not to be trifled with. Though he may appear brash, his cunning and insight are not to be underestimated. You must prepare yourself mentally," she cautioned. Ning Feng took a deep breath, readying himself for negotiation while simultaneously bracing for potential combat. Often, at such junctures, the so-called duels between men yield more effective outcomes for subsequent developments. "I understand. I shall not cause trouble for you, the second master of Tianjie City," Ning Feng promised Murong Xiaoyu, vowing to ensure the matter would be resolved smoothly. Despite his words, a lingering belief remained within him that resolving issues through conflict was, at present, the most effective approach. At that moment, Li Tianhu, the leader of Tianjie City, emerged from the headquarters. He sported a rugged beard, towering stature, and a physique adorned with scars from knives and bullets. Draped in a tattered black military coat, he exuded an air of experience and reliability beneath his fearsome visage. "Ling? No, I should call you Murong Xiaoyu. It has been quite some time. Where has the second master been?" Li Tianhu inquired of Murong Xiaoyu. "Leader, I merely took a leisurely trip to enjoy the scenery." "What? Still thinking of me?" Murong Xiaoyu teased. "Surely, your longing for me has only deepened during our time apart. Ha ha ha. After your little excursion, your words have grown even sweeter." Li Tianhu chuckled, visibly excited as he addressed Murong Xiaoyu. "How could I not miss you? You are the only woman I love." At this, Ning Feng felt a pang of jealousy, though he concealed it well. Murong Xiaoyu turned to Ning Feng. expecting a strong reaction to Li Tianhu's words, only to find his expression unchanged, devoid of any sign of anger. Well, it seems you truly are a man worthy of a king. You, Ning Feng, possess remarkable restraint. At this moment, Li Tianhu turned his gaze towards the handsome man standing beside Murong Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, who is he? Why is he with you? He is. Just as Murong Xiaoyu was about to introduce Ning Feng to Li Tianhu, the northern king interjected, responding with a self-important chuckle. Who am I? Listen well. I am Ning Feng, the monarch of the extreme North Kingdom. Hearing Ning Feng's somewhat arrogant self-introduction, Murong Xiaoyu felt a sense of exasperation. Is there really a need to introduce yourself in such a boastful manner? Upon hearing this, Li Tianhu locked eyes with Ning Feng, and both men simultaneously emanated a strong killing intent, their auras expanding fiercely around them, neither willing to yield. Ning Feng, is it? I have heard quite a bit about you lately. The mysterious kingdom of the extreme north has emerged in the snow domain. Yet no one seems to know anything about you. I don't care who you are, but today you accompany my second-in-command to Tianjia City for what purpose? Li Tianhu inquired in a low tone. Chapter 1363, The Flame God, Izhua. I, Ning Feng, have come here personally to seek an alliance with Tianjia City. Ning Feng declared with righteous conviction. The leader should be aware of the hunters, correct? The hunters? Those reckless pests. Wait, you actually know about this organization? So, does that mean? Li Tianhu scrutinized the northern king, asking, could it be that you are also one of their targets? Ning Feng remained silent, merely maintaining a steadfast gaze upon him. In that moment, Li Tianhu instantly grasped Ning Feng's intentions. Tianjia City is not so easily breached. Its inhabitants are all desperate individuals. Even if someone dares to fight, they must consider whether their lives are worth it and how many lives they possess. After stating this, the leader of Tianjia City turned to leave. Murong Xiaoyu, don't leave this time. Tianjia City needs you, and I need you, Li Tianhu implored. That won't do. I still have my own matters to attend to. Murong Xiaoyu promptly rejected Li Tianhu, glancing at Ning Feng. After locking eyes with him, she turned back to Li Tianhu and said, Li Tianhu, spare me your empty words. You can need anyone you like, but it cannot be me. For someone else already requires my presence. Hearing Murong Xiaoyu's somewhat proud response, Li Tianhu's anger flared, and he shot a glance at Ning Feng, realizing everything. I wondered who could capture your attention this much. It's just a decent-looking pretty boy. What is so remarkable about him? I am 100 times stronger. You dare to compare? You are not even worth a single toe of Ning Feng. Murong Xiaoyu frowned and impatiently retorted, what on earth is wrong with you? It has been quite some time since we last met, and your face has grown even larger. Li Tianhu felt a surge of displeasure at Murong Xiaoyu's response. His jaw clenched tightly, and his eyes ignited with intense murderous intent, wishing to eliminate the northern king, Ning Feng, before him. Relying on his lineage as a descendant of the divine race, Li Tianhu regarded Ning Feng with utter disdain, and with a tone laced with sarcasm, he remarked, Kid, not bad at all. You've even attracted someone to my heavenly calamity city. Upon hearing these words, Murong Xiaoyu immediately sensed something amiss and retorted, Hey, what are you talking about? Who is attracting whom? I knew him before I met you. Besides, we came to speak with you regarding an alliance, simply seeking your stance. An alliance? Is it not merely a guise to swallow my heavenly calamity city under the pretense of hunting divine beings? Do you take me for a fool? I see no necessity for such an alliance. What? No necessity? Are you serious? Why do you say that? The northern king Ning Feng inquired of Li Tianhu. Are you afraid of any reservations? Li Tianhu responded, his agitation evident. My greatest concern is that your extreme north kingdom harbors ill intentions. Don't think for a moment that I am oblivious to your schemes. For years, many have coveted my heavenly calamity city. However, anyone who has dared to approach has been driven away by me. So today, you are no exception. I understand your confidence stems from your divine lineage, but this time, you are facing a true adversary, Ning Feng replied, maintaining his composure amidst the tension. At that moment, their gazes locked, a palpable aura of hostility crackling between them, neither willing to yield. In that case, I shall not concern myself with your status as the monarch of the extreme North Kingdom. In my eyes, all are enemies. With that declaration, Li Tianhu unleashed his divine power in an instant. Since you are also a descendant of the divine race, let us be straightforward and reveal our true identities. A crimson flame emanated from Li Tianhu, transforming into a fierce aura. Fire God Izhua. At that moment, the consciousness of the chaos god Gono, residing within Ning Feng's subconscious, awakened, acknowledging, I did not expect him to be the heir of fire god Izhua. Yet, this aligns with his character. Indeed, The divine race must evaluate the temperament of their chosen heirs. It is quite troublesome, Gono mused internally. In response to the chaos god, Li Tianhu suddenly shed his clothing, revealing fiery red patterns adorning his body. His eyes ablaze with fervor, and a radiant glow erupted above his head, resembling a swirling fireball. Wow, that's quite an impressive display, one might remark. Ning Feng, with a tranquil demeanor, addressed Li Tianhu before him. Now I comprehend why you can single-handedly stand against a myriad of troops. I am well aware of the prowess of the flame god, Iswa. With a single strike of the eternal radiance great sun god, one can annihilate thousands in an instant. Quite impressive indeed. However, let us dispense with the trivialities. Summon your divine being so that the flame god may behold. Li Tianhu, in his flame god form, struck his chest excitedly and urged Ning Feng. At that moment, Ning Feng let out a cold chuckle and drew the sacred weapon, the Heavenly Father, from the long pouch on his back. Li Tianhu's eyes widened in astonishment upon witnessing this. The Heavenly Father sword. Could it be that you are the heir of the chaotic god, Gono? Li Tianhu exclaimed, shaking his head fervently, desperately denying this undeniable truth. No, absolutely impossible. Very well, then let me reveal the foolishness of your actions. How dare you oppose me? Without further ado, Ning Feng unleashed his divine technique, the blood contract seal, following his chilling laughter. In a surge of black light, Ning Feng was adorned in a 9-segmented black-gold demonic armor, and the Heavenly Father sword in his grasp instantaneously ascended to the magnificent 9-segmented Heavenly Father. Before the Northern King, Ning Feng, Li Tianhu stood agape, mistaking the figure before him for the strongest of the divine race from yesteryears, the chaotic god, Gono. What is this? Have you forgotten me so soon? Ning Feng remarked coldly. Chapter 1364. The flames with no retreat at this moment. Li Tianhu, imbued with the power of the flame god, appeared quite perturbed. The dread he felt was reminiscent of the fear instilled in him by his former leader, the chaotic god, Gono. Let me guess, are you feeling apprehensive? Chief Li Tianhu, Ning Feng said earnestly to him. If so, I advise you to reflect carefully on what I previously mentioned. It would be beneficial for you, not harmful. The thought of Ning Feng's intention to ally with the Heaven-S Calamity City filled him with trepidation. An alliance? Your words are as empty as the wind. Li Tianhu scorned. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your true intentions. You are merely biding your time to use your divine techniques to ambush and eliminate everyone in Heaven-S Calamity City. To put it plainly, you are just like the rest, a wolf in sheep's clothing, an insatiable wolf. Upon hearing Li Tianhu's description of himself as a ravenous wolf, Ning Feng felt not anger, but rather a thrill of excitement. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. I, Ning Feng, am a wolf determined to seize the entirety of the mortal realm within my grasp, Ning Feng declared with fervor, though his tone bore a somber weight that evoked an instinctive sense of dread in those who heard it. Truly a farce, merely relying on the lineage of a divine race to aspire to the throne of the Tianfan continent? What a farcical notion. At that moment, in a state of divine wrath, Li Tianhu's countenance contorted with fury as he fixated his gaze upon the northern king, Ning Feng. Even if you are the heir of the chaos god Gono, I shall not cower before you. Moreover, you are not even in your true 10th tier form. What? How could he possibly know that I am not at the 10th tier? Ning Feng's brow furrowed tightly upon hearing Li Tianhu's furious proclamation. As Li Tianhu's left fist, ablaze with scorching flames, surged towards him, Ning Feng resolutely met the fiery onslaught with his own left hand. You are far less astute than the chaos god Gono of yore, opting to confront me directly. Among the 13 deities, the fire god is renowned for possessing unparalleled strength. Once he brandishes the legendary artifact, the Flame Slayer Dragon Execution Blade, no matter the might of his adversary, he shall never retreat, leaving no room for escape. This battle is fought with no thought of retreat. Li Tianhu, the fire god, raised his right arm high, his palm open as torrents of fiery energy coalesced, forming the fabled Flame Slayer Dragon Execution Blade. In his divine state, Li Tianhu grasped the hilt firmly, brandishing the colossal blade aloft. With eyes wide and fierce, he declared to Ning Feng, "It is not you who withstands me. It is I who ensnares you. Divine flame, vanquish a myriad of foes." Instantly, a surge of intense flames erupted from the execution blade, manifesting as a massive blade. As Li Tianhu executed a swift downward strike, the enormous flame blade barreled towards him, and a grave expression crossed Ning Feng's visage. He promptly countered with his own right hand, wielding the 9th tier Feng Wang Tianfu, and as he thrust upward, the blades collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that radiated towards the imperial city and its surroundings. Beside them, Morong Xiaoyu attempted to intervene, but as she took a step forward, Ning Feng stopped her. Xiaoyu, do not approach. This divine energy is beyond your capability to withstand. Yet, he added, it's fine, he speaks the truth. Men should resolve matters through the strength of men. Ning Feng clenched his teeth, his brow furrowed, excitement coursing through him. With a thunderous roar, Ning Feng unleashed the full might of his divine technique, the blood contract seal, harnessing the power of the 9th tier Feng Wang. The 9 gemstones embedded in his chest radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, converging upon the blade of Feng Wang Tianfu. Faced with the towering figure of the fire god Li Tianhu, Ning Feng slowly straightened his previously bent legs, and the black gold armor on his back erupted with a dark, infernal light, coalescing into enormous black wings. As the wings unfurled, the infernal flames surged forth, accompanied by a tempestuous gale. The flame god, Li Tianhu, suddenly sensed an ominous shift. The previously subdued Ning Feng now appeared transformed. His own martial prowess significantly amplified. How is this possible? Did you not unleash your full power earlier? Li Tianhu questioned Ning Feng. Unleashing martial arts? Haha. What a jest. I merely donned a suit of armor and altered the form of the Heavenly Father's sword in my grasp. How could that lead to such a misunderstanding? Humph. If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate whether this wolf, in your eyes, possesses the capability to become the Wolf King of the Tianfan continent. The Northern King, Ning Feng, declared resolutely. As his words fell, Ning Feng tightened his right arm, gripping the 9-section Heavenly Father's sword, now infused with the powers of 9 wicked entities, and thrust upward with great force. Aya! With that cry, the Northern King successfully repelled and forced back the flame god Li Tianhu's blade, the Flame Slayer. In that fleeting moment, Li Tianhu staggered several steps backward, plunging the Flame Slayer into the ground, and turned to observe his right hand, feeling the tremors that enveloped it, a sudden tingling sensation coursing through. He then cast his gaze upon Ning Feng, panting heavily, and remarked, it seems you are on the verge of fully mastering the powers of the Chaos God Gono. Why do you say on the verge? Are you familiar with this power? Ning Feng inquired. Li Tianhu took a deep breath, nodded affirmatively, and continued. Had the Heavenly Father's sword reached its complete 10th stage earlier, perhaps my right arm, along with your Flame Slayer, would have been severed. After finishing his words, Li Tianhu tightened his grip on the blade, dispelling the tingling sensation through martial arts, and then rose to regard the Northern King Ning Feng, clad in black and gold demonic armor. If it were the 10th stage, you would abandon this black armor, and at that moment, the forces of darkness and light would merge into true chaos. Chapter 1365. Not allies, but brothers. Upon hearing Li Tianhu's words, Ning Feng committed them to memory, yet refrained from delving too deeply into analysis at that moment. For he had but one purpose for this journey, to forge an alliance with Tianjia City, gathering the divine lineage around him to unite with the 13 heirs of the divine race, collectively opposing the 14 hunters of the gods. Li Tianhu was the first to relinquish his divine powers, and seeing this, Ning Feng also shed his demonic armor, retracting the divine technique blood seal and sheathing the Heavenly Father's sword back into the weapon compartment on his back. I truly did not expect you to be the heir of the Chaos God Gono. Li Tianhu, his upper body bare, spoke as he approached Ning Feng. Upon reaching him, he lowered his head, furrowing his brow, and fixed his gaze intently upon the Northern King's eyes. At this moment, Ning Feng no longer felt the initial intent to kill, but rather a suffocating aura pressing down upon him. As the sovereign of a nation, how could Ning Feng be so thoroughly subdued by such an oppressive presence? Your gaze, I have encountered it 2 or 3 decades ago, ha ha ha. At this point, Li Tianhu took a deep breath, then turned away, heading towards the headquarters of Tianjia City. You should return. Continuing this conflict will yield no benefits for you. Li Tianhu said earnestly, still with his back to Ning Feng. Engaging with you is not the purpose of my visit. I have stated that I am here to settle matters. I have no interest in forming alliances, for I have been deceived once before, and I certainly will not allow myself to be ensnared again. Then, what of the hunters? If they come for you, do you believe you can overcome your nemesis? Ning Feng inquired. At this moment, the leader of Tianjia City halted his steps and turned to Ning Feng, asking, do you know why I am reluctant to form alliances? Why I do not trust you so-called sovereigns who advocate for mutual benefit and peace? Ning Feng, of course, was unaware of the events that had transpired, but he sensed that it was all connected to a particular force. After pondering for a moment, the Northern King Ning Feng replied directly to the turned back of Li Tianhu. No, I do not know. Li Tianhu then turned to face the Northern King, clad in black. Humph, at that time, both the Holy Dragon Empire and Tianhuang City sought me out. wishing to forge an alliance and achieve a mutually beneficial situation between our two forces. Li Tianhu reminisced about that period and said to Ning Feng, "You saw the chaos here. All the individuals are outlaws from various nations, desperate fugitives. I was pleased to accept their goodwill when someone offered to assist us. But who would have thought that they sought my territory and intended to use the desperate souls in my city as expendable pawns to fulfill their ambitions of territorial expansion?" Upon hearing this, Morong Xiaoyu interjected, addressing Ning Feng, "Indeed, I was present at the time and vividly remember how they forcibly took many men from here, and none ever returned. When we realized that both nations were using our people as cannon fodder, the Holy Dragon Empire's Tianlong Emperor Xianyu and the Tianhuang cities Zhan Tianhuang Long Fei had already fallen out, rendering all alliances void, and they subsequently set their sights on Tianjia City. In the ensuing conflict, both Long Fei and Xianyu dispatched troops to attack Tianjia City, each vying to conquer it in the shortest time possible. However, the leader, Li Tianhu, possessing the bloodline of the divine, as the heir of the fire god Izhua, would not easily relinquish his territory to them. After a day and night of fierce resistance, neither the Holy Dragon Empire nor Tianhuang City was able to seize Tianjia City. Instead, they suffered significant losses at the hands of Li Tianhu, who led all the outlaws within the city in a counterattack. From that moment onward, Li Tianhu vowed never to establish any so-called alliances again. For him, the alliance was merely a pretext for others who coveted this territory. "Now, I trust you comprehend the underlying reasons," Morong Xiaoyu inquired of Ning Feng. Ning Feng surveyed the individuals surrounding the stronghold of Tianjia City, momentarily rendered speechless. Yet his heart brimmed with profound sympathy. A lawless land should never have existed. It is a realm birthed by the coercive machinations of contemporary power players. At this moment, the Northern King, Ning Feng, gritted his teeth, his gaze deepening as he addressed the formidable leader of Tianjia City, Li Tianhu, with solemnity. "I apologize. Please forgive my earlier mention of an alliance. We are not allies in the conventional sense. We are brothers." Subsequently, Ning Feng turned to the gathered crowd, those who had endured the ravages of war and suffering, and proclaimed, "I, Ning Feng, was once a soldier, and many among you have donned the uniform as well. You understand the paramount importance of honor in the military. Here, before all of you, I vow, should anyone dare to assault Tianjia City, or should any of you face persecution or pursuit, invoke my name, Ning Feng, the Northern King of the extreme north. Let us see who dares to harm even one of you." Ning Feng's declaration was nothing short of astonishing, leaving Li Tianhu momentarily stunned, without retort. "As you can see, I share the same divine lineage as your leader. We face a common adversary. Thus, I hope that the extreme north and Tianjia shall refer to each other as brothers. We shall share both fortune and adversity." After delivering his heartfelt words, Ning Feng fixed his unwavering gaze upon Li Tianhu. "Li Tianhu, I implore you to contemplate this carefully. If you still harbor doubts regarding my integrity, fret not. When the hunter of gods comes to threaten you, I will be present. For we are now of the same divine bloodline, and I would have no reason to withhold my assistance." Having uttered these sincere sentiments, Ning Feng glanced at Morong Xiaoyu, signaling her with his eyes before turning away, hands tucked into his pockets, retracing his steps toward the battlefield. "Li Tianhu, I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out. Ning Feng will undoubtedly assist you. Farewell." After a brief farewell, Morong Xiaoyu swiftly ran to catch up with Ning Feng. Meanwhile, Li Tianhu watched the Northern King, armed and resolute, alongside Morong Xiaoyu as they receded into the distance. A smile crept upon his lips as he mused. "Ah, Ning Feng, you truly possess remarkable courage. No one has ever dared approach Tianjia City alone. It seems we may indeed be of the same ilk, both of us, desperate rogues." Chapter 1366, Enticement. Initially, it was believed that a consensus would be effortlessly reached with the heir of the flame god, Izhua, yet no one anticipated such an outcome. "I apologize, Ning Feng. I had intended to assist you with Li Tianhu, but it seems I have not been of any help," Morong Xiaoyu said, walking alongside Ning Feng, her voice tinged with remorse. "You have committed no errors. On the contrary, had it not been for your guidance and revelation of your identity, I would not have swiftly come to know of Li Tianhu." Ning Feng remarked to Morong Xiaoyu, "I suspect you possess other identities, do you not?" Did you guess that?" Ning Feng's sudden statement left Morong Xiaoyu quite astonished. "Why do you ask such a question?" Morong Xiaoyu inquired with confusion. "Because of the sin-weaving eye technique. Such a formidable skill is unlikely to have been acquired here, and moreover, that foolish giant, Li Tianhu, is not likely to possess such a technique." Upon hearing Ning Feng's analysis, Morong Xiaoyu swallowed hard and approached him, urging him to halt. with her brow tightly knitted. She excitedly said, "Honestly, I am truly impressed by you. The sin-weaving eye technique is something you inadvertently witnessed when I was in Fengdu City. How could you still remember it? Tell me, what else do you recall? Nothing significant, I suppose. If there is anything more, I would need to ponder it slowly." Ning Feng replied, gazing at Murong Xiaoyu without uttering another word, merely brushing past her as he continued toward the aircraft not far away. "Fine. If you choose not to speak, then so be it. Why act so aloof?" As the aircraft ascended gently into the sky, Murong Xiaoyu turned to the pilot's seat where Ning Feng was seated and asked, "Where shall we go next? To the Fengwang Empire?" Ning Feng shook his head and responded, "No, the Fengwang Empire is far too distant. We should first return to the extreme north nation and deliberate on matters. We also need to discuss future support for Tianjua City." Meanwhile, under the meticulous arrangements of the Snow Fox, Luo Yang, having transformed back into his human form, was currently escorting Nangong Hua's son, Nangong Yun, back to the White Dragon City. As they returned with the son of the city lord, Nangong Hua, the White Dragon King, received Luo Yang in the Grand Hall. "Ha! Truly, it is the favor of heaven. Today, by encountering a benefactor like you, my son has returned safely. I, Nangong Hua, am immensely grateful," he exclaimed, bowing deeply in thanks. "Who would have thought you cared so much for your son? All right, enough of the formalities. Lord of the White Dragon City, there is no need for such gratitude. It is simply my duty. I believe anyone would extend a hand to help upon witnessing someone in peril on the mountains," Luo Yang said with a smile, feigning modesty to gain Nangong Hua's trust. "Indeed, you are quite right, benefactor. How about this? Whatever you desire, I shall send someone to procure it for you. If you prefer wealth, that is even easier. Just name your figure, and I shall comply." Observing Nangong Hua's eagerness to repay him, Luo Yang understood that everything was according to Snow Fox's design. "Ha! If you wish to repay me, then assist me with a small favor. For you, it would be a trivial matter. Lord of Nangong City, you are exceedingly generous." "I find myself somewhat embarrassed." Luo Yang continued to maintain his guise as a benevolent individual while conversing with Nangong Hua. Please do not say that. I should be the one apologizing. I feel that there is little of value to offer in my humble White Dragon City," Nangong Hua expressed, feeling quite embarrassed in the presence of his benefactor, unable to present a suitable gift of gratitude. "If you truly wish to thank me, it is quite simple. Just accompany me on a small journey," Luo Yang suggested to Nangong Hua. A journey? What does that mean? Where are you asking me to go?" Nangong Hua inquired, puzzled. As the former general of the Snow Domain, Luo Yang immediately discerned Nangong Hua's unease and chuckled, "Do not worry. All I require is a modest effort from you." At that moment, Nangong Hua regarded Luo Yang, sensing something unusual in his gaze, but thought little of it and consented to his request. "The Lord of White Dragon City is quite forthright. Let us not delay. We shall set off at once," Luo Yang decided, eager to proceed, and swiftly resurrected the formidable presence of the evil clan, Xie Tian Shun and Mo Wu. Following Luo Yang, Nangong Hua found himself in a valley teeming with remnants of the evil clan. "I must ask, benefactor, where exactly are we going? You have yet to clarify what this little task is that you need my assistance with," the White Dragon King, Nangong Hua, mused, harboring doubts yet compelled to follow Luo Yang. After an extended period, Luo Yang led Nangong Hua to the seal of Xie Tian Shun. The seal materialized as a massive, deep purple crystal standing prominently in the depths of the valley. Upon witnessing it, the White Dragon King was taken aback and filled with fury. "How could you bring me here? The malevolence is palpable," he exclaimed, warily surveying his surroundings, anxious of any lurking remnants of the evil clan. "This is what I wish for you to repay me with." Luo Yang turned, arms outstretched, addressing him. "For someone of your caliber, as a god hunter, this matter is trivial. Oh, there is also something I must inform you. This seal was left behind by the divine beings of your." Upon hearing this revelation, the Lord of White Dragon City, Nangong Hua, widened his eyes in astonishment, momentarily silenced by Luo Yang's words. "I cannot believe you would ally with the evil clan," Nangong Hua stated sternly. The White Dragon King truly has a forgetful nature. We have crossed paths before," Luo Yang remarked as Shui Hu emerged from behind them, leading a multitude of the evil clan. "The evil Tiger King," Nangong Hua exclaimed in disbelief. "You have taken refuge here. Let us dispense with pleasantries, Nangong Hua. We bear you no ill will. As you can see, we have returned your son to you, so it would be prudent for you to break this seal. This minor task pales in comparison to the importance of your cherished son. I need not elaborate further," Shui Hu stated earnestly. "We can return him to you, but we can also make him disappear from your life once more, or perhaps entirely." Upon hearing the menacing words of the snow fox, Nangong Hua was instantly enveloped by a chilling sensation. At this moment, nothing mattered more to him than Nangong Yun. Very well. I shall grant your request and unseal the barrier. Chapter 1367. A sword breaking the seal. It seems you are quite reasonable. The snow fox remarked with a smile directed at Nangong Hua. Now let us commence. You need not remain here. I advise all of you to step back and vacate this place. Nangong Hua sternly instructed the assembled members of the evil clan. If the divine energy of this seal erupts, it could spell doom for you all. Upon hearing this, the snow fox surveyed the surroundings and then declared, since the White Dragon King has spoken so, we shall all withdraw. What? Withdraw entirely? The evil Tiger King, witnessing this, suddenly felt a pang of apprehension and promptly voiced his concern to the snow fox. My lord, what if Nangong Hua has a change of heart? What if he not only fails to lift the seal, but reinforces it instead? Humph, there is no need for such worries. Nangong Hua lacks the audacity to do that. Unless he wishes to forsake his son, the snow fox replied confidently. Subsequently, the entire evil clan retreated from the sealed area, leaving only the White Dragon King, Nangong Hua, who raised his gaze to the seal of the evil clan. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the formidable presence of the beings trapped within. Is there truly no other way? My son, all I wish is for your safety. With that thought, the White Dragon King, Nangong Hua, gradually opened his eyes, his resolve growing ever stronger. At that moment, he unleashed his formidable technique known as the White Dragon Sword Art. A surge of white flame filled every corner of the sealed space, and as the flames dissipated, the divine weapon, the Cloud Dragon Sword, materialized in his right hand. Its white blade shimmering brilliantly, revealing the form of a white dragon within. Pointing the sword towards the heavens, he declared its dominion over the earth. 100 Calamities Light Virtual Sword Shadow. Nangong Hua, using his left index and middle fingers, condensed his white energy and transferred it to the sword, infusing it into the dragon's form. Sliding his fingers upward, a white dragon erupted from the sword, soaring towards the zenith. In an instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, resonating with deep, thunderous dragon roars. The distant members of the evil clan beheld this extraordinary phenomenon, their eyes widening in astonishment. The snow fox, initially taken aback, regained his composure, recalling the fortunate decision not to strike during their encounter in the White Dragon City. Otherwise, they would have met a dreadful fate. Such a grand spectacle. Had he acted alone, we would all be doomed, the evil Tiger King lamented. By the heavens, we were fortunate to have returned his son, the snow fox retorted dismissively. Given your intellect, it would be excessive to eliminate you. It appears that our White Dragon King is indeed a descendant of that formidable swordsman among the god hunters. Just wait, the true spectacle is only just beginning. In the land of seals, the White Dragon King, Nangong Hua, raised the divine sword, Cloud Dragon Sword, towards the heavens. Suddenly, the roar of a dragon reverberated through the air, and a colossal blade began to descend through the clouds. This spectacle left the members of the evil clan astounded. At that moment, Luo Yang inquired of Xiwehu whether Nangong Hua was truly untroubled. Rest assured, Xiwehu responded with a knowing glint. Once the seal is broken, everything will be under our control. Perhaps even the White Dragon City and its king will vanish from existence. As the massive sword blade made contact with the sealing array, it seemed incapable of penetrating it. However, in an unexpected turn, Nangong Hua, wielding the Cloud Dragon Sword, unleashed an overwhelming surge of power. The ground shook, and dark clouds gathered, allowing the enormous blade to ultimately pierce through the seal left by the divine beings, shattering it completely. A surge of potent divine energy erupted, filling the entire valley. After a powerful shockwave dispersed, the members of the evil clan arrived at the sealing site, witnessing the emergence of the demon god, Mo Wu. Demon, Lord Mo Wu, Xiwehu exclaimed with fervor. Meanwhile, the White Dragon King, Nangong Hua, gazed at Mo Wu, who had yet to fully awaken. He gripped his divine sword tightly, contemplating a swift strike to eliminate him. Yet, thoughts of his son, Nangong Yun, made him hesitate. Ultimately, he slowly retracted the Cloud Dragon Sword and turned to leave. As he approached Xiwehu, he stated, I have fulfilled the task you requested of me. You must honor your promise and cease your intentions toward my son. Otherwise, if I can break the seal, I can eliminate you all. With that, the White Dragon King brushed past Xiwehu, departing the valley occupied by the remnants of the evil clan without a backward glance. Fear not, there shall be no next time, Xiwehu mused to herself, gradually moving closer to the liberated demon god, Mo Wu, alongside her fellow clan members. At that moment, the demon god suddenly opened his chilling, dark purple eyes. A purple aura radiated from him, enveloping his form and gradually transforming into garments befitting the evil clan. Rising to his full height, he surveyed the gathered members of the evil clan from above. Xuehu was the first to kneel, prompting everyone behind her to follow suit in a show of reverence. Evil clan Xuehu, alongside numerous members, is here to congratulate Lord Demon God on breaking the seal and regaining freedom. With your presence, we shall surely witness the resurgence of our clan's former glory. At that juncture, Mo Wu turned to Xuehu and inquired, "Where are the other members of our evil clan? What of the other formidable beings?" "Your Excellency, the demon martial lord, after the battle years ago, only a handful of us managed to escape. It is likely that many from the evil clans have also fled into the outside world. However, I have not been able to establish contact with them." The snow fox conveyed to the other esteemed lords, lamenting, "I regret my inadequacy, as I have yet to locate their sealed domains." Upon hearing this, the evil heavenly demon martial lord slowly turned, gazing upward from the valley floor, and remarked, "It has been a long time since I have seen the sun. It remains as blinding as ever. I wonder if my old friends are still around." "Your Excellency, shortly after our evil clan was defeated by the divine clan, 14 individuals emerged among the human race, who called themselves the God Hunters, and they succeeded in slaying all 13 deities." "What? The deities have perished? And at the hands of mere mortals? This is truly unexpected. Snow Fox, who has broken my seal?" the evil heavenly demon martial lord inquired. Chapter 1368. The second seal, Your Excellency. The seal was broken by a man named Nangong Hua, and he is one of the descendants of the God Hunters, Snow Fox replied. "I see. So the divine clan has not only us as their adversaries, but also faces threats from others," he mused. Subsequently, Snow Fox elaborated on the lineage of the divine clan and the God Hunters. "So, their descendants have also appeared on the Tianfan continent, correct?" the martial lord asked. "In truth, I am not entirely certain of the specifics. However, I do know the whereabouts of several individuals from the divine clan. They are located in the northern snowfields." Snow Fox informed the martial lord. "The snowfields, you say? There is no rush. Let them frolic for a few days. After all, they are as good as grasshoppers after the autumn harvest. Our immediate priority is to locate the seals of the other 4 powerful beings from the evil clan." After speaking, the evil heavenly demon martial lord, through his faint connection with the other 4, discovered the location of the seals. It seems the 4 of them have also awakened. Yet, this damned seal remains intact. Upon saying this, the evil heavenly demon martial lord addressed Snow Fox. "The nearest location is the Holy Dragon Empire. I must go to rescue the next powerful being of our clan. You shall remain here." "Yes, my lord, your subordinate shall obey." "Very well, you all shall wait here." With that, the evil heavenly demon martial lord slowly ascended into the air, heading straight for the location of the Holy Dragon Empire. Snow Fox, is the evil heavenly demon truly going to the Holy Dragon Empire alone? That place is teeming with experts. Although the heavenly dragon emperor Xianyu is not a descendant of the divine clan, he can contend with them equally, and his 5 imperial subordinates are among the elite. Luo Yang expressed unease to Snow Fox. "I can't shake this ominous premonition. I share your foreboding, though mine stems solely from concern for the Holy Dragon Empire. The evil heavenly demon martial arts is indeed the most formidable among the 5 great evil deities, and his techniques are certainly beyond the comparison of the insignificant beings of the Holy Dragon Empire." The Snow Fox reassured Luo Yang, saying, "Fear not, for soon our evil clan shall once again descend upon the earth. The Tianfan continent will inevitably fall prey to our voracious appetite." Upon hearing her words, Luo Yang felt an overwhelming sense of conviction, realizing that aligning himself with the evil clan was the wisest decision he had ever made. At that moment, Ning Feng and Murong Xiaoyu traversed the snowy expanse aboard their warplane, returning to the northernmost kingdom. As they exited the aircraft, they were immediately surrounded by Fei Fei and 2 others. "What do you intend to do? Are you here to welcome us?" Ning Feng inquired. "Master, why do you never share anything with us?" Fei Fei remarked to her master, Ning Feng. "But for now, let us set aside that matter. There is something of great importance regarding the evil clan. Someone has lifted the seals placed upon the 5 deities of the evil clan from years past." Upon receiving this alarming news, Ning Feng felt a wave of unease wash over him. He quickly instructed Fei Fei and the others, "Hurry. Let us go to the Grand Hall and discuss the situation." They hastily made their way to the Grand Hall, where Xinqiu anxiously addressed Ning Feng, "Master, if the seals on those 5 are completely lifted, the entire Tianfan continent will be in peril." "I am aware of this," Ning Feng replied. "But our immediate priority is to locate the remaining heirs of the divine lineage. Only then can we mount a counteroffensive against the god hunters and the evil clan. He articulated his perspective to the group. Meanwhile, the evil tiger demon martial arts soared through the skies above the Holy Dragon Empire, utilizing his formidable techniques. Observing the prosperous scene below, he finally discerned the location of the seal, situated just behind the capital of the Holy Dragon Empire. I found it. Do not fear. I shall release you, he proclaimed. As his words fell, the evil heavenly demon unleashed his technique, the release of demonic eternal night. Countless purple flames manifested as fireballs around him and behind him. With a wave of his hands, the fireballs cascaded down from the heavens, hurtling toward the capital. Waves of purple flames erupted into the sky, transforming the area into a veritable hell on earth. At that moment, a golden beam of light shot up from the ground toward the evil heavenly demon martial arts. Sensing this, the martial arts immediately activated a defensive formation with his left hand, effortlessly repelling the golden beam. It appears that rescuing you will not be so simple, he mused to himself as he gazed below. My friend, since you have come, why not descend and meet with me? At this juncture, the heavenly dragon emperor Xianyu appeared before the capital, alarmed by the surrounding purple flames. Such intense and terrifying energy cannot possibly belong to the divine clan, nor to that blade. Could it be the evil clan? Upon spotting the figure of the heavenly dragon emperor Xianyu in the air, the evil heavenly demon martial arts halted his assault and gracefully descended, coming to a steady stand before Xianyu. Who are you? Xianyu scrutinized the individual before him and then inquired. By your appearance, you must belong to the evil clan, correct? Oh, how delightful it is that a mere mortal possesses knowledge of my malevolent clan. Indeed, I am one of the 5 divine beings of the evil clan, known as the evil heaven demon warrior. Upon recognizing the identity of his adversary, the celestial dragon emperor, Xianyu instantly comprehended the purpose of the evil heaven demon's presence. It appears you have set your sights on the formidable powers suppressing the Holy Dragon Empire from behind. Ha ha ha, your sudden arrival here, and alone at that, suggests you have recently been unsealed, have you not? The celestial dragon emperor remarked. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I advise you not to obstruct me, lest you incur unnecessary casualties, the demon warrior retorted with disdain. At that moment, the 5 holy dragon emperors under Xianyu emerged, surrounding the evil heaven demon warrior completely. No matter how many men you summon, it will avail you nothing. Your mortal techniques cannot be compared to the powers of my evil clan, the demon warrior declared. No sooner had he finished speaking than he unleashed his evil clan technique, the release of eternal night. Instantly, a formidable wave of purple energy surged forth, expanding outward and forcibly suppressing the 6 individuals surrounding him. Truly, the might of an evil clan powerhouse is commendable. This strength rivals that of the divine clan. It appears that the Holy Dragon Empire, and indeed the entire Tian Nan continent, shall not know peace in the days to come. With this thought solidified in his mind, the celestial dragon emperor promptly summoned 3 enchanted beasts marked with mysterious sigils. Oh, these beasts are rare specimens. It would be a pity to slay them. Ha ha ha. Do not presume this is the end of the matter. After uttering these words, the celestial dragon emperor extended his right arm and opened his hand, summoning a beam of white light that shot forth from the capital and landed in his grasp. As the light dissipated, the royal-grade artifact, the Holy Soul Blade, the Snow Crystal Blade, revealed itself. What? The Snow Crystal Blade? The demon warrior's brow furrowed, and he anxiously addressed Xianyu. Are you the heir of the divine clan's bloodline? Chapter 1369. The Battle of Divine and Evil. It seems you are rather apprehensive of this artifact, the celestial dragon emperor remarked to the evil heaven demon warrior. I surmise that it was the Snow Crystal Blade that sealed you away all those years ago. The evil heaven demon chuckled, saying, Ha ha ha, that is not correct. I cannot sense any power emanating from this artifact, not even a modicum. You nearly deceived me, for while the artifact is indeed real, you are not the inheritor of the wolf goddess power. Upon hearing the demon warrior's words, Xianyu felt a twinge of panic, for he was uncertain whether he possessed the strength to defeat the formidable evil clan powerhouse before him. Ling Yan, you and the other 4 must guard the vicinity of the seal. Go swiftly. Xianyu commanded his subordinate, the heavenly emperor Ling Yan. Yes, my lord. Immediately, the 5 emperors of the Holy Dragon Empire hastened toward the sealed barrier. The evil heaven demon observed Xianyu allowing his subordinates to retreat, leaving only himself to confront the adversary, which puzzled him. He then inquired, does he truly believe this will hasten his demise? Humph. The outcome of this encounter remains to be seen. However, before I take your life, there is one matter that perplexes me. You are not the heir of the divine lineage, yet how is it that you possess such a royal artifact? The evil heaven god inquired of Xianyu. I yearn to acquire such a divine weapon in hopes that one day I may wield its power to annihilate the evil clan of my holy dragon empire, along with their formidable beings. Lowering his gaze upon the sacred soul weapon, the snow crystal blade, Xianyu could not help but lament his lack of qualification. At that moment, a colossal black gold sword descended from the heavens, aiming directly at the crown of the evil heaven goddess head. Yet, he evaded the sword's formidable edge with a swift movement. Subsequently, the evil heaven god beheld the black gold sword embedded in the ground. Sensing the potent divine energy it harbored, is this another artifact? Just as the evil heaven god was engulfed in confusion, a figure clad in black gold demonic armor, Ning Feng, descended gracefully from above, landing with poise. Following him were 3 servants and the inheritor of the wolf goddess power. Tian Nan, you lack the qualifications. Thus, you must return what is not yours promptly to avoid further excursions like this one. Ning Feng, with his back turned to the Dragon Emperor Xianyu, addressed him. My lord Xianyu, I trust you are well. Is the snow crystal blade still to your liking? At this moment, the evil heaven god, sensing Ning Feng's formidable divine power, inquired, Are you the chaotic god Gono? Upon hearing his name uttered by the evil heaven god, Ning Feng's gaze sharpened and turned frigid as he replied, It seems that this name instills fear within you. Fear? In the past, the divine lineage could not entirely eradicate us. What can mere inheritors among you mortals possibly achieve? As soon as he finished speaking, the evil heaven god unleashed his formidable technique, invoking the call of the evil spirits. Suddenly, purple orbs of light erupted from the ground around them, transforming into humanoid forms, becoming evil specters. Observing the multitude of specters encroaching upon them, Ning Feng urged his companions, Fei Fei, Xian Xiu, Lian Fu, and Tian Nan, swiftly make your way to the sealing site behind. We must not allow them to breach the seal. Yes, master. Rest assured. Understood, master. At that moment, Tian Nan approached the Dragon Emperor Xianyu, and they exchanged glances. Tian Nan remarked, Now you should believe, the unqualified ultimately cannot wield the divine artifacts. With that, she extended her right hand toward Xianyu, signaling him to return the sacred soul weapon, the snow crystal blade. After a moment of hesitation, Xianyu, albeit reluctantly, placed the snow crystal blade into Tian Nan's outstretched hand. You are rather magnanimous, Tian Nan said to Xianyu. Subsequently, Tian Nan brushed past Xianyu, instantly elevating the holy weapon, the snow crystal blade, from its rudimentary state to the advanced 10th tier, the snow crystal crescent blade, as she strode forward with a murderous intent towards the sealed domain. In contrast, the northern king, Ning Feng, extended his right hand to connect with the 9th tier sword. The heavenly father, embedded firmly in the ground, causing the great sword to return to his grasp, since the divine mission is to eradicate the evil race. Now that we have crossed paths, let us settle the score and engage in combat. Ning Feng spoke with a calm, yet resolute demeanor to the malevolent celestial demon before him. Observing the unwavering determination of the northern king, the evil celestial demon realized that evasion was no longer an option. Nonetheless, a sense of unease and a hint of fear filled his heart. If he truly is a descendant of the chaos god Gono, and if the heavenly father sword he wields is indeed at the 10th tier, then my chances of victory are exceedingly slim. While the evil celestial demon pondered this, Ning Feng unleashed his blood contract technique, the blood seal, applying it to the 9 gemstones embedded in his right chest. The 9 gemstones shimmered brilliantly, and then 9 rays of diverse colors radiated outward, coalescing behind Ning Feng. As the light dissipated, the scene that unfolded astonished both the evil celestial demon and Xianyu, who stood a short distance away. Behind the northern king, 9 colossal embodiments of the utmost malevolence materialized, each a sacrificial offering that had enabled the holy weapon, the heavenly father, to ascend to the 9th tier glorious form, all of which were now under Ning Feng's command. These 9 malignant beings should suffice for our little game, he declared, brandishing his sword-bearing right hand, pointing directly at the evil celestial demon. Kill him. With this command, the 9 embodiments surged towards the evil celestial demon with overwhelming force, igniting the impending clash between the 2 factions of demons. Though it appeared to be a matching of 9 against 1, the evil celestial demon exhibited no sign of panic, effortlessly confronting the 9 malignant entities before him. Just 9 mere materials. Do you dare to strike against one of the evil race? He scoffed. Almost instantly, he conjured his weapon, the demon's sword, in his right hand. Demon's destruction and rebirth. The moment this formidable technique was unleashed, all 9 embodiments were obliterated in an instant. Ha ha ha. It seems you are not truly at the 10th tier. No matter how I count, it does not add up to 10 entities. Indeed, you are still missing the strongest one, the evil celestial demon remarked with a peculiar grin directed at Ning Feng. Thus, I have no reason to fear you any longer. Chapter 1370. The Ascent of the Divine Mountain. Upon hearing the words of the evil celestial demon, Ning Feng felt neither shock nor a hint of trepidation. Instead, he remained composed and unfazed. At this moment, the extreme calmness of the Northern King instilled a profound sense of fear in those around him. It appears you have prepared yourself for certain death, he intoned. Ning Feng spoke coldly. If that is the case, I shall fulfill your wish before your demise, allowing you to witness the ultimate form of the 10th segment and to reminisce about the 10th type of demon you just mentioned. Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, the evil celestial demon warrior was taken aback, feeling as though he had been outmaneuvered by the Northern King, Ning Feng. Regardless of what you are, I shall lift the seal here and rescue my kin. Before leading his companions to support the Holy Dragon Empire within the imperial city of the extreme north, Lian Fu sought out Ning Feng, hoping he would retract his previous orders. Retract my orders? Why? Ning Feng felt perplexed, yet did not reveal it on his face. I have considered that Gono is no longer with us. Even if a trace of his consciousness lingers in your subconscious, it is but a fleeting memory, Lian Fu said, her expression tinged with sadness. Nevertheless, Ning Feng did not rescind his command. I do this for the sake of you three, Fei Fei, Xinxiu, and you, Lian Fu. I do not wish for any of you to feel that I have indirectly caused the demise of your former master. Ning Feng confided in Lian Fu. After you spoke of that matter last time, I pondered whether my 9th segment form could sustain me until I achieved my ambitions. However, things did not unfold as I hoped. Nothing is ever that simple. The last encounter in Tianjia City against the Inferno god, Izhou, in his form nearly led to his defeat. Yet, you need not worry about this matter, Ning Feng reassured. Needn't I worry? What about us? Xinxiu stood at the entrance of the hall, hands on her hips, with Fei Fei beside her. Observing them, Ning Feng inquired, what brings you here? Lian Fu has informed us of everything, master. Rest assured, from now on, you are our sole master. Regardless of how well the former one performed, that is now a thing of the past. As Xinxiu walked into the hall, she continued, thus, we hope you will retract your orders. Indeed, master, Fei Fei added. The seal of the evil clan has already been breached, most likely by the god hunters. If they unite against us, with you not yet at the 10th segment form, and with Xia Nanji's snow crystal blade absent, as well as Qin Mu lacking complete thunder god equipment and unable to control the power of the thunder god Hela, we face dire challenges. After listening to their concerns and observing the hope reflected in their eyes, Ning Feng fell silent for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. He then addressed the three. Tell me, do you know where the final piece of the ultimate evil artifact I require is located? The three divine servants exchanged glances and replied in unison, we do. At that moment, they sensed the movements of the evil celestial god. Not good. The aura of the evil celestial god has manifested in the southwest, Lian Fu warned. Southwest? Isn't that precisely the direction of the Holy Dragon Empire? Where is he going? Could it be that the Holy Dragon Empire also has a place sealed by the evil clan? If that is the case, let us first seek the ultimate evil creature and then proceed to the Holy Dragon Empire for support, Ning Feng addressed them. Yes, master. However, Ning Feng suddenly recalled something and promptly instructed Fei Fei, go summon Xia Nanji. We must take her with us to the Holy Dragon Empire. After a brief moment, Xinxiu transformed into her divine form, the ice-fire heavenly serpent, in the open space of the imperial city. Everyone leapt onto her back, heading westward. Ning Feng, is there something of great importance that requires my presence this time? Xia Nanji inquired during their journey. Indeed. Have you not longed to reclaim your artifact, the snow crystal blade? Today presents a perfect opportunity. You shall receive it directly from the heavenly dragon emperor Xianyu without a fight. Ning Feng assured Xia Nanji with unwavering confidence. Before long, the ice-fire heavenly serpent arrived at the final location of the evil creature, the ascending god mountain, also known as the throne of divine descent. The mountain was eerily silent, the only sound being the chirping of birds from the surrounding woods. The ultimate evil creature resides here, Lian Fu informed Ning Feng. I can indeed sense a powerful force permeating this mountain. But why is it called the throne of divine descent? Ning Feng asked Lian Fu. It is because the creature within is peculiar and immensely powerful. At that moment, Xinxiu noticed a disturbance. This way. The final evil creature is over here. After saying this, the group followed Xinxiu to the deepest part of the forest, where 100-year-old tree stood, seemingly the only anomaly. Observing the tree's thick roots firmly embedded in the ground and its lush foliage, Ning Feng remarked. Is this tree truly the ultimate evil creature you spoke of? Indeed. Though it's not entirely accurate. Master, place your hand upon the trunk, Fei urged Ning Feng. Ning Feng complied, and a miraculous event unfolded. To his astonishment, his hand penetrated the trunk. What? How is this even possible? Ning Feng gasped in disbelief. Xinxiu placed her hand upon the trunk as well, yet nothing occurred. Huh? Why did nothing happen for you? Ning Feng queried. It is because we are not deities. Though we belong to the divine lineage, we are not gods, Xinxiu explained. However, Tian Nan stepped forward, saying, if only deities are allowed inside, then I shall accompany you. I am also the inheritor of the wolf god. You? Without your artifact, your presence would be futile. I might even have to rescue you while attempting to obtain the ultimate evil creature. No, it is better if I go alone. Ning Feng firmly denied Xia Nanji's request. Indeed, Xia Nanji, it is wiser for the master to enter alone, Fei counseled. Let us wait for him here. Everything will be fine. But, without hesitation, I shall proceed. If I cannot surpass this challenge, what claim have I to divinity? Chapter 1371, The Final Demon. Very well. I shall enter first. You shall wait outside, my companions, declared the Northern King, Ning Feng, to the 4 individuals by his side. No sooner had he spoken than he stepped directly into the tree trunk. From the outside, the trunk appeared unchanged, yet upon entering, one would discover a world of extraordinary wonder. The inner realm was vast and breathtaking, with towering mountains visible in all directions. Gazing down from the peaks, one could see an abyssal ocean, its depths shrouded in an unsettling blackness. Standing atop a mountain, Ning Feng surveyed his surroundings, utterly awestruck. Amidst his astonishment, a cold smile crept across his face as he steadily unsheathed his divine weapon, the Heavenly Father of Sacred Souls, stating, it seems the situation has become rather intriguing, indeed. Just as Ning Feng finished speaking, a colossal sea serpent suddenly erupted from the dark waters below, its long, black tongue flickering ominously, evoking a sense of dread and unease. Humph! No matter how ferocious a beast you may be, should you dare to posture before me, the Northern King Ning Feng, you shall meet your end. He declared frostily to the sea serpent. Although the creature could not comprehend his words, it sensed the palpable aura of death emanating from him. Its eyes narrowed, revealing a menacing glare as it reared its body and opened its maw, emitting low growls directed at Ning Feng. Unfazed by the scene before him, Ning Feng regarded the serpent as nothing more than an oversized worm that had attained some semblance of intelligence. Ah, it appears you truly do not understand my words. Very well then, let us commence with the festivities. With that, Ning Feng unleashed his divine technique, the blood seal, and a peculiar radiance enveloped him. As the black and gold armor of the demon god materialized around him, his right hand, gripping the Heavenly Father of Sacred Souls, transformed into the 9-sectioned Heavenly Father. The black and gold blade radiating with an aura of lethal intent akin to Ning Feng's own. Cease your futile noise, he bellowed. Release the dragon's howl. Standing atop the mountain, he spread his legs, adopting a stance of readiness as he drew back his right arm, poised with the 9-sectioned Heavenly Father. The great sea serpent, sensing the impending danger, swiftly opened its maw, revealing its 4 sharp fangs as it lunged towards Ning Feng with the intent to bite. At that moment, Ning Feng completed his charge and swung the 9-sectioned Heavenly Father with great force, unleashing a dark flame strike aimed directly at the serpent's massive mouth. The moment the flames erupted within its jaws, the sea serpent let out a tormented cry, its fangs corroded by the inferno, as the black flames spread across its entire body. After a brief moment, although the sea serpent gaped wide, it could no longer emit a single shriek. Thus, in this enigmatic realm, the Northern King Ning Feng vanquished the first ferocious beast that obstructed his quest for the 10th malevolent entity. Alas, how I truly hope that you, this great serpent, might be the very creature I seek, then my efforts would be spared. Regrettably, it seems you are but an insignificant worm unworthy of my pursuit. Even in this moment, Ning Feng did not forget to mock the sea serpent that lay slain at his feet. Subsequently, guided by his unique and formidable instincts, Ning Feng ventured eastward. Each step was fraught with peril, as he encountered a myriad of unfamiliar and extraordinary beasts. This place was undeniably spectacular, resembling an ancient painting. Yet it was also profoundly ominous, teeming with primordial monsters. Ning Feng mused to himself that were it not for his indomitable spirit, he might have already succumbed to one of these creatures. At this juncture, Ning Feng reached what appeared to be the very heart of the region. In that moment, he leapt atop a mountain peak, and just as he contemplated his next move, he suddenly sensed an extraordinarily powerful wave of energy approaching from the east. Ah, at last. It has revealed itself. The entity I have been searching for. Ning Feng spoke with a tone of casual disdain, hefting the 9-section blade of Heavenly Father upon his right shoulder, his left hand resting defiantly on his hip, brimming with anticipation for the appearance of the 10th malevolent creature. Yet, little did he suspect that the creature racing towards him was none other than a two-headed dragon. This dragon was immense, embodying both the forces of light and darkness within its being, exuding formidable strength. Not only were its two heads distinct, one white, one black, but even its colossal wings mirrored this duality, one radiating a brilliant white light and the other engulfed in dark flames. The two-headed dragon, soaring high above, quickly locked onto the intruder below, Ning Feng. As the dragon's head slowly descended before him, Ning Feng regarded the colossal visages with a heart as tranquil as still waters, devoid of any fear. I truly did not anticipate that the final malevolent entity I required would be of such grand stature, Ning Feng declared with a serious tone. So be it. It is either your demise or mine. The two-headed dragon seemed to comprehend Ning Feng's words, lifting its heads before launching a direct assault with its formidable claws. Ning Feng, undeterred, raised the 9-section blade of Heavenly Father in defiance, preparing to confront the onslaught. By the heavens, this two-headed dragon was on an entirely different level than the beasts he had previously encountered. At that moment, within the recesses of Ning Feng's subconscious, the voice of the chaotic deity, Gono, resonated once more. Suddenly, Ning Feng encountered the chaotic deity Gono within his consciousness realm, and they exchanged glances. It has been a while. I trust you have been getting along well with my 3 servants? Thanks to your influence, things have been relatively smooth. However, what brings you out here? The Northern King Ning Feng inquired of Gono, who stood before him. If I hadn't emerged, you might have been consumed by it, truly becoming its meal. Humph, do you believe I am so utterly helpless? It is merely a slightly larger beast, nothing to be overly concerned about, Ning Feng retorted dismissively, paying little heed to Gono's words. Gono approached Ning Feng calmly, adopting the demeanor of a sage, and spoke. Ning Feng, your task is not solely to subdue it. You harbor greater ambitions to fulfill. Chapter 1, 372, The Strongest Strike. Your aspirations extend to dominating the entire Tianfan continent, even reclaiming the divine realm and regaining control over the divine lineage, Gono asserted, his gaze resolute and his tone unwavering. Upon hearing Gono's words, the Northern King Ning Feng fell into silence, seemingly savoring the tranquility. Moments later, a faint smile graced his lips as he emitted a series of cold chuckles. After laughing, Ning Feng raised his gaze to meet Gono's eyes, penetrating deep into the chaotic deity's essence, catching Gono off guard. Since you are aware of my ambitions, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands, Ning Feng declared, but please do not disgrace the Northern King's reputation. Disgrace your reputation? Absolutely not. You can rest assured. Not only will I not tarnish your name, but I also cannot afford to lose my own face. At that moment, the consciousness of the chaotic deity Gono took control, and Ning Feng's body surrendered to his will. Gono, with the eyes of the divine lineage, focused intently on the massive claws of the two-headed dragon, and with a slight exertion, he sent the claws flying. The two-headed dragon, shaken by the force, let out a roar that resonated throughout the realm, causing tumultuous waves to surge over the sea and powerful tremors to ripple through the towering peaks. Ah, it has been a long time since we last met, Gono remarked steadily, gazing at the dragon soaring above. The words reached the dragon's ears, evoking memories of Gono's wrathful strike that severed its dark, emblematic head. The two-headed dragon momentarily froze, before both heads contorted into fierce expressions, their 4 eyes glaring menacingly at Ning Feng, who stood atop the mountain, exuding Gono's chaotic aura. Oh, it seems you remember me, Gono chuckled, teasingly adding, this time, I am coming for both of your heads, so prepare yourself. With that, Gono firmly gripped the 9-section divine blade and unleashed his blood contract technique. In an instant, dark clouds surged into the sky, dispelling the formidable breath of the two-headed dragon. However, in that fleeting moment, the chaos god Gono retracted the waves of infernal energy unleashed from the 9th segment of the blade of Heavenly Father. Yet, I knew that with merely the power of the 9th segment, I could not utterly vanquish you. I could only sever one of your heads. The 10th segment artifact, the devouring god, has become obsolete in this era, unworthy of the title of the mightiest artifact. With a fierce glint of murderous intent in his eyes, the chaos god Gono addressed the two-headed dragon, declaring, this time, I shall extract both of your powers completely. He chuckled softly. I am eager to see what form the devouring god takes after merging with another segment of power. Upon finishing his words, Gono unleashed the entirety of his consciousness, merging it with the ancient blood contract infused with the power of the 10th segment. His dark golden armor transformed into the scarlet divine demonic armor, embodying the form of the 10th segment fallen god. The 9th segment blade of Heavenly Father in his grasp morphed under the immense force, becoming the 10th segment's complete form, the most powerful artifact, the devouring god. Now, let me see if you remain as feeble as you were back then, Gono proclaimed. Wielding the artifact, the great sword devouring god, and pointing it single-handedly at the two-headed dragon, feeling the overwhelming murderous aura reminiscent of the past. The two-headed dragon grew uneasy under the oppressive presence of the divine monarch. Nevertheless, after many years, the two-headed dragon refused to submit to Gono. It opened its dual mouths, channeling both light and darkness, and unleashed a conflagration of black and white dragon breath, charging directly toward Gono below. In that moment, the chaos god Gono merely sneered, standing motionless to receive the two flames head-on. Within the chaotic flames, he closed his eyes, quietly absorbing the distinct sensations brought forth by these two powers. I am well versed in the dark inferno. I never imagined the light would wield such strength. This time, I shall surely claim both forces. With a single swing of his sword, Gono cleaved the flames of light and darkness, dispersing them entirely. Following this, he leaped into the air, legs together and arms outstretched, performing a role in the sky. Heavenly Devourer, eternal descent of the fallen. After completing his role, Gono firmly grasped the devouring god, and the blade erupted with potent chaotic energy as he infused the remaining energies from his blood contract into the sword, merging it with the infernal flames from his 10th segment armor. At that moment, a colossal wave of infernal energy erupted from the blade of the 10th segment devouring god, forming an immense sword. With the 10th segment artifact raised high, the chaos god Gono swung it fiercely downward. Give it to me. Perish. This is the most powerful deity's resounding voice after many years, yet this time, its momentum surpasses that of the previous occasion. The two-headed dragon, however, will not remain passive. Upon witnessing the colossal blade descending upon it, it unleashes an enraged roar directed at the chaotic god, Gono, looming above. Subsequently, the dragon exudes its fiery breath once more. But this time, it is even more potent. The clash between the infernal blade and the dual dragon breath generates a formidable shockwave that radiates outward in an instant. After a brief moment, it becomes apparent that Gono, now merely a lingering phantom consciousness without a corporeal form, experiences this overwhelming eruption as nothing more than a fleeting moment. After struggling for a while, he perceives that the mortal vessel of Ning Feng can no longer sustain the exertion of such cataclysmic power. Just a little more. Just a fraction more. Though he emits a roar, for Gono, this sound no longer signifies anger but rather a plea, a glimmer of hope. Perhaps, like the ancestors, the descendants are unafraid of death. The true desperado, the northern king Ning Feng, suddenly awakens. Just a little more, and I shall stand with you. Chapter 1373. The power of coexistence. At this moment, the consciousness of the northern king Ning Feng achieves a state of coexistence with that of the chaotic god Gono. Ning Feng, how have you awakened? You must exit your current consciousness. In this situation, your mortal mind cannot endure. Gono shouts urgently. Leave? Where would I go? If you lose, I shall perish alongside you. Ning Feng replies in a calm tone. You are already struggling. Besides, my body cannot hold out much longer, he adds. Rest assured, even if we cannot take both dragon heads, severing one should be feasible. At that time, you will possess the ultimate form of the 10-segment divine artifact, the Heavenly Father's sword, the devouring god. Ning Feng does not immediately respond to Gono, but instead falls into contemplation. After a brief silence, a slight smile graces his lips as he remarks, No, it is not only you, Gono. I, Ning Feng, wish to witness what lies beyond the power of the devouring god in your hands. Within the shared consciousness, Gono gazes upon the northern king Ning Feng and suddenly perceives in his eyes a reflection of his former self, the once exalted and imperious deity of the divine race, the chaotic god. Moreover, through this encounter, Gono discerns a powerful essence long concealed within Ning Feng's depths, accompanied by a resolve for annihilation that even a deity like Gono cannot possess. Moments later, under the consciousness of coexistence, Gono chuckled softly and remarked, I never anticipated this. Truly, I never expected that a descendant like you would harbor such formidable and resolute intent to kill. Is that so? If it were otherwise, I would not deserve to be the heir to the bloodline of your most powerful deity. The northern king, Ning Feng, replied with unwavering determination and a resonant tone. At this moment, facing the resolute Ning Feng, Gono realized he could no longer persuade him. Returning to the fray, the chaotic deity Gono and the northern king Ning Feng reached a state of coexistence. Gono then declared, "Since it is so, let me witness how this mortal surpasses me. The mightiest of deities. I yearn for nothing more." Instantly, as if their four hands jointly grasped the 10-segment divine artifact, the heavenly devouring god. The limits of Ning Feng's mortal body were reached. His armor began to shatter under the impact of two overwhelming forces. Suddenly, the armor exploded entirely, revealing Ning Feng's mortal flesh beneath. At that moment, the tattoos of Baizhe and Xiongqi on his body emitted an extraordinary radiance, transforming into corporeal forms that roared beside Gono, their furious voices resonating throughout the battlefield. "You have come as well, Xiongqi." "Baizhe," the chaotic deity Gono exclaimed excitedly. "Once again, lend me your strength, your master." "I, Gono." Upon hearing their deity's words, the ancient beast Xiongqi and the primordial creature Baizhe emanated white and black light, transforming into orbs of light that surged into the colossal blade of the heavenly devouring god. With the powers of Xiongqi and Baizhe now at his disposal, Gono felt an immediate surge of strength. However, Ning Feng's mortal body began to exhibit alarming signs. Blood flowed from his nostrils, and numerous hemorrhagic spots erupted across his skin, gushing forth torrents of blood. "Damn it! Hold on," Ning Feng urged Gono. "You must finish this quickly." "I understand. Let me witness how much longer you can endure," Gono responded. Once more, the chaotic deity Gono summoned his strength and swung downward with all his might. After a prolonged stalemate, at last, with their combined efforts, the most powerful artifact, the heavenly devouring god, severed the dual dragon fire. Amidst the fierce shockwave, Ning Feng, with his mortal form, swung the sword down, cleaving the two-headed dragon in half. Its carcass plummeted into the depths of the ocean. At that moment, Ning Feng's consciousness began to fade, and he fell from the heights, blood continuing to flow uncontrollably from his wounds. Yet, he found himself unable to move. His grip on the divine artifact slackened, and in that fleeting instant, the 10-segment artifact transformed back into its initial form, the sacred soul weapon, Heavenly Father. It seemed that all had come to an end. Am I to meet my end here? Is this where I perish? As Ning Feng fell into the abyss, he mumbled incoherently before slowly closing his eyes, descending into the inky depths accompanied by the mournful sound of the wind. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes to find the chaotic deity Gono standing before him. "Gono? Where am I? Am I dead?" Ning Feng inquired. "No, you have not perished. This is merely a path you must traverse," Gono replied. "A path I must traverse?" Ning Feng was unable to grasp the true meaning behind Gono's words. "If I am not dead, then what of the two-headed flying dragon? We defeated it, did we not? I witnessed it cleaved in two." Gono offered no response, and Ning Feng perceived a distinct difference between the deity before him and the one he had encountered previously. "Are you all right, Gono?" At that moment, he recalled what Lian Fu had told him. If he surpassed the 10th segment, Gono would be wholly inherited by him, signifying that Gono would indeed become the most formidable deity in the annals of history. "Ah, there will come a day, sooner or later. Fortunately, it has arrived later than I anticipated. Thank you for allowing me to linger a few more days," Gono spoke calmly. "But if that is the case, it means you will vanish forever. Your servants, they will be heartbroken. They will mourn." Ning Feng exclaimed. "Gono, what will happen to your 3 servants?" Gono chuckled softly, shaking his head, and addressed Ning Feng. "You are mistaken. They are no longer my servants, but are now loyal to you, Ning Feng. My era has passed, and my servants have remained in the annals of time with me. They now belong to you." Initially, Ning Feng believed he could not accept such a reality, yet now he found everything to be contrary to his expectations. The ones who often struggle with accepting reality are those who initially felt nothing. Chapter 1374, Surpassing the Past, but no buts remain, Ning Feng. My time has truly begun its countdown. Upon hearing Gono's words, Ning Feng found it hard to believe, until the subsequent scene compelled him to accept the truth. He watched as Gono's form began to dissipate, transforming into light that gradually melded into the air. Why? No, Ning Feng cried out, his voice no longer one of anger, but rather a manifestation of his reluctance and desperate plea for attention. As Ning Feng moved to approach, Gono extended his gradually vanishing right hand, signaling him to refrain from advancing. Though Ning Feng did not take another step forward, his brow remained furrowed in concern. "Ning Feng, remember, from the moment I vanish, you shall be the true new strongest deity," Gono declared resolutely. After my departure, the remaining divine power will merge into your consciousness. Merge into my consciousness. What does that mean? After contemplating for a moment, Ning Feng addressed Gono, inquiring whether what he said implied a continued coexistence with his consciousness. Gono shook his head and explained, Ning Feng, my time is fleeting. Listen closely. My divine power will aid you in restoring your body and will transform you into a being more akin to a deity. At that moment, Gono's form had nearly dissipated. Suddenly, the remnants of his body coalesced into a beam of white light, merging with the North Kingdom's Ning Feng. Ning Feng, remember your ambitions. But also recognize that the present is distinct from the past. Though the chaotic deity Gono had vanished, his words resonated in Ning Feng's mind. Upon opening his eyes once more, Ning Feng found himself atop the mountain where he had previously battled the two-headed dragon. After surveying his surroundings, he noticed the tranquility had returned. A gentle wind blew in from the north, untainted by any corruption or malice, offering only a refreshing coolness. At that moment, Ning Feng slightly moved his right hand and touched the royal artifact, the holy soul weapon, the Heavenly Father. He then grasped it and remarked, indeed, the past and the present are no longer the same. As he reveled in the serenity of his rebirth, several colossal sea serpents emerged from the ocean behind him. Sensing the disturbance, Ning Feng turned to face the scene, letting out a cold laugh as he hoisted the Heavenly Father's sword onto his shoulder. Huh! You pests dare to flaunt your presence before me? Let us see how you meet your demise. As soon as the words left his lips, Ning Feng closed his eyes and drove the divine sword into the mountaintop. Instantly, he opened his eyes wide. The irises of Ning Feng transformed into a chaotic hue. Yet the chaos within his gaze shimmered with clarity. In that moment, 10 segments of divine blood seals were unleashed. In an instant, the sky underwent a dramatic transformation, dark. Heavy clouds swirling above to form a massive black vortex. The sea roiled violently, generating towering waves that crashed against the surrounding mountains. Meanwhile, Ning Feng's once black gold armor transformed into the 10-segmented fallen angel armor, which then shattered. A radiant halo emerged, morphing into the transcendent heavenly armor. As Ning Feng withdrew the holy soul weapon from the earth, it transformed into the 9-segmented Heavenly Father form. However, at that moment, 2 luminous orbs, one black and one white, erupted from beneath the dark sea, racing toward the 9-segmented Heavenly Father. Upon colliding with its blade, a resonant roar reminiscent of the earlier 2-headed dragon echoed forth. As the blinding light subsided, the previous 9-segmented Heavenly Father had transcended into the 10-segmented Devourer of Heaven, becoming an entirely new and unparalleled artifact. Gazing at the crimson patterns and the 10 diminutive malevolent stones affixed to the blade, the Northern King, Ning Feng, held it before his chest, scrutinizing it intently. He then proclaimed, from this day forth, you shall be known as the Heavenly Guardian Dragon Soul. O Heavenly Guardian Dragon Soul, you have surpassed the previously revered devouring god, becoming a brand new, unparalleled artifact. The multitude of sea serpents felt the overwhelming aura emanating from him and trembled in fear. Perfect. I shall use you to hone my skills. Just then, outside the divine tree, Fei Fei and her 3 companions sensed a powerful tremor. What on earth is happening? Is something amiss? Fei Fei looked around anxiously, exclaiming, could it be that our master is in trouble? Enough with your ominous predictions. There was nothing wrong until you voiced your concerns, making us all worry. Xinqiu reprimanded Fei Fei sharply, exasperated. Hey, I was merely expressing concern. Fei Fei retorted passionately. If something were to happen, wouldn't you feel distressed? Or do you two not care? She then directed her ire towards Lian Fu and Tian Nan. All right, you two, cease your bickering. We are all part of the same team, following Ning Feng. What is there to argue about? Tian Nan interjected, attempting to mediate. Just as the 3 were engrossed in their quarrel, Lian Fu suddenly sensed an extraordinarily potent energy surging forth from the divine tree. Everyone, quiet down. Something is about to emerge. Lian Fu urgently warned her companions. Upon hearing her words, the group ceased their disputes and hastily approached the divine tree. Although it remained still, they could feel the immense power radiating from within. Indeed, as Lian Fu suggested, such formidable energy indicates that a great entity is about to appear. Xinqiu remarked, let us prepare for battle. Instantly, the 3 servants summoned their divine swords, while Tian Nan unleashed the wolf god power bestowed upon her by her father. Your welcoming ceremony is somewhat unexpected, a voice echoed as a golden barrier unfurled before the divine tree. Emerging from it was Ning Feng, confidently wielding the Heavenly Guardian Dragon Soul, his demeanor embodying that of a valiant king of the battlefield. My apologies for the wait, he said, resting the enormous sword on his shoulder, striking a regal pose. Upon seeing Ning Feng, Fei Fei and the others were filled with excitement and astonishment. Their eyes wide in disbelief. Master, you have returned. Fei Fei exclaimed with fervor, dashing towards him and leaping into his embrace. Oh dear, I'm not dead yet. Why such excitement? Ning Feng chuckled. If you hadn't emerged soon, Fei Fei would have surely initiated a thorough critique of us all, Xinxiu remarked, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. At this moment, Ning Feng gently set Fei Fei down and smiled, assuring her, I am fine, dear Fei Fei. He then relinquished his newly transformed state. Observing Ning Feng's bare upper body, adorned with pure white muscles and a robust physique, complemented by a few scars, elicited a blush from Tian Nan and the others. Realizing he was without a shirt, Ning Feng glanced at the four women who were furtively admiring him, yet chose to remain silent. He turned away, clasped his hands behind his back, and addressed Xinxiu, saying, Xinxiu, transform into the divine form. We must depart for the Holy Dragon Empire to assist Emperor Xianyu. Yes, my lord, she replied, and in a swift motion, Xinxiu leaped into the air, transforming into the ice-fire celestial dragon above the treetops. Consequently, the northern king Ning Feng, along with Fei Fei, Xinxiu, Lian Fu, and Xiao Nanji, hastened towards the Holy Dragon Empire to support Emperor Xianyu. At that moment, before Emperor Xianyu and the evil celestial demon Wu, the northern king Ning Feng transitioned from his previous 9-stage phoenix form to a new state that transcended 10 stages. Was this the legendary 10-stage form once possessed by the primordial deity, chaos god Gono? Emperor Xianyu's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, Indeed, it is overwhelmingly powerful. Conversely, the denizens of the evil clan discerned immediately that this was not the 10-stage form of Gono, the mightiest deity of yore. Do you take me for a fool? This is not Gono's 10-stage form. The evil celestial demon Wu shouted angrily at the northern king Ning Feng. Damn it, you've wasted so much of my time. Wasted? Huh. I believe I have afforded you too much time already. I should have struck you down without further ado. Ning Feng retorted. As his words echoed, he firmly grasped the divine sword, dragon soul of the heavenly guardian, exerted a slight force, and swung it forward, unleashing a golden crescent slash accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, rapidly hurtling towards the evil celestial demon Wu. What? The evil celestial demon Wu barely managed to brace himself against such a ferocious assault. He crossed his arms before him, resolutely enduring the force of the divine strike. Meanwhile, Ning Feng turned to Emperor Xianyu and calmly stated, Xianyu, why are you still standing here? You are of no use here. Hurry to the sealing grounds in the rear, where your assistance is more urgently needed. Leave this foe to me. Upon hearing Ning Feng's words and witnessing the look he cast in his direction, Emperor Xianyu perceived a stark contrast between the northern king before him and the one he had previously encountered. If the earlier Ning Feng had resembled an arrogant young alpha wolf, the current one appeared akin to a merciless old wolf king, unflinching in his deadly intent. Understood, was all Emperor Xianyu replied before swiftly turning to retreat to the rear. Because he understood that at this moment, Ning Feng would no longer indulge in idle chatter with him. Observing Ning Feng, he resembled an ancient wolf king descending from the mountain. After withstanding the previous onslaught, the evil heavenly demon marshal now harbored profound doubts about Ning Feng's strength. This individual's power was unfathomable. If he truly was a descendant of the chaos god Gono, then why did he not wield the 10-stage heavenly devourer? Was there perhaps another path of advancement for the 9-stage heavenly father sword? With such inquiries swirling in his mind, the evil heavenly demon marshal directly questioned Ning Feng, inquiring about the weapon he possessed. He sensed that it was not the 10-stage heavenly devourer, yet it exuded a power greater than that divine artifact. What could it possibly be? Hearing the calm and respectful inquiry from the evil heavenly demon marshal, the Northern Kingdom's King Ning Feng remained unperturbed and, lifting the artifact before him, nonchalantly declared, Humph, listen well. For I shall say this only once. This is a power that transcends the 10 stages, known as the Heavenly Guardian Dragon Soul. A power that surpasses the 10 stages? How could such a thing exist? The evil heavenly demon marshal reflected that if he had not revealed himself today, he had not intended to seek out the evil clan to annihilate them. After all, Ning Feng had no interest in striking down a newborn, still swaddled in its cradle. Ning Feng scornfully remarked to the evil heavenly demon marshal, but you had to court death, being the first to approach this seal. Ha ha ha. Then you have only yourself to blame. Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, a chill swept over the evil heavenly demon marshal. Indeed, as Ning Feng had stated, he could not possibly contend with the Northern Kingdom's King Ning Feng, for his strength had long since surpassed that of the chaos god Gono from years past. At this moment, Ning Feng could be regarded as the most formidable, the newly crowned, unsung deity. Gazing at the Northern Kingdom's King Ning Feng, the evil heavenly demon marshal realized he could not breach his defenses to reach the sealed area behind him. However, the second evil clan seal lay directly before him, and he could not simply abandon his pursuit. With a subtle movement, he clasped his hands behind his back, secretly invoking a summoning spell to release a shadowy apparition, which delved deep underground, awaiting the opportune moment to shatter the seal and rescue his allies. Meanwhile, he smiled at Ning Feng and said, "Ha ha ha, oh dear. Each generation surpasses the last. You have indeed surpassed Gono of old, which is truly remarkable. There is no need for such empty flattery. Let us discuss how you wish to meet your end," Ning Feng replied with resolute determination. At that moment, the evil heavenly demon marshal recalled how he might negotiate with Ning Feng to secure his chance for escape. "Do not be in such haste. Do you not wish to know the whereabouts of all the divine heirs?" The evil heavenly demon marshal inquired earnestly. Upon hearing this, the Northern Kingdom's King Ning Feng furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean by that? I understand that at this juncture, there are seemingly two matters of infinitely greater importance to you than my demise." The evil celestial deity spoke gravely about a matter of great significance, the whereabouts of the divine heir. In chapter 1376, titled "The Deal is Sealed," upon hearing the evil celestial demon Wu mention the lineage of the divine heirs, Northern Kingdom King Ning Feng immediately recalled the proposal for a transaction that could potentially spare his own life. However, as a seasoned warrior who had danced with death for years and now a sovereign, he understood that such a meager offer would not suffice to secure his release. At this juncture, Ning Feng was eager to discern the second condition he had alluded to. The Northern Kingdom king, wielding the great sword Tianyu Long Hun upon his shoulder, fixed a piercing gaze upon the evil celestial demon Wu and calmly inquired, "Pray tell, what is the second matter you perceive?" The evil celestial demon Wu was no fool. Before divulging any further details, he sought to negotiate. So you are the Northern Kingdom king? You are not foolish, nor am I an imbecile. If I were to reveal this and it proved worthless to you, I would still meet my demise, would I not? Humph, brat, what do you intend to do? Speak. Ning Feng directly confronted the evil celestial demon. "Quite simply, once I articulate the second condition, you must allow me to depart," he retorted. "Humph. I suspected you would say that," Ning Feng replied without a moment's hesitation. "Speak, and I shall grant you your freedom." "What? Am I mistaken? You, Ning Feng, the heir to the ruthless chaos god Gono, devoid of bloodlust." The evil celestial demon Wu chuckled incredulously. "Why would I disagree? Would that not frighten you?" Ning Feng countered. "In truth, I have no interest in you at present, and you pose no threat to me. To put it plainly, I do not regard the weak." For Ning Feng, only those who constituted a genuine threat commanded his attention. This was why, in years past, the monarchs of the Dragon Kingdom had often found themselves trembling in his presence. "Now, it is time for you to disclose the leverage that allows me to grant your departure," Ning Feng asserted. "Very well, I shall reveal it," the evil celestial demon responded. "The second matter pertains to the god hunters. I am aware of their stronghold. Furthermore, I shall offer you an additional piece of information. I know precisely whom they target among you." At this revelation, Ning Feng felt a flicker of interest, for the threats against the heirs of the divine lineage were indeed numerous. Thus, the three pieces of intelligence that the evil celestial demon Wu had just unveiled were of paramount importance. "Have you finished?" Ning Feng prompted. "Indeed, and I shall provide you with all of it in written form. Be prepared to receive it." With that, the evil celestial demon Wu summoned his magical power, conjuring 3 sheets of parchment in his right hand, which he then entrusted to Ning Feng. After Ning Feng received the scroll, the malevolent deity, Tian Nan Wu, inquired, "Ning Feng, the king of the northern realm, may I take my leave from this place?" Ning Feng cast a glance at the scroll in his hands, and Tian Nan Wu reassured him, "Rest assured, there are no traps or mechanisms within." Ning Feng lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of the malevolent deity, his expression imbued with a chilling demeanor. "Very well, I shall trust you this time. I, Ning Feng, am a man of my word. I shall let you depart now." "Thank you, king of the northern realm. I hope that when we next meet, you will go easy on me," Tian Nan Wu replied before turning to leave. "Next time? Humph, you should ponder whether you'll still be alive to see me again," Ning Feng muttered to himself. He then made his way towards the sealed area. Upon arrival, he beheld a purple sealing array. As he approached and peered inside, he faintly discerned a figure of an evil being with colossal wings sealed within. "Is the seal intact?" Ning Feng inquired of those around him. "Reporting to you," Master, the seal is currently stable. Xinxiu responded. Understood, Ning Feng replied. I have already sent that Valxie Tian Shun Mo packing. What? You let him go? Why didn't you eliminate him? Humph. I always knew you. Ning Feng harbored ill intentions. You release an evil being, yet you claim your kind are their eternal enemies? Your actions betray the divine lineage you represent. Pathetic, exclaimed Feng Di Mulong, one of the 5 emperors of the Holy Dragon Empire, as he shouted at Ning Feng. What nonsense are you spouting? Xinxiu would not let any affront to her master go unchallenged. Her eyes flared as she pointed an accusatory finger at him, retorting, dare to utter another word, and I shall crush your skull. Hey, wasn't what Mulong just said accurate? Isn't it true that your master released that evil being? He admitted it himself. Don't blame us for bringing this up. Lady Zhen, you defended his compatriot against Xinxiu's wrath. Have you both been munching on dung? Your words are as foul as they are obstinate, Xia Ningji interjected, stepping forward to join Xinxiu in berating the representatives of the Holy Dragon Empire. Exactly. By your logic, if our master Ning Feng ordered you to your deaths, would you comply? Are you all his offspring, ready to call him father? The normally composed and serene goddess, Lian Fu, was now livid, nearly unleashing a divine massacre upon Feng Di and Lei Di. At that moment, the celestial emperor Ling Yin stepped forward, positioning himself between the 2 factions. Calmly, he addressed them. Oh dear, look at this. We were once allies united in purpose, and now we've turned against one another. What has caused this rift? Suddenly, the heavenly emperor Ling Yin turned to the northern king Ning Feng and said, Ning Feng, do enlighten us. I trust that deep down, you do not wish for our 2 factions to engage in a conflict over such trivial matters, do you? It would be utterly futile, wouldn't it? Futile? Huh. As if you mere underlings could ever stand a chance against us, the divine race. Ning Feng retorted, casting a scornful glance at Ling Yan. He then coldly declared, I remember you, Ling Yan. What are you really? How dare you demand an explanation from me? You are unworthy of my words, you fools. How dare you? Ning Feng's voice dripped with malice. If I hear another word from you, I shall make an example of you before your master, ending your life as one would a dog. His fierce warning was not only directed at Ling Yan, but also intended for the attention of the Dragon Emperor Xianyu, signaling him to refrain from provoking trouble or courting death. For Ning Feng, eliminating them would be as effortless as squashing a few insects. Enough of this bickering. You lot are utterly unaware of your own insignificance. The Dragon Emperor Xianyu chastised his subordinates with a commanding tone. He then turned to Ning Feng, stating, regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude. Had you not intervened, not only would the seal have been breached, but we may have also faced death at the hands of the malevolent deity. Ning Feng paid no heed to Xianyu's words, showing no interest in his gratitude. Xianyu, let me ask you, what exactly lies sealed within? You must know, he inquired, his tone laced with authority. Caught off guard by Ning Feng's sudden question, Xianyu stammered, well, it is the evil clan, of course. What else could it be? Ning Feng remained silent, maintaining a steady gaze upon him. I advise you to speak the truth, lest you wish to experience the full extent of my methods. Earlier, as Ning Feng approached, he had surmised the reason behind the seal of the evil clan within the Holy Dragon Empire. For years, Xianyu had been covertly attempting to harness the residual power of the evil clan for his own gain. His earlier endeavors in the Northern Kingdom to seize the sacred soul weapon, the Snow Crystal Blade, were aimed at breaking this seal to command the evil beings contained within or to siphon their strength for himself. I will confess, Xianyu stuttered. The seal has always existed, and it is one of the 5 evil gods of the evil clan, the evil sovereign. Ning Feng stepped closer to Xianyu, stating, Master Xianyu, I believe we are both intelligent individuals. I understand your intentions regarding the contents of this seal, but I advise you to abandon such ambitions while you still can. Just as you are unable to wield the weapons of the divine clan, so too are you incapable of controlling the powers of the demonic clan. After uttering these words, Ning Feng turned to the 4 companions behind him, saying, let us depart. Consequently, the northern king Ning Feng and his companions left the Holy Dragon Empire. Your Majesty, what shall we do now? Ling Yin inquired as he rushed over. Noting that Ning Feng had already discerned their intentions regarding the demonic clan. Ning Feng, who exactly are you? Xianyu, the emperor of the heavenly dragon, contemplated silently as he gazed in the direction where Ning Feng and his companions had departed, thinking to himself that if he wished to thwart his plans, he should first consider whether he possessed the capability to do so. Upon their return to the northernmost kingdom, Ning Feng summoned Murong Xiaoyu and Yulan to his chamber. Your Majesty, have you called us for something of great importance? Yulan asked, bowing respectfully. You needn't be so formal, Yulan, there are no others present. And it is just us, Ning Feng replied with a smile. Please, just call me Ning Feng. It feels more amiable. If Qin Mu were to find out that you are still so cautious in my presence, he might summon the thunder god Hello again. And that would certainly give me a headache. Upon hearing this, Yulan felt a bit awkward but acquiesced. Very well, then I shall indeed call you Ning Feng. Now, back to the matter at hand. Today, while in the Holy Dragon Empire, I had an encounter with someone from the demonic clan, and before I departed, he revealed 3 exceedingly important pieces of information to me. Murong Xiaoyu and Yulan exchanged glances, and then Murong Xiaoyu asked Ning Feng, "What does this have to do with us?" Ning Feng then produced 3 papers that the demonic god of heaven had entrusted to him, and unfolded them all. It turned out to be 2 maps and 1 list. "This is a map of the Tian Nan continent," Yulan remarked after scanning one of the maps. Murong Xiaoyu, upon examining the first map, deduced the location depicted on the second map. "This second one is the Xianglong Valley," she exclaimed. The third sheet revealed the identities of the corresponding divine clan members associated with the god hunters. As expected, the chaos god Gono had arranged for 2 god hunters, 1 male and 1 female. The female named Lin Shu and the male named Yi Tianming. It appears that the demonic god of heaven did not deceive me after all, Ning Feng said, addressing Murong Xiaoyu and Yulan. You both have recognized what those 2 maps represent. The map in Yulan's hands should bear 13 markers, indicating the locations of 13 divine clan heirs. As for you, Xiaoyu, the map of Xianglong Valley is the stronghold of the god hunters. Hearing this, both felt a surge of astonishment. This means that with these 2 items, we could potentially resolve the crisis we currently face. Then what are we waiting for? Knowing the precise location of their stronghold, Ning Feng, we should immediately dispatch troops. Yulan, contact Wind Capital, and I shall seek out Li Tianhu from Heavenly Tribulation City. The 3 of us will converge at Xianglong Valley and take down that group with ease. Murong Xiaoyu excitedly shared her plans with Ning Feng, expecting praise, only to be met with a stern objection. Ning Feng cautioned that if they proceeded as she suggested, they would undoubtedly fall victim to the god hunters, their perfect nemesis. Murong Xiaoyu momentarily forgot that the god hunters were specifically designed to deal with their divine lineage. At that moment, Yulan interjected, addressing Murong Xiaoyu, "Indeed. Though I am still nominally the god executioner of Wind Capital, I currently hold a position in the extreme North Nation. So how could I shamelessly request them to dispatch troops? But I am here, and I can persuade Li Tianhu to mobilize." Murong Xiaoyu replied with great enthusiasm. "Oh, really? The last time we visited, Li Tianhu's gaze nearly fell into your heart. Do you think he wouldn't be concerned? How could you say such a thing?" Ning Feng shot her a sidelong glance before turning his attention to the map spread out before them. Detecting a hint of jealousy in Ning Feng's words, Murong Xiaoyu playfully teased, "Cough, cough, cough. You care about me so much? I never imagined the illustrious king of the north could be so envious." "Envious? I am merely concerned that, in a moment of carelessness, his life may be lost," Ning Feng replied solemnly. Chapter 1378, A New Mission. Ning Feng. Our primary task now is to locate the remaining 8 deities, Yulan stated to the king of the north. If this map is authentic, then the nearest one to us is currently at Misty Wind Mountain. Misty Wind Mountain, shrouded in perpetual fog, only allows wind to reach its peak. Ning Feng glanced at the marked location on the map, gravely expressing, "Let us hope that individual still resides there." Upon hearing this, Yulan and Murong Xiaoyu exchanged surprised glances, with Murong Xiaoyu inquiring, "What do you mean by that? It sounds as though you fear he may have perished." Ning Feng took a deep breath, gesturing toward 2 maps for them to observe. "Look, Misty Wind Mountain is in close proximity to Xianglong Valley. If those god hunters are aware that there is a divine being on the mountain, it is likely that, under pressure, he may have left for another location, complicating our search." After a moment of contemplation, Yulan proposed, "In that case, I shall lead the reconnaissance team, the White Bird Squad, to assess the situation. If that individual is still there, I will return to inform you." However, Ning Feng promptly rejected Yulan's suggestion. "No, the White Bird Squad is my carefully selected shadow team. They can scout elsewhere, but not against the divine lineage. I suspect that not only are we being harassed by the god hunters, but they have also interacted with those beings. Furthermore, divine beings possess acute sensitivity. Any disturbance would be detected. If he perceives you as enemies, he could eliminate you in an instant, and I would bear the blame." Hearing Ning Feng's words, Yulan couldn't help but chuckle and shook her head. This action left Ning Feng and Murong Xiaoyu perplexed. Murong Xiaoyu inquired, "Sister Yulan, what troubles you? What brings about your laughter?" To which Yulan responded, "I laugh at Ning Feng, our sovereign." She elaborated to the 2, "Among all the rulers in the celestial continent, there has never been one like Ning Feng. who places the lives of his subordinates above all else. He is indeed a rare gem. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng chuckled softly. A rare gem? I hardly qualify as such. It is merely that I have taken too many lives in the past. I wish to eschew that singular, tiresome tyranny to govern everything. In this celestial continent, I aspire to traverse a different path, to interpret and enhance the title of the god of war. Very well. It is indeed the divine beings who should seek out their own kind. Ning Feng stated, currently, we have myself, Tian Nan, and Qin Mu. The three of us can embark on separate paths to locate three individuals. At this moment, Morong Xiaoyu recalled something and said to Ning Feng, in fact, we could also strive to enlist the strength of Li Tianhu from Tianjia City. That would make it 4 of us, enabling us to find all the divine heirs in 2 expeditions. Ning Feng regarded Morong Xiaoyu thoughtfully, his expression growing serious as he remarked, that is feasible, and I recognize that you are the most suitable person for this task. However, exercise caution. He is a shameless rogue capable of anything. Morong Xiaoyu immediately discerned the subtext in Ning Feng's words, comprehending his true meaning. Rest assured, my Northern Kingdom Vinegar King, I will be just fine, she assured him, providing a measure of comfort. The following day, Ning Feng convened Tian Nan, Qin Mu, Morong Xiaoyu, Yulan, and of course, General Lin Sheng of the military, along with his 3 servants, Fei Fei, Xinqiu, and Lian Fu, in the grand hall of the imperial city. Once everyone had gathered, Ning Feng addressed them from his seat. I believe you all have surmised the purpose of this gathering. I have a new mission to assign. Upon seeing the multitude assembled, Qin Mu instantly surmised that they were about to engage in battle. Sovereign, please issue your command. I, Qin Mu, wish to take the vanguard position. This declaration left everyone in the room momentarily stunned, directing their gazes toward Qin Mu, leaving him quite embarrassed. This time, it is not a battle. Rather, I require you to locate individuals, Ning Feng clarified. Locate individuals? Indeed. Then, is it necessary to gather so many for merely finding someone? Qin Mu inquired, bewildered. Certainly, it is necessary. The individuals I need you to find are heirs of divine lineage. Ning Feng then proceeded to assign 8 locations among the 4 of them, including himself. The lands of Lanhai and Fengxiang were entrusted to Tian Nan, the wilderness of Jiusha and the temple of the divine to Qin Mu, while Morong Xiaoyu was tasked with notifying Li Tianhu regarding the Rain Dragon Forest and the Wind Emperor's empire. In the Northern Kingdom, King Ningfeng took it upon himself to oversee the nearby Misty Wind Mountain and the Cloud Nation. Although their proximity was advantageous for swift defense against potential attacks on the extreme North Kingdom during his absence, it also served another purpose. Both locations were in close vicinity to the auspicious Dragon Valley. With his current prowess, Ningfeng believed he could contend with the 14 hunter deities residing within the valley, especially with his loyal servants, Xinqiu and Fei Fei, at his side, providing a dual layer of security. After assigning this crucial task, Ningfeng turned to Lin Sheng, the Grand General, and commanded, Lin Sheng, heed my orders. Lin Sheng knelt on one knee, awaiting his monarch's directives with utmost respect. During our absence from the extreme North Kingdom, you must diligently guard our gates and keep a vigilant watch over the snowy plains to prevent any incursions by the enemy. Ningfeng instructed, for the time being. I have entrusted all matters, great and small, to Lian Fu. You must lead your troops under her command. Do you understand? Yes, I shall obey, Lin Sheng affirmed resolutely, his commitment to Lian Fu unwavering, instilling a sense of reliability in his demeanor. Ningfeng then leaned closer to Lian Fu and quietly remarked, though you are not formally included in this operation, I have entrusted the entirety of the extreme North Kingdom to you. I am aware that your true capabilities extend far beyond mere healing and summoning of countless beings. Therefore, I entrust this to you. Rest assured, my lord. Lian Fu will dutifully safeguard the extreme North Kingdom, she replied confidently. Should anything unusual arise, no matter who it may be, show no mercy. Ningfeng issued this critical command to Lian Fu. Understood, my lord. In truth, what troubled Ningfeng was not external foes, but rather the corruption lurking within his own ranks. Chapter 1379. Compromise. Having concluded all tasks and orders, King Ningfeng rose from his throne and took a few steps forward, flanked by 3 divine servants. He adjusted the cuffs of his black shirt, his gaze sharp as he addressed those present. Once you have organized everything, depart immediately. Travel safely, return promptly. I, Ningfeng, await your favorable news. Yes, my lord. We shall not disappoint you. We will accomplish our mission. The assembled crowd echoed in unison. After their departure, only Ningfeng and his 3 servants remained in the grand hall. Lian Fu, I appreciate your efforts. I suspect that individual will seize this opportunity to instigate a rebellion during our absence. Your presence here is predicated on their ignorance of your true strength, as they have only witnessed your healing and summoning abilities. Thus, I entrust everything to you. Do not worry, my lord. Anyone bold enough to cause chaos in your domain shall face my wrath. That night, Ning Feng and his companions discreetly took flight aboard their war machines, heading towards the locations designated by Ning Feng. Morong Xiaoyu first arrived at the city of Heavenly Tribulation to negotiate with the chief, Li Tianhu, persuading him to leave the city to assist Ning Feng in locating other heirs of divine lineage. Upon arriving at the city of Heavenly Tribulation, a deep sigh escaped her lips. Alas, I truly do not wish to encounter that insufferable oath. It is utterly vexing. Were it not for you, Ning Feng, I would never have returned. With that, she opened the hatch of the warcraft and descended slowly. As she reached the main headquarters of the city of Heavenly Tribulation, Morong Xiaoyu glanced upward before striding directly inside. The guards at the entrance, upon recognizing their second-in-command had returned, were about to greet her, but Morong Xiaoyu passed them by without a glance, proceeding into the building. She ascended to the highest floor of the headquarters, where the residence of the chief, Li Tianhu, was located. Bursting through the door, she found Li Tianhu seated and inebriated. It's the middle of the night, and you're still drinking. Why don't you just drink yourself to death? She shouted. In a daze, Li Tianhu finally recognized Morong Xiaoyu's face, and he abruptly sobered up with excitement. Oh, is that not my dearly missed second commander Xiaoyu? What brings you back? Do you miss your brother Tianhu? He exclaimed with delight. Huh, brother Tianhu? You seem to be quite the tiger yourself. Spare me the flattery. Hurry up. Gather your gear and come with me, commanded Morong Xiaoyu. Come with you? To where? We just reunited. Let me savor this moment a little longer, Li Tianhu replied, still under the influence of alcohol, trying to draw closer to her. Quickly, we need to help Ning Feng find someone. At the mention of Ning Feng, Li Tianhu's demeanor shifted, and he became more alert. Wait a moment, you said help who? Ning Feng? To find someone? Huh, I'm not going, he declared with a defiant posture, slumping back into his chair, clearly unbothered. Morong Xiaoyu was not one to indulge his obstinacy. She demanded sternly, I will ask you one last time, are you going or not? No, absolutely not, Li Tianhu replied, his tone resolute, indicating his firm stance. Nevertheless, Morong Xiaoyu pressed on. Fine, if you refuse to go, then I shan't return to this city of heavenly tribulation. As her words fell, she turned and strode towards the exit. Noticing the gravity of her words, Li Tianhu called after her, Hey, don't be like that. I was only joking. Look at you, what do you mean look at you? Do you think I am here to indulge in idle banter? Morong Xiaoyu glared at him, her anger palpable. Are you jesting? This is amusing, isn't it? Go if you wish. At that moment, Li Tianhu slowly rose from his seat and approached her. Xiaoyu, I just don't understand why you insist on helping Ning Feng. He hardly seems like a good person, he retorted, his tone lacking respect. You used to follow him around like a shadow, and one day he might just betray you. As soon as the words left my lips, Morong Xiaoyu spat directly in my face, exclaiming, Bah, you shameless creature, daring to speak ill of my man. Do you wish to meet your end? I have known Ning Feng for quite some time. He is a legendary warrior. Cease your slanderous remarks behind his back. Morong Xiaoyu rebuked Li Tianhu, adding, he has already expressed his willingness to assist Tianjia City. He is your ally. Why must you behave in such a manner? I am offering you a chance to redeem yourself, yet you remain oblivious. Li Tianhu retorted, do I not need to exhibit some of Tianjia City's might? If I were to easily acquiesce to that fellow, would we not become prey for Ning Feng? My followers are few, and our territory is limited. Should the day come when I have no support, I would be left vulnerable. Thus, I cannot simply comply. Can I, Xiaoyu? As he spoke, Li Tianhu attempted to place his hand on Morong Xiaoyu's shoulder. Just as he was about to succeed, she warned, if you do not retract your hand this instant, I shall have no choice but to sever it. Upon hearing her words, Li Tianhu immediately halted and withdrew his hand. Where shall we go then? He inquired. There are two destinations, Yulong Forest and the Wind Emperor's Empire, Morong Xiaoyu replied. The moment she mentioned these two places, Li Tianhu did not hesitate for a moment and decisively chose Yulong Forest. No deliberation? Do you think I am allowing you to select one? I must inform you. We shall visit both places. No exceptions. Both Yulong Forest and the Wind Emperor's Empire are on our itinerary, Morong Xiaoyu asserted. Then I shall head to Yulong Forest first. The Wind Emperor's Empire is a perilous place. I shall go there later, Li Tianhu stated. You do not comprehend. We must first go to Yulong Forest. The deity's heir there is amiable and easy to negotiate with. I can win him over with a few words. As for the Wind Emperor's Empire, that is the second prince of the royal family. Should we go there first, I fear the chances of failure are far too great, he explained to Morong Xiaoyu. Do not worry, I will accompany you. I also have some connections in the Wind Emperor's empire. Yulong Forest will rely entirely on your efforts. Chapter 1380. The Sea God. After reaching a consensus with Li Tianhu, the leader of Tianjia City, and under Morong Xiaoyu's urging, Li Tianhu hastily gathered his belongings and boarded the warplane, setting off for their first destination, Yulong Forest. Must we depart in such haste? At least grant me a moment of solitude with you, Li Tianhu teased, saying, Xiaoyu, it is rare for you to return. Allow your elder brother to cherish this moment. Morong Xiaoyu, piloting the aircraft, showed no inclination to entertain him and retorted, You would do well to silence that mouth of yours and refrain from uttering any more distasteful remarks, understood? Upon hearing Morong Xiaoyu's words, Li Tianhu felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. At a loss for how to respond, he fell silent and gazed ahead. After a while, the two arrived at the Rain Dragon Forest, a secluded paradise located in the southern part of the Tianfan continent, teeming with extraordinary beasts and rare flora, suffused with pure energies. Is the heir of the divine lineage truly in a place like this? Morong Xiaoyu inquired of Li Tianhu. Indeed, I had previously invited him to join our Tianjia city. The position of second-in-command you currently hold was originally intended for him, Li Tianhu explained to Morong Xiaoyu. What? So, my esteemed position as second-in-command was merely a stroke of luck? She retorted. No, it is well-deserved. However, he possesses formidable strength, Li Tianhu clarified. Yet, he is a noble figure, untouched by worldly desires, proclaiming that fame and fortune are mere illusions. So let this matter rest. Morong Xiaoyu pressed further. What is his name? Taking a deep breath, Li Tianhu replied, His name is Ling Shang. Ling Shang? What a delicate name, she remarked. The divine lineage consists of two factions, the 7 true gods and the 6 fallen gods. He is the heir of the sea god, Haij, one of the 7 true gods. Just as Morong Xiaoyu conversed with Li Tianhu, he suddenly sensed something amiss within the forest. Wait, halt, he commanded. What is it? She asked. There are others present, and they do not seem benevolent, Li Tianhu responded, sensing the palpable hostility surrounding them. At that moment, Morong Xiaoyu unleashed her 10 segments of the condensed shadow domain, enveloping a vast area of the Rain Dragon Forest. Indeed, it appears others have arrived before us. Morong Xiaoyu acknowledged. Li Tianhu's brow furrowed, his expression grave as he spoke with a serious tone. Yes, it is the God Hunters. The God Hunters, united in their sinister purpose, plotted daily to eliminate the heirs of divine blood, as if this was the sole reason for their existence. After a thorough scan of their surroundings, Li Tianhu and Morong Xiaoyu exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement, then proceeded towards the left. Ling Shang, did you ever anticipate that today would mark the end of your days as the sea god heir? The god hunter, Wu Long, taunted him. Rest assured, on the anniversary of your demise next year, I shall burn more paper money at your grave. Save the paper money for yourself, after all. It would be quite embarrassing to arrive there without funds, the sea god, Ling Shang, replied with unwavering composure. If you lack sufficient resources, I shall not concern myself with you, for I harbor no pity for the worthless. Enough of your prattle, release your divine power at once. Without the strength of the sea god Haij, you are utterly insignificant before me. With unabashed arrogance, Wu Long declared, even if I kill you, I must seek out other divine clans. Let me see if this hunter, who specializes in slaying sea gods, can indeed contend with other divine beings. At that moment, Li Tianhu, wielding the divine artifact, the Flame Slayer Dragon Execution Blade, arrived on the battlefield, emanating the energy of the flame god Izhua. Hey kid, what foul stench were you just releasing over there? If you have the guts, come face me. Both Ling Shang and Wu Long were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the flame goddess heir. Li Tianhu? Ling Shang inquired, what brings you here? Humph. Ling Shang, I'm naturally here to rescue you. Li Tianhu replied excitedly. What a stroke of fortune. I arrived just in time to encounter the hunter. Kid, if you have the ability, why not take down my flame god first? What? You are the bloodline heir of flame god Izhua. Wu Long was shocked at the revelation. He brandished the 10-section divine warrior's sea-subduing spear, anxiously glancing between the two deities, feeling an immense pressure. The flame god and the sea god, one of ice and one of fire, were reputed to be among the most formidable figures within the divine clans. Damn it! Am I truly forced to withdraw? Wu Long gripped his spear tightly, raising his vigilance. At that moment, Morong Xiaoyu emerged from behind Li Tianhu in his flame god form. Wu Long, did you ever foresee this situation? It seems your plan to eliminate the gods has failed this time. Failed? Huh? With just the 3 of you? You are not worthy of me exerting my full strength. As soon as the words left his lips, Wulong unleashed his martial arts, a blue aura enveloping him before surging towards the sea-subduing spear in his hand. "Let me show you the fate of those who defy us hunters," Wulong exclaimed with fervor. "Divine Sea Slayer, Cataclysmic Cascade." As he brandished the sea-subduing spear, waves of azure light slashed through the air. With a flick of his wrist, countless beams of energy radiated outward, devastating the surrounding trees. Fortunately, Li Tianhu and the others managed to evade the onslaught, preserving their lives from the deadly assault. Damn it! When have I ever endured such humiliation? It has always been others fleeing from me. Never have I been chased like a rat in the street by you little brat. Li Tianhu halted, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared intensely at the spear-wielding Wulong Humph. "You insolent brat. Let us see how you eradicate the rest of our divine kin." Just as he was about to rise and strike at Wulong, Ling Shang stepped in front of him. "Leave this to me." Chapter 1381. The High Monk of the Divine Temple. Meanwhile, the other three groups hurried to their respective destinations. Qin Mu and Yulan proceeded to the Divine Temple in the Land of Dark Currents. "It is rather peculiar that such a sanctified place would be established in such a location," Qin Mu remarked to Yulan beside him. "What is so strange about it? The Land of Dark Currents was not always this tainted and desolate. It once was a pristine land, renowned as the illustrious Dragon Hua Empire." Yulan explained attentively to Qin Mu. Had it not been for the invasion of the evil clan, it would not have transformed into what it is today. As they walked, they observed the surrounding blackened earth, suffused with a murky purplish haze and the remnants of purple flames that appeared to have burned for an eternity, alongside crumbling walls lying amidst the heavy sands. "I wonder what Feng was thinking, entrusting such a sinister place to the two of us." Qin Mu expressed his unease. "Do you think there might be any ghosts lurking about?" Just as he spoke, the ground trembled, and an overwhelming wave of tainted energy surged into the earth. "What on earth is happening? Could there truly be spirits?" Qin Mu exclaimed, his heart racing and his legs feeling slightly weak. "Stay calm. It seems there is something beneath the surface. Prepare for battle," Yulan commanded. With that, both drew their divine weapons. Qin Mu upgraded his Sacred Soul weapon, the Sacred Flame Military Fist, to the 10th tier, while Yulan wielded her dual pistols, the Sacred Soul weapons Dragon Flame and Battle Phoenix Spirit, which had been infused with potent martial energy. Both Qin Mu and Yulan sensed the mysterious entity beneath the ground was about to emerge and simultaneously declared, "Something is coming." No sooner had they spoken than the earth split open, revealing numerous black skeletal soldiers brandishing swords, surrounding Qin Mu and Yulan. "What is the situation? Are they skeletons?" Qin Mu furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss. "It appears they have been corrupted by that purplish taint," Yulan analyzed. "I suspect these skeletal soldiers were once the warriors of the Dragon Hua Empire. Their bodies, even in death, have been overtaken by the evil clan's miasma. Regardless of what they are, as long as they are not ghosts, I, the young master of the Qin family, shall not fear anything," Qin Mu declared, clenching his fists as the crimson flames of the Sacred Flame Military Fist erupted with intensity. Military God's 10th Technique, 7th Strike, Heavenly Wrath Pursuing Dragon Fist. With blinding speed, Qin Mu charged towards the skeletal soldiers, his fists blazing with crimson lightning, forming two blood-red dragons that weaved through the ranks of the skeletal army, striking down foes. Meanwhile, Yulan utilized her dual pistols to eliminate the skeletal soldiers from a distance. Amidst the intertwining forces of ice and fire, the skeletal soldiers found themselves utterly immobilized. After a fierce assault, Qin Mu and Yulan succeeded in vanquishing all the skeletal warriors. Approaching Yulan, Qin Mu, slightly out of breath, remarked, "I never anticipated the malevolent clan's power to be so formidable. Even my divine strength feels quite formidable to contend with." "Well, you have yet to fully harness the might of Thor, Hela. Once you master it completely, you shall soar to great heights," Yulan reassured him. Just then, the ground trembled with a peculiar disturbance. "What is happening? Why is something else emerging?" Qin Mu exclaimed, his vigilance renewed. Could it be another horde of skeletal soldiers? This new tremor surpassed the intensity of the previous one, instilling a sense of unease and dread in Yulan. I don't know what this is," she stammered. Suddenly, a colossal black skeletal dragon erupted from the earth. Qin Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. This is the skeleton of a dragon," he shouted. "I know. Stop yelling," Yulan anxiously retorted. "The malevolent aura emanating from it is overwhelming. You must awaken the thunder god within you." I can't. Hela is asleep. I don't know what to do." Qin Mu stuttered. "If we can't do anything, let us run towards the temple of the gods ahead. If we hurry, we might evade it." The skeletal dragon, infused with an overwhelming malevolent energy, opened its massive jaws and unleashed a terrifying roar directed at Qin Mu and Yulan. Just as they felt helpless, a golden light surged from behind them, soaring past Qin Mu and Yulan and striking the dragon's head, forcing it back several meters. This spectacle left both Qin Mu and Yulan utterly astounded, and soon 3 monks clad in yellow robes approached them. "Fear not, esteemed patrons. We are here to protect you," one of the monks calmly proclaimed. At that moment, the skeletal dragon charged again, its gaping maw aimed at the trio of monks. "You should leave. That creature is a product of malevolent power," Qin Mu warned the 3 monks. "Let us handle this. You have no reason to sacrifice your lives for us." Ignoring Qin Mu's pleas, the 3 monks joined their hands in prayer, and a radiant golden light enveloped them. The convergence of their luminous energy formed a blinding beam. In an instant, the beam shot forth like an arrow, piercing through the skeletal dragon, which was shrouded in the taint of malevolence. In the blink of an eye, as Qin Mu and Yulan gazed upon the scattered skeleton of the colossal dragon, their eyes widened in astonishment, struggling to believe that the scene before them was indeed real. Who were these 3 individuals, capable of vanquishing the monstrous evil race without the aid of divine artifacts? Could they be esteemed monks from the nearby temple of the deities? After defeating the skeletal dragon, the 3 monks turned simultaneously to face the 2, calmly advising, "Esteemed patrons, we apologize for alarming you. The danger has now passed. It would be prudent for you to leave this place swiftly." "Are you monks from the temple of the deities?" Yulan inquired. Chapter 1. 382. The power of the sea god. "This is my domain. Naturally, I shall handle the situation," Ling Chang declared, positioning herself protectively in front of Li Tianhu and Murong Xiaoyu. "Did you not hear his words? The hunter of deities, Wulong, is specifically tasked with hunting me down. Should you, the flame god Izhua, engage him in combat, what face would remain for me, the sea god, Haij?" Upon uttering these words, Ling Chang suddenly unleashed the power of the sea god, her entire being enveloped in a radiant azure light. In a moment, Ling Chang opened her eyes, which gleamed with a brilliant blue hue. Her waist-length hair, now wildly cascading behind her, shimmered with a soft azure glow. At that moment, she extended her right hand, gathering a formidable force within it. A flash of blue light materialized, revealing the sea god Haij's exclusive weapon, the sea dragon battle soul spear, firmly gripped in her hand. "Ah, a hunter of deities, is it? Let me see if you possess the strength of your predecessors." Ling Chang, in her form as the sea god, spoke to the hunter of deities, Wulong, with a tone of disdain. "You, an insignificant insect, are merely a feeble wretch wielding the legacy of your forebears. To dare challenge the divine, I shall show you how you meet your demise." As Ling Chang manifested the power of the sea god and achieved the form of Haij, her overwhelming aura instilled a sense of unease in Wulong, the hunter of deities. Yet, simultaneously, it ignited within him a fervent excitement. At last, the time had come to slay a god. The mission of the hunter of deities was to eliminate beings such as you. Thus, this inevitable outcome, no matter how many times it unfolds, remains unchanged. At this moment, wielding the war god's sea-conquering spear, Wulong fixed a predatory gaze upon the sea god Ling Chang, sneering, "Ling Chang, no. It is more fitting to refer to you as the sea god now, since you have revealed your true form. I shall use the sea-conquering spear in my hand to bring you to your end." With that, the hunter of deities, Wulong, made the first move. Tightly grasping the war god's sea-conquering spear and unleashing his technique, the sea-calming decision, heavenly deities dance, Wulong brandished the divine spear, summoning a colossal wave that surged forth, forming a sea dragon that charged directly at the sea god Ling Chang. "Before me, the sea god. It would be wise not to play with your trivial splashes," Ling Chang retorted dismissively. "The sea creatures you conjure are utterly inconsequential." After speaking, the sea god Ling Chang extended her left hand, channeling her divine oceanic power with a single gesture. "Behold, this is the true sea dragon, the vast ocean decimation, the galaxy's wrath upon the sea." A colossal sea dragon erupted from the immense oceanic energy coalescing above Ling Chang's left hand. With a swift motion, she wielded the oceanic artifact, the sea dragon war soul spear, in her right hand. Glimmering azure flames enveloped the sea dragon, causing it to radiate brilliance, while it emitted a resonant dragon's roar. The echoes of the dragon's cry reverberated throughout the rain dragon forest as the sky darkened ominously, amidst the thunder and lightning. Torrential rain suddenly fell, and fierce winds surged, intensifying the tension of this divine battle. Then, Ling Chang deftly commanded the luminous sea dragon to charge forward with great haste. In an instant, The sea dragon unleashed by the hunter god Wulong appeared diminutive and feeble before the gigantic divine sea dragon, being utterly consumed without leaving a trace. Not even a single droplet of water. The sea dragon surged into the tempest, hurtling towards the hunter god Wulong. What? In that moment of astonishment, Wulong swiftly raised the divine war spear, gripping it tightly with both hands in front of him, and unleashed a torrent of energy to withstand the sea dragon's ferocious assault. Ultimately, with a thunderous explosion, the battle reached its conclusion. The outcome was decidedly one-sided. The sea god Ling Feng, wielding the overwhelming power of the divine ocean, completely dominated the hunter god Wulong. Although she did not inflict physical harm, Wulong suffered a significant depletion of his energy. Realizing he could not possibly contend with Ling Feng, Wulong remarked, "Humph, Ling Feng. I never anticipated I would fall to you, a hunter god. You did not foresee this, but I did. The absurdity of mortals slaying gods has never existed. You insects believe that what was once achieved can be replicated today, but you are gravely mistaken. Are we hunter gods in error? Huh, how utterly laughable. Mortals can slay gods. What was accomplished in the past can certainly be achieved by us, their successors, once more." Wulong regarded Ling Feng and the fiery deity Li Tianhu with a somewhat frigid gaze, declaring, "You gods shall forever be trodden underfoot by us mere mortals, whom you disdainfully refer to as insects." Upon hearing Wulong's words, Li Tianhu could no longer contain his fury, clenching his teeth as he stepped forward. His face flushed with rage. He admonished fiercely, "What do you think you are? How dare you speak so brazenly before us divine beings, ignorant of your own insignificance?" With that, in his fiery avatar, Li Tianhu yearned to charge forth and strike Wulong down with a single, lethal blow. "No need to trouble yourself, Li Tianhu. I can resolve this matter on my own," declared Ling Feng, her voice laced with disdain as she addressed Li Tianhu beside her. With the divine weapon, the sea dragon battle soul halberd, in hand, she intended to confront and slay the hunter god, Wulong. Yet, neither party chose to strike at that moment. "Humph. Ling Feng, do you believe your foolish scheme eludes our notice? I assure you, not only are we aware of it, but we also understand it thoroughly." Ling Feng was admonished. "With your current demeanor, you dare to make a move? Such delusions are laughable." At that juncture, Li Tianhu inquired, "Ling Feng, if we do not kill him, what purpose does it serve to let him live? After all, Wulong is part of the hunter god faction. Should we choose to slay him now, the remaining 13 will undoubtedly erupt with fury, and they may very well descend upon our rain dragon forest demanding retribution. We would find ourselves in a precarious position," Ling Feng explained. "Thus, it is best to spare him. Killing him would yield no advantage for us at this time." Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Li Tianhu pondered for a moment and resolved to heed her advice. Refraining from attacking Wulong and instead commanding him to leave the rain dragon forest. "Hey, Wulong, you are fortunate today. We shall not kill you and will allow you to depart." The hunter god, Wulong, was taken aback, incredulous at the veracity of Li Tianhu's proclamation. Observing Wulong's astonishment, Li Tianhu realized he likely doubted the truth of his words. "I have stated we will let you go. Why do you not hurry away?" Ling Feng reiterated to Wulong. Only then did Wulong come to believe Li Tianhu's earlier assertion. Without uttering a word or even making eye contact with the trio, he swiftly exited the rain dragon forest. Subsequently, Li Tianhu and Ling Feng relinquished their divine forms, returning to their normal states. After exchanging glances, Li Tianhu remarked, "Ling Feng, it has been quite some time. Indeed, it has been several years since our last encounter. Your sudden visit takes me aback," Ling Feng replied, then inquired, "Pray tell, what brings you to seek me?" Li Tianhu, confronted with such directness, turned to Mu Rong Xiaoyu beside him, saying, "Mu Rong Xiaoyu, Rain's sister, perhaps you should explain." "Very well, Ling Feng. Our purpose in coming to the Rain Dragon Forest is quite simple. We wish for you to join us in the extreme North Nation to combat the malevolent tribes and the hunter gods." "Humph, the extreme North Nation? I have heard of it. It is a newly established realm, formerly known as the Snow Forest Country under Xiaokongjia. I am aware of the northernmost kingdom, whose sovereign is named Ning Feng. He is indeed formidable, daring to confront the celestial dragon Emperor Xianyu. However, it seems that no one is privy to his past. Nonetheless, I harbor no interest in him or the northernmost kingdom," Ling Feng boldly declared to Murong Xiaoyu. "You witnessed the outcome of my confrontation with the hunter god. Do you truly believe that I, Ling Feng, require your assistance and protection?" Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, a flicker of indignation surged within Murong Xiaoyu, coupled with a sense of helplessness, as she perceived him to be an arrogant individual, oblivious to the greater forces at play. "You are entirely unaware of what you may face. If the divine beings and the dark clan were to form an alliance, how would you assess your chances of victory in a situation akin to today? At this moment, Ling Shang fell silent, uncertain of how to respond to the query posed by Morong Xiaoyu. After a brief pause, he smiled and replied, I seldom dwell on events that have yet to transpire, as they bear no significance. Will you remain entrenched in this rain-dragon forest indefinitely? If the hunter gods were to launch another assault, would you choose to perish alongside this forest? Subsequently, Morong Xiaoyu spoke earnestly to Ling Shang, revealing, in truth, the monarch of the northernmost kingdom, Ning Feng, is an heir of divine lineage, and he is the descendant of the most powerful deity, the chaos god Gono. What? The chaos god Gono? Morong Xiaoyu's revelation astonished Ling Shang, who turned to face her, their gazes meeting in a moment of silence. Are you serious? The monarch of the northernmost kingdom is indeed the heir of the chaos god Gono? Ling Shang furrowed his brow, seeking confirmation of the truth in her words. Morong Xiaoyu nodded in response. At that moment, Li Tianhu interjected, Ling Shang, she speaks the truth. The monarch of the northernmost kingdom is indeed a descendant of the chaos god Gono. Just days ago, I engaged him in combat. Historically, the sea god had always held great faith in the chaos god Gono, even during the catastrophic downfall of the divine race. As sea god, Shigu understood the circumstances that compelled him. Where is he now? Ling Shang inquired of the two. Do not fret. He is currently seeking the remnants of the divine race. If you accompany us, I assure you, you shall meet him. Ling Shang pondered for a moment before finally stating to Morong Xiaoyu, Very well, I shall accompany you. Meanwhile, in the land of dark currents, Qin Mu and Yulan confronted 3 adept monks, inquiring, You are monks from the Temple of Deities, are you not? The 3 monks exchanged glances before the one in the center replied, Indeed, we hail from the Temple of Deities up ahead. Yulan then remarked, What a coincidence. We too are on our way to the Temple of Deities to seek Master Mingchan. May I inquire what brings you two to seek him? Is there a matter at hand? The master has accurately guessed our intentions. Indeed, we have a matter of great importance to discuss. But it is a conversation that must be held in private with Master Mingchan. Thus, I regret that I cannot divulge any further details to you, esteemed masters. Please forgive us. As Qin Mu spoke, he bowed to the 3 in a gesture of apology. It is of no concern, benefactor. Let us proceed together. For the distance to the divine temple is considerable, and it harbors certain dangers. We 3 shall protect you, one of them replied. Both Yulan and Qin Mu expressed their gratitude, and the 5 of them set forth towards the divine temple. Upon reaching the divine temple, one of the individuals escorted Qin Mu and Yulan into the Hall of Enlightenment. Please wait here, esteemed benefactors, while I fetch Master Mingchan, he instructed. I appreciate your assistance. Qin Mu responded, as he wandered through the grand hall adorned with resplendent gold and filled with the luminous aura of Buddhism. Qin Mu was captivated by the myriad golden statues of Buddhas and various sacred artifacts. Hey, Yulan, my dear, this divine temple is indeed opulent. Look at all this genuine gold. Qin Mu exclaimed with excitement. You seem rather inexperienced, displaying a rather impoverished demeanor, Yulan teased him. Let us not forget our purpose here. We must persuade Master Mingchan to accompany us back to the northernmost kingdom. I am aware of our mission, fret not. If he refuses to come, I shall simply carry him away. Benefactor, where do you intend to take this humble monk? Master Mingchan appeared at the doorway, smiling at Qin Mu. Amitba, I presume you wish to see me? Recognizing the refined appearance of Master Mingchan, Qin Mu responded, Indeed, we have come to meet you. Chapter 1, 384. The invasion of the evil clan Amitba, descendant of the thunder god Hileo. What brings you to me today? Master Mingchan discerned Qin Mu's lineage as the blood heir of the thunder god, causing both Qin Mu and Yulan to be taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. Master, how did you know? How could you tell that I am indeed the descendant of thunder god Hileo? Qin Mu questioned, bewildered. Ho ho ho. Benefactor, do not forget. You seek my counsel, and I am of divine lineage as well, Master Mingchan replied with a knowing smile. Thus, I sensed your divinity. And as for you, Lady Benefactor, if I am not mistaken, you hail from Wind Capital as the divine punisher, Yulan, am I correct? Yulan nodded, saying, Master, you truly are remarkable. Nothing escapes your insight. Amitba, I am aware of your purpose in coming here today. Ning Feng's situation is urgent, and he seeks to rally all divine beings to confront the god hunters and the evil clan. Upon hearing Master Mingchan's words, Qin Mu promptly urged, Since you are already aware, then please accompany us. Amitba, now is not the most opportune moment to return. After concluding his words, Master Mingchan approached Qin Mu and said, The divine power of Thor within you is not yet fully within your grasp. Therefore, the foremost task is to journey to the northern tomb and retrieve the remaining artifacts of the thunder god Hel-Rao. Only then will you be able to master the divine power within you completely. To the northern tomb? To seek the equipment of the thunder god? Master, I believe I can already manage the impulses and fury of Hel-Rao quite well. Surely, a trip to the northern tomb would be a waste of time. Ba, Qin Mu. You must understand that it is not you who has tamed Hel-Rao. Rather, Hel-Rao has merely not sensed formidable adversaries in the vicinity for some time. Otherwise, you would find it impossible to control this raging bull. Upon hearing Master Ming-Chan's explanation, Qin Mu fell into deep contemplation. Ever since the establishment of the Northern Kingdom, he had not experienced Hel-Rao's consciousness spiraling out of control, even amidst the chaos of battle. It dawned on him that there had been no worthy foes to provoke it. He had mistakenly believed himself to be formidable enough. At this moment, Yulan sensed Qin Mu's slight despondency and spoke. Do not worry, Qin Mu. We are tasked with seeking the inheritor of the divine lineage. Since you are facing this issue, a visit to the northern tomb might also allow you to become the true heir of Thor, fully mastering that power, which has always been your aspiration. Qin Mu, if you harbor doubts, we can conduct a test, Master Ming-Chan suggested. We shall channel the divine power together, and I will stimulate the thunder goddess consciousness within you, allowing you to discern whether you truly control it. After a moment of silence, Qin Mu shook his head, gazing deeply at Yulan and Master Ming-Chan. No, I trust your words, Master Ming-Chan. After all, a monk does not speak falsehoods. So, we shall proceed to the northern tomb. Yes? Indeed. But it is fraught with danger for you, Master Ming-Chan replied earnestly. What? Danger? Master, what do you mean? Oh. The ruler there believes himself to be the rightful heir of Hel-Rao's lineage and has fiercely guarded the artifacts, including the sacred gauntlet you wear, the holy soul weapon. The martial saint's fist, which is particularly dear to him, Master Ming-Chan explained to both. Qin Mu fell silent once more, contemplating the divine gauntlet, the holy soul weapon. On his hands, pondering deeply, the heirs of divine lineage he encountered were likely those who had fully mastered the powers of the gods. If he were to hinder their progress, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Master Ming-Chan. In that case, Master, I shall first venture to the northern tomb. There are matters I must confront. Ba, it seems that Hel-Rao's choice of you as his heir is indeed a wise one. Master Ming-Chan remarked to Qin Mu. At that moment, a monk suddenly rushed into the Mingxin Hall. Master Ming-Chan, the malevolent aura from the evil tribe has suddenly possessed the many skeletal soldiers below, and they have already charged into the courtyard. Upon hearing the monk's urgent report, Master Ming-Chan remained unperturbed, responding calmly, I understand. Please go ahead and inform the monks within the temple to resist this foul presence of the evil tribe with all their might. We cannot allow them to taint our pure Buddhist sanctuary. Yes, Master Ming-Chan, I understand, the monk replied. He then turned, removed the red prayer beads from around his neck, bound them to his hands, and unleashed a golden aura of power before swiftly exiting the Mingxin Hall. At that moment, Qin Mu recalled something and asked Master Ming-Chan. By the way, Master, on our way through the Dark Current region, we also encountered skeletons controlled by the evil tribe's aura. However, why is it that the monks of the Divine Temple can so effortlessly combat these malevolent entities? Ba, enlightenment and karmic affinity stem from an inner strength that transcends the constraints of the external world. Faith in this inner power can often shield one from all external fears. Master Ming-Chan explained. Although Qin Mu did not fully comprehend this, he recognized that each monk here was extraordinary. Very well, let us also take a look. As heirs of the divine lineage, we cannot sit idly by in the face of the evil tribe's presence, Master Ming-Chan said to Qin Mu. Subsequently, Master Ming-Chan led Qin Mu and Yulan out of the Mingxin Hall. Witnessing the fierce battle between the monks and the evil tribe stirred a fervor within Qin Mu. His blood was already boiling with excitement. Master, Yulan, let us join the fray, he exclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Mu unleashed his crimson thunderfire aura, the electricity crackling around his fists, and in an instant, he dashed onto the battlefield. Ah, truly impulsive, Yulan lamented, wanting to call out to Qin Mu, but watching helplessly as he charged ahead. Ba, without this impulsiveness, one could hardly be called the god of thunder. Master Ming-Chan remarked to Yulan in a serene tone. Chapter 1385. The arrangement of fate. Is it possible for the aura of these evil tribes to endure for so many years, remaining undying and indestructible? Qin Mu inquired with confusion. Meanwhile, Yulan, wielding dual pistols, was continuously shooting and eliminating the skeletal soldiers imbued with the vile aura of the evil tribe. She then responded to Qin Mu, I am not entirely sure about the affairs of the evil tribe, but given the current circumstances, it appears that these entities are not easily eradicated. This dark purple aura seems impervious to our weapons. Just then, as the heir of the divine lineage, Master Mingqian suddenly soared from above to the center of the battlefield. Observing the chaotic scene around him, he declared, Ba. At that moment, a golden brilliance emanated from his body, growing increasingly radiant, and soon, that pure golden light enveloped Master Mingqian entirely. In the brilliance of 10,000 Buddha lights, the celestial radiance of the Supreme Sun God erupted within the golden glow. An infinite surge of solar flames swiftly radiated outward, igniting the skeletal soldiers manipulated by dark forces, reducing them to ashes and dispelling the foul miasma that had enveloped them. Is this the divine power inherited by Master Mingqian? Witnessing such a spectacle, Qin Mu's eyes widened in astonishment, marveling at Master Mingqian's prowess, while simultaneously acknowledging the vast gulf that lay between them. Observing his reaction, Yulan reassured Qin Mu, urging him not to chastise himself or feel inadequate. You have only recently awakened your divine power. Master Mingqian's own martial prowess is among the most formidable in the Tianfan continent. Therefore, your immediate goal should be to journey to the northern tombs to acquire the equipment of the Thunder God. Encouraged by Yulan's words, Qin Mu clenched his fists tightly, channeling the wrath of the Supreme Sun God. On the battlefield, he unleashed his crimson lightning flames to aid Master Mingqian in delivering a significant blow to the skeletal soldiers of the Dark Faction. God of War's 10 Fists. Third style, Dragon's Fury across the miles. With a resounding roar of dragons, an enraged Qin Mu struck the ground from above with all his might. In an instant, the crimson lightning enveloped the flames released by the Supreme Sun God, intertwining to create a formidable tempest of thunder and fire that pierced through the skeletal soldiers, annihilating them entirely. Following a violent tremor, the battle reached its conclusion. Ba, Qin Mu, you are far more powerful than I had anticipated. Master Mingqian approached Qin Mu and remarked, you have now begun to wield the power of the thunder god Heracles, albeit not yet to its full potential. Thank you for your recognition, Master Mingqian. If time permits, I would truly like to visit your realm, to witness the differences in time, space, and the unique connections with the Buddha, Qin Mu expressed earnestly. Master Mingqian, with profound sincerity, replied, such sentiments make our meeting worthwhile. Hearing these words, Qin Mu was struck with astonishment, for he had never imagined that Master Mingqian could discern his origins from another world. Master, there is no need for further words, Master Mingqian interjected, extending his right hand to signal Qin Mu to remain silent, for everything had already been revealed in his heart. All is destined by the Buddha, and I shall accompany you to the northern tombs, through the wild Nine Sands, and ultimately to the far north. For this is a necessary journey for me at this stage. Master Mingqian spoke calmly to both Qin Mu and Yulan. Master, I did not expect you to be so open-minded, Yulan remarked. On our way here, we were concerned that you would not accompany us, believing that a recluse of your caliber would shy away from worldly conflicts. Everything is void, yet everything is real. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Ba, well said. After speaking, Master Mingqian summoned his 3 disciples to the Mingxin Hall, leaving Yulan and Qin Mu to wait outside. It is surprising how accommodating Master Mingqian is, Qin Mu remarked to Yulan. However, that is not the case. Master Mingqian likely foresaw that he could not escape this so-called fate, which is why he chose to accompany us, Yulan analyzed. After all, a sage of his caliber could enjoy a peaceful life here, and with a few more years of cultivation, he might ascend to become a great figure in the Buddhist realm. Does he truly care about being part of the divine race? Monastics are not driven by immediate gains. Moments later, Master Mingqian emerged from the hall. Ba, Qin Mu, Yulan. Let us embark, he said to the two. So soon? We are leaving already? Master Mingqian, it has barely been a moment. Shouldn't we wait here a while longer? Qin Mu looked at Master Mingqian with confusion. Master Mingqian smiled and shook his head. There is no need to wait, he replied. Everything has already been calculated by this old monk. The matters of fate have been determined and cannot be changed arbitrarily. We must act according to heaven's arrangements to obtain the answers we seek. Truly a master, his words are profound. Yet they bear a resemblance to the ramblings of a charlatan. Nevertheless, they are so pleasing to the ear. Very well, since the master has spoken, we shall humbly comply. Yulan responded. Thus, the 3 departed from the divine temple, traversing the realm of dark currents until they reached the area where the aircraft was stationed. Yulan, Set the course for the northern region, Qin Mu instructed. Rest assured, everything is in place. Qin Mu, Master Mingchan, please secure yourselves. We are taking off. The aircraft descended slowly into the sky, heading towards the northern region. At that moment, a woman wielding a divine sword appeared in the realm of dark currents. Watching the aircraft drift farther away, she smirked. It seems I have arrived a step too late. However, you cannot escape, especially you, Mingchan, the heir of the bloodline of the divine sun guardian. You are my prey. Yet, while you may flee, the temple cannot. In that case, let those little monks in your divine temple pave the way for you on the road to the underworld to hear your Amitabha. After speaking, the woman turned and headed toward the divine temple with her divine sword in hand. Chapter 1386. The peril at Fengxiang. Meanwhile, on another front, Tian Nan had already piloted the aircraft to the Fengxiang region. It has been a long time since I visited Fengxiang. Sitting in the pilot's seat, she gazed through the windshield at the dazzling Fengxiang city before her, filled with nostalgia. Suddenly, Tian Nan descended from the warplane, wielding the sacred weapon, the snow crystal blade, and approached the gates of Fengxiang city. At that moment, the guards stationed at the city gate, upon seeing an unfamiliar face, swiftly brandished their long spears and shields to obstruct her passage. Halt! Who goes there? What brings you to Fengxiang city? The rigidity in the guard's demeanor led Tian Nan to surmise that something must be amiss within the city. I am Tian Nan from the northernmost kingdom, here on the orders of our sovereign, Ning Feng, to seek an audience with the city lord, Empress Liemo. The two guards exchanged glances, and one of them addressed Tian Nan. What proof do you have to substantiate your claim of being from the northernmost kingdom? If you cannot provide any, please leave at once. What? Proof? How am I supposed to prove that? Dear guards, this warplane is from the northernmost kingdom, but beyond that, I'm at a loss for how to demonstrate my identity, Tian Nan replied, feeling quite helpless. If you cannot provide proof, then we must insist that you leave immediately. Otherwise, do not blame us for taking action. Take action? I'm not afraid of a confrontation. Rather, I fear you may not be sufficient to fill my teeth. Hey, can't you show a bit of leniency? Do I appear to be a villain? I am but a frail young woman. Must you truly resort to violence against me? Anyone of unclear identity, regardless of who you are, is prohibited from entering Fengxiang city, the guards declared, adopting an aggressive stance, poised to strike at Tian Nan at any moment. Recognizing that her only option to gain entry into Fengxiang city might be to force her way in, Tian Nan resigned herself to this course of action, hoping that the Empress would ultimately forgive her. Just as she prepared to engage with the guards, General Li Mindan appeared at the city gate. What is going on? Why is there such a commotion? Li Mindan inquired of the guards. Report, General. This woman claims to be from the northernmost kingdom and seeks an audience with Her Majesty the Empress, but she cannot substantiate her identity. Upon turning her gaze to Tian Nan, Li Mindan's eyes widened in astonishment. Princess Tian Nan. Oh dear, had you appeared just 1 second later. By the time you met these two, they would have already been corpses. Tian Nan chuckled softly. It has been a long time, Mindan. This is the princess from the northernmost kingdom. How dare you obstruct her? General Li Mindan reprimanded the guards sternly. Tian Nan hurriedly interjected. Oh, come now. Ignorance is no fault, and they were merely following orders. Do not you think Princess Xia? Had she not interceded on your behalf, I would have been inclined to eliminate you both. Upon hearing the words of the Grand General, the two city guards promptly turned around and, with a friendly demeanor, expressed their gratitude to Princess Tian Nan for interceding on their behalf. Subsequently, Tian Nan inquired of Li Mindan, Mindan, has something occurred in Fengxiang city? Why is there such a stringent inspection of outsiders? Li Mindan hesitated for a moment before responding, taking a deep breath. Nanji, this matter is rather complex. Come. I shall first escort you to meet Her Majesty the Empress. That sounds good. I have matters to discuss with her as well. Thereafter, Li Mindan guided Tian Nan into the imperial city of Fengxiang. Upon their arrival, they encountered Empress Liemo. I pay my respects to your majesty. Li Mindan knelt on one knee in the grand hall, reporting, the princess from the northernmost kingdom, Tian Nan, seeks an audience. Tian Nan, please, let her enter. Upon seeing Tian Nan walk into the grand hall, Empress Liemo was visibly excited. Nanji, it truly is you. The empress rose swiftly from her throne and approached Tian Nan, exclaiming, how long has it been since we last met? Stay with me for a while today. This matter can wait. I have come with an urgent task. Tian Nan then elucidated the circumstances surrounding her visit. Is that so? The hunters are indeed becoming increasingly brazen. Not only have they troubled your northernmost kingdom, but we, too, have felt their impact, Liemo replied, her tone solemn. They have been encroaching upon us for quite some time. Fortunately, my divine bloodline has been cultivated to the 10th stage's ultimate form, fully harnessing the moon-devouring power of the moon goddess Leia, which has allowed me to evade their attempts on my life. This is the reason behind your stringent scrutiny of unfamiliar individuals entering Fengxiang City, is it not? Tian Nan remarked. Empress Liemo furrowed her brow and nodded. Indeed. I have no alternative but to intensify the scrutiny of outsiders. This is the only way to ensure my safety and that of my people. For the sake of your people? What of those hunters who, in pursuit of their so-called god-slaying objectives, recklessly engage with nearby brigands? After entering Fengxiang City, they have repeatedly committed acts of arson, murder, and pillage, nothing but heinous deeds. With a sigh, Empress Liemo lamented. Regarding your earlier suggestion for me to join you in the northernmost kingdom to combat the hunters and the malevolent beings, I wish I could. However, if I were to leave, what would become of the citizens of Fengxiang City? What of the ordinary people? Upon hearing Limeau's concerns, Tian Nan found herself momentarily at a loss for words, as she too struggled to devise a solution to the challenges Liemo faced. At that moment, Grand General Li Mindan rushed into the hall, exclaiming, Your Majesty, a grave situation has arisen. The hunters and brigands have stormed Fengxiang City once more. They are wreaking havoc at the city gates. These wretched scoundrels. Liemo immediately commanded Li Mindan, You must lead your soldiers to resist them with all your might. When faced with the enemy, show no mercy. Yes, Your Majesty, Li Mindan replied, and after speaking, she rose and departed from the imperial palace. Chapter 1387. I shall stand by you, do you see it? This rabble will not rest until they have either killed me or turned Fengxiang City upside down. The Empress Liemo said to Tian Nan. Taking a deep breath, Tian Nan replied solemnly, Liemo, do not worry. You are not alone, and Fengxiang is not an isolated place. Liemo turned to look at Tian Nan, observing the steadfastness in her eyes, and then asked, What do you mean by that? I mean that the ruler of the extreme north, Ning Feng, will never stand idly by. Tian Nan asserted. Liemo was not entirely convinced by Tian Nan's words. For previously, the two great powers of Tianhuang City and the Sacred Dragon Empire had made similar promises. Yet, in the end, they were merely after her divine power, seeking to use her as a puppet in Fengxiang. I do not wish to rely on any force for survival, even though I know Fengxiang is a small city. As its empress, I have the responsibility to protect it and my people. Limeau's heartfelt declaration left Tian Nan in awe. To see a queen with such a selfless spirit was truly admirable. Ha ha ha. Today I have truly witnessed a female version of Ning Feng. Ning Feng. Indeed. He is the ruler of the extreme north, Tian Nan explained to Liemo. If not for him, the Tianfan continent would have long been divided between Tianhuang City and the Sacred Dragon Empire. With that, Tian Nan drew her holy weapon, the snow crystal blade, and said, Liemo, since I am here, I will not allow those people to wreak havoc in Fengxiang City. Let me show you our attitude from the extreme north and prove whether we are worthy of your trust. At that moment, battle had already commenced at the gates of Fengxiang City, with neither side yielding an inch. On the side of the hunters, Luo Ye wielded the greedy wolf starblade, slaughtering the Fengxiang troops with abandon, blood spraying in his wake. Today, let your Fengxiang be erased from the Tianfan continent. What bold words! Li Mindan retorted, brandishing her spear as she approached him to engage in combat. I recognize you, Li Mindan of Fengxiang City, General Li, Luo Ye sneered. If I may say, it's a pity for such a beautiful face. Why not put down your weapon and come with me? I could take good care of you. Upon hearing Luo Ye's provocative remarks, she spat back, Bah, just look at yourself. You're nothing but a toad hoping to eat swan meat. As their words fell, the two resumed their chaotic battle. However, the hunter possessed a strength comparable to that of the divine beings, rendering a mere city general incapable of besting him. Even though Li Mindan exhibited extraordinary skills and fierce assaults, to Roya, they merely felt like gentle tickles. After a prolonged struggle, Li Mindan had unleashed all his lethal moves. Yet they bore no effect against Roya. All were effortlessly thwarted and neutralized. At this moment, Li Mindan was panting heavily, feeling increasingly exhausted and overwhelmed. How infuriating! Is the gap truly this vast? He lamented. Li Mindan, my sole objective is your empress, Liemo, Roya declared. Why do you so recklessly protect her? You, of all people, would never comprehend what it means to be loyal to one's sovereign and love the people. Li Mindan shouted passionately at Roya. You so-called hunters are merely driven by your selfish desires, a band of merciless demons. Ha! Well said. We are indeed demons, slayers of the divine. But so what? This is our singular purpose in life. To label them as murderers was to unduly elevate their status, especially these 14 individuals. At that moment, Empress Li Mo of Fengxiang City gracefully approached the battlefield from behind. Your Majesty, Li Mindan exclaimed. You, General Li Mindan, have performed admirably. With loyal individuals like you in Fengxiang City, why should we fear these rabid curs? Li Mo said to Li Mindan. Now, let me take over. You should rest in the rear. As she spoke, she drew forth her royal-grade artifact, the Holy Sword, the Moon Soul Blade. Subsequently, under the influence of her divine technique, Moon Devouring Dawn, the Moon Soul ascended to a 10-tier artifact, the Moon Soul Sacred Weapon. Ah, so you reveal your 10-tier artifact, Li Mo. Roya remarked with a wicked grin. Are you so eager to end my life? Indeed, you are correct. It is time to conclude this battle. Humph. I fear you may lack the ability to kill me. You may not be able to, but I certainly can. Tian Nan suddenly appeared beside Li Mo, addressing the hunter Roya. She is your intended prey. I am not. Roya, observing Tian Nan, sensed the divine aura radiating from her. Oh, and who might you be? I am Tian Nan, the heir of the wolf god lineage among the divine. Upon hearing this, Roya's brows knitted tightly as he gripped his greedy wolf starblade and spoke with grave seriousness. So, the wolf god's heir has arrived. You should understand that I seek only Li Mo's life. The rest are of no concern to me. Humph. Li Mo is my friend, and we are both of the divine. Do you think this does not concern me? Tian Nan, leave this to me. You should find a place to hide. Li Mo hurriedly addressed Tian Nan, expressing her desire to keep her from becoming embroiled in a conflict that had no bearing on her. However, how could Tian Nan possibly leave? Moreover, this was an order from Ning Feng. Thus, she could not abandon Fengxiang City under any circumstances. Li Mo, do you remember what I just said? What? Tian Nan channeled her energy, transforming the sacred soul weapon, the Snow Crystal Blade, into the advanced artifact, the Snow Crystal Crescent Blade, and resolutely declared to the Empress of Fengxiang City, Li Mo, I, Tian Nan of the Northernmost Kingdom, shall undoubtedly lend my strength to you in this battle. Upon hearing Tian Nan's rousing words, Li Mo stood momentarily stunned, then replied, Tian Nan, no need to say more. Given our bond, how could I refrain from assisting you? Chapter 1388. The power of the moon goddess, Tian Nan's impassioned proclamation provided a flicker of solace to the Empress Li Mo. Though she had been hurt and deceived by such words before, she chose once again to trust Tian Nan. Nanji, once this battle concludes, I shall provide you with a satisfactory response, Li Mo vowed earnestly. Very well, Li Mo. I shall await your answer, Tian Nan replied, and with that, she charged forward, wielding the Snow Crystal Crescent Blade. Meanwhile, the god hunter, Luoya, observed as Murong Xiaoyu swung her blade toward him, swiftly countering with his own weapon, the greedy wolf star blade. In the midst of their clash, Tian Nan's every strike was decisive, aimed directly at Luoya's vital points, each slash brimming with lethal intent, as though she wished to rend him limb from limb. Nearby, the moon goddess Leia's heir, Li Mo, sought the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to Luoya, aiming to eliminate any future threats. Just as she spotted an opening and prepared to strike, another god hunter appeared in the realm of Fengxiang. The sudden arrival of this individual brought an immediate halt to the combat. Who are you? Tian Nan inquired of the newcomer. Li Mo and Tian Nan scrutinized the man who had unexpectedly appeared, noting his neat, cropped hair that lent him an air of vitality. The dark red long coat billowed in the wind, yet the powerful aura he exuded quickly subdued the rustling breeze. Holding the sacred soul weapon, the Azure Dragon Staff, he asserted, 2 against 1 hardly seems fair. Unfair? With your reckless presence, it is now just right, Tian Nan retorted, pressing him further. You still haven't answered my earlier question. Who exactly are you? I am also one of the 14 god hunters, the wind hunter, Feng Jing. So, you are the hunter of the wind god, the Empress Li Mo responded with a hint of mockery. Alas, you have come to the wrong place. The wind god is not here. Feng Jing surveyed his surroundings and then turned to Luoya, declaring, to ally with a band of brigands is truly disgraceful, Luoya. You have sullied the name of our god hunters. Upon hearing Feng Jing's words, Luoya retorted defensively, Hey, what are you talking about? How could I tarnish the reputation of the god slayers? What is wrong with allying with them? Let us not forget that in the eyes of the god slayers, there has always been but one target, the annihilation of the divine race. Rather than resorting to such vile tactics, one might as well take their own life for a more direct approach. We, the god slayers, require no assistance from brigands. With that, Feng Jing clenched the green dragon staff in his hand and, filled with rage, charged fiercely at Li Mo and Tian Nan. Instantly, a new fury ignited upon the battlefield. Feng Jing faced two adversaries, yet showed no sign of faltering, wielding his staff with such prowess that he successfully subdued their royal artifacts. Subsequently, the sacred soul weapon, the green dragon staff, became enveloped in the potent energy of Feng Jing's mystic heaven staff technique, transforming from its initial form into the 10-segment artifact, the green dragon tremor staff. With a roar, a luminous azure dragon suddenly manifested atop the staff, racing towards Li Mo and Tian Nan. In a fleeting moment, both Tian Nan and Li Mo managed to fend off the assault, exerting considerable energy to repel the dragon, which ultimately dissipated into the air. Well done. To defeat my dragon, I initially thought you had no chance facing 2 against 1. It appears you heirs of the divine have wholly cast aside your mortal forms. Feng Jing addressed the divine beings before him. Since that is the case, allow me to witness the might of your race. Green Dragon, Divine Annihilation Wheel. At that moment, Feng Jing unleashed his formidable ultimate move, transforming into a frenzied powerhouse, racing towards the 2 divine beings with astonishing speed. Just then, Liamo, the heir of the moon god Leia, released an infinite lunar devouring force, assuming the form of the moon god. His eyes turned a brilliant azure, and he donned the exquisite armor of the moon god, the extinguishing moonlight, with a seemingly profound triple moon halo suspended behind him. Tian Nan, step back and keep a close watch on that side with Roya. Leave Feng Jing to me. Liamo instructed Tian Nan. With that, the moon god, Liamo, surged forward to confront Feng Jing, and the two became entwined in battle, with the lunar devouring force clashing against the power of the shattering winds, generating tremendous shockwaves that radiated outward. Moonflash, celestial star sacrifice. At this moment, Liamo leaped into the sky, and the heavens transformed abruptly. Daylight shifted to night in an instant, with brilliant starlight illuminating the scene, and a radiant full moon hanging amidst the stars. But that was not the end. Liamo once again summoned his powerful divine technique, Moon Soul Star Spirit, ascend to the heavens. The triple moon halo behind him soared high, positioning itself before the luminous full moon. The moonlight gradually converged upon it, and then a fierce azure beam of lunar soul energy surged forth from the moonlight, hurtling towards the godslayer Feng Jing, who was leaping towards the ground. At this moment, Feng Jing's visage twisted into a grotesque expression. Despite facing such a formidable assault, he did not retreat a single step. Instead, he charged upward relentlessly. With a fierce cry, he brandished the legendary weapon, the 10-section divine Qinglong Zhentian staff, clashing violently with the descending moon soul light pillar, which triggered an even more powerful shockwave that instantly enveloped the battlefield. Observing this, the hunter, Luoya, drew his blade with the intention of flanking the moon god, Liamo, to launch an attack and quell the overwhelming force. However, Tian Nan discerned his movements and swiftly swung her snow crystal crescent blade in his direction. A stalemate ensued as she taunted him. Humph, do not resort to tricks. Your opponent is me. Get out of my way, you little brat. If I kill you, I won't take responsibility. Luoya retorted angrily. What of the wolf god? I shall slay regardless. As he spoke, he unleashed his technique, the moon-slashing decision, channeling immense energy into his 10-section divine Tanling Starblade. Wolf Star slays the moon. The hunter, Luoya, swung his divine weapon with all his might, summoning a pack of moonlit wolves that surged towards Tian Nan. Chapter 1389, Alliance. Seeing the pack of moonlit wolves charging at her, Tian Nan remained unfazed, letting out a cold laugh. Oh, it's just wolves. But remember, I, Tian Nan, am the heir of the wolf god. Do you dare showcase such trifling pups? With that declaration, she unleashed the wolf god's power contained within her snow crystal crescent blade, transforming into a colossal, snow-white werewolf. Let me show you what a true wolf king is. Fury radiated from Tian Nan as her countenance transformed, her claws shimmering with a silvery light. As the wolves approached, she engaged them fiercely with her claws. After a brief skirmish, all the wolves were vanquished, none escaping unscathed. Luoya, witnessing this, was struck with shock, quickly shifting to a state of furious indignation. Damn it! If it weren't for facing a designated divine prey, there would be no chance of victory. While voicing his frustrations, he gazed at the battle unfolding above. At that moment, the moon god, Liamo, had completed her moon soul attack, and the powerful onslaught had subsided. Meanwhile, the hunter, Feng Jing, was now battered and bruised. Yet he stood resolute, gritting his teeth against the pain without uttering a sound or revealing any signs of distress. I hadn't anticipated that the heir of the moon god would possess such formidable power. It seems she has fully mastered the moon god's strength. Feng Jing turned to Luoya beside him and remarked, Luoya, only you can contend with her, but this time, let it be. What did you say? Let it go this time? I have painstakingly opened the gates of Fengxiang City with this group of ruffians, believing I could slay her, Liamo, thereby establishing myself as the most formidable among all hunters of the divine. Yet you want me to retreat. Are you out of your mind? Why? If we withdraw now, all my efforts will be in vain. Luoya furrowed his brow, gripping the greedy wolf star blade tightly. His excitement palpable as he implored Feng Jing. To retreat now would mean all is lost. If we don't, we might all perish here. Feng Jing retorted sternly. Do you truly rely on these ruffians? We are the protagonists of this battle. If we fall, can they vanquish these two heirs of the divine lineage? Hearing Feng Jing's words, Luo Ya's agitation subsided considerably, though he felt unwilling to retreat. He recognized the necessity of preserving his life to seek revenge against the divine in the future. Everyone, listen to me. Retreat. Quickly. Luo Ya then turned, pointing his greedy wolf star blade at the moon goddess Li Mo and the wolf god Tian Nan, his gaze icy. Remember this, it is not over yet. We, the hunters of the divine, shall return for your heads. With that, hunters Luo Ya and Feng Jing led the remaining ruffians away from Fengxiang City. However, General Li Mindan observed the scene and commanded the pursuing soldiers, do not chase the desperate. He then turned to face Queen Li Mo. Your Majesty, what shall we do now? Should we pursue or hold back? He inquired. Let it be, replied Queen Li Mo. They are already weakened, and we do not know if other hunters of the divine lurk outside Fengxiang City. It is wiser to be cautious. Let them go this time. General Li, lead the soldiers to swiftly clear the battlefield and dispose of these ruffians' corpses beyond our land, lest they taint the purity of this place. Yes, Your Majesty. General Li Mindan promptly acknowledged the Queen's command. Subsequently, Li Mo and Tian Nan shed their divine forms, returning to their ordinary appearances. Oh, I did not anticipate that your wolf god form could transform into the ultimate white wolf god, Li Mo said to Tian Nan. I recall that previously. You could only assume the form of a small wolf, with little change aside from your hands becoming adorable little wolf paws. Indeed. But now I am no longer the same. Like you, I have mastered the complete form of the divine lineage, harnessing all the power it encompasses. Tian Nan responded to Queen Li Mo. As she gazed upon the desolate ruins of the Fengxiang City Gate, Tian Nan inhaled deeply and then addressed Li Mo, suggesting an alliance with the extreme North Kingdom, asserting that Fengxiang should not endure such a brutal trial of warfare. Hearing Tian Nan's words and observing the surrounding remnants of shattered walls, along with the fallen soldiers and common folk, stirred a profound sense of guilt within Li Mo. A small place, a modest nation, could indeed be subjected to such grievous blows. In a time that compels me, where I am the prey on the butcher's block, I shall demonstrate how I respond to your slaughter. Tian Nan, since your sovereign, Ning Feng, has dispatched you to my Fengxiang, you may represent him. Here, I, Li Mo, the sovereign of Fengxiang, solemnly declare the formal alliance between Fengxiang and the extreme North Kingdom. In unity we thrive, in adversity we share. At this moment, Tian Nan perceived a resolute light of conviction in the eyes of Queen Li Mo, indicating that her decision was neither impulsive nor capricious. Li Mo understood the weight of her declaration. I, Li Mo, alongside Ning Feng of the extreme North Kingdom, hereby vow to be steadfast allies. Li Mo asserted emphatically to Tian Nan before her. Excellent. On behalf of the extreme North Kingdom and our sovereign Ning Feng, I extend a warm welcome to Fengxiang's inclusion. We shall henceforth be not only allies, but blood-bound brothers. As these words left her lips, Tian Nan clasped hands with Li Mo in a firm grip. Meanwhile, outside the city, the hunters, Luo Ya and Feng Jing, deliberated their next course of action amidst the woods while the remnants of the band of robbers who had escaped with them simmered with fury. Luo Ya, prior to the assault on Fengxiang, you assured us, brothers, that this time we would undoubtedly capture Fengxiang, promising that we would hand it over without resistance. Yet now, so many of our comrades have perished, and with your command to retreat, we are forced to withdraw. Chapter 1390. A Clash of Shadows. What do you intend to do now? Feng Jing spoke in a low tone to the agitated bandits, emphasizing that the only purpose of the hunters was the elimination of the bloodline heirs of the divine race. Everything else was inconsequential. Oh, so, you hunters are resorting to treachery, abandoning reason, are you? Humph, I can't help but feel that, compared to us, you resemble the robbers. The bandit leader exclaimed with fervor. Damn it, you 2-1T hold us back. Men, attack. Slay them. Utterly deluded, Feng Jing retorted coldly. Before he could act, Luo Ya surged forth towards the throng of bandits, wielding the 10-segment divine artifact, the greedy wolf Starblade, and with a swift and decisive strike, he eliminated the entire gang of robbers, leaving none to survive. The remaining bandit leader, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in shock, swallowing hard and standing frozen in place. Speechless, Roya turned to face the bandit leader and remarked, "Ah, there's still one left." The bandit leader, trembling with fear and unease, stammered, You too. What you're doing is utterly meaningless. Killing me would yield no benefit." Feng Jin, with an air of disdain, retorted, "Aren't you the one who claimed we resemble bandits? Allow me to demonstrate how we conduct ourselves as such." With that, he lunged towards the bandit leader with astonishing speed. In an instant, Feng Jin stood directly before the bandit leader, instilling terror in his heart. The bandit leader's eyes widened as he exclaimed, What? What are you going to do?" What am I going to do? Nothing much, just wish for your demise." As he spoke, Feng Jin swiftly brandished the formidable Qilong Jintian staff, and with a single, decisive strike, he crushed the bandit leader's skull, blood gushing forth in an instant. As the headless body collapsed to the ground, it lay in a pool of its own blood. "TCH, how pathetic. To eliminate you with the Qilong staff is truly a disgrace to my divine weapon," Feng Jin scoffed. While speaking, he vigorously swung the Qilong Jintian staff, casting off the blood that clung to it. "Enough of this. These worthless beings are not worthy of your concern." The hunter god, Roya, inquired of Feng Jin, "What shall we do next? Are we still planning to assault Fengshan City? Do you still wish to attack here? Did you not witness the state of the moon god, Leah, earlier? She has now fully harnessed the power of the divine clan. Moving against her would be a formidable challenge." Feng Jin took a deep breath and then addressed Roya. "No, let us put Fengshan City on hold for now. Upon my arrival, I observed that the forces of the extreme North Kingdom have reached the vicinity of Xianglong Valley. I wonder what their intentions are there. Xianglong Valley? Isn't that our stronghold? What business could they have there?" After pondering for a moment, Roya's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Could it be that the ruler of the extreme North Kingdom, Ning Feng, has discovered the divine beings in the Fogwind Mountain near Xianglong Valley?" Upon hearing Roya's speculation, Feng Jin responded, "The Fogwind Mountain? The divine beings within possess the bloodline of the wind god. They are my quarry. Yet, despite our prolonged pursuit, we have only encountered him once." Roya remarked, "Indeed, the wind god is elusive, appearing like a breeze and vanishing just as swiftly. Then let us return and investigate this matter further. Let us discern the true nature of the ruler of the extreme North Kingdom," Feng Jin proclaimed, shouldering the Qilong Jintian staff. At that moment, Ning Feng, the king of the Northern Realm, along with his servant, Fei Fei, had already piloted their aircraft to the foot of Fogwind Mountain. Stepping out of the aircraft, Ning Feng surveyed the surroundings, noting the dense fog that enveloped the area, lending it a particularly eerie and foreboding atmosphere. "I never expected Fogwind Mountain to be such a place," he mused. Ning Feng expressed his wonder about which divine being might reside here. Fei Fei closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened them, addressing Ning Feng beside her. "Master, there is an essence of wind here." "Wind? How can that be? Aside from the dense fog, there is nothing here," Ning Feng retorted. "If there were wind, the fog wouldn't be so thick." "Fei Fei, perhaps you are simply fatigued from the journey. There is no wind here. Once we return to the Northern Kingdom, you should rest well." "But truly, master, there is wind," Fei Fei insisted. "I can sense the traces of the wind god's activity here. I am certain of it. This Fogwind Mountain must be the dwelling place of the heir to the wind god's lineage." Upon hearing her words, Ning Feng began to trust her perception. "If that is the case, it confirms that individual is still here. We are indeed fortunate." He analyzed. "I had assumed that being so close to the Xianglong Valley, he would have left due to the disturbance from the hunters. I did not expect him to remain, which indicates he is a formidable practitioner." With that, Ning Feng and his servant Fei Fei ventured along a narrow path, moving into the mountain amidst the fog. After a brief period, they reached the depths of the mountain. Yet they had not encountered the so-called heir of the wind god. "Strange, it shouldn't be like this. We have walked for so long, yet we have not seen the wind god's figure," Ning Feng murmured, furrowing his brow. "Could it be that he has departed before our arrival?" Fei Fei, on the other hand, sensed a potent presence of the wind god's power surrounding them and began to scan the area for traces of the deity. "Indeed, the essence of the wind god is palpable here. He must be nearby," she assured Ning Feng. As they were observing their surroundings, a sudden strong gust of wind arose, disrupting the fog and causing it to dissipate rapidly. Moments later, the fog cleared, revealing a grove of withered trees, exuding a somber atmosphere. At that instant, Ning Feng detected an extraordinarily powerful energy materializing in the vicinity. "Ha ha ha," he chuckled coldly. then spoke earnestly. Indeed, a strong wind has swept through here. The heir of the chaos god Gono, what brings you to my fog wind mountain? The voice of the wind god echoed through the wind, yet at that moment, they could hear him but not see him. Chapter 1391. The heir of the wind god. Indeed, it is the wind god. We hear his voice but do not see his form, Fei Fei remarked to her master, Ning Feng. Moreover, I can sense a fierce killing intent emanating from him. Killing intent, you say? It appears this individual is not one to shy away from violence, Ning Feng observed, stepping forward. He gradually closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the overwhelming sound of the wind swirling around him. After a brief moment, the Northern King, Ning Feng, suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing the formidable energy of a transcendent skill that surpassed the 10th level. In an instant, the surrounding winds dissipated under the force of his powerful shockwave, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent. Ah, my friend, Ning Feng remarked, the winds were rather loud just now, and I could neither hear your voice nor see your form. I believe we can resume our conversation now, and I think it is time for you to reveal yourself. Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, the heir of the wind god appeared before them. Indeed, he was the descendant of the strongest deity, the chaos god, Gono. In your presence, we other 12 deities are ultimately insignificant, the wind god heir acknowledged. I am Feng Sun, the heir of the wind god, Daika. Feng Sun appeared quite youthful, resembling the age of Murong Xiaoyu, Wang Luo, and Yun Zhan. His short white hair gave him an ethereal quality, as if he were one with the wind. I never anticipated that a descendant of the divine lineage would manifest in the form of a child, Ning Feng remarked with a hint of sarcasm directed at Feng Sun. Child? Me? Feng Sun chuckled, slightly annoyed. What of it? Have you never heard the saying, heroes emerge from youth? Upon detecting Ning Feng's subtle mockery of his youth, Feng Sun crossed his arms and furrowed his brow, retorting, young you say? Heh, perhaps you are unaware that I am in the vicinity of the Xianglong Valley, the very stronghold of the hunters. And then, Ning Feng responded, feigning exasperation while encouraging him to continue. Seeing Ning Feng's dismissive demeanor, Feng Sun became quite animated. Then, do you know? They have been trying to capture me for quite some time. I've faced each one of them, yet they cannot lay a hand on me. Even the hunter, Feng Jin, who specializes in targeting me, has been thwarted, for I am the heir of the wind god. Tell me, who can seize the wind? Ning Feng couldn't help but chuckle at Feng Sun's proud demeanor. Ah, it seems you are quite formidable. I understand your capabilities now. There's no need to elaborate further. What do you mean by that? You know my abilities? In truth, Ning Feng had intentionally stated this to gauge the prowess of the wind god heir and discern whether he had fully awakened his divine lineage. However, it was evident that he had indeed completely awakened the powers of the wind god, Daika. By the way, what brings you here? Feng Sun inquired. Is it merely to find me? Not only to find you, but also to take you away from this perilous place, Ning Feng replied. Come with me back to the extreme North Kingdom. Upon hearing Ning Feng's invitation to the extreme North Kingdom, Feng Sun burst into laughter. Ha ha, alas, do not jest with me, Northern King Ning Feng. I am well aware of your remarkable prowess. In such a brief span of time, within this realm of Tian Nan, it is only you who could achieve such notoriety. After speaking, Feng Sun inhaled deeply, then turned to gaze at the surrounding desolate trees, his eyes filled with sorrow. He addressed Ning Feng and Fei Fei, saying, though Wufeng Mountain may not be renowned, it has sheltered me for a long time. I cannot bear to leave it so. At that moment, the trio sensed two unusual energies manifesting within Wufeng Mountain. This is bad. It seems the hunters have arrived. Feng Sun urgently urged Ning Feng and Fei Fei. You must descend the mountain from the rear. Leave this to me. Leave it to you? Huh. As the newly appointed chaos god, how could I allow mere gods to obstruct my path? Ning Feng retorted. Master, what shall we do next? Fei Fei inquired of Ning Feng. Next, we shall wait for them here, Ning Feng replied. Since I am now present, it is my duty to safeguard the divine race's safety. It is, of course, my responsibility as the strongest deity of our time. With me here, the hunters shall find no escape. At this moment, witnessing Ning Feng's resolute demeanor, Feng Sun, the wind goddess heir, felt both perplexed and astonished. You truly exceed my expectations, Feng Sun remarked with a smile to the Northern King. If you wish for me to accompany you, then I must see what capabilities you possess. No sooner had he spoken than the hunters, Feng Jing and Luoya, appeared before them. Oh, what a challenge it has been to locate you, heir of the wind god, Feng Sun, Feng Jing stated. Humph, Feng Jing of the hunters. Do you really think you can capture me? Let me tell you, today it is the Northern King Ning Feng who stands here. Otherwise, you would not even have the chance to see me. Feng Sun retorted defiantly. Feng Jing, shouldering the divine artifact, the azure dragon staff, replied languidly. You think I came for you? I merely wish to see who hails from the extreme north. He then turned his gaze to the northern king Ning Feng and his attendant Fei Fei, realizing it was the recently famed sovereign of the extreme north, Ning Feng. Enough with the chatter. Since we are here, you might as well surrender your lives to us, Luoya declared. Ning Feng turned to the insolent Luoya, assessing him and noting that his strength was rather unimpressive. A mere insect, a lackey who dares to flaunt before me, Ning Feng remarked. Yet you do not pique my interest, for you are not worthy of my attention. Fei Fei interjected, Master, allow me to handle this one. I shall teach him to speak to you with more respect. Upon seeing the divine servant ready to act, Feng Jing hastily interjected, No need for that. We did not come here to fight today. Chapter 1392. The departing wind. Upon hearing hunter god Feng Jing declare that he was not there to instigate conflict, Ning Feng promptly inquired about the purpose of his visit. As I mentioned upon my arrival, I merely wished to see who was present here, Feng Jing replied. He continued, If we were to engage in combat now, do you truly believe that your trio could contend against our 14? As he spoke, he extended his right hand, gesturing towards the direction of Xianglong Valley, and reminded Ning Feng, Do not forget, Xianglong Valley is our territory. It would be quite effortless for us to create chaos here. Despite facing such a perilous situation, Ning Feng, the Northern King, displayed neither confusion nor panic. Instead, he let out a cold chuckle and remarked to the two hunter gods before him, Given your words, I might just let you off this time. Upon hearing the Northern King's offer of clemency, Feng Jing responded, It is said that the Northern King possesses remarkable fortitude, and today I can indeed attest to that. Luo Yang, let us depart. With that, Feng Jing and Luoya turned to leave Misty Wind Mountain. Once outside the mountain, Luoya questioned Feng Jing. Why didn't we eliminate that wind god heir, Feng Sun, who was just here? Eliminate him? Feng Jing chuckled. I wish to live a few more days. Did you not sense the immense power radiating from the Northern King, Ning Feng? It is said he is the bloodline heir of the most formidable divine clan, the Chaos God Gono. Had we attempted to strike him earlier, we would surely have met our demise. That is why I urged you to leave swiftly. Indeed, it seems the hunter gods of the Chaos God are as formidable as Lin Shu and that madman. It appears we have little chance of victory, Luoya lamented. What a waste of our outing. We have accomplished nothing, and not a single divine being has fallen by our hands. We have truly suffered a loss. He then asked, How shall we report back? Feng Jing took a deep breath, turned to gaze at Misty Wind Mountain, and remarked, The winds of the future will be even more elusive. Our battles with the divine clan are about to enter a new phase. After speaking, he made his way towards Xianglong Valley, with Luoya following closely behind, observing him. Meanwhile, within Misty Wind Mountain, Feng Sun, the wind god heir, was taken aback by the fact that he had managed to send Feng Jing and Luoya away without a single move. He marveled at this chaos god heir. Ning Feng, you truly possess an impressive demeanor, Northern King, Feng Sun teased, adding, To send them away merely with your presence is quite a feat, with a smile. Ning Feng responded, I shall take that as a compliment. So, have you given any thought to joining me on my return? At this moment, although Ning Feng posed such questions to Feng Sun, it seemed he already possessed a profound certainty regarding the ultimate answer. Feng Sun merely responded to the formidable god clan before him with a cold sneer. Humph, it appears that this breeze of mine is one you are determined to seize. Very well, I shall accompany you to the northernmost nation to see how it fares, Feng Sun remarked to Ning Feng, adding, I have a feeling it should be quite splendid. Subsequently, Ning Feng approached Feng Sun, and the two exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mutual admiration and understanding. Hee. You young lad, you possess a certain vigor reminiscent of the time I became the war god of the Dragon Kingdom, remarked the Northern Border King, Ning Feng. You flatter me, Northern Border King. I am who I am. I wish to be recognized as none other, and certainly do not aspire to tread upon anyone else's path, Feng Sun resolutely declared to Ning Feng. Ning Feng understood that this young man would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future, perhaps even surpassing himself. Master, I believe it is unwise to linger here. We should depart promptly, Fei Fei advised Ning Feng. After all, they were quite close to the Xianglong Valley, and those god hunters targeting the divine clan would likely return, making it exceedingly difficult for the three of them to escape the Misty Wind Mountain. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Feng addressed the two. Indeed, two fists cannot contend with four hands. If they were to discover my presence here, this significant prize of mine would surely draw them out in full force. Indeed, it would be prudent for us to leave swiftly. I have no concerns. They cannot capture me, Feng Sun assured Ning Feng. After a considerable time, Just as Fei Fei had predicted, the 8 god hunters, led by Lin Shu, mobilized with the intent to eliminate the northern border king, Ning Feng. However, upon conducting a thorough search within Misty Wind Mountain, they found no trace of anyone. Feng Jin, Luoya, did you truly spot the northern border king Ning Feng here? Lin Shu inquired, perplexed. Why can we not find him now? I can't even sense the wind. Observing this, Feng Jin furrowed his brow slightly. His expression tinged with irritation as he addressed Lin Shu. Lin Shu, there is no need to question us, as if we are the culprits. We have no control over their movements. Besides, Luoya and I are not the exclusive god hunters of the chaotic deity. Hearing the underlying tone in Feng Jin's words, Lin Shu retorted, oh, listen to this. Are you implying that I am to blame? The last time you 3 ventured into the snowy domain, did anyone manage to slay their respective divine targets? With his divine artifact, the Azure Dragon Staff, Feng Jin leaned closer to Lin Shu, locking eyes with her as he asserted, so, what gives you the right to question us? Even so, that wind god heir, Feng Sun, has evaded capture for quite some time now, has he not? Lin Shu confronted Feng Jin, saying, did you not mention that Feng Sun was also present when you discovered Ning Feng? How is it that our esteemed Feng Jin allowed Feng Sun to escape right under his nose? I ask you, how do you intend to provide us with a reasonable explanation for this matter? Hearing Lin Shu's relentless questioning, Feng Jin fell silent for a moment before responding gravely. You may not yet be aware, but Ning Feng's power has now surpassed the complete form of the 10th rank. Chapter 1393. Do you also possess the power of the Thunder God? Enough of the bickering. Arguing in our current predicament serves no purpose, said the hunter, Lei Bing, addressing both Lin Shu and Feng Jin. Meanwhile, Abo surveyed the surroundings and remarked, Feng Jin is indeed not lying. Lin Shu, you have misjudged him. Just now, 3 exceptionally powerful practitioners were indeed present here. What? Are you certain? Lin Shu asked, drawing his divine weapon, the short blade Nightfall, and inquired of Abo. How do you know this? It is quite simple. The dead trees here are all bent outward, and the ground is littered with fallen branches, indicating that a struggle occurred not long ago. Abo analyzed the environment before adding, but now, they have all departed. Departed? Lin Shu questioned in confusion. Is that truly the case? They haven't simply hidden away? There is no wind here. The surrounding mist is exceedingly thick. If there were wind, it would have dispersed everything by now. At that moment, Abo turned to leave, and before departing, he advised Lin Shu, next time, it would be wise not to direct your anger at your own people, as this is detrimental to unity. Our only objective is the divine race. Everything else is inconsequential. Upon hearing Abo's words, Lin Shu and the others fell into a profound silence, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Master Ming Chan, Qin Mu, and Yulan had arrived at the outskirts of Lingbei City aboard a warplane from the northernmost nation. We have arrived, Qin Mu said as he disembarked from the aircraft. Turning to Yulan and Master Ming Chan, shall we proceed directly to the Thunder Emperor's palace in Lingbei? Ba, Qin Mu, do not fear. You are now the rightful heir of the Thunder God Hello's bloodline. The lie that the city lord, Si Ming, has maintained for so many years is about to collapse without a fight, Master Ming Chan assured Qin Mu. Indeed, I once believed Si Ming was the heir of the Thunder God's bloodline as well, but upon witnessing your condition, I realized we had all been deceived by Si Ming, Yulan added. Thus, you are here to reclaim what rightfully belongs to you. There is nothing to fear. Upon hearing the words of Yulan and Master Ming Chan, Qin Mu swallowed hard and declared, then I shall claim all 7 remaining artifacts of the Thunder God. Only then can I subdue the fury of Thunder God Hello. With that, the 3 of them began to walk slowly towards the Thunder Emperor's palace in Lingbei City. Upon reaching the palace, 3 of the 8 guardians under City Lord Si Ming stood ready, seemingly aware of Qin Mu and his companion's arrival. It appears they anticipated our arrival. Si Ming is quite considerate, having sent someone to greet us. Qin Mu remarked with a smile, suggesting that once we acquire our belongings, we should promptly depart and avoid causing further disruption, heading directly to our next destination. Ba, Qin Mu, it seems you have underestimated the situation, Master Ming Chan replied. At that moment, one of the guardians at the entrance of the Thunder Emperor's hall, Lei Yin, addressed Qin Mu and the other 2, stating, it seems our sovereign is quite well informed. Lord Si Ming has been awaiting your arrival in the Grand Hall for some time. Please, proceed inside. Such courtesy? Humph. It appears Si Ming is indeed quite thoughtful, Qin Mu responded. Well, since that is the case, we shall graciously comply. He spoke warmly to the 3 guardians, genuinely surprised by the thoughtfulness of their lord. Please follow me. Lei Yin gestured for Qin Mu to enter, adding, your lord is fortunate to have a subordinate like you. With that, The group followed the three guardians into the Thunder Emperor's hall. "My lord, Qin Mu and the others have arrived," Lei Yin announced to Si Ming, who was seated regally in the hall. Si Ming, resting his head on one hand, slowly opened his eyes and surveyed Qin Mu, Yulan, and Master Ming Chan from the Divine Temple. "It seems quite a few have come, even Master Ming Chan from the Divine Temple," he remarked. "Amitba, I have come solely to assist Qin Mu in retrieving the remaining artifacts of the Thunder God. Hello, not to pay you a visit," Master Ming Chan stated. "Retrieve the artifacts of the Thunder God? Just the four of you? Haha, what a jest. I am the bloodline heir of the Thunder God. Hello. Qin Mu is merely a thief." "Humph, Master, you truly jest. Who in the Tianfan continent does not know that I, Si Ming, am the rightful heir of the Thunder God? Hello? My sacred soul weapon, the martial saint's radiant fist, was merely stolen. It is nearly time for it to return to its rightful owner." Upon hearing such brazen words from Si Ming, Qin Mu was infuriated and exclaimed, "Pa, you claim to be the heir of the Thunder God. Hello? Summon his consciousness for us to see." In fact, Si Ming had anticipated Qin Mu's challenge. He rose, channeling intense energy into his hands, and a surge of crimson lightning erupted forth, crackling with formidable power. In an instant, Si Ming clenched his fists, causing the two bolts of lightning to explode outward, radiating around him. How could this be? Qin Mu stood frozen, overwhelmed by the powerful torrent of lightning. Realizing that the force emanating from Si Ming was strikingly akin to the might of the Thunder God he had mastered. Beside him, the ethereal orchid observed Qin Mu's evident anxiety and inquired, "What troubles you, Qin Mu? Is something amiss? I sense that his aura, that of Si Ming, is indistinguishable from that of the Thunder God," Qin Mu stammered. "Alas, Qin Mu, you must understand that only your lightning embodies the true power of the divine lineage. Genuine gold withstands the furnace's blaze. The counterfeit is ultimately bound by limitations. Only the authentic power of the Thunder God knows no bounds," Master Ming Chan counseled him. At that moment, Lord Si Ming, witnessing Qin Mu's astonishment at his own profound energy, smirked and said, "Qin Mu, you see it now, do you not? The current situation requires no further elaboration from me. You have beheld the might of the Thunder God. Thus, hasten to surrender your sacred weapon, the Holy Soul Armament, the saintly radiant fist, to me. This will spare you from my wrath and preserve your life." Upon hearing Si Ming's words, a wave of unease surged within Qin Mu. Chapter 1, 394. The rebellious general. After the departure of King Ning Feng and his entourage from the extreme northern nation, unusual occurrences began to manifest within the military corps. "Humph, by what right does Ning Feng presume to lead us? An enigmatic man claiming to be of divine lineage? I perceive him merely as a cunning old trickster, preying upon you few women in my snowy domain," exclaimed General Lin Sheng, passionately addressing Xian Xiu and Lian Fu at the Grand Palace. "If you do not obstruct my ascent to power, I shall cherish you both and elevate you to the status of imperial concubines." Upon hearing Lin Sheng's audacious proclamations, Xian Xiu erupted into laughter, retorting, "Ha, you believe we would serve as your concubines? Truly, a toad aspires to feast upon swan meat. It seems our master was indeed correct before his departure. You truly intend to rebel," Lian Fu remarked to Lin Sheng, incredulous. "How surprising that our esteemed master Ning Feng has wronged you in any way." "Wronged us? Are you implying we ought to feel gratitude towards him?" Lin Sheng countered. "For so long, every time we engaged in battle, we merely repelled the forces of the Holy Dragon Empire and the Imperial City, never once harboring intentions to claim territory. We squandered countless resources and manpower, yet achieved naught. Such a ruler, I, Lin Sheng, will never acknowledge. We are unaware of Ning Feng's true identity, his past, or his background. We only know he is the heir of divine blood," Lin Sheng continued. "But even that holds little significance. To put it plainly, you, Lin Sheng, are resolutely set on rebellion, are you not? Since we have reached this point, there is nothing left to discuss. Let us engage in battle," Xian Xiu stated, her tone somber. With that declaration, Xian Xiu transformed into her combat form, wielding the divine sword, Featherfall, while the crimson ring upon her back radiated with a dazzling brilliance. Meanwhile, Lian Fu summoned her divine artifact, the Azure Dust Staff, and unleashed the divine-level technique, the 10,000 Spirits Art. The universal technique, Kongquang Radiance, suddenly erupted with a crimson luminescence from the divine artifact, the Dusty Staff, casting its glow upon Xinqiu. This radiant red light serves as a formidable enhancement, capable of amplifying the strength of the illuminated individual by thousands of times. Truly, what an exceptional skill. Xinqiu clenched his fists tightly, feeling an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through him. Xinqiu, you can handle this alone, right? Lian Fu inquired. Rest assured, dealing with this rabble requires neither of us to act in concert. Simply bolster my strength from the rear and enhance my combat state, he replied. Very well. In that case, I shall leave it to you, Lian Fu stated calmly, planting her dusty staff into the ground. The next move is yours. Just watch, Xinqiu declared. With that, he gripped his divine sword, Featherfall, and launched a furious assault against the soldiers of the Wanshan Legion. Featherfall's 1,000 cuts. In an instant, Xinqiu unleashed his lethal techniques, weaving through the insurrectionist forces as if traversing an uninhabited realm. The Legion's general, Lin Sheng, was taken aback, astonished by the terrifying strength displayed by this divine being, particularly since she was a woman. How could this be? He marveled, just as he was lost in disbelief. He noticed that half of his troops had already suffered grievous injuries. The remaining soldiers, witnessing Xinqiu's fierce valor, hesitated to advance. Looking around, Xinqiu observed that none dared to engage her. How utterly dull. Is this the extent of your resolve? Such cowardice, and yet you dare to follow Lin Sheng in rebellion? I say to you, those who wish to survive, retreat at once. Otherwise, you have seen the fate of those around you. So, if you wish to avoid meeting a grim end, I command you to leave this place. Xinqiu's voice boomed, her brows furrowed in fervor as she addressed the legionnaires. The remaining soldiers, upon hearing Xinqiu's words, felt their resolve waver. None wished to gamble with their lives. What are you doing? General Lin Sheng shouted at his soldiers. Should anyone dare to take a single step back, I will execute them on the spot. Despite his threats, the soldiers remained unwilling to confront Xinqiu. General, perhaps we should retreat. This is insurrection, one soldier suggested, but he was swiftly silenced by Lin Sheng's blade, ending his life. Huh, seeking to dissuade me? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Lin Sheng bellowed, turning to his remaining troops. Listen closely. Should anyone dare to retreat even a step, I will administer immediate execution. Immediate execution? Ah, how bold of me to sever your fate. Su Qiu, with her swift grip on the feathered dart, lunged towards Lin Sheng with unparalleled speed. Observing this, Lin Sheng hastily seized a nearby soldier, using him as a shield against Su Qiu's onslaught. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Su Qiu's dart pierced the soldier. What? You dare to use a soldier as a mere human shield? Su Qiu stared in astonishment at the scene before her. Her voice tinged with fury as she declared, Do you truly believe this will spare your wretched life? After uttering these words, Su Qiu turned her gaze to Lian Fu behind her. The two exchanged a knowing glance, and Lian Fu nodded, subsequently unleashing her divine art once more. With the technique, Universal Radiance, a crimson light enveloped Su Qiu, amplifying her strength and attack speed. In a flash, Su Qiu stood before Lin Sheng, delivering a fatal blow that severed his head and cleaved his body in twain. I never would have imagined that someone like you could rise to the rank of general. Clearly, the master has misjudged your worth. Su Qiu, the master has not erred, in truth. Ning Feng was well aware of Lin Sheng's treacherous intentions, but had yet to find the opportune moment for his true nature to be revealed. Lian Fu remarked to Su Qiu, This moment is indeed the perfect opportunity. Chapter 1395. Ruthless desire. Witnessing the demise of General Lin Sheng at Su Qiu's hands left the remaining soldiers in utter disarray. They had assumed their act of rebellion would provoke resentment from Su Qiu and Lian Fu, leading to their own execution. However, Lian Fu approached them, stating, This rebellion was instigated by Lin Sheng. The traitors among us have been eradicated. You have merely followed orders, so return to the front lines at once. We cannot afford to leave the city unguarded. Upon hearing Lian Fu's proclamation, the soldiers were filled with fervor, promptly obeying her command to exit the imperial city. Lian Fu. Su Qiu mused, I now perceive that our master possesses an extraordinary foresight, even predicting when the rebels would reveal their true colors. Truly remarkable, something even the former chaotic deity, Gono, could not accomplish. At that moment, Lian Fu fell into silence, offering no response as she turned to depart. Su Qiu, observing this, murmured softly, It's only natural. What is the point in dwelling on the past? Oh, how longing can be a torment. Meanwhile, in the land of Lingbei, Qin Mu and his companions found themselves ensnared within the Thunder Emperor's hall. Upon seeing the Lord of Lingbei, Si Ming, wielding lightning with the same ferocity as himself, Qin Mu felt a wave of astonishment mixed with unease. This is impossible. How could the power of the Thunder God manifest within him? Qin Mu remained deeply perplexed. At that moment, the Lord of Lingbei City, Si Ming, approached the three individuals with deliberate slowness, positioning himself before them. Observing the near collapse of Qin Mu, he coldly remarked, Qin Mu, do not claim that I have deprived you of opportunities. You assert yourself as the heir of the thunder god Helio, do you not? Let us compare and see who truly embodies the legacy of the thunder god. As his words echoed, Si Ming removed his outer garment, revealing a resplendent suit of golden thunder god armor. The onlookers gasped, and Qin Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, the sacred weapon, the holy soul armament, the martial saint's glorious fist, trembled violently in his grasp. It seemed that the gauntlet resonated with an extraordinary energy within him. Si Ming, indulging in his own mockery, mused. Ah, the truth shall soon unveil itself, revealing who is genuine and who is not. The master Ming Chan, observing the subtle undercurrents, interjected, Ba. Lord Si Ming, some matters cannot be masked by mere deception. The lines between truth and falsehood are often just the obsessions we refuse to confront. Obsession? Huh. I am the rightful heir of the thunder god. What right does Qin Mu have? Si Ming retorted vehemently. The master's words subtly hinted at urging Si Ming to relinquish his fixation and abandon the power that did not rightfully belong to him. In his heart, the master understood that this power originated from the Dark Clan, and even the formidable lightning he wielded was bestowed upon him by their kind. Days prior, after departing from the Holy Dragon Empire, the evil celestial demon Wu had journeyed to Lingbei, intending to unseal the forces contained therein. Upon learning of the Thunder Goddess artifact's presence, he sought out Lord Si Ming to entice him into thwarting the true heir, Qin Mu, from acquiring the entirety of Helio's relics. When the evil celestial revealed his intentions to Si Ming, the Lord hesitated, knowing well the chaos that would ensue should the Dark Clan be unleashed upon the Tianfan continent. For you, becoming the heir of the Thunder God Helio is paramount, the evil celestial proclaimed. We of the Dark Clan also value loyalty. Assist me in unsealing our kin today, and I shall help you harness the power of the Thunder Goddess artifacts, enabling you to claim your destiny and acquire boundless divine strength. Upon hearing the evil celestial's words, Si Ming's interest peaked. Desire overwhelmed his thoughts, saturating his mind. The power of the Thunder God should rightfully belong to me. That brat, Qin Mu, has no claim to Helio's acknowledgement. Will you truly assist me in obtaining the Thunder God's power? Si Ming queried earnestly. Are your words genuine? I, a dignified figure of the Dark Clan, would not speak falsely, the evil celestial replied with unwavering composure. You are astute. Do you truly believe I could deceive you? I could mislead you, but we both understand the ramifications. My kin cannot hope to overpower an heir of your divine lineage. Thus, having stated my position, what doubts could you possibly harbor, Lord Si Ming? For the wicked god of heaven, as long as he could convince Si Ming of his identity as the heir of the Thunder God Hello, he would stop at nothing to acquire the power of the Thunder God, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. After a moment of contemplation, Si Ming took a deep breath and replied, All right, I agree. Let us proceed to the sealed location beyond Lingbei City, where I will guide you to break the seal. Thank you, Lord Si Ming, or rather, I should address you as the newly appointed Thunder God, the wicked god of heaven said with a mischievous grin. However, a flicker of unease lingered in Si Ming's heart. Yet, having made his decision, he felt compelled to assist the wicked god in unsealing the power. Everything he undertook was solely for the sake of his own thunderous might. Upon arriving at the sealed location behind Lingbei City, the wicked god of heaven addressed Si Ming. My lord, please stand back. With that, he unleashed his formidable martial prowess, drawing forth a dark purple bolt of lightning from the heavens that struck the grand seal of the divine race. In an instant, the entire seal crumbled under the overwhelming force, dissipating to reveal one of the 5 gods of the wicked clan, the god of flames, Fengguang, with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the god of flames opened his eyes, a fierce expression crossing his face as he surveyed his surroundings. He spread his enormous blackened wings and exclaimed, Ah, after such a long slumber, I can finally behold the light of day again. Divine race, prepare yourselves. I shall annihilate every last one of you. Oh, after sleeping for so long, you still remember the past, the wicked god of heaven teased as he approached Fengguang. Your temper remains as fiery as ever. Be cautious not to let rage cloud your judgment and lead to another sealing. Humph. It was you who broke my seal, wasn't it, Mo? Fengguang inquired. What of the other 3 gods of the wicked clan? Where are they? With a deep sigh, the wicked god of heaven replied, Alas. You are the first I have rescued. The others remain sealed across the Tianfan continent. Chapter 1396. Confusion after unsealing the god of flames. He departed Lingbei alongside the wicked god of heaven. Before leaving, however, in his final moments, the wicked god of heaven fully activated the powers contained within the Thunder God artifact worn by Si Ming. enabling him to become the inheritor of the divine bloodline capable of wielding thunder god powers. Yet, the wicked god of heaven understood that this power was merely forcibly awakened, and Ming would never truly become the rightful heir to the thunder god. Now, the power of the thunder god within you has been unleashed. How about it? The wicked clan always honors its word. The wicked god of heaven spoke with a calm demeanor. At that moment, Ming clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surge of power flowing into his being from the artifact. This is truly remarkable. I knew it. Only I am worthy of being the inheritor of the bloodline of thunder god Hello. At this moment, Ming was overwhelmed by his own fervor, convinced that nothing could obstruct his path. However, as he glanced at the two malevolent deities beside him, a glint of murderous intent and insatiable greed filled his eyes. The evil sky god and the evil flame god discerned Ming's intentions, prompting the former to remark, "Ha, Lord Ming, your actions are rather ungrateful. I have rendered you an immense service. Are you contemplating betrayal? Humph, after all, you are of the evil clan, notorious for inciting chaos across the entire Tianfan continent. If I were to acquire your powers, wouldn't I be like a tiger with wings?" Ming retorted, asserting that their assistance must be unwavering. Upon hearing this, the evil flame god, Feng Huang, was instantly stirred, exclaiming, "Humph! Do you not understand that the powers of the divine and the evil cannot coexist? Should you proceed down this path, you will doom yourself. The power of the thunder god will swiftly dissipate, and you shall lose your eligibility as his heir." Indeed, Lord Ming, insatiable ambition is a trait inherent to mortals. However, you must recognize that you can only possess one, the divine or the evil. The evil sky god solemnly advised. With that, the two malevolent deities turned and soared away from Lingbei, leaving Ming, who had just acquired the powers of the thunder god, standing alone, gazing at the departing figures of the evil clan. Reflecting on the words of the evil sky god, a peculiar smile crept across his face. "Humph, ha, I shall possess both the divine and the evil. I intend to wield the might of the divine to subjugate you, the evil clan, turning you into my puppets." At this moment, Ming's desires were magnified, morphing into an even greater ambition. Yet, just then, his gaze fell upon Qin Mu, who wore the holy soul armament, the holy flame fist. With an expression of disdain and contempt, "Qin Mu, you would do well to surrender the holy flame fist to me now, lest you pay with your life later." Ming threatened, exerting his formidable aura to gradually dismantle Qin Mu's inner defenses. Feeling the oppressive energy radiating from Ming and witnessing his golden armor of the thunder god, Qin Mu was seized by fear. I. As Qin Mu hesitated, Yulan could no longer remain idle. She swiftly drew her twin divine pistols, aiming them directly at Ming. "Ming, if you wish for him to relinquish the holy flame fist, you'll have to consult my permission first." As her words fell, the Wind King Yulan infused her energy into her twin pistols. A torrent of ice and fire erupted, surging towards Ming with relentless force. However, how could Ming, who has already mastered the power of the thunder god Hello, possibly fear such a dual assault of ice and fire? The Lord of the Northern Ridge, Ming, instantly summoned the might of his lightning to withstand the onslaught from Yulan, declaring, "With such feeble attacks, you will not compel me to retreat." Thunder Goddess Wrath. At that moment, Ming unleashed the myriad bolts of lightning contained within his armor, launching a rapid offensive towards Yulan. Meanwhile, as the inheritor of the bloodline of the solar god, Master Mingshan released his divine power in that fleeting instant, successfully countering the formidable lightning strike. "Master Mingshan, what do you mean by this? We are all beings of the divine lineage. Infighting is not a wise course of action," Ming remarked to Master Mingshan. "Amitba, I merely wish to protect those behind me." "Divine lineage? I recall there are only two inheritors of the divine bloodline here, myself and the one behind me, Qin Mu." Master Mingshan responded. "Old man, still unwilling to acknowledge my status, are you? Then you shall perish alongside them. The might of the thunder god." As he spoke, Ming harnessed the power released from the thunder goddess artifact, transforming into an enraged thunder god form. Indeed, he, too, can assume the form of the thunder god. At this moment, Qin Mu remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, still believing that Ming was the true inheritor of the thunder god's bloodline and the genuine descendant of Hello. He felt himself merely fortunate to wield a mere fraction of the thunder goddess abilities. At this point, Qin Mu was utterly unable to summon the thunder goddess techniques. Even the flames of crimson fire could not ignite upon his hands. "Qin Mu, pull yourself together. Wake up," Yulan exclaimed desperately, shaking him vigorously. Then, a slap struck Qin Mu's face, a sharp sound that jolted him back to reality. Yulan, what are you doing? Why did you slap me? Qin Mu furrowed his brow and questioned her. What do you think I'm doing? Of course, I want to knock some sense into you. You fool. What are you dawdling for? Do you remember what you just said? I'll tell you this. You are the true inheritor of the Thunder God's bloodline. Chapter 1397. Unleashing the Thunder God's power. At that moment, Qin Mu turned to face Master Ming-Shan, who was locked in combat with Siming. The fierce clash of lightning and solar attributes was unfolding with intense ferocity, leading to a violent upheaval. With a resounding explosion, the entire Thunder Emperor's hall trembled with great force. Master Ming-Shan, the rightful heir of the solar god, proved to be a worthy opponent. His solar power rivaling my lightning. Ba, your opponent is not me, but rather the Qin Mu behind me. After Master Ming-Shan concluded his words, he gracefully stepped aside, allowing Qin Mu to confront him. Master, what does this mean? Am I supposed to fight him? Qin Mu gazed at the venerable master with evident bewilderment. Surely. You jest. Ba, a monk speaks no falsehoods. At that moment, Siming summoned his 8 Thunder God Guardians. With his mere strength, he cannot even match my subordinates. Siming disdainfully remarked to Master Ming-Shan. So what is the purpose of this? A monk is not to take life. Yet your actions seem to wield a blade of treachery. This old monk only engages in endeavors of certainty, and I trust that Qin Mu shall provide me with a satisfactory resolution. Subsequently, Master Ming-Shan unleashed his divine energy, transforming into the celestial form of the radiant sun god. His eyes radiated with a brilliant golden light, and amidst the shimmering brilliance, he gathered the divine radiance in his right hand, summoning a divine weapon, the sacred soul armament, the celestial feather battle song. This magnificent artifact took the form of a golden dragon-headed staff, entwined with 2 celestial dragons of gold and silver, exuding an overwhelming aura. Under the influence of Master Ming-Shan's divine techniques, the sacred soul armament ascended to the rank of a 10-stage divine artifact, the celestial feather battle executioner. The golden staff transformed, shimmering with the brilliance of sunlight, as the 2 celestial dragons soared forth from the staff, coiling around Master Ming-Shan's arms. Witnessing the resplendent form of Master Ming-Shan, Siming was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. At that moment, Siming clenched his fists tightly, unleashing the full force of the lightning power from his Thunder God armor, charging swiftly towards Master Ming-Shan. However, he was met with the formidable resistance of the 2 celestial dragons surrounding the master. Such a spectacle left Siming incredulous. How can this be? My Thunder God power has been so effortlessly thwarted by you. Ba, I have already stated that your opponent is not I, but rather the true heir of the Thunder God bloodline, Qin Mu, who stands behind me. Master Ming-Shan asserted resolutely to Siming. No, this is impossible. Lei Yan, you and your companions, seize that Qin Mu. Remove the sacred radiance fist from his possession. Yes, City Lord. Lei Yan responded. Upon Siming's command, the 8 Thunder God Guardians, led by Lei Yan, unleashed their respective techniques, charging towards Qin Mu with haste. Yet, just as they were about to strike, Yulan and Master Ming-Shan swiftly intervened, halting their advance. You shall contend with me, Yulan declared to the 8 assailants. Moved by such a display of fierce protectiveness, Qin Mu expressed his gratitude. My dear, thank you. He then turned to Master Ming-Shan, adding, and of course, my thanks to you as well, Master Ming-Shan. Enough of this idle chatter. If you do not muster your resolve soon, I shall give you another slap. Yulan, somewhat agitated, shouted at Qin Mu. You better remember this. When facing Siming, victory is the only option. Defeat is not permissible. I do not care what methods you employ. If the Thunder God's consciousness within you cannot be controlled, then let it unleash freely this time. What? You want me to release the Thunder God's consciousness directly? Are you serious? But if, there are no buts and no ifs. Can you not see the current situation? If you do not eliminate him, he will surely eliminate you. Yulan hastily urged Qin Mu beside her. Stop with the nonsense. Ba, Master Ming-Shan reassured Qin Mu. Rest assured, with me here, you shall come to no harm. You must acquire the Thunder God's artifact to harness his power. Upon hearing the words of Master Ming-Shan and Yulan, Qin Mu decided to cease his evasion. Even if he could not match Siming, who possessed similar powers, he was determined to give it a try. At that moment, Qin Mu turned to face Siming, silent, and began to walk towards him slowly. Meanwhile, Lei Yan observed Yulan and Master Ming-Shan, who were holding back the onslaught of the 8 attackers, and addressed them. You are both the esteemed Master Ming-Shan of the Divine Temple, and the formidable gunmaster of Fengdu, Yulan. I advise you to step aside, otherwise, It would be unfortunate if you were injured. Upon hearing Lei Yan's words, Yulan let out a cold laugh, mocking, "Huh? You pathetic fools dare to speak so arrogantly in front of me and Master Mingchan. Our target is Qin Mu. You should step aside. Let me make it clear. If you wish for my man's life, you must first pass over my dead body." With her eyes wide and expression grave, she shouted defiantly at the ape before her. At this moment, after unleashing an aura of crimson thunderfire, Qin Mu advanced his holy spirit weapon, the sacred glory fist, to the 10th tier, becoming the divine war god fist. Thus, Thunder God Helra, you heard that, did you not? Today, I shall no longer restrain your power. At this instant, I entrust my body, my strength, and my consciousness entirely to you. With that proclamation, Qin Mu raised his voice to the heavens, and in an instant, multiple streaks of crimson lightning erupted from his body, enveloping him completely. Gradually, he opened his eyes, the familiar azure lightning illuminating his gaze. Now wholly under the control of the Thunder God Helra, the mortal form remained so fragile. After finishing his words, Thunder God Helra suddenly perceived that the individual before him possessed a fraction of his own thunderous might. Surveying Si Ming, clad in his past armor, Helra's face bore a disdainful smile as he remarked, "Huh? I never imagined someone would dare to attempt controlling my power. How utterly foolish." Startled by the manifestation of Thunder God Helra before him, Si Ming stammered, "Why, you are the legendary Thunder God Helra?" Chapter 1398. The True Thunder. Boy. Upon encountering this deity, why do you not kneel? The consciousness of the Thunder God occupying Qin Mu's body spoke sternly to Si Ming. Mortals seeking to wield divine power must first earn the deity's acknowledgement. It is evident that you have not. At this moment, Si Ming, taken aback by the words of the Thunder God Helrao, felt a mix of astonishment and helplessness. I can wield the power of the divine race. This is sufficient proof that I am the bloodline heir of the gods. Thunder God, you are merely a fragment of consciousness residing within Qin Mu. You are not the true Thunder God, Si Ming exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. At that instant, upon hearing the audacity of the individual before him, Thunder God Helrao's fury surged, his visage twisting into a menacing snarl, as crackling crimson lightning emanated from him. "What did you say? You dare defy me, challenge my authority?" Thunder God Helrao gritted his teeth, his azure lightning eyes fixated intently on Si Ming. "Regardless of whether you are Thunder God Helrao or not, I have already attained the power of the Thunder God. You stand no chance against me," Si Ming declared with unwavering conviction. "Thus, I advise you to surrender. Remove the 10-segment divine artifact, the holy radiant military fist, from your grasp. You worthless mortal. Today I shall make you aware of the consequences of your earlier words." In that moment, Thunder God Helrao clenched his fists tightly, unleashing a violent eruption of lightning within the Thunder Palace, the crimson lightning striking the surrounding walls, causing a tremendous upheaval. Witnessing this, Master Mingchan and the others ceased their actions and turned to behold the now enraged Thunder God Helrao. "Umitba, Helrao has succumbed to madness. The outcome is sealed," Master Mingchan remarked to Thunder Flame and the others. "It appears your lord is destined to face defeat. You might as well save your strength to collect Si Ming's remains." Upon hearing Master Mingchan's words, a wave of unease and dread washed over the 8 guardians, including Thunderflame. In their hearts, they seemed to align with the grim fate articulated by Master Mingchan. However, Thunderflame retorted, "Who will emerge victorious is still uncertain. Do not presume we are merely ordinary guardians." As he spoke, the aura surrounding Thunderflame and the others surged dramatically, manifesting a formidable lightning power akin to that which surrounded Si Ming. As guardians of the Thunder God, they had, during their watch over the 8 divine artifacts, been influenced by the power of the Thunder God's artifacts, thereby obtaining a fragment of his lightning might. Unexpectedly, they too bore the power of Thunder God Helrao. What could this mean? Could it be that they are all heirs of the divine race? The God Executioner, King Yulan, beheld the 8 Thunder God Guardians before him with a gaze of astonishment. Umitba, they merely absorbed a fraction of the divine power that leaked from the Thunder God artifacts. Posing no real threat, Master Mingchan calmly elucidated to King Yulan. Observing the Guardians enveloped in crackling lightning, Master Mingchan gestured for Yulan to step back. "Yulan, retreat for now. I shall handle this," he proclaimed, subsequently unleashing the divine technique, Radiant Sun Path. Centered upon himself, he emitted a brilliant solar flare that rapidly expanded across the ground, establishing a circular formation that ensnared the 8 Thunder God Guardians. Do they think such feeble strength can vanquish us?" Lei Yan scoffed, regarding the flames of the radiant sun with disdain. "Brothers, unleash your lightning." Upon his command, The eight, led by Lei Yin, released their own bolts of lightning, creating a formidable electric field to counter Master Mingshan's divine form. The radiant sun clashed against the lightning, both embodying divine energies. However, Master Mingshan's sun represented the entirety of the heavenly sovereign's power, whereas Lei Yin and his companions barely wielded a fraction of the thunder god's might. In a blinding flash, the eight collapsed to the ground. Amitabha, the powerful always seek strength from within. It is only the weak and inept who rely on external forces to fulfill their desires and ambitions. Master, are you unharmed? Yulan inquired as she approached Master Mingshan. I am well. It is they who are not, he replied, glancing at the motionless figures of the eight. Yulan was taken aback, realizing the divine power could annihilate foes in an instant. It seemed Master Mingshan was indeed a master of profound techniques. Master, did you kill them? She asked, curiosity lacing her voice. Master Mingshan, hands clasped in prayer, responded with tranquility. Amitabha, I have merely dispersed the divine power enveloping them. They are merely fatigued, asleep, and shall awaken shortly. There is no cause for concern. At that moment, the battle between Si Ming and the thunder god Helu raged on, with both releasing increasingly potent bolts of lightning, causing the entire Thunder Sovereign Palace to tremble, as if it might collapse at any moment. Humph! What a formidable thunder god you are, your strength rivals my own. Si Ming, the lord of Lingbei, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, convinced in his heart that he was the rightful heir to the thunder god. Unbeknownst to him, thunder god Helu had not even exerted half of his power during their previous skirmish, yet Si Ming was already straining to keep pace. Foolish mortal, daring to defy the divine. I shall show you what true thunder god power entails. Helu bellowed furiously at Si Ming. At this very moment, the thunder god Helor summoned forth his true lightning power, its intensity magnified by hundreds, if not thousands, of times compared to before. In an instant, it erupted around the thunder god, the crimson essence of the lightning fiercely battering the walls of the Thunder King's palace. Following a deafening explosion, the entire palace was obliterated, reduced to mere rubble under the onslaught of the scarlet lightning. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before them. Little brat, behold, this is the true might of the thunder god. What you possess is but a mere fraction. Chapter 1399. The thunder god Qin Mu as the city lord. Si Ming felt a sudden surge of fear and unease wash over him while beholding the thunder god Helor. You have destroyed my entire Thunder King's palace. This is unforgivable. No sooner had he spoken than he clenched his fists, brimming with lightning power, and launched a furious blow toward the thunder god standing before him. Yulan, witnessing this, attempted to intervene, raising her divine arms, the sacred soul weapons, the dragon flame and the battle phoenix, but was halted by Master Zen of the sun god, who shook his head at her, signaling that this battle must be resolved by Qin Mu and the thunder god Helor alone. To allow Qin Mu to master the formidable and ferocious might of the thunder god, they must patiently observe, awaiting the emergence of Qin Mu's true power. As Si Ming's electrified fist approached, the thunder god Helor remained unfazed, effortlessly conjuring his divine barrier to deflect Si Ming's iron fist. What? Si Ming gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide as he struggled to comprehend the reality of the situation. My divine power blocked? What manner of barrier is this that cannot be breached? He then unleashed a series of fierce attacks, all of which were rendered ineffective against the thunder god's shield. Brat, now it is my turn. The Thunder King descends, incinerating the heavens with thunder. With that declaration, the thunder god Helor shattered the barrier before him and raised his right fist toward the heavens, a dark lightning bolt descending upon it. This is the true power of the thunder god. Thunder Fist. Annihilation. In an instant, the dark lightning pierced through Si Ming, clad in his thunder god armor. He fell heavily to the ground, struggling to rise as his golden armor began to fracture, becoming detached and drawn towards the genuine might of the thunder god. Ultimately adhering to Qin Mu. Gazing down at the golden armor now adorning him, the thunder god Helor let out a cold, mocking laugh. Huh. You do not even recognize the essence of my armor, yet you dare to aspire to my power. Truly, you overestimate yourself. After finishing his words, the thunder god Helor once again unleashed his divine power, enveloping his golden armor. With the influence of lightning, the golden hue gradually transformed into a stunning blend of azure and crimson. This is the true essence of my thunder god armor, he declared disdainfully to the severely injured Si Ming before casting a contemptuous glance at him. There is but one heir to the bloodline of the thunder god, and that is Qin Mu. It shall never be you, worthless wretch. As he spoke, Helor channeled all his lightning power into his armor and murmured, "Qin Mu, my boy. The path ahead is yours to tread. I have entrusted all my strength to you at this moment." After uttering these words, Helor gently closed his eyes. Meanwhile, from a distance, the Master Zhen of the Radiant Sun and Yulan approached Qin Mu. Observing Qin Mu standing quietly, Yulan felt a twinge of unease. For the power of the Thunder God was formidable, and she hesitated to draw too close. Qin Mu, she cautiously called out, her voice a mere whisper. Are you all right?" When Qin Mu did not respond, her heart sank, and she swallowed hard to suppress her growing anxiety. After a moment, Qin Mu gradually opened his eyes. Although his pupils had returned to their normal hue, fleeting glimpses of azure lightning flickered across them. "Are you Qin Mu, or the Thunder God Helor?" Yulan inquired once more. "I am the Thunder God, Qin Mu," he replied with a steady tone. "It appears that Helor has entrusted you with all his power." Master Zhen affirmed to Qin Mu with unwavering conviction. "Ba, Qin Mu, you have successfully undergone your transformation and have become, like me, a true heir of divine blood." Hearing the Master's words, Qin Mu could not help but smile broadly. At that moment, Si Ming, the lord of Lingbei City, slowly rose to his feet and addressed Qin Mu. "Qin Mu, Qin Mu, this is impossible. I alone am the true heir chosen by the Thunder God Helor." At this juncture, Si Ming appeared somewhat deranged, consumed by madness, unwilling to allow anyone to question his status as the heir of divine blood. Dragging his battered body, he bore the intense pain and staggered step by step toward Qin Mu and the others. "I am the Thunder God." Witnessing Si Ming's agonized expression and his relentless obsession, ambition, and desire, Qin Mu and the others felt a deep sorrow for him. How could a city lord descend to such a state? Indeed, desire can often devour the truth of the human heart. "Return my Thunder God artifacts to me, the armor, and those gauntlets," he cried out in desperation. Transformed into the God of Thunder, Qin Mu paid no heed to him, feeling a profound sense of pity instead. "Let us depart. We still need to seek the remaining heirs of the divine lineage," Qin Mu remarked to Master Ming Chan and Yulan beside him. Subsequently, the three of them turned simultaneously and made their way to the aircraft, boarding it to leave the Northern Territory. Within the aircraft, Yulan inquired of Qin Mu, "Why did you not eliminate him directly? Are you not concerned that a wildfire will not be extinguished, only to have spring winds bring it back to life? Are you not wary of his potential return to seize your divine thunder artifacts?" Qin Mu took a deep breath and smiled, replying, "Master Ming Chan once said, true strength seeks power from within. Only the weak look to the outside for assistance. Thus, Si Ming shall forever be insignificant, never worthy of my regard." Ba, Qin Mu. "It seems the God of Thunder, hello, did not choose unwisely," Master Ming Chan said earnestly to Qin Mu. "Since this is my destiny, I shall embrace it." Chapter 1400. The third seal. As Qin Mu and his companions departed the Northern Territory, the city lord Si Ming remained undeterred. Fixated on seizing all of the God of Thunder's artifacts, including the Holy Weapon, the Sacred Soul Weapon, the Saint Huan Fist. In that moment, he recalled a statement made by the evil clan, the evil heavenly demonic warriors, who had previously awakened the formidable lightning power within the God of Thunder's armor. The powers of the divine clan and the evil clan cannot coexist. One may only possess one. Since I cannot possess it, neither shall you, Qin Mu. At that moment, Si Ming was blinded by hatred and jealousy. For him, the sole objective was to reclaim the God of Thunder Hello's armor and divine artifacts, regardless of the source of power, be it righteous or malevolent. He would utilize it without regard for the consequences. Qin Mu, I shall show you who the true heir of the Thunder God bloodline is." Si Ming shouted passionately, summoning all his remaining strength to cry out to the heavens. At this juncture, the Thunder Guardians rose, dragging their weary bodies to Si Ming's side. Lei Yan asked, "My lord, what shall we do next?" "What shall we do? Ha. Naturally, we shall seek the evil clan. I intend to reclaim all that I have lost using their power. Next, I shall wield the forces of the evil clan to control, suppress, and manipulate the strength of the divine clan for my own purposes. Lei Yan, you and the other 7. Gather yourselves and prepare to search for the whereabouts of the evil clan," Si Ming commanded. "What? Seek the evil clan?" Upon hearing Si Ming's directive, Lei Yan was instantly struck with terror. "My lord, should we not deliberate on this matter first? After all, they are. But what? Have my words lost their weight?" After turning away, Si Ming sternly chastised Lei Yan. "Remember, I am the lord of this northern land. My words are as sacred edicts to you. They are commands that cannot be defied." "Yes, I understand," Lei Yan cautiously replied to Lord Si Ming. Meanwhile, Xie Tianxin Mo and Xie Yanxin Feng Huang once again arrived at the Holy Dragon Empire. Why are we here, Mo Wu? Inquired Xie Yanxin Feng Huang. Naturally, there exists a site of sealing here, and it is precisely where your old acquaintance, the sea god Xie Hai, is sealed, Xie Tianxin replied. Upon hearing this, Xie Yanxin's eyes widened in excitement as he exclaimed, in that case, let us hasten. I do not want my beloved to wait too long. Look at you. So anxious. Do not worry. I have already left a projection here, which should soon break the seal. Our task is simply to welcome her awakening. Xie Tianxin Mo Wu assured him with a calm demeanor, as if everything were under control. However, upon arriving at the sealing site behind the capital of the Holy Dragon Empire, they found the Emperor, Tian Long Di Xianyu, along with Tian Di Ling Yin Di Kuanjun, and Bing Di Qi, fiercely attempting to prevent Mo Wu's projection from shattering the divine seal. It seems everything is not as simple as you suggested, Xie Yanxin Feng Huang remarked, flapping his enormous black wings as he dove swiftly toward the battlefield below. Skyward cataclysm, he declared, conjuring two spheres of intense black karma fire in his hands, which he then fused into a massive energy sphere and hurled toward Xianyu and the others. Seeing this, the emperor and his companions swiftly dodged the attack. Shortly thereafter, Xie Yanxin and Xie Tianxin landed before the sealing barrier, and Xie Tianxin retracted his earlier projection. Ah, I truly underestimated you. You managed to detect my projection, which is quite impressive, Xie Tianxin Mo Wu commented to Tian Long Di Xianyu. However, it will not prevent us from breaking this seal behind us. Noticing the situation, Xianyu furrowed his brow and replied sternly, Xie Tianxin, it appears you have opened one seal, but do not think you can open this one. You old fool, this matter does not concern you. With that, Xie Yanxin Feng Huang turned and soared into the air once more, channeling his formidable dark powers against the divine sealing barrier, attempting to break it and rescue the sea god Fu Sha. How could the power of the dark race possibly breach the divine barrier? Do not harbor such delusions, Tian Di Ling Yin declared decisively to the two dark deities before him. At that moment, Xie Tianxin Mo Wu let out a cold laugh and turned to Ling Yin, saying, you are not entirely incorrect. But what if I possess the power of the divine race? What? You claim to wield the power of the divine race. How is that possible? Subsequently, the malevolent deity unleashed a brilliant azure lightning power upon his right hand. This is the Dragon Emperor Xianyu widened his eyes in disbelief at the scene before him. This is the lightning power of the thunder god Helios. Though not overwhelmingly potent, it is sufficient to shatter the seals of the divine race. The malevolent deity, Mo Wu, addressed the Dragon Emperor Xianyu and his companions. However, this divine lightning power was surreptitiously absorbed during the activation of the thunder god armor, intended to break the remaining 3 seals of the evil race. Now behold, after making this proclamation, the malevolent deity Mo Wu directed the lightning energy towards the divine seals. Quickly, stop him. We cannot allow the barrier sealing the evil race to be broken. The Dragon Emperor Xianyu urgently instructed his 3 subordinates. Just as they surged forward to thwart Mo Wu, the malevolent deity Xie Yin Feng Huang suddenly obstructed the 4 of them. Allow me, Xie Yin Feng Huang, to entertain you, Feng Huang declared. Though it was 4 against 1, they were mere mortals, unable to contend with a being of the evil race. In a short span of time, all 3 subordinates were vanquished and lay defeated. Only the Dragon Emperor Xianyu remained, desperately holding on. Yet he could scarcely fathom the terrifying power possessed by the evil race before him. It seems I truly wish to witness your downfall, evil scum. Old fool. Should you seek death, I shall oblige. At that moment, the barrier sealing the sea god of evil was lifted, and after a surge of radiant energy, the sea god Fuxia slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 1401. The Man in the Wilderness, the Heir of the Wolf God, Xian Nanji. After achieving a consensus with Empress Li Mo in the land of Fengxiang, conferred with Li Mo regarding their expedition to the Lanhai Kingdom. Nanji, I have gathered information about the situation in Lanhai Kingdom, and I have already briefed the monarch Tianyu on everything, Li Mo informed Xian Nanji. In that case, let us set forth swiftly. We must not allow the hunter god to get ahead of us, or it will be troublesome. Wait. Li Mo suddenly halted Xian Nanji, frowning slightly, her expression grave as she spoke. In truth, the situation there is not favorable. Lanhai Kingdom was abandoned by the Holy Dragon Empire and Tianhuang City in the past. Monarch Tianyu is also a descendant of the divine bloodline. Yet this very lineage has prevented them from taking control of Lanhai Kingdom. Upon hearing Li Mo's words, Xian Nanji immediately felt a wave of unease wash over her. It appears that the situation there is far more dire than here. Xiananji sighed. Truly, Ning Feng has a knack for delegating, assigning me the two most challenging locations. Sigh. Li Mo chuckled and remarked, to dare to directly address the monarch of your extreme North Kingdom by name. It seems your relationship is quite extraordinary. What? Extraordinary? I have always referred to him as such. At that moment, General Li Mindan entered. Your Majesty, everything is ready, and the warplanes are prepared. However, Li Mo gestured for there to be no further preparations. General, please retract these arrangements. Summer Nanji and I can take the warplanes of the northernmost kingdom. Li Mo addressed him. What? But why? If we were to use our warplanes, it would raise suspicions among the hunters. If they learn that I have left the Phoenix Xiang territory, I fear they may return with vengeance. Luo Ya is cunning and likely to lie in wait for an opportunity around our Phoenix Xiang. Li Mo explained to Li Mindan. Upon hearing the words of the Empress, Li Mindan responded, Understood, Your Majesty. Subsequently, she exited the Grand Hall. At this moment, Summer Nanji remarked to Li Mo, I didn't expect your general to be so loyal to you. She has been my companion since childhood, always regarding me as her sister. Even now, she continues to do so, which allows me to leave here with confidence, entrusting Phoenix Xiang to her care. I have great faith in her. Moreover, I would not hesitate to appoint her as the Empress of Phoenix Xiang. She is deserving of such a position. That evening, Li Mo approached the warplane and instructed Li Mindan, General, I will be visiting the Lan Hai Kingdom in the coming days. I leave Phoenix Xiang in your capable hands. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I, Li Mindan, will safeguard Phoenix Xiang diligently, Li Mindan vowed earnestly. Thereafter, Summer Nanji and Li Mo boarded the warplane, departing from Phoenix Xiang en route to the Lan Hai Kingdom. Meanwhile, having left Lingbei, Qin Mu and his companions traversed through the night, arriving at the wild Nine Sands under the moonlight. The tranquility of the night here was as profound as ever. Yulan disembarked from the warplane, gazing into the distance, exclaiming, The wild Nine Sands, comparable to the Fengdu Plains, is truly breathtaking. The night and day in the wild Nine Sands presented two starkly different scenes, each extraordinarily unique. During the day, the area was besieged by sandstorms, filled with the ferocity of battle and the desire for slaughter, as various wild beasts ran rampant, adding a wild essence to the plains. However, by night, it transformed into a tranquil haven, bathed in moonlight and caressed by gentle breezes, soothing the lingering impulses of the day. Qin Mu surveyed his surroundings. Having fully inherited the powers of the thunder god Hello, his senses had sharpened significantly. He immediately detected a hint of murderous intent and a powerful energy attempting to remain concealed within the environment. No, there are others here besides us. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, Yulan instantly heightened her vigilance. However, at this moment, Master Mingchan spoke with remarkable tranquility, uttering the words Amitba, assuring the two of them not to worry, for they were among their own kind. What? Our own kind? Are you suggesting that beings of the divine lineage are present in this vicinity? After pondering for a moment, Qin Mu turned to Master Mingchan and inquired whether the term our own referred indeed to the divine beings. Master Mingchan nodded affirmatively and replied, Indeed. They are of the divine lineage, one among the 6 fallen gods, a descendant of the tiger god. Upon hearing Master Mingchan's words, both Yulan and Qin Mu instantly cast aside their guard, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over them. Since they are one of us, there is no need for concealment. Let us meet them. Yulan stepped forward, surveying the tranquil surroundings, and called out loudly, Just like you, the 2 individuals behind me are also inheritors of the divine arts. Thus, you need not fear, tiger god. Perhaps sensing that his identity had been unveiled, a shadow swiftly emerged from the darkness, standing before Yulan. The man before them was clad in rugged, earth-toned attire and a long brown leather coat, his face adorned with a hint of stubble, which lent him a weathered appearance. He removed the cigarette from his lips, exhaling a plume of pure white smoke, before fixing his gaze upon the trio. Ah, it is you, Master Mingchan. I am Wu Shanling, paying my respects, he said. Amitba, Qin Mu, Yulan, before you stands the heir of the tiger god's bloodline. Wu Shanling, Master Mingchan introduced. At this moment, Wu Shanling scrutinized Qin Mu and, with a slight smirk, scoffed, Humph, so this one is truly of the divine lineage. A descendant of the thunder god Hello, and so young. Yet, he pales in comparison to that little rascal of the wind god. Without further ado, Wu Shanling. The reason we have come to the wilderness of Nine Sands is, before Qin Mu could complete his sentence, Wu Shanling raised his right hand, signaling him to cease speaking. I am already aware of your purpose for being here. It pertains to the hunter god, does it not? Upon hearing this, Qin Mu and Yulan exchanged glances, after which Yulan asked, So, Does this mean you will accompany us? Accompany you? Ha ha ha. No, I must decline, Wu Shanling replied. His tone slightly somber as he looked at Qin Mu. Do you understand? I refuse. Chapter 1402. Hatred taken aback by Wu Shanling's words. Qin Mu furrowed his brow and asked, You say you refuse? Why? Why? Wu Shanling chuckled darkly, taking another drag from his cigarette and releasing a cloud of smoke. Because the hunter god who seeks my life is within the wilderness of 9 sands, and I have yet to eliminate him. Master Mingchan, maintaining his serene demeanor, addressed Wu Shanling. Ba, Ling, you will not be able to kill that individual, nor can you do so here in the wilderness of 9 sands. For this is not the ultimate battleground of fate. Upon hearing the words spoken by Master Mingchan, Wu Shanling was momentarily taken aback, the cigarette in his hand halting at his lips. He then retrieved a finely crafted flask from within his leather coat, uncorking it with his left hand, the one still holding the cigarette, and took a deep swig of the potent liquor, devoid of any enjoyment. His mouth clamped shut as he gritted his teeth. This scene did not escape the keen eyes of Qin Mu, having recently acquired the power of the thunder god. Although this deity was known to be the most tempestuous among the 13 divine beings, Qin Mu remained remarkably composed. Perhaps the influence of the divine lineage had imparted a different effect upon him. Or perhaps he sought to entirely master and suppress the ferocity that marked the essence of both himself and the thunder god, Helios. Wu Shanling, to be frank, upon seeing you, I feel as though I have wandered into the wrong place. I never imagined that the legendary tiger god would turn out to be such a coward, narrow-minded and timid, Qin Mu remarked to Wu Shanling, his tone turning somber, his gaze reflecting a chilling demeanor. Say what you will. As long as the hunter of the wild 9 sands remains unvanquished, I shall not depart, Wu Shanling declared resolutely to Qin Mu. I will assuredly slay him. Realizing he could not dissuade Wu Shanling, Qin Mu took a deep breath and reiterated, Even so, in the end, I shall take you away. Take me away? Ha ha. Do you truly believe you possess such capability? The strength of the divine race varies greatly, Wu Shanling retorted coldly. The might of the thunder god is indeed formidable. But do you genuinely think you can defeat me? In this wilderness, only the savage beasts reign supreme. With those words, Wu Shanling unleashed his formidable power. And under the cloak of night, the serene wilderness was suddenly besieged by a tempest. In that moment, Qin Mu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down upon him, leaving him utterly astonished. Is this truly a being of the divine race? This power even surpasses my own, Qin Mu exclaimed to Master Mingchan, his brows furrowing in agitation. At that moment, Master Mingchan inhaled deeply and stepped forward. He closed his eyes and, after a brief pause, suddenly opened them, unleashing a crimson shockwave from his body that swiftly subdued the divine energy released by Wu Shanling Master. What is the meaning of this? Do you wish to oppose me as well? Wu Shanling questioned, his eyes betraying a hint of wariness. Ba, I merely wish to prevent you from disturbing the slumber of these beings. Forgive me, Master Mingchan responded calmly. Ling, has your grudge truly not subsided after all this time? Subside? I, Wu Shanling, have always thrived on this hatred. It is the very source of my strength. He laughed. This is my battlefield alone. If you, Master, believe my hatred will bring harm to you, then by all means, feel free to leave. I shall not see you off. After finishing his words, Wu Shanling turned to leave. At that moment, Master Mingchan addressed him, Ba, Wu Shan Yuqing. If he were still here, he would surely lament your current state. Upon hearing Master Mingchan's words, Wu Shanling halted in his tracks. After a brief pause, he discarded the cigarette but onto the ground and extinguished it with his foot. Master, I am almost forgetting the name Wu Shan Yuqing, Wu Shanling replied. You all, please follow me. Qin Mu and Yulan exchanged glances, perplexed by the situation, and then followed him without understanding. They accompanied Wu Shanling to a humble abode, where he served them hot tea as a gesture of hospitality. This place pales in comparison to your divine temple in the extreme north, so I have little to offer. Please make do with what I have, Wu Shanling remarked. After their tea, Wu Shanling spoke again. It seems that within this desolate wilderness of Jiusha, you will not depart without achieving your goal. Indeed, our aim is quite straightforward. To escort you from this place, Qin Mu responded. Before coming here, Master Mingchan shared your story with us. Initially, we were baffled by its significance. However, after meeting you, I believe I grasped the true essence of it. Even if you have surmised it, what difference does it make? There remains no way to thwart me, Wu Shanling retorted. However, if I were to kill him, I would accompany you 3. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu seemed to glimpse the depth of Wu Shanling's obsession. And if you cannot kill him? Yulan inquired. The hunter of gods is not merely one individual. Each hunter has their own objectives, and the targeted deities cannot withstand them. Surely, you are aware of this outcome. Wu Shanling understood Yolan's words, yet he viewed the hunter in the desolate Jiusha as his singular target, the only one he must eliminate. I am aware of this. But he has slaughtered my entire clan. Given such circumstances, I must demand retribution in blood, Wu Shanling declared, his teeth clenched in fury. The hunter of gods, Shaluo. His life must be taken by my own hands. At that moment, observing Wu Shanling's tightly clenched fists, Master Mingchan spoke, Ba, Wu Shanling. If you cannot let go of this obsession, you will undoubtedly fail in your quest for vengeance. All karmic retribution cannot escape the cycle of celestial justice. The slaughter you envision is inevitable and unavoidable. Chapter 1403, Encircled Unavoidable. Master, I know you can discern the workings of fate, but perhaps this time you are mistaken. My powers have evolved beyond compare. I have completely mastered the strength of the tiger god. They say the dragon god is one of the 6 fallen deities. Yet that may no longer hold true, Wu Shanling replied to Master Mingchan, as Qin Mu beheld the resolute figure of Wu Shanling before him. A sudden wave of unease washed over him. Wu Shanling's demeanor appeared exceedingly restless, and his desire to eliminate the hunter god, Sha Luo, had reached an insatiable intensity, bordering on unstoppable. Wu Shanling, I realize that advising you at this juncture may prove futile, yet we too are of the divine lineage. Therefore we are allies. And when the time comes, Master Mingchan and I shall lend you our assistance, Qin Mu stated earnestly. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, Wu Shanling felt a flicker of comfort, yet he soon broached another matter. In truth, there is yet another concern that weighs heavily upon me. Qin Mu furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, what is it? The other 2 tribes within the Wild Nine Sands are also seeking me. What? Others are searching for you? Indeed, Ba. Within the Wild Nine Sands, there exist 3 major tribes, Longshan, Yinlong, and Yoxing. Master Mingchan elucidated to Qin Mu and Yulan. As of now, the Longshan tribe has been obliterated, has it not, Ling? Wu Shanling nodded solemnly and replied, that is correct. The Longshan tribe was founded by my father, Wu Shan Yuqing, and my kin. However, it no longer exists. Everything has been lost. Upon hearing Wu Shanling's sorrowful words, Qin Mu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet he empathized deeply, recalling how his own family, the Qin clan of Tian Nan City, had been eradicated by rival factions. Thus, he understood Wu Shanling's plight profoundly. Wu Shanling, regardless of the circumstances, we shall stand by your side, for we are all of the divine lineage. Ha ha ha, I hold no expectations for you, as I am aware you have your own ambitions. To you, I am not of significant importance, Wu Shanling remarked. Meanwhile, in the Wild Nine Sands, the hunter god, Sha Luo, seemingly sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura permeating the air. It appears that other divine beings have arrived, he sneered, muttering to himself. Now, Wu Shanling, there is no escape for you. After uttering these words, Sha Luo slung the divine artifact, the war god flame spear, across his back, mounted a black motorcycle amidst the wilderness, and sped into the night, illuminated by the moonlight. As dawn broke the following morning, a tremendous noise jolted Qin Mu from his slumber. What on earth? What has happened? He exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, noticing dust falling from the ceiling. Qin Mu hastily donned his clothes and rushed outside. The scene that unfolded before him was exponentially more shocking than before. Members of the other 2 factions from the Wild Nine Sands had arrived, intent on capturing Wu Shanling confronted by a throng of armed soldiers riding motorcycles. Qin Mu swallowed hard and stepped forward to inquire, who are you? Dare to disturb my rest? Are you so impatient with life? At this moment, Qin Mu, having acquired the power of the thunder god Helio, spoke with a newfound conviction. However, the inhabitants of the Wild Nine Sands were true desperados. None would take heed of such bravado, instead dismissing Qin Mu entirely. Humph, kid, we are merely here for Misty Mountain Ling. You are of no concern to us. The old man, sporting sunglasses and a cigarette, with silver hair slicked back, was none other than the leader of the hidden dragon tribe, Jin Shan. You think your ragtag bunch can take Misty Mountain Ling? Huh, what a joke. Misty Mountain Ling retorted disdainfully at Jin Shan. Meanwhile, Gu Wei, the leader of the Yoxing tribe, interjected, Misty Mountain Ling, do not be too arrogant. Your sister, Misty Mountain Yu, has already fallen into our hands. If you were wise, you would know how to act. Upon hearing that his sister, Misty Mountain Yu, was captured, Misty Mountain Ling clenched his fists and furrowed his brow, torn between the urge to retaliate and the dread of his sister's peril. Ba, esteemed leaders of the tribes, do you still remember me? Master Ming Chan addressed Jian Shan and Gu Wei. Upon seeing Master Ming Chan, Jian Shan dismounted his motorcycle and approached him, saying, "Of course, I remember Master Ming Chan. You have shown us kindness in the past. How could we forget?" "Indeed, but I advise you, Master Ming Chan, to refrain from intervening today to avoid unnecessary harm." Gu Wei cautioned solemnly, Ba, if you still cherish old ties, I implore you to spare Misty Mountain Ling today, lest innocents suffer." Master Ming Chan urged the two leaders. Just as the tension mounted, a black motorcycle appeared in the distance. The roar of the engine captured everyone's attention, and they turned to see the source. "Oh no, it's the motorcycle of the hunt god, Sha Luo." Misty Mountain Ling grimaced and quickly urged, "Hide. Sha Luo is a cold-blooded killer." "A cold-blooded killer? Huh. I am eager to see what this so-called hunt god is truly made of," Jian Shan declared arrogantly. "You will regret this." Misty Mountain Ling warned fervently. "Let us discuss our matters later. You should take your people and leave." "Regret? Humph, Misty Mountain Ling, do you think I was raised in fear?" The two tribal leaders dismissed Misty Mountain Ling's words, instructing their followers, "Fear not, do not panic. In the wild Nine Sands, we are the true kings." At that moment, all members of the two tribes brandished their weapons, bullets chambered, guns raised, awaiting the enemy's approach. Upon sighting the black motorcycle, Jian Shan and Gu Wei swiftly issued their commands. "Everyone, open fire and eliminate him." Chapter 1404. The Feast of Gunfire. As the hunters, Sha Luo, sped towards them on the black motorcycle, he felt a surge of exhilaration upon seeing the artillery aimed at him. Ha ha ha. It seems the welcome ceremony is quite elaborate. With that, Sha Luo executed a backflip, soaring into the air before landing atop the motorcycle. Stabilizing himself in a stance, he unfastened his divine weapon, the God of War flame gun, from his back. As he infused the firearm with his inner strength, it instantly transformed its form, shifting from a handgun to a massive cannon. Meanwhile, the two tribal leaders, Jian Shan and Gu Wei, observed Sha Luo standing on the motorcycle from a distance. Yet they could still feel the formidable aura radiating from him. "Prepare yourselves," Jian Shan commanded his subordinates, fixating his gaze on Sha Luo. In that moment, he seized the perfect opportunity to launch an assault and ordered, "Fire." With the utterance of their leader's command, all his followers squeezed the triggers of their firearms. A torrential onslaught of bullets rained down upon Sha Luo, engulfing him in a storm of destruction and obscuring him within a thick cloud of smoke. At that moment, Gu Wei, the leader of the Yuxing tribe, raised his hand to signal the cessation of fire. The roar of the motorcycle engine was now drowned out by the ferocity of the bombardment. "Humph, I expected nothing less," Jian Shan scoffed disdainfully at the hunter. "Just a rabble of fools, mere jesters. Under the might of our two tribes, the wild Nine Sands, they are utterly unafraid." As he concluded his derision, Jian Shan turned to face Wu Shanling, saying, "Wu Shanling, there is no one or nothing that can prevent us from taking you now. Even Master Ming Chan would think twice before wading into these murky waters." "Wait, Jian Shan, something is amiss." Just then, Gu Wei sensed a powerful presence approaching them through the air, a tremendous energy surging from the area previously engulfed in gunfire. Jian Shan turned to investigate, and indeed, he too sensed that something was terribly wrong. "What's this? Such overwhelming power. Could it be that the hunter is still alive?" Jian Shan inquired, perplexed. "It seems we have underestimated this individual," Gu Wei remarked, urging Jian Shan, "Prepare for a new round of battle." "Very well, if the first round cannot vanquish you, I shall not believe the second will allow you to evade. Direct your firearms towards the location of the previous assault." Jian Shan commanded the gathered crowd once more. "Fire." No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of explosive bombardment erupted, as if an army were surging forth, dark and menacing. "Huh, this time, not even the King of Heaven can escape unscathed," Jian Shan declared with unwavering confidence. However, amidst the billowing smoke left by the explosions, the thunderous roar of a motorcycle engine suddenly pierced through the air. Emerging from the dense fog was the hunter, Sha Luo, wielding a formidable artillery piece. "What?" Jian Shan, the leader of the Hidden Dragon tribe, was taken aback by the sight. This fellow was still alive. His astonishment was mirrored by Gu Wei, who stood beside him. Sha Luo hovered in the air, surveying those below, and a sinister smile crept across his face, sending a chill of unease through the onlookers. "Ha ha. That welcoming ceremony truly exhilarated me. You wretches dared to bombard me twice." Amidst his laughter, Sha Luo proclaimed, "Now, it is my turn to return the favor." Suspended in midair, he bore the divine weapon, the God of War's flame gun, and swiftly aimed it at the crowd below. "Ha ha. Prepare to greet the specter of death." With that, Sha Luo pulled the trigger, channeling all of his formidable energy into the shot. A colossal pillar of flame surged forth, instantly erupting into a cacophony of fire upon the ground. Countless fiery columns, akin to dragons, ascended skyward in a spectacular display. This was Sha Luo's formidable technique, known as Heavenly Fire Dragon. As the flames danced toward the heavens, Sha Luo descended gracefully to the ground, encircled by the fiery dragons, exuding an aura akin to a deity of fire, commanding respect and admiration. Humph, a pack of wretches, daring to flaunt their meager abilities before us hunters. You are truly deluded if you do not know the meaning of death. Allow me to introduce you to the visage of the Grim Reaper. He had anticipated that his assault would annihilate everyone present, yet he had overlooked the fact that divine beings were also among them. Within the flames, a potent fire ring began to expand, swiftly dissipating Sha Luo's inferno. Observing this, Sha Luo was taken aback, sensing an unusual energy surge in the vicinity. I almost forgot that divine beings are present here, he mused, gazing at the shimmering fire ring, his brow furrowing as he coldly chuckled. It seems there are more divine beings here besides that old tiger. Amitba. The moment he uttered this phrase, memories of the divine beings in the temple of the deities flooded back to him. Amitba. I had thought it was someone else. It turns out to be Master Mingqian from the divine temple, the heir to the lineage of the sun god. Sha Luo addressed him. At that moment, Master Mingqian emerged from the flames, dissipating the fire with his own formidable energy. Sha Luo, you are my adversary, and you shall be my prey, so release the others, exclaimed Wu Shanliang, a member of the divine clan, with fervor. The accounts between us will be settled by ourselves. There is no need to involve others. Ha. Do you still wish to settle accounts with me? Have you been rendered foolish by my artillery? You stand no chance against me. Wu Shanliang, the god hunter, is the nemesis of your divine clan. You should not have forgotten that. Therefore, it would be best for you to take matters into your own hands and shoot yourself in the head, saving me a bullet. Chapter 1405. A most unfortunate predicament. Cough. What a grand spectacle. I just woke up today, and I am bombarded by your relentless assaults. Oh, how utterly vexing. Qin Mu lamented. Soon after, he and Yulan emerged from the smoke, and the scene before him filled him with resignation. Well, given the current circumstances, it seems inappropriate for me to remain uninvolved. After speaking, Qin Mu turned his gaze to Sha Luo, scrutinizing the god hunter who wielded a weapon, and questioned him. Hey, what did you just say? That you god hunters are the nemesis of our divine clan, correct? Upon hearing Qin Mu's inquiry, Sha Luo furrowed his brow, heightening his vigilance. Could it be that you too are an heir of the divine lineage? He asked Qin Mu. Consider yourself fortunate to have keen insight. Listen well, I am Qin Mu, the heir of the thunder god Helios, Qin Mu declared with righteous fervor. Observing the somewhat arrogant demeanor of Qin Mu, the god hunter Sha Luo let out a cold laugh and replied, Humph, the thunder god Helios, the sun god, and this tiger god, all three divine entities gathered in one place. It is indeed a rare sight. In truth, such a gathering of the gods has been infrequent. The last time was during the Snowy Forest Kingdom when the Chaos God, Dragon God, and Wolf God convened. Prior to that, such an occurrence had not transpired. Do you believe you can defeat the three of us single-handedly? Qin Mu challenged Sha Luo, confronted with the three heirs of divine bloodlines. The god hunter Sha Luo felt a surge of unease, a sense of dread washing over him. Nevertheless, he retorted, even so, you may not be my match. With that, Sha Luo hoisted his divine artifact, the god of war flame gun, onto his shoulder. If there is anything I must do, it is to eliminate all of you. Sha Luo spoke with great fervor, declaring, this is my sole mission. Upon uttering these words, the hunter Sha Luo infused his divine artifact with an even more potent energy, transforming his weapon, the Godfire Spear, into a formidable laser Gatling form. Observing Sha Luo before him, Misty Mountain Ling and Qin Mu assumed their battle stances, while Master Mingqian appeared remarkably composed. It seems that the artifact in Sha Luo's possession bears a striking resemblance to the weapon wielded by your Wind City God King, Digger. Qin Mu remarked to his companion, Yulan. As a master of dual pistols, Yulan was certainly familiar with such firearms. Yet she had never encountered one quite like the one held by Hunter Sha Luo. I have heard of his artifact, the Godfire Spear. The first hunter achieved remarkable prowess through a harmonious synergy with his formidable techniques, Yulan explained to Qin Mu. In comparison, should I stand beside him, I would be but a minor sorcerer, hardly worth mentioning. However, if it were Digger, I would dare to engage him in battle. Qin Mu, undeterred, replied confidently. With or without Digger, I can handle this. Are you certain? The spear is unlike other artifacts. It is unpredictable, Yulan cautioned, concern etched on her face. As her words sank in, Qin Mu swallowed hard and acknowledged, "It seems that Shalo, this hunter, is indeed quite formidable." With a deep breath, he furrowed his brow, a sense of unease enveloping him as he regarded Hunter Shalo. At that moment, Master Ming Chan stepped forward and proclaimed, "Amitba, Shalo, today, you shall not fulfill your ambitions." Shalo, taken aback and filled with trepidation, pondered the weight of Ming Chan's words. The master was a figure of great credibility in the Tianfan continent, and his utterances often bore the weight of prophecy. "Master Ming Chan, does that imply I am to meet my end here today?" Shalo inquired. "Amitba, I do not foresee such a conclusion for you today," Ming Chan replied, succinctly indicating Shalo's fate at this juncture. Subsequently, Hunter Shalo surveyed his surroundings and withdrew his energy. As he prepared to depart, he turned to Misty Mountain Ling and declared, "Misty Mountain Ling, I shall spare you this day, but remember, I will one day put a bullet through your head." With that ominous statement, Shalo leaped into the air, landing beside his black motorcycle. As he mounted the bike and revved the engine, the roar echoed around him, and the hunter Shalo departed from the scene. It appears that he possesses no remarkable abilities. Qin Mu turned to the side and remarked to Master Ming Chan, "Isn't it amusing how a mere word from our master sent him fleeing in terror?" "Amitba," Master Ming Chan replied, "it is not my merit, but rather the will of heaven." Upon hearing such enigmatic words, Qin Mu felt a flicker of confusion. "The will of heaven? To my mind, it merely seems that everything aligns perfectly with the timing." At that moment, Wu Shanling approached Qin Mu and said, "Although Sha Luo has departed, two groups still remain." Just then, Jin Shan, the leader of the Hidden Dragon tribe, and Gu Wei, the leader of the Ghost Execution tribe, emerged from beneath the yellow sands, slowly crawling out. Jin Shan exclaimed, "Damn it! I can't believe I was defeated by a mere child. I warned you that the hunter god was not to be trifled with, yet you refused to heed my words." Gu Wei interjected, "Who could have anticipated that a young one could be so formidable?" "Humph, Wu Shanling, consider yourself fortunate this time. Had it not been for Sha Luo's earlier interference, you would have already been taken by us." Jin Shan then turned and mounted his motorcycle, speeding away. Gu Wei, observing the scene, said nothing and followed suit, departing on his own motorcycle. Witnessing the situation, Qin Mu disdainfully remarked, "TCH, with all their subordinates wiped out, it's no surprise they must leave." "Enough talk," said Yulan, stepping before Wu Shanling with a serious demeanor. "It seems your predicament is quite dire, and you will indeed require our assistance." Chapter 1406, The Kingdom of Lanhai. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, Li Mo and Xia Nanji left Fengxiang and arrived at the Kingdom of Lanhai by the following dawn. The monarch of Lanhai had already commanded the soldiers to stand on either side, welcoming their arrival. "Oh, the monarch of Lanhai is quite considerate," Xia Nanji remarked to Li Mo. "It seems your previous concerns were entirely unfounded." However, Li Mo did not respond. He merely took a deep breath. Noticing his grave expression, Xia Nanji chose to remain silent. As the plane touched down, the two exited the cabin and were greeted by the line soldiers. Xia Nanji felt a sense of tranquility, devoid of any unease. "Dream Yao, I apologize for keeping you waiting," Li Mo addressed the monarch of Lanhai. Draped in a resplendent red robe, with a long ponytail cascading past her waist, Dream Yao's icy demeanor instilled a sense of dread in others, embodying an aura of regal authority that was simultaneously intimidating and unapproachable. "Not too long," she replied coolly, then turned her gaze to Xia Nanji beside Li Mo and inquired, "Who is this? I would like to introduce her." "This is Xia Nanji, the daughter of the legendary snowy battlefield god, Xia Kongjie, and currently serves in the Extreme North Kingdom." "Extreme North Kingdom? Hehe, is that the newly established nation? So it turns out she is the daughter of Lord Xia. In this light, it seems we share some connections. Your father once aided me, essentially saving my life," Dream Yao remarked coldly. Observing the aloof demeanor of the monarch of Lanhai, Xia Nanji swallowed hard, recalling the words spoken by Li Mo earlier. "In that case, it appears we are somewhat acquainted," she said with a calm smile, hoping to alleviate the current awkwardness. However, Dream Yao did not respond, merely casting a frigid gaze in Xia Nanji's direction, which sent an unusual chill through him, reminiscent of the northern snowlands. "If there is something to discuss, let us proceed inside," Dream Yao said, turning toward the palace. "You are guests, and it is customary to extend proper hospitality." Hearing her words and sensing her frosty demeanor, Xia Nanji exchanged a glance with Li Mo before following Dream Yao's lead into the palace. Once inside, Xia Nanji addressed the Lanhai monarch seated prominently, "Dream Yao, I trust Li Mo has conveyed the purpose of our visit yesterday?" "Yet, Dream Yao merely fixated on Tian Nan with an icy stare, offering no answer to her inquiry. Noting her silence, Tian Nan continued, "Since you have chosen not to respond, I shall assume you tacitly agree. Now, I wish to ascertain your stance." After a moment, Dream Yao replied coldly, "So, what is it you seek from me? What is your own position? Is this how you plead for assistance?" "What? Me plead? I would beseech you? Huh. Do not make me laugh. We are here out of concern that the hunter god and his 14 accomplices might eliminate you. Hey, please do not misconstrue the situation. I am here to save you, not to beg. Can you not see the gravity of the matter?" Tian Nan retorted, her earlier politeness evaporating. "Impudent. How dare you speak to our monarch in such a manner? Who do you think you are? One of the 3 great generals of Lanhai." The Holy Cavalry General admonished fiercely. After sizing up the imposing figure of the Holy Cavalry General, who bore a large sword, Tian Nan shot back. "What? You wish to engage in combat? You may not live to regret that decision." "Such arrogance!" the Holy Cavalry General exclaimed, drawing his massive sword and unleashing a powerful aura of bloodlust. In response, Tian Nan brandished her own divine weapon, the sacred soul blade, Crystal Frost. "If it comes to blows, I shall gladly fulfill your death wish." Just then, Li Mo stepped forward, interposing himself between Tian Nan and the general. Shaking his head and saying, "This is not the way, Tian Nan. Do not forget the reason we have come here." Upon hearing Li Mo's words, Tian Nan suddenly regained her composure and replied, "Yes, I have not forgotten." With that, she sheathed her sacred weapon, the snow crystal blade, and retracted her spiritual energy. Noticing that Tian Nan had put away her weapon, the Holy Knight turned to glance at the sovereign Meng Yao seated upon the throne. Meng Yao nodded in acknowledgement, prompting the Holy Knight to similarly sheath his great sword. "Humph, I still ought to heed our sovereign's words, otherwise I might truly perish beneath the edge of my own blade." Upon hearing the Holy Knight's remark, Tian Nan let out a cold laugh and retorted, "Humph, what an overconfident fool. Enough of your bickering. We have pressing matters at hand," declared the ruler of Lanhai, Meng Yao. "I am aware of your purpose in coming here. But Li Mo, you too were a victim of that incident back then. How could you possibly forget?" "I have not forgotten the events of that year. However, everything has changed since then," Li Mo replied resolutely. "Ning Feng, the Northern King, remains a mystery to us. But all his actions of late have been for the benefit of our divine kin and our respective realms. I have not overlooked this matter. Yet I firmly believe that the present Ning Feng is not the same as the Long Fei and Xianyu of the past." Li Mo addressed Meng Yao with utmost sincerity. "Thus, Meng Yao, you are undoubtedly aware of the current state of affairs in Lanhai. There is no need for me to elaborate further." Meng Yao was indeed cognizant of her situation, and after Li Mo's words, she chose not to respond. After a moment of silence, Meng Yao stated, "Even so, while you speak the truth, I cannot place my trust in the promises of this present age. You are mistaken. Ning Feng is absolutely not the person you claim him to be," Tian Nan asserted with unwavering conviction. At that moment, Meng Yao rose from her throne, her tone charged with emotion as she exclaimed, "Humph, Tian Nan, do not presume that your father's relationship with me grants you the liberty to behave so recklessly. Remember, this is not your extreme North Kingdom, but rather my Lanhai." The formidable aura emanating from Meng Yao instilled an overwhelming sense of lethal intent in Tian Nan. Observing the murderous glint in Meng Yao's eyes, she felt her own spiritual energy shift from a chilling frost to a searing blaze. Chapter 1407. Searching for a needle in a haystack, you have come to my domain, and I ought to extend some hospitality. However, upon hearing your words, I find it unnecessary to retain your presence any longer. Subsequently, the sovereign of Lanhai, Meng Yao, addressed the Holy Knight beside her. "Holy Knight, see them out." "Yes, my sovereign," he replied. With that, the Holy Knight approached Tian Nan and Li Mo, gesturing for them to leave the palace. "Esteemed ones, have you heard the words of our sovereign? It would be prudent for you both to take your leave," the paladin spoke. Tian Nan, who had long harbored disdain for the paladin, suddenly seized his right hand and executed a powerful shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. The paladin, now sprawled on the floor, widened his eyes in shock and, rising in fury, retorted, "You insolent girl, you seek your own demise." With that, he drew the massive sword from his back and swung it towards Tian Nan. However, a flash of crimson light surged from behind the paladin, swiftly intercepting his sword with a resounding clash. Amidst the confusion, Sovereign Meng Yao addressed the paladin with a grave tone. "Paladin, cease this at once. You cannot prevail against her. Do not embarrass me further." Upon hearing Meng Yao's words, the paladin halted his assault. Then, Empress Li Mo turned to Sovereign Meng Yao and said, Ming Yao? There is another matter at hand concerning the Hunter of Gods. The mention of the Hunter of Gods elicited a hearty laugh from Ming Yao, who replied, Liamo, I am more than capable of handling the Hunter of Gods. You need not worry about it. Seeing Ming Yao's confidence, Liamo merely exchanged glances with her, saying nothing more. Very well, since Sovereign Ming Yao has spoken, Liamo, let us depart. It seems our presence is unwelcome here. With that, Tian Nan turned to the paladin and shot him a fierce glare. Esteemed ones, we must, just as Ming Yao began to speak. A thunderous roar erupted from outside the grand hall. What is happening? What has occurred? Tian Nan exclaimed anxiously. Could it be an earthquake? How unfortunate. It truly comes at the worst of times. Ming Yao, with a somber tone, responded to Tian Nan and Liamo. This is the Hunter of Gods targeting my phoenix. Hanyu. As her words settled, Ming Yao unleashed her phoenix power, enveloped in radiant flames, and behind her, wings of blazing crimson fire materialized. She then soared out of the grand hall, transformed into the phoenix deity. What is this? A phoenix? Tian Nan queried, bewildered, glancing at Liamo. Indeed. She belongs to the ranks of the 6 fallen deities, the phoenix goddess, Liamo elucidated. At that moment, the paladin, witnessing the sovereign transform into a divine being, gripped his sword tightly and rushed out, following Meng Yao's lead. Tian Nan and Liamo, observing this, decided to pursue as well. Let us go and see, Liamo suggested. All right, Tian Nan agreed, and together they hastened out of the grand hall of the Lan Hai capital. Meanwhile, Ning Feng, Fei Fei, and the wind god heir, Feng Sun, departed from Mist Wind Mountain, heading towards the Cloud Nation. Upon arriving in the Cloud Nation, Ning Feng and his companions stepped out of their warplane and into the vibrant world outside. Gazing at the scene of prosperity before them, Feng Sun remarked, I have never visited the Cloud Nation before. I didn't expect it to surpass my mountainous home so significantly. However, Ning Feng turned to Fei Fei beside him and inquired, Do you know who the heir of the divine lineage in this Cloud Nation is? Taken aback by his master's question, Fei Fei awkwardly replied, Well, actually, I do not know. As a being of divine descent, Fei Fei had previously guarded the temple of the chaos deity Geno in the divine realm and had little knowledge of the happenings in the mortal realm. Regarding the heir of the divine lineage, he had no understanding of human affairs whatsoever. Prior to departing from the Northern Kingdom, Ning Feng had only heard from Yulan that the heir of the divine lineage in the Cloud Nation was neither of royal blood nor a person of great renown. No one had ever seen him. Thus, no one truly knew his identity, only that the divine beings there resembled a fierce beast in the night. If that's the case, finding him in this Cloud Nation will indeed be quite the challenge, Ning Feng remarked with a cold smile to his 2 companions. That is not entirely accurate, Feng Sun replied with a serious tone. Just because you are unaware does not imply that no one else knows or has seen him. Hearing Feng Sun's words, Fei Fei looked at him with confusion and asked, Feng Sun, do you happen to know the situation here? Me? How could I possibly know? I have merely heard tales about that individual, Feng Sun responded. Come, follow me. I shall take you to a certain place. With that, Feng Sun led Ning Feng and Fei Fei to a location known as the Moonlight Pavilion. The Moonlight Pavilion? Fei Fei furrowed his brow and turned to Feng Sun, saying, Feng Sun, I detect a rather pungent aroma here. Feng Sun nodded and replied, Of course. The place I brought you to is renowned as the most fragrant spot in the Cloud Nation. After surveying their surroundings, Ning Feng, maintaining a calm demeanor, said to Feng Sun, All right, your target must be within this establishment. Ah, you truly are perceptive. How did you deduce that? Feng Sun teased. Now, guess who I am seeking? Ning Feng did not respond immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he retorted, Humph, young man, let us focus on the matter at hand. With that, Ning Feng slipped his hands into his pockets and entered the Moonlight Pavilion. Observing Ning Feng's retreating figure, Feng Sun felt a twinge of awkwardness and said, I was merely joking. Is it necessary to be so serious? In truth, the Moonlight Pavilion was the largest establishment of its kind within the Cloud Nation, frequented by numerous visitors daily. Consequently, the proprietress was accustomed to encountering a myriad of individuals. Upon recognizing Feng Sun's entrance, she immediately approached with a warm smile. Oh dear! What a wind has brought you here, young Master Feng Sun. Chapter 1408. Are you also a hunter of gods? Ah, San Yang, your business is thriving. Feng Sun addressed San Yang, the proprietress of Yuehua Workshop, stating that he had come today with a matter to inquire about. Upon realizing he sought information, San Yang's expression shifted to one of gravity, her brows slightly furrowing as she inquired. You wouldn't be looking to inquire about the heir of the divine lineage of Yun country, would you? Feng Sun turned to glance at the northern king, Ning Feng, who remained composed and unperturbed despite Tian Nan's words. What is the matter, little Feng Sun? If you wish to find him, it is not as simple as you might think, Tian Nan said earnestly. Hearing her words, Feng Sun felt a surge of confusion. Tian Nan, what do you mean by that? He asked. Tian Nan then surveyed the individuals before her and continued, alas. You are all unaware that the heir of the divine lineage in Yun country has vanished for quite some time, as if he had evaporated from existence, without a trace or sign. Upon hearing such an explanation, Ning Feng furrowed his brow slightly and queried Tian Nan, before he disappeared, did he say or do anything? Also, from your words, it seems others have inquired about this matter as well. Tian Nan scrutinized Ning Feng, discerning the extraordinary aura he exuded, then took a deep breath. Speaking with a serious tone, it seems you are not an ordinary person, quite impressive indeed, that you can perceive this. Ning Feng chuckled lightly and replied, as for me, I enjoy listening to what others say in my presence without dwelling on their unspoken words, for it is unnecessary, from their discourse. One can glean all that is desired. Tian Nan then turned to Feng Sun with a smile and remarked, little Feng Sun, your friend is rather remarkable. Tian Nan, please speak plainly. Ning Feng's abilities extend far beyond this, Feng Sun urged. What? He is Ning Feng? The illustrious northern king Ning Feng? It is truly him. Upon realizing the identity of the individual before her, Tian Nan stood momentarily stunned, then composed herself, smiling as she said, oh my. It appears the northern king Ning Feng has firmly established himself in our Tianfan continent. You, too, are not an ordinary individual. To know my name in a place such as this, Ning Feng responded. Tian Nan, please speak freely, there is nothing that cannot be said. After exchanging a glance with Ning Feng, Tian Nan perceived a hint of regal dominance in his gaze. Moments later, she suddenly declared, in that case, I shall no longer conceal my identity. Listen closely, for I, Tian Nan, am a hunter of gods. Upon hearing the three daughters proclaim herself as the nemesis of the divine lineage, the hunter of gods, the heir of the wind god, Feng Sun, was immediately struck with incredulity, unable to fathom the veracity of her words. Three daughters, what? What are you saying? How could this matter possibly involve you? Do not recklessly assume such a title, for I may not be able to save you in the end. Despite his warnings, Feng Sun found it difficult to accept the truth of her declaration. Ha ha ha, dear Feng Sun, or rather, the heir of the wind god's bloodline, the three daughters remarked. Her tone shifting from enthusiasm to somberness as she addressed him, you have not misheard. I, the three daughters, am indeed your adversary. However, rest assured, I harbor no intent to harm you today. Following her words, Fei Fei, a servant beside the northern king Ning Feng, promptly shielded her master. Furrowing her brow as she retorted, you, woman, should you wish to engage in battle, I, Fei Fei, shall not hold back. With that, she subtly unleashed her divine prowess. Yet, as a hunter of gods, the three daughters remained unfazed by Fei Fei's display, responding with a chuckle, oh little girl. I advise you to silence yourself and keep your distance. Do not seek an untimely demise. Humph, do you think one of the divine lineage would fear a mere mortal? Fei Fei replied disdainfully, if you wish to harm my master, you must first contend with me. Master? So it seems that the northern king Ning Feng is indeed the heir of the chaotic divine Gono, the three daughters mused. Oh, how intriguing. The organization claimed that the northern king Ning Feng is a descendant of the mightiest deity, Gono. I was skeptical, but if you assert it, then perhaps I have underestimated the situation. After exchanging glances with Ning Feng, she continued, Ning Feng, it appears your ambitions are quite grand. But can you truly achieve what you desire? The three daughters then addressed Ning Feng and the others, the person you seek, I am also in pursuit of. I have heard whispers that he is being hunted by the royal family of the Cloud Kingdom. The heir of the divine lineage, Tian Nan, has long been safeguarding this nation in his own way, illuminating its dark corners with his divine radiance. Yet, the royal family covets his divine power and has issued a warrant for his capture. Despite the lengthy pursuit, no one has laid eyes on him for some time. And thus, the matter has gradually faded from memory. That individual is the lion goddess heir among the fallen divinities. Beyond that, I cannot provide further information. And you must seek elsewhere for answers, she advised the northern king Ning Feng and his companions. Upon hearing her words, Feng Sun inquired, if you are indeed on the side of the hunters of gods, why would you assist us? Why share this information? Oh, dear Feng Sun, have you misunderstood? Am I truly aiding you? Tian Nan addressed Feng Sun, stating, it is true that we are adversaries. However, I would be foolish to strike against the heir of the mightiest deity unless I seek to embrace death. Only in such a dire moment would I allow you to end my existence. With a scoff, she continued. What you imply is merely an invitation for us to locate a man named Tian Nan, so you may confront him directly and eliminate him. The king of the northern realm, Ning Feng, spoke with a somber tone, articulating his thoughts to San Yang. Am I not correct, San Yang? San Yang clapped her hands, praising Ning Feng. Truly, a man worthy of kingship. I find myself intrigued by you, Ning Feng. In chapter 1, for 109, she mused, you express interest in me? How amusing. For I harbor none for you. Ning Feng, still addressing the hunter San Yang, replied with a hint of melancholy. Thus, it would be prudent for you to conceal that repugnant facade. Upon hearing his words, San Yang chose silence and turned away. In her final moments, she posed a question to Ning Feng. Now, how much chance do you believe those of divine lineage possess? With that, she departed. Left behind, Ning Feng, Feng Sun, and Fei Fei stood motionless. Ning Feng gazed at San Yang's retreating figure and remarked to Feng Sun, this woman is quite perilous. Feng Sun, regardless of the situation, keep your distance from her. Otherwise, you may not fall to the hands of the hunter Feng Jin, but rather be devoured by her. Though reluctant to accept this truth, Ning Feng's words compelled Feng Sun to acknowledge the possibility. After a brief silence, Feng Sun replied, very well, I understand. Alas, having survived this long, I must consider myself fortunate, thanks to her restraint. At that moment, Fei Fei inquired of her master, Ning Feng, what shall we do next? We cannot locate this man named Tian Nan. Cannot find him. Huh? Did not San Yang just inform us? Ning Feng responded with a chuckle. Fear not, we shall succeed. This woman directed us to the capital of Yun country, where we are likely to uncover the answers we seek. With those words, the trio departed from the Moonlight Pavilion, heading towards the capital of Yun country. Meanwhile, San Yang stood at the window of the second floor, observing Ning Feng's silhouette as she smiled. Ah, what a courageous man. This will surely bring excitement to Yun country. In truth, the royal family of Yun country is among the most noble in the realm of Tian Nan. Yet they are notorious for their brutality. Particularly, the three princes of Yun country are known for their rebellious spirits. In their eyes, only strength matters, and the strong are destined to dominate and subjugate the weak. This, to them, embodies the very essence of survival. Upon arriving at the capital's gates, Ning Feng glanced at Feng Sun, signaling him to convey their intentions to the city guards. Who goes there? The guard captain interrogated Feng Sun sternly. Observing the guard's unwavering demeanor, Feng Sun felt a surge of displeasure. However, casting a glance at Ning Feng, he swiftly quelled the rising anger within him. Taking a deep breath, Feng Sun addressed the sentinel with a smile. Esteemed brother, we have come to seek an audience with your sovereign. Might you be so kind as to assist us? Who are you? Answer my question. The guard's rigid stance further tested Feng Sun's patience. Just as he was on the verge of losing his temper, Ning Feng stepped forward, hastily interceding. We hail from the extreme North Kingdom. Do you have any further inquiries? Ning Feng inquired in a low, grave tone. Confronted by the formidable presence of the man before him, the guard felt a chill run down his spine and retorted, humph. The extreme North Kingdom? I've never heard of it. What? You've never heard of the extreme North Kingdom? How can someone like you be entrusted with guarding the city? Feng Sun replied incredulously. Feng Sun, do not act recklessly. It is not uncommon for many to be unaware of my homeland. Ning Feng cautioned Feng Sun. After all, I have been traveling alone of late, without my troops in tow. I care not who you are. I have never heard of the place you speak of, and I shall not permit your entry. The guard maintained his stern demeanor, addressing Ning Feng and his companions with a harsh tone. At that moment, a general clad in white armor, Feng Ji of the Cloud Kingdom, approached. The extreme North Kingdom has only recently been established. It is understandable that our people may be unaware. I beseech you to forgive these three esteemed guests from the extreme North Kingdom. Feng Ji spoke to Ning Feng with a calm demeanor. I am the Guardian General of the Cloud Kingdom, Feng Ji. May I inquire your names? Ning Feng scrutinized Feng Ji, sensing an imposing aura emanating from him. I am Ning Feng. Upon hearing the name Ning Feng, Feng Ji's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, are you the Northern King, Ning Feng? Ning Feng nodded, affirming, indeed, I am the Northern King you just mentioned. Feng Ji bowed respectfully, saying, I humbly greet you. My lord, please, do come in. It seems there are still those who recognize my name, Ning Feng remarked. Indeed, how could we, as generals and rulers, be unaware of the renown of the Northern King, Ning Feng? Feng Ji replied. Then we are permitted to enter? Feng Sun interjected. Feng Ji regarded Feng Sun and replied. Yes, absolutely. Thus, The three of them followed Feng Ji into the imperial city of the Cloud Kingdom. After walking for a while, Ning Feng posed a question to Feng Ji. General Feng Ji, are you aware of the purpose of our visit? Feng Ji hesitated before responding. After a moment, his expression darkened, and in a serious tone, he disclosed, in truth, I was not informed. It was foretold by our national sage that you would be arriving. What? Foretold? What does that mean? Within the borders of the Cloud Nation, such remarkable individuals still exist, chuckled Feng Sun. Can one truly ascend to the position of a national advisor merely by fortune-telling? It is indeed impressive. However, at that moment, upon hearing Feng Ji's words and observing the unease etched upon his countenance, the northern border king, Ning Feng, realized that the situation was far from straightforward. General Feng Ji, it seems you harbor some concerns. Is it due to the predictions made by that national advisor? You left your previous statement incomplete, Ning Feng remarked, urging him to continue. Just then, Feng Ji halted, furrowing his brow as he stood in place, and then addressed Ning Feng, northern border king. I regret to inform you that my intent in inviting you here was to eliminate you. What? Eliminate us? What in the world is going on? Exclaimed Ning Feng, taken aback as numerous soldiers from the Cloud Nation swiftly surrounded them. Observing this scene, Ning Feng questioned Feng Ji, General, what is the meaning of this? Chapter 14:10. You are unworthy to speak to me. As soldiers appeared around them, Fei Fei and Feng Sun immediately adopted a defensive stance. Feng Sun turned to Ning Feng and said, it appears you were right. That wretched woman, Sen Yang, intends to use us as pawns. Use us as pawns? Many have sought to take my life, but alas, whether in the past, present, or future, none have succeeded in claiming my head. Those who have harbored such thoughts have long since become nameless souls beneath the earth, for the northern border king, Ning Feng, cannot recall the names of the deceased. Indeed, Sen Yang aims to employ others to carry out her will, but her target is not us. It is someone within the Cloud Nation. Ning Feng spoke to Feng Sun. If my guess is correct, she seeks to eliminate that fortune-telling national advisor. Ning Feng then turned his gaze towards General Feng Ji, who stood not far ahead, and inquired. General Feng Ji, you have yet to clarify my question. What is truly happening here? Feng Ji met Ning Feng's gaze, perceiving a fierce, killing intent emanating from his eyes. Yet beyond that, he discerned ambition, an unyielding ambition that feared nothing. Feng Ji tightly closed his eyes and inhaled deeply before saying, I sincerely apologize, Northern Border King. General Feng Ji, you need not elaborate excessively to them, interrupted a man clad in resplendent attire, who leapt down from the city wall to stand before the gathered crowd. This individual was none other than the second prince of the Cloud Nation, Mu Qingyun. Feng Ji, I pay my respects to the second prince. Feng Ji addressed him with utmost deference. Subsequently, Mu Qingyun coldly replied, Feng Ji, you have spoken too much. Furthermore, those words were not for you to share. Remember your place. Mu Qingyun's haughty demeanor and condescending presence incited considerable displeasure in Feng Sun. Hey, who do you think you are? Cease your insolent chatter. Feng Sun bellowed. Who are you, you impudent brat? I recall now. You must be the so-called heir of the wind god bloodline that our national master spoke of, Feng Sun, isn't it? Mu Qingyun scrutinized him from head to toe, then scoffed derisively. I was skeptical at first, but now I must concede, you truly are nothing more than a child, barely past the age of adolescence. Feng Sun's face flushed with indignation at Mu Qingyun's scornful remarks, and he was on the verge of unleashing a divine technique to eliminate him instantly. Observing Feng Sun's fury, the northern king Ning Feng swiftly intervened, raising his hand to restrain Feng Sun from acting rashly. Ning Feng, what are you doing? Are you actually going to protect him? Let me tell you, I, Feng Sun, have no tolerance for such individuals. I'll take down anyone who crosses my path. Ning Feng replied calmly. Even if you wish to slay him, there will be an opportunity for that, but not at this moment. Do not allow his words to disrupt your composure. Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, Feng Sun turned to him, observing the northern king's calm demeanor. Being younger, Feng Sun found it difficult to comprehend how Ning Feng maintained such poise in the face of adversity. Ultimately, he yielded to Ning Feng's counsel, suppressing the fury that surged within him. Once he had steadied Feng Sun, Ning Feng directed his gaze towards Fei Fei, who was also poised for a confrontation. In a soothing tone, he addressed her, Fei Fei, my dear, do not be so impulsive or anxious. I am here, and all will be well. But master, these people clearly intend to eliminate us at any moment. How can I not be vigilant? Fei Fei furrowed her brow, expressing her anxiety to Ning Feng. I assure you, with me present, there is no need for such concern. As he spoke, Ning Feng gently relaxed Fei Fei's clenched fists, encouraging her to ease her tension. After calming both of his companions, the northern king Ning Feng turned his attention to Mu Qingyun, the second prince of the Cloud Kingdom. After all this time, you have yet to reveal your name, he taunted. Do share, for if it is unseemly, I would not hesitate to suggest a more suitable one on behalf of your father. Ning Feng's words dripped with sarcasm. Mu Qingyun's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this. Rendered speechless, he had never encountered anyone so audacious in addressing him. Not even his brothers or father had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Humph! Ning Feng of the Northern Kingdom, truly remarkable. You remain unflustered in the face of such insolence. Impressive indeed, Mu Qingyun replied, his tone low and measured. At first, I thought you would be quaking in your boots, but it appears I was mistaken. Your trousers remain dry, which brings me some relief. No one had ever dared to show such disrespect towards Ning Feng, and now Mu Qingyun had genuinely crossed a line, awakening the dragon's ire. At this very moment, Ning Feng stood silently in place, refraining from uttering a word or unleashing any hint of his murderous intent, rendering his inner turmoil imperceptible. Meanwhile, the surrounding soldiers erupted into uproarious laughter upon hearing the mocking words of the second prince Mu Qingyun directed at the northern king, Ning Feng. Instantly, laughter drowned out Ning Feng's presence, overwhelming the northern king in a tide of derision. Ah, the northern king? Ha ha. The snow region is merely a collection of primitive beings, forever in the company of beasts. Have they just learned to walk on two legs? Mu Qingyun continued his incessant babble, believing it would restore his lost dignity. Little did he know, he was merely counting down the final moments of his own existence. Observing Mu Qingyun's grotesque visage, the northern king Ning Feng chose to disregard his words, for he deemed it a waste of precious time to engage with such a person, preferring instead to bypass him entirely. Heh, boy, I have no time for your trivialities. Call your father out. I have matters to discuss with him. Ning Feng spoke in a grave tone to Mu Qingyun. What? You seek my father, Mu Zhentian? Ha ha. You truly underestimate your own worth. Whatever you have to say, say it to me. You, little brat, are not worthy of conversing with me. Ning Feng's dismissive tone resonated as he continued. Did you hear what I just said? If you did, step aside. If you insist on courting death here, I might still allow you a couple more days of life. Upon hearing the northern king's words, Mu Qingyun felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Ning Feng's formidable presence. Chapter 1411. The pressure from a king gazing at the northern king Ning Feng. Mu Qingyun was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of reverence and dread. What on earth is this Ning Feng's background? How can it be that no one on the entire Tianfan continent has heard of him? As their eyes met, Mu Qingyun perceived from Ning Feng's gaze that he was ensnared in a pitch-black abyss, plummeting downward until engulfed by the infinite darkness below. Ning Feng, it seems you have yet to comprehend your predicament. My people have completely surrounded this place. No matter how you struggle, it is futile. Mu Qingyun forced himself to maintain a facade of calmness, though a thread of unease and tension seeped into his voice. You would do well to surrender your divine power. I might consider sparing your life. As he spoke, Mu Qingyun's gaze shifted to Fei Fei, the servant standing behind Ning Feng, scrutinizing her form with a sudden surge of wicked thoughts. A lewd grin crept across Mu Qingyun's face as he addressed Ning Feng. If you were to present that woman behind you to me willingly, I could refrain from using force. Nonviolent cooperation is preferable. I truly wish to have a proper discussion with you. Humph, little lecher, do you truly believe you are worthy of such words? Even your father, Mu Zhentian, is unworthy. Hee. After Ning Feng chuckled, he turned to glance at Fei Fei beside him, gently stroking her head, and then directed his gaze towards Mu Qingyun, whose face was adorned with a lewd grin. In a somber tone, he remarked, Young man, I had no intention of taking your life earlier. But upon reflecting that your father has 3 children, I suppose losing one little lecher would be a significant loss. Indeed, Ning Feng, such a person need not trouble the strongest heir of the divine. Leave him to me, and I shall ensure he meets his end in tranquility amidst the winds. Remarked Feng Sun to Ning Feng. Humph, young brat. I, Ning Feng, require no child's assistance, he retorted. Listening to Ning Feng's tone, one could sense that the man beside him seemed to carry the wisdom of age, entirely devoid of the youthful arrogance typically seen in those of his apparent years. At this moment, it became evident that the demeanor of the Northern Kingdom's king, Ning Feng, exuded a fierce intensity. Yet it was not arrogance, but rather a wild steadiness befitting a true ruler, a sovereign. Subsequently, Feng Sun refrained from responding to Ning Feng as the Northern Kingdom's king approached and stated, Feng Sun, rest assured, even if I were to slay him, he would not dare command the soldiers around to act against me. Indeed, Mu Qingyun had never truly entertained the notion of confronting Ning Feng, for the latter's aura had completely overshadowed him. You, Ning Feng, do not presume too much. Mu Qingyun, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and anger, exclaimed, If I wish to kill you, it would be as easy as pie. I need no assistance. I can do it myself. Upon finishing his declaration, Mu Qingyun unleashed his formidable powers, generating a powerful shockwave. With a single hand extended towards the crowd, he forcefully drew a soldier's spear into his grasp. Now, prepare to meet your demise. Mu Qingyun adopted an offensive stance, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he addressed Ning Feng. Even if you beg for mercy, it will be futile. I shall kill you and seize your divine power. What? Did I hear you correctly? You intend to take my divine power? Ning Feng scoffed. What a ridiculous notion. Ah, young man, not only are you arrogant, but you are also woefully foolish, Ning Feng replied. Just as Ning Feng was about to unleash his divine skill, the blood seal, two members of the royal family appeared within the imperial city. The first prince, Mu Tianyu, and the third prince, Mu Linchen. Second brother, you must not treat the northern kingdom's king Ning Feng in such a manner. The first prince, Mu Tianyu, interposed before Mu Qingyun. Have you considered the consequences? Do you understand what might happen if you provoke King Ning Feng? What might happen? I have not contemplated such things. Nor will I, for I am solely focused on the objective of slaying him. Elder brother, third brother. Do not forget what the national master has said. The power of the divine clan is a gift from the heavens, truly unparalleled. Mu Qingyun responded to his two brothers. Second brother, even if you intend to kill them, you must include us both. Can you truly do this alone? Do not mistake me for underestimating you. You lack even the qualifications to serve as a mere attendant to the northern king, Ning Feng. What? You insolent brat, what did you just say to me? At that moment, Ning Feng interjected, interrupting the exchange between the three before him. Have you all finished your meaningless chatter? Will it be the three of you together, or shall you approach one by one? Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, the trio turned to face him. Ning Feng, no. It is more appropriate to address you as Northern King, remarked Mu Tianyu. Ah, at least you possess a semblance of normalcy. You are far superior to your lecherous brother. Ning Feng retorted. Indeed, I have no desire to converse with you, for you are unworthy, he continued. No, it is simply that none of you three are deserving. Listening to Ning Feng's unabashed humiliation directed at himself and his companions, Mu Qingyun felt a surge of indignation. So much idle talk. No sooner had he spoken than Mu Qingyun, with remarkable speed, lunged forward, brandishing his spear at Ning Feng. Just as he was about to strike, Fang Sun suddenly unleashed his wind divine power, transforming the air into a blade that severed Mu Qingyun's spear. Though you have claimed I need not intervene, I, too, wish to teach you a lesson, Fang Sun declared to Mu Qingyun. Upon finishing his words, Fang Sun once again condensed the wind into a weapon, forming a wind blade, which he grasped tightly before launching an attack. Believing he could eliminate Mu Qingyun, he was taken aback when Mu Tianyu and Mu Linchen joined forces to thwart his assault. Ah, unity among brothers. Then let us all descend together into the abyss. As Fang Sun prepared to wield his divine power, Ning Feng suddenly released a powerful shockwave, sending everyone sprawling. Fang Sun glanced at Ning Feng, furrowing his brow in confusion. Ning Feng, what is the meaning of this? I am aiding you. In that moment, Fang Sun could not comprehend Ning Feng's actions. However, the words that followed from Ning Feng illuminated the truth, instilling a sense of dread and reverence for the king within him. Chapter 14:12. Sovereign of the Cloud Nation, I have previously stated that I do not require your assistance. I shall reiterate this once more, and I hope not to find myself repeating it a third time. Do you understand? As he spoke, the northern king Ning Feng directed a piercing, frigid gaze at Fang Sun. This overwhelming aura of sovereignty struck Fang Sun, instilling within him a profound sense of fear. Frozen in place, Fang Sun swallowed hard and cautiously replied, I understand. Upon hearing Fang Sun's response, Northern King Ning Feng turned his attention to the three brothers, Mu Qingyun, Mu Tianyu, and Mu Linchen. After appraising them, he declared sternly, if you three wish to perish, I can fulfill that desire at this very moment. Otherwise, get out of my sight. What an imposing display from the Northern King. In such dire circumstances, maintaining composure truly signifies a formidable strength. At that moment, the monarch of the Cloud Kingdom, Mu Jintian, slowly advanced from the military ranks. The Northern King, Ning Feng, fixed his gaze and beheld an elderly man with silver hair emerging from behind. You are causing a commotion in my Cloud Kingdom, Ning Feng. This is certainly not your extreme northern territory, Mu Jintian intoned with a grave and deep voice. Indeed, you speak the truth, yet I, Ning Feng, Find pleasure in causing a stir in what others deem as their domain, Ning Feng retorted. Ha ha, Ning Feng, it is said that you are the most enigmatic of individuals. But I beg to differ, Mu Xintian remarked earnestly. There have been others from beyond the Tianfan continent. Upon hearing Mu Xintian's words, a flicker of confusion passed over Ning Feng's countenance. Furrowing his brow slightly, he responded, it appears you possess some knowledge of the matter. However, I have no interest in discussing myself. I have come here today to inquire about the whereabouts of Tian Nan. Upon hearing the name Tian Nan, the crowd was taken aback. Tian Nan, what do you seek him for? Mu Qingyun queried Ning Feng. Sensing the trepidation in Mu Qingyun's tone, Ning Feng remarked, it seems, young man, that you are somewhat fearful. Mu Qingyun glanced at his brothers and father before asserting, I am not afraid. Withdraw, you disgraceful fool. Mu Xintian admonished Mu Qingyun sharply. How dare you act against the Northern King? Do you wish for your demise? Do you lament having too many sons and seek to spare me some provisions? Father, silence. I will address you later. After delivering his reprimand, Mu Xintian turned to face the Northern King, Ning Feng, and after locking eyes with him, inquired, Ning Feng, who informed you about Tian Nan? Ning Feng glanced at Fang Sun beside him and replied, a woman named San Yang from the Moonlight Workshop spoke to us about him. San Yang? That wretched woman. I can easily deduce her involvement. The eldest prince, Mu Tianyu, interjected, San Yang is nothing but a consummate deceiver, a scoundrel. Ning Feng, do not trust her words. At that moment, Fang Sun could no longer contain himself. He angrily pointed at Mu Tianyu, exclaiming, hey, you are the true deceiver, the despicable one. Keep your mouth clean, or I shall tear it apart. Observing Fang Sun's fervor, Ning Feng urged him, do not act rashly. I mentioned before that if you wish to engage in combat, I will grant you the opportunity, but not at this moment. Afterward, Ning Feng turned to Mu Xintian and said, Mu Xintian, the matter of Tian Nan appears rather intricate and complex. It may well involve a woman. Upon hearing Ning Feng's earnest tone, Mu Qingyun was instantly engulfed by fear. Tian Nan is also a scoundrel. No, he is a coward, a man who dares not even save his own woman. Mu Qingyun boasted. Indeed, Mu Xintian chuckled, second brother. That young lady does possess a certain charm. Mu Linchen leered at Mu Qingyun, saying, if given the chance, I must pay a visit to the Moonlight Pavilion. Moonlight Pavilion? Young lady? Upon hearing Mu Linchen's words, Fang Sun immediately sensed something amiss. You mean the third lady you have encountered, that woman? She truly did delight the three of us. Mu Qingyun replied. You three brutes. Is it permissible for those of royal blood to act in such a manner? To so casually humiliate a woman? Fang Sun exclaimed with fervor, his anger surging uncontrollably. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the imperial city of the Cloud Nation. Amidst the gusts, Fang Sun unleashed the divine technique of the Wind Gate. I will kill you. Just then, Ning Feng intervened, suppressing Fang Sun. Cease. But, Fang Sun, do not forget, our aim is to locate Tian Nan. The matter of the third lady is mine to handle. It is not your place to intervene, the Northern King. Ning Feng asserted. Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, Fang Sun felt a flicker of calmness. The fierce winds gradually subsided, restoring tranquility. In truth, I cannot find Tian Nan either. The ruler of the Cloud Nation, Mu Xintian, remarked to Ning Feng in a composed tone. If you wish to seek him, I desire to find him more than anyone else. Ning Feng detected a sense of helplessness and a glimmer of hopeful anticipation in Mu Xintian's words. In that case, Mu Xintian, we need not linger here any longer, Ning Feng declared to Mu Xintian. Wait. Mu Xintian called out to the departing Northern King Ning Feng and his companions. Do you have something to say? Fang Sun shouted excitedly at Mu Xintian. If you have something to say, spit it out. Observing Fang Sun's haughty demeanor, Mu Xintian merely smiled and then turned to Ning Feng. There is one more matter. Since you are here, you must assist this old man. Ning Feng surveyed the surrounding soldiers and then addressed Mu Xintian. I suspect you wish for my life, do you not? If you seek the so-called divine power, you must first ascertain whether you possess the capability to claim it. Humph. Ning Feng, who do you think you are? Mu Qingyun retorted, hands on hips, brow furrowed. Today, you shall not leave easily. I wish to know what kind of esteemed figure your national teacher is, to be so confident in obtaining the power of the divine. Ning Feng replied leisurely, suggesting that he was quite familiar with the divine realm. Hearing Ning Feng's earnest insinuation, the others fell silent for a moment. But Mu Qingyun defiantly pointed at Ning Feng, shouting, Ning Feng, stop your nonsense. No one leaves the imperial city of the Cloud Nation alive today. Chapter 1413. The Lion God appears if your Cloud Nation wishes to perish, then continue as you are, otherwise, behave yourselves. Ning Feng retorted. Gazing at the northern king Ning Feng before them, the Mu royal family's members stood frozen, a sudden sense of dread rising within their hearts. At this moment, the northern king Ning Feng's gaze was imbued with a chilling demeanor as he approached the assembly of the Yun kingdom. Merely taking 2 steps forward was sufficient to instill a sense of dread among all present. How is it that among so many of you from the Yun kingdom, not a single individual can stand on equal footing with me, Ning Feng? Scanning the crowd, Ning Feng noted that everyone was retreating, maintaining a distance of 2 steps from him. A swarm of insignificant ants. The mere fact that you dare to meet my gaze is commendable, he mused, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he addressed the assembly. In a tone tinged with melancholy, he declared, "Fools are but fools, even in numbers. You are of no consequence." Upon hearing Ning Feng's derision, Mu Qingyun, standing before him, felt a surge of indignation. Gripping the shaft of his halberd tightly, he clenched his teeth and retorted, "Ning Feng, do not be so arrogant. Do not forget, this is the Yun kingdom, our Mu family's territory." In that moment, Mu Qingyun was fervent with emotion. In his eyes, the northern king Ning Feng was but a piece of meat awaiting the knife. Mu family. Huh. Do not delude yourself. Even if you were of the royal bloodline of the Yun kingdom, or the mightiest force across the Tian Nan continent, in my eyes, you are naught but trivial. Ning Feng scoffed. Taking a step forward, a shockwave resonated around him. With a second step, he summoned his essence, unleashing the divine technique known as the blood contract seal. And with the third step, he held the power to obliterate the entire imperial city of the Yun kingdom. However, at that moment, Ning Feng, who had fully inherited the bloodline of the divine clan, sensed an unusual presence. This aura. It is from the evil clan. As the northern king remained motionless, the Mu family and the surrounding soldiers stood on high alert, fearing he was about to unleash a massacre. The stillness before the storm was palpable. What is this? Ning Feng, what are you planning? Standing there in silence, are you mocking us? Mu Qingyun challenged. Mocking? You are not worthy of my inquiry. Pray tell, how does the Yun kingdom harbor the aura of the evil clan? Ning Feng furrowed his brow, his voice low as he questioned the Mu royal family. Or is it that your national master is one of their own? Upon hearing Ning Feng's inquiry, the 3 brothers of the Mu family exchanged incredulous glances. The youngest, Mu Linchen, stammered, "What do you mean? How could we possess the power of the evil clan? Indeed, we, the Mu family, are of royal descent. How could we possibly wield such power?" Mu Tianyu shouted in agitation. Yet, as the 2 brothers fervently defended their honor, a figure suddenly emerged atop the highest edifice of the imperial city. A dragon's tail materialized behind him, and black dragon horns adorned his head. This was none other than the evil clan's own, the dragon priest of the 5 gods. "So, you have finally shown yourself, dragon priest," Ning Feng remarked, gazing upward. "I never anticipated that the seal I personally imposed upon you would so easily be undone." Having inherited the divine bloodline, the memories of the chaotic deity Goner surged within Ning Feng's mind. The malevolent wind dragon priest descended from the heavens, a gust of dark wind swirling around him as he landed. He spoke with a mocking tone. "Ha ha ha. I thought the true chaotic deity Goner had arrived, but it appears to be merely his bloodline heir. A mere mortal has managed to ascend to divinity. How utterly astonishing." As the wind dragon priest made his presence known, Mu Zhenqian, taken aback, exclaimed, "Master, how could you?" "Father, we didn't inform you, but we have long been aware that Master belongs to the evil clan," Mu Qingyun passionately replied. "Moreover, he is a good person." "A good person? You dare claim that the evil clan is virtuous? You ungrateful wretch." With that, Mu Zhenqian struck Mu Qingyun across the face. You rebellious child. I suspected that the 3 of you brothers suddenly acquired such formidable power due to the influence of the evil clan." "Dad, the dragon priest has never tried to harm us," Mu Tianyu interjected. "Thus, there is no cause for alarm." The dragon priest refrained from lethal intent because he believed these 3 would ultimately lead him to the divine beings. Therefore, he could not kill them. Simultaneously, he would not waste his efforts on mere trifles. "Dragon priest, allow me to inquire. You must know the whereabouts of Tian Nan?" Ning Feng addressed him. "Tian Nan? Ha ha ha. In truth, he is right here," the dragon priest replied. "Have you not yet discerned his presence?" Upon hearing the dragon priest's words, Ning Feng declared, "If that is the case, Tian Nan, please reveal yourself." At that moment, the long-vanished lion god Tian Nan leaped forth from behind the group, clutching the divine artifact, the sacred soul blade, in his arms. "Ha ha ha. I have been awaiting you, malevolent wind dragon priest," Tian Nan said, a fierce expression crossing his face as he faced the dragon priest. However, just then, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted among the soldiers. The group turned to see the hunter's daughter, Sen Yang, emerging from the shadows of battle. Approaching the group, Sen Yang brandished the bloody divine weapon, the war goddess blade, and coldly addressed Tian Nan. Ha ha ha. Tian Nan, it has been a long time. You have finally shown your face. Sen Yang, I advise against any foolish actions. You stand no chance, Tian Nan warned. Furious, Sen Yang retorted, you dare speak nonsense. For whom do you think I am acting foolishly? I was humiliated by those 3 beasts of the Mu family. Who else am I doing this for? Her words struck Tian Nan deeply, prompting him to take a deep breath as he struggled to contain his grief and anger. That incident was my failure to you, Sen Yang. But let us not dwell on it. Any further discussion would be fruitless, he said in a somber tone. With that, Tian Nan turned his gaze towards the malevolent wind dragon priest and the Mu brothers standing nearby. Today, we are gathered in sufficient numbers, the evil clan, along with you 3 good-for-nothings. Since that is the case, let us settle old scores. Chapter 14:14. Even your father shall be slain. Settle old scores? Is it based on you, Tian Nan? Or perhaps the northern king Ning Feng behind you? Not to mention the infernal black phoenix and the heir of the wind god bloodline, Feng's son? Ha ha ha, how utterly foolish. Tian Nan, I advise you to refrain from such actions. There are no grievances between us. None. Ha ha ha. It is not between you and me, but rather with the people of the Cloud Nation's Luotian village, where over 100 lives were taken by your hands. Tian Nan addressed the evil wind god dragon sacrifice. Are their lives not a matter of old accounts? He then glanced at Sen Yang behind him, and continued to the Mu brothers, saying, as for you, do not think you can evade responsibility for Sen Yang's plight. In your desperate attempt to capture me, you conspired with the evil clan, thinking to force my hand, but you surely did not anticipate such an outcome. Mu Tianyu looked at Tian Nan, who resembled a vengeful deity, and protested, no, it was all the evil wind god dragon sacrifice as coercion. It has nothing to do with us. Upon hearing Mu Tianyu's words, Ning Feng retorted, what? Are you fighting amongst yourselves? Just a wallflower I see. At this moment, Sen Yang could no longer contain her fury, drawing her blade in wrath and charging at the Mu brothers. Seeing this, Tian Nan and Ning Feng attempted to intervene. Just as Sen Yang's blade was about to strike Mu Tianyu, Mu Xintian suddenly intervened to thwart her assault. You old fool, get out of my way. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. Kill me? Ha ha ha. That is acceptable. But do not lay a hand on my son. As the two remained locked in a standoff, Mu Qingyun suddenly made a move, seeking to eliminate Sen Yang. Die, you wretched woman. A violet flame emanated from Mu Qingyun's right hand, a manifestation of the evil clan's power. Sen Yang watched helplessly as Mu Xintian restrained her, feeling utterly powerless. Slowly, she closed her eyes, believing she had no escape, and resigned herself to the impending death. However, when she opened her eyes again, she was met with a scene that left her astounded. The heir of the lion god bloodline, Tian Nan, had already intervened, using his divine artifact, the sacred soul weapon, the heavenly blade, to counter Mu Qingyun's evil clan power. Sen Yang stood frozen in place, her eyes wide, gazing at Tian Nan beside her. Do not look at me now, focus. At this moment, the battle had commenced, plunging the entire imperial city into chaos. Soldiers, excluding the 4 from the Mu royal family, launched themselves at Ning Feng and his companions, including the evil wind god dragon sacrifice, who had revealed his true form. Truly, it is indiscriminate chaos. Very well, if that is the case. The evil wind god dragon sacrifice sneered, excitedly declaring, ha ha ha, let us plunge deeper into the turmoil. As the words fell, Long Ji activated the dark power within the Mu family's 3 brothers, causing them to instantly succumb to corruption and become subservient puppets of the Dark Clan. Witnessing his 3 sons transformed into grotesque figures of the dark race, Mu Xintian, the sovereign of Yun Kingdom, was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Stunned and rooted to the spot, he questioned, what has happened? How could this be? What has become of you 3? Upon hearing his father's call, Mu Qingyun turned amidst the chaos of battle, launching himself towards his father. You little rascal, I am your father. How dare you strike at me? Call me father and face my wrath. At that moment, Mu Xintian was still apprehensive about harming his son, so while he relentlessly pressed forward, employing lethal techniques, he opted to retreat. Nevertheless, Mu Qingyun was consumed by murderous intent, gathering swirling purple flames upon his demonic claws. His eyes had morphed from human orbs into those of a dragon, fully embracing his dark lineage. This transformation was not unique to him. Mu Linchen and Mu Tianyu behind him had undergone the same fate, and they too turned to attack their father. You 3 little brats. I am your father. Truly, a failure in parenting. After uttering these words, Mu Jintian unleashed his aura, generating a shockwave that momentarily repelled his 3 corrupted sons. Yet, this effort proved futile. The trio soon combined their dark powers, extending their right hands as a triple column of purple flames surged forth toward their father with astonishing speed and formidable force, far surpassing the intensity of Mu Jintian's earlier shockwave. Just as he thought escape was impossible, Fang Sun and Fei Fei appeared before him, channeling their divine powers to successfully neutralize the oncoming attack. You, Mu Jintian stammered. Do not misunderstand. I am not here to save you. The Dark Clan before us is our mortal enemy, so it would be wise for you to keep your distance, Fang Sun stated firmly. Feeling a twinge of unease at Fang Sun's words, Mu Jintian swallowed hard and furrowed his brow, imploring, please, do not harm them. Harm them? Huh. I shall show no mercy to the Dark Clan. With that, Fang Sun unleashed the divine technique, Wind Cleansing Absolute, transforming into a wind deity. In an instant, he was enveloped by a powerful gale, intricate patterns of the wind god appearing on his visage and arms. When he opened his eyes, they gleamed with a pristine silver hue. Confronted by the wind deity Fang Sun and sensing the divine energy radiating from him, Mu Tianyu and the other 2 dark beings erupted with fury, charging directly at Fang Sun. Meanwhile, amidst the fray of soldiers, Tian Nan and San Yang, locked in a fierce exchange, turned back to back, their gazes sharp and expressions grave. Between us, there are no debts to settle. You are of the divine race, while I am the hunter of gods. The resolute San Yang spoke sternly to the figure of Tian Nan before her, asserting there was nothing to discuss. Not a single word. What exists between us is merely an antagonistic relationship. At this moment, Tian Nan was acutely aware that facing the hunter of gods, San Yang, who had targeted him, he had no chance of victory. Yet, his heart was heavy with remorse. Even if what you say is true, I have no desire to engage in battle with you, Tian Nan said, his brow furrowing slightly, his tone grave. So, in the midst of this chaos, you should leave first. We can address our matters later. Later? San Yang scoffed. Tian Nan, do you take me for a mere child? You have been absent for so long. You have no right to utter the word later. If there is something to resolve, let us do so here. What need is there for a future discussion? With her weapon, the war goddess blade, in hand, San Yang faced the lion god Tian Nan with unwavering seriousness. Must we proceed this way? Tian Nan replied to San Yang. Very well, I shall fulfill your desire. As he spoke, Tian Nan unleashed his divine technique, the lion-sealed divine guardian, and simultaneously, the artifact in his hand, the holy soul blade, ascended from a mere segment to the 10th tier, evolving into the new artifact, the heavenly blade of sun control. In this moment, Tian Nan, under the influence of the heavenly blade of sun control, unleashed the full might of the divine power within the artifact. His own body underwent a radical transformation, sprouting a golden mane, and his garments were completely torn apart, revealing a formidable lion god form that inspired dread. Humph, you have indeed revealed yourself, San Yang remarked, surveying the lion god Tian Nan before her. If the power of the lion god is at your disposal, I find myself at a loss for words. She continued, very well, this way you can withstand longer. I shall not easily dispose of you. After her declaration, San Yang also summoned her own power, exuding a palpable aura of death. Her gaze fixed menacingly on the lion god Tian Nan. Meanwhile, before Ning Feng stood a figure of the evil race, the evil sky dragon Ji. The two stood face to face, their eyes locked, silently conveying through their gazes the imminent clash. I have a question for you. How did you break the seal of the divine race from years past? Ning Feng inquired of Dragon Ji. This question had long been a mystery to him, for the seal of the divine race was the nemesis of the evil race and not easily shattered. A cold laugh escaped Dragon Ji, who then replied, the seal you set is indeed difficult to lift. However, what if I had never been trapped or sealed by you in the first place? What? Never been sealed by me? What does that mean? Upon hearing the grave words of the evil wind divine dragon, the northern king Ning Feng felt an increasing sense of confusion, coupled with a subtle shock within his heart. Thus, he came to a profound realization. It was merely a remnant of your essence that I had sealed away, not your true self. In an instant, the northern king understood the underlying truth. Indeed, the heir of the chaotic deity Gono proved to be remarkably astute. The dragon spoke dismissively to Ning Feng, asserting that knowing this changes nothing. I remain as I was, unscathed and standing before you. Observing the audacious demeanor of the dragon, Ning Feng could only respond with a cold smirk. Ah, it is precisely such behavior that leaves the dragon perplexed. He had anticipated that. Upon revealing the truth of the past, Ning Feng would be stricken with astonishment, fear, and unease. After all, how could a mere mortal maintain such composure? What were you laughing at just now? The evil wind divine dragon inquired, his brow furrowing, his tone grave. Are you still under the illusion that you possess 100% certainty of resealing me? Ning Feng did not respond immediately, as he believed himself to be the strongest. Unperturbed by Gono's past missteps, after a moment's contemplation, he addressed the dragon before him, stating, I shall not choose to reseal you as I did in the past. For you are unworthy. A creature like you deserves only death, sparing me the myriad troubles and concerns that accompany your existence. Upon hearing Ning Feng's declaration of intent to kill him, and feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from him, the evil wind divine dragon suddenly felt suppressed by Ning Feng's presence. The pressure he exerted was even more formidable than that which he had faced against Gono in the past, instilling within the dragon a sense of unease and dread. Oh, how unexpected. I never imagined that Gono's air would exude even greater murderous intent than him. Truly remarkable, the evil wind divine dragon remarked, addressing Ning Feng. This is how it should be. After exchanging glances, the evil wind divine dragon struck first, charging at the Northern King with remarkable speed, believing a single blow would obliterate him. Yet, to his astonishment, Ning Feng effortlessly parried the attack with one hand. What? How could this be possible? The evil wind divine dragon exclaimed, bewildered by the sight of his claw being halted by Ning Feng. Indeed, only you could achieve such a feat back then. But even so, I shall not grant you a single chance of victory. As his words fell, the evil wind divine dragon erupted into fury, his eyes radiating a violet glow. If that is the case, can you withstand this? With that, he unleashed a tremendous force from the claw that Ning Feng had blocked. Accompanied by the ominous and haunting roars of a dragon, a colossal serpent formed from violet flames emerged atop the dragon's claw, propelled by its formidable presence towards the Northern King, Ning Feng. Yet, to Ning Feng, this assault, while more imposing than the previous one, posed little threat to one of his divine lineage, the strongest of the godly races. Humph, mere trifles, daring to flaunt their skills before me? A strange crimson light flickered in Ning Feng's eyes as his entire being was enveloped in the inky flames of the underworld. Infernal dragon breath. At that moment, the Northern King donned 5 segments of divine armor, and a shadow of a pitch-black dragon appeared behind him. The evil wind dragon priest, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Watch closely as I demonstrate how to eradicate you. Immediately, the shadowy dragon unleashed a torrent of infernal flames towards the dragon priest before him. Ning Feng's grip tightened around the priest's right hand, rendering him unable to escape, and he was consumed by the searing flames. As time passed, the battlefield lay shrouded in dissipating smoke. The clashes from all sides had come to an end, leaving countless casualties within the imperial city of the Cloud Nation. Master, are you all right? Fei Fei hurried to Ning Feng's side, concerned for his well-being. I am unscathed. The one in peril is him. Chapter 14:16, The End of Battle. As the heir of the Chaos God bloodline, having surpassed the power of Gono, how could a mere lesser evil race stand against me? Ning Feng spoke calmly to Fei Fei, assuring her not to worry. Hearing her master's words, Fei Fei turned her gaze to the wounded dragon priest. In that moment, after enduring the searing infernal flames, the dragon priest's scales had charred black. Gazing at his singed right arm, he abruptly tore it off. Phew, that was perilously close. A moment's inattention, and I could have perished at your hands. The dragon priest scoffed. Ha! Though I have lost an arm, I have managed to save my life. From the severed limb, green blood dripped continuously to the ground, as he swayed his tail to alleviate the pain of his wounds. How could this happen? No, how revolting! Fei Fei exclaimed in disgust, while witnessing the green blood flowing from the dragon priest, quickly covering her mouth to suppress her urge to vomit. Dragon priest, do you wish to continue fighting? Ning Feng inquired of the severely injured dragon priest. The priest responded, but I must advise you against futile resistance. Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, the evil wind dragon priest felt a flicker of doubt. From Ning Feng's statement, he sensed an unusual implication. To cease his senseless struggle meant he could be spared. After a moment of contemplation, the dragon priest furrowed his brow and asked Ning Feng, are you suggesting that you wish to spare me? Hee, you do possess a modicum of intellect, quite commendable indeed. Consider yourself spared. What? Is that not acceptable? The Northern King, Ning Feng, addressed the dragon priest before him. If you still wish for death, I could readily assist you in fulfilling that desire. As he spoke, Ning Feng unsheathed the holy soul weapon, the Heavenly Father, and advanced it into the transcendent Tenyu dragon soul form, surpassing the 10th tier. Witnessing the formidable artifact in Ning Feng's grasp, the evil wind dragon priest was taken aback, swallowing hard before he remarked, "Humph. It seems I must choose to retreat at this juncture. You do possess a measure of understanding." Recognizing the gravity of your situation, Ning Feng spoke in a somber tone. "If I truly had the capacity to eliminate you, I would not have opted for retreat," the evil wind dragon priest retorted. "Sometimes, preserving one's strength is the true path." With that, the evil wind dragon priest turned to the 3 members of the Mu family under his control and retracted his powers. "Ning Feng, remember this. My intention is not to annihilate you. We, the people of the evil clan, aim to dominate the entire Tianfan continent and reclaim the divine realm of Ur." With those words, the evil wind dragon priest swiftly took flight. Surveying the ruins around him, Ning Feng turned to Tian Nan and said, "Tian Nan, do not linger here in indecision. Our foremost task is to return." However, San Yang appeared somewhat obstinate, addressing Ning Feng. "Wait, you depart just like that? What becomes of me? What becomes of you? If you wish for my consideration, then accompany me." "Humph, I recall you are a god hunter, are you not?" Ning Feng replied. "If there is no resolution, then let us depart together back to the northern kingdom." Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, San Yang pondered for a moment before sheathing her divine weapon, the battle blade of heaven. "Very well, this is not without merit. I comprehend your intentions." "Northern King Ning Feng," San Yang responded earnestly. "While I have contemplated the morality of this matter, it appears that only by proceeding can we truly judge the situation." "Humph. San Yang is indeed a wise individual." After speaking with San Yang, Ning Feng turned his gaze to Mu Zhintian and remarked, "Had events such as today not transpired, your 3 precious sons would likely have perished at the hands of the evil wind dragon priest." Mu Zhintian glanced at Ning Feng, sighing as he replied, "Alas, I never perceived him as a member of the evil clan. How foolish of me to raise a wolf among the sheep. The situation is not entirely dire. You heard the dragon priestess declaration, did you not? Their goal is not merely us, but the entirety of the Tianfan continent, along with the so-called divine realm." The northern king Ning Feng spoke calmly to Mu Zhintian. "Thus, in my view, the best way to safeguard your Yun kingdom is to forge an alliance, specifically with my northern kingdom." Indeed, Mu Zhintian was well aware that to protect even a fraction of his territory, an alliance was the only viable path forward. "I must deliberate on this matter further. However, prior to your arrival, the dragon priest foretold that a conflict had ignited at the borders of the northernmost kingdom." Ning Feng paid little heed to such occurrences, for he possessed formidable servants, Lianfu and Xinxiu, stationed in the frigid north, rendering him oblivious to the unfolding events there. "Oh, it seems you are rather concerned about my northern territories," remarked the northern king Ning Feng. "Thus, I shall await your news from the northernmost kingdom." With that, Ning Feng sheathed the divine weapon, the holy soul blade, into the weapon case strapped to his back. Subsequently, the northern king, accompanied by his servants Fei, Feng Sun, the heir of the wind god, Tian Nan, the heir of the lion god, and the huntress San Yang, departed the imperial city, boarding the warplane stationed outside the gates of Yun country. As he gazed at the aircraft soaring high above, Mu Zhintian swallowed hard and muttered to himself, "If such matters continue to be prolonged, the consequences are indeed unfathomable. Today, it was you, Ning Feng, who saved my 3 sons. It appears my suspicions were not unfounded. You are destined to be the sole sovereign of the Tianfan continent." Meanwhile, at the border of the northernmost kingdom, it indeed transpired as the malevolent wind god dragon priest had predicted. The lord of the heavenly imperial city, Zhan Tianhuang Longfei, personally led his troops to the border, intent on annihilating the northern regions while Ning Feng was absent. However, the situation was not as he had envisioned. The presence of Xinxiu and Fei, servants of the chaos gods, proved to be a considerable vexation. After several days, he had yet to successfully seize control of the northernmost kingdom's borders. Who would have thought that Ning Feng had left me such a formidable challenge? Truly, he is an impressive adversary, Longfei mused inwardly, recognizing the depth of this enigmatic man. Chapter 1417. Return to the northernmost kingdom. The northern king Ning Feng piloted the warplane back to the northernmost kingdom, whereupon all aboard beheld the fierce conflict raging at the borders. "It seems Dragon Priest did not deceive us," Feng Sun, the heir of the wind god, jested as he observed the battle through the window. "Ning Feng, your northern territories are indeed a coveted prize. Humph, young rascal. Soon you shall witness how the sovereign of such a prized land instills fear in them all," Ning Feng solemnly responded to Feng Sun beside him. Hearing Ning Feng's words, both Tian Nan and San Yang shared expressions of intrigue, harboring a flicker of anticipation within. gradually piloting the warplane to hover above the epicenter of the battlefield. Ning Feng diligently searched for the figure of Tian Nan. At last, the Northern King located him. In that moment, Longfei unleashed his divine prowess, revealing the true form of the dragon god under the influence of the Holy Soul Blade. The dragon has manifested once more, truly. He has a penchant for startling my servants with such displays. The Northern King, Ning Feng, spoke with a hint of resignation to those beside him, sighing softly. He maneuvered the war machine into a hovering position, activating its autopilot mode. Rising from his seat, he opened the cockpit door and leapt from the aircraft, plummeting from the sky. Upon reaching the ground, he landed directly before his servants, Xian Qiu and Lian Fu. Turning his back to them while his gaze remained fixed on the dragon god, the war emperor Long Fei, before him. It has been a while, Long Fei, he remarked. To meet again amidst such a grand spectacle of war is indeed a surprise. At that moment, the heirs of the wind god, Feng Sun, the lion god, Tian Nan, and the servant Fei Fei, as well as the hunter, San Yang, descended from the war machine. The battlefield had drastically changed. So many divine beings had gathered simultaneously to witness the presence of the dragon god, Long Fei. Ah, so many old friends, Long Fei mused, feeling nostalgic. Ning Feng, you truly are formidable, a remarkable individual. I underestimated your abilities before. Underestimation might not be the right term. Rather, you simply did not foresee this, Ning Feng replied. Thus, it would be wise for you to cease hostilities now, lest your entire army face annihilation. At this moment, Long Fei was indeed aware of the gravity of the situation. Seeing the collective intensity of the gazes directed at him, he retracted his divine powers, relinquishing his dragon god form. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Long Fei responded languidly. Shall this suffice? As he turned to depart, Ning Feng called out, Wait, did I permit you to leave? Upon hearing this, the war emperor Long Fei halted, turning back to face the Northern King. What do you mean by that? He inquired. What do I mean? Ning Feng chuckled softly. You are a clever man. Given the presence of so many divine beings, I trust you have discerned the implications. Long Fei surveyed his surroundings, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. The hunter, I presume? With that, he regarded the gathered assembly, stating, I, Long Fei, do not require assistance from your lot. I shall take my leave from this gathering of the weak. With that, he attempted once more to exit the borders of the extreme north. War Emperor, where do you think you are going? Feng Sun questioned sternly. It is not merely the hunter at play here. The evil tribe is involved as well. Upon hearing the mention of the evil tribe, Long Fei's excitement surged, and he furrowed his brow, asking, The evil tribe you refer to, are they the ones who were annihilated in the past? Indeed, but not annihilated. Rather, they are the 5 evil gods who were sealed away. Seen and clarified. In that moment, Long Fei recalled the events of yore, the evil wind god, the evil flame god, the evil sky god, the evil sea god, and the mightiest among them, the evil fierce god. All 5 evil gods had once gathered, nearly leading to the total annihilation of the deities in the divine realm. At last, the 12 deities, under the formidable leadership of the chaos god Gono, launched an offensive, successfully sealing him away. However, upon hearing the unsettling news that the malevolent beings had breached their confines and returned to the realm of Tian Nan, the sovereign dragon Fei was profoundly astonished. Just moments ago contemplating his departure, he now stood resolute, gazing at the 3 heirs of the divine race before him. After a brief silence, Long Fei addressed Ning Feng, suggesting, It appears I can no longer evade the impending united front, can I? While evasion was an option, it hinged on one's ability to confront the 5 adversaries. Along with the formidable White Dragon King, Nangong Hua of Bailong City. The mere mention of Nangong Hua's name caused Long Fei to furrow his brow, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. Among all contemporary hunters, only Nangong Hua was perceived by Long Fei as a true rival. Even the duo opposing Ning Feng, a man and a woman, failed to garner his regard. Thank you for the warning. Nevertheless, even if I am to ally with you, I must first return to my Tianhuang city, Long Fei concluded, turning away to withdraw his forces from the northernmost borders. Subsequently, King Ning Feng of the north instructed his companion, Xian Qiu, have the bodies along the border buried on site to prevent them from being devoured by nearby beasts, lest they meet an ignoble end. Yes, master, replied Xian Qiu. Everyone else, follow me into the city. We shall return to the northern kingdom. Soon after, Ning Feng removed the weapon storage box from his back, handing it to Fei Fei, and led the group into the northern territory. Within the imperial city of the northern kingdom, Ning Feng prepared rooms for Feng Sun, Tian Nan, and the hunter San Yang, subsequently convening them in the conference room. Ning Feng, your imperial city is far more impressive than that of Yunhua we just visited. It truly is magnificent. Feng Sun exclaimed with excitement. If I could reside here for a lifetime, I would gladly accept. Then make yourself at home. After all, we will rely on you in the future. Ning Feng replied earnestly. How utterly lacking in ambition. No wonder, just a young whippersnapper. It's only natural you've never seen the world, Xian Xiu remarked dismissively. What? Just because you're a girl, I can't engage you in a scuffle? Feng Sun retorted, his face betraying a spark of competitive spirit. Chapter 11:18. The Hunt for Deities. Enough. Cease your bickering. Ning Feng's authoritative voice silenced both Feng Sun and Xian Xiu instantly. I did not summon you here to quarrel. Let us not forget that the pressing matters ahead are of utmost importance. In response to Ning Feng Sun conceded, all right. Ning Feng, I'll grant you this favor. After all, we are of the same ilk, and you remain the strongest among us. Hearing Feng Sun's words, Ning Feng coolly replied, Feng Sun, little brat, you need not hint at anything more. Oh, then you know what to do? Feng Sun teased with a smirk. I am Ning Feng, the illustrious king of the north. How could I possibly be unaware? However, it is not your place to pass judgment. At this moment, 3 extreme northern aircraft arrived at the borders of the extreme north kingdom. Descending first was Qin Mu, the heir of the thunder god, clad in the formidable thunder god armor, appearing markedly different from before. I have finally returned, Qin Mu remarked. The snowfields seem so familiar. Amitba, Qin Mu. Let us proceed inside, said Master Ming Chan of the Divine Temple. Your sovereign must have returned long ago. Is that so? I didn't expect Brother Feng to arrive so swiftly, Qin Mu sighed, gazing at the royal city of the extreme north kingdom. Alas, when war breaks out. I hope this place remains untouched by calamity. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, the god executioner, Yulan, retorted, what are you thinking? Once war begins, this place will undoubtedly suffer the greatest calamities. The 3 then turned their gazes toward the royal city, their hearts unwittingly filled with prayers and unease for what lay ahead. Just then, 2 more aircraft landed, and individuals disembarked. Hey, you all are quite fast. I thought our group would be the first to arrive. Morong Xiaoyu said to Qin Mu, I didn't expect to fall behind even after rushing. All right. Thankfully everyone is safe and sound. And we have successfully completed the task assigned by our sovereign, which is indeed a cause for celebration, said Xian Nanji, walking over to Morong Xiaoyu. You needn't complain. Don't be so sharp-tongued. While the 2 were in discussion, the heirs of the divine lineage observed nearby, seemingly never having witnessed such a scene. Where is your sovereign? Ning Feng inquired Li Tianhu, the leader of Tianjia City. At that moment, King Ning Feng appeared on the 2nd floor of the royal city. Observing the gathered heirs of the divine lineage below, a smile graced his lips. Welcome, heirs of the divine lineage, to my extreme north. Upon hearing the words of King Ning Feng, everyone turned to look up at him. The remnants of their previous divine consciousness lingered, and upon encountering Ning Feng, the heir of the chaos god, a sense of reverence arose within them. After surveying the assembly, Ning Feng spoke again. It has been a long time since we gods have gathered like this. It truly invokes nostalgia. Meanwhile, the hunters learned that the divine beings had arrived in the extreme north, igniting excitement among them, though their thoughts were far from unified. Some believed it was the perfect opportunity to strike while they were gathered, to eliminate them all at once. However, among them were those who pondered deeply. At that moment, the White Dragon King, Nangonghua, arrived at the hunter stronghold. Upon reaching the entrance, he spoke. Who informed you that the divine beings had all gathered? There is still one missing, the heir of the dragon god, Long Fei, from the heavenly emperor city, who is yet to arrive in the extreme north. As Nangonghua spoke, he strode into the hall. What does this amount to? We joined forces to assault the heavenly emperor's city, and after slaying Long Fei. What then? You still cannot contend with the others, Roya retorted dismissively. However, even upon hearing Roya's scornful remarks, Nangonghua chose to disregard him, merely tossing a casual hee. Little brat, what do you think the consequences of allying with bandits will be? They didn't end up devouring each other, did they? After uttering these words, Nangonghua found a chair and sat down. By the way, little brat, don't think we're unaware of your actions in Fengxiang City. Collaborating with bandits has severely tarnished our reputations. Nangonghua addressed Roya from his seat. Upon hearing Nangonghua's words, the other hunters turned their gazes toward the moon god hunter, Roya, casting him looks of disdain and contempt. Nangonghua, how Roya conducts himself is his own affair. It is not for you to dictate. Feng Jing exclaimed passionately at Nangonghua. Upon hearing such words, Nangonghua let out a cold laugh. A group of juniors daring to speak to me in such a manner truly audacious. The other 12 present looked at Nan Hua with a flicker of fear, an undercurrent of unease beginning to brew. All right, Uncle Hua, they simply lack understanding. Do not take offense. After all, we are all in the same trench, comforted Lei Bing, the Thunder God Hunter. After listening to Lei Bing, Nan Hua turned to him, scrutinizing him from head to toe before saying, Lei Bing, you are the only reasonable one here. As for the others, none measure up. This so-called hunter organization should dissolve as soon as possible. In truth, Nan Hua's remarks were not directed at Lei Bing, but rather aimed at the leader of the hunter organization, the individual opposing the chaos god, Ning Feng, known as Lu Fenglin. Moreover, within this hunter organization, only Lu Fenglin had inherited his family's name since the last war of gods and men, wielding the god-slaying blade as the new hunter leader. Nan Hua, your words are not meant for Lei Bing and the others, are they? Lu Fenglin, with his back to Nan Hua, clasped his hands behind him and spoke earnestly. It seems they are intended for my ears. After finishing his sentence, Lu Fenglin slowly turned around, his golden red, unusual eyes fixated on the white dragon king, Nan Hua. As the two locked eyes, an intense murderous aura surged forth, enveloping those around them. In such a tense atmosphere, no one dared to speak first, fearful of igniting a firestorm and attracting unnecessary trouble. Hee hee. The scion of the Lu family, you are truly putting on an act, Nan Hua remarked, his tone slightly somber. Me? Putting on an act? Ha ha ha. Nan Hua. What qualifications do you possess to speak to me in such a manner? Lu Fenglin countered. After speaking, Lu Fenglin stepped down from the central seat, striding into the grand hall with an air of arrogance that eclipsed the murderous aura he had just exuded. Hey, I can hardly bear this. If we don't speak soon, I might suffocate. Luo Ya's facial expression conveyed his discomfort quite vividly. At that moment, 4 unexpected guests entered the lair of the hunters. The evil clan. The 4 great deities of the evil clan. Evil Wind Divine Dragon, Evil Wind Divine Demon Marshal, Evil Flame Divine Sealing Huang, and Evil Sea Divine Fuxia stood outside the doors, emanating a powerful force as they surged into the hall. The hunters felt a palpable unease in response to this wave of pressure. Yet, standing amidst it all, the leader Lu Fenglin remained unmoved, his demeanor calm and composed, seemingly indifferent to the presence of the newcomers. As for the 4 representatives of the evil clan, led by the Evil Wind Divine Demon Marshal, they boldly entered the hunter's hall. What a sight! The descendants of those who slay gods are now engaged in mutual slaughter. It is truly astonishing, remarked the Evil Wind Divine Demon Marshal with a heavy heart, addressing the 12 hunters present. I feel an immense sorrow for your forebears. Following his words, the other 3 deities of the evil clan scoffed, shaming all the hunters. Look, Demon Marshal, it is not merely as you say. I have heard that among them, one woman has already betrayed her kin, remarked the Evil Wind Divine Dragon Festival. Indeed, it seems their lineage is declining. In their generation, I dare say, it would be better for them to abandon their artifacts and return home rather than maintain this organization of hunters. Upon hearing the words of the Evil Wind Divine Dragon Festival, all the hunters were taken aback, struggling to believe the claim of betrayal within their ranks. Humph. Thunder Soldier suddenly slammed the table, gritting his teeth, his eyes blazing as he glared at the 4 deities of the evil clan. You dare to spout such nonsense? Beware, for my blade shall show you no mercy. You misunderstand, young one. I speak no falsehoods. If you doubt me, feel free to investigate. Moreover, it is said that your organization of hunters initially comprised 14 individuals, yet now only 13 remain, retorted the Evil Wind Divine Dragon Festival. Observing the insinuations from the evil wind, the hunters could no longer remain seated, eager to confront the 4 figures before them. However, at that moment, the leader Lu Fenglin interjected. Indeed, you have spoken true. What? True. The other 12 hunters turned their gaze toward him in disbelief. Leader, what did you just say? ABO inquired. Is there indeed such a matter here? The gravity of the situation was palpable. Look around you. The divine beings have gathered in unison today. Let us see who is absent. Lu Fenglin spoke somberly to the assembly. After exchanging glances, the White Dragon King, Nan Hua, remarked, no need to search further. It is only San Yang who is not present. According to Nan Hua's assertion, the hunters collectively recognized that indeed, only San Yang was missing from their stronghold. It appears that your organization lacks stringent discipline. Is it not the leadership that has encountered issues? The Evil Wind Divine Dragon, Gigi, addressed them earnestly. As his words lingered in the air, the leader of the hunters, Lu Fenglin, approached Gigi wielding the divine weapon, the god-slaying blade, pressing the artifact's force against him. Remarkably, Gigi resisted the powerful strike with a single hand, effortlessly blocking the divine blade. "Ah, this is quite intolerable. You possess quite the temper," Gigi scoffed, addressing Lu Fenglin. "You, a rabble, believe that with such meager strength, you can contend with the 13 who have fully mastered divine power? Such delusions are laughable." Upon concluding his taunt, Gigi unleashed his dark purple energy, propelling Lu Fenglin backward with a tremendous force. Witnessing this spectacle, all the hunters were struck with astonishment, paralyzed by the realization that even if they united, victory seemed implausible, at best achieving a stalemate. However, the remaining 12 hunters glared fiercely, gripping their divine artifacts tightly, poised to draw their weapons in defiance against the evil beings. "Oh, you do possess some spirit, commendable indeed. Yet, the wise know when to yield. Consider your current predicament and the value of your lives before resorting to petty actions," spoke the evil sea goddess, Fuxia, to the assembly. "Humph. I wonder who among you dares to act." The evil flame god, Feng Huang, barked with indignation. Under such an oppressive aura, all hunters fixated their gazes on the 4 evil divine beings before them, their vigilance heightened to an acute degree. Even the seasoned Nangong Hua appeared noticeably altered, his previously calm demeanor now replaced with unease. "Feng Huang, stand down. There is no need for such fury. We must engage them with civility." The evil heaven demon, Wu, approached and gently placed a hand on Feng Huang's shoulder, urging restraint. "Civility with you? I see that you 4 have come not to negotiate, but to disrupt." Lu Fenglin's eyes burned with determination as he furrowed his brow, addressing the entities of the evil clan. "Fear not, my comrades. This mere evil faction shall fall before us if we unite." Beside him, Lei Bing could no longer contain himself. "Am I, the hunter god, to be intimidated by them?" After uttering these words, the hunter god, Lei Bing, brandished his divine weapon, the Thunderblade, and launched a swift assault towards the malevolent beings before him. Chapter 1420. Cooperation? Huh. The audacity of mere mortals. The evil wind dragon priest, observing the advancing Lei Bing, scoffed coldly. In an instant, he unleashed his own divine technique. The domain of the wind god. The furious wind dragon surged forth within the grand hall, letting out a thunderous roar directed at the multitude of hunters. "This is it," Lin Shu exclaimed, struggling to shield himself with his right arm against the onslaught of the wind dragon's roar. "Is this the power of the evil clan? Are you afraid?" "Lin Shu." Lu Fenglin stepped forward, placing a reassuring arm around Lin Shu's shoulder. Lin Shu shook his head, furrowing his brow as he replied, "I'm fine. But what about Lei Bing?" As they spoke, Lin Shu and Lu Fenglin turned their gazes towards Lei Bing, who stood resolutely against the blades of the evil clan. In that moment, Lei Bing wielded the Thunderblade with all his might, delivering a vertical slash towards the evil wind dragon priest. Thunder God's demon-sealing domain. Lei Bing's entire being was enveloped in the crackling energy emanating from the Thunderblade, its edge shimmering with a brilliant blue lightning might. With eyes wide open in fury, he resembled a celestial being wielding the power of thunder, lifting the divine weapon high as the electricity crackled violently, exuding a fierce demeanor. In the next heartbeat, the clash of lightning and raging winds erupted into a violent collision, merging into a singular force that unleashed a tremendous shockwave. Once the tumult subsided, the grand hall lay in ruins. Cough, cough, cough. What on earth happened? Feng Jing, wielding the Holy Spirit weapon, the Azure Dragon Staff, slowly rose to his feet, only to find Lei Bing collapsed at his feet. At that moment, Lei Bing was gravely injured, his eyes tightly shut as he gritted his teeth, striving to suppress the cries of pain. "Lei Bing, are you all right?" Feng Jing leaned down to assess Lei Bing's injuries, urgently inquiring, "Are you okay?" "Hey." Upon hearing Feng Jing's voice, Lei Bing slowly opened his eyes and replied faintly, I. Just then, a mouthful of blood escaped his lips. "What is wrong with him?" Lu Fenglin approached the two and asked Feng Jing, "How is Lei Bing?" After observing Lei Bing's condition, he called out, Lei Bing, his situation appears dire." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Fenglin exclaimed, agitated. "None of you can die. There has only been one hunter in hundreds of years. If anyone dies, it is unacceptable." At that moment, the evil clan's evil heaven demonic warrior gazed upon the 13 individuals before him and could not help but sigh mockingly. "Ah, truly, we have yet to do anything. Yet you are already in such a state. Indeed, a mere handful of mortals. Do you truly believe you can slay those 13 deities? Such dreams are but figments of your imagination." The words dripped with disdain from the lips of the evil wind divine dragon sacrifice. The audacity of the evil clan ignited a fierce indignation within the leader of the god hunters, Lu Fenglin, whose rage consumed his reason in an instant. Grasping the divine blade of war, he turned slowly, his eyes radiating a chilling, murderous intent. Mortals slaying gods? Huh. Before that, we shall eliminate your vile clan. Lu Fenglin replied in a somber tone to the evil heavenly demon warrior, reminding them that it was the divine clan that had once sealed them. Now, mercy would not be granted, and their demise was imminent. The extermination of the evil clan had long been Lu Fenglin's desire. Yet he had prioritized the divine clan as his primary objective. What is the matter with you? Seeking death so brazenly? The evil flame divine Sealing Huang retorted in anger. Just as Lu Fenglin ready to strike, he was halted by Lin Shu, who arrived at his side. Turning to her, he noticed her frowning disapproval as she shook her head. Though no words were exchanged, Lu Fenglin understood her intent. In that moment, the tautness of his nerves began to ease, and the grip on his divine blade relaxed. The formidable power he had nearly unleashed was reined back, concealed from view. What is this? Weren't you intent on our demise? The evil wind divine dragon sacrifice taunted Lu Fenglin, seemingly amused. Humph, do tell, what brings you here? To kill us? I find that unlikely. Upon hearing Lu Fenglin's words, the evil heavenly demon warrior stepped forward, scrutinizing him before responding. Indeed, you are correct. We need not all four of us present to vanquish your kind. Our intention is to propose a collaboration. Collaboration? Lu Fenglin echoed, recognizing the underlying motive, an alliance against the heirs of the divine clan. After a moment of contemplation, as the god hunters exchanged puzzled glances, Lu Fenglin slowly replied, if that is the case, our goals align. However, what sincerity do you bring? You have harmed my people yet seek cooperation? In response to Lu Fenglin's assertion, the evil heavenly demon warrior chuckled. Ah, Lu Fenglin, our esteemed leader, you truly do not engage in unprofitable ventures. Spare us the pleasantries. Without sincerity, what reason do we have to ally with you? You have left Lei Bing in such a state. What do you propose? Lu Oya, wielding the divine artifact, the divine blade of war, pointed it at the evil heavenly demon warrior, his agitation palpable. Upon witnessing the scene, the malevolent deity Feng Huang was engulfed in fury, clenching his fists in preparation for a lethal strike. However, the demon warrior, Tian, deftly intervened, calmly addressing Feng Huang. You must refrain from resorting to violence. Otherwise, we risk deepening misunderstandings and further harming our relations. At that moment, Tian turned to the leader, Lu Fenglin, and remarked, your people have already misconstrued our intentions. I implore you to clarify the situation. Clarify? Scoffed Wu Long, brandishing the divine weapon, the sea god spear, his gaze brimming with murderous intent as he retorted, Xia clan. We shall never entangle ourselves with you, nor will we ever consider an alliance. At this juncture, Tian merely chuckled derisively. What a pitiful bark. Chapter 1421. The corruption of evil. What did you say? Wu Long seethed with indignation upon hearing the slurs from Tian. Wu Long, silence yourself. Step aside, commanded Lu Fenglin, observing the escalating tension. Get away. But no buts. Do you not comprehend my words? Lu Fenglin reiterated, his tone grave and resonant. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Lu Fenglin, not only Wu Long, but also the earlier Roya and the surrounding hunters felt the oppressive force, daring not to approach. Tian smirked slightly, addressing Lu Fenglin. A wise individual recognizes the times. It appears you grasp my earlier sentiment, do you not? Tian, while it is not impossible for us to collaborate with your clan, as I previously stated, I demand to witness your sincerity. Surely, you understand the implications of my words. Lu Fenglin articulated with gravitas. Upon hearing Lu Fenglin's declaration, the sinister deity, Xiahai Shenfusha, let out a mocking laugh and approached Lu Fenglin, saying, what kind of gift does the esteemed leader seek? What if you were to use our sincerity against us? Who would have thought there exists a woman among the great deities of the Xia clan? Lu Fenglin replied with a sardonic smile. Ah, yes, I recall. The Xia clan's stronghold was obliterated by the divine race, which explains why you now bear the burden of supporting your kin. His words provoked laughter from the surrounding hunters. Observing their derisive expressions, Xia Feng Shenlongji, a member of the Xia clan, was visibly displeased and inquired of Tian. What are your plans? Will we truly acquiesce to them? Otherwise, what do you propose? Do you have a more suitable candidate? Or do others harbor animosity towards the divine race? Tian retorted, then continued, often, it is necessary to exploit their avarice to achieve our objectives, such as unsealing the malevolent deity, Tianmia. The malevolent deity, Tianmia, is renowned as the most brutal among the 5 great gods of the Xia clan. Having been sealed away due to his overwhelming power, Only after a coalition of 13 divine beings managed to subdue him. The seal lies deep beneath the extreme northern land. Even so, it cannot deter them. Very well, my mind is made up. No further words are necessary. The evil heaven demon Wu resolutely declared to the evil wind divine dragon that it is time for them to witness the true essence of power. As his words fell, evil heaven demon Wu gathered a potent black-purple flame in his hands. Hee, Leader Lu, this is our sincerity, brace yourselves, he said to Lu Fenglin. Subsequently, he thrust his hands forward, and 2 spheres of black-purple flame erupted throughout the grand hall, surging towards the assembled hunters. The 13 hunters found themselves enveloped by the black-purple flames in an instant, immobilized. It's so hot. After a while, the flames dissipated, revealing that each of their eyes was now shrouded in a sinister purple aura. Why? What is happening? Evil flame god Feng Huang gazed at the scene before him, his eyes wide with shock. Have they become part of the evil clan? Evil sea goddess Fuxia inquired of evil heaven demon Wu. Or have they completely grasped the power of the evil clan? Led by Lu Fenglin, the 13 individuals sensed a profound transformation within themselves. Even the artifacts in their hands were enveloped in the aura of the evil clan. This is truly marvelous and extraordinary. Power is surging ceaselessly from within me. It's astonishing. Feng Jin marveled at his current state, adorned in dark purple armor, while the holy soul weapon, the Azure Dragon's tremor staff, had transformed from gold to black. At that moment, the previously injured hunter, Lei Bing, stood anew, as if reborn. As he clenched his fists, a powerful shockwave erupted from his punch, sending ripples that startled the 4 divine beings. The power of the evil clan was, astonishingly, being wielded by these mere mortals. Evil flame god Feng Huang remarked with displeasure, "No, you misunderstand. It is not they who wield it, but rather our evil clan's power that has taken control of them." Evil heaven demon Wu clarified. The other 3 evil clan deities, uncertain of what evil heaven demon Wu meant by control, gazed at the 13 hunters with a lingering wariness. Meanwhile, the assembly of divine beings gathered in the far north was deliberating their next course of action. Since we are all present, many matters can be addressed openly. The northern king, Ning Feng, sat at the head of the hall, his heart aflame with excitement as he looked upon the heirs of divine bloodlines. "Allow me to begin," Ning Feng said. "No, you should refer to me as the northern king. I am the ruler of the Lanhai kingdom, the heir of the phoenix god lineage, Meng Yao." With earnestness, Meng Yao addressed Ning Feng. "I have heard that you wish to form alliances with our various nations. Is that true?" Ning Feng nodded in acknowledgement, responding to Meng Yao with an affirmation. "Indeed, what you say holds truth. In the past, we have all suffered the tribulations of alliances, experiencing the bitter consequences of such pacts. Now, why should we trust that you will not repeat the same mistakes?" Upon hearing Meng Yao's confrontational remarks, the northern king Ning Feng fell into a momentary silence, not out of fear or intimidation, but rather due to his disdain for engaging with such juvenile inquiries. He was acutely aware of his own convictions, and as a man of great pride, he found it beneath him to justify his stance to others. At that moment, Ning Feng directed a glance towards the god of punishment from Wind City, Yulan, signaling her with his eyes. Subsequently, Yulan stepped forward, addressing Meng Yao. "Lady Meng Yao, I am aware of the shadows cast by the events between Tianhuang City and the Holy Dragon Empire. They have left an indelible mark on you and the other lords present. However, I can assure you, in my capacity as the god of punishment, that Ning Feng is not akin to the likes of Long Fei and Xian Yu." Despite Yulan's resolute and unequivocal stance, Meng Yao remained unmoved, responding with a tone laced with derision. "Oh, and who do you think you are? A mere Wind City? I hardly regard you." Chapter 1422. Suppression. What did you say? Upon hearing the scornful taunt directed at Wind City from the ruler of Lanhai, Meng Yao, Yulan, one of the 4 kings of Wind City, felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. "If you possess the courage, repeat that." Yulan's tone darkened, her expression devoid of emotion. "I shall make you aware of the consequences of your words." Observing Yulan's agitation, Meng Yao felt no trepidation. Instead, she leisurely remarked, "Oh, what brings about such hostility towards me so suddenly?" "Hostility? I regret ever having accompanied Li Mo to request your presence." Yulan continued, "Meng Yao, though you are of the divine lineage, the so-called heir of the Phoenix God, I wield the sacred soul armament, the war god Long Yan, and the war god Battle Blue Phoenix Soul, which are not to be underestimated." As she spoke, Yulan drew forth her dual pistols, gradually channeling her powers into them. Witnessing this, Meng Yao sensed the fierce battle intent emanating from Yulan, rapidly closing in on her. "What? You intend to fight me? Ha ha ha." You truly overestimate yourself. Mortals are insignificant before the divine. Meng Yao's tone dripped with contempt as she addressed Yulan. At that moment, Qin Mu approached Yulan's side, intercepting her poised pistols with a steady hand, gently pressing them down. Yulan, taken aback, exclaimed, "What are you doing? Get away from me. I must teach her a lesson. Leave this to me. I will not allow anyone to harm you." Qin Mu spoke in a calm, reassuring tone to Yulan. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, Yulan felt a flicker of solace. As she gazed upon the handsome visage of her beloved, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Meanwhile, Meng Yao, witnessing this scene, let out a cold laugh and remarked to Qin Mu, "Heh, the heir of the thunder god boasts such a temper, so remarkably gentle, not at all explosive." "Explosive? You are not worthy of provoking my wrath," Qin Mu replied to Meng Yao in a somber tone. "However, should you dare to harm my woman, I cannot guarantee your survival." "Is that so? A deity slaying a deity, a phenomenon unseen for centuries," Meng Yao retorted, her gaze shifting to the northern king, Ning Feng, seated in the main seat. With widened eyes, she shouted, "I knew you, Ning Feng, harbored ill intentions, bringing us here under the pretense of confronting the hunter and the evil clans. Bah? Your true aim is to eliminate the rest of our divine kin and emerge as the strongest, unifying the entire Tian Nan continent. Am I wrong, Northern King?" Upon hearing Meng Yao's accusations, Ning Feng remained unfazed, even as she touched upon his ambition to unify the Tian Nan continent. To him, relying on the slaughter of deities to establish a singular existence was beneath contempt. "You, heir of the Phoenix god, Meng Yao, do not disrespect our master." Fei Fei, one of the three chaos god's servants, interjected, angrily pointing at Meng Yao. "Speak with more decorum. Show some respect." "Fei Fei, do not be rude," Ning Feng replied calmly to her. "Meng Yao, the ruler of the Lanhai kingdom, is merely a tad agitated, devoid of malice. Even if she were to harbor ill intent, with me present, she cannot stir up any significant turbulence." While addressing Fei Fei, he subtly warned Meng Yao not to challenge his authority. As a sovereign, Meng Yao discerned the underlying meaning in Ning Feng's words and promptly responded, "Northern King, your words are rather veiled, but there is no need for such subtleties. Speak plainly. Say what you must. It seems you are quite forthright, but I fear you may falter under the pressure," Ning Feng replied, locking eyes with her. After a brief pause, he spoke in a deep, foreboding tone. "If that is your mindset, Meng Yao, you have come here to wreak havoc, correct?" In an instant, Ning Feng's demeanor transformed dramatically. The cold expression, the somber tone, and the intense killing intent in his gaze were all palpable, a stark contrast to the previous moment. Feeling a surge of unease and dread, Meng Yao sensed the ominous presence of death approaching. She swallowed hard, furrowing her brow as she forced herself to suppress the fear that arose within her, and retorted angrily, You, as Dream Yao, rendered speechless under the formidable pressure exerted by Ning Feng. He provocatively inquired whether the monarch of the Lanhai kingdom was afraid or had been so intimidated that words eluded her. What could possibly be the reason? Even the primordial deity, the chaos god Gono, did not possess such overwhelming might and presence. Who exactly was Ning Feng? With such questions swirling in her mind, Dream Yao replied, Ning Feng, do not forget your own intentions and objectives. In truth, her words were a strategic maneuver to avoid a direct confrontation with the Northern King, as such an exchange could undoubtedly lead her into an irreversible predicament. Ning Feng, the purpose of our presence here is not to be subdued by your murderous intent, interjected Wushan Ling, the heir of the Tiger God. Let us discuss the next steps instead of wasting time on unnecessary matters. His timely interruption provided Dream Yao with a reprieve and dissuaded Ning Feng from pursuing her earlier audacity. Very well, Ning Feng acquiesced, surveying the assembly of divine bloodline heirs before him. It seems you all wish to hear my plan, do you not? Indeed, otherwise what significance would our presence here hold? Replied Li Tianhu. So, stop with the suspense and speak plainly. All right, I shall reveal it to you, Ning Feng declared. Observe your surroundings. The divine beings among us are insufficient in number. Upon hearing his words, the assembly glanced at one another, and then Ming Chan, the heir of the sun god, spoke. Ba, there is no need to search further. The rebellious deity, known as the evil god Tianmi, is not present. Chapter 1423, A Declaration of Resolve, Evil God Tianmi. Feng Sun exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he addressed Ming Chan. Master, have you deduced his whereabouts? Ba, the seal of the evil god Tianmi lies right here. Ming Chan informed the group. The revelation sent waves of shock through the heirs of the divine bloodlines. Once a holy figure among the divine clan, evil god Tianmi was also known as the god of the holy sword, wielding a blade capable of vanquishing all wickedness. However, during the invasion of the divine realm by the evil clan, he was lured and ultimately corrupted by their malevolent forces, transforming into a fearsome deity of evil. Indeed, what Master Ming Chan has stated is entirely accurate. The seal of evil god Tian Nan is buried beneath the earth at the rear of my northern kingdom, Ning Feng asserted to all present. This is also one of the reasons I gathered you here. After listening to Ning Feng's words, Ling Shang, the heir of the sea god Haij, rose abruptly and regarded the northern king. Turning to him, she said, Ning Feng, the primordial deity Gono was the most esteemed figure to sea god Haij. Therefore, I implore you not to betray the trust of all divine heirs. Upon hearing Ling Chang's words, Ning Feng fell silent for a moment, then addressed him. Ling Chang, I understand the concerns that you, or perhaps all of you, harbor. Setting aside the divine identity, I assure you that I will not allow the rift of the past alliance to recur. What reason do we have to trust you? Meng Yao interjected, her gaze unwavering as she confronted Ning Feng. Are we to believe you solely based on your word? Or have you done something to earn our faith? In this place, the words of the northern king, Ning Feng, hold no weight. They are merely driven by personal ambition masked as benevolence. The last statement from Meng Yao struck Ning Feng deeply, causing his brow to furrow slightly as he experienced a profound shock. Meng Yao, no? I suspect everyone here has been deceived by the past alliance, Ning Feng proclaimed to the assembly. Indeed, my ultimate aim is to unify the entire Tianfan continent, to become the singular force here, to ascend as the king. As the heir to the strongest divine lineage, such ambition is hardly surprising. The strongest, whether in divine stature or royal splendor, I, Ning Feng, shall ultimately encompass them all. The strongest king, huh? Ha ha ha. Just as I suspected, you, Ning Feng, are truly remarkable. Li Tianhu, the heir of the flame god, exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Very well, Ning Feng, northern king. Let me witness how you ascend to become the mightiest king within the Tianfan continent. Let us see how you achieve your ambitions without stepping over our corpses. Long before this moment, Li Tianhu had discerned that Ning Feng was not like the likes of Long Fei from the past. Beneath such ambition lay mountains of corpses. However, at this very moment, he felt certain that there would be no bodies littering the path of the northern king, Ning Feng. The only bloodshed would stem from the detritus that obstructed his ascent. Ning Feng, I believe in you, Li Tianhu declared, extending his right fist toward Ning Feng with unwavering conviction. I shall assist you in overcoming all obstacles on this path. Hearing the resolute words of Li Tianhu, the leader of Tianjia City left the other 10 heirs of divine bloodlines in astonishment, rendering them speechless. A moment later, Master Ming Chan, with his eyes tightly shut, uttered, Amitba. Then, he opened his eyes, turning to face Ning Feng, the northern king. Ning Feng, your origins are known only to me. Once a fearsome god of war, now an ambitious lord of a city, your hands will be stained with the blood of many on your path to kingship. Yet, I have faith in the heavens' judgment upon you, for the battlefield of the divine race extends beyond the Tianfan continent and into the realms yet to come. Though Master Ming Chan refrained from elucidating all the reasons, the essence of his words revealed truths he had discerned through deep contemplation. In the northern realm, King Ning Feng became aware of Master Ming Chan's stance. He promptly clasped his hands together, rose, and bowed deeply to the master, expressing his gratitude with the words, Amit Ba. Thank you for your affirmation, master. No, this is not my affirmation. It is the result of your own unwavering resolve, Master Ming Chan replied earnestly to Ning Feng. Subsequently, Ning Feng nodded towards the master and turned to return to his rightful seat. Observing the assembly within the grand hall, Ning Feng refrained from speaking immediately, allowing the other 10 individuals a moment to gather their thoughts. Qin Mu turned to King Ning Feng and took the initiative to declare, Brother Feng, no? Esteemed King of the North, I, Qin Mu, vow to follow you eternally, ready to face any peril, unflinchingly accepting death. As he spoke, Qin Mu clasped his fists together and bowed his head, asserting, regardless of the adversaries we confront, I swear by the name of Thor's heir, I, Qin Mu, will clear all obstacles for you, aiding your ascendance to kingship. Currently, the balance of power stood at 4 against 6, with Qin Mu, Li Tianhu, Master Ming Chan, and Xian Nanji firmly aligned with Ning Feng. In truth, Long Fei, the heir of the dragon god, had also made his position known, though he still harbored the belief that he could withstand the hunters and the malevolent tribes. Among the remaining 6, Li Mo, the heir of the moon god, upon witnessing the unfolding events, closed his eyes and inhaled deeply before smiling and saying, in that case, I, as the sovereign of Fengxiang, shall also take a gamble. King of the North, I, Li Mo, representing Fengxiang, have decided to stand with the extreme North Kingdom. And I as well, as the heir of the Wind God, I, Feng Sun, am undoubtedly on your side, as long as you do not cast me away. This place is simply too wonderful. Feng Sun excitedly proclaimed to Ning Feng. Being the youngest heir of divine blood, Feng Sun's eyes were filled with visions of beauty, yearning to remain by Ning Feng's side as a trusted aide, dedicated to his service. Very well, I shall not cast you away. From now on, this will be your home. Do you understand, little Feng Sun? Ning Feng spoke to Feng Sun in a soothing tone. Feng Sun sprang to his feet, determination shining in his eyes as he replied, yes. Feng Sun understands. Chapter 1424. The peril of Tianhuang City. The current situation had shifted to 6 against 4, and at that moment, Ling Shang, the heir of the sea god, exchanged a glance with Ning Feng. In that solitary gaze, they reached a mutual understanding. Now, we are left with the 3 of you, Meng Yao, Tian Nan, and Wu Shan Ling. Ning Feng, seated in his rightful place, inquired with a somber tone, what is your decision, fallen deities? After a moment of silence, Wu Shan Ling, the heir of the tiger god, took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling the smoke before addressing Ning Feng. King of the North, I hail from the wild 9 sands, where the hunter that pursues me remains unvanquished. I merely seek resolution with him under your guidance. I, Tian Nan, have my hunter here as well. So there is no need for me to eliminate anyone. Thus, I must remain here to protect her, as a means of atoning for my past. Stated the lion goddess heir, Tian Nan, to those gathered. Thus, only the monarch of the Lan High Kingdom remains, while Meng Yao has yet to decide whether to stay or leave. However, Ning Feng seems to have discerned the eventual outcome. Given the past rupture of alliances, Meng Yao is naturally reluctant to place her trust in the hollow promises of another alliance, regardless of the identity of the proposer, particularly when the individual's origins are shrouded in mystery. Yet, she is acutely aware that the relentless pursuit of the god hunters and the resurgence of the evil clan are formidable challenges that she cannot confront alone. Meng Yao, what is your decision? Ning Feng inquired once more, subtly pressuring her to articulate her desire to remain. After an internal struggle, Meng Yao finally responded, so, do I really have no choice? If that is the case, why do you even ask me? She shot Ning Feng a fierce glare as she spoke. You, mind your behavior. Should you continue to show disrespect towards our master, be wary of my true wrath. At this moment, Xinxiu, standing beside the northern king Ning Feng, felt a surge of indignation upon witnessing Meng Yao's disdainful attitude towards Ning Feng. Nevertheless, Ning Feng restrained her, saying, Xinxiu, did you not hear what I said? I warned against rudeness. Yes, master, Xinxiu replied, her heart quaking in response to her master's reprimand, and she fell silent. Subsequently, the northern king Ning Feng rose, addressing the assembly before him. Now, as the monarch of the extreme north, I once again extend a warm welcome to all of you. His voice resonated throughout the imperial city, echoing in every corner. Meanwhile, as Long Fei, the dragon goddess heir and the lord of Tianhuang City, returned to the outskirts of the city, he suddenly sensed that the entire Tianhuang City was enveloped in an aura emanating from the evil clan. Long Fei furrowed his brow, filled with confusion and unease. What is happening? The evil clan? No, after some contemplation and perception, Long Fei's eyes widened in alarm as he gazed towards Tianhuang City, his expression one of terror. This is bad. It's the god hunters. He hastened his pace towards the city. Within the city, the 3 god hunters, led by the white dragon king Nangonghua, were engaged in battle with the city's defending forces. At this moment, the valiant generals, the dragon emperor Shaoyun and the flame emperor Yihua, wielded their artifacts in combat against the corrupted god hunters. Your strength is commendable. Among the practitioners of mortal techniques, I, Yinjin, acknowledge it, proclaimed the god hunter Yinjin, brandishing the divine flame blade against Yihua and Shaoyun. Bah, you, who have surrendered your souls and bodies to the evil clan, can you still be considered human? Retorted flame emperor Yihua, mocking Yinjin. In truth, you are unworthy of us brothers, even lifting a finger against you. Upon hearing Yihua's words, Lei Bing, who was already seething with anger, felt his fury surge anew, and the dark purple light in his eyes erupted with an even more dazzling brilliance. With a furious roar, Lei Bing charged at the flame emperor Yihua, wielding the divine weapon, the thunderblade of the war god. The already battered flame emperor Yihua found it exceedingly difficult to withstand such a fierce assault. At that moment, the valiant dragon emperor Shaoyun, armed with the sacred soul weapon, the golden dragon split sky halberd, appeared before Yihua. Using his divine halberd to block Lei Bing's terrifying strike meant for his younger brother. However, despite his brave effort, Xiao Yun had already expended a considerable amount of energy in previous battles against the three hunters, and he now knelt on one knee, panting heavily. "Are you all right, second brother?" Yihua inquired. With great effort, Xiao Yun leaned on his sacred halberd, gritting his teeth, and managed to rise to his feet. "I'm fine. Damn it. These three are incredibly formidable. Aside from the thunder god heir, Qin Mu, I haven't encountered such strong opponents in a long time," Xiao Yun replied, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the trio. "Yihua, I will strike first. Then you must seize the opportunity to escape as far as you can. Do not stop. Have you not realized that these three will not relent until we are dead?" Yihua's eyes widened in shock at his brother's plan, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Second brother? What are you saying? I, Yihua, am not one to shy away from danger. Moreover, abandoning my brother to save myself? Huh. That is something I cannot do," Yihua exclaimed passionately. "Listen to me, Yihua. You must flee and find eldest brother. He should be in the extreme north now. You must locate him and have him avenge me," Xiao Yun insisted with unwavering resolve. At that moment, Xiao Yun was prepared to engage in a desperate battle against the three corrupted hunters, willing to sacrifice his life. Yihua continued to shake his head in protest, but Xiao Yun was commanding him to leave. "Yihua, listen well. I am ordering you as the temporary lord of Tianwang City. You must leave this place. Go find the war emperor, Long Fei, and inform him of the situation here. Do you understand?" Faced with Xiao Yun's fierce gaze and resolute command, Yihua swallowed hard, gritted his teeth, and finally replied, "Yes, I understand. All right, Yihua, shortly, I will create an opening for you. Take advantage of the chaos to escape," Xiao Yun said earnestly to his younger brother. "But no buts," Xiao Yun shouted with intense emotion. "You must simply obey the order. Do you understand, Flame Emperor Yihua?" Yihua's gaze was fixated on his elder brother Xiao Yun, who stood before him, struggling yet resolute. His eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, salty trails marking his cheeks. "No one is exempt from death. We all must face it. You are my brother. Remember this forever. As long as I have a morsel to eat, so shall you. Of course, there is no retreat for me now. As your elder brother, I shall carve a path for you," the Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun declared to his brother, the Burning Sky Emperor Yihua. Seeing the unwavering determination in Xiao Yun's eyes, Yihua found solace in the thought that if he could survive and escape, it would be the greatest comfort after his brother's sacrifice. Thus, the Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun prepared to unleash his most formidable power in this battle. "All right, I understand, elder brother. I will inform our elder brother of what transpires here. I promise," Yihua exclaimed, gripping the sacred artifact, the celestial flame sword, with reddened eyes. "Burning Sky Emperor Yihua, at your command." Upon hearing his brother's words, Xiao Yun felt a surge of excitement. Good brother. I am off." At the conclusion of his words, Xiao Yun wielded the sacred artifact, the Golden Dragon Splitting Heaven Spear, and unleashed his ultimate technique, known as the Golden Dragon Ascendance Rite. In an instant, powerful Golden Dragon shockwaves erupted from either side of Xiao Yun's clenched fists. The thunderous roar of the dragon reverberated through the heavens. At this moment, Xiao Yun's eyes transformed into a terrifying white, obscuring even the black of his pupils. Amidst the dragon's roar, one could discern Xiao Yun's furious cries. Witnessing this, Yihua saw that the other three corrupted demon hunters were rendered unable to open their eyes by the shockwaves released by his elder brother. Seizing the opportunity, Yihua prepared to flee the battlefield of the Heavenly Emperor City. However, just as he was about to turn away, a large hand landed on his shoulder. "Who are you?" Yihua inquired, puzzled, as he followed the direction of the hand to the man before him. As his eyes widened, a familiar silhouette and visage began to materialize from the shadow. It was none other than his elder brother, the Lord of Heavenly Emperor City and the heir of the Dragon God lineage, the Battle Emperor Long Fei. "Where do you intend to go?" Long Fei asked Yihua. Upon seeing his elder brother, Yihua was overwhelmed with emotion, a surge of faith akin to that of a savior. Elder brother, Yihua exclaimed with fervor. "You have finally returned." "Yes, elder brother is back. But what has happened to our Heavenly Emperor City?" Long Fei responded, sorrow evident in his voice as he addressed his brother. "Where is your elder brother, the Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun?" Upon hearing his elder brother's inquiry, the Emperor of Flames, Yihua, felt a pang of guilt, for he had placed his siblings above all else, burdened by profound emotions. "Well, I understand now. As long as I, the Emperor of War, am present, I shall not permit anyone to wreak havoc on my territory," declared the Emperor of War, Long Fei, with unwavering conviction as he strode purposefully forward. Observing his elder brother's imposing figure, Ihua was filled with a deep sense of reverence. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the valiant Dragon Emperor, Xiaoyan, was valiantly facing two adversaries, exhausting all his martial prowess, yet struggling immensely. Damn it! If it weren't for my brother's absence, how could you dare to act so lawlessly? Xiaoyan gritted his teeth, furrowing his brow in fury, cursing inwardly, a pack of cowardly sycophants. Do you think you can stir up a storm? The Dragon Emperor, Xiaoyan, the second in command of the Heavenly Emperor City, was confronted by the White Dragon King, Ning Feng, who appeared before him, hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a somber tone. Yet, your loyalty to your brother Long Fei is commendable. For him, having such a devoted sibling is indeed a blessing. Observing Ning Feng's sinister demeanor, Xiaoyan replied with a cold smirk, "Humph. What qualifications do you possess to criticize me, being under the control of the malevolent forces?" As he spoke, blood erupted from Xiaoyan's mouth. "Look at you. No need to be so agitated. In the end, you may very well perish from your own rage, huh?" sneered Yin Zhen. "So, calm down. Should I be the one to end your life, consider it a great honor. To die at your hands? Humph. You truly underestimate the three sovereigns of my Heavenly Emperor City." At that moment, the Emperor of War, Long Fei, wielding the sacred soul weapon, the Dragon Execution Blade, approached Xiaoyan from behind and made his presence known on the battlefield. Upon witnessing this, Ning Feng was filled with excitement, recognizing his long-sought divine target. With widened eyes, he exclaimed to Long Fei, "Long Fei, you have finally arrived. I feared I would leave empty-handed today. Fear not, for I, Long Fei, would never allow my old rival to return empty-handed," Long Fei replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng felt a strange flutter in his heart. "Oh, you mean I shall not return empty-handed? Do you imply that I shall take your head with me?" he inquired. "Ah, it seems you have misunderstood my earlier words." The Emperor of War, Long Fei, responded, his tone turning grave. "Not allowing you to leave empty-handed means you shall not return at all, for your life must remain here." "You seek my life? Hee. After so many years of animosity, I, as the hunter of gods, am specifically here to hunt you, the Dragon God." The White Dragon King, Ning Feng, spoke to him. Chapter 1426, Hunter of Gods versus Dragon God. "Moreover, you must be aware, Long Fei, that the artifacts wielded by us hunters of gods are designed precisely to combat beings of your divine lineage." The White Dragon King, Ning Feng, addressed the Emperor Dragon Long Fei. How could Long Fei be oblivious to this matter? Faced with the dire injuries of his two brothers, and as the Lord of the Heavenly Emperor City, how could he refrain from stepping forward in times of crisis? Thus, aside from this matter, there are things you are unaware of, Long Fei remarked to Ning Feng. Listening to Long Fei's mention of other matters, Ning Feng found himself utterly perplexed. "Hee. Are you attempting to deceive me, Long Fei? The hunters of gods are your divine lineage's nemesis. Therefore, other matters are insignificant and pose no threat to me," Ning Feng retorted. As soon as he finished speaking, the Emperor Dragon Long Fei instantly appeared before Ning Feng, saying, "Hee, Ning Feng, this is what you do not know." Upon finishing his words, he extended his right hand, palm upward, conjuring a golden orb of light that surged toward Ning Feng. In an instant, the White Dragon King was thrust back several meters. Ning Feng, onlookers Yin Zhen and Lei Bing, witnessing this, immediately rushed to assist Ning Feng, but were intercepted by Long Fei, who effortlessly repelled them with the force of his unleashed power. How could this be? Yin Zhen slowly rose, astonished as he gazed at Long Fei, his eyes filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. "Your end is nigh." Just as the Emperor Dragon Long Fei uttered these words, he unleashed his divine technique, the Heavenly Punishment Dragon Command. White beams of light erupted from his body, infusing the sacred weapon, the Dragon Punishment Blade, in his hand. The artifact swiftly ascended to the 10th tier, transforming into the Dragon Punishment Blade of Creation. Empowered by this 10th tier artifact, the Emperor Dragon Long Fei fully embraced his identity as the foremost dragon god among the fallen deities. Observing the formidable presence emanating from Long Fei, the valiant Dragon Emperor Xiaoyan, the Burning Heaven Emperor Ihua, and the White Dragon King Ning Feng, along with Lei Bing and Yin Zhen, all sensed the terrifying murderous intent and immense pressure radiating from him. "This is impossible. How could you, Long Fei, possess such terrifying power?" The White Dragon King Ning Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, No. What are you? Ning Feng, how long has it been since we last met?" Thus, "My transformation should come as no surprise," the dragon god in his new form replied to Ning Feng in a somber tone. "You remember what I said earlier, right? There are still other things you remain oblivious to, and now you see them before you. Not merely a sight to behold, at this moment." The dragon god Long Fei had fully unleashed the entirety of his formidable powers. Very well, let me witness the extent of your strength, which has ascended over the years. As soon as the words left his lips, the white dragon king Nangong Hua drew forth the divine weapon, the war god dragon roar sword, pointing it menacingly at the divine being before him. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, the white dragon king Nangong Hua launched the first strike. Unleashing his powerful killing move, the dragon slaying technique, 7th form, radiant sword flash, in the face of the fierce assault from the sword-wielding godslayer. The dragon god Long Fei did not flinch. Instead, he let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Ha, how impressive. To employ the techniques of yesteryears against someone who is no longer who they once were." Soon after, the divine weapons in their hands clashed, creating a dazzling display of blades and lethal intent with every strike. Dragon Blade of Heaven. The dragon god Long Fei released his killing move, summoning a white divine dragon that charged towards the white dragon king Nangong Hua. Seeing this, Nangong Hua did not evade. Instead, he poured all his energy into the war god dragon roar sword, severing the illusion of the divine dragon with a single stroke. "You still harbor a fierce killing intent. Young one," Long Fei remarked. "Humph, you are not so different. You have made considerable progress over the years," Nangong Hua replied with a nod. "It seems we are finally poised for a proper battle. Then come forth and let me see how you intend to slay me. Or perhaps, I shall show you how you will perish at my hands," Long Fei declared. At that moment, the white dragon king Nangong Hua once again summoned his power, transforming the war god dragon roar sword into a different form. The weapon morphed from a silver sword into a long spear, taking its fully realized shape to confront the dragon god Long Fei. The war god spear of dragon slaying. Impressive. Most divine weapons possess multiple forms, and it seems you have indeed mastered their power over the years. Long Fei chuckled. "Huh? This is how it should be, without exhausting your strength. You cannot hope to defeat me." Meanwhile, the Thunder Warrior and Flame Tremor, witnessing the unfolding spectacle, unleashed their own formidable powers, transforming their divine weapons into their most potent forms, the War God Thunder King Blade and the War God Flame Sacrificial Blade. As the two were about to assist the White Dragon King Nangong Hua, they were intercepted by the arrival of the valiant Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun and the Flame Emperor Ihua. Observing the battered Xiaoyun duo, Flame Tremor scoffed, "With your current state, do you really believe you can withstand us? Ha! Truly delusional. Begone, begone. Ha! I believe it is you who should retreat," spat one of them. The Azure Dragon Emperor, Xiaoyun, coughed up a mouthful of blood and then gazed solemnly at Yin Zhen and Lei Bing, saying, "You two are truly overestimating yourselves. Do you think you are battling against us?" Upon hearing Xiaoyun's words, Yin Zhen and Lei Bing exchanged glances, and Yin Zhen asked, "What do you mean by that? Is there someone else in Tianwang City?" "Indeed, there is someone new. Look over there," replied the Emperor of Flames, Ihua, as he pointed to the right. In the distance, four figures emerged, led by the heir of the divine lineage, the sea god, Lingchong. "Your opponents are not them, but us," Lingchong declared, wielding an artifact. Chapter 1427. The transformed hunter seeing the sea god's heir, Lingchong, make a commanding entrance. Both Lei Bing and Yin Zhen were taken aback. Yin Zhen glanced at the figures behind Lingchong, Tian Nan, Wu Shanling, and Li Mo, and furrowed his brow, muttering, "It appears that today will not bring an easy conclusion to this battle." "Oh, ending the battle? Quite simple, really. You two could simply stab yourselves a few times, and that would suffice," Tian Nan jested at Yin Zhen. "It truly is that simple. There's no need for us to intervene. If you act on your own, you can control the severity of your actions, right?" As the mockery from the divine beings resonated, Yin Zhen felt a flicker of anger. However, the hunter only stands a chance against the divine beings they hunt. Otherwise, they have no hope of vanquishing other divine entities. "What? Are you afraid to draw your blades?" Li Mo remarked disdainfully at Lei Bing and Yin Zhen. "Had I known it would come to this, I would have advised against disturbing Tianwang City." Wu Shanling observed Xiaoyun and Ihua, sizing them up before questioning, "How did you two end up so injured?" At that moment, both the Azure Dragon Emperor and the Flame Emperor felt a tinge of embarrassment. Ihua explained, "They not only wield artifacts capable of slaying gods, but also harbor the powers of the sinister clan within them. They are no ordinary foes. We underestimated them. The notion that those who slay gods could be corrupted by the powers of the sinister clan was unprecedented." Li Mo scrutinized Yin Zhen and Lei Bing, indeed sensing the slaying power and the terrifying energy of the sinister clan within them. Then, with a frown, Li Mo expressed his unease. It truly seems as he suggested. These two do possess the powers of the sinister clan." "What?" Lingchong was equally taken aback, exclaiming, Could it be that the hunters have allied with the sinister clan? This is highly disadvantageous for us. As the conversation among the divine beings unfolded, Yin Zhen and Lei Bing exchanged a knowing smile, which was immediately followed by a surge of overwhelming energy emanating from them. You are far too late to comprehend the might of the Dark Clan, combined with the divine artifacts in our possession capable of slaying gods. Soon the heirs of divine bloodlines, will vanish without a trace, just as before, lost within the realms of the celestial continent. Yin Zhen proclaimed with triumphant glee to the 4 divine heirs before him, asserting that there would be no graves reserved for you. Indeed, embrace our wrath. Lei Bing interjected. Thunder Dragon. With that, Lei Bing gripped the god of war's thunder blade tightly, his legs coiling with power, and leaped into the air, swinging the colossal thunder blade downwards toward Ling Chong and the others with tremendous force. However, faced with such a formidable strike, Ling Chong exhibited neither shock nor fear. Instead, his eyes radiated a calm, yet chilling, murderous intent. He firmly grasped the 10-segment artifact, the Sea Dragon Battle Soul Halberd, raising it above his head to collide fiercely with the deep blue lightning-infused thunderblade, triggering a violent shockwave. With a resounding crash, Lei Bing and Ling Chong were instantly separated, retreating to their respective sides. Are you all right, Ling Chong? The moon god heir, Li Mo, supported Ling Chong, inquiring if he had sustained any injuries. Ling Chong, slightly breathless, shook his head while leaning on his Sea Dragon Battle Soul Halberd. Addressing his companions, Yihua was not mistaken. They indeed possess formidable Dark Clan power. It seems we are in for a fierce battle. Nearby, Wu Shanling, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh, brandishing the dual-gun artifact, Sacred Soul Armament, Heavenly Fire, as he charged at Yin Zhen and his companion with remarkable speed. Upon witnessing this, Yin Zhen wielded the artifact, the God of War's Battle Flame Obliteration Blade, stepping forward to confront him. In close combat, a melee weapon is typically at a disadvantage against ranged firearms. Thus, despite Yin Zhen's ferocious assaults, he found himself unable to prevail against Wu Shanling's Heavenly Fire dual guns, swiftly shifting from an offensive stance to a defensive one. Humph. Do you think you can end my life with a single shot? You are truly naive. The hunter god, Yin Zhen, gripped his artifact, his eyes filled with an unquenchable murderous intent, fixating intently on the fierce assailant, the tiger god heir, Wu Shanling Flame Wheel Slash. At that moment, Yin Zhen, wielding the artifact, concentrated the Dark Clan's power and his own energy into the blade. The blade erupted with an unusual blaze, swiftly directed toward the tiger god heir, Wu Shanling, as he aimed to strike him down. Noticing the heightened ferocity of Yin Zhen's assault now compared to earlier, Wu Shanling felt a surge of intense unease and astonishment. Regaining his focus, he saw the blade, cloaked in black and purple flames, was alarmingly close, compelling Wu Shanling to summon his energy swiftly to evade the impending attack. Yet, despite this, the hunter of gods, Yin Zhen, relentlessly pursued him. He evaded once, twice, thrice, but ultimately fell victim to the divine artifact, the Godslayer's fiery blade, wielded by Yin Zhen. Upon landing, at the brink of peril, the lion god heir, Tian Nan, wielding a sacred artifact, intervened just in time to thwart Yin Zhen's fierce onslaught, which had transformed into a demonic fury. How close it was. This man nearly lost his life, truly fortunate indeed. Yin Zhen retracted his mystical energy and the power of the demon clan, then turned to Tian Nan and inquired, "You, who might you be? I have encountered all members of the divine clan, yet you elude my memory. I am Tian Nan, a fallen deity among the divine lineage." The heir to the lion god, he replied. Upon hearing the name Tian Nan, Yin Zhen recalled the earlier mention of the hunter of gods, San Yang. "Oh, so it is you, the prey of San Yang. Tell me, have you eliminated her?" Yin Zhen asked. "Alas, I must disappoint you. I have not slain her, nor has she taken my life. Rather, she currently resides in the far north, having forsaken darkness for the light by joining us." Tian Nan explained to the hunter of gods, Yin Zhen. Upon learning of San Yang's betrayal of her organization to ally with the divine clan, Yin Zhen was filled with rage. That wretched woman, how could she commit such an ignoble act? He exclaimed, breathing heavily while cursing San Yang in Tian Nan's presence. "I swear, when I encounter that vile creature again, she shall pay dearly for her treachery." "Vile creature? You dare speak of my San Yang in such a manner? If that is the case, there is no need to wait for the future. I shall make you pay the price right here and now. Do you comprehend the implications of your words, Yin Zhen?" Tian Nan's tone grew somber as he addressed the hunter. "Price? Very well. I shall show you what your words will cost you," Yin Zhen retorted confidently. With that, Tian Nan unsheathed his sacred artifact, the Holy Soul Blade. and infused it with his mystical energy, known as the Lion King's throne. The blade transformed, under the power of his divine technique, into the 10-segmented artifact, the heavenly fiery lion blade. Instantly, a crimson flame erupted from the artifact, enveloping Tian Nan and transfiguring him into the form of the lion god. Is that a lion? Li Mo remarked, observing the golden-maned Tian Nan, now a manifestation of one of the fallen gods of the divine clan, a golden lion. The lion god, indeed, appears quite formidable. Yin Zhen sneered. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Tian Nan, in the form of the lion god, lunged forward with astonishing speed. Reaching Yin Zhen in an instant, he seized Yin Zhen's head with a lion's paw and forcefully slammed it into the ground, following up with a powerful punch. This is the frightening lion god. Tian Nan growled, his face contorted in a fierce snarl directed at Yin Zhen. Yet, the hunter of gods, now prostrate on the ground, suddenly released a surge of extraordinary mystical energy. As Sinan witnessed the unfolding scene, he instinctively leaped backward, executing a flawless backflip midair to evade the formidable shockwave unleashed by Yin Zhen. Quite impressive indeed, coming straight for me, he remarked. The lion god, with a wild demeanor reminiscent of a true lion, stood before him. Once Yin Zhen regained his footing, he gazed at the lion god Sinan and declared, given the circumstances, I must reveal my true prowess. Meanwhile, on another front, the battle had escalated into a fervent clash. The dragon god Long Fei unleashed his divine technique. The celestial punishment dragon command, wielding the 10-segmented artifact, the dragon-s blade of heaven. He fixed his gaze intently on the hunter, Nangonghua. So, Nangonghua, do you wish to continue this fight? Long Fei, in his dragon god form, inquired, though it felt more like a persuasion than a question. The message was clear: cease the futile resistance. Long Fei had transformed significantly, no longer the self-centered lord of the heavenly emperor's city, blinded by arrogance. Nangonghua, the white dragon king, discerned the underlying meaning in Long Fei's words and fell into contemplative silence. As you can see, the northern king Ning Feng has dispatched 4 divine beings to support our heavenly emperor's city. Do you believe you can maintain your previous arrogance? Long Fei spoke earnestly to Nangonghua, leaving the decision in his hands. After a moment, Nangonghua took a deep breath, sighed heavily, and replied to Long Fei. If that is the case, then it must be so. As he spoke, he withdrew his technique, transforming his war god dragon slayer spear back into the original war god dragon chanting sword, retracting the dark powers he had previously summoned. He then turned and swiftly appeared before Yin Zhen and Lei Bing. Upon seeing the white dragon king suddenly materialize before them, Yin Zhen was perplexed. Nangonghua, has the battle on your end concluded? He asked. Perfect, then we can together vanquish these 6 foes. Silence. We are retreating. The word retreat, uttered by Nangonghua, left both Yin Zhen and Lei Bing in bewilderment. Retreat? Why? What has transpired? Yin Zhen pressed, incredulity lacing his voice. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? What are you doing? This is an excellent opportunity, and Long Fei is your quarry. How can you? I will repeat myself once more. We are retreating. Do not compel me to say it a third time, Nangonghua admonished sternly. Following his declaration, the white dragon king departed from the heavenly emperor city. Observing this, Lei Bing and Yin Zhen followed suit, leaving the scene together. I truly do not understand why we are leaving, Lei Bing murmured as they walked, his dissatisfaction evident. As the few individuals within the imperial city of the emperor observed the departure of the 3 hunter deities, the tension in their hearts began to gradually dissipate. Had a conflict arisen, it remained uncertain who would emerge victorious. Ling Shang, the heir of the sea god Haij, lamented the unforeseen alliance with the Dark Clan, acknowledging their inherent threat to their existence. Now, with the addition of the Dark Clan, it seemed as though they were being thrust into a dire predicament. Wu Shanling, his eyes wide and brow furrowed, exclaimed with fervor, so they wish to fight. Let us see who possesses the greater strength. Let us discover who shall ultimately prevail. Enough. Wu Shanling, your outbursts are futile, Liamo gently admonished him, as they each sheathed their divine techniques. The majestic Xiong Long Huang Xiao Yun regarded Ling Shang and the other 3 with a contemplative gaze, slightly furrowing his brow. I express my gratitude for your assistance in this battle. However, I must insist that you vacate the imperial city at your earliest convenience. You are not welcome here. Upon hearing Xiong Long Huang Xiao Yun's words, Liamo felt a surge of indignation and retorted, Bah! You, the second in command of the imperial city, have no authority to issue such commands. Your master has yet to declare your expulsion, so what right do you have to speak such nonsense? What did you say? Xiong Huang Xiaoyun's countenance darkened as he fixed an intense gaze upon Li Mo, the heir of the moon goddess Leia, and declared sternly, "What I convey is the sentiment of my elder brother, Long Fei. Allowing you to linger here for so long has already been an act of grace on our part. Do not overstep your bounds. Should we resort to force to escort you out, it will not be done with courtesy. Xiaoyun, do not be disrespectful," admonished Zhan Tian Huang Long Fei, who approached the group wielding the sacred soul weapon, the Dragon Punishment Blade. Chapter 1429. Reaching a Consensus, Elder Brother. They, Xiong Huang Xiaoyun began to retort, but was abruptly interrupted by Zhan Tian Huang Long Fei. Silence. Were it not for their presence, would you still be standing here unscathed? Zhan Tian Huang Long Fei stated to Xiong Huang Xiaoyun. Thus, apart from expressing our gratitude, we have no further words. Upon hearing his brother's assertion, Xiong Huang Xiaoyun refrained from issuing any further so-called expulsion orders. In an effort to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, the Burning Sky Emperor Yi Hua smiled warmly at the members of the divine clan, saying, "Indeed, as my elder brother Long Fei has articulated, without your intervention, our imperial city would have faced inevitable doom. We cannot afford such a debt. Let us not forget, the past remains unresolved. The realm of Fengxiang has not forgotten." The ruler of Fengxiang, Li Mo, conveyed with solemnity to Long Fei and his brothers, hinting that one day he would hold the imperial city accountable for past grievances. "Very well, I shall await your reckoning." Zhan Tian Huang Long Fei replied in a grave tone. "When that day arrives, you may settle the score as you wish. I, Long Fei, stand ready to face the entirety of the imperial city." At this moment, Li Mo and Long Fei were locked in a fierce gaze, their eyes brimming with an intense murderous intent as they confronted each other, each seeking to engulf the other with their palpable fear. Li Mo, you remain unchanged. Just as always, Long Fei, the Emperor of War, scoffed. He then advised Li Mo, "You must maintain your anger. Only then will you be better equipped to face our enemies, the evil clan and the hunters, on the battlefield ahead. No need for your reminders. I can manage that." Li Mo retorted with fervor. After saying this, she attempted to turn away, but at that moment, Tian Nan seized her arm. "Tian Nan, what are you doing?" Li Mo furrowed her brow and demanded, "Let me go." "What? You forget our orders from Lord Ning Feng when he sent us from the Northern Realm? He commanded us to go together and return together." Tian Nan's words instantly quelled her fury, realizing the truth in his statement. Li Mo took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. At that juncture, Ling Chong, observing Li Mo's newfound calmness, directed her gaze towards Long Fei, addressing him. "Lord Long Fei, we have come at the behest of Lord Ning Feng, the heir of the bloodline of the Chaos God Gono. Have you made your decision?" To her surprise, it appeared that Ning Feng was indeed quite invested in this matter. "Your arrival to support the Emperor's city must certainly be within his awareness." "If that is the case, I find myself with little room for consideration," Long Fei replied with resolute conviction. "This matter no longer requires deliberation. Return to Ning Feng with the message that the Lord of the Emperor's city, Long Fei, will proceed to the extreme north." Upon hearing Long Fei's declaration, Ling Chang's lips curled into a slight smile. "In that case, we truly have no reason to linger here. Our mission is accomplished." "Indeed. The remaining matters of the Emperor's city are no longer our concern," Tian Nan added, addressing Long Fei. "Long Fei, we shall meet in the extreme north." With that, Ling Chong and the other 4 heirs of divine bloodlines turned and departed the Emperor's city, heading towards the direction of the extreme north. Watching their receding figures, the fierce Dragon Emperor, Xiaoyun, was filled with confusion and veiled anger. "Brother, why did you acquiesce to Ning Feng's request? Perhaps this is indeed his scheme," he said to Long Fei. "A scheme? Pray, elaborate," Long Fei replied. "Brother, consider this. How many among the other divine clans harbor resentment due to the rupture of our previous alliance? Just now Li Mo, as well as Meng Yao and Li Tianhu from the city of heavenly calamity. Do you truly believe they will let you off so easily, or allow us to escape unscathed?" The Dragon Emperor, Xiaoyun, meticulously analyzed all the factors swirling in his mind. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "In that case, it appears I cannot go after all." After a cold smirk, Long Fei addressed his younger brother, "Xiaoyun, I never anticipated that you would become so naggingly persuasive. Rest assured, the current situation on the Tianfan continent is defined by a conflict between 2 factions. One side represents the divine race, while the other is composed of the evil clan and the god hunters. Both the Dragon Emperor, Xiaoyun, and the Flame Emperor, Yi Hua, were aware of this reality. Yet they remained skeptical of the Northern King, Ning Feng. "Brother, are we truly going to proceed in this manner?" Yihua's brow furrowed as he expressed his unease to the heavenly emperor, Long Fei. Long Fei understood the gravity of the situation. Yet he also recognized that his recent confrontation with the White Dragon King, Ning Feng, had validated his suspicions. Ning Feng now required the power of Long Fei, the dragon god heir. Time is of the essence. After I make some necessary arrangements, I will journey to the far north, Long Fei instructed his two brothers. Therefore, Xiaoyan, you must remain here to guard the heavenly emperor city. I fear that once war breaks out in the far north, all regions of the Tianfan continent will soon engage in battle with the evil clan. Meanwhile, the White Dragon King, Ning Feng, accompanied by Yin Zhen and Lei Bing, returned to their stronghold and reported to their leader, Lu Fenglin. Report, leader. We have failed. Long Fei thwarted my attempt to kill him. Ning Feng bowed his head as he recounted the events, explaining that the sudden arrival of 4 other divine bloodline heirs had led to their failure. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Fenglin, with his hands behind his back and his back turned to Ning Feng and the others, replied calmly, I understand. This cannot be blamed on you. Plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. The others were puzzled by Lu Fenglin's composed demeanor. In truth, he recognized that Long Fei was the most formidable among the fallen gods, making Ning Feng's inability to succeed understandable. You may leave now. I have matters to discuss with the evil god, Shima Wu, Lu Fenglin instructed. Once Ning Feng and the others departed, Shima Wu turned to Lu Fenglin and asked, why do you not deal with those 3? I have stated before, they are my people. How I handle them is not for you to instruct, Lu Fenglin retorted. Very well, they are your people, Shima Wu scoffed. Without the strength of my evil clan, your people are nothing but a bunch of useless beings. Upon hearing this, Lu Fenglin's anger flared, and his hands gradually clenched into fists. However, he quickly relaxed his grip and turned to face Shima Wu. Speak. When are we to venture to the far north? It has now become a grave for the divine race, Lu Fenglin stated firmly. Shima Wu sighed, and then let out a cold laugh. Young people, do not be too impulsive. The time has not yet arrived. What? Not time for an offensive? Do you truly believe the optimal moment to strike is only after they have returned to their respective domains? Mo Wu, cease your pretense and do not attempt to deceive me. The leader of the hunters, Lu Fenglin, furrowed his brow, his tone grave as he addressed him. Although you have bestowed upon us the power of the evil clan, enhancing our strength, this does not grant you the authority to command the hunters. The divine artifacts in our possession can slay gods, and they can just as easily extinguish your evil kin. You would do well to remember this. Upon hearing Lu Fenglin's resolute declaration, the malevolent deity, Mo Wu, exhibited neither anger nor fear, nor was he daunted by the formidable aura of the man before him. Is that so? Thus, your so-called god-slaying individuals are but a swarm of ants, mere insects harnessing the power of our evil clan, Mo Wu mocked. His tone laced with disdain and his gaze filled with contempt. What is it? Do you consider yourself formidable? When Mo Wu addressed Lu Fenglin again, he incisively remarked, if you possess the ability, do not rely on our evil clan's strength. The weight of this statement left Lu Fenglin astonished. Previously, he had asserted that he would not bow to the evil clan simply because of their power. Yet it now appeared that reliance on the evil clan's strength was indeed necessary. Otherwise, the endeavor of slaying the assembly of divine beings would prove exceedingly arduous. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fenglin took a deep breath and spoke to the malevolent deity, Mo Wu, before him. If we are to heed your counsel, it is beyond our capabilities as hunters. However, we are indeed under the banner of an alliance. Thus your opinions hold significant importance. Well then, how splendid. Together we shall vanquish the divine clan, and you shall earn your place in history. We, in turn, can effortlessly journey to the divine realm in the future, slaying the deities there and claiming dominion over that land. Mo Wu said to Lu Fenglin. I believe you, Chief Lu Fenglin, would not refuse such a mutually beneficial proposition. Upon hearing the words of the malevolent deity, Lu Fenglin realized that the ultimate objective of this plan aligned with his own thoughts. He glanced at Mo Wu and replied, Ha ha ha, I did not expect you to share the same sentiment as I. Very well, let the timing of our final assault be determined by your evil clan. Excellent. How refreshing. Mo Wu rose, clapping his hands in approval of Lu Fenglin's previous statement. After their tacit agreement, the evil wind divine dragon Ji entered, exclaiming, Aha! Look at that! We have finally reached a consensus, have we not? Upon seeing the evil wind divine dragon Ji appear, Lu Fenglin frowned and turned to Mo Wu, inquiring, Mo Wu, what is the meaning of this? Do not worry, I merely happen to be here. The evil wind divine dragon ceremony addressed Lu Fenglin, saying, Lord Demon Marshal, I have inquired thoroughly. they have all ventured to the extreme north country, without the presence of the divine race. Capturing it would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. The evil wind divine dragon then turned to the evil sky demon marshal, stating, thus, this presents an unparalleled opportunity. Upon hearing this news from the dragon ceremony, Lu Fenglin felt an overwhelming surge of anger and abruptly interrupted the conversation between the two. Demon marshal, do you still not trust me? Such an alliance is one I would rather forego. The evil sky demon marshal gazed at the furious hunter Lu Fenglin, initially perplexed, but soon broke into a chuckle, remarking, ha ha ha, you are still too young. You are far too cunning. Lu Fenglin retorted sternly, now speak plainly. What is your true intention? What I have confirmed is merely the spark for the final battle's design. Spark? What does this mean? How does it relate to other regions? Lu Fenglin struggled to grasp the deeper significance of the words exchanged between the evil sky demon marshal and the evil wind divine dragon, leading him to harbor numerous doubts about the members of the evil clan. To be frank, the first step of our impending plan is to ensnare these regions entirely, trapping all members of the divine race within the extreme north country, the evil sky demon marshal explained to Lu Fenglin. At this moment, Lu Fenglin experienced a sudden epiphany. After pondering for a moment, he raised his gaze to the evil sky demon marshal and said, you old rascal, your intellect truly surpasses the ordinary. Enough with the jests. You should commence preparations immediately, rather than standing here questioning me. The evil sky demon marshal spoke calmly and gravely to the hunter leader Lu Fenglin. Subsequently, Lu Fenglin turned and departed, readying himself to launch an offensive against all domains of the divine race. Do you think Lu Fenglin might betray us? The evil wind divine dragon expressed unease to the evil sky demon marshal. If that is the case, we must devise a contingency plan to prevent those few from creating absolute chaos. Fear not. Even if they possess such capabilities, let us not forget. We are the evil clan. No matter how formidable these mortals may be, equipped with various divine artifacts, they shall not stir up significant turmoil. Upon hearing the calm analysis from the evil sky demon marshal, the dragon ceremony ceased further commentary. Suddenly, taking a deep breath, the dragon ceremony recalled a crucial detail and hurriedly informed the marshal, by the way, I just remembered. The northern king Ning Feng has advanced the Heavenly Father artifact beyond the 10th level, transforming it into an artifact that transcends the 10th tier, named the Heavenly Guardian Dragon Soul. Chapter 1431, The War Commences. Upon receiving this information from the evil wind divine dragon ceremony, the evil sky demon marshal felt a wave of astonishment and remained momentarily speechless. A moment later, the formidable demon warrior arose, his tone tinged with gravity. It seems I have underestimated Ning Feng. During our initial encounter, the formidable 9-stage radiance he unleashed did not command my full attention. Yet, astonishingly, in such a brief span, he has ascended to the 10th stage, surpassing even the previous 10th stage of Gono, as you mentioned. What shall we do next? The malevolent wind god dragon ritual reminded him. Moreover, the most pressing concern is that the wicked divine god of annihilation remains ensconced within the confines of the divine clan's seal, which is yet to be broken. The true location of this seal lies in the snowfields of the northernmost kingdom. It appears that dismantling the divine clan's final seal will prove exceedingly challenging. However, the demon warrior did not exhibit undue apprehension regarding the matter. Do not fret. In due course, others will undertake this task for us. Upon hearing these words from the demon warrior, the wind god dragon ritual felt a flicker of surprise, but chose not to inquire further. Meanwhile, Ling Chong and her companions had arrived at the northernmost kingdom and proceeded to the grand hall of the royal palace, ready to report to King Ning Feng of the north. My lord of the north, we have returned, Li Mo addressed Ning Feng. You truly are a cunning old fox. Handsome as you are, your heart is so dark. Mind your words. Ning Feng's servant, Xian Xiao, sternly admonished Li Mo speak again in such a manner, and I shall sever your tongue. At that moment, King Ning Feng interjected, enough, Xian Xiao. They are not my subordinates, but my allies. Thus, we stand as equals. Do you understand? Yes, master, I understand, Xian Xiao replied, lowering her head in contrition. Subsequently, Ning Feng turned his attention to Li Mo in the hall. His brow slightly furrowed. Li Mo, I apologize for the earlier rudeness. Xian Xiao meant no malice. I am aware, and I did not take it to heart. Li Mo responded dismissively. No, the three of them are servants of the chaos god, fiercely protective of their master. After all, you do have a servant yourself. At this juncture, the heir of the sea god, Ling Chong, interrupted their conversation, addressing King Ning Feng. Excuse me for the interruption, But there have been unforeseen developments on the battlefield at Long Fei. Unforeseen developments? Have the hunters or the malevolent deities appeared? Ning Feng inquired, regarding Ling Chong and her companions with curiosity. Given your expressions, it cannot be that the hunters have allied with the malevolent clan, can it? Humph, oh dear. It is a situation 100 times worse than that. The heir of the tiger god, Wu Shanling, remarked to Ning Feng. If you were to learn the truth, I suspect you would not be so composed. Listening to Wu Shanling's solemn words, Ning Feng swallowed hard, suppressing the rising tide of unease within him. Very well. Let me convey this directly. Those who boast of their ability to slay gods have now allied themselves with the malevolent faction and have acquired their formidable powers. The heir to the lion god, Tian Nan, spoke candidly to the northern king, Ning Feng, stating that the combination of the god-slaying weapon and the immense strength of the malevolent faction indeed poses a significant challenge. As anticipated by Wu Shanling, the northern king, Ning Feng no longer exuded the earlier sense of calm. Instead, he was engulfed by an abrupt tension and an inexplicable sense of oppression. Even in the past, during the era of the Dragon Kingdom, I encountered various peculiar practitioners of strange martial arts, but I must admit, I have never witnessed such a phenomenon before. After hearing this, Ning Feng glanced toward his comrades, pondering whether his so-called transcendent divine power, surpassing the 10th tier, could truly lead the heirs of divine bloodlines to successfully withstand the encroachment of the malevolent faction and those consumed by their dark powers in the northern snowy expanse. At that moment, Murong Xiaoyu and Xian Nan entered the grand hall of the imperial city. Regardless of who the enemy may be, should they dare to approach, let them return with nothing. Murong Xiaoyu resolutely addressed Ning Feng, reminding him not to forget that he was not alone. They were with him as well. Indeed, did you not also assert that all of us from the divine lineage are united? We are not merely your subordinates, but your allies, Xian Nan interjected, speaking with unwavering composure. If there is any bond to speak of, we 12 are the brothers of a lineage that has endured through the ages. Exchanging glances, Xian Nan and Li Mo shared a moment, after which Li Mo smiled at Xian Nan, remarking on their tardiness. Had it not been for the news of your return, I would have cared little for this cold, desolate hall. Xian Nan responded, acknowledging that she had overheard the troubling situation they had discussed just outside the door. Murong Xiaoyu surveyed the group before declaring that although she was not a member of their divine lineage, she would, in her capacity as the second-in-command of Tianjia City, lead the warriors of Tianjia City to stand alongside them. However, during this exchange, the hunters of gods had already dispersed, launching an assault on all territories held by the divine beings across the Tianfan continent, in conjunction with the many malevolent creatures. In hindsight, the plan of the evil celestial demonic martial arts indeed seems rather promising, remarked the god hunter, Luoya, to his companion, Feng Jin. If we do not eliminate these adversaries promptly, our impending final confrontation with the divine lineage will encounter significant resistance. Precisely. And while the 4 great guardians of Lanhai Kingdom may not possess the same strength as the divine beings, facing all 4 simultaneously would still prove to be quite a challenge for us. Not only in Lanhai Kingdom, but also in Fengxiang, Fengdu City, and the Holy Dragon Empire. All regions have been invaded by the malevolent faction and the hunters of gods, resulting in overwhelming casualties across the land at this very moment. In the realm of the Emperor's city, upon receiving this news, the warlord Long Fei resolved to dispatch both the valiant Emperor Shaoyan and the fiery Emperor Yihua, splitting their forces into 2 routes to assist the respective capital cities, thereby supporting several of the god hunters. The fundamental reasons for Long Fei's actions were twofold. Firstly, to rectify the mistakes made during the dissolution of the alliance, and secondly, to repay in kind the grievances inflicted by the god hunters and the malevolent tribes. Chapter 1432. The army approaches. At this juncture, warlord Long Fei had arrived at the northernmost country of the snowy plains, heading directly towards the grand hall of the imperial capital. Upon encountering Ning Feng, his opening words were urgent. Ning Feng, the situation has become critical. We must take the initiative to strike. The assembly was taken aback by Long Fei's declaration, their expressions a mixture of confusion and concern. Observing the breathless Long Fei, King Ning Feng of the north furrowed his brow, a flicker of anxiety stirring within him. What do you mean by this? Inquired Qin Mu, the heir of the thunder god, perplexed by Long Fei's hasty pronouncement. Your urgency raises our suspicions. What has transpired? Long Fei surveyed the room, inhaled deeply to steady his tumultuous heart, and continued. The god hunters have already initiated their assault. Regions such as Fengxiang and the Lanhai Kingdom are currently facing catastrophic calamities. Upon hearing this alarming news, the assembled deities were left speechless, their faces a tableau of shock. How can this be? Liemo exclaimed, his brow knitting in distress. Meanwhile, the sovereign of Lanhai, Meng Yao, was taken aback by the shocking revelation, and in an instant, a suspicion formed in her mind. She turned her gaze towards King Ning Feng, her eyes flickering with malice as she clenched her teeth and accused, "This must be your doing, Ning Feng." In response to Meng Yao's insinuation, the collective gaze of the assembly shifted towards King Ning Feng. "Meng Yao, what are you implying? Are you suggesting that all of this is part of Ning Feng's scheme?" questioned Ling Shang, the heir of the sea god, bewildered. Could it be that he, the king of the north, has also allied with the malevolent tribes? Impossible. My brother Feng would never commit such an act. Meng Yao, cease your baseless accusations. Qin Mu admonished her vehemently. Meng Yao cast a dismissive glance at Qin Mu, ignoring his outburst. Rising slowly, fueled by indignation, she directed her ire towards King Ning Feng. "Had it not been for your summons to gather in your northernmost territory, how could we have faced such a massive incursion by the malevolent tribes and the god hunters, as Long Fei described?" Despite Meng Yao's relentless tirade, Ning Feng remained silent, offering no explanations or justifications. As Meng Yao persistently pressed Ning Feng, she spoke in a tone laced with sarcasm. "Your Excellency, the Lord of the Northern Territories, might you provide us with a reasonable explanation? Are you not inclined to clarify the matter?" Upon hearing Meng Yao's remarks, doubt began to creep into the minds of the others regarding Ning Feng. Indeed, Meng Yao raised a valid point. While we reside within our respective domains, the evil clan and the hunters do not launch large-scale offensives, for we, the celestial beings, stand guard. Li Tianhu, the chief of Tianjia City, interjected, "At present, it seems the only place untouched by rumors of an impending attack from the evil clan and the hunters is your extreme northern territory. Ning Feng, you truly must provide us with a thorough explanation." "Explanation? What is there for me to elucidate?" The northern lord Ning Feng yawned, then took a deep breath, stating, "Very well, for we 12 celestial clans are all assembled here. Should they wish to come, they must weigh their options carefully." Upon hearing Ning Feng's declaration, Li Tianhu was rendered speechless, unable to form a retort. "Ning Feng, do not presume that being the heir of the most powerful celestial bloodline grants you the right to suppress us all," Meng Yao remarked. "Oh, and if I were to assert that I do, what could you possibly do about it?" Ning Feng replied nonchalantly, regarding Meng Yao with a languid demeanor. "Do you wish to test your mettle against me? Humph. Even if we were to engage in combat, with so many of us, capturing you would be as effortless as a flick of the wrist," declared the tiger god Wushan Ling, rising to his feet. He then drew his divine weapon, the holy soul weapon, the heavenly fire spear, aiming its tip at Ning Feng. Seeing Wushan Ling also brandishing his weapon did not shock Ning Feng. Instead, he chuckled derisively and addressed the two. "A grand tabby cat and a little turkey believe they can claim the head of Ning Feng? You are truly deluding yourselves. Then let us see if you possess the capability." Meng Yao retorted. The ruler of the Lanhai kingdom, Meng Yao, summoned her divine artifact, the holy soul weapon, the phoenix sword. Just as both sides were on the verge of combat, Ning Feng suddenly sensed the presence of enemies nearby. "Wait a moment, let us pause our skirmish, for there are intruders approaching," he announced. After speaking, Ning Feng rose and departed the grand hall alongside his 3 attendants, swiftly making their way to the gates of the extreme northern kingdom. Indeed, the forces of the evil clan had encroached, occupying a significant portion of the snowy expanse. "Ha ha! Today marks the end for these descendants of celestial beings," sneered the evil wind divine dragon, reveling in their apparent success. "It seems our plan has unfolded splendidly. All credit goes to the bloodline heir of the chaos divine, Ning Feng, were it not for his gathering of all celestial beings in his northern stronghold. How could we so effortlessly conquer the entirety of the Tianfan continent?" boasted the evil flame divine, Feng Huang. "Do not be careless. All the divine clans are present here. Should any unforeseen incident arise, we would find ourselves without a burial place." The sea god Fuxia solemnly reminded the 3 deities of the evil clan beside him of our past transgressions, emphasizing that such a situation must not repeat itself. After all, we remain unaware of the true nature of the northern king, Ning Feng. Upon the city walls, members of other divine clans have gradually assembled. Gazing down at the formidable army of the evil clan, a collective frown emerged among the crowd, as an unsettling sense of apprehension took root in their hearts. Thus, are we truly devoid of any escape route? The heir of the wind god, Feng Sun, inquired of the others. For a moment, no one responded. But after a brief silence, the heir of the sun god, Master Ming Chan, joined his hands in prayer and spoke in a placid tone. Ba. An escape route has never existed for us. If one were to insist on carving out a so-called retreat, the only option is to boldly advance forward. Listening to Master Ming Chan's words, the crowd felt an unexpected calm, and in that moment, the biting cold wind ceased its howling to the north. Chapter 1433, The Heavenly Mechanism. The predestined fate confronted with the encroaching army of the evil clan, the divine beings of the extreme North Kingdom were taken aback. They had not anticipated such swift movements from the evil clan. Indeed, after forming an alliance, they immediately split into two factions, encircling us here. The heir of the sea god, Ling Feng, spoke with a tone that betrayed his seriousness. It seems the situation is rather dire. What is there to fear? This mere evil clan, regardless of their numbers, is but a fragile egg striking against a stone before us divine beings. They are woefully overestimating themselves. One of the servants of the chaos god, the belligerent Xian Xiao, excitedly addressed the northern king, Ning Feng. Why not let me take the lead and ensure their complete annihilation? Taking the lead? This is hardly the time for your personal display, Xian Xiao. I know you have longed for battle. Your opportunity will come. Ning Feng glanced at the approaching army of the evil clan and took a deep breath. Instructing his servant Lian Fu, heed my command. Yes, my lord, please give your orders. Lian Fu, you see the army of the evil clan? Once they draw near, I need you to invoke the spirit summoning technique to gather all the rare and fierce beasts within the snow domain, and launch an assault from the rear. Ning Feng directed Lian Fu. Understood. I shall await your command. Then, Ning Feng turned to his servant Fei Fei. The next task is yours. At that moment, Fei Fei was still munching on a chicken leg. Are you still eating at a time like this? Ning Feng expressed his bewilderment. We are preparing for battle. For heaven's sake, let us postpone the meal. The extreme North Kingdom can certainly manage without your chicken leg. Indeed, Fei Fei consumed a chicken leg before the battle, seeking to replenish his energy. However, the more crucial reason was that he approached each combat as if it were his final confrontation. With a swift motion, Fei Fei devoured the chicken leg in his hand, discarding the bone carelessly. As you mentioned, what would you have me do, master? Fei Fei pondered momentarily before his eyes widened in realization. He directly inquired of the northern king, Ning Feng. Wait, you wouldn't possibly want me to lead the charge, would you? Master, that is quite unfair. In response to Fei Fei's imaginative outburst, Ning Feng reassured him, rest assured, even if you were to take the lead, I shall be by your side. And what is it that you wish me to do? Fei Fei questioned, his curiosity evident in his wide eyes as he gazed at his master, Ning Feng. Do you recall the forbidden zone at the rear of the extreme north? I command you to guard that area. Should anyone enter, show no mercy. Yes, master. Fei Fei obeys. With that, the servant Fei Fei turned and hastened away from the city walls, making his way toward the forbidden zone. Upon hearing the term forbidden zone, Meng Yao turned to Ning Feng and remarked, I never expected that in such a barren land as the extreme north, a forbidden zone would exist. What treasures might lie within? Ning Feng, however, offered no elaborate explanation in response to Meng Yao's inquiry. He simply stated, it is best that you remain unaware of what lies within the forbidden zone. Knowledge of it would bring you no benefit. Meng Yao felt a weight of disappointment settle in her heart upon hearing Ning Feng's earnest words, and a shadow passed over her face. I didn't wish to know anyway, she retorted to Ning Feng. At that moment, Qin Mu, the heir of the thunder god, observed a peculiar phenomenon amidst the army of the evil clan. Where did all these evil beings come from? Reflecting on the divine evil war of yesteryears, we had nearly eradicated them, leaving hardly any survivors. So what accounts for the sudden appearance of so many evil beings now? Brother Feng, the more I ponder, the more unsettling it becomes. Consider the wars of old. The remnants of the evil clan cannot possibly number as many as we see now. Do not panic, Qin Mu. I have noticed the same anomaly, Ning Feng replied, placing his right hand reassuringly on Qin Mu's left shoulder to calm him. Qin Mu looked at Ning Feng and asked, Then, what shall we do next, Brother Feng? At that moment, the lord of Tianhuang City, Zhan Tianhuang, surveyed the scene from atop the city walls and began to analyze. Only the evil clan remains. The hunters have yet to make their appearance, indicating that battles in various regions have not yet concluded. If we can eliminate them with utmost speed, we still have a chance. There is still time. Upon hearing this, everyone unanimously agreed that Long Fei's suggestion was highly viable. However, their gazes soon turned in unison toward Ning Feng, who stood among them. Ning Feng, since you are the mightiest deity and the heir to the bloodline of the chaos god Gono, the fate of this matter rests upon your shoulders, spoke Ling Shang, the heir of the sea god, in a grave tone. As the descendant of the sea god Sig, she naturally aligned herself with Ning Feng. In the days of yore, the sea god Sig was the closest ally and deputy of the chaos god Gono, and with Sig by his side, Gono became an invincible deity, conquering all in the divine realm. This legacy reverberated through their descendants, as Lingshang once again demonstrated her unwavering loyalty and understanding towards the newly appointed chaos god. Observing Lingshang and then casting his gaze around the assembly of divine beings surrounding him, the northern king Ning Feng furrowed his brow slightly and took a deep breath. In that case, my words would be of no consequence. Very well. The northern king then addressed the assembly with a somber tone. All deities, heed my command. Yes, we are here to obey your orders, ready for any task, replied the assembled gods, including thunder god Qin Mu, lion god Tian Nan, tiger god Wushan Ling, and the sun god Master Zen. I command you four to initiate the attack and lead the charge, Ning Feng instructed, detailing his strategic deployment. When I open the city gates and the soldiers of the extreme North Kingdom surge forth, you must seize the moment to rush onto the battlefield, aiming for an unexpected strike. It would be ideal to restrain one or two of the malevolent deities. Ba, Ning Feng, leave it to us, spoke Master Zen of the Sun God in a calm manner. Your strategy is one I anticipated. Everything follows a predetermined course. You truly are a genius of warfare. Hearing Master Zen's earnest words, Ning Feng understood that the sage had discerned the potential outcome of the conflict. However, the secrets of destiny must remain undisclosed. All things shall unfold according to their destined course. Chapter 1434. The four gods lead the charge, open the city gates. At the command of the northern king Ning Feng, the gates of the extreme North Kingdom slowly creaked open. Inside the gates, the soldiers stood in a state of readiness, awaiting the signal from their king to transform into valiant warriors on the battlefield. In the face of encroaching malevolent entities, they resolved to stand firm, willing to sacrifice their lives. All soldiers, advance, kill. The battle cry resounded, echoing across the northern snowy expanse. Immediately, all soldiers clad in silver-white armor of the extreme North Kingdom tightened their grips on their weapons as they faced the advancing malevolent forces. Expressions of fierce anger and determination appeared on their faces. Looking down, the soldiers engaged in fierce combat with the malevolent beings, yet, due to a disadvantage in numbers, their advance came to a sudden halt. Nevertheless, not a single soldier from the extreme North Kingdom retreated, even in the face of the brutal and savage adversaries. Kill. Come forth, you wretched scoundrels. Let me slay you. At this very moment, the soldiers remained fervently spirited, their zeal unwavering. Before the city walls, the heir of the thunder god, Qin Mu, surveys the battlefield, then turns to the northern king, Ning Feng, and says, Brother Feng, the soldiers continue to protect the northern kingdom behind them. It seems the time has come for us to make our entrance, does it not? The northern king, Ning Feng, furrows his brow slightly before issuing a command. Qin Mu, Master Mingchan, Tian Nan, and Misty Mountain Ling, advance. Upon hearing the command to advance, the four heirs of divine lineage leap from the city walls, propelled by the fierce northern winds toward the battlefield. They land steadily amidst the chaos and exchange glances with one another. In that instant, the formidable powers of their respective divine techniques erupt forth. The thunder god, Qin Mu, unleashes his supreme technique, the Thunder Soul Ritual, enveloping himself in the extreme thunder armor. The sacred soul armament, the Holy Radiance Fist, transforms under the influence of this power, evolving into the 10-tiered artifact, the Holy Radiance War God Fist. His azure eyes shine brightly with electric light. Meanwhile, the radiant sun god, Master Mingchan, clasps his hands together, adorned with the sacred soul armament, the divine punishment rosary. In an instant, a blazing sunfire formation materializes around him. Flames surge forth from the formation, soaring skyward. As the flames dissipate, Master Mingchan transforms into the form of the sun god, the heavenly guardian, his crimson robes ablaze with fiery brilliance, and flaming locks encircle his head. The divine punishment rosary evolves into the 10-tiered artifact, the divine punishment eternal night blade. As he opens his eyes, a wave of fiery shock radiates outward, instilling a profound sense of pressure upon the four malevolent beings. This is the sun god, the heavenly guardian. The malevolent flame god, Feng Huang, grits his teeth and snarls. I did not anticipate him to lead the charge. How ironic that it was he who sealed you away initially. Today, fate has brought us face to face once more. The malevolent wind god, Long Ji, quips, shall we expect his descendants to seal you once again? Huh, what a jest. The power of that heavenly guardian was second only to the chaos god, Gono. Now, a mere mortal inherits divine strength. I doubt it will possess the might of the heavenly guardian, Feng Huang asserts confidently. Enough provoking that madman. I just sensed a surge of thunder. Long Ji. It seems your old adversary, the thunder god Harao, is also among us. The malevolent sky demon, Wu, remarks to Long Ji. Thus, the two of you are evenly matched. Let us see what prowess their descendants possess. At this moment, Tian Nan and Misty Mountain Ling observe that Qin Mu and Master Mingqian have already unleashed their divine techniques, embodying their divine forms. They exchange smiles and simultaneously release their own supreme techniques. Roar of the Tiger, forged through 10,000 trials. Lioness Blade, breaking the army. Under the influence of these techniques, the artifacts in their hands ascend into the mightiest 10-tiered artifacts. Amidst the radiant glow of the divine artifact, accompanied by the thunderous roars of the beast kings, the forms of the tiger god and the lion god suddenly emerged from the light. At this moment, the four had fully entered their most formidable states. All right, everyone, it is time for us to take the lead, proclaimed thunder god Qin Mu to his companions. Amitba, through countless tribulations, I, the Buddha, shall guide the people. Today, I wield my blades solely to vanquish demons. Upon the conclusion of Master Liang's words, the four divine beings swiftly traversed through the ranks of the northern soldiers, charging towards the advancing forces of the evil clan. Observing their descent as if war gods gracing the battlefield, those atop the city walls were left in astonishment. I never imagined that the previously unassailable Qin Mu could now fully harness the power of the thunder god. This truly takes me by surprise, sighed King Ning Feng of the northern borders. Indeed, after all, he is the chosen man of my Yulan, interjected Yulan, appearing atop the city walls. Yulan, how did you come up here? Were you not instructed to stay with Murong Xiaoyu, Yinzhan, and Wang Luo? Questioned Ning Feng. Are you still unaware of Murong Xiaoyu's true identity? She is the second in command of Tianjia City. What need have I to protect her? I also hold a position in the northern kingdom. My man is fighting ahead. How could I remain idle? Yulan retorted. Very well, but it is not your time to intervene. This place will soon transform into a battlefield of gods and demons. Ning Feng's words instilled in Yulan a sense of anxiety and fear. At this moment on the battlefield, under the leadership of the four divine beings, the previous stalemate was swiftly shattered. The might of thunder and lightning, the onslaught of flames, and the savage carnage of the two beast kings rendered the forces of the evil clan unable to advance. Humph, it seems these evil beings are utterly impotent, devoid of any combat capability, declared thunder god Qin Mu with satisfaction. I reckon the four of us alone could annihilate them all. No sooner had he spoken than from the rear of the evil forces, the evil wind divine dragon priest surged forth, wielding an evil weapon, the god-subduing dragon sword, and swiftly charged towards Qin Mu. Sensing the threat, Qin Mu crossed his arms before his chest, using the Holy Radiance military god fist to counter the lethal sword strike. Chapter 1435. A stalemate of equal forces. Humph. So you are the bloodline heir of thunder god Hileo? Inquired the evil wind divine dragon priest of Qin Mu. While fending off the dragon priest's god-subduing dragon sword, Qin Mu gritted his teeth and furrowed his brow, responding with some effort. Indeed. I am the heir of thunder god Hileo, Qin Mu. Qin Mu? I shall remember that name, for you are about to meet your demise at my hands. At that moment, the evil wind divine dragon priest retreated, declaring, it matters not who you are or what background you possess. Encountering me, dragon priest, today spells your misfortune. Misfortune? I believe it is you who should consider yourself unfortunate for encountering me, and behold the wrath of the thunder god, retorted thunder god Qin Mu. As the sound faded, the thunder god Qin Mu clenched his fists tightly, and a crimson breath of thunder fire suddenly erupted from the 10-division divine artifact. The sacred radiance military god fist, subsequently unleashing an even mightier force of the thunder god. The crimson flames on the gauntlets transformed into a dazzling azure lightning fire. Observing the change in color of the thunder fire emanating from Qin Mu's fists and feeling the extraordinary shockwave he released, the countenance of the evil wind dragon's sacrifice shifted from earlier arrogance and disdain to one of solemnity, tinged with unease. In a swift motion, the thunder god Qin Mu raised his gaze, fixating intently on the evil wind dragon sacrifice. During their eye contact, the dragon sacrifice sensed the intense killing intent coalescing in Qin Mu's eyes, as if it were on the verge of erupting completely, ready to engulf him. Ha ha ha. What a remarkable young man. This power is indeed reminiscent of the might of the thunder god Harao. I never anticipated you would master it so fully. The evil wind dragon sacrifice mocked. Let me witness just how formidable the chosen heir of the most ferocious divine race truly is. As he spoke, the evil wind dragon sacrifice unleashed his own sinister techniques, transforming into his true form. His body was now cloaked in shimmering dark green dragon scales. His hands morphed into sharp claws, a robust dragon tail emerged from behind, and two peculiar dragon horns sprouted from his head. The air was filled with the ear-piercing roars of dragons, resonating throughout the battlefield. Not far away, the lion god seen and approached upon hearing the sounds. Witnessing the dragon sacrifice's ultimate form, he remarked to Qin Mu, "This fellow is quite formidable. I know, but he is my prey. You three lead the soldiers of the extreme North Nation onward and annihilate the evil army." Qin Mu replied with fervor. Tian Nan, seeing the situation, said no more. Only advising, just be careful before departing. Thus, the ground became the arena for their battle. "So, you truly intend to confront me alone?" The evil wind dragon sacrifice inquired. "Huh, you are quite reminiscent of Harao back in the day. Is that so?" "You are not mistaken. However, it is not merely to confront you, but to slay you," the thunder god Qin Mu declared resolutely. Witnessing the unwavering determination in Qin Mu's gaze, a flicker of anxiety stirred within the evil wind dragon sacrifice's heart. In the tense standoff, neither party showed an inclination to strike first. They merely gauged each other's killing intent through their eyes. Almost simultaneously, they launched themselves at one another with astonishing speed, engaging in a fierce clash of the Thunderfire Iron Fist against the wicked blades of the evil clan. The battle between Qin Mu, the heir of the Thunder God lineage, and the evil wind dragon sacrifice was fierce and uncompromising. Indeed. This is precisely how it should be. This familiar yet repugnant aura, akin to thunder and lightning, has pushed me to the brink of fury. The evil wind divine dragon right declared with fervor, his gaze laden with a burgeoning intent to kill. Despite this, the thunder god Qin Mu did not simply dismiss him. Instead, he sought to leverage his slight advantage to eliminate the evil wind divine dragon right decisively. Familiar? Allow me to present you with something entirely unfamiliar. With that proclamation, the thunder god Qin Mu elevated his divine technique's energy once more. Thunder god Dragon Fury. In an instant, a brilliant azure lightning dragon materialized above Qin Mu's right hand, crackling ominously as it coiled around his fist, poised to unleash its might. At this moment, the shockwave generated by Qin Mu's technique surpassed its previous power, surging violently in all directions. With a furious roar, the thunder god Qin Mu lunged forward, his fist propelled by the tempestuous lightning dragon that swept through the earth like a whirlwind, roaring toward the evil wind divine dragon right ahead. What is happening? This power, this is not the technique of thunder god Harao. Could it be that this young man possesses a power that transcends the 10th tier, surpassing that of thunder god Harao? With such thoughts racing through his mind, the evil wind divine dragon right, eager to validate his suspicion, clashed his god-breaking sealing dragon blade against the formidable thunder god Dragon Fury. On the city walls, the spectacle of this battle had captivated all present, each person marveling at the overwhelming might of Qin Mu's strike. What is this? Summer Nanji gazed at Qin Mu, feeling the intense energy in the air, and could not help but inquire, could it be that he, Qin Mu, has attained a power akin to that of the northern king Ning Feng, surpassing the 10th tier? Upon hearing Summer Nanji's words, the crowd turned their eyes toward the northern king Ning Feng, yet none dared to confront him directly. After a brief pause, Ning Feng, with an air of nonchalance, clarified, "No, Qin Mu has not achieved a power surpassing the 10th tier. Rather, he has transcended himself. I surmise that this formidable strike is his unique creation, the 11th fist, born from the amalgamation of the military god's 10 fists." The 11th fist? Yolan gazed at Qin Mu amidst the battlefield, observing his figure clad in the extreme thunder armor, resembling a wrathful war deity descended upon the mortal realm, exuding an aura of solemnity. Just then, the northern king Ning Feng turned to his attendant, Lian Fu, and commanded, "Lian Fu, the time has come for you to take action." "Yes, master." As she spoke, Lian Fu summoned her divine artifact, the azure dust staff, unleashing the golden holy light from her divine technique, the all-spirits technique. Golden light erupted from the azure dust staff, ascending into the sky with a dazzling brilliance. All beings within the snowy domain, upon witnessing this extraordinary radiance, immediately fled towards the direction of the extreme north. Chapter 1436, a stunning scene. What is that sound? Is there an earthquake? The evil flame, divine, Sealing Huang questioned with a hint of confusion. Upon the vast expanse of the battlefield, a palpable tremor surged forth from the rear of the malevolent army, drawing near. "The sound emanated from behind us," declared the sea demon, Fuxia. Subsequently, the three malevolent deities turned to gaze backward, only to be met with a sight that filled their hearts with astonishment. Was it a horde of beasts? Have they lost their minds? The flame demon, Feng Huang, questioned once more. At that moment, the celestial demon, Mo, observed the beasts launching an assault on his malevolent forces from the rear. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Ah, so it is her. Her? What could this possibly mean? Filled with confusion, Feng Huang inquired of Mo, do you know what is happening? After a moment of silence, Mo replied in a somber tone. Have you both forgotten the Lotus Lady, one of the 3 servants of the Chaos God, Gono? The divine woman capable of manipulating all living beings with her powers? Upon hearing Mo's words, Feng Huang recalled the woman and, filled with fury, exclaimed, how insidious. To employ this ferocious pack of beasts against our malevolent army. I must confront her. That is of secondary concern. What shall we do now? Fusha interjected. We are beset by formidable enemies in front and a ruthless horde of beasts behind us. This puts us in a perilous position. Why panic over such trivial matters? Mo retorted. It is rather absurd for you 2 malevolent deities to be so anxious. They are merely mortals and a bunch of mindless beasts, mere livestock. What is there to fear? With that, Mo rose swiftly into the air, surveying the ferocious beasts in the snowy domain below. Demon's annihilation rite. Mo's hands gathered the surrounding energy, forming a colossal sphere of power, which he hurled downward. In an instant, a multitude of beasts was reduced to ashes, though some of the malevolent army also suffered losses. Hey, Mo, what are you doing? If you proceed in this manner, our army will also endure heavy losses. Feng Huang shouted vehemently from below. Even so, what does it matter? We still have plenty of forces. Mo replied calmly. Moreover, reinforcements will soon arrive from behind, so there is no need for concern. These are merely puppets, cowardly and greedy ants. Hearing Mo's words, Feng Huang had no retort, for he too acknowledged Mo's perspective. Very well, Feng Huang, your old friend, the inheritor of the solar god, Yu Tianshou, is nearing. Will you not go greet your old companion? Fusha teased Feng Huang with a tone laced with indifference. Oh, I wonder if that man can still wield the formidable powers of Yu Tianshou. I am indeed curious to witness how he intends to seal you. Fusha, are you jesting with me? I harbor no fear of the techniques of Yu Tianshou. They do not command my respect. After uttering these words, the malevolent flame god Feng Huang rose and ambled towards the master of the radiant sun, his eyes brimming with a fierce murderous intent. On the battlefield, the divine faction grew increasingly valiant. Aside from the thunder god Qin Mu, the 3 other deities had led the troops of the northernmost kingdom to secure an overwhelming advantage. However, at that moment, the master of the radiant sun sensed something amiss. He discovered that the forces of the malevolent faction were not composed of fiends, but rather mere mortals. The master of radiance halted, observing the fallen figures around him, furrowing his brow as he clenched his fists, only to subsequently unfurl his palms. No, they are not fiends. They are commoners from the Tianfan continent. Upon hearing these words, the tiger god Wushan Ling and the lion god Sinan were astounded. Promptly ceasing their assault, regaining their composure, the lion god Sinan inquired of the master of radiance, is what you speak the truth? How could they possibly not be of the malevolent faction? The aura of evil surrounding them is so potent. If they are not fiends, then what could they be? Amitba. They truly are humans, living, breathing beings. The slaughter of mortals by the divine faction. This incites the wrath of heaven. The master of radiance exclaimed with renewed fervor, simultaneously relinquishing the 10-section divine punishment blade of eternal night. Master of radiance, even if what you say is true, they are still of the malevolent faction now. They bear the essence of evil. Urged the tiger god Wushan Ling. You must not lay down your blade. Pick it up, for the battle is not yet concluded. Ha ha ha. Indeed, you have discerned correctly. They are of the human race, mere mortals ensnared by our malevolent aura. So, are you two also considering laying down your weapons? The malevolent flame god Feng Huang appeared before the 3. Upon recognizing Feng Huang, the heir of the radiant sun's bloodline, the master of radiance grasped his divine punishment blade of eternal night once more, furrowing his brow as he addressed him. Humph, Feng Huang. I was indeed puzzled as to why the malevolent army comprised so many. It appears there is a reason behind it. Ha ha. Indeed. The descendant of the radiant sun Yu Tianshou, I never anticipated you to be a monk. It seems you possess some skill. The malevolent flame god Feng Huang remarked with a smile. However, this is where it ends. Upon encountering me, you 3 shall advance no further. Upon concluding his words, the malevolent flame god Feng Huang instantly unleashed his formidable power, releasing an intensely powerful wave of malevolence that surged towards the 3 divine beings before him. Sensing the overwhelming force of the oncoming wave, the Master of Radiance felt a twinge of unease. For the emotions of slaughter he had recently experienced had severely disrupted his technique, leaving his internal energy in disarray, rendering him unable to fully coalesce his essence and unleash his lethal strike. Beside them, the god of tigers, Wushan Ling, sensed the subtle change in Master Mingchan. After swallowing hard, he inquired, "Master Mingchan, are you all right?" Master Mingchan, gritting his teeth and summoning his resolve, shook his head and replied, "Amitba, I am fine." "Then what shall we do next? Must we continue to fight them?" Tian Nan asked. Chapter 1437. Is it to kill or to save? Upon realizing that the malevolent beings they faced on the battlefield were merely mortals ensnared by the corrupting aura of the evil clan, the divine beings, Lianyang God, Master Mingchan, Wushan Ling, and the Lion God, Tian Nan, were left in a state of bewilderment. "They are human. What are we really doing?" Tian Nan exclaimed in agitation. Wushan Ling, "Do not despair. There must be a way," he was reassured by Wushan Ling. Yet, when it came to solutions, Wushan Ling himself was at a loss. After all, they were not alone. One of the powerful evil deities, the god of evil flames, Feng Huang, stood in their path. "Master Mingchan, what should we do? Please, take a decisive stance." Tian Nan pressed once more, his emotions running high. Master Mingchan remained silent, his wisdom failing him in this moment of crisis. A sinister chuckle echoed from the god of evil flames, who smugly addressed the trio of divine beings. "Let me enlighten you. What you ought to do now is relinquish your artifacts and wait quietly while I eliminate you one by one. Is that so? You overestimate your own strength." Tian Nan retorted, "If you could take us down so easily, would we not tarnish the dignity of our divinity? Indeed, over there, the god of evil winds, Long Ji, is nearing defeat at the hands of the thunder goddess Air, Qin Mu. When he arrives, it will be 4 against 1. Who do you think holds the advantage?" Wushan Ling declared confidently. This was, in fact, a concern for Feng Huang as well. "What is happening? Why has it taken so long to contend with a mere scion of the thunder god? What are you doing, Long Ji?" At that moment, the atmosphere was fraught with tension, both sides poised for confrontation. "Humph, without some clever tactics, it would indeed be difficult to subdue the 3 of you," Feng Huang mused. Noticing the chaotic aura emanating from Master Mingchan, a sign of his unraveling divine essence, this gave him a glimmer of hope. The scales of victory had tilted decidedly in his favor. "Ah, Lianyang God, you must be feeling quite vexed now." Feng Huang continued to taunt, luring with his words. "I hear them call you Master Mingchan. As a master, how can you bear to take a life with your own hands? Can you truly accept such a fate? Does it not weigh heavily on your conscience?" Upon hearing the provocative words of the malevolent flame god Feng Huang, Master Mingchan, in an unexpected turn of events, chose to relinquish his radiant sun god form and revert to his mortal state. With a heavy thud, he knelt on the ground, his eyes hollow and brimming with despair. Devoid of any glimmer of hope, the divine punishment knight blade in his grasp instantaneously transformed back into the sacred soul weapon, the divine punishment prayer beads. Master Mingchan, what has transpired?" He lamented. "He speaks the truth. The flame god is right. How could I possibly be indifferent? I was once the deity who guided souls, yet I have now become a harbinger of death for mortals. How do I differ from these wicked beings?" Witnessing Master Mingchan's profound anguish, the lion god Tian Nan felt that his assistance was no longer of value. He turned to the tiger god Wushan Ling and said, "Wushan Ling, it appears that Master Mingchan is temporarily incapacitated. It falls upon us to hold him back. Very well, for now, this is all we can do." Despite both being divine beings, Wushan Ling and Tian Nan recognized that the one who initially sealed the flame god Feng Huang was the radiant sun god Yutian Shou. Without the presence of Master Mingchan, their chances of defeating him were slim. "Let us proceed. Do not perish at our hands so swiftly." With that, the tiger and lion gods brandished their divine artifacts and charged towards the malevolent flame god Feng Huang. Tian Nan engaged in close combat with the sharp sky-breaking blade, while Wushan Ling provided powerful ranged support with the heavenly fire flame spear. The flawless coordination of the 2 fallen gods left Feng Huang momentarily defenseless, struggling to withstand their onslaught. "I never anticipated that 2 beasts like you could force me into such a predicament," Feng Huang remarked, seemingly underestimating them. As soon as he concluded his statement, he unleashed an even more potent dark power. "Feng Huang possesses such formidable energy," Wushan Ling exclaimed, his expression reflecting astonishment as he resisted the overwhelming shockwave. "Thus, we must still place our hopes on Master Mingchan," Tian Nan stated. After speaking, Tian Nan glanced back. Yet the scene remained unchanged. Master Mingchan was still ensnared in his sorrow and fury. "Master Mingchan, awaken. even if they are mortals. They have succumbed to the dark forces. They are indeed of the wicked clan. Master Ming Chan, you are slaying the wicked, not mere mortals. Despite the fervent pleas from Wushan Ling and Tian Nan, Master Ming Chan remained unmoved. In his heart and mind, he felt he had slain innocent lives. Defenseless ordinary people. No, I have taken lives, living, breathing humans. How could it possibly be so? Master Ming Chan continued to wallow in regret, shaking his head incessantly. He was not only rejecting the perspectives of Misty Mountain Zero and Tian Nan, but also negating his own beliefs. Despite my meticulous calculations, I failed to anticipate their audacity in employing mere mortals as their puppet army, advancing towards us. Master Ming Chan clenched his teeth, shut his eyes tightly, and balled his hands into fists, speaking with fervor. I, the heir of divine lineage, am I not? Is there any value in these words now? At that moment, the heir of the sea god, Ling Shang, appeared on the battlefield, closely followed by Li Tianhu, the heir of the fire god. Master Ming Chan, you have done nothing wrong. Your actions are indeed a means of freeing these mortals. You are saving them. Ling Shang approached Master Ming Chan, crouched beside him, and gazed into his hollow eyes, saying, better to let them perish than to be subjugated by the vile clan. You are truly guiding them. Chapter 1438, The True Battle. Am I guiding them? Upon hearing Ling Shang's words, Master Ming Chan seemed to have discovered the answer he sought, though in reality, it was merely his own fear of facing the truth. Indeed, Master, you are guiding them towards liberation, towards ascension, Ling Shang reaffirmed, bolstering his compassionate resolve. Now, it is time for us to rally and counterattack. As Ling Shang spoke, he assisted Master Ming Chan to his feet. I have long yearned to deliver a thrashing to these wretched vile beings, Li Tianhu exclaimed, his fists clenched with ferocity. Evil fire god Feng Huang, let me confront you. Very well, if that is your desire, I shall oblige, the evil fire god Feng Huang retorted, matching his fierce words. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, the evil sea god Fuxia suddenly emerged from behind the ranks of the vile army onto the front lines. Fuxia, what brings you here? Feng Huang inquired. Are you here to assist me? Oh, so you do care, Fuxia scoffed. Do not flatter yourself. It is Demon Marshal who sent me to inform you and Long Ji that it is time to retreat. There are better opponents for them to contend with. It is not our turn yet. Upon hearing Fuxia's words, Feng Huang instantly grasped the situation. With a cold laugh, he addressed the divine beings before him. I shall refrain from battling you for now. There are many little ones eager to play with you. It would be best to leave you in their care. Having said that, the evil fire god unfurled his massive black wings and ascended into the sky, calling out to the distant evil wind god Long Ji. Hey, Long Ji, it's time to leave. They are coming. They? Haha, so that is how it is. Upon hearing the words spoken by the malevolent flame god Feng Huang, the evil wind divine dragon Ji swiftly replied, very well, I shall spare you today, inheritor of the thunder god's power. However, remember this, should you survive today, we shall meet again ere long. With that, the evil wind divine dragon took to the skies, departing from the forefront of the battlefield where he had clashed with the divine beings. Ah, if that be the case, let me see who it is that you speak of. Subsequently, the thunder god Qin Mu joined forces with several other divine beings. Are you all unharmed? He inquired of the tiger god Wushan Ling and the others. Wushan Ling shook his head, indicating that he was indeed unscathed. Strange, why did they depart so suddenly? Who exactly do they refer to? The thunder god Qin Mu queried, perplexed. Of course, they refer to the god hunters, Master Ming Chan said, his brow slightly furrowed. I sense their presence. They have nearly all arrived here. If that is the case, their divine artifacts are specifically designed to counter us. Do we not stand little chance? Li Tianhu spoke with an air of unease. From here on, we shall face a fierce battle. At that moment, the lion god Tian Nan hoisted his 10-section divine artifact, the Feng Tian Pajun blade, upon his left shoulder, speaking dismissively, the god hunters? The very ones opposing me reside in the far north. Thus, in this battle, Tian Nan shall become your pivotal force. Upon hearing Tian Nan's declaration, the others nodded in agreement. Ba, indeed, you are truly our key to overcoming this challenge. Master Ming Chan said as he approached Tian Nan and bowed deeply in gratitude. Tian Nan quickly supported the venerable Master Ming Chan, saying, Master, there is no need for such formalities. We are all of the divine race. I trust you, and I believe that the Northern King Ning Feng has gathered us here for a purpose, to resolve the long-standing conflicts that have plagued us. Indeed, Tian Nan's words resonated with the thoughts of the Northern King Ning Feng, who sought to mend the disputes and misunderstandings among the divine beings, whilst also bringing resolution to the formidable forces of the evil clan and the god hunters. Perched upon the city walls, the northern king Ning Feng gazed at the battlefield ahead, a smile creeping upon his lips as he softly mused, hee hee. It seems the true battle is about to commence. True battle? The others turned their attention to Ning Feng, and then cast their gazes towards the distant battlefield. Northern king, when you speak of true battle, do you mean the god hunters? The wind god heir Feng Sun inquired of the northern king Ning Feng. Indeed, you are quite perceptive. The first battle has merely begun. What transpired earlier was but a prelude, Ning Feng replied with a steady tone. In the face of the impending onslaught from the god hunters, empowered by the forces of the evil clan, the northern king Ning Feng felt neither fear nor anxiety. Even the tension within him remained unexpressed. Alas, you still possess the composure to speak so calmly. The heir of the wolf god, Tian Nan, addressed the northern king. Ning Feng, stating, we do not share your level of nonchalance. This is not mere nonchalance. When one arrives, one must find tranquility in the situation, Ning Feng replied. As he spoke those final words, Tian Nan silently reminded herself that there were no alternatives left. She must confront the reality head-on. However, in that fleeting moment, Ning Feng sensed the presence of others nearby. Attempting to take advantage of my unpreparedness to pursue other agendas? A clever thought, yet it has not escaped my notice. Mo Wu, you cunning old fox, I have finally grasped your elusive tale. Subsequently, Ning Feng addressed Feng Sun, who stood beside him. Feng Sun, heed my command. At your command, Feng Sun responded, a mixture of confusion and excitement evident in his voice. I'm here. At your command. For this young boy. Experiencing the tumult of battle for the first time, the protocols and processes felt utterly foreign. Ning Feng, I hereby order you to venture to the forbidden grounds behind our extreme northern territory, to assist my servant Fei Fei, and eliminate all intruders within the forbidden zone. Do you understand? Ning Feng's tone was grave. Yes. Feng Sun accepts the mission. I will ensure its completion. The young heir of the wind god, imbued with divine lineage, departed from the city walls bearing Ning Feng's directive. Ning Feng, entrusting such a task to a mere child seems somewhat imprudent, Yulan remarked. Feng Sun, being the chosen heir of the previous wind god, Daika, must fulfill the responsibilities expected of one belonging to the divine lineage, Ning Feng responded, gazing into the distance. Thus, this battle requires him to unleash his inherent power. That said, Feng Sun was indeed inexperienced in the throes of such a battlefield. But, there are no buts, Yulan. Listen closely. We are in the midst of war. You must temporarily suppress your emotions. If something were to happen to you in my extreme northern land, how could I explain it to Qinmu? Ning Feng's words left Yulan momentarily speechless. Indeed, Ning Feng spoke the truth. This war was unlike any they had encountered before. A slight misstep could lead to catastrophic defeat, resulting in the innocent perishing in droves. Understood, Yulan replied to Ning Feng. At that moment, before the forbidden grounds behind the extreme northern territory, a group of individuals clad in black robes materialized. Who are you? Fei Fei inquired, wielding the divine artifact, the flame phoenix sword, while sensing the aura of fear emanating from them. Yet, the group did not respond immediately to Fei Fei's question. Upon witnessing the situation, Fei Fei furrowed her brow and inquired once more, I am addressing you. Who exactly are you? One of the figures cloaked in black replied, Little girl, you ought to leave this place. Do not risk your life here. It would be a grave mistake. Despite his words, Fei Fei could not discern his features, only the unfathomable darkness beneath his hood. I am here on the orders of my master, King Ning Feng of the Northern Realm, Fei Fei declared, her eyes widening as she spoke with firmness. If anyone is to leave, it will be you lot. King Ning Feng of the Northern Realm, you say? The same dark-clad figure sneered coldly, if that is the case. I have no need to spare your life. As he spoke, 3 of the 8 figures behind him lunged towards Fei Fei, weapons drawn. The mysterious assailants engaged her in a fierce struggle, their combat prowess evenly matched, creating a stalemate. Sensing Fei Fei's formidable nature, the black-clad man gestured, summoning 2 more individuals to intensify their assault on her. In an instant, Fei Fei unleashed her infernal power. Just then, the 5 adversaries she faced erupted with dark purple lightning energy. Lightning power? Who are you? Why do you wield energy akin to that of the thunder god? Yet, her inquiries were met with silence as they pressed their assault with even greater ferocity. You need not ask, the figure in black responded ominously. For the dead do not speak. Soon, you will understand how foolish King Ning Feng's orders are. The only foolish ones here are you creatures who dare not reveal your true forms. Fei Fei retorted defiantly, seeking to belittle them with her words. Facing imminent death, yet still so obstinate, servants of the chaos god Goner, You gods truly possess a remarkable arrogance. At that moment, the figure in black signaled the final three behind him to charge at Fei Fei. In a heartbeat, the battlefield before the Forbidden Zone transformed into a fierce scene of 1 against 8. They are indeed formidable adversaries. Their identities remain unclear, and I cannot afford to perish here. But I am merely a servant of the mightiest deity. Though she reassured herself, Fei Fei was acutely aware of her limitations. She could not single-handedly confront the 8 foes before her. Nevertheless, she did not relent, refusing to concede defeat, and gritted her teeth to endure until the very last moment, knowing that it would also be her ultimate limit. I cannot lose. Fei Fei, filled with excitement, addressed the Great Maw. As her words echoed, multiple beams of nocturnal infernal light erupted from her being, momentarily repelling the crowd. In that instant, her human form transformed into the majestic infernal phoenix. Observing this, the cloaked man, with a tone tinged with astonishment, remarked on the formidable prowess of this divine woman, admitting he had underestimated her. After uttering these words, he commanded the 8 individuals once more, urging them to conclude the battle swiftly, for their time was limited. The treasures within the forbidden land of the far north were their true objective. Upon hearing the cloaked man's directive, the 8 tightened their grips on their weapons. Their faces obscured, yet Fei Fei could sense their enhanced power, now significantly greater than during their previous skirmish. Eliminate her, he commanded, responding to the order. The 8 unleashed arcs of dark purple lightning, charging toward Fei Fei with astonishing speed. The infernal phoenix, now fully unleashing her own power, engaged in a battle that was exponentially more intense than before. As the infernal phoenix soared into the air, she flapped her massive wings, enveloped in black flames, unleashing a barrage of dark fire upon them. However, the lightning they discharged completely neutralized her flames, inflicting no harm. In that moment of distraction, the cloaked figure summoned the dark purple lightning in his right hand and struck a powerful blow to the head of the infernal phoenix. Fei Fei cried out in agony and collapsed to the ground. Humph! Overestimating oneself, the divine beings are not so formidable, the cloaked man scoffed. Chapter 1440. The Wind God Youth. After enduring the devastating punch from the mysterious cloaked figure, Fei Fei slowly rose to her feet, shaking her head, and unleashed a furious cry toward the 9 before her. What are you still shouting about? Was my previous blow not enough to intimidate you? The cloaked man inquired with a calm demeanor. In response to his contemptuous words, Fei Fei continued to shout, her expression growing increasingly ferocious. Meanwhile, the other 8 pressed closer to the infernal phoenix, forcing her to retreat step by step in an attempt to create a safe distance from these enigmatic foes. Just as Fei Fei believed escape was impossible, a sudden gust of wind surged from the side, striking the 8 and attempting to dislodge their hoods, revealing their faces. However, they were ultimately thwarted by the might of the dark purple lightning. Subsequently, the heir of the wind god, Feng Sun, emerged from the winds and descended before the blazing phoenix, Fei Fei. Upon recognizing Feng Sun's presence, Fei Fei reverted from her fiery form. What brings you here? Did my master send you? She inquired with curiosity. Indeed, it is your master, the northern king Ning Feng, who dispatched me to assist you, Feng Sun replied. Your master is truly formidable, possessing remarkable foresight to anticipate formidable foes in this place. After listening to Feng Sun's contemplative remarks, Fei Fei responded with a hint of exasperation. Alas, this is not mere foresight. My master possesses an extraordinary sense of perception. Whenever a being with a powerful aura appears nearby, he becomes instantly aware. Noticing the faintness in Fei Fei's voice, Feng Sun turned to her, and indeed, she had been grievously injured by the dark-robed figure's earlier strike. Additionally, she had expended a significant amount of energy in her previous efforts, leaving her in a weakened state. Enough, do not speak any further. Leave this to me. After all, I am the heir of the wind god, Feng Sun stated confidently as he surveyed the 9 individuals before him. Upon hearing the youth declare himself as the heir of the wind god, the dark-robed man felt a surge of unease and tension, accompanied by an escalating fury rising from within. Humph, boy, since you are one of the heirs of the divine lineage, today shall be your misfortune. Misfortune for me? Huh. It seems that the true misfortune lies with you 9 who seek death, Feng Sun retorted. With that declaration, he unleashed his divine technique, known as Wind Soaring God. A gust of wind, hundreds of times more potent than before, erupted from him, forming a powerful shockwave that surged towards the 9 adversaries. Faced with such a fierce gale, the 9 individuals hastily summoned their dark purple lightning, crossing their arms defensively. Yet, against the divine wind, their lightning was as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, swiftly disintegrated by the overwhelming force. In an instant, the 9 dark-robed figures were propelled several meters away by the ferocious wind. What a powerful gust! Is this the strength of the divine? The dark-robed man mused to himself. Soon after, the 9 advanced once more, positioning themselves in opposition to Feng Sun, the heir of the wind god. Not bad. You are significantly stronger than that woman from before, the dark-robed man sneered. However, today, you shall surrender your life here. Wish to claim my life? Very well. Let us see if you possess the capability. At that moment, Feng Sun drew forth his divine artifact, the holy soul weapon, the wind blade. Subsequently, under the influence of his divine martial arts, the legendary artifact, the wind blade of the holy soul, advanced seamlessly into the 10th tier, transforming into the wind blade of the fiery heavens. Allow me to witness whether you possess the strength to confront me. The wind god Feng Sun pointed the artifact directly at the cloaked man, his voice deep and resolute as he declared, "Let us see in the end whether I perish at your hands, or you become the souls beneath my blade." With that, Feng Sun launched himself into the fray, attacking with astonishing speed towards his adversaries. At that moment, the 8 individuals, aside from the cloaked man, unleashed an even more potent surge of dark purple lightning, channeling it into their respective weapons, and they engaged in fierce combat with Feng Sun. Amidst the intertwining gales and electricity, the entire forbidden ground shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Unexpectedly, Feng Sun's prowess was formidable, far exceeding my expectations. The divine servant, Fei Fei, who leaned on the artifact Flame Phoenix sword, marveled at Feng Sun's intensity in battle, remarking to himself how the fledgling was indeed unafraid of the tiger. At this moment, Feng Sun grew more valiant with each passing moment. It was his first encounter with such a conflict, and his excitement surged. He fought without reservation, his singular aim being to swiftly defeat the 9 before him. Let you all savor the essence of the wind before your demise. Divine wind, dragon of the heavens, punishment. With a mighty leap, Feng Sun ascended into the air, raising his right hand that gripped the artifact high above. Instantly, the skies stirred, gales converging upon the artifact. Thereafter, a dragon-like figure formed from the wind sword. Roaring with fury above, Feng Sun then directed the artifact forcefully towards the ground, targeting the 8 adversaries charging at him. The wind dragon dove from above, creating a tremendous explosion mid-air, sending shockwaves of divine wind radiating outward. Yet, the wind dragon had already pierced through the bodies of the 8, causing them to plummet to the ground. What? The cloaked man stood in disbelief, astonished that a single strike had obliterated his subordinates. At that moment, Feng Sun landed gracefully on the ground, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he addressed the cloaked man. I act under the command of King Ning Feng of the Northern Realm, tasked with guarding this forbidden ground. Anyone who approaches shall be met with no mercy. Chapter 1441. The angered resentment upon hearing Feng Sun proclaim the command from King Ning Feng, the cloaked man fell into a contemplative silence. Feng Sun, I did not anticipate your strength to be so impressive, praised Fei Fei, standing behind him. Indeed, who do you think I am? I am the wind god, after all. Feng Sun replied with pride. Dealing with such insignificant pests is an effortless delight, rest assured. Here I am, and I shall protect you. When dealing with such a youth, one must refrain from lavish praise. The moment he receives a compliment, his little braid seems to soar to the heavens. Alas, one must exercise caution, for the remaining individual is indeed formidable. Fei Fei admonished Feng Sun, stating that the punch just delivered had left her head still spinning. Moreover, what truly perplexed Fei Fei was how these 9 individuals possessed lightning powers so akin to those of Thor, the god of thunder. Fear not. In the eyes of the wind goddess Air, he is but a minor character. I exert little effort, and he shall crumble. Just as Feng Sun finished speaking, the cloaked figure appeared before him in an instant. What? So swift? Feng Sun's eyes widened, and before he could comprehend what transpired, he was struck by the cloaked man's powerful punch, sending him flying several dozen meters away. An overconfident wretch, truly believing himself invincible, mocked the wind god Feng Sun. Feng Sun. Fei Fei turned to see that Feng Sun had vanished from sight, despite being shielded by divine energy. That fierce punch imbued with potent lightning caused Feng Sun to spit blood. Damn it, is this an ambush? Very well, you seek your own demise and force my hand. The wind god Feng Sun gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed, a fierce expression adorning his face. At this moment, the cloaked man remained unaware of the impending events. The speed of the wind is hardly remarkable. After uttering these words, the cloaked figure turned to stride towards the forbidden ground of the extreme north. Fei Fei once more brandished her Flame Phoenix sword, launching an attack from behind the cloaked man. However, he detected her assault and swiftly countered, delivering a thunderous punch that sent her crashing to the ground. Humph, seeking death. Just then, a gust of wind surged from the side as the wind god Feng Sun, surpassing even the speed of an instant, launched his assault on the cloaked figure. Gale kick. With a single blow, he sent the cloaked man flying several dozen meters away. Humph, you strike me, and I respond with a kick. Is that not fair? Feng Sun addressed him from afar. Feng Sun helped the fallen Feifei to her feet and inquired, Feifei, are you all right? I'm fine. Feng Sun, you must stop him. Prevent him from entering the forbidden ground. Feifei replied weakly, I understand. Do not worry. As long as I am here, no one shall pass. With that, Feng Sun leaned Feifei against a tree and turned his gaze towards the direction where he had kicked the cloaked man. Sensing that the man was not dead, but rather his aura had grown even stronger than before. Before long, the man in the black robe approached slowly and remarked to the wind god Feng Sun, that last kick possessed considerable power and impressive speed. It deserves commendation. With a smirk, Feng Sun retorted, Thank you, but I am rather curious about what lies beneath your hood. Are you too hideous to reveal your true visage? Or is your head simply unremarkable? Despite recognizing the veiled insult, the man in black did not react with anger. After a brief moment of silence, he removed his hood, revealing his true identity. He was none other than Si Ming, the lord of the northern territory of Ling, who fancied himself the rightful heir to the thunder god Helrao, defeated previously by Qin Mu. And you are? Feng Sun inquired. I am Si Ming, the lord of the northern territory, he replied, asserting his claim as the true successor of Helrao. However, that is of little consequence now, for I have acquired a more potent and formidable power. As he spoke, Si Ming unleashed a crackling dark purple lightning from his right hand. Sensing this surge of energy, Feng Sun scoffed, I expected something extraordinary. But it turns out to be the power of the wicked clan. Indeed, it is I who, possessing both divine and demonic powers, am the rightful heir to the thunder god's lineage. Whenever he reflected on this assertion, Si Ming felt waves of exhilaration ripple through his heart. You claim to be what? An heir of the thunder god Helrao? Ha. Feng Sun laughed. What are you laughing at? Si Ming demanded. You nearly made me die of laughter. With your kind, you dare to proclaim yourself an heir of Helrao? Where are your sacred weapons, the holy soul weapon and the extreme thunder armor? You possess nothing. Spare me the farce. Feng Sun dismissed him disdainfully. The holy soul weapon and the extreme thunder armor should belong to me. They are mine. Si Ming exclaimed furiously. If it weren't for that little brat named Qin Mu who snatched them away, I would have already attained all the power of the thunder god Helrao. Observing Si Ming's agitation, Feng Sun furrowed his brow. Listen, Si Ming, do you understand that the inheritance of divine bloodlines is predetermined by the gods themselves? It is not something you can simply claim. Clearly, you are not a true heir of any divine lineage. You should leave now. I will explain the situation to King Ning Feng of the northern border. After all, you have guarded the sacred artifacts of Helrao for some time. With that, Feng Sun turned and began to depart. However, Si Ming could not accept the words of this young man and was further inflamed by his own grievances. The thunder god. Everything belonging to Helrao is rightfully mine. The holy soul weapon is mine. The extreme thunder armor is mine. They are all mine. With this fervent thought, Si Ming widened his eyes and charged menacingly towards Feng Sun. With a sudden surge, formidable bolts of lightning erupted from his hands, aimed ferociously at the back of Feng Sun. Die! Just then, Feng Sun swiftly turned around, witnessing the scene and quickly raised his wind blade to defend himself. Chapter 1442. The sound of wind. Why do you still fail to comprehend? Why is it so difficult to communicate? Feng Sun furrowed his brow, addressing Si Ming before him. If that is the case, then this predicament is entirely of your own making. After uttering those words, Feng Sun concentrated the surrounding energy, transforming it entirely into a powerful gust of wind emanating from himself. Within the confines of this fierce wind, Feng Sun gradually began to exert his strength, matching Si Ming, who had abruptly suppressed him moments before. I offered you a chance at life, yet you failed to appreciate it. Wind shadow 100 blades, blood of the slaughter. At that moment, Feng Sun manipulated the surrounding winds to generate sharp blades of air, launching a fierce offensive. The deranged lord of Lingbei, Si Ming, now bore the onslaught of countless air blades upon his flesh, without flinching. Regardless of Feng Sun's relentless assaults, Si Ming appeared impervious to pain, a terrifying sight. Yet he refused to abandon his struggle against the divine. How can such a person exist? Feng Sun was astonished by Si Ming's frenzied demeanor, his heart shaken profoundly. Suddenly, From a distance, a whirling iron rod soared through the air, separating the two combatants in an instant. The rod then spiraled back into the hands of a man, none other than Feng Jin, one of the hunters. Qinglong rod. Upon seeing the divine weapon in Feng Jin's grasp, Feng Sun felt a twinge of unease and surprise. Indeed, Feng Sun, you remember the rod I wield, Feng Jin remarked dismissively. Feng Jin, what are you doing? You nearly took my life. Si Ming, standing nearby, shouted angrily at Feng Jin. Damn it, you're even striking me. The hunter, Feng Jin, rested the divine Qinglong rod on his shoulder and turned to scrutinize Si Ming. After appraising him, Feng Jin couldn't help but chuckle coldly before speaking. Look at you now, exhibiting the cruelty of a tyrant. The strength of the evil clan is indeed not to be underestimated. Humph, spare me your nonsense. Speak, what brings you here? Si Ming demanded, his brow furrowed. What brings me here? If I hadn't shown up, you would have been dismembered by this lad just now. I am here under the orders of our leader, Lu Fenglin, to provide you with support. With a scornful tone, Feng Jin added, rather than support. It seems to me you are merely being replaced. You will enter the forbidden zone, find the object we seek, and bring it back. As he spoke, Feng Jin's gaze once again locked onto the heir of the wind god, Feng Sun. I, on the other hand, calmly engaged with my prey, ultimately slaying the heir of the wind god. Upon hearing the words spoken by Feng Jin, both Si Ming and the wind god Feng Sun fell into a profound silence. At that moment, Si Ming glanced at Feng Jin beside him, then turned to face the adversary, Feng Sun. After a brief pause, Si Ming remarked, Ah, young man, you must hold on a little longer. Do not let your demise precede my emergence. Rest assured, focus on your own matters. I require nothing from you here. Feng Jin replied in a somewhat subdued tone. Subsequently, Si Ming, the lord of Lingbei City, proceeded toward the forbidden zone. Observing this, Feng Sun could hardly allow such an entry. This was an order from the northern king Ning Feng, and even at the cost of his life, Feng Sun would resolutely prevent him from entering the forbidden grounds. Humph, you two are truly deluded. You shall not pass, Feng Sun exclaimed passionately to Si Ming. Immediately, the heir of the wind god, Feng Sun, brandished the 10-section divine artifact, the Gale Blade, and charged at Si Ming. The hunter, Feng Jin, witnessing this, gathered his strength once more and hurled the divine artifact, the Azure Dragon Staff, with great force. In a fleeting moment, Feng Sun sensed impending danger and, with a sidelong glance, perceived the rapidly spinning staff hurtling towards him. He swiftly raised his hand to block the staff, yet at that instant, Si Ming had already breached the forbidden zone. Cursed be this. After deflecting the Azure Dragon Staff, Feng Sun hurried towards the entrance of the forbidden area. However, the hunter, Feng Jin, swiftly closed in behind him, positioning himself directly in Feng Sun's path. Coming to a halt, Feng Sun beheld Feng Jin's calm demeanor, perplexed. You. No, you are not Feng Jin. Who are you truly? Feng Sun inquired of the figure before him. Indeed, I am no longer the Feng Jin you once knew. The hunter, Feng Jin, replied to Feng Sun with a serene tone. I am now a formidable slayer, wielding the god-slaying blade and the powers of the sinister clan. Upon finishing his words, the hunter unleashed his formidable energy and the newly acquired powers of the sinister clan. Humph. Do you truly believe you can escape my grasp with your current state? Feng Jin's eyes suddenly widened, unleashing a powerful wave of sinister energy towards the youthful wind god. Feng Sun. Feeling the oppressive force, Feng Sun gulped nervously. After all, he was still a boy, and such power instilled a flicker of unease and fear within him. Observing Feng Sun's silence, who merely furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze upon him, Feng Jin noted that the murderous intent in his eyes had yet to surface. Humph. Feng Sun, how curious it is that you, as the heir of the wind god, can also experience fear? Feng Jin teased. Step by step, Feng Sun retreated, while the formidable foe advanced relentlessly. Do you think I am afraid of you? What a jest! Feng Sun's voice, tinged with weariness, revealed his struggle against the overwhelming threat before him. Is that so? Then allow me to witness the true might of the divine beings. Let me see what stirs the winds, Feng Jin retorted. With these words, the hunter of winds wielded the divine artifact, the war god's Azure Dragon Staff, which transformed into the Azure Dragon Thunderstorm Staff. At that moment, two fierce gusts of wind surged from the rear of the extreme North Kingdom. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Thunder God Qin Mu and several other divine beings sensed an incredibly potent aura drawing near. Here it comes, everyone be cautious. Thunder God Qin Mu warned his companions. Indeed, no one can thwart us. With a thunderous shout, the weapon imbued with dark purple lightning, the war god's Thunderfall blade, sliced through the chaos of battle. embedding itself firmly in the ground before the divine assembly. Upon seeing the weapon of the hunter, Qin Mu immediately recognized it as belonging to the Thunder Soldier. Thunder Soldier? He inquired, furrowing his brow with unease. Have they completely locked onto us? Are these hunters specifically targeting us? Indeed, you speak correctly, it is them. The Master of the Blazing Sun replied calmly. However, the situation is not utterly dire. We still possess a chance of victory. The others were perplexed by the Master's mention of a chance, but facing the imminent hunters, they had no choice but to prepare for battle. Moments later, several hunters emerged from the fray, each wielding their respective divine artifacts. Ah, what a narrow path for foes to cross. Here we meet, one remarked. Humph, this shall be the burial ground for the divine race. The Thunder Soldier drew the war god's thunderfall blade from the earth, excitedly addressing Qin Mu. Qin Mu, prepare to meet your demise. As the Thunder Soldier brandished his formidable weapon, Qin Mu's brow furrowed deeper as he assumed a defensive stance. To wish for our deaths here is a foolish dream. I nearly fell by your hand before, but today, it shall be you who meets your end. At that moment, Hunter Yin Zhen intervened, blocking the enraged Thunder Soldier. Thunder Soldier, do not be hasty, control your fury. Upon seeing Yin Zhen's presence, Li Tianhu, the inheritor of the Flame God, felt a surge of indignation. Yin Zhen, he called out, causing Yin Zhen to turn abruptly and behold Li Tianhu, the chief of Heavenly Calamity City, brandishing the divine artifact, the sacred soul blade of flame. Ah, what a narrow path for foes to cross indeed. Yin Zhen leisurely addressed Li Tianhu, the leader of Tianjia City, saying, it has been quite a while since we last met. Today, let us reckon both new grievances and old grudges. Li Tianhu responded with fervor. In that case, let us dispense with idle chatter beneath the blade. Strength and weakness shall be revealed through trial. With such conviction, the hunter god Yin Zhen unleashed his formidable powers, transforming his divine artifact, the war god flame blade, into the potent artifact, the flame heaven obliteration blade. Sensing the overwhelming wave of power, Li Tianhu, the heir of the flame god lineage, similarly erupted with his divine techniques. His sacred weapon, the Soul Slayer Flame Blade, evolved under the influence of his energy into the 10-tier artifact, the Flame God Execution Blade. In that moment, a powerful circle of crimson flames enveloped Li Tianhu, consuming his being and igniting the divine fury that lay dormant within his heart. In an instant, the flames abruptly dissipated. At this juncture, Li Tianhu stood transformed. His upper garments had been reduced to ashes by the divine wrath, his eyes ablaze with a brilliant fire, and his once black hair now glimmered with the hue of crimson flames. The leader of Tianjia City, Li Tianhu, had fully embraced the form of the flame god. Exchanging a glance with the hunter god Yin Zhen, both warriors gripped their divine artifacts tightly. Suddenly, they surged towards each other with astonishing speed. Hey, are they really starting to fight? Exclaimed the thunder god Qin Mu, astonished by the unfolding scene. The others present quickly turned their attention to the adversaries they were meant to confront. After a moment of silence, all parties charged at one another, thus igniting the flames of battle. On the city walls, the remaining half of the divine beings watched with trepidation, concerned for the safety of their comrades engaged in the fray. What on earth is happening? Is this what one would call a plan? Questioned the ruler of the Lanhai Kingdom, Meng Yao, as she turned to the northern king Ning Feng. Ning Feng, my lord, speak up. They have already engaged with their respective targets, and yet you seem so leisurely observing. Confronted with Meng Yao's inquiries and confusion, Ning Feng remained unfazed. What else should I do? Should I lead you all to surrender? Do you truly believe that such a strategy is superior to my previous one? He retorted. Well, Meng Yao, I am asking you, what do you think? Which plan resonates more with your desires? You. Meng Yao was infuriated by Ning Feng's response, yet found herself at a loss for a retort. Overwhelmed by her anger, her mind could conceive of nothing beyond the desire to eliminate Ning Feng before her. Ning Feng, one day, you will personally bring about your own demise, Dream Yao declared resolutely, her teeth clenched, her voice laced with indignation, and her gaze revealing a fierce intent to kill. Very well, I await that day when you will come to slay me, Ning Feng, the king of the northern realm, responded in a somber tone. At that moment, the servant Lian Fu sensed that the horde of formidable beasts she had summoned had suffered significant casualties, and promptly reported to Ning Feng. Master, the rare beasts I gathered are now nearly annihilated. The enemy's rear forces appear to be quite formidable. Ha ha ha. It must be the hunter god behind this, Ning Feng sneered, for otherwise, the traitorous scum of the evil clan would never allow their own to engage. What shall we do next? The hunters have already arrived on the battlefield, and they possess the power of the evil clan within them, placing us at a severe disadvantage. Xiananji expressed her unease regarding the current situation to Ning Feng. In truth, Ning Feng had already anticipated these developments. However, he harbored his own plans. Not only was the frontal battlefield significant, but the rear forbidden grounds were also a crucial aspect that could not be overlooked. Where is San Yang? Has she departed for the forbidden grounds? Ning Feng inquired of Xiananji. Yes, she has set off for the forbidden grounds behind our northern kingdom as per your command. Xiananji replied to Ning Feng, the king of the northern realm. I see, Ning Feng acknowledged. The battle in the forbidden grounds is now of greater importance than that on the frontal battlefield. What? Am I mistaken? The frontal battlefield is raging with conflict. What could possibly be behind your northern kingdom that would cause you such concern? Is there something unspeakable? With such perplexity, the monarch of the Lanhai kingdom, Dream Yao, questioned Ning Feng. Ning Feng, are you truly prioritizing matters behind your northern kingdom over the lives of our divine kin? Upon hearing Dream Yao's words, Ning Feng's previously calm demeanor evaporated. At that moment, his anger surged, ignited by her final assessment of the situation. Oh, so you think I, Ning Feng, weigh the pros and cons? Ha ha ha, you are a local tyrant, while I, Ning Feng of the northern realm. Once I was a soldier. The essence of a soldier lies in obeying orders as a sacred duty, prioritizing the overall situation on the battlefield, and holding victory or defeat in the highest regard. The victor is king, while the vanquished are but rogues. At this moment, waves of emotion surged within Ning Feng, reflecting his identity as a soldier, a military leader, the ruler of a city, the king of the northern realm, and the most potent heir of the divine lineage. In this instant, he also stood as the guardian of many families and the countless flickering lights of humanity. Still, as a human and a divine being, he embodied the soul's spiritual anchor. Dream Yao, let me tell you this. I, Ning Feng, shall never concern myself with whether a single life endures or perishes. In the northern realm, King Ning Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the battlefield beneath the city walls, deliberately avoiding the gaze of Dream Yao, the sovereign of the Lanhai kingdom. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, allowing the biting northern wind, laden with swirling sands, to lash against his face, leaving its marks. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes and turned to Dream Yao, declaring, "What truly concerns me is the multitude of families nestled beyond the towering walls of this northern kingdom, and the radiant lights that illuminate every corner of the Tianfan continent. I have stated before, I was not born a king, yet I shall rise to sovereignty upon this Tianfan continent. I, King Ning Feng of the North, seek the title of the sole sovereign of this realm." His voice, filled with fervor yet tinged with gravity, resonated not only with Dream Yao but with all the divine beings present. What I, Ning Feng, ultimately strive for is a realm devoid of conflict and a world united in harmony. The resolute declaration from King Ning Feng, coupled with the powerful aura of a ruler emanating from him, evoked a profound sense of awe among Dream Yao and her companions. North, King of the North, you, stammered Liamo, the Lord of Fengxiang, a flicker of trepidation igniting within him. We all trust you. So this battle, before he could finish, King Ning Feng interjected, this is not merely a battle, it is war, and lives will be lost. His words underscored his unwavering stance, to fight and perish if necessary, with no retreat. Thus, I hope you are all prepared for this reality. Addressing the remaining divine beings beside him, King Ning Feng continued, you may deem me tyrannical, unfeeling, cold-hearted, and ruthless in my pursuit, willing to sacrifice all for the sake of ultimate victory. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. After a brief pause, King Ning Feng addressed everyone again. I cannot guarantee that any of you will survive until the end of this war, just as I, Ning Feng, cannot assure my own survival until that moment. I am prepared for this, and I merely hope that you too are ready. His heartfelt proclamation seemed to penetrate the very souls of those atop the city walls, reaching deep into their hearts. In that moment, a light, the light of a king, illuminated the hearts of all present, casting reflections in their eyes. Ning Feng, why speak so? We all deserve to live. Summer South Ji's plea was once more curtailed by King Ning Feng. He raised his right hand, his index finger placed before his lips, signaling her to silence. His command brooked no dissent. Hush, no more. My resolve is firm, and I trust you can feel it. That is sufficient. The Northern King, Ning Feng, took a deep breath and addressed everyone beside him, stating, if we are fortunate enough to survive until the end, whether it be for me, Ning Feng, or for others, we shall seek vengeance for grievances. However, at this very moment, our only adversaries are the malevolent clan and the hunter of gods. Indeed, They are our sole enemies at this juncture. Long Fei, the heir of the dragon god, observed the profile of Northern King Ning Feng. Taking in the manner in which he clasped his hands behind his back, and the aura he exuded evoked a sense of reverence within him. Ning Feng, please articulate the next steps of our strategy. Command me as you see fit. Long Fei implored. You are mistaken, Long Fei, Ning Feng replied, furrowing his brow with a serious demeanor. This war cannot be won solely by your prowess, my own, or even the combined strength of the two of us. I have already stated that our ultimate victory does not rest on the shoulders of a single individual. This will be a triumph for all of us. At that moment, upon hearing the heartfelt words of Ning Feng, Long Fei, Li Mo, Tian Nan, and Ming Yao found themselves at a loss for words, their hearts stirred by profound shock. What shall we do next? Ming Yao inquired, her tone notably calmer than before. Observing her newfound tranquility, Ning Feng let out a cold chuckle and replied, for now. We simply need to wait patiently. Wait, what are we waiting for? The others questioned, utterly bewildered. We await the situation at the forbidden area, to see if the malevolent celestial demon possesses the ability to awaken the last of the evil clan's god. Ning Feng spoke in a somber tone. Betrayer of the divine, malevolent demon of the heavens, I shall see how you emerge and how you break the seal I have personally set. Chapter 1445, The Constrained Gale. Just then, the battle before the forbidden area of the extreme North Kingdom raged on fiercely. Confronted by the hunter of gods, Feng Jing, who was intent on targeting him, Feng Sun, the heir of the wind god, felt a twinge of unease as he was steadily pressured by Feng Jing. It seems you have indeed mastered the power of the evil clan. Otherwise, how could you dare to confront me? Such thoughts are but a delusion, Feng Sun declared, furrowing his brow with an agitated tone. If that is the case, do you not feel a sense of fear now? Feng Jing queried, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips, as if victory were already assured. Feng Sun, the wind goddess heir, gripped the 10-segment divine artifact, the wind-controlling blade of the heavens, tightly, refraining from making any rash moves. He understood that should he strike first, he might easily fall prey to Feng Jing's counterattack. Thus, he remained poised, awaiting the opportune moment to launch his attack. However, the hunter of gods, Feng Jing, brandishing the divine artifact, the Azure Dragon's thunder stick, had discerned Feng Sun's intentions. Not bad, kid. You understand not to strike first. So what are you waiting for? A chance to attack, am I right? Feng Jing coldly chuckled as he addressed the wind god, Feng Sun. Upon hearing Feng Jing articulate his thoughts so precisely, revealing the inner turmoil of his heart at that very moment, Feng Sun felt a tremor within, overwhelmed by astonishment. At that instant, Fei Fei, resting beneath a tree, summoned every ounce of strength from his severely injured body, enduring excruciating pain as he slowly rose to his feet. Leaning on the divine artifact, the flame phoenix sword, Fei Fei spoke weakly to the wind god, saying, Feng Sun, you must hasten, pursue Si Ming at once. Leave the hunters here to me. Do not forget the task entrusted to us by our master. Anyone who enters this forbidden ground, regardless of who they are, must be eliminated without mercy. Feng Sun was well aware of this command. However, the current circumstances were dire. Not only was he unable to surpass the hunter Feng Jing before him, but Fei Fei was also gravely injured and incapable of engaging in battle against the formidable Feng Jing. I understand, but in your current state, how can you possibly wield your powers? You would be courting death. Feng Sun furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth as he turned his back to Fei Fei, speaking to him with urgency. Let me handle this. You should rest here beneath the tree. As for Si Ming, he has only just entered the forbidden zone. I will resolve this quickly and then pursue him. There will still be time. Do not forget, I am the wind god. The speed of the wind is unmatched. Humph. Is that so? At that moment, hearing Feng Sun's words, the hunter Feng Jing couldn't help but sneer. Then let me see how you conjure this wind. With that, he wielded the divine artifact, the Azure Dragon Tremor Staff, launching a fierce assault toward Feng Sun. The long staff descended heavily from above, bearing down on the wind god. In response, Feng Sun defended himself with the 10-segment divine artifact, the Gale Blade. Each strike from both combatants aimed at the vital points of their opponent, with every blow intended to secure victory. After a while, the hunter Feng Jing unleashed the sinister powers that enveloped him, channeling this dark energy into his Azure Dragon Tremor Staff. The staff transformed, taking on a new form, now known as the Twin Dragon's Huanyuan Trident. The exterior of this artifact was entwined with dark purple dragon bodies, while the central segment continued to shimmer brilliantly. Humph, young man. What you just witnessed was merely a warm-up. Now the true battle begins. The hunter Feng Jing declared, Very well, I too have loosened my muscles. Let me see just how potent your newly acquired sinister powers truly are, Feng Sun retorted. After all, your time is limited. With those final words, the two forces of divinity clashed once more. However, it soon became evident that Feng Sun's pride in his speed was no longer an advantage against Feng Jing. The latter could keep pace with the wind's velocity, even surpassing it and anticipating the divine assaults. Such a scene left the wind deity, Feng Sun, utterly astonished. As he beheld the malevolent powers displayed by the hunter, Feng Jing, a profound sense of oppression began to envelop him. Why aren't you running, kid? What's the matter? Can't keep up? Feng Jing taunted Feng Sun, mocking his speed. The words dripped with derision, igniting a spark of fury within Feng Sun. Yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. Feng Sun, you should quickly enter the forbidden zone. Leave this guy to me, Fei Fei implored weakly from behind. I can hold him off for a while. I can buy you some time. No, absolutely not. This guy is here to kill me. It has nothing to do with you. Just as their predicament deepened, the hunter, Sen Yang, suddenly appeared in the vicinity. Hey kid, why are you hesitating so much? Sen Yang approached, addressing Feng Sun. If you linger any longer, the task assigned to you by King Ning Feng of the North will surely fail. Sen Yang, what are you doing here? Feng Sun inquired, astonished. What do you mean, what? I was sent by King Ning Feng of the North. Worried that you wouldn't handle the situation well and would act impulsively. It seems I really came as he said. Sen Yang replied dismissively, feeling embarrassed by her words. Feng Sun lowered his head in silence. Witnessing his former friend turned traitor, Feng Jing felt a surge of anger and addressed Sen Yang. Sen Yang, you have truly become a traitor among us. Traitor? Huh. We simply walk different paths and do not conspire together. Moreover, I have not acted against any of you hunters. The man I love is of the divine race. I know I cannot truly harm him, so I chose to follow him to the northernmost kingdom. What is wrong with that? Sen Yang explained. Feng Jing's fury only intensified upon hearing her justification, wishing he could crush his own teeth in frustration. You need not say more. It is evident you are resolutely siding with the divine race, which makes you my enemy, he declared, his brow furrowed in determination. Chapter 1446. The final seal in this realm of mortals, various factions engage in both overt and covert struggles, rife with deception and treachery. Thus, no alliance is everlasting, and there is no comrade, brother, or ally to whom one can completely entrust their back. Upon hearing Feng Jing's words within the hunter organization, Sen Yang could not help but burst into laughter. Ha! Humph, Feng Jing, do you think your righteous threats will scare me? If it weren't for our past together, I wouldn't even have shown up today. Who knows which divine being might have come instead, perhaps even King Ning Feng himself to eliminate you. Observing Sen Yang's calm demeanor, Feng Jing felt a twinge of unease. After swallowing hard, the hunter Feng Jing retracted his earlier offensive stance. At that moment, Sen Yang, observing the situation, urgently instructed the wind god Feng Sun beside her, that lad who inherits the wind goddess power. Now is the time to swiftly enter the forbidden zone and eliminate the intruder. Upon hearing Sen Yang's reminder, Feng Sun assessed the current circumstances and, as he turned to depart, cautioned her, Sen Yang, this individual possesses the terrifying power of the evil clan. You must exercise utmost caution. Once I deal with the one inside, I'll come out to assist you. Understood. Hurry along, young one. If you fail, given the temperament of that northern king. I need not elaborate, Sen Yang replied. With their exchange concluded, the wind god Feng Sun invoked his powers, riding the winds to enter the forbidden area. Before the forbidden zone, Sen Yang once again focused her gaze on Feng Jing. Very well, Feng Jing. Did you not just declare that you would regard me as your enemy? Here lies your opportunity, Sen Yang addressed him. Observing Sen Yang's unwavering calmness, Feng Jing retorted, I fear you lack the strength to contend with me at this moment. This is precisely why I say you self-important individuals are misguided. I am aware that you harbor the power of the evil clan. Whether you can prevail remains to be seen. As soon as he finished speaking, Sen Yang drew her divine artifact, the war god S-Blade, pointing it directly at the hunter Feng Jing. Let your arrogance be your downfall. You shall soon comprehend the folly of your actions. Upon uttering these words, the hunter Feng Jing, wielding the Azure Dragon Tremor Staff entwined with the powers of the evil clan, launched the first attack against Sen Yang. Dragon Pursuit Fury. Feng Jing thrust the Azure Dragon Tremor Staff forward, channeling his energy to manifest a dragon form. A dark purple dragon surged forth from the tip of the staff, hurtling towards Sen Yang. Unperturbed, Sen Yang concentrated her own energy upon the war goddess blade, unleashing a white crescent slash towards the advancing dark purple dragon. Heavenly might execution. The two formidable attacks collided, resulting in a violent explosion and shockwave that rapidly spread outward. Nearby, the divine being Fei Fei had regained some strength and was astonished by the scene before him. Who would have thought that the current hunter would be this formidable, even surpassing those who once slayed gods? Fei Fei's eyes widened, filled with profound reflection. Meanwhile, the wind god Feng Sun had delved deeper into the forbidden zone. What is happening? Where's Si Ming? After pursuing so far, why have I yet to see his figure? At this moment, Feng Sun halted, surveying his surroundings. As he looked around, he suddenly sensed a powerful force not far ahead. With questions swirling in his mind, Feng Sun slowed his pace, cautiously advancing forward. Upon approaching, the sight before him left him utterly astounded. This is the seal of the divine clan. In astonishment, the wind deity Feng Sun pondered why there existed a seal of the divine race in this place. Could it be that it belonged to the evil clan? Indeed, it was the seal of the evil clan. Si Ming stepped forward and addressed Feng Sun, revealing that it was the wicked deity among the evil clan, Tian Nan. Upon hearing the name Tian Nan, Feng Sun was taken aback, his eyes widening as he fixated on the sealing barrier before him. This was what Ning Feng sought to protect. Gazing at the seal, Feng Sun murmured to himself, realizing this was also the source of his greatest concern. However, you have arrived too late. I have already broken this seal. Just as Feng Sun pursued Si Ming, the latter had already discovered this seal of the evil clan within the forbidden ground, having previously acquired the power of the divine race. Remnants of the strength of the thunder god Hello still lingered within him. Thus, shattering this seal was a trivial matter for Si Ming. Wind boy, you should feel honored, he proclaimed. You are about to witness the moment when the great deity of the evil clan awakens. Hearing this, Feng Sun felt a surge of anxiety, for it was his first encounter with such a formidable being from the evil clan awakening before him. At that moment, the malevolent deity Tian Nan, who had been dormant beneath the sealing barrier, suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a fierce countenance as he unleashed his potent evil clan techniques, shattering the barrier above. In an instant, Tian Nan soared into the sky, causing a dramatic upheaval. Dark clouds gathered, and fierce winds howled through the forbidden ground, weaving through the trees. Observing the surroundings, the malevolent deity remained silent. Soon after, he sensed the presence of a divine being nearby, emanating an aura that repulsed him. Oh, a member of the divine race. I never expected to feel this distasteful divine power after all this time, Tian Nan lamented. Now that I have awakened, I shall practice my skills on you first. With that, Tian Nan launched himself at Feng Sun with remarkable speed. Sensing the imminent danger, Feng Sun contemplated fleeing to evade the onslaught of Tian Nan, fully aware that his current strength was insufficient to contend with such an adversary. However, escaping the attack was an impossible feat. Just as Feng Sun attempted to merge with the wind to evade, Tian Nan abruptly seized him by the throat, preventing his escape. Humph, this power, it belongs to the wind deity Daika. No, you're not Daika. Boy, who are you? Tian Nan inquired of Feng Sun. As I gazed upon the youth firmly grasped in my hands, I undeniably sensed the essence of the wind deity within him. However, he did not embody the form of the Dika that resided in my heart. I am the wind deity. Wind deity Feng Sun responded with considerable effort. Let me go? At that moment, Si Ming approached and explained the situation to the malevolent deity, Tian Nan. So this is the case, Tian Nan remarked, astonished. I never expected a mere mortal to possess the ability to slay gods. Upon finishing his words, he released his grip on wind deity Feng Sun. In that case, I hold no further interest in you, the heir of the wind deity's bloodline. It is the heir of the strongest divine realm, the chaos deity Gono, who truly piques my interest. With that, Tian Nan unleashed his malevolent power, summoning a fierce wind as he ascended into the skies, departing from the forbidden ground. Meanwhile, the city lord of Lingbei, Si Ming, observed wind deity Feng Sun's current state. Though he had previously clashed with Feng Sun and was aware of his prowess, he refrained from provoking him at that moment. Consider yourself fortunate, boy. Should we meet again, I shall not let you escape so easily, Si Ming declared to Feng Sun, his tone tinged with excitement. Following this, he too harnessed his lightning power, utilizing his techniques to exit the forbidden ground of the extreme North Kingdom. Moments later, wind deity Feng Sun slowly rose to his feet, brushing off the dust and dirt from his body. Gazing towards the direction in which Tian Nan had departed, a frown creased his brow, his expression grave. Outside the forbidden ground, San Yang and Feng Jin were locked in a fierce battle. Suddenly, both of them, along with Fei Fei nearby, sensed a powerful aura from the evil clan and a shockwave emanating from within the forbidden ground. I cannot believe such formidable evil power exists within the forbidden ground, Fei Fei expressed with deep concern. Ha ha ha. It seems Si Ming has succeeded, Feng Jin sneered. Sen Yang, let us meet on the battlefield. Upon uttering these words, the hunter Feng Jin promptly departed from the scene. Just as Fei Fei intended to transform into the infernal phoenix to pursue hunter Feng Jin, San Yang intercepted her. Fei Fei, do not chase the desperate foe, be wary. This may be their trap, San Yang cautioned. At that moment, wind deity Feng Sun emerged from the forbidden ground, his body appearing somewhat fatigued. Upon seeing San Yang and Fei Fei, he spoke. San Yang, Fei Fei, we have failed our mission. The two turned towards Feng Sun upon hearing his voice, noticing the severe injuries he bore, and quickly supported him. Subsequently, San Yang inquired, Feng Sun, what exactly transpired? Feng Sun took a moment to gather himself before responding. Within this forbidden ground lies a divine seal barrier imprisoning the malevolent deity Tian Nan. It appears their intention in attacking the forbidden ground was to shatter this barrier and rescue Tian Nan from within. Upon hearing Feng Sun's explanation, San Yang glanced at Fei Fei. Their eyes met, and a flicker of trepidation ignited within them. The awakening of the malevolent deity, Tian Nan, posed a significant threat to the impending battle. After all, before Tian Nan transformed into a dark entity, he was once a member of the divine lineage. Ranked among the 13 deities as the god of extreme combat, a veritable embodiment of belligerence. It appears that the tides of war are indeed in a constant state of flux, Sen Yang remarked with a weighty heart. Regardless, let us first return to the city walls and promptly report this unforeseen situation to our master, Fei Fei suggested to the duo. Once they reached a consensus, Feng Sun, the wind god, summoned his divine powers to ride the winds, propelling them swiftly towards the direction of the northern king, Ning Feng. Meanwhile, those atop the city walls had already beheld the peculiar sight unfolding in the skies. The northern king, Ning Feng, wore an increasingly grave expression, furrowing his brow in silence. What is happening? Why has the sky suddenly turned so overcast? Xian and Ji inquired, perplexed. Beside her, Long Fei let out a resigned sigh, stating, as per usual, we anticipated the worst. Haven't we, Ning Feng? Almost immediately, Ning Feng seized the opportunity to respond, inhaling deeply before calmly declaring. The battle at the Forbidden Zone has concluded. Everyone, prepare yourselves. A fierce confrontation is imminent. A fierce confrontation? Given the intensity of the battle ahead, is this not already a fierce confrontation? At that moment, Meng Yao pressed Ning Feng for clarity. What exactly transpired? What lies within the Forbidden Zone behind your extreme North Nation? You shall soon learn of this matter, Ning Feng replied enigmatically. Just then, as the group conversed, Feng Sun arrived on the winds, accompanied by Sen Yang and Fei Fei, reaching the city walls. Your Majesty, Northern King, the mission at the Forbidden Zone has failed. The seal of the malevolent deity Tian Nan has been broken by the enemy. Upon hearing Feng Sun's revelation, the crowd was taken aback. So, it turns out that your extreme North Nation harbors such a threat, exclaimed Meng Yao, the ruler of Lan Hai, furrowing her brow as she addressed Ning Feng with urgency. Ning Feng, why did you not disclose this sooner? Furthermore, why did you send only Feng Sun, who here has not been battle-hardened? Ning Feng responded in a somber tone. He, too, is an heir of divine lineage. I deemed him capable of undertaking that task. Capable? Even if he is the heir of the wind god, Daika. He has yet to partake in any significant battles, and he remains but a youth. Tian Nan is ruthless. Do you not comprehend the peril he poses? Should he slay Feng Sun, we would acquire yet another formidable adversary within the hunter circle. Listening to Meng Yao's scolding words, Ning Feng refrained from retorting. From her perspective, it was evident that even he struggled to contain the fury simmering within. However, on the battlefield, emotions hold no sway. Here, every individual stands as a warrior, ready to charge at the enemy upon receiving a command. Meng Yao, in other matters, I might concur with your perspective and heed your admonishments. King Ning Feng of the Northern Realm spoke earnestly to Meng Yao. Yet, what lies before us now is war. In my eyes, all are equal. War is characterized by victories and defeats, by those who survive until the end, as well as those who perish along the way. Chapter 1448. The forces of opposition enough with the quarrels, everyone. The situation is already dire. We cannot afford to turn against one another. Li Mo implored Ning Feng and Meng Yao, for battles still lay ahead. Very well, Ning Feng, let us attend to matters at hand. Once the war concludes, I shall deal with you accordingly. Meng Yao warned Ning Feng sternly. I await your summons, Ning Feng replied succinctly. At that moment, the battle raged on the front lines between the divine beings and the hunters, each clash intense as both sides navigated their lethal techniques, striving to gain the upper hand in their assaults. Ming Chan, it is astonishing that after all these years, your meditative resolve remains unyielding. The hunter, Shi Huatian, remarked to the sun god, Master Chan Umitba, I once urged you to lay down your blade, yet you remain ensnared in the throes of slaughter, unable to extricate yourself. Shi Huatian, wielding the divine warrior's battle blade, pointed it menacingly at Master Chan, furrowing his brow as he spoke gravely, Humph. The victor claims the throne, while the vanquished are but brigands. This is the very essence of truth. Thus, to relinquish one's blade is to become a lamb awaiting slaughter. The belligerent ideology expressed by Shi Huatian revealed his own combative spirit. After defeating Shi Huatian, Master Ming Chan chose not to end his life, but rather, through his meditative wisdom, persuaded him to reconsider, ultimately sparing him. Having traversed many paths, Shi Huatian sought to enhance and refine his martial prowess by challenging strong individuals across the land. The fate of the defeated was invariably the same, death. For Shi Huatian believed that the vanquished were unworthy of further combat. Thus, upon defeating an opponent, he would sever their heads, ensuring a swift demise. Now, upon encountering Master Ming Chan once more, Shi Huatian's fury had reached its zenith, even surpassing its peak. Master Ming Chan, today your head shall be mine. With that declaration, Shi Huatian unleashed his martial energy, augmented by the formidable power of the Dark Clan. The artifact in his grasp, the divine warrior's battle blade, transformed under the influence of these two forces, evolving into the newly forged artifact, the cataclysmic blade of the heavens. Sensing the potent energy released by Shi Huatian, along with the overwhelming shockwave emanating from the artifact, Master Ming Chan instinctively stepped back with his right foot. Umitba, since I was unable to guide you back then, today, in the name of the divine, I shall eradicate you completely. Master Lian, the Zen master of the blazing sun, resolutely declared to the frenzied Shi Huatian before him. Subsequently, Master Ming advanced the sacred weapon, the divine punishment prayer beads, into the 10-tiered artifact, the divine punishment eternal night blade. At this moment, both parties charged at each other, wielding their divine weapons. Among the fierce battle between gods and men, the clash between the sea god Lingchong and the hunter Wu Long was particularly intense. Both wielded powers derived from the sea. The god-slaying spear of the warrior god surged with even greater might under the influence of the Dark Clan's strength, raising waves of sea dragons that were far more formidable than before. Observing this, the divine being Lingchong brandished the 10-tiered artifact, the Sea Dragon Battle Soul Halberd, to counter it. As the two exchanged blows, Lingchong realized that Wu Long was now able to match her, and at times, his aggressive maneuvers even surpassed her own. Is this truly the case? It seems the Dark Clan's power is indeed a remarkable asset, Lingchong mused. Lingchong, I may have been defeated by you in the forest, but today marks your demise. Wu Long exclaimed, his eyes wide with fervor as he addressed the sea god Lingchong. Even with the strength of the Dark Clan, what of it? Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Do you genuinely think I, Lingchong, cannot contend with you? The sea god Lingchong replied with remarkable composure. Witnessing her calm demeanor, the hunter Wu Long felt an unsettling sense of trepidation. What is happening? Why is she so unperturbed? Could it be that Lingchong truly has a way to counter my Dark Clan's power? Wu Long pondered anxiously within himself. In truth, Lingchong had no means to confront Wu Long at this moment. However, it was unlikely that she would be defeated or slain by him. On the eve of the war, the Northern Kingdom's King Ning Feng had spoken with Lingchong regarding the confrontation between the Dark Clan and the Hunters. After learning that the Hunters had gained the Dark Clan's power, Lingchong remained deeply concerned about the impending conflict. Ning Feng, even though you have now acquired power surpassing that of the primordial divine spear Ganyuo, transcending the 10 tiers, the fact that the Hunters have obtained the Dark Clan's strength is indeed troubling news for you, Lingchong expressed to King Ning Feng of the Northern Kingdom. However, King Ning Feng appeared unperturbed by this matter. Observing his serene demeanor, Lingchong pressed him again. Ning Feng, do speak up. How shall we proceed with this battle? After a brief silence, King Ning Feng took a deep breath and replied, Lingchong, our divine clan wields sacred weapons, while theirs is derived from the artifacts they possess. Lingchong, upon hearing Ning Feng's words, still did not grasp the implications he was trying to convey. This is undoubtedly true, but what follows? The power of the Dark Clan stands in opposition to that of the Divine Clan, just as the strength contained within the artifacts is also at odds with the power of the Dark Clan. The Northern King Ning Feng explained that the coexistence of divine artifacts and the powers of the dark races is an impossibility. Even if the god hunters were to temporarily acquire the strength of the dark races, it would merely be ephemeral, a fleeting moment. After hearing Ning Feng's elucidation, Ling Shang felt a sense of constriction and tension in her heart dissipate entirely, as the clouds of doubt that had loomed over her vanished into thin air. Previously, there had been much talk about the enigmatic northern king Ning Feng, and now that she had met him, she found the tales to be true. Ling Shang smiled softly at Ning Feng, saying, "Am I truly mysterious? I do not perceive myself as such. It is merely that after assimilating the full powers of the former chaos god Gono and merging with his consciousness, the true essence of many matters became clear to me." Ning Feng replied to Ling Shang. He never considered himself a divine being. In his eyes, he was simply a man with an unquenchable ambition for dominion. Chapter 1449. The Wrath of the Thunder God Qin Mu. It is time for us to settle the score. At that moment, the Lord of Lingbei, Si Ming, abruptly appeared on the battlefield, seeking out the thunder god heir, Qin Mu, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the god hunter Lei Bing. "It is you, Si Ming," thunder god Qin Mu remarked, scrutinizing Si Ming. Upon noticing the dark purple lightning coursing through Si Ming's fists, Qin Mu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you, too, acquired the powers of the dark races?" "Indeed. Since the powers of the divine races have barred me from entry, I shall use the strength of the dark races to slay you, the so-called heir of the thunder god bloodline." Si Ming's voice was laced with fervor and anger as he stared menacingly at thunder god Qin Mu. Feeling the dark energy radiating from Si Ming, thunder god Qin Mu swallowed hard. "Damn it. One Lei Bing is already more than I can handle, and now there's Si Ming as well. I find myself in an impossible position with no route of escape." For Si Ming, it was imperative to eliminate Qin Mu today and strip him of his formidable thunder armor. In his view, the heir to the thunder god bloodline had always been and would forever remain Si Ming alone. Lei Bing, shall we join forces to eliminate him? What say you?" Si Ming proposed to the god hunter beside him. Lei Bing, a simple-minded giant who relished the idea of teaming up to vanquish a foe, readily agreed. "All right, just as you say, let us work together to bring him down." "Very well. In that case, let me witness the prowess of you god hunters," Si Ming said, his tone somber. Upon hearing these words, Lei Bing immediately unleashed all of his dark race powers, channeling them into his artifact, the war god Thunderblade. In an instant, the artifact transformed into a new form, named the war god Thunder King Blade. With a determined resolve, Lei Bing, alongside Si Ming's declaration, charged forth, wielding their respective divine weapons towards the heir of the thunder god, Qin Mu. "Are we truly doing this?" Qin Mu, the thunder god, exclaimed in astonishment. Clenching his fists, he unleashed an even more formidable azure flame of thunder upon the divine military god fist. In the face of such adversity, the former thunder god, Helios, would not have retreated a single step, and neither would Qin Mu, who exhibited even greater courage. At the moment he swung his fists, he had already cast aside his own life. With a fierce roar, the thunder god Qin Mu's right fist formed a shield of lightning, bracing against the dual forces of thunder unleashed by Lei Bing and Si Ming. The 10th fist of the divine military god, Thunder Might, Quaking Fist. At that instant, the colossal lightning shield absorbed the potent electrical energy released by Qin Mu, subsequently erupting into a powerful beam of lightning directed straight ahead. Lei Bing and Si Ming, caught off guard, were instantaneously engulfed by the brilliant azure lightning. The shockwave generated by this lethal move surged outward, decimating numerous soldiers of the evil faction. If this war is to be the final chapter of my life, I shall face it with composure. However, in my conclusion, I shall not count you among my witnesses," Qin Mu declared with heartfelt conviction before collapsing to one knee, his right hand pressed against his chest, struggling against the overwhelming burden inflicted by his own devastating attack. "It seems I have yet to fully master this power," the thunder god Qin Mu gasped. As he spoke, blood suddenly poured from his mouth. "Damn it, these 2 punches nearly cost me my life. Truly, a loss of 1,000 for the enemy, yet an 800 loss for myself," Qin Mu lamented. Nevertheless, even in such a state, the hunter Lei Bing and the lord of Lingbei, Si Ming, had been rendered incapable of rising after being consumed by the earlier lightning. How could Qin Mu, having only recently acquired the extreme thunder armor, become so formidable? Si Ming uttered with great difficulty, summoning every ounce of strength in a futile attempt to stand. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. He had exhausted all his energy. Meanwhile, Lei Bing, who had previously been gravely injured by the forces of evil and was on the brink of death, had regained his strength and vitality through the dark powers. However, he had just endured the overwhelming might of the thunder, which surpassed his own dark abilities, rendering him unable to withstand it. Thus, he became the first hunter to engage with a deity and suffer defeat. Qinmu. Qinmu. At that moment, as Qinmu knelt, burdened by the backlash, Yulan leaped from the walls of the extreme North Kingdom, hastening towards him. Upon hearing her voice, Qinmu released his thunder god form and smiled with relief. As I slowly turned my head, I beheld Yulan rushing towards me. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through my body, I gritted my teeth and gradually rose to my feet. Just as Yulan reached me, I could no longer endure the agony and collapsed into her embrace. Qinmu, are you all right? What is wrong? Please, don't scare me. Yulan anxiously inquired about my condition. He cough. I'm fine, just a bit weary. I can no longer move. It's all right, I'll support you. We'll make our way back slowly. Your battle has concluded, let us return. Yulan, holding back her tears, spoke to me reassuringly. Ha. I haven't disgraced Brother Feng. Nor have I brought shame upon you or the entire divine clan, I managed to articulate with great effort. These few words were a release of the pressure I felt from the battle, granting me a moment of relief. Indeed, you are right. You have brought no disgrace to any of us. Well done. Yulan exclaimed excitedly as she assisted me. We witnessed your victory from the city walls. It was a triumph that each of us recognized. Ha, cough, that's good. The two of us slowly made our way towards the direction of the extreme North Kingdom. Upon witnessing this, the Northern King Ning Feng, standing atop the walls, took a deep breath and a faint smile graced his lips. Chapter 1450. Awaiting the unforeseen changes with the brief victory brought forth by Thunder God Qinmu in battle, everyone from the extreme North Kingdom rejoiced. The soldiers and divine beings on the battlefield rallied together, growing ever bolder. I never expected he could defeat those two formidable opponents with just a single punch. Qinmu truly possesses remarkable skill, Tian Nan remarked. Indeed, if such a thunderous fist were to strike me, I doubt I could withstand it, the Dragon Emperor, Ning Feng, chimed in. Moreover, that was merely his second punch. Had it been his first, I reckon they would have been reduced to ashes, scattered by the wind. Once Yulan helped Qinmu through the gates of the extreme North Kingdom and ascended to the city walls, King Ning Feng immediately approached them. Observing Qinmu, who was utterly spent, battered, and pale, Ning Feng stepped forward to support him. Qinmu, well done. That 1 against 2 was executed beautifully. Hearing the Northern King express such affirmation regarding my recent battle, I looked at him and smiled with gratitude. I understand your thoughts, Northern King. For your sake, I willingly risk my life, solely to put your heart at ease. I responded with great effort. All right, Yulan, please take Qinmu to rest. We do not require your presence here for the time being. Ning Feng instructed Yulan. Yes, I understand. Thereupon, Yulan assisted me as we descended from the city tower towards the rest area. Soon, your time of reckoning shall arrive. Ning Feng turned to gaze upon the battlefield before him, internally seething. In truth, the Northern King, Ning Feng, was not only awaiting the awakening of the malevolent deity, Tian Nan, but also anticipating the peculiar transformations within the bodies of the god hunters. The time had not yet arrived, hence, patience was imperative. Waiting would ultimately mitigate casualties. Should he deploy the army at this moment, the soldiers of the extreme north would undoubtedly become mere fodder for the numerous evil clans. Upon Ning Feng's return, Ning Feng promptly addressed him. Ning Feng, I feel this is an opportune moment for us to pursue our advantage. No, absolutely not. At this juncture, we must avoid recklessness. Ning Feng interjected, countering the words of the War Emperor, Ning Feng. The enemy is currently formidable. We must remain calm and not act on impulse, lest we suffer a catastrophic defeat. Upon hearing the Northern King's analysis, Ning Feng refrained from further discussion. To him, it was evident that Ning Feng's ability to take command of the northern snowfields in such a brief span and transform it into one of the mightiest forces of the Tianfan continent under his leadership was no small feat. If that is the case, I shall defer to your arrangements, Ning Feng affirmed. This engagement also allowed many divine beings to witness Ning Feng's exceptional capabilities. His composure in crisis, profound battlefield foresight, meticulous strategic planning, and exemplary leadership spirit left them profoundly impressed. Subsequently, Ning Feng scrutinized the situation on the front line, observing the confrontation between Ling Chang and the god hunter Wu Long. At that moment, the sea deity Ling Chang and the god hunter Wu Long remained locked in a standoff, neither party exhibiting the intent to strike first. From Ling Chang's perspective, the key was to evade their adversary's might. Following Ning Feng's predictions, a particular moment would soon arrive, one where the divine and malevolent forces within the bodies of the god hunters would repel each other. Unbeknownst to the god hunters, they continued to arrogantly unleash their formidable malevolent powers. Ling Chang, Are you afraid? Wu Long taunted, wielding the divine warrior's spear against the composed sea deity before him. If that is the case, I advise you to refrain from futile resistance and struggle, for victory is beyond your grasp. This war is decidedly lopsided, he continued, reveling in his triumph. Look around. The soldiers of the extreme north have been utterly subdued by the forces of the evil clans. Thus, if you were to take your own life, it would spare me the effort, wouldn't it? Upon hearing Wu Long's empty boasts, Ling Chong, the heir of the bloodline of the sea deity, paid him no heed. In essence, she had never regarded him with any significance. Very well, since you insist. I shall ensure you meet your end with relish. Otherwise, it would be a regret for you, wouldn't it? The sea god Ling Chong mocked, saying, as for yourself, it does not bode well. It is as if I am disregarding you. You seek death. Upon hearing such disdainful words from the sea god Ling Chong, the hunter god Wu Long was filled with fury. Subsequently, he grasped his divine weapon tightly with one hand, while the other hand erupted with dark purple demonic energy. With both hands firmly clasping the artifact, the malevolent power swiftly spread over the divine weapon, transforming it into the entirely new artifact, the demonic sea dragon hunter spear. A wave of intense dark purple malevolence was released from the artifact in Wu Long's hand, creating a shockwave that surged toward the sea god Ling Chong. Observing this, Ling Chong promptly positioned her 10-part artifact, the sea dragon battle soul spear, in front of herself to withstand the formidable shockwave. Let us hope that what the northern king Ning Feng speculated is indeed true. Otherwise, our lives may be forfeit. At this moment, confronted by the immense power of the hunter god Wu Long, Ling Chong's heart was gripped by trepidation and unease. The analysis previously conducted by Ning Feng remained unverified, filling her with anxiety. After neutralizing the demonic shockwave unleashed by Wu Long, Ling Chong furrowed her brow and took the initiative to counterattack. Sea Dragon Divine Domain, Annihilation. Ling Chong leapt into the air, raising her 10-part artifact, the Sea Dragon Battle Soul Spear, high above, channeling her divine energy into the sky. At this moment, filled with indignation, Ling Chong's expression turned serious as she glared fiercely at the hunter god Wu Long below. The divine race cannot be breached by mere mortals, Ling Chong declared with righteous fervor, asserting, even if your ancestors possessed the power to slay gods, you, having forsaken all, cannot surpass the honor they once held. Chapter 1451, An Unusual Discovery. Ocean Domination, Dragon Slaughter. The hunter god Wu Long, unwilling to yield, charged towards Ling Chong with the demonic sea dragon hunter spear in hand, determined to annihilate her in a single strike. Similarly, Wu Long was at the peak of his rage, intent on obliterating Ling Chong with this attack. However, unbeknownst to him, everything was unfolding as the northern king Ning Feng had foretold, entirely within his control. Each hunter's physical constitution and capacity to bear their powers varied, leading to differing durations of repulsion between the artifact and the demonic energy. At that moment, as the artifacts in Wu Long and Ling Chong's hands clashed violently, Wu Long suddenly sensed something amiss. The demonic sea dragon hunter spear in his grasp began to tremble uncontrollably, its energy fluctuating erratically. Ultimately, with a resounding explosion, it erupted in a reaction of repulsion. Suddenly, a burst of golden divine light erupted from the abyssal sea dragon hunter spear, shattering the dark purple aura of the malevolent clan that enveloped it. The formidable force of this golden holy light penetrated the hunter of gods, the war dragon, toppling him to the ground. As he lay there, the hunter of gods coughed up blood, and the malevolent power within him gradually dissipated. Why? Why is this happening? The war dragon clutched his chest, enduring the pain inflicted by the recent wave of holy light. Looking at the spear, it had reverted to its original form, the divine weapon of the war god, the sea overturning spear. The war dragon remained perplexed, unable to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Descending gently from midair, the sea god Ling Chong gazed at the divine weapon before turning her attention to the war dragon. Do you not yet understand, war dragon? The reason your divine artifact has returned to its previous state, why the malevolent power dissipated so willingly, is due to repulsion, Ling Chong explained. By relying on the power of the malevolent clan, you forsook the inheritance of your artifact. Thus, in this battle, you have lost. And not just you, but soon, all of you shall fall. Upon hearing Ling Chong's words, the hunter of gods remained defiant, refusing to accept the explanation she provided. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. We hunters exist solely to slay your divine kin, and as long as we can kill you, we shall use any means necessary. The war dragon stood up in fury, his eyes wide with rage as he glared at Ling Chong. In his anger, He attempted once more to unleash the malevolent power he had previously harnessed. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he was now incapable of summoning that dark force. The recent impact had utterly shattered the tainted power within him. Damn it! Why can't I release it? Driven by an obsession with slaying gods, the hunter of gods swiftly drew the divine weapon of the war god and charged at Ling Chong. Witnessing this scene, Ling Chong felt a twinge of helplessness within her heart. If that is your choice, do not blame me. You sought your own demise. She sternly warned the charging war dragon. Subsequently, the 10-section divine artifact, the Sea Dragon War Soul Spear, pierced through the hunter of gods, impaling him with a swift motion. Perhaps this outcome is the most fitting for you, Ling Chong remarked, observing the lifeless body of the hunter of gods, now lying in a pool of blood. With that, she brandished her 10-section artifact and charged toward the malevolent army. On the city tower, Ning Feng witnessed this scene and felt a surge of resolve. Ling Chong had also dealt with her formidable foe. Thus, the hunters had lost 2 of their own. As I expected, the malevolent power reacted with the artifacts they wielded. And this was precisely what I awaited. The Northern King, Ning Feng, addressed those around him, stating, "So, this means we can mobilize the entire army now, correct?" Liu Mo inquired of Ning Feng. After a brief moment of silence, the Northern King issued further commands to several members of the divine race present. Liu Mo Mingyao, Long Fei, Xian Nanji, you 4 are to maneuver around to the rear of the demonic army and sever their forces from within. Upon hearing the Northern King's orders, the 4 divine beings exchanged glances, and then Mingyao furrowed her brow, questioning Ning Feng. But why aren't we confronting the enemy head-on? Have you discerned something amiss? Zhan Tianhuang, Long Fei, echoed the inquiry. Indeed, has something peculiar occurred? In response to their perplexity, Ning Feng calmly explained, indeed, regarding this war. The situation on the front lines raises certain doubts for me. The numbers of the demonic army have not diminished significantly. In fact, they appear to be increasing. Despite the passage of time, our soldiers from the extreme north, under the guidance of the divine beings, have not advanced considerably against the enemy. After absorbing Ning Feng's revelation, the 4 turned their gazes toward the front lines, realizing the truth in his words. Impressive, you managed to detect this. We were so focused on the battles between the divine beings and the hunters that we overlooked this critical detail, Liu Mo remarked to Ning Feng. You wish to ascertain how many enemies remain in the rear, correct? Meng Yao stated to Ning Feng. This understanding is crucial for determining our subsequent strategies. With that, Meng Yao leapt from the battlements. Seeing her decisive action, the remaining 3 followed suit, jumping down from the walls. The 4 divine beings observed the fierce combat on the front lines, yearning to join yet recognizing the importance of Ning Feng's observations. Long Fei surveyed the battlefield and suggested to his companions, let us depart from the left flank, ensuring we remain undetected by the demonic forces to avoid becoming entangled in battle. There is no need to worry, we will proceed together. If we are discovered, we can split up, with 2 of us holding off the enemy while the other 2 continue forward, Meng Yao responded with unwavering determination. Very well, let us set forth. The 4 then unleashed a portion of their divine powers and swiftly engaged in a flanking maneuver. Chapter 1452. The truth in the face of the defeat and sacrifice of 2 hunters, the leader, Lu Fenglin, was filled with indignation and a hint of fear. Damn it! How could this happen? We obtained the formidable power of the demonic race. Why are we still facing defeat? Why can we not overcome the divine beings? Amidst Lu Fenglin's fury, the White Dragon King, Nangong Hua, merely scoffed, leisurely remarking, alas, even so, you still fail to comprehend. Upon hearing the words of Nangong Hua, Lu Fenglin furrowed his brow, his eyes widening in disbelief as he slowly turned to face the White Dragon King. Nangong Hua, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that my decision to ally with the evil clan is erroneous? Lu Fenglin inquired. Humph, it is not that you have erred, but rather that your leadership is profoundly foolish, Nangong Hua retorted mockingly. Foolish, you say? Pray tell, in what manner am I foolish? Lu Fenglin pressed. Alas, have you not pondered why the evil clan's dark deity chose us to bestow power upon them? Do you not realize that the power of the evil clan is of the same essence as the divine artifact, the war goddess battle? Nangong Hua elucidated. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of unease and doubt ignited within Lu Fenglin. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, are you implying that the dark deity's weapon is intended to enable us to combat the divine clan? Once we vanquish them, we shall suffer a backlash from the 2 opposing forces, potentially leading to our own grave injuries or even demise. Indeed, after the confrontation with the Emperor of War, Long Fei, in Tianhuang City, the White Dragon King, Nangong Hua, had experienced an unusual transformation, his body succumbing to the so-called backlash and repulsion. Moreover, I suspect their true intention is to orchestrate our mutual destruction, ultimately eliminating all of us. Hua shared his thoughts with Lu Fenglin. Lin Shu, who had been silently listening, fell into deep contemplation. If that is the case, then do we not become mere puppets under the dark deity's control? He mused. Precisely. And we would be the kind of puppets destined for death, the White Dragon King, Hua stated with grave seriousness. Thus, Lu Fenglin, as our leader, your imperative now is to guide us in surviving this war as long as possible. With Lei Bing and Wu Long having already perished in battle, do you wish to mindlessly sacrifice yourself in their stead? At that moment, as Lu Fenglin pondered Hua's counterarguments, he found himself ensnared in a web of conflict. Gaining power from the evil clan, by harnessing this strength, would undoubtedly provide him with the means to confront the divine clan. Yet, the peril lay in the overuse of such power, marking the onset of a countdown to his own demise. Conversely, relying solely on his own strength and the divine artifact would prove insufficient against the current heirs of the divine clan, such as Ning Feng. Truly, heaven does not favor me. Why is it that those of the divine clan, who once possessed artifacts, can fully inherit divine power, whereas the descendants of the chaos deity, Ning Feng, have even surpassed the strength of the ancient Gono? Jealousy and resentment surged within Lu Fenglin. Why can we not attain such heights? Observing Lu Fenglin's intense emotions, Lin Shu found himself at a loss for what to do. He discerned the inner turmoil and anger within Lu Fenglin. Nevertheless, as the leader, she had no choice but to comply with his orders. This time, however, she broke her silence, addressing Lu Fenglin directly. It is time to make a decision. Otherwise, those individuals ahead may soon meet an unfortunate fate, much like Wu Long and Lei Bing. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, Lu Fenglin was reminded of his previous declaration, I will protect all our hunters. It was this very conviction that gradually calmed his earlier fury. Taking a deep breath, he turned to face the battlefield in the distance. After a prolonged silence, he spoke again, we hunters will not be manipulated by anyone. We cannot be controlled. And what is your decision? Inquired the White Dragon King, Hua. Will you continue to exploit the powers of the evil clan, leading us to our demise? Or shall we first eradicate the evil beings before engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the divine clan? Certainly the latter, since the cunning fox, evil heavenly god Mo Wu, desires to kill two birds with one stone, we shall respond with a resounding counterattack. Lu Fenglin exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation, fists clenched, teeth gritted. Now, that sounds more like it, Hua replied. Our esteemed leader, what shall be our next course of action? Our next plan is to turn the tables and strike against the evil clan. Just then, Hua sensed the presence of his archenemy, the Dragon Emperor, Long Fei. Wait, it seems we have company approaching, he announced to those nearby. Upon hearing this, Lu Fenglin too felt the oppressive force emanating from the left. Indeed, it is the divine clan. How fortuitous. I was just pondering how to find them, and here they come to us, he smirked coldly. Lin Shu was taken aback by his words. Wait, didn't you just say you wouldn't seek trouble with them? Lin Shu, I, Lu Fenglin, never waver in my words. He replied resolutely. I seek them not to confront them, but rather to forge a temporary alliance. After addressing Lin Shu, Lu Fenglin turned to Hua. Hua, Feng Jing, Luo Ya, Han Yu, Abo, U5, go to the left and assess the situation. Assist our new allies. Yes, leader, replied the White Dragon King. With that, the 5 hunters brandished their divine weapons and swiftly raced towards the left. Evil clan, evil heavenly god Mo Wu, mark my words, I, Lu Fenglin, will one day stand before you and exact my revenge. The hunter Lu Fenglin turned to gaze behind him, silently muttering to himself. Chapter 1453, Collaboration. Honestly, I have already instructed you to be cautious and to refrain from unleashing all your powers at once. Yet, you have gone ahead and released everything. Xia Nanji complained, frowning at Meng Yao. Well, I wasn't aware that these vile creatures from the evil clan would be so perceptive, Meng Yao replied innocently. Even if I were to blame myself, how are we going to break through now? As the Dragon Emperor Long Fei and his companions maneuvered from the left flank of the battlefield towards the rear of the evil army, Meng Yao, overly confident, suddenly unleashed a vast amount of her power, hoping to reach the enemy's rear more swiftly. Little did she know that her actions would lead to their current predicament. The evil clan had detected them and were now swarming towards them. In no time, Long Fei and his companions found themselves encircled, unable to escape. After a fierce battle, The four of them increasingly sensed the unusual presence of the evil army that the northern king Ning Feng had observed from the city walls earlier. It seemed that Ning Feng possessed some strategic insight. Prior to departure, they had doubted such occurrences, but now they were compelled to believe. This is outrageous. How can these people appear from nowhere? Exclaimed the wolf god Tian Nan, filled with agitation. Just as the four were embroiled in a bitter struggle, the White Dragon King Nan Hua appeared on the battlefield, accompanied by Feng Jin, Luo Ye, Han Yu, and Abo. The four divine beings were taken aback, their hearts filled with unease. "Oh no, they have arrived," exclaimed the phoenix goddess Meng Yao, frowning at the 5 hunters before her. "It seems we will not be able to pass through any time soon." After exchanging a glance with the White Dragon King Nan Hua, Dragon God Long Fei calmly remarked, "Nan Hua, who would have thought we would meet here today for our final confrontation?" Upon hearing Long Fei's words, Nan Hua fell silent for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. "Long Fei, it appears you still fail to grasp the current state of the battlefield." Long Fei, unable to discern Nan Hua's true intentions, furrowed his brow slightly. "What do you mean by that? Bringing these individuals here is merely an invitation for our demise." "Isn't it? Then, why aren't you running away?" sneered the hunter Feng Jin. "Do you truly believe that with just the few of you, you stand a chance against the evil army behind us? Such hubris is tantamount to courting death." With the arrival of the hunters, the evil army hesitated, seemingly waiting for orders, as they were greatly intimidated by the powerful dark energy emanating from the hunters. "It appears that we must now send someone forth to continue the mission." The dragon god, Long Fei, addressed the 3 women beside him with utmost seriousness, declaring that currently, there was but one viable solution. The other 3 deities understood the gravity of the situation and subsequently selected the most suitable individuals for the task. "Tian Nan, we shall provide you with cover while you swiftly make your way to the rear of the evil clan's forces to conduct your investigation," the moon goddess, Liamo, instructed her. "You must complete this mission without fail." "But you all," Tian Nan began, only to be interrupted by Long Fei, who stepped in front of her, turning his back to her. "There are no buts. Time is of the essence. Do not squander it any further. Go," he urged. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon Tian Nan upon hearing Long Fei's words, and she resolutely turned to leave. Just as she was about to depart, the White Dragon King, Nan Hua, called out to her, "Wait, are you leaving just like that? Shouldn't you all go with her? If you are to leave, then let us leave together." "What? We are to go together? What do you mean by that?" The 4 deities were taken aback by Nan Hua's statement. "Nan Hua, what is your intent? Are you letting us go? Or is there another scheme at play?" The phoenix goddess, Meng Yao, inquired urgently. "Speak. What are your true intentions?" "A scheme? Ha ha, one could say that, but it is not directed at you," Han Yu replied to Meng Yao. "Rather, it concerns the evil clan's forces behind us." After uttering these words, the hunter, Han Yu, suddenly unleashed his formidable power, now infused with dark energy. In his grasp, the divine weapon, the Godslayer's sword of the war god, transformed under the influence of the dark power, evolving into the Godbane blade. With the divine weapon in hand, the hunter, Han Yu, charged into the ranks of the evil clan, unleashing chaos upon them. Witnessing this astonishing turn of events, the 4 deities were momentarily taken aback. "What on earth is happening here?" Meng Yao exclaimed once more. However, the dragon god, Long Fei, quickly deduced the situation. "There is no need to inquire further. It appears their alliance with the evil clan has unraveled," he calmly responded to Meng Yao. "Indeed, you are worthy of your reputation, Long Fei of the celestial continent." "You are correct," the White Dragon King remarked with a smile. "Now, our true enemy is the evil clan. Seize this opportunity and go quickly. Do not worry about us. We 5 shall hold the line against them," Abo urged. With that, the 5 hunters unleashed their powers, infused with dark energy, and charged into the fray, engaging in fierce combat with the forces of the evil clan. As the White Dragon King, Nan Hua, lay on the brink of death, he turned to gaze at the dragon god, Long Fei, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Long Fei," he said, "our battle is far from over. Once the dust of war settles, let us find a secluded place. As a hunter of the gods, my duty and mission shall forever remain to hunt the divine race." With those words, Nan Hua plunged into the ranks of the evil clan behind him. Witnessing the unwavering determination of these 5 individuals, the 4 divine beings contemplated joining the fray against the evil clan. However, they were bound by the mission issued by the northern king, Ning Feng, and could not afford to delay. They needed to ascertain the enemy's movements promptly. "Let us depart, so as not to squander the time these brave souls have fought for us," dragon god Long Fei remarked to the three women at his side. Chapter 1454. The Slaying of Evil. Meanwhile, on the other side, the leader of the hunters, Lu Fenglin, had traversed the ranks of the evil clan and stood before the formidable evil celestial demon Wu. Observing the 5 evil deities before him, Lu Fenglin felt a flicker of fear and unease creep into his heart. Lu Fenglin, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be at the forefront commanding your hunters against the divine beings? The evil celestial demon Wu inquired. In response to Wu's question, Lu Fenglin remained silent, offering no words. Beside him, the evil flame god, Feng Huang, shouted in indignation, "Hey, you little brat, are you deaf or mute? I'm asking you a question." "Humph, you are not worthy of conversing with me," Lu Fenglin replied with a tone of disdain directed at Feng Huang. Feng Huang's anger surged at Lu Fenglin's derisive remark, and he clenched his fists. "Lu Fenglin, if you have the guts, say that again." "Why should I? I've already stated that you are unworthy of dialogue with me. So, for now, keep your mouth shut," Lu Fenglin said, his voice deep and resolute, addressing the arrogant Feng Huang before him. Meanwhile, the evil celestial demon Wu discerned the peculiar demeanor and expression of Lu Fenglin. "Lu Fenglin, has someone conveyed something to you?" he asked. "Some matters need not be spoken aloud. I am already aware," Lu Fenglin calmly replied. "As for your plans and intentions, I believe it requires no further elaboration." Hearing this, the evil fierce god, Tian Nan, felt perplexed, for he was unaware of the preceding events. "Wu, what does this brat mean? And you say he is a hunter? A mere mortal, huh? How could he possibly collaborate with us? After all these years, your judgment has indeed diminished." Tian Nan's words dripped with sarcasm, subtly mocking the evil celestial demon Wu. At this moment, the evil fierce god, Tian Nan, remained oblivious to the truth, and Wu chose not to explain further, instead focusing his attention on the hunter, Lu Fenglin, before him. Moreover, on the battlefield ahead, the repulsive reaction emanating from the hunter god, Wu Long, was already known to the members of the evil clan. However, they were unaware that Lu Fenglin would arrive so swiftly to confront them. "Lu Fenglin, what is the matter? We, the evil clan, have bestowed upon you formidable techniques that enable you to contend with the divine beings. Now, you turn around to attempt to bite us back?" The malevolent wind god Longji could not help but scoff. "Truly, a pack of treacherous wolves. Wolves with hearts of dogs? How apt a phrase you've chosen. It indeed suits you well. I recall it was you, Longji, who persuaded us to embrace the power of the evil clan, claiming a partnership. Now, my people have perished due to this power. Should you not provide me with a reasonable explanation?" Lu Fenglin gritted his teeth, seething with unspoken rage as he addressed them. Upon hearing this, the 5 gods of the evil clan realized that Lu Fenglin, and perhaps all remaining hunters, were now aware of the repulsive reaction between the 2 powers. "In that case, what do you intend to do? Speak plainly, the evil heaven god, Wu Yu said with calm authority to Lu Fenglin. "What do I intend to do?" "Humph." As he spoke, Lu Fenglin drew forth the divine weapon, the god-slaying blade, from his back. Having unsheathed this blade of god-slaying, "Do you truly believe I would merely engage in idle chatter?" he declared. "Today, at this very moment, you shall witness how I wield this weapon of annihilation against you." Upon hearing Lu Fenglin's resolute proclamation, the members of the evil clan initially paused in surprise, only to burst into raucous laughter, completely dismissing his words. Such bravado. "It has been years since we have heard anything so absurd after breaking the seal," the evil destruction god, Taimi, remarked. "Boy, do you think that with this artifact in your hand, you can vanquish all 5 of us? Huh. Truly a fanciful delusion, a dream in broad daylight. Indeed. Do not flatter yourself. Even with a dozen of you, you would perish effortlessly before us," mocked the evil sea god, Fuxia. "Moreover, you are aware that the power of your artifact will repel against our evil clan's strength. No matter what you do, victory is beyond your grasp." Unable to contain his impatience, the evil flame god, Feng Huang, stepped forward, unfurling his immense black wings and unleashing a powerful crimson flame from his hands. "Hey, boy, allow me to play with you for a while. Let us see if you possess the strength to slay us. But do not be frightened into kneeling and begging for mercy." "Kneel and beg for mercy? Humph. As a hunter, I have long since cast aside my fears of life and death." Unperturbed by the taunts of the evil clan, Lu Fenglin's sole focus was to eliminate the individuals before him, especially the evil heaven god, Wu. A cold chuckle escaped from Lu Fenglin's lips as he cast a sweeping glance at the malevolent figures of the evil clan, his tone dark and foreboding. "Each of you speaks truth, yet I wonder how your strength, which stands against the divine, would fare against me." "What did you say?" "You." Long Ji expressed astonishment. Gazing at the hunter of gods, Lu Fenglin, do you truly wish to proceed? You are aware that such actions would bring repercussions. A backlash that could lead to your demise. Life is a trinket I cast aside long ago. At this juncture, I am but a desperate fugitive. Lu Fenglin replied with disarming calmness. With that, he slowly closed his eyes, delving deep within to awaken the dark power of the evil clan he had once seized. Moments later, a dark violet aura enveloped him, swirling menacingly around his figure. Then, a powerful shockwave, a fusion of the evil and divine energies, erupted from Lu Fenglin, violently radiating outward. The 5 members of the evil clan, sensing the overwhelming force and aura he emitted, were struck with a sense of astonishment. As the shockwave dissipated, Lu Fenglin gradually opened his eyes, now imbued with the ominous essence of the evil clan, instilling a sense of unease and dread in those who beheld him. Your time has come, Lu Fenglin uttered with a deep, menacing tone, laced with palpable intent to kill. Thus, in your eyes, we are left with no avenues for retreat? The evil sea god, Fuxia, stepped forward and addressed Lu Fenglin. Do you not realize the peril of your actions? You are courting your own grave. Such words are meaningless. Life and death have long ceased to hold any value for me. Therefore, your threats carry no weight, Lu Fenglin retorted, tightening his grip on the newly forged artifact. The god-sealing flame soul blade, empowered by the evil clan's might. It appears we shall indulge this young one in some entertainment, sneered the evil flame god, Feng Huang. Just as he was poised to strike, the evil destruction god, Tian Nan, raised his hand to halt him. This one is mine. It is time for me to stretch my limbs, Tian Nan remarked, twisting his neck. It has been far too long since I last tasted blood. My skills may have dulled. Very well, he is yours. Just ensure you do not disgrace yourself, great Tian Nan, Feng Huang replied. Rest assured, I will not let him escape easily. He shall learn the folly of his decision, Tian Nan declared steadily, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The 2 individuals exchanged glances, a profound silence enveloping them that betrayed their mutual intent to kill. In a fleeting moment, the hunter, Lu Fenglin, struck first, brandishing his blade towards the ominous deity, Tian Nan. Yet, Tian Nan remained eerily composed, unfazed by the imminent threat posed by the hunter. Is this all you have? Do you dare to oppose us? Such naive delusions. Tian Nan retorted. Divine ritual. Celestial cataclysm. At that instant, Tian Nan unleashed his lethal technique, merging the dark powers of his kin with the divine arts he possessed, soaring into the sky. In a heartbeat, dark clouds gathered ominously above, followed by a torrential onslaught of black lightning, rapidly assailing hunter Lu Fenglin. Now, equipped with 2 potent techniques, Lu Fenglin had maximized his physical capabilities. Thus, such an assault was one he could deftly evade. Very well, little one. Let us see if you can escape this, Tian Nan snarled, baring his teeth as he charged towards Lu Fenglin with astonishing speed. To him, vanquishing the hunter seemed a trivial task, one he could accomplish effortlessly. Indeed. Let me witness whether you possess such strength. Lu Fenglin replied resolutely, his murderous intent intensifying. The 2 clashed once more, a fierce battle ensued, leaving the outcome uncertain. For the hunter to be bested, they would have to wait for the conflicting powers within Lu Fenglin to provoke a reaction, allowing them to strike a lethal blow. Mo, did you truly bestow such formidable power upon these mortals? The evil wind divine dragon, Ji inquired of the nearby evil celestial Mo. Mo fell silent, astonished by the current predicament. No, that cannot be. Such overwhelming strength, akin to that of divine artifacts, should surely provoke a repulsive reaction. Mo mused incredulously. Even with his exceptional physique, such an anomaly was unfathomable. Observing the fierce confrontation between Tian Nan and Lu Fenglin, the evil flame, divine Feng Huang, could no longer contain his emotions. Addressing those nearby, if this continues, we shall find ourselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. Fear not. Do we truly fear a mere mortal's ineptitude? Ji countered. If this stalemate persists, we must devise a strategy. Casting a sidelong glance at Ji, Mo spoke in a subdued tone. Ji, are you suggesting we are caught in a pincer and might perish at the hands of the hunters? Indeed, leaving Tian Nan here might be our best course of action. In the presence of the evil wind divine dragon festival, the evil heaven demon warrior spoke, acknowledging that, after all, they were beings of the divine lineage. It was inconceivable that the heir of the chaotic god Gono, the ruler of the extreme North Kingdom, Ning Feng, would allow him to perish so easily. Upon hearing these words, the evil heaven demon warrior fell into a profound silence. No, this cannot stand. If we fail to eliminate these individuals now, It will be exceedingly difficult to find another opportunity to eradicate them in the future, he stated gravely. After uttering these words, the evil heaven demon warrior unleashed his sinister powers, intending to join forces with the evil fierce god Tian Nan to vanquish the hunter, Lu Fenglin, who stood before them. Observing the scene, the evil flame god Feng positioned himself in front of the warrior and declared, "Leave such scum to me. I have long found this wretched brat to be insufferable." As soon as his words fell, the evil flame god Feng unfurled his immense black wings, gathering a profound aura in his hands. He then charged forth to confront the hunter Lu Fenglin alongside the evil fierce god Tian Nan. At that moment, the dragon god Longfei, the moon god Lemur, the wolf god Sinanji, and the phoenix god Meng Yao had stealthily encircled the rear of the evil clan's army. However, the scene that unfolded before them left them utterly astonished. The soldiers of the evil clan continued to surge onto the front lines, for behind them, a multitude of their kin had traversed the northern snowfields, frantically racing to this location. "Is there truly this many of them?" exclaimed the wolf god Sinanji, his eyes wide with disbelief. This, how can we possibly contend against such an endless tide? The dragon god Longfei gazed into the distance and sensed something amiss. Curiously, it seemed that, aside from the aura of the evil clan, there were also shadows of mortals among them. Just then, a familiar figure leapt from the horde, charging directly towards the dragon god Longfei. It was none other than the emperor of the heavenly monarch city, the flame emperor Yihua. Chapter 1456. Let me deliver him personally, Yihua. How have you become like this? Longfei inquired of the flame emperor Yihua, who stood before him, locked in a deadly standoff. The others, bewildered by the situation, hesitated to advance recklessly. Before them stood Yihua, pale and ghostly, devoid of color. His body was marred with wounds, and the bloodstains on his garments had dried, losing their vibrancy, leaving only a strong metallic scent lingering in the air. At this moment, Yihua appeared to be devoid of recognition, his eyes only reflecting a thirst for slaughter, utterly devoid of humanity. However, the battle god Longfei sensed the sinister aura emanating from Yihua. "This is wrong. How can you bear the essence of the evil clan? Yihua, what on earth has transpired? Speak to me. Kill, kill, kill." Yihua repeatedly uttered the word kill, his voice rising in intensity, his visage contorted in a terrifying grimace. The three deities beside him also sensed the overwhelming aura of the sinister clan emanating from Yihua. The moon god, Liemo, exchanged a glance with the wolf god, Tian Nan, and together they swiftly intervened, forcefully separating Yihua from his confrontation with the dragon god, Longfei. In that moment, the phoenix god, Meng Yao, delivered a fierce kick, sending him sprawling aside. "Humph, have you truly become a puppet of the sinister clan?" Meng Yao taunted Longfei. "It appears that even your blood brothers from Tianhuang City have abandoned you in this time of crisis, turning their backs to ally with those disgraceful villains." The scornful words directed at his former comrades left Longfei momentarily speechless. He approached Meng Yao, raising his gaze to meet hers, which conveyed a palpable sense of anger and intense pressure typical of a formidable opponent. "What are you planning?" Meng Yao asked warily, stepping back to maintain distance. "What else can I do? We are on the same side now. Am I to slay you for insulting my brother Yihua before my very eyes?" Longfei replied, "Surely you think too little of me. I would never consider such an act." Despite his reassurances, Meng Yao perceived him as still a considerable threat. "What is your next move?" she inquired gravely. "If you do not kill him, he may very well kill you, and perhaps all of us." As they watched Yihua rise slowly, his countenance remained fearsome and terrifying, provoking renewed astonishment in Longfei. Just as he felt utterly at a loss, a familiar figure appeared, Xiaolong, the dragon emperor, dragging his severely injured body into view. "Brother." Upon hearing Xiaolong's voice, Longfei rushed to support him, but Yihua, in a fit of rage, blocked his path. "Damn it, I can't get through." Longfei turned to Xiaolong. "How are you? Are you all right? What on earth happened?" "Brother, all our people sent from Tianhuang City are dead, and the most terrifying part is that they have all been controlled by the sinister clan, rising from the dead to become their puppets." The revelation from Xiaolong left Longfei and the others in shock, realizing the gravity of their predicament. These relentless minions of the sinister clan are all our soldiers from various regions. Liemo exclaimed, astonished. "These beasts have calculated that we would not harm our own," proving their cruelty. Recalling the moment when Master Ming Chan knelt in agony, Tian Nan furrowed her brow, her expression grave. I believe he must have known of this treachery even then. Faced with Yihua, Longfei found himself hesitant to act. Yet, for the sake of the greater good, he knew he had no choice but to confront the situation. "Longfei, if you are unable to take action, allow me to do it on your behalf." Dream Yao raised the divine artifact in her hand and addressed Long Fei. Thus, we find ourselves besieged on all fronts. And the act of slaying one's own brother is indeed a formidable task, as I well understand. Just as Dream Yao was about to strike, Long Fei grasped her arm firmly. Dream Yao, bewildered, inquired, "What are you doing? Are you truly going to condone him?" "No. This matter should be handled by me for the sake of prudence," Dragon God Long Fei replied. "After all, he is my comrade, my brother. I did not have the chance to bid him farewell in life. It is only fitting that I see him off in death." As he spoke, Dragon God Long Fei's gaze sharpened intensely as he turned to face Yihua, declaring, "Now you have no lingering concerns, do you?" Subsequently, Dragon God Long Fei unleashed his formidable powers, launching a relentless barrage of fists towards Yihua. Each blow struck home, resonating painfully within Long Fei's heart. Ultimately, as his fist pierced through Yihua's body, blood gushed forth, splattering in all directions. "This is the last thing I can do for you," Long Fei spoke in a somber tone. At that moment, the valiant Dragon Emperor Xiao Yuan watched as Yihua's lifeless form crumpled before him, his heart engulfed in despair. "Brother, this is all my fault. I failed to protect Yihua. Everything is my error," Xiao Yun lamented. "No, you must not say that. Since this was Yihua's fate, there is no right or wrong for others," Dragon God Long Fei comforted him. "That is why I chose to send him off one last time." While the two remained steeped in their grief, Dream Yao suddenly recalled their imperative mission to sever the source of this chaos. Hey, let us not forget our task. Ning Feng tasked us with investigating here. And since we discern the source, we must also obstruct it, she reminded. Upon hearing Dream Yao's prompt, Long Fei turned to the multitude of malevolent beings advancing towards the battlefield of the extreme North Kingdom. "It seems that the second battlefield against the evil clan is about to unfold here," Dragon God Long Fei remarked with composure. "We must act swiftly. The forces in the extreme North Kingdom are formidable. Even with the addition of the hunters, facing such numbers will prove taxing." Tian Nan expressed her unease and anxiety to those nearby. Chapter 1457. The battlefield intensifies with a flourish. The Phoenix Goddess brandished the 10-segment divine artifact, the Phoenix Flame's soul sword, charging into the throngs of the evil army, triggering a tremendous explosion. The approaching waves of malevolent forces were drawn to the colossal sound, redirecting their assault towards the four divine beings. "Excellent. We have successfully intercepted them," Dragon God Long Fei declared to his companions. "Humph." Although the conversation was abruptly cut off, "We remain uncertain about the number of adversaries we face, which poses a disadvantage for us. It is unclear whether we can withstand such a multitude." The Moon Goddess, Liamo, gazed anxiously at the malevolent army before her. "Enough worrying. Further discussion is futile. We must brace ourselves," declared the Wolf God, Tian Nan. "Since Meng Yao has already entered, it would be unwise for us to linger here. We should proceed." After voicing her thoughts, the Wolf God Tian Nan, the Dragon God Long Fei, and the Moon Goddess Li Mo unleashed their divine powers. The Wolf God and Dragon God transformed into their fallen forms, while the Moon Goddess, clad in her radiant armor, joined them as they entered a formidable state. At that moment, anyone who stood in their path would meet an unforgiving demise. Before long, the battlefield was littered with the corpses of the malevolent beings, piled high as mountains. It seemed their combat prowess was insufficient to threaten us. At this rate, we might eradicate them all before long. The Phoenix Goddess, Meng Yao, chuckled with satisfaction. "Ha ha ha. My previous concerns were entirely unwarranted." However, after her words, the Dragon God Long Fei sensed an unusual aura permeating the battlefield. "Everyone, do not let your guard down. I sense something amiss. Despite the numerous foes we have slain, the presence of the malevolent beings has not diminished," he stated solemnly, furrowing his brow. "Really? It's evident that their numbers have decreased," Tian Nan replied, questioning Long Fei's perception. The Dragon God shook his head, dismissing her words, convinced that a significant hidden danger loomed. At that moment, the Moon Goddess Li Mo arrived from another direction. "Long Fei, Nanji, Meng Yao, why are you still here? A large group of malevolent soldiers is approaching us," she warned. "I told you my instincts are never wrong," Long Fei reiterated as he furrowed his brow again. "But this doesn't add up. What could be the source of this overwhelming malevolent aura?" In truth, those charging toward them from afar were indeed pure malevolent beings. By heavens, these are genuine malevolent entities. In all the years on Tian Fan continent, I have never heard of such a massive gathering of them. Humph. Regardless, there is no time to ponder this matter further. We must concentrate and prepare for the second wave of assault, the Dragon God asserted with conviction. With that, the four divine beings once more harnessed their divine powers. The phoenix goddess Meng Yao soared into the air, instantly transforming into her fallen form, her back adorned with magnificent wings forged from crimson flames. Her eyes ablaze with fervent fire. Subsequently, the four divine beings charged directly into the malevolent army ahead. Meanwhile, on the towering walls of the northern kingdom, King Ning Feng observed the battlefield below with quiet contemplation. Except for himself, all the members of the divine race had been dispatched, leaving only the wind goddess Air. Feng Sun, nursing his wounds in the rear, observing the battlefield below where the forces of the demonic race no longer surged forth as they had before. Ning Feng could not help but surmise that Long Fei and his companions had successfully halted the advance of the enemy soldiers. Just then, Murong Xiaoyu ascended the city wall from below. "Hey, Ning Feng, when will I be able to go out?" "What? You? Where do you intend to go?" Ning Feng, the king of the northern realm, was taken aback by Murong Xiaoyu's question. "Are you planning to join the battlefield?" he asked incredulously. "Are you out of your mind?" "I'm not. I was merely thinking of alleviating some of your burden." "What is wrong with that?" Murong Xiaoyu inquired once more. "My lady, simply staying within this city is already a means of supporting me. There is no need for you to do anything further," Ning Feng replied, his tone tinged with melancholy. Upon hearing his words, Murong Xiaoyu felt as though Ning Feng regarded her as a mere liability, which irked her greatly. "You humph! Do you dare to underestimate me?" "Ning Feng, let me remind you, I am the second in command of the Dian City. My shadow domain can control everything." Murong Xiaoyu believed her mastery over the shadow domain had reached an extraordinary level, yet to Ning Feng, it was merely the antics of a child. In the past, her techniques had been effortlessly shattered by a single shockwave unleashed by him. "I've told you, just stay put in the city." Ning Feng's tone grew serious. "I do not wish to repeat myself. This is a battlefield, and I cannot allow your recklessness to lead to your demise." Murong Xiaoyu thought Ning Feng was being unreasonable, perceiving that he believed she was incapable of contributing anything but chaos. Unbeknownst to her, Ning Feng was solely concerned for her safety. This was a critical juncture in the war, and he would not permit any unpredictable elements to arise. Just as Murong Xiaoyu was about to retort, Ning Feng spotted Lin Shu, the hunter who had once targeted him, making an appearance on the battlefield. "Very well, you are to remain on the city wall," he commanded. Turning his gaze towards Xinxiu, he added, "Xinxiu, let us proceed. The great fish has emerged." "Yes, master." With that, Xinxiu leapt into the air, transforming into her divine form, the ice-fire heavenly serpent. Subsequently, Ning Feng cast off his black cloak and, wielding the divine artifact, the sacred soul armament, soared into the sky from the city wall. Standing atop the ice-fire heavenly serpent, "Xinxiu, let us charge forth." Accompanied by a resounding and majestic dragon's roar, the northern king Ning Feng transformed into a dragon knight, charging toward the battlefield. Chapter 1458. The alliance of both sides in this pivotal confrontation. The sudden emergence of the hunter Lin Shu drastically altered the course of the battle. "If what you say is true, then your hunters have all turned against us, have they not?" inquired the sea god Ling Shang of Lin Shu. Lin Shu nodded, acknowledging Ling Shang's statement. "Indeed, you are correct. The evil clan's malevolent deity manipulates us as puppets, compelling us to serve him. Once we and your divine clan are mutually weakened in battle, they will simply reap the rewards." Alas, I had foreseen that this conflict would be fraught with unpredictability. However, this outcome surpasses my expectations, responded Master Zen of the Radiant Sun with a steady demeanor. "Lin Shu, since this is the case, we shall henceforth be allies." "Allies? Our duty as hunters is to eliminate you so-called inheritors of divine bloodlines at any cost while we still breathe. Becoming allies now? How utterly laughable." Upon hearing Master Zen's words, Shi Huatian felt taken aback and swiftly retorted, "Master Zen, you and your divine kin must understand that we hunters will never extend a hand in reconciliation. To do so would betray the very artifacts we wield." "What do you mean by that?" "Shi Huatian, wake up. We have been manipulated by those nefarious beings of the evil clan. Previously, Nan Gonghua and Wu Long exhibited a repulsion between the powers of the divine and the evil, which could spell our doom." Lin Shu furrowed her brows, expressing her indignation towards Shi Huatian. "Moreover, I must inform you that forming an alliance with the divine is a command from our leader, Lu Fenglin. Do you intend to defy his orders?" Upon hearing Lin Shu invoke their leader Lu Fenglin to suppress him, Shi Huatian, who had been emotionally charged moments earlier, now struggled to contain his anger and dissatisfaction. "I truly do not comprehend your thoughts. You squander a golden opportunity to vanquish the divine and instead turn your back to the evil clan. With just a few of us, what can we achieve against them but a beating? Have you forgotten the scene of Lei Bing's demise?" Sure, Hua Tian scoffed at those around him. Against the evil clan? How deluded. The situation on the battlefield is ever-changing. Without the requisite awareness, even the desire to vanquish our divine kin holds no promise of victory. At that moment, the Northern King Ning Feng and the Ice-Fire Celestial Flood Dragon appeared before the assembly. After leaping from the head of the Ice-Fire Celestial Flood Dragon, Ning Feng turned to it and said, "Xinxiu, I entrust the enemy forces to you for the time being. Hold them at bay." With a deep, resonant dragon's roar, the Ice-Fire Celestial Flood Dragon, transformed from his servant Xinxiu, swiftly pivoted and charged toward the advancing army of the evil clan. At this moment, the Northern King Ning Feng, wielding the divine artifact, the sacred soul weapon, slowly approached the gathered crowd, positioning himself before the members of the divine clan. His gaze fixed intently on several hunters. "Where is your leader, Lin Shu?" he inquired. Lin Shu replied earnestly. "Lu Fenglin is likely engaged in battle with Mo Wu and his companions. In truth, I have not laid eyes on him in some time. Given the current circumstances, we have chosen to ally with your divine clan to combat the evil faction." From Lin Shu's resolute expression, Ning Feng discerned a profound determination. Their eyes locked for a prolonged moment, before Ning Feng took a deep breath and surveyed the hunters once more. He then addressed the members of the divine clan with unwavering conviction. "Esteemed members of the divine clan, we are now allied with the hunters, united in our purpose to confront the evil forces that threaten us." The divine clan members were momentarily taken aback by their strongest warrior's declaration, unsure of how to respond. Only Master Mingchan, the celestial being of the sun, remained composed, seemingly having anticipated Ning Feng's words. "Ba, Mingchan, your will is done," he said. Seeing Master Mingchan's support, Ning Feng felt reassured that this outcome had been foreseen. "Thank you, Master Mingchan," he expressed, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Ba, there is no need for such formalities, Northern King. All is part of the divine plan, and I merely acted in accordance," Mingchan replied with a tranquil demeanor. Observing this exchange, the others responded affirmatively to Ning Feng's command. "Heir of the Sea God, Ling Chong, at your service. Heir of the Tiger God, Wu Shan Ling, in obedience. Heir of the Lion God, Tian Nan, command received. Heir of the Fire God, Li Tianhu, submits to the Northern King." As he witnessed his companions taking decisive stances without dissent, Ning Feng turned his attention back to the hunters. "What say you, esteemed hunters? I, Ning Feng, alongside the four behind me, have made our clan's position clear." He spoke with a somber tone, directing his question towards Lin Shu. "And what of you?" Hearing Ning Feng's inquiry, the hunters exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond or comprehend the true intentions behind his proactive stance. After a brief moment, Lin Shu stepped forward, closing the distance until he stood before the Northern King. Their gazes met once again, intertwining in silent communication. After an exchange of resolute looks, Lin Shu addressed Ning Feng with unwavering conviction. "Since the strongest among the divine clan, the Northern King Ning Feng, has spoken thus, I, representing our leader Lu Fenglin and all remaining hunters, pledge our alliance with your divine clan, as you suggested, to jointly confront the evil faction. The heir of the Chaos God, Ning Feng, will surely uphold the alliance between the two parties. The hunter, Lin Shu, will also steadfastly maintain this union." Upon concluding their exchange, the two extended a hand and grasped each other firmly, a gesture signifying their unwavering loyalty to the alliance. At that moment, amidst the chaotic battlefield where the leader of the hunters, Lu Fenglin, was engaged in combat against the evil flame god Feng Huang and the evil god Tian Nan, an unsettling reaction began to manifest within him. How infuriating! Must I endure this discomfort so soon? Chapter 1459. Reinforcements arrive. "Humph, you troublesome brat. Feeling unwell, are we?" The evil god Tian Nan taunted Lu Fenglin, intentionally probing into the apparent rejection he was experiencing from the divine energy. Lu Fenglin understood the implication of Tian Nan's inquiry, but chose to remain silent. Revealing his current condition could spell certain doom if the 5 members of the evil clan descended upon him all at once. Despite the discomfort surging within, Lu Fenglin maintained a facade of calmness. This composure only seemed to excite the 2 formidable evil gods opposing him. "Ha, Lu Fenglin, you're quite resilient. Just don't give away any clues," remarked the evil flame god Feng Huang, eager for further amusement. With that, Feng Huang lunged forward, claws bared, aiming directly at Lu Fenglin. Naturally, Lu Fenglin would not remain passive. He raised the divine artifact, the sealing divine blade, before his chest to withstand Feng Huang's assault. However, just as Lu Fenglin successfully countered Feng Huang's claws and shockwaves, the evil god Tian Nan struck from his flank, delivering a crushing blow that sent Lu Fenglin hurtling through the air. The force of the attack left Lu Fenglin gasping, blood spilling from his lips as he knelt upon one knee, seemingly unable to rise. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would never have come here. Damn it, unable to slay even one of you. Yet here I am, subjected to your relentless counterattack. Lu Fenglin grimaced, addressing the 5 evil gods before him. Even if I cannot vanquish you, your desire to enslave us hunters is futile. We are all aware of your ambitions. Even after hearing Lu Fenglin's declaration regarding the hunter's predicament, the evil god Tian Nan remained unfazed, dismissing him with disdain. Ha ha ha, Lu Fenglin. Do you truly believe this will instill fear in us? Cause us to falter? You underestimate us gravely. The evil god Tian Nan sneered, gesturing towards their formidable evil army. Soon, this place will be entirely occupied, and by then, all of you shall become mere puppets of our sinister clan, akin to walking corpses. Upon hearing the words of the malevolent celestial demon, Lu Fenglin felt that he had underestimated his adversaries. He had believed that the dual powers of the evil clan and the divine lineage within him could thwart the 5 members of their nefarious faction, perhaps even vanquish one among them. However, it has become evident that he could not contend with them. After a brief moment, Lu Fenglin, suppressing the waves of pain coursing through his body, gradually rose to his feet and sneered. Heh, Demon Wu, you are rather overly optimistic, are you not? Do you truly believe that this war is destined for victory on your side? If not, then what? Your strongest hunter has already fallen here. On the divine side, 2 heirs of the gods, the thunder god and the wind god, have been gravely injured in their battles against you hunters. Thus, it is the most opportune moment for us of the sinister clan. Boy, are your words meant to intimidate us? Alas. It is you who fail to perceive the current battlefield. Never mind, you are but a dying man. It is only natural for you to utter such words. An act of a cornered beast, the sinister wind god dragon mockingly remarked to Lu Fenglin. In truth, Lu Fenglin's declarations were not mere expressions of fleeting bravado, but rather the precursor to an imminent reversal of fortune. At that moment, as the malevolent celestial demon prepared to personally eliminate Lu Fenglin, a short blade hurtled towards Demon Wu at high velocity. Realizing the imminent threat, Demon Wu unleashed his formidable powers to counter the blade with a shockwave, instantly sending it flying off its original trajectory. However, he soon detected a peculiar shift in the air. The presence of the divine clan was unmistakable. No, it is indeed the people of the divine clan. With heightened vigilance, Demon Wu stepped back and addressed his fellow sinister deities. It appears our old friends have arrived. Upon hearing this, the 4 surrounding sinister deities were enveloped in a palpable sense of tension. After all, they had previously sealed these divine heirs, and now they held a wary respect for their lineage. Damn it, why must they arrive just when we are on the verge of success? How disappointing. The sinister sea goddess Fu Sha vented her frustration, clearly enraged. At that moment, led by the northern king Ning Feng and the hunter Lin Shu, their group successfully navigated through the ranks of the sinister clan and reached this location. Although only a few had engaged the formidable forces of the sinister clan on the front lines, they had managed to arrive here without losing a single soldier, which could be deemed a success. Hunter Lin Shu spoke calmly to the northern king Ning Feng beside him. Indeed, this battle's outcome was never fully predictable. Therefore, regardless of who falls, it is within the realm of reason. The northern king Ning Feng replied with a somber tone, acknowledging Lin Shu's words. On the other side, amidst the fierce battleground, the heir of the tiger god, Misty Mountain Zero, and the hunter god, Shallow, each wielding a 10-segment divine artifact, engaged in a relentless and violent clash against the so-called evil army. Your time of demise has come, Shallow proclaimed, steadfastly operating the advanced divine artifact, the heavenly dragon cannon, unleashing chaotic bombardments upon the evil forces. Misty Mountain Zero, do not overexert the power of the evil clan, or else a repulsion reaction will soon manifest. Misty Mountain Zero cautioned. Misty Mountain Zero, since we are now allies, there is no need for me to blow your head off with a single shot, Shallow retorted excitedly. However, what I choose to do is not for you to dictate. With that declaration, he leaped into the air, fully unleashing his evil power along with the energy contained within the divine artifact. The 2 forces merged, erupting in a violent shockwave. You mindless zombies, prepare to face the wrath of Death's cannon. As Shallow descended from the heights, he struck the ground with force, stirring up a billowing cloud of smoke that dispersed towards the surrounding evil army. Observing this spectacle, Misty Mountain Zero swallowed hard. momentarily frozen in astonishment at the sight of Shallow, who wielded the heavenly dragon cannon. "Damn it, you are truly insane," Misty Mountain Zero exclaimed. "Shallow, you will die from the repulsion reaction. Spare me your futile warnings. If I dare to act, it is because I am prepared to die. This life was originally meant to confront you, but now," Shallow sneered, addressing Misty Mountain Zero. "Being allies means I cannot kill you anymore. So I might as well let this life serve a different purpose." Misty Mountain Zero fell into silence, at a loss for words. "Why must you resort to such extremes to eliminate me?" he pondered, unable to comprehend. "Is living not preferable? No, perhaps the hunter's purpose is solely for the hunt." In Shallow's eyes, as he believed that he could never kill Misty Mountain Zero, his life would henceforth hold no significance. "Humph, you do not understand. Aside from slaying gods, I have no reason to continue living. And what of the others? The other hunters? Are they not living differently?" Misty Mountain Zero furrowed his brow, passionately imploring. "So you must live." After a brief silence, as the next wave of the evil army approached the battlefield, Shallow spoke in a low tone to Misty Mountain Zero. "Do you truly believe they do not share my thoughts? Just watch." With that, Shallow brandished the heavenly dragon cannon, aiming it at the approaching evil forces. "Ha ha, die, dragon's wrath." In that fleeting moment, the hunter, Sha Luo, infused the formidable artifact, the celestial fire dragon cannon, with an immense surge of power. Instantly, it transformed into a brilliant beam that erupted from the cannon's mouth, hurtling directly toward the advancing horde of the sinister clan, accompanied by a resounding explosion. Hunter Sha Luo unleashed a relentless barrage upon the malevolent forces. "Die, die, all of you perish." At that moment, Sha Luo's visage was one of ferocity. Observing the scene before him, the tiger god, Wu Shanling, joined the fray, alleviating the burdens on Sha Luo's body to delay the adverse reactions he was experiencing. "Since you have resolved to embrace death, I will not hinder your decision, for I am aware that I cannot dissuade you." Wu Shanling, wielding his own artifact, unleashed fire upon the wicked army. "It's commendable that you are perceptive, but heed my words. Shortly, you must withdraw to pursue Lin Shu and Ning Feng. Do not concern yourself with my plight. Your presence here irks me." Sha Luo spoke to Wu Shanling with a commanding tone. Taken aback by Sha Luo's words, Wu Shanling gazed at him intently. In Sha Luo's eyes, he discerned not only a fierce intent to kill, but also a resolute determination to sacrifice himself for a noble cause. "Wu Shanling, did you not hear my instructions?" Sha Luo inquired. "Humph, do you wish to martyr yourself for the sake of a righteous legacy? What good will that do? Hurry, I will assist you in halting them. With my presence, the adverse reactions within you can be postponed." As Wu Shanling continued to assault the advancing forces, he addressed the hunter. "I will remain here first. You shall follow suit afterward." "And what of it? What do you mean?" Sha Luo retorted with a chuckle. "Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts." Wu Shanling replied earnestly. "What am I thinking?" Sha Luo challenged. "Pray, enlighten me. If you speak truthfully, I shall cease my objections." Taking a deep breath, Wu Shanling responded, "Very well, I shall articulate it. You are fully aware that without the divine lineage of our kind, or even the absence of a single heir, we stand no chance against the 5 deities of the sinister clan." Upon hearing Wu Shanling's words, Sha Luo found himself momentarily speechless. Wu Shanling continued, "Am I correct? You did not object when Northern King Ning Feng suggested I remain because, in your heart, you know that the divine clan and the hunters shall never be of the same ilk. Thus, you chose to persuade me to abandon you instead." All of Wu Shanling's words echoed Sha Luo's innermost thoughts. "Damn it! Are you a parasite within my mind?" Sha Luo sighed and addressed Wu Shanling. "Alas. Even so, you must still depart." "Why must I?" "In the desolate wilderness of the 9 sands, after years of relentless pursuit and a cat-and-mouse game between us, you no longer wish to chase me, do you?" "The god of tigers," Wu Shanling queried Sha Luo. This inquiry was not merely an interrogation. Wu Shanling understood that no matter how he pleaded or reasoned, Sha Luo would never accompany him. "Indeed, I have ceased my pursuit. I am weary. As you have said, my body has begun to reject the very essence of this struggle, so I shall not burden you any longer." At this moment, Sha Luo spoke with a tone tinged with frailty, for relying solely on the hunters was insufficient to contend with the sinister adversaries. The original purpose of the hunters was to eradicate the divine lineage, but now they existed to protect the heirs of the divine, willing to sacrifice their lives as the blade to aid the divine kin in their most critical moments. "Enough, Wu Shanling. It is time for you to depart. I've said it before, this is not your battlefield, that place is. I do not wish to repeat myself a 3rd time." Sha Luo exclaimed fervently at Wu Shanling. Having uttered these words, the hunter, Sha Luo, leaped once more into the air, unleashing a devastating strike upon the multitude of malevolent forces below. An even mightier explosion erupted amidst the ranks of the sinister army, and as Sha Luo landed, he turned to Wuxian Ling with wide, anxious eyes, urging him. What are you still doing? Hurry and leave. If you do not depart now, you will truly miss your chance. Go quickly. In this moment, recognizing the futility of persuasion, the god of tigers, Wuxian Ling, clenched his teeth, his gaze resolute as he approached Sha Luo, declaring, You must not perish. I am still waiting for you to slay me. Chapter 1461. Igniting the last ember of the heart, rest assured, I will not succumb to death. Those lifeless creatures are unworthy of claiming my life, Sha Luo asserted with unwavering conviction to Wuxian Ling. Now go swiftly. The recent bombardment has yet to allow the sinister forces to regroup. Make haste. Wuxian Ling said nothing further but furrowed his brow and nodded at Sha Luo. He then turned and dashed at remarkable speed through the temporarily opened passage within the ranks of the sinister army. Watching Wuxian Ling depart, a smile of satisfaction crept onto Sha Luo's face. Humph, it seems I shall never be able to kill you in this lifetime. Perhaps it is for the best. Without you, my existence would lack meaning. Thus, I shall shift my perspective. Death may be a preferable outcome. On the other side of the battlefield, the White Dragon King, Ning Feng, alongside 4 other hunters, valiantly resisted the advancing sinister forces on their left flank. After a protracted struggle, the bodies of the 5 had begun to display signs of rejection, each gritting their teeth to endure. For every fiend they vanquished, and every second they persisted alleviated the burden of the divine heirs. Everyone, just hold on a little longer. In his hand, the White Dragon King, Ning Feng, firmly grasped the enchanted artifact, the celestial dragon piercing cloud blade, imbued with the sinister power of the Dark Clan. He addressed his companions, stating, Our mission is to divert a portion of the Dark Army here, for the soldiers of the extreme North Kingdom, and for the divine beings as well. We are all aware of this. However, I must confess, this uncooperative body of mine is nearing its limits. Han Yu gasped, speaking to Ning Feng. We don't know when we might meet our end. Regardless, we have come this far. Damn it, I refuse to perish at the hands of these soulless wretches, rather than by those of the divine. Abo, wielding the divine spear, the hunter's gale pursuing soul, expressed his discontent. Beside him, Luoya exclaimed, Humph. If we survive this, I shall ensure those divine beings sever their own limbs. Consider it our compensation. Do not speak so lightly. They have matters of greater significance at stake. This is partly my fault. Had I not entangled myself with that brat Feng's son, the malevolent deity Tian Nan would not have broken the seal. Lamented the hunter, Feng Jing, wielding the azure dragon tremor staff. Alas, truly, I have not used my wits. Faced with the oncoming dark army, the White Dragon King, Ning Feng, first inhaled deeply, then resolutely declared, It is futile to speak further. This battle demands that we wager our very lives. Whether we return alive is not for us to ponder. Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, all the hunters furrowed their brows in unison, assuming an offensive posture, ready to confront the next wave of the Dark Army. Humph, Ning Feng, old man, rest assured, we youngsters shall take the lead, Feng Jing asserted to Ning Feng. With that, he charged swiftly towards the Dark Army. The azure dragon tremor erupted with the Dark Clan's power, manifesting as a colossal spectral staff. Feng Jing's eyes widened in fury as he brought the immense staff crashing down upon the Dark Army. With a thunderous roar, the remaining 3 young hunters, Luoya, Han Yu, and Abo, unleashed their respective powers, merging them with the sinister energy they bore, and launched an assault on the dark forces. Observing this scene, the White Dragon King, Ning Feng, couldn't help but marvel inwardly at these young warriors, so formidable indeed. If they were to survive, they would undoubtedly become the preeminent champions of the Tianfan continent in the years to come. With this thought, Ning Feng widened his eyes, filled with unwavering resolve, the determination to face death and the responsibility of the elder generation. I, Ning Feng, still possess the fire within me to burn brightly. Let this flame illuminate your path ahead. That shall be your future's grand avenue, my young comrades. As he silently echoed these fervent sentiments, the artifact, the celestial dragon piercing cloud blade, in Ning Feng's grasp, erupted once more with overwhelming dark power. It was the culmination of all his strength. The Dragon King's wrath shall slay 1,000 foes. Before them, the White Dragon King, Ning Feng, raised the divine artifact, the celestial dragon piercing cloud blade, and fiercely swung it towards the advancing horde of evil beings. Several golden divine dragons surged through the ranks of the malevolent army, accompanied by the crescendo of dragon roars. The multitude of adversaries before them had already suffered significant casualties. The 4 hunters stood in awe, rendered speechless by the horrific scene of death and destruction. It was unimaginable that Nan Gonghua possessed such formidable power. The sheer intensity of his might made it apparent that even the 4 of them combined would struggle to withstand it, mused Luoya. He recalled hearing that Nan Gonghua was the strongest among the hunters, having single-handedly established the entire White Dragon City in his youth, a place that none dared to invade. Holding the divine artifact, the azure dragon shaking heaven staff, Feng Jing remarked, "Indeed, to him, we are merely the juniors." However, after unleashing his ultimate attack, Nan Gonghua was now exceedingly weak. The rejection within his body had reached its limit. Even the slightest exertion of power could lead to his demise. As he leaned back, on the verge of collapse, a hint of a smile appeared on his lips upon seeing the 4 young hunters. They immediately rushed to his side, offering their support. "Old man, are you all right? Please, don't scare us like that. You need to rest. Leave it to us," urged the young hunters, their concern palpable. "Nan Gonghua, we said it before. At your age, you should let us handle things." Feng Jing frowned, reproaching him. "Why must you be so stubborn?" In response to their pleas, Nan Gonghua merely exhaled weakly. "You are mistaken. It is you who must take on the mantle from this old body of mine. I have become but a withered branch, no longer capable of shouldering any significant responsibility. Henceforth, it is up to you in the battles to come." Chapter 1462, Assisting the Divine to Vanquish Evil Old Man. "What are you saying?" Luoya questioned, sensing the gravity of Nan Gonghua's words. The other 3 hunters also began to grasp the true meaning behind his frail utterances. "No, absolutely not." Feng Jing firmly shook his head, addressing Nan Gonghua. "If we cannot hold the line, then let them escort you back. I will remain here to hold the path. You must leave at once." Just as Feng Jing prepared to rise and depart, he was abruptly seized by the White Dragon King, who was now on the ground. Turning back, he saw the unwavering determination in Nan Gonghua's eyes. "You." Feng Jing found himself at a loss for words. Faced with the multitude of evil beings ahead, he understood that there was no time left for hesitation or delay. As they sought to free themselves from Nan Gonghua, he suddenly spoke. "Feng Jing, your journey is still long. Unlike this old man who has reached the end of his road, my body is beyond saving. You must leave quickly." As he spoke, the White Dragon King, Nan Gonghua, slowly rose, leaning on his divine weapon, the heavenly dragon piercing cloud blade, gasping for breath as he urged, "Hurry, you must go. If you linger, it will be too late." Despite his plea, the group remained reluctant to depart. Observing their unwavering resolve, Nan Gonghua declared, "If you insist on staying, then I shall meet my end before your very eyes." Each word was a tremendous effort for him. The group exchanged glances, and then Hanyu, with a tone of resignation, uttered, "Old man, we will go." "Good. In battle, some must stand up for those beside them. If one fears the wolf in front and the tiger behind, hesitance will surely lead to the annihilation of the entire army. Remember this," Nan Gonghua advised them, these being his final words, his ultimate choice. "Now go swiftly." Upon uttering these words, Nan Gonghua summoned his remaining strength, his eyes wide and seemingly glowing with light. This was the final moment of brilliance for the strongest hunter and the most venerable elder. "We shall depart," Feng Jing announced to the 3 companions. At this moment, the silent Abo finally spoke to Nan Gonghua. "The prestige of the hunters was elevated by you, the White Dragon King." With that, the 4 young hunters turned to leave. On the battlefield, only the elder warrior remained, standing tall with the heavenly dragon piercing cloud blade in hand amidst the carnage. Facing the surging tide of the malevolent army, Nan Gonghua appeared remarkably calm. "Come forth, you soulless wretches. Your time has come." He drew his sword, assuming an offensive stance, his gaze intense as he proclaimed, "Today, at this very moment, let me take you on your final journey." With these words, the White Dragon King charged into the ranks of the malevolent army. Meanwhile, the 4 hunters, sprinting towards the final battleground, did not pause. Suddenly, a golden light flashed behind them, accompanied by a thunderous sound. They halted and turned to see a golden dragon soaring forth, heading directly towards the great dragon. "It seems the battle there has escalated," Abo remarked anxiously. Just then, Roya interrupted sharply, "Silence. Do not speak ill. The old man is the strongest among us. He will be all right." "Absolutely. I said nothing. Just, well, fine, my fault. It was my loose tongue. However, I sincerely hope that the elder remains safe." Apollo hastily apologized to Roya. "Consider yourself fortunate. Refrain from uttering such ominous words in the future. If you cannot articulate your thoughts, then keep that foul mouth of yours shut." "All right, All right, I understand. Shall we return? Apollo turned to the side and inquired of Feng Jin. Hey, Feng Jin, what shall we do now? For a moment, Feng Jin remained silent, his brow furrowed, gazing intently towards the distant battlefield where the White Dragon King, Ning Feng, was engaged in combat. After a brief pause, Feng Jin finally spoke. Let us continue onward. Ning Feng is correct. That battle now belongs solely to him. Our battlefield is no longer there. Shall we proceed to assist the leader, Lu Fenglin, and the others at the evil clan's territory? Han Yu asked Feng Jin. Is that your decision? No. Feng Jin's single word left the others astonished, filled with doubt. They exchanged glances, and Han Yu probed again. Feng Jin, what do you truly mean? Isn't the final battlefield with the 5 deities of the evil clan? What is our mission as god hunters? Feng Jin posed the question to them. This inquiry was no longer a mystery. Each person could provide an affirmative answer. To slay the gods. Isn't that a question you already know the answer to? Of course, it is to eliminate the bloodline heirs of the divine. Roya exclaimed passionately. So, now, are we not acting contrary to our purpose? Upon hearing Feng Jin's words, the trio fell into silence. What's wrong? No one dares to rebut? That means you all acknowledge what I have said, correct? Feng Jin planted his divine weapon, the azure dragon tremor staff, firmly into the ground, and continued. From the moment Lu Fenglin proposed an alliance, our mission has transformed. It is no longer about hunting deities. Instead, it is about assisting the divine in vanquishing evil. The final 4 words spoken by Feng Jin resonated deeply within the hearts of the other 3. I understand. Over there, the White Dragon King, Ning Feng, has found his place. Our destination is not the final battlefield, but the rear. Han Yu asserted decisively. We must replace the dragon god, Long Fei, and the others, allowing them to head towards the evil clan's territory. With that, Feng Jin withdrew the azure dragon tremor staff from the ground and addressed the others. We, as god hunters, have already forsaken our lives. Thus, let us bravely march towards our destined battlefield. Subsequently, the 4 turned in unison, unleashing their respective powers, shifting direction, and charging towards the rear of the evil clan's forces. The name of the god hunter shall now take on new meaning, redefined as the intention to assist the divine. Chapter 1463. Destination. Meanwhile, on the battlefield behind the evil clan's forces, the dragon god, Long Fei, the wolf god, Tian Nan, the moon god, Liamo, and the phoenix god, Meng Yao, though fighting valiantly, found themselves increasingly overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the evil clan's army. Having successfully repelled several waves of the Dark Tribe's assault, none could predict the outcome should they return once more. How long have we been holding out? How many times have we endured? The phoenix goddess, Meng Yao, gasped, turning to her companions. I'm not certain. However, I believe we have diminished their numbers, replied the wolf god, Sinanji, shaking his hand at Meng Yao. I wonder if our efforts have made any impact. Surely they have. Our toil shall not be in vain. At the very least, should these dark tribesmen reach the forefront of the battlefield, Ning Feng's position would become perilous, stated the dragon god, Long Fei, to the group. Thus, the burden upon us is significant. One might even say it is of utmost importance. In the midst of their conversation, a fresh wave of dark army surged forth. How relentless! This is intolerable. Unless we eliminate those wretched magic warriors, there will be no end to this. The moon goddess, Liamo, frowned, her anxiety evident. As they braced themselves for the impending battle, a cannonball descended from the heavens, exploding amidst the dark army, creating a blossoming chaos at its center. This unforeseen turn of events left the divine beings astonished, prompting them to gaze into the distance. At that moment, 4 hunter gods, led by Feng Jin, arrived at the battlefield and confronted the divine beings. It is you. What has transpired? Weren't you supposed to be on the left flank of the dark army? How did you come to be here? Meng Yao inquired. Has the battle over there concluded? Noticing the silence among them and realizing that the White Dragon King, Ning Feng, was absent, Long Fei already sensed the answer forming in his mind. He approached Feng Jin, observing his grave demeanor, and took a deep breath before addressing him in a somber tone. Ning Feng has done well. His actions were to ensure your survival and help you find your rightful place. Indeed, I understand. That is his true intent. He illuminated our path with his very life. Feng Jin remarked, firmly grasping the divine artifact, the Azure Dragon's Earthshaker staff. The sorrow and indignation within him were known only to himself. And we have now found our so-called refuge, Feng Jin declared, locking eyes with the divine beings before him, his gaze clashing with Long Fei's. However, this encounter lacked the earlier hostility. It represented a genuine alliance. Long Fei, Sinanji, Meng Yao, and Liamo, You four have withstood this for far too long. If this continues, you shall exhaust yourselves before reaching the final battlefield, Feng Jin urged the divine beings. Therefore, allow us to take over here. After all, the strength of us hunter gods cannot contend with the 5 gods of the dark tribe. Only you possess the power to reseal them. Upon hearing the heartfelt words of the hunter god, Feng Jin, the phoenix goddess, Meng Yao, swallowed hard and stepped forward, declaring, You four wish to resist this relentless horde of evil beings. Are you jesting with me? There is no other option left. You must flee while their forces remain unassembled and make your way through the rear. Han Yu interjected, addressing Meng Yao. This battlefield does not belong to you. It is ours. What did you say? Yours? Huh. How utterly laughable. Since when has the hunter god been so magnanimous? Meng Yao retorted with a hint of disdain in her tone. Upon hearing her words, the 3 other hunter gods, aside from Feng Jin, were filled with indignation. Their desire to tear apart the woman before them palpable. Enough, everyone, let us not bicker. Meng Yao, there is no need to belittle us with your words. We lack the time to argue over right and wrong. It is futile, Feng Jin replied with remarkable composure. I can only remind you that we are on a battlefield, and any erroneous decision could lead to our utter annihilation. At that moment, Liamo stepped forward and grasped Meng Yao's arm, urging her, Meng Yao, we cannot act impulsively. Their words hold some truth. We have no path of retreat left. After persuading Meng Yao, Moon Goddess Liamo turned to Feng Jin, suggesting, Feng Jin, I presume you are experiencing a sense of aversion as well? If so, perhaps it would be best for us to join forces. Feng Jin promptly dismissed Liamo's suggestion, shaking his head as he said, No, Liamo, you need not concern yourselves with us. The priority is to hasten to the final battlefield. We shall hold our ground with all our might here. If we falter, it will spell trouble for the last battlefield. Just as the discussion unfolded, the horde of evil beings surged forward once more. Not good, the enemy is upon us. Abo exclaimed anxiously. At that, Feng Jin directed Abo, give them another taste of your firepower. Absolutely, that is precisely my intention. Abo replied, taking aim with his spear-like artifact, the Wind Hunter Divine Dragon Eye. At the advancing horde. Begone. Chaotic soul destruction. A crimson flame erupted from his weapon, igniting a violent explosion among the enemy ranks. These pathetic weaklings. No matter how many come, I shall obliterate them all. After delivering his proclamation, Abo blew gently on his weapon, dissipating the white smoke that lingered. All done. However, you four should hasten. We are beginning to experience considerable backlash, so let us not fall here without having made a mark, Abo advised the 4 divine beings before him. Witnessing Abo's astonishing display of power, the 4 divine beings fell silent, their hearts stirred with a profound sense of awe. It seems you are indeed reliable. Dragon God Long Fei remarked to Feng Jin. If you are acting for the greater good, then we shall humbly comply. Do not hesitate any longer. Hurry and depart, lest you become a hindrance to us. Roya expressed impatiently, as if issuing an eviction order. This task is now entrusted to you. Long Fei addressed Feng Jin and the other 3 hunters. Rest assured, we shall hold our ground until the very last moment. The hunter Han Yu reassured Long Fei. The dragon god. And you all must also act swiftly. The final battle rests upon your shoulders, the divine beings. We shall not intervene. Roya cautioned, however. You must be quick about it, or we may indeed fall victim to those mindless creatures. Very well, let us proceed. Lest we waste Apollo's energy clearing a path for you. Feng Jin spoke gravely to Long Fei, the dragon god. Subsequently, the 4 divine beings, led by Long Fei, turned to face the path that had been opened before them. Together, they unleashed their divine powers, racing at great speed toward the ultimate battlefield. Behind the army of the malevolent clan, only these 4 young hunters remained, determined to defend their position with their lives. All right, my brothers, let us unite once more for a grand finale. Feng Jin brandished the divine artifact, the Azure Dragon Staff, addressing the 3 standing beside him. Hunters, charge. Meanwhile, in the lounge of the northernmost kingdom, the bloodline heir of the thunder god, Qin Mu, and the heir of the wind god, Feng Sun, awakened from their slumber. Where am I? Have I perished? Qin Mu, lying upon the sickbed, glanced around, pulling himself back to reality. Cough, cough, cough. Oh, I feel utterly exhausted. Feng Sun yawned, then turned to Qin Mu, inquiring, What brings you here? I was wounded on the battlefield. If I am not here, where else could I be? Qin Mu replied. You too sustained injuries? I never imagined the mightiest thunder god would find himself in such disarray. Feng Sun chuckled softly, teasing Qin Mu with his words. However, Qin Mu paid no heed to Feng Sun's jests. Instead, He slowly sat up, taking in his surroundings before recollecting his thoughts. I remember now. After defeating the formidable Si Ming and the hunter Lei Bing in Lingbei, I expended a considerable amount of energy and then found myself here. Qin Mu reflected on the battle, pondering the current state of the battlefield. I do not know. They should be able to endure. Fang Sun reassured him. Do not worry excessively. Our mission has been accomplished. Focus on recuperating. At that moment, Yulan emerged from the door. Upon seeing that Qin Mu had awakened, her eyes widened with excitement, and she hurried to his side. You have awakened. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Are you unwell? Yulan asked anxiously, examining him closely. On the side, Fang Sun, observing the scene, let his eyelids droop and sighed deeply. He then exclaimed, Hey, I must ask you too. Is it appropriate to flaunt your affection here? Do you not see a living person lying right here? Truly, upon waking, you shower me with dog food. Hearing Fang Sun's complaints, Qin Mu felt the atmosphere shift and retorted, You little rascal, envious because no woman is keeping you in check, are you? Humph. If you're such a nuisance, perhaps you should just step outside. Out of sight, out of mind, right? Hey, is there no sense of reason here? I am also an injured party, you know? This is a resting place. Just as the two engaged in their incessant bickering, Sen Yang and Murong Xiaoyu entered the room. What is going on? From a distance, I could hear you two barking at each other like dogs. Are you both unwell? Murong Xiaoyu remarked. If you still have that much energy, then go lend a hand to Ning Feng and the hunter. Upon hearing Murong Xiaoyu mention aiding Ning Feng and the hunter, both Qin Mu and Fang Sun were momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. What is going on? Murong Xiaoyu, please repeat that, Qin Mu requested. I said, the members of your divine clan have already formed an alliance with the hunter to confront the forces of the evil clan together, Murong Xiaoyu explained to Qin Mu. Following this, Sen Yang interjected, at this point in time, by my calculations, they should have already reached the final battlefield, meaning our side has already engaged with the evil celestial demon warriors. Upon hearing Sen Yang's additional remarks, Qin Mu fell into silence, then turned to Fang Sun, who lay on another bed, and inquired, Fang Sun, did you hear that? So how much longer do you intend to remain there? Humph. Do you think I am like you, intoxicated by comfort? Fang Sun replied, I am prepared at any moment, fearing only that your delicate constitution may hinder you from rising. After saying this, Fang Sun sprang up and leapt to the ground. You're quite spry, aren't you? Youth certainly has its advantages. Your recovery is impressively swift. Qin Mu commented, a slight smile playing on his lips as he scrutinized Fang Sun. Beside them, Yulan overheard the undertones in Qin Mu and Fang Sun's exchange and quickly intervened. You must not go. You are to stay here and behave. Your injuries are not yet fully healed, so stop showing off. Seeing Yulan's determined obstruction, Qin Mu shifted his gaze to Murong Xiaoyu, silently signaling her to persuade him and to take Yulan away. However, Yulan was keenly aware of his intentions. Cough, cough. Murong Xiaoyu. Do not attempt to persuade me. It will be futile, she warned Qin Mu. If you dare to go outside, Qin Mu, you will be in serious trouble. Regardless of Yulan's relentless opposition, Qin Mu felt compelled to join the battlefield and reunite with Ning Feng and the forces of the Northern Kingdom. In the climactic moment of battle, victory would be unattainable without the might of both him and Fang Sun, the two divine powers. Yulan, this matter is beyond our discretion. It is a decision that must be made by Fang Sun and myself, with no room for negotiation. Qin Mu gazed gravely at Yulan, stating, as members of the divine lineage, we must venture there. The absence of even one among us could significantly affect the outcome of the battle. Without any member of our divine race, the remaining individuals stand no chance against the 5 from the evil tribe, let alone with 2 of us missing. As a seasoned warrior, the Fengdu god of punishment, Yulan felt her resolve waver upon hearing Qin Mu's words. Chapter 1465, Pre-Battle Assembly. I am merely concerned for your safety. If you do not return, what shall I do? Yulan expressed her worries to Qin Mu, her voice tinged with vulnerability. Seeing her distress, Qin Mu felt a pang of heartache. Gently, he caressed Yulan's face, a gesture that momentarily stunned her. The warmth of his touch alleviated some of her fears. Their eyes met, intertwining in a silent exchange of love. Trust me, I will return alive, he assured her. Promise me you will stay safe. With that, Qin Mu turned and stood, addressing Fang Sun. I will need to borrow your wind shortly. Otherwise, I fear I may miss the battle. Not a problem. Rest assured. My wind is swift as the breeze. Fang Sun exuberantly demonstrated his prowess before Qin Mu. At that moment, on the final battlefield, the hunters, the divine race, and the evil tribe stood in stark opposition. Humph, The heir of the chaos god Gono is indeed a striking figure at such a tender age. He can wield the power of the divine race, the evil sky demon Wu remarked to Ning Feng. Tender age? Please, I am already well over 50. It is merely the divine power that allows me to maintain the appearance of my prime, Ning Feng retorted. Yet, let us not dwell on such trivialities. We should focus on the upcoming battle and our strategies. Ha ha ha. You mortals, whether hunters or heirs of divine bloodlines, are but mere humans. The evil sky demon Wu declared to all present. With your current strength, dreaming of contending against our evil tribe is sheer folly. Remember, the body of a mortal tires quickly. We are not so easily worn down. Upon hearing Wu's words, Ning Feng dismissed them with indifference. What you say is of little consequence. What matters to us is whether we can overcome you. The sea god Lingshang stepped forward to address the 5 demons of the evil tribe. Upon witnessing the 10-segment divine artifact, the sea dragon battle soul halberd, in Ling Chang's grasp, the malevolent deity, Tian Nan, chuckled ominously. So you are the heir of the sea god Hige. Your demeanor bears a striking resemblance to his. The memories of Hige flooded my mind. I recalled that you were once not of the divine lineage, but ultimately turned traitor, betraying your brethren and willingly becoming a pawn of the vile clan. With the sea dragon battle soul halberd poised threateningly, sea god Lingchang directed it towards the malevolent deity, Tian Nan. Alas, the divine clan shall never achieve greatness. Power is the true sovereign. Tian Nan declared proudly, clenching his fists. The might of the vile clan surpasses that of the divine clan by several folds. As a god of battle, my vision is solely fixated on power. Indeed, yet you have also lost your essence, have you not? The northern king, Ning Feng, solemnly remarked to Tian Nan. Remember, no matter how you acquire power, its very source originates from our divine lineage, from the divine realm. Mo Wu, why waste your breath on these insignificant ants? Let us engage in battle swiftly. The malevolent deity, Feng Huang, urged Mo Wu with fervor. At that moment, a tempest began to stir across the battlefield. Where does this wind come from? Feng Huang inquired, perplexed by the sudden gust. However, standing beside him, the malevolent deity, Tian Nan, felt a familiar sensation, his eyes widening in realization. This is the fierce wind unleashed by the wind god Daika. It must be that little brat. Just as Tian Nan finished speaking, the heir of the wind god Daika, Feng Sun, indeed made his entrance. Accompanying him was the heir of the thunder god Hela. Clad in the extreme thunder armor and wielding the 10-segment divine artifact, the holy radiance military god Fist, Qin Mu. Qin Mu, Feng Sun, what brings you two here? Shouldn't you be resting? The lion god Tian Nan inquired of the duo. Without our participation, how could you possibly prevail? Feng Sun responded. Qin Mu approached the northern king Ning Feng, their gazes intertwining and clashing in mutual acknowledgement. Brother Feng, I knew you would rush here once you regained consciousness, Ning Feng said, lightly tapping Qin Mu's chest with his left fist. Who else would lead the charge in my absence? Qin Mu replied with a smile. And without me, who would serve as your steadfast support? Upon hearing these words, Ning Feng looked at the divine beings before him and the assembly of hunters, his heart swelling with exhilaration. This scene evoked memories of long ago, in the northern lands of the Dragon Kingdom, of his old comrades, Kuang Long, Xiaohu, Xue Feng, Xian Wu, Ying Yan, Tian Bao, Kuang Sha, and a host of blood brothers, willing to sacrifice for one another. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the final battle, and while I cannot guarantee the fate of any one of you, what I can promise is to exert every effort to bring this conflict to a swift conclusion. Upon hearing the impassioned words of King Ning Feng of the Northern Realm, many fell silent, refraining from speech. When confronted with issues of life and death, although they were prepared to sacrifice themselves for righteousness, the thought of their impending demise lingered, leaving a sense of regret. At that moment, the malevolent deity, Feng Huang of the evil clan, grew impatient, his fists clenched, eager to strike. However, in the next instant, the demonic warrior, Xie Tian, restrained him. Xie Tian shook his head at Feng Huang, then proclaimed, "No, hold your hand. Since this is the final confrontation, I am curious to observe the absurdities and words these insignificant creatures will display. Let this be their final act of amusement before their demise." Consequently, Feng Huang retracted his dark powers, suppressing his inner fury. How could we be absent from such a pre-battle declaration? At that moment, the dragon god, Long Fei, unexpectedly appeared behind the crowd, accompanied by the wolf god, Xiananji, the phoenix god, Meng Yao, and the moon god, Liamo. The four swiftly navigated through the ranks of the evil clan, leaving a trail of fallen foes in their wake. Upon reaching King Ning Feng, Long Fei remarked. It seems we have arrived just in time for the onset of the final confrontation. Indeed, I was waiting for you. Had you delayed any longer, I would have been at a loss for words, King Ning Feng replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. However, we face not only those 5 malevolent deities, but also a substantial army of the evil clan behind them. Tian Nan addressed the group. The soldiers of the Northern Kingdom are currently engaged in fierce combat on the front lines against another segment of the evil clan's forces. Are we perhaps outnumbered? This concern posed a significant dilemma, for without someone to impede the advance of the evil clan, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to approach the 5 powerful entities. Tian and his companions. As Tian Nan spoke, the evil clan's army indeed pursued Long Fei and the others. The entire force halted behind Tian and his companions. Turning back, they noticed a considerable reduction in the ranks of the evil clan, which left Tian momentarily astonished. Could it be that I underestimated these insignificant creatures? They have managed to decimate nearly half of the assembled evil forces. Tian turned his gaze towards the array of divine beings and hunters before him. A sense of unease creeping into his heart. Yet, what does it matter, if they cannot even overcome this dwindling band of foes? What hope remains for us in the face of what lies ahead? The Evil Wind Divine Dragon Festival addressed Mo Wu, expressing that there was no need for concern, as they were merely a troop of buffoons. He proclaimed disbelief that, without the essence of the divine lineage, they could stand against them. Dragon Festival, I advise you not to be overly confident. After all, the heir of the Chaos God is said to have surpassed the legendary Daigenor, achieving what is beyond the 10th segment. Overconfidence leads to downfall. It would be wise for you to proceed with caution. At that moment, the hunter Lu Fenglin stepped forward and addressed the Northern King, Ning Feng, saying, Ning Feng, this is my first encounter with the divine lineage I am destined to hunt. It seems I may not have another opportunity. The 5 from the evil clan are entrusted to your divine kin. I shall lead the remaining hunters here to draw their fire, creating an opening for you. When the moment is right, charge forth. Upon hearing Lu Fenglin's proposition, the Northern King, Ning Feng, was momentarily taken aback before inhaling deeply. In truth, you should not be compelled to do this. There is no should in this matter. Our kin are not present, and it is clear they shall not return. The hunters of our generation have fallen completely, Lu Fenglin said earnestly. Moreover, we harbor the power of the evil clan within us, which will inevitably lead to a rejection reaction, rendering our existence unbearable. Rather than suffer, it would be more worthwhile to meet our end here. Considering the greater good, the only solution Ning Feng could conceive was this one. With a clenched jaw and fists, he addressed everyone. Listen to me. In a moment, the divine kin will follow the hunters. Once you see Lu Fenglin and the others engage with the evil clan forces, all divine beings must traverse through the enemy ranks with utmost speed, heading directly towards the direction of the evil heavenly god and Mo Wu to launch an assault. Yes, understood. Do not worry, Brother Feng. Everyone responded to the Northern King, each wielding their divine artifacts, unleashing their divine powers. On the side of the evil clan, evil heavenly god Mo Wu also observed and sensed the movements of Ning Feng's faction. All members of the evil clan, prepare for battle. Attack. With a command from the Northern King Ning Feng, the hunters and the divine kin at the rear raised their artifacts high and charged fiercely towards the advancing evil clan forces. Charge. The evil clan forces, like a swarm unleashed, surged madly towards the hunters and the divine beings. Everyone, stay alert. We are almost there. All divine kin, prepare yourselves and keep your eyes sharp. No one must fall behind. Ning Feng admonished with a serious tone to all the divine beings beside him. Yes. Subsequently, several hunters led by Lu Fenglin engaged in combat with the evil clan forces. Seizing this moment, the Northern King Ning Feng swung his 10th segment artifact, the Celestial Guardian Dragon Soul, in a powerful arc forward. A tremendous and intense slash cleaved a path through the ranks of the evil clan. Quickly, move through. The Northern King Ning Feng swiftly turned his gaze towards the leader of the hunter god, Lu Fenglin, and called out, Lu Fenglin, be cautious. Rest assured, I shall not perish. He replied. Subsequently, the Northern King Ning Feng turned and, accompanied by all the divine beings, traversed through the passage. The 5 malevolent deities of the evil clan, witnessing this scene, were instantly struck with astonishment and disbelief. What? They actually left Lu Fenglin and the others behind to confront our army. The evil flame god Feng Huang widened his eyes, incredulously observing the unfolding events. Humph. I truly underestimated Ning Feng. The evil heavenly demon Wu also expressed his surprise, urging the other 4 beside him to prepare for battle. No sooner had he spoken, Then the northern king Ning Feng led the divine beings through the ranks of the evil clan, leaping into the air with the divine artifact raised high, charging directly towards the 5 malevolent beings below. "Damn it! How dare they employ such tricks before us?" exclaimed the evil wind dragon Ji. "Humph! Die!" Upon uttering these words, the evil wind dragon Ji instantaneously unleashed his dark powers, transforming into a verdant dragon-like form. He raised his green claws high, charging straight towards the divine beings. Due to the fierce onslaught that had just transpired, the evil wind dragon Ji found himself embroiled in battle with 3 divine beings. After a fierce clash, the evil and divine beings resolutely positioned themselves on opposite sides, gazing at one another. "Humph! Ha ha ha! Ning Feng, you are indeed ruthless, even disregarding your own allies. You truly are formidable," the evil heavenly demon Wu remarked to the gathered divine beings. "The divine beings are forcing mere mortals into a desperate situation. Indeed, it is astonishing that the divine beings would engage in such selfish and deranged actions." The evil wind dragon Ji mocked Ning Feng inwardly. Chapter 1467. Dividing the battlefield. You are mistaken. In this war, there are no divine beings, only 12 mortals who have inherited the powers of the ancient divine lineage, along with numerous mortals wielding divine artifacts, Ning Feng stated to the evil heavenly demon Wu. "The divine beings of your have long since vanished. The current bloodline heirs are merely mortals. Thus, we stand as equals." The thunder god Qin Mu clenched his fists and spoke to the evil clan. "Unlike you, who would use the deceased to forge your army. It is madness indeed. Ha ha ha, and what of it? You mortals are but a lowly race. The evil clan and the divine clan are the superior races." The evil heavenly demon Wu passionately retorted to Qin Mu, "You are not worthy to converse with us." Upon hearing such derogatory remarks about their kind from the evil heavenly demon Wu, all the bloodline heirs of the divine beings were filled with rage. The thunder god Qin Mu unleashed a powerful crimson lightning fire from his fists and leapt into the air, raising his right fist to launch an offensive against the 5 malevolent deities on the ground. Military god 10 fists, third fist, thunder, might demonic fist. A powerful column of lightning erupted from the divine fist of the Holy Radiance army, surging rapidly towards the malevolent beings. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the ground trembled violently, resembling an earthquake. To everyone's astonishment, Qin Mu, having acquired the complete armament of the thunder god Helor, displayed such formidable prowess, exclaimed the wolf god, Tian Nan, with a look of disbelief. In the wake of the intense assault, the 5 members of the evil clan scattered. Seizing the opportunity, the northern king, Ning Feng, observed their dispersal and promptly instructed all divine beings. "The malevolent forces have been compelled to separate. Each of you, focus on one." Following Ning Feng's command, all the divine beings aligned themselves into their initial formations, fixating on the 5 adversaries. "Humph! I did not expect that the heir of the chaotic goddess bloodline would possess such keen reflexes," remarked the evil sky demon Wu Wu, surveying the battlefield before addressing Ning Feng once more. "Your ability to devise this strategy indicates you possess some skill." "What? Some skill? You were the ones who provoked Qin Mu with your words, inadvertently causing your separation. I merely thought of this tactic in an instant," Ning Feng replied, a hint of solemnity in his tone. "Well, since you have acknowledged it, I cannot deny it," Wu Wu conceded. "Very well. Let me witness whether your evil clan has regressed since the last battle against the divine evil. Ha ha ha. Let us see who is stronger," Wu Wu declared, unleashing his malevolent clan's formidable power. A powerful shockwave erupted from him, radiating outward, as the force of Wu Wu's overwhelming technique bore down upon him. Ning Feng countered by releasing his own divine energy, vigorously swinging his arms forward to dissipate the malevolent force. "Not bad. Although we haven't clashed before, it seems you are no trivial opponent," Ning Feng remarked with a cold smile. To his surprise, the descendant of the chaotic god, Genua, demonstrated such formidable mastery. "Indeed, the younger generation is formidable," Wu Wu expressed, gazing at Ning Feng with admiration. However, with a calm demeanor and a slight smirk, Wu Wu retorted, "But do you truly believe that with such power you can defeat me?" As soon as the words left his lips, Wu Wu charged towards Ning Feng. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch. Each strike was a lethal blow, aimed at delivering a fatal hit in their next encounter. Simultaneously, battles erupted in other locations as well. "Humph! Evil god Tian Nan, you traitorous deity. Today, I shall slay you." The thunder god, Qin Mu, addressed the malevolent deity, Tian Nan, with a mocking tone. "Is that all you can muster? Ha ha ha, come at me together. I shall turn your corpses into trophies of my conquest." Tian Nan, the sinister god, responded with fervor to the divine beings before him. Opposing him were the heirs of the wind god, Daika, Feng Sun, the lion god, Tian Nan, the tiger god, Wu Shanling, and the dragon god, Long Fei. Once a formidable force capable of rivaling the chaotic deity, Gono, Tian Nan had now become a puppet of the malevolent race. Is power truly that paramount to you? To rise above all else? Long Fei, the heir of the dragon god, inquired of the sinister Tian Nan. Indeed, only power reigns supreme, Tian Nan proclaimed with increasing fervor, followed by a maniacal laugh that echoed in the heavens. With that, Tian Nan unleashed his potent abilities, raising his right arm high, directing a blinding radiance towards the sky. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled ominously. The divine artifact, the sacred soul blade, dragon soul axe, belonging to Tian Nan, plummeted from the heavens, crashing onto the ground. A sinister smile crept upon Tian Nan's lips as he grasped the axe tightly with his right hand. In that moment, an even more powerful shockwave surged from his being, radiating violently in all directions. Ha 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 ha. Dragon god, lion god, tiger god, and that insufferable brat inheriting the wind god Daika's legacy. None of you will escape. Tian Nan glared menacingly at the four divine beings. Humph. The original divine beings were able to seal you away, and we can do so again. Feng Sun, the wind god, affirmed with unwavering determination, his tone serious. Back in the forbidden grounds, you nearly claimed my life, but now, haha, I assure you, you shall never capture the wind. As he finished speaking, Feng Sun unleashed his godly powers, summoning a fierce gale across the battlefield. He then merged with the winds he had conjured, moving at incredible speeds, rendering it difficult for Tian Nan to pinpoint his exact location. During this time, Feng Sun launched a relentless assault upon Tian Nan, every punch and kick landing heavily upon him. Too slow, Tian Nan, Feng Sun taunted. Enveloped by the fierce winds, Feng Sun struck with precision, delivering blow after blow. With each attack, Tian Nan hastened his counterattacks, yet he remained unable to capture the elusive wind god. Curse you, you wretched brat. Come out. Do not hide like a rat. Face me in battle. Tian Nan bellowed in frustration, his rage directed at the swirling winds. What skill is there in hiding? The onslaught of the wind deity Feng Sun showed no signs of abating, remaining fiercely relentless. After a brief moment, Feng Sun's voice drifted through the air, proclaiming, "To inflict pain upon you is indeed a remarkable skill." With that, he delivered a powerful kick to the back of the malevolent deity, Tian Nan. This time, Feng Sun infused his own energy into his foot, catching Tian Nan off guard with a single, decisive strike that sent him crashing to the ground. Subsequently, Feng Sun returned to the side of the dragon god Long Fei and his companions. Well done, young man. It seems the northern king Ning Feng did not misjudge you. You possess considerable prowess, Long Fei remarked, patting Feng Sun on the shoulder. Naturally. I refuse to believe he can grasp the wind. Feng Sun replied with a boastful demeanor. After daring to inflict harm upon me, he must face the consequences. However, do not let your guard down too easily. Tian Nan is a combat deity of the divine race, embodying both divine and malevolent powers, warned the lion god Tian Nan with gravity. Thus, we are under significant pressure. Indeed, when we sealed him away years ago, it took tremendous effort. We remain uncertain of the current circumstances, added the tiger god Wu Shanling. As they conversed, the malevolent deity Tian Nan slowly rose to his feet once more. Grasping the sacred soul weapon, the dragon soul axe, he addressed Feng Sun with fury. You insolent brat, you have thoroughly provoked me. I should have ended your life back then. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. Tian Nan's anger flared anew at Feng Sun's taunts. He closed his eyes tightly, and a crimson glow emanated from his form. After a surge of light, he donned the red battle armor of the combat deity, and the sacred soul weapon transformed into the 10th tier artifact, the dragon soul demon-slaying axe. Under the influence of his formidable divine powers, it has been ages since I wore this battle armor. Now, I shall use this dragon soul demon-slaying axe to slay you, my former divine comrades. Tian Nan declared with excitement toward the four before him. No sooner had he spoken than he launched a swift and ferocious attack toward his adversaries. The divine warriors, including Long Fei and Tian Nan, swiftly advanced to counter his assault with equal fervor. Feng Sun once again merged with the fierce winds, launching his own offensive. While the tiger god Wu Shanling provided remote support with his gun-shaped 10th tier artifact, the heavenly fire sacred flame. In that moment, the battle between the divine and the malevolent was on the brink of eruption. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, The moon goddess Li Mo and the sea goddess Ling Shang faced off against the malevolent sea deity Fu Sha. Ah, moon goddess Leia, sea goddess Higa. It has been quite some time, Fu Sha sneered at the duo. But do you truly believe that, as mere mortals, you possess the ability to seal me away? This matter need not concern you. It is our responsibility. Moreover, what we intend to do is not merely to seal away the vile pests of your 5 wicked clans. With unwavering resolve, the sea deity Ling Chong brandished the 10-segment divine artifact, the sea dragon battle soul spear, and declared to the evil sea deity Fu Sha, rather, we intend to eliminate you. Eliminate us, the wicked clan? Surely, I must have misheard. This is an endeavor that even the original divine beings have never accomplished. Fu Sha responded, a hint of mockery in her tone. Your ambitions are grand indeed. However, we are not so easily subdued. Fu Sha charged at the 2 divine beings before her, wielding the sinister artifact, the sea demon trident. Be cautious, urged the moon deity Li Mo to Ling Chong. Swiftly, she summoned her lunar armor, the ultimate moonlight, and armed with the 10-segment divine artifact, the moon's sole holy sword. She advanced to engage in fierce combat with the evil sea deity Fu Sha. At that moment, Ling Chong seized the opportunity, gripping the sea dragon battle soul spear tightly and infusing it with her divine energy. With a powerful leap, she aimed the spear downwards towards Fu Sha, who was facing off against Li Mo. Seeing this, Fu Sha attempted to create distance from Li Mo, but the lunar halo behind Li Mo unleashed a blinding beam of light, binding her in place. What is this? Fu Sha exclaimed. Humph. Consider it a welcome gift, lunar binding. Li Mo retorted. Now trapped, Fu Sha struggled desperately, as Ling Chong descended with the spear aimed at her. A flicker of anxiety and fear crossed Fu Sha's face. Got you, Ling Chong declared, the sea dragon battle soul spear piercing through the luminous binding. In a moment of dire urgency, Fu Sha bit down on her own left arm and, with great effort, severed it. This drastic decision spared her from a fatal blow. Subsequently, she unleashed her wicked clan's energy, dissipating the lunar binding and freeing herself from captivity. Both Ling Chong and Li Mo were taken aback by Fu Sha's brutal self-mutilation. Their astonishment palpable. Did she truly sever her own arm? Li Mo gasped, glancing at the severed limb on the ground and the wound on Fu Sha's shoulder. A chill creeping into her heart. Humph, to force me to such extremes. You two are indeed formidable. I have underestimated you. Fu Sha grimaced, enduring the pain from her wound as she addressed them. Nevertheless, even so, you stand no chance of victory. With that, her gaze turned to Li Mo, fury igniting within her. For this severed arm, you shall pay dearly. Chapter 1469, Divine Punishment, the 10 Commandments of the Celestial Deity. Then let us see you try. Li Mo replied with fervor. After finishing his words, Li Mo soared into the high heavens, immediately unleashing the full force of his mystical powers. Moonlight Sacrifice. A multitude of radiant beams of moonlight erupted from the lunar divine halo behind him. Faced with such a formidable assault, the malevolent sea deity Fu Sha furrowed her brow. Gripping the sinister artifact, the sea demon trident, tightly with one hand, and positioning it defensively before her chest, she unleashed a powerful dark violet shockwave that clashed violently with the moonlight, resulting in a thunderous explosion. At that moment, the sea deity Ling Chong once again summoned her powers, directing her force toward the sinister sea deity Fu Sha. Sea Emperor, raging waves kill. Ling Chong raised her divine artifact, the sea dragon war soul trident, and lunged downward at Fu Sha with astonishing speed, surpassing her previous strike. Noticing this, Fu Sha did not flinch. Instead, a faint smile graced her lips, and her expression remained remarkably composed, devoid of the earlier chaos. Meanwhile, the sinister flame deity Feng Huang had engaged in battle with the radiant sun deity Master Chan and the flame deity Li Tianhu. Ba, sinister flame deity Feng Huang. I advise you to abandon your murderous intent towards us. Otherwise, your demise will be most tragic, Master Chan intoned. Humph, wretched monk. The former radiant sun deity, Yu Tianshou, was merely a fortune teller. Now, his descendant has turned into a monk? Quite a family legacy, Feng Huang retorted. In that case, let me witness the prowess of your divine lineage before your inevitable demise. I shall grant you both a glimpse of the might of the sinister clan. With that proclamation, Feng Huang unleashed his sinister powers, sending forth a searing wave of energy toward Master Chan and Li Tianhu. Master Chan, be cautious. This sinister flame deity is formidable. Li Tianhu warned his companion. This is our final confrontation. We must ensure he pays dearly for his actions. Ba, Li Tianhu, your brother perished at his hands. Did he not? Master Chan remarked, having foreseen such an outcome. Indeed, Today a slaughter serves a dual purpose. It is also to avenge my brother, Li Tianhu declared with fervor. With that, he gripped the 10-segment divine artifact, the flame execution blade, and in a moment of wrath, unleashed his mystical might. A surge of divine flames surged forth, colliding fiercely with the sinister energy emanating from Feng Huang. At that instant, Master Chan plunged his own 10-segment divine artifact, the divine punishment Eternal Night Blade, into the ground. Divine punishment, 10 rings of the celestial gods, kill order array. In the next moment, a crimson array of slaughter rapidly expanded outward from Master Chan, encompassing both Li Tianhu and the sinister flame deity, Feng Huang, within its grasp. What is this? Feng Huang exclaimed, astonished and bewildered. Ba, since it is required for you to engage in battle with the malevolent flame god Feng Huang, I shall ensure that you are thoroughly entertained. Master Mingchan spoke in a somber tone, saying that at the moment of your demise, you shall harbor no regrets from your life. Foul monk, do you truly believe I would fear you? What a jest! How could a grand deity of the wicked clan be subdued by the likes of you two? Flame god Feng Huang retorted to Master Mingchan and Li Tianhu before him. Ensnared by divine punishment, within the confines of the 10 divine seals and the murderous array, Feng Huang cast a wary glance around, his brow furrowed with urgency. Observing this, Master Mingchan felt the surge of wicked power emanating from Feng Huang, attempting to shatter the murderous array. Ba, Master Mingchan spoke, his tone tinged with gravity. If that is the case, allow me to remind you of the might of the 10 seals. Divine punishment, 10 divine seals, golden dragon array. Divine punishment, 10 divine seals. Demon subduing array. Divine punishment, 10 divine seals, gale array. At that moment, the 4 arrays, murderous, golden dragon, demon subduing, and gale, intertwined and supported one another in a seamless lock, rendering even the formidable powers unleashed by Feng Huang ineffective against their collective pressure. Is it merely 4 arrays? Heir of the radiant sun god. If this is the extent of your prowess, you stand no chance against me. Feng Huang taunted. With that, he unleashed his power once more. A formidable shockwave raging within the arrays, striving to obliterate them entirely. Master Mingchan, witnessing this, pressed his palms together, closed his eyes, and addressed Feng Huang. Ba, Feng Huang. Should you believe that my fourfold 10 divine seals cannot withstand your might, then let us incorporate the remaining 6. Li Tianhu, engaged in close combat with Feng Huang, retreated upon hearing Master Mingchan's words, distancing himself from the malevolent deity. Master, the next move is yours, he remarked to Master Mingchan. Ba, Tianhu, step aside, Master Mingchan instructed. Very well. Subsequently, Master Mingchan slowly opened his eyes, revealing an intense killing intent. Brilliant crimson flames erupted beneath his feet, gradually dispersing outward until they harmonized with the previous 4 arrays. At this moment, Feng Huang sensed an unsettling presence and unfurled the enormous black wings upon his back. Just as he intended to take flight and escape from above, Master Mingchan suddenly unleashed the 5th array. Divine punishment, 10 divine seals, celestial suppression array. From beneath Master Mingchan's feet, a powerful formation burst forth, soaring upwards to envelop the opening above completely. At this juncture, the quintuplet array had formed an exceedingly sealed space around them, constrained and unable to escape. The malevolent flame god Feng Huang had no choice but to descend temporarily to the ground, bracing for the next assault from the master of the radiant sun. How infuriating! I never anticipated you could wield the 5th divine punishment. The malevolent flame god Feng Huang was taken aback. Ba, I shall allow you to witness once more the complete divine punishment of the 10 divine commandments. The master of the radiant sun proclaimed with righteous fervor. Chapter 1470. The alliance of 3 gods. Divine punishment, 10 divine commandments, thunderous light. Divine punishment, 10 divine commandments, dragon flame. Divine punishment, 10 divine commandments, ice spirit. Divine punishment, 10 divine commandments, rock peak. Divine punishment, 10 divine commandments, wind's might. Within the enclosed space of the 5 formations united, the master of the radiant sun unleashed the entirety of his divine level techniques, the divine punishment, 10 divine commandments. At that moment, formidable attacks, embodying 5 distinct attributes, surged forth, relentlessly assailing the malevolent flame god Feng Huang, leaving him unable to withstand the onslaught. How detestable! You wretched monk have truly executed the full 10 divine commandments. The technique of the celestial guardian has been perfected by you. The malevolent flame god Feng Huang shouted furiously while evading and defending against the relentless strikes. Meanwhile, on the final battlefield, hostilities had commenced. The bloodline heir of the thunder god, Qin Mu, along with the bloodline heir of the phoenix god, Meng Yao, and the bloodline heir of the wolf god, Tian Nan, were engaged in confrontation against the malevolent wind dragon ritual. Ha, just the three of you, is it? The malevolent wind dragon ritual disdainfully remarked to thunder god Qin Mu. As expected, you are the heir of the thunder god Helio. Impressive indeed. Capable of dispersing us with a single strike. Humph. Not only that, I could very well slay you myself, thunder god Qin Mu retorted. Qin Mu, do not underestimate him. The malevolent wind dragon ritual can manipulate the winds, making him quite formidable, cautioned wolf god Xiananji to thunder god Qin Mu. Indeed, Xiananji speaks wisely. With Feng Sun absent from our ranks, dealing with this dragon ritual will be quite a challenge. Upon hearing the words of Meng Yao and Xiananji, thunder god Qin Mu immediately tempered his sharp demeanor and adopted a more composed stance. Seeing that the three before him had yet to initiate an attack, the malevolent wind dragon ritual declared, if you remain idle, do not blame me for what ensues. With that, the malevolent wind dragon ritual instantaneously transformed into a dragon-like form, resembling that of a dragon god. He then launched a ferocious assault upon the trio before him. What speed! Exclaimed Phoenix god Meng Yao, wide-eyed in astonishment. I already warned you, he is capable of riding the winds. Wolf god Xiananji remarked. Observing the scene, thunder god Qin Mu immediately unleashed his full thunder god power, striking at the malevolent wind dragon ritual with his iron fist, imbued with crimson lightning. Divine General's 10 fists, 8th fist, divine might shakes. Malevolent dragon claw. In this clash of divine and malevolent forces, a tempestuous frenzy erupted upon the battlefield. I never expected Qin Mu's fist could possess such incredible might. The divine being, Fengshen Mingyao, found herself profoundly astonished. Is this truly shocking? She mused with a chuckle. Do not blink, for soon, even more astonishing events shall unfold. The wolf god, Xiananzi, spoke to her earnestly. At that moment, the thunder god, Qin Mu, unleashed his supreme technique, the Thunder Fury Decision, manifesting an overwhelming force upon the battlefield, stirring tempestuous winds and causing the very earth to tremble. Subsequently, Qin Mu infused the ground with his crimson lightning fire, transforming the entire arena into a realm enveloped in scarlet electric energy. This spectacle struck the evil wind divine dragon, Gigi, with a profound sense of dread and astonishment, leaving him in a state of panic. What is happening? He questioned. Haha, the power and speed of the wind may only be matched by you. The heir of the wind god, Feng Sun, the thunder god remarked. However, your winds may not withstand the might of my lightning. As the words left his lips, the crimson lightning surged forth at an alarming speed towards the evil wind divine dragon. In response, Gigi soared into the air, attempting to evade the fierce onslaught unleashed by Qin Mu. Yet, in that very moment, the wolf god, Xiananzi, seized the opportunity, leaping with his sacred artifact, the snow crystal crescent blade, raised high. A powerful essence of ice radiated from him. Songlong, snow slash, he proclaimed. As the blade descended, a colossal white wolf emerged from the slashing motion, charging fiercely towards the evil wind god. Faced with such a rapid assault, Gigi was compelled to confront it with his formidable dragon claws. The collision between the dragoness claws and the white wolf produced a tremendous shockwave that rippled outward in the sky. You almost caught me off guard. You wretched wolf cub, Gigi taunted Xiananzi. Despite witnessing his attack being met head-on by the evil wind divine dragon, Xiananzi felt no trace of anxiety or despair. Instead, he remained composed. Noticing Xiananzi's unusual demeanor, Gigi pondered, but before he could act, a third divine being, the heir of the phoenix god, Meng Yao, appeared high above. Do not forget, I am here too. Meng Yao shouted down at Gigi, who was engaged with Xiananzi. Perish. With that declaration, she raised her own sacred artifact, the Phoenix Flame Soul Sword, and slashed downward toward the evil wind god. Phoenix 9 Heaven Slash. In an instant, a brilliant blaze of phoenix fire erupted from the blade, hurtling towards Gigi with ferocious speed. Realizing the immense crimson flaming phoenix was barreling toward him, he desperately sought to escape the grasp of the enormous white wolf before him. However, contrary to expectations, the ravenous wolf manipulated by Xiananji had firmly latched onto him, rendering him incapable of extricating himself. How infuriating! Indeed, you all possess remarkable prowess. The evil wind divine dragon festival remarked to the individuals before him. Should the current dragon festival descend to the ground, he would be enveloped by the crimson lightning unleashed by the thunder god Qin Mu, completely shrouded in electric fury. At that moment, the thunder god Qin Mu discerned that the evil wind divine dragon festival was wholly ensnared by Xiananji's relentless assault. the overwhelming force rendering him immobile and unable to escape. In light of this, allow me to augment the intensity of your plight, the thunder god Qin Mu declared. As he spoke, he unleashed his formidable crimson lightning once more, infusing it entirely into his 10-section divine artifact, the sacred radiance military god fist, launching a fierce offensive against the evil wind god below. Chapter 1471, devastating the wind god. At this juncture, the 5 deities of the evil clan were completely restrained by the 12 heirs of the divine clan, unable to extricate themselves fully. The evil fiend god Taimi was entangled with the dragon god Long Fei, the tiger god Wushan Ling, the lion god Sinan, and the wind god Feng Sun. The battle having escalated to a fever pitch. Indeed, the fighting god lives up to his name. Even having fallen to the evil clan, his strength remains unparalleled, an existence unmatched. The lion god Sinan remarked, "It appears that if we cannot subdue him 4 against 1, we have truly found ourselves in a dire struggle." Feng Sun, the wind god, expressed anxiously, "Haha, fear not, young Feng Sun. I, the dragon god Long Fei, shall ensure your safety." The dragon god Long Fei assured him, "Although you are of the divine clan, you are still but a youth. Even if all the divine clan were to perish in battle, you, Feng Sun, shall surely survive. The sole remaining member of the divine clan. Long Fei, you underestimate me far too much," Feng Sun retorted. "Remember, do not perceive me as merely a child. Now, watch closely. I shall commence my assault." With that declaration, the wind god Feng Sun unleashed his powerful technique, instantly merging with the howling winds, charging towards the evil fiend god Taimi. Under the influence of such tempestuous gales, the evil fiend god Taimi found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Though he possessed considerable strength, the wind was not easily grasped by him, nor would it allow him to seize hold of Feng Sun. "You insolent brat, how dare you mock me?" The evil fiend god Taimi seethed, clenching his fists and throwing punches at the wind, yet no matter how he exerted himself, he could not capture Feng Sun amidst the tempest. "Taimi, you are far too overconfident. I have warned you. The trajectory of the wind is beyond your grasp." The wind god Feng Sun proclaimed with righteous indignation. "He, young one, do you truly believe it to be as you say?" After the malevolent deity, Tianmi, finished speaking, he infused the divine artifact, the holy soul weapon, the Xianlong axe, with the power of his divine lineage. With this enhancement, the holy soul weapon swiftly ascended to the formidable tier of the 10-stage artifact, the Xianlong Zhuntian axe. Grasping the divine axe firmly, he began to rotate it in place, gradually increasing its speed. Witnessing this phenomenon, the divine beings present were filled with confusion. Dragon god Longfei furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is happening? How has he mastered the art of wind manipulation?" In that moment, as the sinister deity spun faster and faster, Fengshuan, who was enveloped by the winds, felt his own powerful gusts being swept away by the force of Taimi's rotation. "This is bad. Something is amiss." Just as the wind god Fengshuan sought to extricate himself from the tempest, he found the accelerating speed and force of Taimi's rotation rendered him incapable of escaping, drawing him inexorably into the maelstrom. No! Fengshuan screamed in agony. Within the swirling winds, it felt as though his very form was on the brink of being torn apart, plunging the wind god into excruciating torment. "With such strength, you are still unable to grasp the winds?" Taimi taunted. "Now you understand that you are not an invincible being, do you, little brat? I will not let you capture me," Fengshuan stubbornly retorted, gritting his teeth against the overwhelming force. "This is merely a tickle to me." Hearing Fengshuan's defiance, Tianmi intensified his rotational force, causing the whirlwind to surge even more violently. The surrounding figures, dragon god Longfei, lion god Sinan, and tiger god Wushan Ling, found themselves powerless to intervene or rescue Fengshuan. "What shall we do, Longfei? If this continues, that brat, wind god Fengshuan, might be killed by Taimi." Wushan Ling expressed his unease to Longfei. How did we suddenly become so passive? In truth, they had previously held the advantage. However, Taimi had not yet unleashed his full power. Sinan analyzed the situation for his companions, noting, Taimi is now employing divine techniques, and his strength rivals that of the former battle god, second only to the chaotic deity, Ganyuo. Thus, we are unworthy challengers in his eyes. This meant that Taimi, at this moment, was akin to the former battle god of the divine lineage. Just then, while Longfei and the others searched for an opportunity to plunge into the fray and rescue Fengshuan, they beheld Taimi gripping the 10-stage artifact Xianlong Zhuntian axe with renewed fervor, his piercing gaze filled with murderous intent suddenly locking onto Fengshuan, who had been concealed within the winds for so long. At last, I have caught you, you wretched brat, Taimi declared. With that, he exerted even greater strength. His muscles tensing, veins bulging as he prepared to strike. You shall die? As soon as the words fell, the malevolent deity, Tianmi, vigorously swung the legendary artifact. The 10-section dragon-quaking axe, delivering a powerful horizontal strike that struck the wind god, Feng Sun, with tremendous force. In an instant, Feng Sun was sent flying several dozen meters away, landing on the ground, appearing exceedingly weak and spitting blood. The lion god, Tian Nan, swiftly maneuvered around Tianmi and rushed to Feng Sun's side, gently lifting him up and anxiously inquiring, Feng Sun, my boy, how are you? Please, don't die on me. I'm fine, Feng Sun replied in a feeble voice, eliciting a pang of heartbreak in Tian Nan for the injured child in his arms, who was battered and bleeding, every part of his body racked with intense pain. Hold on, I'm taking you back to Ning Feng's servant, Lianfu, for treatment, Tian Nan urged. You must endure, don't leave me. Don't move him. Any disturbance now could worsen his condition. Feng Sun can no longer move. Just as Tian Nan was at a loss, Lianfu, the servant of the chaos god, appeared on the battlefield. Lianfu? What are you doing here? Tian Nan queried, puzzled. I am here at the behest of my master. Ning Feng, should you require assistance, I will arrive at your side without delay to provide treatment, Lianfu explained. I see. Then I leave this boy in your capable hands. I must return to confront Tianmi, Tian Nan said to Lianfu. Very well, I will handle things here, Lianfu replied calmly. Tian Nan then hastily returned to the battlefield. Observing the battered form of the wind god, Feng Sun, Lianfu took a deep breath and sighed. How could he be so gravely injured? Those despicable fiends. With that, she began to channel her divine abilities, illuminating Feng Sun with the golden light of her artifact, the Baichin staff, to commence his healing. However, a group of malevolent soldiers soon spotted Feng Sun and Lianfu, altering their course and launching an attack towards them. Lianfu frowned at the sight. How infuriating. Why must they choose this moment to strike, when I'm in the midst of healing someone? As Lianfu prepared to deal with the encroaching foes, a massive dragon's tail surged from the side, forcefully sending the malevolent soldiers flying. Upon closer inspection, Lianfu realized it was the combative Xinxiu, transformed into the ice-fire celestial dragon. Xinxiu? What brings you here? Lianfu exclaimed. Had I not intervened, either you or the heir of the wind goddess bloodline would have perished here, Xinxiu replied, addressing Lianfu. How severe are the boy's injuries? It is not looking good. The injuries are far too severe, and it will take some time for him to recover. As Lianfu focused on her healing techniques, she furrowed her brow in response to Xinxiu's inquiry. Upon hearing Lianfu's assessment, Xinxiu transformed back into her human form. In that case, allow me to fend off the forces of the evil clan while you tend to this young man, Xinxiu said to Lianfu. They had no choice but to agree. With that, Lianfu continued to employ her divine techniques to heal the gravely injured wind god, Feng Sun, while Xinxiu stood guard beside her, clearing away the advancing foes from the evil clan. Meanwhile, the hunters, who were valiantly resisting the onslaught of the evil army, found themselves utterly exhausted. They were experiencing a repulsive reaction between the powers of the divine clan and those of the evil clan. Ugh, truly, how can we be so quickly worn out? Yin Zhen lamented, leaning on his divine weapon, the flame skyblade, panting heavily. It seems we have reached the end of our strength, have we not? Hearing Yin Zhen's disheartened words, the leader, Lu Fenglin, felt a surge of anger, yet he was well aware of their physical limitations, which were insufficient to support any greater offensive maneuvers. Everyone, do not panic. Our task is to hold off these evil forces, and by time for the divine clan to deal with the 5 leaders of the evil clan, headed by Mo Wu. Lin Shu urged his companions, also breathless. We must endure a little longer. If the divine clan fails to take down Mo Wu and his cohort, our sacrifices will have been in vain, Shi Huatian exclaimed passionately. At that moment, while they were embroiled in a fierce battle, a long staff shot forth from the ranks of the evil army, obliterating all the foes in its path. As they focused, they realized it was the divine weapon of Hunter Feng Jin, the Azure Dragon Staff. Is that Feng Jin? They are still alive, Yin Zhen exclaimed with excitement. It seems our reinforcements have arrived. After speaking, Yin Zhen, somewhat fatigued, knelt on the ground, struggling to catch his breath. Curse it, my body is truly betraying me. At this juncture, the 4 hunters led by Feng Jin arrived on the battlefield. Upon seeing them, Lu Fenglin inquired, have you concluded your battle? Well, somewhat. There are still a few gathering towards us, Feng Jin replied. What is the situation now? Han Yu asked Lu Fenglin. Lu Fenglin pointed into the distance. They are engaged in combat with the evil god and Mo Wu over there, while we hunters are holding back the evil army here. We are already experiencing a repulsive reaction. It is likely that we will not last much longer. Upon hearing the leader mention the rejection reaction, Feng Jin remarked, "So that is how it is. Allow me to explain. The rejection reactions experienced by us have completely vanished." What? The rejection reaction has disappeared? How can that be possible? The power of the evil clan does not simply dissipate. Feng Jin's assertion immediately instilled a sense of unease among the others, leaving them perplexed. What? The rejection reaction has vanished? What do you mean by that? Lin Shu exclaimed, her voice tinged with agitation. Speak quickly, we are on the brink of collapse. As the group deliberated, more members of the evil clan surged toward them. The enemy approaches. We must prepare for battle, Lu Fenglin advised. However, just as the hunters, who had previously suffered from the rejection reaction, were about to take action, Feng Jin, wielding the divine artifact, the Azure Dragon Tremor Staff, intervened, blocking Lu Fenglin and the others. Feng Jin, what are you doing? We still need to fight, Shi Huatian said, utterly bewildered. Shi Huatian, Lu Fenglin, Lin Shu, Yin Zhen. Do not be alarmed. Let us leave this to Luo Ye, Han Yu, and Abo for now. At the very least, we are free from the rejection reaction. Feng Jin reassured the group behind him. After speaking, Feng Jin exchanged glances with Han Yu and the other three, and they nodded subtly, as if reaching a silent understanding. Then, Luo Ye and the others unleashed their respective powers, gripping their divine artifacts tightly as they charged toward the advancing evil forces. Feng Jin, stop keeping us in suspense. How did the rejection reaction disappear? Lu Fenglin, suppressing the pain and fatigue within him, furrowed his brow and pressed Feng Jin for an answer. It's quite simple. Feng Jin explained carefully. By enduring the rejection reaction and continuously releasing the divine power from the artifact, we can overwhelm the strength of the evil clan, effectively neutralizing their power until it completely dissipates. Upon hearing Feng Jin's explanation, Lu Fenglin felt a pang of anxiety. If they were to fail, would they not end up like Wulong? Chapter 1473. Breaking free from the power of the evil clan, listening to Feng Jin's words, Lu Fenglin responded. What if we fail? That would be. In truth, Lu Fenglin was not alone in harboring such concerns. Lin Shu, Yin Zhen, and Shi Huatian also believed that this course of action was inadvisable. There is considerable risk involved, and the stakes are exceedingly high, Lin Shu cautioned Feng Jin. It might be better to perish here. At least we could take a few of the evil clan down with us. Are you all truly going to give up this easily? You are the most disappointing individuals I have ever encountered, came a voice from behind them. It was none other than Lian Fu, servant of the chaos god. Who are you? Lu Fenglin inquired, narrowing his eyes. I am Lian Fu, servant of the most powerful deity, the chaos god Ning Feng, she replied calmly. Upon hearing the name Lian Fu, Lin Shu recalled her encounter with Lian Fu during his battle against Ning Feng in the northern snowy regions. I remember you. You are Ning Feng's servant. What did you just say? That we are inferior? Huh. As a servant of the divine race, what right do you have to judge us? Lin Shu retorted with a hint of agitation, his tone rather harsh. I have no time to assess your rights and wrongs. However, I cannot help but disapprove of your attitude just now, Lian Fu replied earnestly, leaning on her artifact, the Baichin staff. You have already condemned yourselves without knowing the outcome. Such behavior is not merely inferior. Pray tell, what would you call it? After hearing Lian Fu's counter, the hunter Lin Shu took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. Due to the prolonged rejection of two opposing forces on her body, she appeared quite frail and lacked the strength to retort against Lian Fu's words. Yin Zhen, standing nearby, discerned the subtlety in Lian Fu's words. Observing her calm demeanor, he inquired, do you have a way to prevent us from becoming what you just described? Looking at Yin Zhen, Lian Fu replied, a way? Haven't your people already informed you? What more is there for me to say? It seemed that there was only one method available, albeit fraught with great risk. Chief, we cannot afford to hesitate any longer. If this continues, your bodies will weaken further, and danger may truly arise. Feng Jing urged once more. Lu Fenglin turned to Feng Jing, then glanced at Lin Shu and the others, who were similarly weakened. Ultimately, he chose to take a gamble. Very well, let us wager everything, including our lives, Lu Fenglin declared through clenched teeth. As the leader, Lu Fenglin stepped forward, unleashing the dark power within him. The pain from the rejection immediately coursed through his entire being, leaving him in agony. With bloodshot eyes, the hunter Lu Fenglin gripped the artifact, the Fengshan blade, tightly. Suddenly, he unleashed a potent divine energy from the artifact. With an enraged roar, Lu Fenglin was enveloped in a radiant white light. However, due to his weakened state, The divine energy he released appeared feeble. This is bad. The dark forces are gaining the upper hand, Lin Shu said anxiously. At that moment, Lian Fu, the divine being observing from the side, released the healing sacred light from her technique, the Wan Ling Shu, channeling it through the Bai Qin staff into Lu Fenglin, to aid in restoring his strength. Before long, the white light erupted. Subsequently, the hunter leader Lu Fenglin kept his eyes tightly shut, remaining silent. Those around him detected neither the divine aura nor the dark power emanating from him. What is happening? What has become of Lu Fenglin? The hunter god, Shi Huatian, inquired in confusion. The other three companions shared his bewilderment, unsure of how to proceed. Could it be that he has truly perished? Yin Zhen muttered anxiously to himself. Surely not. How could this be the case? Lian Fu, what did you just do? Lin Shu questioned Lian Fu. He is fine, not dead. He is merely adjusting to the changes in his body after losing the powers of the evil clan, Lian Fu explained reassuringly. Do not worry. The leader of the hunter gods will not succumb so easily. Hearing Lian Fu's calm words and observing her composed demeanor, Lin Shu and the others felt a sense of peculiar reassurance. After a moment, Lu Fenglin gradually opened his eyes. At this moment, his gaze no longer bore the emptiness that had been instilled by the evil clan's influence. Instead, it was imbued with a newfound determination. He then turned to face Lian Fu, approaching her with cupped hands in gratitude. Lian Fu, I sincerely thank you for your assistance just now. Otherwise, I would have been consumed by the evil clan's forces. There is no need for such formalities. I acted under the orders of my master, Ning Feng, upon witnessing the injuries inflicted upon the divine beings on the battlefield. Lian Fu clarified to Lu Fenglin. I happened to catch sight of you and sensed your turmoil, which compelled me to intervene. Lu Fenglin then asked Lian Fu, would you be so kind as to extend your aid to my three companions as well? The leader of the hunter gods, Lu Fenglin, spoke in a gentle tone, a smile gracing his lips. On behalf of the entire hunter god organization, I express my profound gratitude for your actions. Though Lian Fu recognized the alliance between the divine beings and the hunter god organization, she still sensed a hint of insincerity in the request. There is no need for such deference, Lu Fenglin. As I mentioned, my presence here is solely in service to my master, Ning Feng, and is unrelated to you. She responded. Afterward, Lian Fu summoned her divine technique, the 10,000 spirits technique, channeling the golden healing light of the artifact, the Bai Qin staff, to envelop Lin Shu, Shi Huatian, and Yin Zhen. They felt an immediate warmth, and the overwhelming fatigue that had gripped them dissipated in an instant. Well, my task is complete. From here on, how you extricate yourselves from the control of the evil clan is up to you, Lian Fu informed Lin Shu and the others. Chapter 1474, The Indomitable Evil Clan He. The power of the dragon god is indeed capable of putting up a fight against me. Tian Me, the malevolent deity Tian Me sneered at the dragon god bloodline heir, Long Fei, who stood before him defiantly. You, I shall remember. Tian Me, who do you think you are? Long Fei retorted. You are already a traitor to my divine clan, and there is no reason for us to ally with you. Dragon King's wrath array. As the words fell, the inheritor of the dragon god bloodline, Long Fei, instantly unleashed his divine-level technique, the Dragon God Overlord Art. Subsequently, a golden magic array expanded outward from his very being, accompanied by a deep, resonant dragon's roar echoing within. Realizing he was ensnared within this golden array, he found himself unable to take flight and escape. The malevolent deity, Xiexiong Shintaimi, attempted to counter the Dragon King's wrath array with his formidable dark powers, yet he was unable to breach such a divine formation. What is this? Xiexiong Shintaimi exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. After surveying his surroundings, he turned to the dragon god, Long Fei, and inquired, what is this array? This is the advanced formation of the Dragon God Ascension Array that you previously shattered, known as the Dragon King's Wrath Array, Long Fei replied. Meanwhile, the Tiger God, Wu Shanling, observed that the Dragon Goddess Array had thoroughly confined Xiexiong Shintaimi and deemed it an opportune moment for a targeted strike. Thus, he transformed his 10-section divine artifact, the Celestial Fire Spear. The spear, infused with potent divine energy, radiated a dazzling golden light in his grasp. Soon, the golden glow erupted into a fierce crimson flame. Ultimately, under the brilliance of this divine light, the 10-section divine artifact metamorphosed into a new heavy artillery form, named the Celestial Fire Dragon Cannon. In an instant, Wu Shanling leaped into the air, firmly grasping the Celestial Fire Dragon Cannon with both hands, aiming it at the ensnared Xiexiong Shintaimi. Taimi, prepare to meet your end. Xiexiong Shintaimi turned to see Wu Shanling in the distance. But at that moment, Long Fei executed the golden dragon binding technique, casting a ray of golden light that ensnared him, rendering him immobile. You, Xiaxiong Shintaimi gasped, attempting to free himself from the golden light, but was met again with a tempestuous wind. What? At that moment, he felt a force akin to the earlier tempest. The wind god, Feng Sun, manifested amidst the gusts and grasped Xiaxiong Shintaimi, preventing his escape from the dragon god's golden light. You little brat. Let me go? Release me. Rest assured, I shall release you shortly. Feng Sun chuckled, turning to Wu Shanling high above. Wu Shanling, now is your chance. Fire the cannon at him. Upon receiving the wind god's command, Wu Shanling aimed the powerful artillery at Xiaxiong Shintaimi within the magic array and unleashed a rapid barrage. Heaven's Judgment, Flame Slayer Cannon. A blazing beam of crimson flame shot forth from the cannon's mouth, accompanied by several golden dragons swirling around the fiery column. Unable to break free, Xiaxiong Shintaimi could only watch in horror as the cannon and fire dragons hurtled toward him. With a tremendous shockwave radiating outward, the entire battlefield trembled under the force of the impact. The onlookers turned their gaze toward the site of the recent explosion, witnessing the disarray of the malevolent deity. The evil god Tianmi, as he bore the brunt of the assault. The northern king, Ning Feng, smirked at the formidable figure of the evil god Mo Wu before him, declaring, "You shall be next, Mo Wu." Humph. Do you truly believe such feeble attacks can compel us, the members of the evil clan, to submit? Retorted the evil god Mo Wu. Ning Feng, after all these years of your divine clan's sealing, do you presume that we five have been entirely confined? Upon hearing Mo Wu's words, Ning Feng felt a sense of intrigue, sensing hidden meanings within his statement. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the evil god Mo Wu, and inquired, Mo Wu, what do you mean by that? Is it possible that you were not completely sealed? Indeed, the sealing merely confined our physical forms, Mo Wu elucidated. Though we could not move, we have continued to cultivate our dark powers in secret. With that, Mo Wu conjured 2 orbs of malevolent purple fire in his hands and hurled them toward Ning Feng. In the ensuing chaos, he swiftly evaded Ning Feng and dashed toward Tianmi. Meanwhile, the other 3 evil gods, evil flame god Feng Huang, evil sea god Fu Sha, and evil wind god Long Ji, quickly followed suit, racing to assist Tianmi. At that moment, after enduring the fierce bombardment released by the tiger god Wu Shanliang, half of Tianmi's form had been utterly obliterated. Observing the precarious state of Tianmi, the wind god Feng Sun could not help but chuckle. Huh. Tianmi, how does it feel? Is this enough to make you reconsider? Seeing Feng Sun, whom he had previously wounded, now appearing unscathed before him puzzled Tianmi. You managed to recover in such a short span. I must admit, that startled me, he remarked in a somber tone. However, do not underestimate me. I can achieve the same. With that, Tianmi began to harness the power of the evil clan to mend his shattered form. The dragon god Long Fei and his companions watched in astonishment as Tianmi's body gradually restored itself. Once fully healed, he unleashed a tremendous surge of both evil and divine energy, merging the 2 forces into one, shattering the Dragon King's fury formation set by Long Fei in an instant. In a flash, the evil god Tianmi soared toward Wu Shanliang and Feng Sun, seizing them by their throats with relentless force, pinning them to the ground. Both Wu Shanliang and Feng Sun coughed out blood, their bodies rising and falling with the tumult. Damn it, I just recovered, and now you've made me spit blood again. Feng Sun exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. Hee, young one, this time, it is not merely about making you cough up blood. The malevolent deity, evil exterminator, exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 1475. Chaos of battle. Just as evil exterminator was poised to eliminate the heir of the wind god, Feng Sun, the lion god, Tian Nan, suddenly appeared, using the divine artifact in his possession to thwart evil exterminator's assault. Simultaneously, Tian encountered with his own offensive, forcing evil exterminator to retreat. Who are you? Tian Nan, the lion god, responded. I am Tian Nan, the lion god. Upon beholding the golden-haired deity, evil exterminator's interest was piqued. Ah, so it's a lion. Ha! The lion god amongst the fallen deities once dealt me a grievous blow. Now, I may not have the chance to confront the original lion, but you shall do. With that declaration, evil exterminator surged forward, wielding the 10-segment divine artifact, the soaring dragon axe, and aimed a fierce strike at lion god Tian Nan. Observing this, Tian Nan gripped the heaven-cleaving blade tightly, positioning it above his head to withstand the powerful axe blow from evil exterminator. Perish! With a furious roar from evil exterminator, the 2 divine artifacts collided, generating a violent shockwave. Damn it! Tian Nan gritted his teeth, feeling the strain of withstanding evil exterminator's might. The ground beneath him cracked under the pressure, yet he found himself unable to break free. You cannot defeat me relying solely on the strength of the lion god. Evil exterminator taunted. What if I add the power of the thunder god? Suddenly, thunder god Qin Mu arrived on the battlefield, channeling his energy into a punch that sent the unsuspecting evil exterminator flying. Honestly, you should pay more attention to your surroundings. When will you learn this lesson? I recall witnessing you being struck by such an attack before, thunder god Qin Mu remarked with exasperation. You deserve this. At that moment, evil exterminator slowly regained his footing, recognizing the thunder god heir who had joined the fray. I wondered who it might be. Turns out to be the heir of thunder god. Hello, quite impressive indeed. Evil exterminator acknowledged. Thanks for the compliment, but regardless, you shall meet your end, Qin Mu declared. No sooner had he spoken than he clenched his fists and unleashed crimson thunderfire, launching a ferocious assault toward evil exterminator. In response, evil exterminator did not evade but instead gripped the soaring dragon axe with one hand and charged at thunder god Qin Mu. In an instant, the sacred radiance military god's fist clashed with the soaring dragon axe, producing an even more potent shockwave. Both figures grimaced, their expressions contorted with ferocity as they unleashed their battle cries. Beside them, the dragon god Long Fei and the lion god Tian Nan were taken aback. They never expected that Qin Mu could withstand the malevolent deity Tian Nan with the power of the thunder god. Long Fei remarked, "This truly exceeds my expectations." Subsequently, Tian Nan once again brandished the 10-segment divine artifact, Tian Song Lai Tian Ren, launching a side attack against the sinister deity. Having learned from the previous encounter, Tian Nan sensed Tian Nan's approach this time. You shall perish, Tian Nan shouted in fury as he swung his weapon. However, Tian Nan effortlessly blocked the strike with a single hand. What? Tian Nan exclaimed in astonishment, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. Do you wish to repeat the previous attempt? What a delusion. It's utterly impossible, Tian Nan declared with arrogance. Using his own power to fend off both Qin Mu and Tian Nan, oblivious to the presence of the third divine being, Long Fei. Have you forgotten about my existence? Long Fei suddenly leaped from behind Qin Mu. Upon witnessing Long Fei's emergence, Tian Nan's eyes widened in shock. In the next moment, Long Fei delivered a powerful kick to Tian Nan's face, sending him flying. Once again, the trio united their strength to propel the malevolent deity away, an act that thoroughly enraged him. You three, how dare you mock me? The ones mocking you are not just the three of us, but also us. The sea god Ling Shang suddenly charged in from the side, thrusting the 10-segment divine artifact, Sea Dragon Battle Soul Trident, directly at Tian Nan. Yet, this assault was thwarted by Tian Nan, who coldly sneered at Ling Shang. Young one, heir of the sea god Haij, your power is commendable. But you should know that the sea god is the last deity I would underestimate. Is that so? What if there's one more? Ling Shang retorted. At her words, Tian Nan felt a flicker of surprise before realizing her true intention. In the next instant, the wolf god Xian Nanji, wielding the 10-segment divine artifact, Snow Crystal Half-Moon Blade, swiftly approached from behind Tian Nan, raising the artifact high and bringing it down vertically. Die? What? By the time Tian Nan turned to see Xian Nanji, it was too late. The blade was nearly upon him. At that moment, a sea demon trident shot in from the side, aimed directly at Xian Nanji. The rapidity of the attack left Xian Nanji with barely a moment to react. After successfully blocking Xian Nanji's strike, the one-armed sea demon Fu Sha appeared behind Tian Nan, gripping the sea demon trident and gazing intently at Xian Nanji. The two individuals exchanged glances, and ultimately, the wolf god, Xian Nanji, set aside the 10-section divine artifact, the Snow Crystal Crescent Blade. Indeed, you wish to challenge me. Though I may be missing an arm, you are merely a she-wolf. Upon hearing the taunts from the evil sea god, Xian Nanji felt a surge of anger. Yet, she was acutely aware that as the weakest among the divine clan, she could not possibly rival the malevolent beings before her. Evil sea god Fusha, it seems I must sever your other arm to silence you, declared the sea god, Ling Shang. Subsequently, 3 more members of the evil clan arrived at the battlefield. How vexing it is that the mightiest of battle gods, possessing dual powers, should struggle against such lowly adversaries. Chapter 1476. The final battle. Upon hearing the derisive words of the evil wind god, Long Ji, the evil fierce god, Tian Nan, swung the 10-section divine artifact, the shockwave dragon axe, directly at Long Ji's face. Just 2 centimeters from contact, Tian Nan halted his assault. Let me make this clear. Should you dare to speak recklessly again, there will be no warning next time, he growled menacingly at Long Ji. Seeing the axe blade before him, Long Ji merely scoffed and casually brushed it aside. Oh, come now, no need for such anger. It's all in good fun, he replied with a mischievous grin, addressing Tian Nan. You, Tian Nan, are simply the best, taking on 4 opponents without a hint of trepidation. Tian Nan took a deep breath and shot him a sidelong glance before turning away. As the 5 members of the evil clan gathered in unison, the divine beings, including Long Fei, felt a palpable sense of pressure. Where are the others? Why haven't Ning Feng and the others arrived yet? The lion god, Tian Nan, inquired with rising agitation. At that moment, the wind god, Feng Sun, gradually regained consciousness, enduring the waves of pain coursing through him as he stood up. Through the winds, he sensed that King Ning Feng and the other divine beings were hastily approaching the battlefield. Enough of the noise. Your awaited companions are on their way, Feng Sun announced, assuring them not to panic. Upon hearing his words, a sense of relief washed over the group. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let us go, brothers. Tian Nan exclaimed excitedly. Just as he was about to wield his 10-section divine artifact, the sky-splitting blade, he was halted by Long Fei. Tian Nan, hold your horses. We are no match for them alone. Let us await Ning Feng and the others. No need to wait any longer. We have arrived. As the words left his lips, the divine beings, led by King Ning Feng, appeared behind them. The group turned to see that the remaining divine members had also reached the battlefield. The chaotic deity Ning Feng, the phoenix goddess Meng Yao, the solar deity Master Zhen, the fire god Li Tianhu, and the moon goddess Li Mo have all made their grand entrance. Now, the divine faction has gathered at the remaining battlefields. Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience. The northern king Ning Feng spoke in a somber tone to the figures before him. We've been waiting for you, Brother Feng, remarked the thunder god Qin Mu. You truly are quick, the malevolent deity Mo Wu noted, his brow furrowed in unease at the sight of the assembled divine beings. Ning Feng, your swiftness is commendable, Mo Wu acknowledged. Naturally, otherwise, how could I possibly live up to the 5 of you? Ning Feng replied with a hint of disdain. Having failed to determine a victor earlier, he suggested they settle the matter here and now. At the side, the malevolent fire god Feng Huang gritted his teeth, panting heavily, and retorted, enough with the idle chatter, chaotic deity Ning Feng. It appears someone is getting impatient. Mo Wu, are your subordinates so eager to meet their demise? Ning Feng quipped, casting a sly glance at Mo Wu. Both sides exchanged glances filled with murderous intent, neither willing to strike first. Time passed, and amidst the battlefield of divine and malevolent forces, the northern king Ning Feng infused his sacred artifact, the holy soul weapon Tianfu, with his transcendent divine technique, elevating it to the extraordinary artifact Tian Yulong. The crowd felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Ning Feng, their astonishment palpable. It was the first time witnessing such power from the chaotic deity. Is this the power you spoke of, one that transcends 10 segments? Inquired the dragon god Long Fei. Indeed, today I shall wield this power to lead the divine beings in vanquishing the malevolent scourge. As his words echoed, Ning Feng surged forth at blinding speed towards Mo Wu. The latter, resolute, stepped forward to confront him, unwilling to retreat. Eager to witness the true intensity of this transcendent power. Such power indeed takes one by surprise. It befits your status as the strongest divine being, the chaotic deity, Mo Wu remarked. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the other 4 malevolent beings exchanged glances and simultaneously charged towards the northern king Ning Feng. At that moment, all the divine beings standing behind Ning Feng surged forward as well, clashing with the 4 malevolent entities. In an instant, the divine and malevolent factions were embroiled in a fierce melee, fighting fiercely. Meanwhile, on the other side, the hunters had successfully liberated themselves from the encroaching malevolent forces. Oh, this feels so much better, as if I've been revived, Lin Shu remarked, stretching his neck and speaking to himself. I never expected that tactic would actually work. After speaking, Lin Shu turned to the divine being Lian Fu beside him, awkwardly expressing, "Hey, thanks for earlier." Lian Fu discerned the embarrassment on Lin Shu's face and chose not to respond, turning away instead. "Hey, where are you going?" Lin Shu inquired. At that moment, another servant of chaos, Xinxiu, arrived and, upon seeing Lian Fu, exclaimed, "I've been searching for you everywhere. What are you doing here?" As Xinxiu spoke, his gaze fell upon the hunters, and his demeanor shifted to one of caution. "Lian Fu, don't tell me you treated them as well," he said, furrowing his brow. "Indeed," Lian Fu replied, inciting a surge of frustration in Xinxiu. "You, Sai, let us go. The forces of the evil clan are approaching." He said sternly to Lianfu. We must hasten. We cannot allow them to breach our defenses. Upon hearing Xinqiu's words, several hunters also furrowed their brows in concern. To express my gratitude for Lianfu's assistance in saving us, I, Lu Fenglin, as the leader of the hunters, will join you in repelling the evil clan's forces. This was previously agreed upon with the northern king, Ning Feng. He leads the divine beings against the evil heavenly demon Wu, while I will command the hunters to fend off the evil clan. Seeing the resolute gaze of Lu Fenglin, Xinqiu lowered his guard. Very well, but I hope you won't betray us, Xinqiu warned Lu Fenglin. Otherwise, I will ensure you meet a grim fate. Chapter 1477. The battle concludes. Stand down. Upon hearing Lu Fenglin's words, Xinqiu acknowledged his perspective. Thank you for your validation, Lu Fenglin replied to the divine being, Xinqiu. At that moment, the clash between the divine and evil factions reached a fever pitch. Humph, Ning Feng, even if you possess strength beyond the 10th tier, what of it? You still cannot contend with me, the evil heavenly demon Wu scoffed. Is that so? Heh, you certainly are confident, Demon Wu, Ning Feng retorted. But perhaps your confidence is misplaced. Xinqiu felt a jolt of unease upon hearing Ning Feng's assertion, casting a wary glance at him. In that instant, Ning Feng unleashed his divine powers, sending shockwaves that enveloped the entire battlefield. Humph, Demon Wu, although I am but a mortal, know this, if I must perish, it will be you who falls first, Ning Feng declared in a grave tone. Heavenly Guardian, Dragon Soul Extermination. With this ultimate technique, a radiant golden light erupted from his 10th tier artifact, the Heavenly Guardian Dragon Soul. The sound of dragon roars soon followed, resonating through the heavens. A colossal golden dragon soared forth from the artifact, reaching for the clouds above. Demon Wu stood agape, momentarily stunned. Even the past chaos deity, Gono, would not have unleashed such formidable divine power. However, before the heir of the chaos deity, such a lethal move is but one of many. Observing the astonishment on the face of the demon warrior, King Ning Feng of the Northern Realm recognized that this technique must have transcended the original Gono. Ha ha ha. Demon warrior, prepare to meet your demise. Celestial Guardian, Dragon Soul over Heaven, Roaring Dragon. The colossal golden dragon that had just erupted from the 10th tier artifact. Celestial Guardian Dragon Soul plunged from the heavens in an instant, charging directly at the malevolent deity, Demon Warrior. Accompanied by the resounding roar of the dragon, a tremendous explosion ensued, sending shockwaves across the battlefield, stirring the winds and shaking the earth. The other members of the evil clan were perplexed, uncertain of what had transpired. As they turned to investigate, they beheld the demon warrior half kneeling on the ground. How infuriating! I did not expect you to possess such a technique, the demon warrior gasped. Addressing King Ning Feng, I truly underestimated you. Not underestimating, but rather, in this battle, your defeat is inevitable. Victory is utterly beyond your grasp. King Ning Feng declared resolutely to the demon warrior. Even if your evil clan boasts 1,000,000 strong, I stand here with only these divine beings by my side. The treacherous hunters and the valiant soldiers of my extreme northern nation. Yet, in my view, these individuals are more than sufficient to secure victory in this war. Upon hearing King Ning Feng's words, the demon warrior was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Ning Feng's assertion. Should I believe your mere words? Should I withdraw my troops? Consider this. Look back at those people. They are either not of your evil clan or mere lifeless husks, who will not rise again once fallen. We, however, shall take down others before our own demise. My soldiers can fight 1 against 100, even 1 against 1,000. For they regard death with indifference and will not retreat, King Ning Feng stated. This is the distinction between us and you. Indeed, absolute power exists. Yet it resides within these mortals, not in the reanimated husks of your evil clan. At this moment, upon hearing King Ning Feng's profoundly stirring words, the demon warrior fell into deep contemplation, rendered speechless. After a brief interval, the remaining 4 members of the evil clan swiftly approached the demon warrior, assisting him to his feet. Are you all right, demon warrior? The sea god Fuxia inquired. What transpired just now? How could this boy injure you so easily? The demon god Tian furrowed his brow, questioning the warrior. Witnessing this, the flame god Feng Long, filled with rage, attempted to confront Ning Feng, but was halted by the demon warrior. Enough, Feng Long, stand down, the demon warrior admonished. What? Stand down? Not fight. We have come this far. If we were to start anew, who knows when we would dominate the celestial continent? At this moment, the 4 malevolent deities were utterly astonished and perplexed by the words of Mo Wu. Did we hear you correctly, Mo Wu? You wish to cease hostilities? The evil wind divine dragon inquired once more, seeking affirmation. Yet no matter how many times they asked, Mo Wu's response remained steadfast. I said, cease. Although the four were bewildered, they refrained from contradicting the evil sky divine demon. Meanwhile, all the divine beings gradually gathered beside the Northern Realm King, Ning Feng. Ning Feng, what is happening at this moment? The dragon god, Long Fei, questioned. Are we not continuing the fight? Perhaps not, Haishan Lingshan pondered. Given the intensity of the recent onslaught from the Northern Realm King, it seems the evil sky divine demon must have felt considerable pressure, possibly even sustaining grave injuries. Regardless, if we can achieve a ceasefire, I would be profoundly grateful, remarked the phoenix goddess Meng Yao. This back-and-forth conflict is truly devoid of meaning. After deliberations, both parties turned their gazes toward one another. Mo Wu, do you intend to persist in this battle? Ning Feng stepped forward, addressing the evil sky divine demon. Humph. Who would have thought? Mo Wu sighed in response. I never imagined a day would come when I would be coerced by you, a mere human, into making such a decision. And what is your decision? Ning Feng pressed. To cease. As he spoke, a massive surge of malevolent energy coalesced in Mo Wu's hands. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a colossal black and purple shockwave that radiated outward. Instantly, all those under the influence of the malevolent power collapsed, lifeless. The members of the Hunter organization, including Lien Fu, Xian Xiao, and the soldiers of the extreme north on the battlefield, were taken aback. What is happening? They have all fallen. Are they dead? Lin Shu gazed bewilderedly at the bodies strewn before him, utterly confounded. Why is this happening? Only Lien Fu understood. It was undoubtedly a sign that her master Ning Feng's battle had concluded victoriously. It seems everything went smoothly for my master, Lien Fu remarked. Chapter 1. 478. A hard-earned peace if I had engaged you later. This war might have ended long ago, Ning Feng remarked to the evil sky divine demon. Had you confronted me sooner, perhaps the outcome would have differed, Mo Wu countered. Thus, you should consider yourself fortunate to have inflicted such severe wounds upon me. Indeed, as the mightiest of the malevolent clan, it is an honor for a mere mortal like me to have injured you, Ning Feng replied with a tone of indifference. Yes. What else could it be? Mo Wu mused. Even if I cease, the victor of this war remains undetermined. Hearing Mo Wu's words, despite being adversaries, Ning Feng felt a pang of camaraderie akin to that shared between old friends. Alas, it appears that you have indeed succumbed to the hands of a mere mortal. Have you not? At this moment, the sinister wind dragon priest addressed the northern king Ning Feng, stating, in this instance, the evil clan has undeniably faced defeat. We harbor no grievances, yet remember this. We shall return with greater force, and when we do, it will be the true army of the evil clan that besieges you. Very well, we, the divine beings, await the arrival of that day, Ning Feng responded with remarkable composure. The battle between the divine and the malevolent has reached its conclusion, an unequivocal end. There is no tangible result. The evil clan has neither conquered the northern kingdom nor vanquished the divine, and the divine have not obliterated the evil. Brotherwind, is it truly finished? Inquired Qin Mu of Ning Feng. Indeed, what else could be done? Should we retaliate? Ning Feng replied to Qin Mu and the others gathered around him. This war ought never to have existed. Never to have existed? The group was perplexed by Ning Feng's statement. What do you mean by that? Asked the phoenix god heir. Meng Yao, gazing at Ning Feng. We have fought tirelessly for so long, and you dismiss it with such nonchalance? Instead of answering Meng Yao immediately, Ning Feng retracted his powers, stepping forward to gaze upon the battlefield, where countless corpses lay, blood flowing like rivers. After taking a deep breath, he furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, the realm of Tian Nan is unlike any other. It differs from the places I have known. Often, I ponder the existence of humans, divine beings, and evil clans, along with the myriad extraordinary beasts that inhabit this land. Every race possesses the right to exist here, including those of the evil clan. Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, the divine beings behind him fell into an astounded silence. The Dragon Emperor, Long Fei, was the first to speak, stating, upon reflection, you are indeed correct. Every race has its justification for existence, though the methods and choices for survival may vary. How unexpected to find someone who understands me, he chuckled. At that moment, the remaining members of the Hunter organization converged with the divine beings. Northern King, No, Chaos God Ning Feng, called out Lu Fenglin, the leader of the Hunter organization, as he stood before Ning Feng, their gazes intertwining without uttering a word. I am grateful for your support, otherwise, the outcome might have been quite different, Ning Feng remarked. Humph, no need for thanks, Lu Fenglin retorted with a cold smile. Your servant has also aided us, indirectly saving our lives, so we are even. We owe each other nothing. Hey, What kind of attitude is that? Had it not been for the few who valiantly resisted the evil clan on our side, you would have long since perished, Qin Mu said dismissively to Lu Fenglin. What right do you have to act so disdainfully? Bah! Open your eyes wide and see clearly. We have fought valiantly to hold back the entire army of the evil clan. Without our efforts, you would have no idea when you might encounter Mo Wu and his companions. Lin Shu exclaimed, her voice tinged with exasperation as she vehemently countered Qin Mu's earlier remarks. However, the leaders of both factions quickly intervened to quell the rising tension, having just emerged from a fierce battle with the malevolent clan. Any further conflict between the divine tribe and the god hunters could lead to mutual destruction, or worse, obliteration. Both Ning Feng and Lu Fenglin recognized the potential for such a calamity. Enough, Qin Mu, do not engage in petty arguments, particularly with a woman, Lu Fenglin advised. And Lin Shu, let us not forget the alliance we share with the divine tribe. It remains intact. At Lu Fenglin's words, Lin Shu tempered her ire and ceased her retorts. Subsequently, Lu Fenglin addressed Ning Feng, the northern king, saying, regardless of the circumstances, the war has concluded. We shall meet again in the future. I had hoped to keep you here in my northern kingdom, Ning Feng replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. However, it appears you are not inclined to stay, so I shall not insist. May our alliance endure, he added, his tone imbued with sincerity. Lu Fenglin, momentarily silent, lowered his gaze to the divine weapon, the sealing blade, thoughtfully. He remarked to Ning Feng, all alliances in this world are ephemeral. Ning Feng felt a shiver at this statement, his expression turning grave. Yet, we can strive to prolong the duration of our alliance, he responded. With that, all members of the god hunters, under Lu Fenglin's command, turned to leave the territory of the northern kingdom. As they departed, the divine tribe observed their retreating figures. Lost in contemplation, they felt as though they were watching dear friends leave, a bittersweet sentiment weighing upon their hearts. Uncertainty loomed regarding their future encounters and the nature of their next meeting. Tian Nan remarked wistfully, echoing the thoughts of all present. Let us not dwell on this matter. We shall know when we meet again. Days passed, and everything returned to the state it had been before the conflict, as if the war had never occurred. The northern kingdom was eerily tranquil. One night, standing atop the city walls, Ning Feng gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself, the wind here feels no different from that of the Dragon Kingdom. How curious that I would recall the past. Ah, I have searched for you for ages. Are you not cold out here in the evening breeze? Morong Xiaoyu approached Ning Feng, chiding him playfully. This is the snow domain. You might catch a chill. I shall be fine. I am robust and resilient, he replied confidently. Indeed, it is quite disconcerting. The war has come to an end. Yet you remain in a state of melancholy. Is there something weighing on your mind? Morong Xiaoyu inquired of King Ningfeng of the Northern Realm. Could it be that there is yet another battle on the horizon? Surely not. King Ningfeng shook his head, inhaled deeply, and, after a sigh, replied, not at all. It is merely that in recent days I have been dreaming of my son, Ning Lin, the northern territories of the Dragon Kingdom, and those brothers of mine from the past. Upon hearing this, Morong Xiaoyu was suddenly reminded of her own family and friends in Tian Nan City. Indeed, we have been on this Tian Fan continent for quite some time. Although you are the king of this far northern land, Ningfeng, our home is not here. Morong Xiaoyu furrowed her brow as she spoke to Ningfeng, suggesting, we should find an opportunity to return and visit. In truth, King Ningfeng had harbored this thought for several days, yet he was reluctant to voice it. Observing Qin Mu and Yulan in their affectionate bond, and noting how Yunzhan and the other young one seemed quite enamored with this place, it appeared they had not even thought of Tian Nan City. Moreover, Morong Xiaoyu had not mentioned it either. Sigh, it is indeed time to return, not just for a brief visit, but for a genuine homecoming. King Ningfeng gazed up at the luminous full moon hanging in the sky, his heart a tumult of emotions, his thoughts in disarray. Morong Xiaoyu, noticing the turmoil on his face, felt the weight of his confusion. However, she had heard them say that above the Tian Fan continent lies the divine realm, a domain belonging to those of divine lineage. Yet, she halted her thoughts before expressing them aloud. Nevertheless, King Ningfeng discerned her unspoken sentiments. No, the divine realm has no bearing on me. Morong Xiaoyu was perplexed by these words. She had assumed that he would find it difficult to choose between the divine realm and the Dragon Kingdom, yet the reality proved her mistaken. But why? That place is not Tian Nan City, nor the Northern Realm. I, Ningfeng, have never considered myself a deity, nor have I ever claimed a divine identity. King Ningfeng interrupted her, speaking calmly. I am simply an ordinary mortal, just like each of you, and nothing more. At that moment, the crisp northern wind gently caressed King Ningfeng's coat, the lapels fluttering lightly in the chill. Xiaoyu, it is time for us to depart, is it not? He suddenly asked, leaving Murong Xiaoyu momentarily speechless. Oh, yes, indeed, she stammered. Wait, do you not wish to return? Would you prefer to remain here? No. It is just that your sudden question caught me off guard, and I did not react in time, Murong Xiaoyu replied, a hint of concern in her voice. However, you must discuss this matter with Qin Mu and Yun Zhan. Otherwise, leaving without informing them would seem rather unseemly. In truth, the king of the north, Ning Feng, understood deep within his heart that Qin Mu would not return to Tian Nan city with him, for he would not abandon Yulan, the woman he cherished and had once let down. As for Yun Zhan and his companion, they too would not depart, as their father had once proclaimed when sending them away from Tian Nan city that they must cultivate their skills and seek their own divine artifacts before they could return. Thus, it appeared that only he and Murong Xiaoyu were free from any lingering concerns, capable of leaving this place. On the following day, Ning Feng summoned everyone to the grand hall of the royal city. Brother Feng, what is the matter so early in the morning? Qin Mu inquired of Ning Feng. Indeed, is another battle about to commence? Yulan interjected. Ning Feng surveyed the assembly before him and then turned to Murong Xiaoyu standing nearby. The two exchanged a meaningful glance, after which Murong Xiaoyu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Ning Feng then addressed the crowd, his tone resolute. Esteemed guests, I wish to announce a decision that may seem abrupt, yet it is necessary. Just speak your mind. Feng Sun yawned, responding to Ning Feng. Wherever you point, we shall follow. Hearing Feng Sun's candid words, Ning Feng's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied gently, I did not expect you, Feng Sun, to display such loyalty. Oh, we are both heirs of the divine lineage, and having known you for so long, I am well aware of your character. Hence, I, Feng Sun, am willing to stand by your side. Huh, you rascal, I see you are merely eager to remain in the extreme North Kingdom, Fei Fei retorted, disdain evident on her face. In my view, your loyalty lies not with my master, but rather with the splendid environment that provides you with abundant sustenance. At Fei Fei's piercing words, Feng Sun furrowed his brow, clearly incensed. Cough, cough, enough of the bickering, Ning Feng interjected. It is time for you to listen to what I have to say. The hall fell silent, each individual refraining from uttering a word. After a brief pause, Ning Feng continued, I have made the decision to depart from the extreme North Kingdom, along with Murong Xiaoyu, to return to my own world. Upon hearing Ning Feng's declaration, the assembly exchanged incredulous glances, their astonishment palpable. Brother Feng, what are you saying? You, and I, along with Yun Zhan, should remain here. Upon uttering these words, Qin Mu fell silent. Qin Mu, I am aware that you cannot return, for Yulan is by your side now. Cherish the one you love. And do not repeat my past mistakes with Chu Shiming. Ning Feng spoke earnestly to Qin Mu. Qin Mu gazed at Ning Feng, his emotions in turmoil, uncertain as to why Ning Feng chose to return. But what of the affairs of the divine realm? You are the heir of the chaotic deity, Ganua, the mightiest of the divine lineage. Qin Mu excitedly addressed Ning Feng. Are you not going to the divine realm now, Brother Feng? Chapter 1480. Conversations before departure the divine realm? Indeed, we must venture there, exclaimed Feng Sun, his eyes wide with enthusiasm. How about this, Ning Feng? After we finish our business in the divine realm, you can depart. The three servants nearby, upon hearing Ning Feng's intention to leave, were perplexed. Lian Fu was the first to speak. Master, is this true? What shall we do? Wherever you go, we shall follow, declared Xian Xiu firmly. I, Xian Xiu, will stick by you. Me too. Please don't abandon me, master, Fei Fei added, her tone somewhat playful as she addressed Ning Feng. Ning Feng glanced at the three servants before him, feeling a pang of reluctance at the thought of parting. However, he understood that he could not take them along. The Northern Kingdom still needed their strength for protection. Regarding the matters of the divine realm, I hope you, Qin Mu, Feng Sun, Xian Nanji, and others of the divine lineage will convey this message to them. All heirs of the divine bloodline must refrain from going to the divine realm and avoid causing further troubles, declared Northern King Ning Feng with righteous conviction. The crowd present was bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning of his words about avoiding further troubles. At that moment, Xian Nanji, who had been silent until now, inquired of Ning Feng, what do you mean by troubles? Are your words truly genuine? Seeing the confusion etched on the faces of those present, Northern King Ning Feng returned to his throne, surveying the assembly from his elevated position. Listen to me, everyone. Although we have inherited the identity of the former divine lineage, we remain mere mortals. This state is preferable. With such a stance, a balance of power among various factions can be achieved. At this moment, Xian and Ji discerned the underlying meaning in Ning Feng's words and refrained from further questioning. Only when the divine lineage's strength is balanced can the hunters, the evil clan, and other factions be less apprehensive. Does this mean the matters of the divine realm will conclude here? A hint of disappointment appeared on Qin Mu's face. Northern King Ning Feng noticed his dismay and felt a slight displeasure. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his convictions. The heirs of the divine bloodline shall never set foot in the divine realm. Yes, indeed, let us cease discussions about the divine realm, Northern King Ning Feng stated, his tone somewhat somber. Upon hearing his decree, the others found it difficult to contest his decision, and discussions regarding the divine realm were reluctantly abandoned. Yet, concerning Ning Feng's departure from the Tianfan continent, Qin Mu, Xian and Ji, Feng Sun, Fei Fei, Xian Xiao, and Lian Fu were all exceedingly unwilling, expressing their deep reluctance and striving to persuade him to stay. However, in the eyes of King Ning Feng of the Northern Realm, the decisions he has made are not easily altered. Thus, he is resolutely determined to depart. Please, everyone, refrain from expressing your concerns. This matter was settled last night. He stated calmly, there is no need for excessive sorrow. After all, I am merely leaving, not departing from this world. With that, King Ning Feng rose and slowly made his way towards the Great Hall's exit. Brother Feng, where are you going? Is it time to leave so soon? Qin Mu inquired anxiously. Turning his back to Qin Mu, Ning Feng continued towards the door, responding, no, I am merely going to meet a friend. Once outside the hall, King Ning Feng summoned the power of the divine race, leaping into the air and heading into the distance. In truth, he was not headed elsewhere, but rather to the imperial city. So, it is decided then, proclaimed the war Emperor Long Fei to Ning Feng. Yes, it has been settled long ago, replied King Ning Feng, his tone tinged with melancholy. Ha ha, very well, since your mind is made up, I shall not detain you. Long Fei chuckled. However, there is one regret that lingers, and it is solely that. Upon hearing the word regret from Long Fei, Ning Feng furrowed his brow but soon comprehended what Long Fei meant. You mean to say, we have yet to engage in a true battle, correct? No wonder you are the king of the Northern Realm, so astute. Indeed, you are divine. Long Fei sighed in response, lamenting, alas. That is a possibility that can no longer be realized. At this moment, where Emperor Long Fei stood, gazing into the distance, and continued, alas. My two brothers shall never be seen again. Ning Feng had heard of this and spoke to Long Fei. I am aware of Xiaoyan and Yihua. Please accept my condolences. Long Fei, in war, one can never predict the fate of individuals. Who can say who will endure until the fighting ceases? It is beyond one's control. Ning Feng's voice then grew somber, his expression grave as he recalled the bloodshed and turmoil he had witnessed throughout the years in the Dragon Kingdom and the battles he had fought. Ning Feng, will you return to this world in the future? Long Fei asked, revealing his reluctance to see him leave, for this realm held a certain affection for Ning Feng. For a figure of Long Fei's stature, who had spent a lifetime on the battlefield, one would assume he had long since closed himself off emotionally. Yet, since arriving in the Tianfan continent, perhaps influenced by the thoughts of the chaotic deity Gono, his emotions had undergone significant upheaval. Rising to his feet, King Ning Feng assured Long Fei, if fate allows, we shall meet again. Good. Then I must strive to live a few more years to await your return. At that moment, King Ning Feng suddenly recalled matters concerning the sinister clan. As I am soon to depart from the Tianfan continent, there are certain matters I must bring to the attention of the Emperor Zhan Tian, Long Fei. Long Fei, concerning my impending departure. It is imperative that this information does not reach the ears of the evil clan at this juncture. Ning Feng furrowed his brow and spoke to him with utmost seriousness. The war has only just concluded, with both sides taking a step back. However, they will undoubtedly not relent. I sense that a new conflict may soon arise. And should I not be present, it would be detrimental to the war effort. Upon hearing the words of the Northern King Ning Feng, Long Fei fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, this represents a significant hidden peril. Chapter 1481, A Silent Departure. Undoubtedly, this matter must remain concealed. The Northern King Ning Feng addressed Emperor Zhan Tian Long Fei, stating that upon my departure, I shall entrust the sacred soul weapon, the Heavenly Father, to Qin Mu and the others for safekeeping. After all, this is the weapon of the chaos god Gono, and it still holds formidable deterrent power against the evil clan. After bidding farewell to Emperor Zhan Tian Long Fei, the Northern King Ning Feng returned to the extreme northern realm of the Snow Domain. That very night, Ning Feng summoned Qin Mu, Feng Sun, and Xian and Ji to the Grand Hall. Brother Feng, it's quite late. Is there new information? Qin Mu inquired of Ning Feng. Indeed. Are you not leaving? Are you staying with us? Feng Sun asked candidly. If you have any instructions to impart before your departure, rest assured, we shall comply. Tian Nan spoke to Ning Feng in a calm tone. Subsequently, the Northern King Ning Feng retrieved the sacred soul weapon, the Heavenly Father, which he had carried on his back, and placed it into Qin Mu's hands. What is this? Qin Mu asked in astonishment. From now on, this divine artifact, the Heavenly Father, is entrusted to the three of you. Remember, it is essential that the Heavenly Father remains a lasting presence in my extreme northern realm, understood? The Northern King Ning Feng declared solemnly to Qin Mu. Qin Mu gazed at the sacred soul weapon before him, feeling a tumult of emotions inside. I understand. Rest assured, I shall not fail in my duty. As long as I am here, the artifact remains. Hearing Qin Mu's resolute words, the Northern King Ning Feng exhaled slowly. Feeling a sense of relief. Qin Mu, heed my command. The Northern King Ning Feng suddenly instructed. Yes, Qin Mu is here. From this moment on, in my capacity as the sovereign of the extreme northern realm, I command you, upon my departure from the extreme northern realm, you are to succeed me as the new ruler. Upon receiving such an order, Qin Mu felt a jolt of surprise and then looked up at Ning Feng. He understood that Ning Feng had likely made this decision long before. Yes, Qin Mu shall obey. Ning Feng then turned to Feng Sun and Tian Nan, who were beside Qin Mu, and entrusted them. Tian Nan, Feng Sun, heed my instructions. Yes, Feng Sun is here. Yes, Tian Nan is here. In the days to come, you two must diligently assist the new ruler, Qin Mu. Do you comprehend? The Northern King, Ning Feng, issued his commands with authority. Without hesitation, Tian Nan and Feng Sun responded affirmatively, yes. Tian Nan understood, and Feng Sun comprehended as well. At this moment, Ning Feng had finally resolved all matters at hand, allowing him to depart with peace of mind and return to the Dragon Kingdom. In the stillness of the night, Murong Xiaoyu arrived at Ning Feng's chamber. At that moment, he was not peacefully asleep but stood quietly by the window, gazing out into the night. Why are you still awake at this late hour? Ning Feng spoke. His back turned to Murong Xiaoyu. Isn't it the same for you? She replied with a light chuckle. Ning Feng turned to face her. What is the matter? We shall depart tomorrow morning. Murong Xiaoyu, taken aback by his announcement, inquired, is it that urgent? Are we not waiting for Qin Mu and Tian Nan to bid us farewell? Shaking his head, Ning Feng replied, no, we cannot wait. The commotion would be too great. And I fear that if the evil clan were to catch wind of it, it could disrupt the tranquility of the entire Tianfan continent. Then I shall heed your wishes. Murong Xiaoyu acquiesced. The following dawn, before the others had stirred, the former monarch of the extreme north, Ning Feng, quietly departed with Murong Xiaoyu. At that moment, he cast a glance back at the towering city walls. A sense of reluctance washed over him as he reminisced about the time he left the northern borders with his late wife, doing so in silence. Sighing, Ning Feng mused. This place, which I have toiled over, such a grand city, ultimately does not belong to me. Just like when I left the northern borders all those years ago. Hearing his slightly melancholic words, Murong Xiaoyu offered him comfort. Do not fret. You have endured a lifetime of wandering, and yet here you are, unscathed. Indeed, Ning Feng reflected. I joined the military in the northern borders in my 20s, and now, half a lifetime has passed, rendering me an old man. Yet, I still appear quite youthful. He chuckled, somewhat surprised by the irony. Enough of that. Let us move on, Murong Xiaoyu urged, glancing around. If we fear the evil clan's awareness, we truly need to find a more secluded spot. Thus, the pair ventured deep into the snowy domain. This shall do, Ning Feng decided. We must act swiftly, otherwise, once they awaken, they will surely find us, and the disturbance will be considerable. Murong Xiaoyu complied with Ning Feng's directive, promptly invoking her powers to open a passageway to the Dragon Kingdom. Ning Feng, stabilize it with your powers. Quickly. If we delay, it will close, she urged, her voice laced with urgency. Upon witnessing her distress, Ning Feng unleashed his divine abilities to stabilize the passageway. All right, let us depart. We are going home. In the fleeting moment before their entrance into the passage, both cast a lingering glance back at the distant extreme north kingdom and the nascent sun. With a graceful turn, they stepped into the passage, leaving the Tianfan continent behind entirely. The open portal promptly closed behind them. Shortly thereafter, the inhabitants of the extreme north kingdom searched tirelessly within the imperial city for the figures of Ning Feng and Murong Xiaoyu, yet none could find them. Tian Nan, how fares your end? Qin Mu inquired. Tian Nan shook her head, though she spoke not a word. Her eyes conveyed the message that Ning Feng and Murong Xiaoyu had indeed departed from the extreme north kingdom, returning to another realm. Qin Mu walked slowly forward, lifting his gaze to the distant Tianlong. With a heart heavy with sorrow, he murmured, "Brother Feng, why did you not wait for me? Did we not agree to bid farewell together?" His intention was to shout these words, but suddenly recalling Ning Feng's admonition from the previous night, "Qin Mu, do not reveal my departure. It is to shield the extreme North Kingdom from the ravages of war." He held back. "Brother Feng, rest assured, the extreme North Kingdom has me. No, it has us." Chapter 1482. The Northern Realm beneath the Veil of Night, having traversed the temporal passage connecting the Dragon Kingdom and the Tianfan continent. Ning Feng and Murong Xiaoyu found themselves back within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. After a brief moment enveloped in a white radiance, the scene before them elicited profound astonishment. It was night. "Where are we?" Murong Xiaoyu queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. She had anticipated returning to the Chu family villa in Tian Nan city, yet here they stood in what appeared to be a military encampment. Ning Feng surveyed his surroundings. The familiar sights before him widened his eyes in disbelief. This is the northern realm of the Dragon Kingdom," he exclaimed in astonishment to Murong Xiaoyu. "Indeed, this is the northern realm." At that moment, Murong Xiaoyu turned her head and beheld Ning Feng, now with a head of white hair and a visage marked by wrinkles, standing before her. "Ning Feng, how have you transformed into this?" she gasped, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Oh my, where has the youthful, handsome figure of yours disappeared to?" Ning Feng wore a look of helplessness, intertwined with pain and indignation. Yet, the sensation Murong Xiaoyu described was something Ning Feng felt he had not experienced in ages. After hearing her portrayal of him, he instinctively touched his beard and ran his fingers through his hair. Pulling out a strand, he observed it closely. Indeed, it was the white hair of an elderly man. "What on earth is happening?" Ning Feng furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "How is it that upon returning, I have reverted to this old man-esque form? Such an unforeseen transformation has truly caught me off guard. Moreover, upon departing from the Tianfan continent and returning to the domain of the Dragon Kingdom, every step taken has failed to imbue Ning Feng with a sense of lightness, nor has he felt the divine power of the celestial beings enveloping him." After a moment of contemplation, Ning Feng arrived at a conclusion that seemed both satisfactory and believable. "Evidently, all the questions arose from the temporal passage that had just escorted us back." He turned to gaze at the passage, yet it had vanished without a trace. Despite Murong Xiaoyu's fervent attempts to employ her techniques, she could not reopen it. What is the meaning of this? How could it possibly remain closed? Murong Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, standing perplexed. At that moment, Ning Feng lowered his gaze to his hands, and his expression sharpened. "It appears we cannot return for the time being," he remarked. "My divine-level technique has also dissipated, and the consciousness of the chaos divine GNU seems to have been extracted from my awareness." "Ah, so that is the case. The power sustaining your youthful state has always been that of the chaos divine GNU," Murong Xiaoyu exclaimed, her understanding dawning upon her. Just as the two were engrossed in analysis and discussion, a tremendous explosion unexpectedly erupted not far from their location in the Northern Territory. Flames soared into the sky, casting a glimmer of dawn's light upon the endless night. How outrageous! To dare wreak havoc in my northern lands. Truly, they must be weary of living. Ning Feng gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Humph! A horde of suicidal ants." With that, he strode forward, his black coat billowing in the wind. Hey! Murong Xiaoyu, witnessing this, had no choice but to hastily follow in pursuit. "Tonight, we must capture all remnants of the Dragon Kingdom in the Northern Territories." Indeed, how infuriating, to be pursued so relentlessly by this throng. "Very well, Xuanwu, let us hasten our retreat. Our mission is complete, and we must regroup with the general." As the Northern Territory leader, Xiaohu, fled rapidly, he spoke to his companion, Xuanwu. "Alas, I yearn to turn back and confront them. When has the esteemed leader of the Northern Territory ever endured such indignity, being chased like a common rat? Enough of this, let us depart," Xiaohu urged. At this moment, a multitude of black-clad pursuers relentlessly pursued them, each a skilled hunter, trained to perfection. As Xiaohu and Xuanwu navigated through the darkness, a high-ranking officer clad in a black military uniform suddenly appeared atop a nearby hillside. "Pray tell, esteemed leaders, where might you be hastening to in such a rush?" Upon seeing this figure, the two leaders abruptly halted. Xiaohu, with a somber tone, remarked, I did not anticipate encountering a Li Long officer here. You must have been waiting quite some time." "Indeed, Li Long has been here, anticipating your arrival for quite a while," the officer declared with a sense of pride. The condescending demeanor rendered the fierce tiger and the steadfast turtle before him as feeble as lambs awaiting slaughter. At that moment, Ning Feng and Murong Xiaoyu appeared at the rear of the crowd. From a distance on the hillside, Ning Feng spotted his old comrade, his eyes widening in astonishment, his heart racing with excitement. He never imagined that upon his return, he would reunite with his old battle companions. Tiger, fierce tiger, and turtle. Do you know them? Murong Xiaoyu inquired of Ning Feng. Know them? They are brothers with whom I have fought side by side in this northern territory. Ning Feng replied, I personally pulled them from the piles of the fallen. Upon hearing this, Murong Xiaoyu was struck with disbelief, even feeling a tremor of admiration within. You truly are remarkable. No wonder I have taken a liking to you. You possess unparalleled valor, she remarked, proudly patting Ning Feng on the back. However, the seasoned Ning Feng soon discerned a troubling development below. Although at a distance, the conversations were inaudible. His years of experience led him to conclude that the group below were adversaries, equally formidable as Tiger and Turtle. What is happening? I have never encountered such soldiers in the Northern Territory, nor have I seen such an organization established, Ning Feng expressed, his mind filled with perplexity. Looking down, Tiger and Turtle each drew their weapons. The worn iron claws worn by the leader, Tiger, bore the marks of countless battles, exuding the essence of a reaper of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Turtle wielded a steel dagger, crafted by the Northern Research Institute's Dr. Mole, exceptionally sharp and indestructible. Officer Lai Long, witnessing Tiger and Turtle assuming their combat stances, declared, Let the night consume you. With a gentle wave of his left hand, Lai Long signaled, and the group of black-clad soldiers behind Tiger and Turtle surged forward, attacking in an instant. In the darkness, the speed of these soldiers astonished even Ning Feng from afar. This is certainly not the soldiers of my northern territory. At that moment, Ning Feng firmly believed that Tiger and Turtle were surrounded by enemies and unable to escape. This is dire. They are in danger. Danger? I see those two old men fighting quite well, Murong Xiaoyu naively remarked, observing the battle below. Oh, we must have faith in them. Just because they are older, do you fear they might lose? No, Ning Feng shook his head. It is not a matter of age. It is the strength of their adversaries that matches their own. I must save them. Ning Feng exclaimed passionately, ready to rush forward to rescue Tiger and Turtle. However, the determined Murong Xiaoyu forcefully restrained him, promptly advising Ning Feng, Hey, where do you think you're going? Can't you see there's still someone over there who hasn't moved? That person is dressed differently from the rest. He is the real threat. We should wait until he makes his move. Wait. The Northern King Ning Feng, acutely aware of the battlefield dynamics, could not afford to wait any longer. If he delayed, both Xiaohu and Xuanwu would surely perish here. On the battlefield, Xiaohu and Xuanwu were struggling to fend off a host of well-trained black-clad soldiers. I never expected these night hunters to be this formidable, gasped Xiaohu, standing back-to-back with Xuanwu. Xuanwu, it seems our prospects are grim. What is there to fear? I still have a special grenade on me. It's just a life. Trading my old life for so many young souls seems worthwhile, Xuanwu replied. Having already steeled himself for mutual destruction with these assassins, known as the Night Hunters. Just as he reached for the special grenade at his waist, a shadow leapt into the sky from a distance. Everyone looked up, and beneath the full moon, a man clad in a black coat descended like a savior from the depths of despair, bringing a glimmer of hope for survival. The black-clad man landed before Xiaohu and Xuanwu. Observing his silhouette, the two seasoned leaders from the north felt a sense of familiarity. The aura of this powerful figure commanded respect and instilled fear in all present. Who are you? Xuanwu inquired. Xuanwu, can you not even recognize my voice? Ning Feng, with his back turned to them, responded. Xuanwu Xiaohu. Upon hearing that deep, resonant voice, both Xuanwu and Xiaohu's eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed upon the familiar and comforting figure. Gee, General, Xuanwu exclaimed, filled with excitement. How can it be? Xiaohu stammered, struggling to find words. Let us reminisce later. We must leave this place first, Ning Feng stated with a grave tone. Yes, General, Xiaohu and Xuanwu replied in unison. At this moment, on the hillside, Lai Long furrowed his brow upon seeing Ning Feng's appearance. Who are you? He asked, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed intently on Ning Feng. Me? I am a legendary figure from the Northern Realm, the general whom we have followed all our lives. A general? I thought the Northern General was Ning Yu, a woman. Xuanwu, are you jesting? Don't think I'm unaware. The General of the North is a woman named Ning Yu, not some old fellow like you, Lai Long retorted. Indeed, you are correct. I am not the great General of the North, Ning Feng responded dismissively. However, during my years as the Northern General, you, young one, had yet to be born. Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, Lai Long felt a shiver of unease. He understood that the newcomer was no ordinary foe. He was a formidable opponent. However, As an officer, Lai Long could not afford to exhibit any semblance of cowardice at this moment. It was absolutely impermissible for him tonight. Regardless of who stood before him, be it the northern General Ning Yu, none could escape the clutches of death. Little did he realize, this would lead him to commit a grave mistake. You, old sir, certainly possess a knack for jest. Lai Long donned a facade of ease, addressing Ning Feng, though the silhouette that had just leaped into the sky was indeed commanding. No matter who you are, to dare appear here alone tonight in search of death requires considerable courage. Nevertheless, you all must perish here, Lai Long declared fiercely to Ning Feng and his companions, his gaze turning menacing. With Lai Long's command, all the night hunters surged forward, eager to eliminate the three elderly men in an instant. This is bad. It's the Thousand Blades formation, Xuanwu exclaimed anxiously. The night hunters encircled their prey, leaping upward to swiftly strike down in the Thousand Blades formation, ensuring 100% success rate in their hunt, leaving no chance for survival. At this moment, Lai Long atop the hill smirked, heralding the imminent victory in his heart. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Ning Feng's power far surpassed theirs. Though he had lost the divine-level cultivation techniques from the Tianfan continent and was no longer a direct descendant of the divine lineage, he still possessed formidable ancient techniques. Fury. Now, confronted by the oppressive Thousand Blades formation, Ning Feng displayed neither anxiety nor fear. With eyes tightly closed, he delved deep within himself to seek that long-lost formidable power. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and an overwhelming crimson fury erupted from him. The shockwave instantaneously shattered the enemy's formation, scattering them in disarray. Subsequently, all the night hunters fell heavily to the ground, utterly disheveled. How could this be? Lai Long exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. At that moment, Ning Feng pointed his right index finger at Lai Long, who stood on the hill. Listen well, young man, Ning Feng spoke in a low tone to Lai Long. Tonight it is not you who spares us, but I, Ning Feng, who chooses to let you go. Xuanwu, Xiaohu, we shall depart. Yes, General. Thereafter, Ning Feng led his old comrades away from the battlefield. Watching Ning Feng's retreating figure, Lai Long finally comprehended the terror of this man. Chapter 1484. A reunion of siblings after leaving the battlefield. Ning Feng reunited with Xiaohu and Xuanwu at a designated spot with Murong Xiaoyu. Alas, you truly have caused this young lady much worry. Murong Xiaoyu admonished Ning Feng. Should you continue to disobey, I shall indeed be quite angered. Xiaohu and Xuanwu exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the scene. General, whose child is this little girl? Xuanwu inquired of Ning Feng, perplexed. Could it be that you and your wife have had another child? But wait, how long has it been since you left the northern region? Xuanwu found himself in a state of confusion, struggling to comprehend the current relationship dynamics. Bah, does he think of me as his father? How ridiculous. I would rather he thought of me as a bubbling, snotty-nosed child. Murong Xiaoyu exclaimed passionately to Xuanwu. Listen closely. I am Ning Feng's beloved, the third miss of the Murong family from Tian Nan City, Murong Xiaoyu. Enough with the idle chatter. We should not linger here any longer. Ning Feng said with a grave expression to the others. If that group returns with more enemies, we will find ourselves in a truly perilous situation. Yes, General. I, along with Xiaohu, will guide you to the temporary underground base we established earlier, Xuanwu replied to Ning Feng. Upon hearing Xuanwu mention the underground temporary base, Ning Feng immediately understood that trouble had arisen in the northern region. The four of them made their way through the darkness to a desolate mountain east of the northern region, beneath which lay the underground base that Ning Feng had constructed during his reign as king of the northern region, designed to prevent the eventuality of its downfall. Little did he know that what had initially been a precautionary thought would soon be put to use. Ning Feng, with a hint of resignation in his demeanor, spoke in a subdued tone. Xuanwu then activated the wristband remote on his left wrist, causing a stone door to suddenly open in the mountainside before them. General, the door is open. Let us enter, Xuanwu said to Ning Feng. This base comprised 3 levels, with the first underground level resembling a vast, empty city, yet featuring multiple entrances. Only one passage led to the second underground level, while the others were laden with traps. Observing the layout of the first underground level, Ning Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. It remains untouched since its construction, indicating that this underground base has not yet been discovered by the enemy, he remarked. Subsequently, the four of them proceeded down the correct passage. Upon reaching the second underground level, they found themselves at the heart of the base. Combat facilities. Remaining personnel from the northern region, training grounds, research labs, and various transport vehicles and weaponry appeared to be well stocked. As Ning Feng scanned the area, he quickly spotted his sister, Ning Yu, clad in a black dragon-patterned general's uniform. Surrounding the table opposite her were his foremost leaders, Song Long and Xie Feng. General, your sister, Ning Yu, is right over there, Xuanwu informed him. Ning Feng fell silent and began to walk slowly towards Ning Yu. Since Xiao Hu and Xuanwu have yet to return, should we consider dispatching troops to meet them? I fear they may encounter the enemy's nocturnal hunters. As the current Grand General of the Northern Borders, Ning Yu exuded an air of sharpness and seriousness, embodying the formidable image of a female general who stood resolutely among her male counterparts. At that moment, Ning Feng stood at a short distance from her. Report, General. The leaders of the Xiaohu and Xuanwu have returned, Ning Feng remarked playfully to Ning Yu. All right, I understand. You may leave now, Ning Yu replied, still engrossed in the battle map before her, oblivious to Ning Feng's presence and failing to recognize her brother's voice. Meanwhile, the two nearby, Song Long and Xue Feng, raised their heads to behold the former northern king, Ning Feng. Their jaws dropped in astonishment, and in unison, they exclaimed, General. What is it? Ning Yu looked up at Song Long and Xue Feng, then followed their gaze, finally spotting her brother, Ning Feng. At the sight of him, she fell into a state of shock, overwhelmed with disbelief. Brother, Ning Yu cried out excitedly. Ning Yu, my sister. It has been a long time. Ning Feng replied with a gentle smile, his tone calm and reassuring. Ning Yu gradually approached him, and upon reaching his side, she enveloped him in a warm embrace, relishing the familiar and once comforting warmth of his chest that she had not felt in ages. Brother, I missed you, she exclaimed with heartfelt enthusiasm. Although she was a renowned general, the sight of her brother, who had once shielded her from the storms of life, caused her to shed all pretenses, longing to be the cherished little sister once more. Especially in this moment of significance, Ning Feng's presence brought her an unparalleled sense of security. All right, little you. How old are you now? Over 30, I believe. Why are you still crying? Ning Feng consoled his sister as he embraced her. Do remember, you are the king of the northern borders, personally appointed as the 3-star general by the Dragon Kingdom. You cannot be seen crying. It would be quite the spectacle. Wouldn't it? After a moment, Ning Yu sniffled and replied, Brother, I no longer consider myself a 3-star general or the king of the northern borders. The Dragon Kingdom is not what it once was, and the northern borders have been forgotten. The news struck Ning Feng like a bolt from the blue, landing heavily in his heart. His eyes widened in shock, and he stood frozen in place, as if immobilized. Sensing her brother's unease, Ning Yu stepped back from his embrace. Observing Ning Feng's current state, she felt a whirlwind of emotions, unsure of how to respond. Brother, what is the matter? Ning Feng slowly shook his head, furrowing his brow, lost in thought. General, in truth, our soldiers in the northern borders have not been entirely depleted. What remains are elite troops. Song Long reassured Ning Feng, attempting to comfort him with a glimmer of hope for the reclamation of their lost territories. At this moment, the dazzling Murong Xiaoyu unknowingly approached Ning Feng and his companions. Upon noticing a woman conversing with Ning Feng at such close proximity, an immediate surge of anger welled up within her. Frowning and pouting, she marched towards Ning Feng with an imposing demeanor. Chapter 1485, a series of distressing news. Oh, while I wasn't paying attention, you've managed to charm a beautiful sister, Murong Xiaoyu remarked impudently to Ning Feng. The group turned to look at her, and upon realizing she was a young girl, they felt a sense of bewilderment similar to what they had experienced with Xian Wu and Xiao Hu earlier. Brother, is she with you? Ning Yu inquired of Ning Feng. Brother. Upon hearing the woman address Ning Feng as brother, Murong Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock, leaving her momentarily speechless. Brother? He is your brother? She stammered at the woman before her. Is he your biological brother? Indeed, he is Ning Feng, and I am Ning Yu. Is there a problem? Ning Yu introduced herself and clarified her relationship with Ning Feng to Murong Xiaoyu. And no, not at all. Ha ha ha. Murong Xiaoyu chuckled awkwardly. Then continued, well, I must apologize for my misunderstanding earlier. Then, young lady, who might you be? Ning Yu asked, scrutinizing Murong Xiaoyu. I am Murong Xiaoyu. And I am your brother's woman, Murong Xiaoyu shyly confessed. So, I suppose that makes me your sister-in-law, right? What? You are my brother's woman? What? You are the woman of our great general? The words from Murong Xiaoyu left Ning Yu, Song Long, and Xue Feng utterly astonished. General, she claims to be your woman? What about Chu Shiming, Madam Chu? Song Long questioned Ning Feng, his face a mask of confusion. Brother, what is the meaning of this? Where is my sister-in-law? Ning Yu asked, her excitement palpable. Ning Feng took a deep breath and replied to them, Shiming. She was killed shortly after returning to Tian Nan City with me during a battle. It was my failure to protect her. He then turned to the young Murong Xiaoyu, his tone somber. Remember, You are not my woman. Startled by the coldness in Ning Feng's gaze, Murong Xiaoyu felt a jolt of fear but did not back down. Hey, how can I not be your woman? Back on Tianfan continent, you promised to protect me and let me stay by your side. If you go back on your word, I will return to Tian Nan city and tell my father. Murong Xiaoyu declared, her pride evident as she pouted, appearing deeply aggrieved. Upon hearing her intent to return to Tian Nan city, Xuefeng interjected, Young lady, you cannot go back to Tian Nan city. It has already become an enemy-occupied zone. Moreover, you claim your name is Murong Xiaoyu. I presume you are the eldest daughter of the Murong family. Alas, your entire family has been mercilessly slaughtered, with no one left unscathed. Upon hearing the words of the leader, Blood Phoenix, Murong Xiaoyu was engulfed in a torrent of emotions. She began to breathe deeply, yet her mind was in a state of utter disarray. No, it cannot be. My father is so formidable. His martial arts are unparalleled. And my second brother, what kind of people could possibly approach them? Murong Xiaoyu's eyes widened, yet they were devoid of life. At this moment, she longed for someone to emerge and reveal that what she had just heard was nothing but a fabrication, a lie. However, contrary to her wishes, the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom had succumbed, leaving only a few small territories unoccupied. Even the imperial capital had fallen to the enemy forces. The monarch of the Dragon Kingdom has been imprisoned. How despicable! Who are these people? Ning Feng inquired. Brother, they are the adversaries from Tianhua Kingdom, Ningyu responded. Not only them, but also the historic enemies of the Dragon Kingdom, Yin Kingdom, Fengling Kingdom, and Jinlan Kingdom. At that time, when it was revealed that the Dragon Kingdom's northern defense was no longer led by Ning Feng, but by a woman, the four nations convened in secret negotiations. Reaching a consensus, ultimately, they coordinated their efforts and awaited the opportune moment to decisively seize the entire northern territory. Upon hearing Ningyu recount the circumstances of that time, the former war god of the Dragon Kingdom was filled with indignation. Humph! Ning Feng slammed his fist onto the table, visibly enraged. Witnessing his fury, those around him were at a loss for words on how to comfort him. Ningyu, how many soldiers do we have left? Ning Feng asked. Fewer than 8,000. She replied. At that moment, Ning Feng suddenly recalled the former king of the south, Ouyang Jiakong, as well as the eastern expedition king, Li Tian, and the western pacification king, Lin Sheng. What of the other three kings guarding the southeastern and southwestern regions of the Dragon Kingdom? Ning Feng questioned the group before him. Seeing their silence filled Ning Feng's heart with unease. After a brief pause, Sanlong addressed Ning Feng, reporting to the general. King Ouyang Jiakong of the south and King Li Tian of the east have both valiantly led their troops for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom. They even activated two of our kingdom's three divine weapons, the Tide Hall and the dragon soaring 10,000 miles, yet could not halt the enemy's relentless advance, ultimately perishing on the southern and eastern battlefields. Even the Tide Hall and dragon soaring 10,000 miles have fallen into enemy hands. Upon hearing Sanglong's account, Ning Feng was struck with shock, supporting himself on the table as he took a deep breath to suppress the overwhelming sorrow within him. Brother. Ningyu stepped forward to steady Ning Feng, offering words of comfort. Brother, we are still resisting the enemy in the northern territory. Though the north has fallen, we are still standing strong. Indeed, age has caught up with him. Despite Ning Feng's robust physique, a profound grief for those lost began to take root in his heart. In the past, whenever he found himself on the battlefield, he would cast aside the notions of life and death. For him, in the theater of war, life and death were governed by fate. But what of Prince Pingxi, Lin Sheng? Is he still alive? Ning Feng inquired once more. He is indeed alive. Yet he has become a puppet, having already betrayed us. Ningyu replied in a calm tone, fearing that any hint of agitation might further distress Ning Feng. A betrayal, you say? Huh. Each person has their own aspirations. It is certainly better than death. In any case, Lin Sheng holds no significance for us. Let him be. Ning Feng remarked. Should we encounter him again, we shall simply execute him. The betrayal of a king from our dragon nation is a dishonor that has never been endured. However, there was another matter that Ning Yu and the others had not disclosed to Ning Feng, concerning his son, Ning Lin. Little did they anticipate that Ning Feng would soon inquire about Ning Lin. Huh. Upon arriving here, why have I not seen my son? Where is Ning Lin? Was he dispatched on some mission? Ning Feng asked. Chapter 1486, Re-entering the Northern Territory. Speak, will you? Ningyu, what has become of Ning Lin? Ning Feng questioned her. Observing Ning Yu's silence and the grave expression etched upon her face, Ning Feng's heart began to churn with concern. Is it possible that he? Ning Yu lifted her gaze to meet her brother's eyes, their gazes clashing. Subsequently, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Seeing his sister's reddened eyes, Ning Feng ceased his inquiries. Brother, it is all my fault. I failed to protect Ning Lin. He has fallen into enemy hands and is currently imprisoned. Ning Yu finally confessed the fate of Ning Lin to Ning Feng. It is nothing. The outcome is far better than I had feared. As long as that rascal is still alive, it suffices, Ning Feng thought, a tremendous weight lifting from his heart. Meanwhile, Murong Xiaoyu, upon learning that Ning Feng had a son, felt her emotions spiral into confusion. You have a son? Murong Xiaoyu gazed incredulously at Ning Feng. What about me? Enough. Do you not perceive the gravity of the situation? We shall discuss your matters later. Ning Feng admonished Murong Xiaoyu sternly. Upon hearing Ning Feng's ire, she refrained from further protest. By the way, there is one more thing, Ning Feng asked with gravity. What of our old comrades? General, Eagle Eye is currently on guard outside the base. The assassin squad, codenamed Night Owl, has infiltrated Dragon Nation under the leadership of Owl to carry out reconnaissance missions. Just then, an explosion erupted from the distant research facility, a plume of black smoke billowing forth. Cough, cough, cough. The equipment here is no match for that of the Northern Territory's research facility. Dr. Mole, a researcher from the Northern Territory, staggered out. Doctor? Ning Yu rushed forward to support the elderly Dr. Mole, asking, Doctor, what have you done? Have you blown up the laboratory? How are you? Ahem. I am currently in the process of developing a brand new, powerful bomb. It seems I may have accidentally exceeded the dosage, rendering it unstable. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, it exploded. Dr. Mole, it is delightful to see you well. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the mole turned abruptly to see none other than the legendary figure of the North, Ning Feng. You. Are you truly Ning Feng? Dr. Mole inquired excitedly. Ning Feng nodded, responding succinctly. Indeed, Doctor, it is I. The mole stepped forward, scrutinizing the elderly Ning Feng, who had surpassed his 50s. Oh my. It is you. However, how have you aged so? Dr. Mole furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with regret. If only you were like me. I could assist in enhancing your physique. Observing the diminutive, half-mechanical old man before him, Ning Feng awkwardly replied, Perhaps it is best to leave things as they are. I find my own body more suitable. Who would have thought that in my lifetime, I would have the fortune to witness the legend of the North? Even if the enemy were to storm in and shoot me dead, I, Mole, would accept my fate. The mole expressed his excitement to Ning Feng. Although the North is currently under enemy control, I, the old man, have valiantly extracted vital research equipment along with the researchers. Hearing this, Ning Feng felt a pang of sorrow and deep regret. If only he had remained in the North with his wife, Chu Shiming, these calamities might have been averted. Doctor, I heard you mention that the equipment in this base is inferior to that of the North's research facility? Ning Feng inquired. Indeed, we lack a material balancer, making weapon production rather troublesome. My eyesight is not what it used to be, and I often make mistakes, Dr. Mole lamented. However, now that I wish to retrieve it, it is impossible. I forgot to bring it along. At that moment, Ning Feng took a deep breath and stated solemnly, I shall go retrieve the material balancer. The others were taken aback by his declaration. What? General, you intend to go? Song Long asked excitedly. General, that is unwise. We have previously ventured into the North and were ultimately forced to withdraw, Xue Feng warned, furrowing her brow. Upon hearing Xue Feng's concerns, Ning Feng began to assess the situation at hand. Brother, if this task is to be undertaken, it shall be me leading the team, Ning Yu interjected. Ning Feng promptly interrupted her, saying, No, your current role as the king of the North and general of the Dragon Kingdom is indispensable here. But you are my brother. I cannot bear to see you risk your life. Ning Yu exclaimed passionately. Ning Feng ignored her protests, removing his black coat and placing it in her hands before turning his gaze toward the nearby rack adorned with North's military uniforms. He strode purposefully toward it, his eyes fixed on the garments hanging there. He casually removed the soldier's uniform and donned it himself. Turning around, he strode confidently toward Ning Yu and the others. Along the way, all the soldiers stood in stunned silence, for they recognized Ning Feng, the former king of the Northern Realm whom they had once followed. The crowd parted, their gazes converging upon Ning Feng. As he approached Ning Yu, his eyes sparkled with determination as he regarded the current king of the Northern Realm. In the next moment, Ning Feng knelt on one knee and declared with unwavering conviction, I, Ning Feng, now as a new recruit, formally joined the Northern Legion. Upon hearing these words, Ning Yu, Song Long, Xiefeng, Xiaohu, Xuanwu, along with Dr. Moles, Murong Xiaoyu, and all the soldiers on the second tier, were utterly astonished. The illustrious legend of the Northern Realm, a hero of the Dragon Kingdom, was seeking to rejoin the Northern Legion as a mere recruit. This was indeed a tale beyond belief. Yet, Who could expect anything less from the unconventional war god that was Ning Feng? Ning Feng looked up at Ning Yu and reiterated, "The Northern Realm is currently in dire need of manpower. I implore you, great general of the North, to grant my request." At that moment, Ning Yu found herself cornered by her own brother, with no room for retreat. Observing her brother clad in the Northern Legion's uniform stirred a tumult of emotions within her. She felt exhilarated, believing that with Ning Feng's addition, the tide of battle could very well be turned. After all, his name alone struck fear into the hearts of foreign nations. Chapter 1487. Infiltration. Gazing into her brother's resolute eyes, Ning Yu understood that she could not sway this towering presence. Very well, she sighed. The Northern King, Ning Yu, furrowed her brow slightly, her expression firm and her tone grave as she addressed Ning Feng. "Ning Feng, heed my command." "Yes, General." "I hereby officially announce that Ning Feng is reinstated into the Northern Legion to jointly command the current battle situation in the Northern Realm. For the Northern Realm, for the Dragon Kingdom, we shall fight to the death." As Ning Yu uttered those final three phrases, the long-buried flame within Ning Feng was reignited. Gradually rising to his feet, he locked eyes with Ning Yu. "For the Northern Realm, for the Dragon Kingdom, we shall fight to the death." After so long, repeating the battle cry he had once established, Ning Feng felt as if nothing had changed. The war genius of yore, the reaper of the battlefield, the unparalleled war god, today, he would surely reclaim the dazzling glory of the past. "Brother, regarding the matter of the material balance device, we can take action tonight," Ning Feng said to Ning Yu. "Tonight? Shouldn't we finalize the battle plan once more?" Ning Yu replied anxiously, recalling their previous missteps. Hearing this, Ning Feng let out a cold laugh and replied, "Ah, Ning Yu, do not forget, I have spent many years in this Northern Realm. Do not speak of the flora and fauna here. Even the number of steps required to traverse various locations in the Northern Territory is etched in my memory. Therefore, rest assured, all is well." Ning Feng then turned his gaze towards the four prominent leaders of the Northern Territory. After surveying the surroundings, he addressed Songlong, saying, "Songlong, Xiefeng, this evening, I require your assistance in infiltrating the Northern Territory." "Understood, General." Songlong responded. "Yes, General, Xiefeng is at your command." Ning Yu, somewhat perplexed, inquired of Ning Feng, "Brother, why have you chosen only Songlong and Xiefeng for this mission? Is it not too perilous?" "Fear not. Songlong and his companions have accompanied me for many years," Ning Feng reassured Ning Yu. "Moreover, given the previous display of hostility from our adversaries, they are quite vigilant regarding your escape from the Northern Territory. To ensure a discreet infiltration, we must employ two formidable figures. Otherwise, how could we pique the interest of that crowd?" As night fell, the Northern Territory was tranquil, with patrol lights illuminating every corner. The sentinels were on high alert, prepared to eliminate even the slightest disturbance. Due to numerous incursions by remnants of the Northern forces, security had been significantly heightened. At that moment, two shadows flitted past the outskirts of the Northern Territory. Under the cover of darkness, Ning Feng and Songlong swiftly approached the city walls of the Northern Territory. Gazing up at the towering walls, Ning Feng remarked, "Previously, we could come and go as we pleased, but now it feels akin to thievery. General, the walls are now heavily fortified with troops from Tianhua Kingdom. Entering through the main gate is utterly impractical. Furthermore, that concealed passage has been discovered by the enemy and is no longer viable," Songlong replied. "Ah, how unfortunate," Ning Feng mused. "However, with a bait of your caliber, Songlong, we will attract all manner of fish." Subsequently, Xiefeng would lead a contingent of soldiers through the concealed passage, swiftly transporting the necessary equipment for the mole operation. Ning Feng then communicated via his wireless earpiece. "Xiefeng, did you note everything I just mentioned? Rest assured, General. As long as you and Songlong enter from the front, I will lead the soldiers in stealthily." "Good. Remember, once we acquire the items, do not linger. Our numbers are limited. We must ensure that no one is left behind," Ning Feng instructed Xiefeng. "Understood, General." "Xiefeng acknowledges your command," she responded earnestly. "They are the lifeblood of our Northern Legion, and I shall ensure their safety." At this moment, Ning Feng once again gazed at the imposing northern city walls. Songlong, standing nearby, posed a question. "General, shall we enter through the main gate or leap over the walls?" "The main gate would create too much commotion, and with just the two of us, the enemy would undoubtedly grow suspicious, recognizing it as a blatant feint. We shall leap over the walls and masquerade as infiltrators." Ning Feng addressed Songlong, stating, "Is it not said that my deputy, Tian Lang, along with Tian Bao, is imprisoned within?" Thus, Songlong immediately grasped Ning Feng's intent. It became clear that under the guise of a rescue, they sought to buy time for Shui Feng and the others. Song Long chuckled softly, remarking, "Ah, it seems Tian Lang and Tian Bao will only be left with empty hopes. We will indeed rescue them, but not at this moment." With that, Ning Feng rose and stepped back, unleashing his power in a surge of fury, leaping swiftly towards the city wall. Observing this, Song Long followed closely, propelled by the momentum of their anger. In the distance, concealed, Xue Feng witnessed the unfolding scene and promptly instructed the 10 soldiers beside him, "Move out." Under the cover of night, Xue Feng led the soldiers swiftly to the secret passage beneath the northern city wall. Ning Feng and Song Long ascended to the skies at an extraordinary speed, landing atop the city wall. Song Long noticed that the 2 sentinels above had not detected their presence. He swiftly produced 2 small, high-speed throwing knives, which he hurled at the sentinels, instantly piercing through their skulls. Yet, the searchlights remained undamaged and continued to shine brightly. At that moment, patrolling soldiers on the wall spotted them. "Who goes there?" The exclamation sent a wave of panic among the patrol as they raised their weapons in search of the intruders. Ning Feng and Song Long showed no hesitation, swiftly attacking from the center towards the flanks. In mere seconds, all patrolling soldiers along their path lay slain, none surviving. Too feeble to withstand our might." Song Long scoffed, deriding the enemy forces. Subsequently, Ning Feng confronted Song Long and inquired, "Song Long, where are Tian Lang and Tian Bao held?" "They are confined beyond the open ground," Song Long replied. Ning Feng followed Song Long's gesture, observing, "These ruffians fear our rescue efforts, hence they place them in the open. However, after this, I suspect they will relocate Tian Lang and Tian Bao. With your involvement, the battlefield shall surely be transformed." Song Long remarked to Ning Feng. "A singular Ning Feng is insufficient to alter the entire course of battle." Ning Feng replied steadily, "It is not merely I who will change the tide. It is all of us together." With that, Ning Feng stood atop the wall and surveyed the surroundings, confirming their safety. "All is clear, let us proceed." Ning Feng advised Song Long, "Remember, we must appear as if we are here to rescue them, to draw many enemies towards Xue Feng's side." "Understood, General," Song Long affirmed. Then, Ning Feng and Song Long leaped down from the city wall. During this descent, 2 steel blades spiraled towards them. "Watch out," Ning Feng warned Song Long, swiftly kicking the blades away with precision. The 2 individuals descended to the ground, at which moment 10 assassins, codenamed Night Hunters, positioned themselves in front of Ning Feng and Song Long. Behind these killers stood the officer Lai Long, exuding audacity. Lai Long slowly approached, his gaze fixed upon the Northern Territory leader, Song Long, who was accompanied by a soldier clad in military attire and wearing a steel helmet. "How bold of you, Song Long, to intrude with just the 2 of you, as if this place still resembles the Northern Territory of old. You come and go as you please, do you?" Lai Long taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. "Oh, and you've brought a soldier with you. I recall that in the past, you were always flanked by thousands of soldiers for protection. What happened today? Only one companion? It seems you are quite bereft of allies." Song Long, incensed by Lai Long's derision, clenched his fists in fury. Just then, Ning Feng, hearing the sound of the tightening fist, whispered to Song Long, "Song Long, do not fall into his trap. Remember why we are here." Upon hearing Ning Feng's reminder, Song Long finally relaxed. "Haha, Lai Long, it's evident you lack standing. With merely these 10 ragtag miscreants by your side, one might assume you are destitute of capable men," Song Long retorted, his words striking a nerve with Lai Long, who responded with a cold chuckle. "How brazen you are, even when facing your demise." Without further ado, Lai Long lunged towards Song Long, the leader of the Northern Territory. "The outcome remains uncertain," Song Long declared as he charged at Lai Long in return. The confrontation between the officer and the Northern Territory leader escalated fiercely. Watching from the sidelines, Ning Feng felt a surge of delight. "Ah, young one, you have fallen into their scheme." However, the 10 Night Hunters had now set their sights on Ning Feng. As the assassins turned their attention towards him, Ning Feng recognized the gravity of the situation. Clad in soldier's garb and donning a steel helmet, he remained indistinguishable in the darkness. In the next instant, one of the Night Hunters lunged at him with a steel blade. Yet, Ning Feng stood his ground, displaying no sign of alarm. As the blade descended, he swiftly dodged, seemingly anticipating the assassin's movement. He retaliated with a powerful punch, sending the attacker reeling. "Foolish insects," unaware of their limitations, Ning Feng murmured darkly. The others, witnessing this, initially gasped in shock before 3 more surged towards Ning Feng with lethal intent. Being a former king of the Northern Territory, Ning Feng regarded these 3 with utter disdain. In no time, he adeptly maneuvered among them, effortlessly dispatching each one. Soon, 3 additional night hunters joined the fray. 1 man against 6, yet Ning Feng refrained from unleashing his inner fury. At that moment, the 6 night hunters suddenly retreated. Immediately, 10 assassins soared into the air, unleashing the 1,000-blade formation as they charged fiercely towards Ning Feng below. Unfazed by their onslaught, Ning Feng merely chuckled softly. He then closed his eyes tightly, awakening the fury of his inner techniques. Suddenly, he reopened his eyes, releasing a surge of rage that generated a powerful shockwave directed at the 10 nocturnal hunters. In an instant, the wave of anger erupted, sending all the hunters flying away. How dare these scoundrels disregard their elders and the young? They ought to know who I am. Ning Feng admonished angrily. As he spoke with authority, he removed his helmet. The onlookers were once again confronted with the formidable figure of the former king of the Northern Realm, Ning Feng. Beside him, Lai Long's eyes widened in astonishment. You are? The one from last time. Impressive memory. You still remember me, Ning Feng replied to Lai Long. However, even with that, you cannot thwart our mission to rescue. What do you mean? You too are here to save someone? Lai Long asked, puzzled. Previously, when rescuing Tian Nan and Tian Bao, Ning Yu had dispatched a large contingent. This time, only 2 individuals had infiltrated, and while they appeared formidable, it seemed rather suspicious. Lai Long glanced at the pair and then looked up at the castle wall behind them, noticing the absence of any other soldiers from the Northern Army. Stop searching. It is just the 2 of us, Song Long said dismissively. If there were more, you would have to surrender your life. Just us 2. No, even alone. You could not defeat me. Song Long's words inevitably instilled a sense of unease in Lai Long. Moreover, the sight of the man named Ning Feng before him evoked a palpable fear. Song Long, I leave him to you. I shall proceed to rescue, Ning Feng stated resolutely. Yes, General, Song Long responded. Ning Feng then disregarded the military officer Lai Long entirely, striding directly towards the enclosed chamber where Tian Lang and Tian Bao were held captive. However, Lai Long was not one to allow Ning Feng to pass easily. He turned to the nocturnal hunters, only to find that the 10 were now too exhausted to rise. A bunch of useless fools, Lai Long exclaimed, and with incredible speed, he launched an attack towards the nonchalant Ning Feng. Yet, just as he reached Ning Feng, he was intercepted by the suddenly appearing Song Long kid. Your opponent is me, Song Long declared to Lai Long. Ning Feng scoffed, his steps unperturbed as he continued to stroll leisurely forward. At that moment, a shockwave surged towards Ning Feng's position. In a flash, he sensed the impending danger and leapt aside, narrowly evading the blast. A shockwave? Qigong. Ning Feng pondered, still bewildered, when 3 men clad in white military uniforms came soaring from the distance. Chapter 1489. The Avenger of a Father's Death. Indeed, it is a rarity for one to foresee and evade such an assault. This suggests that among the feeble remnants of the North, there exists an individual of remarkable prowess. Truly a revelation. Remarkable? Merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. That white-haired old man. White-haired old man. An ignorant youth. Ning Feng coldly remarked to the 3 individuals before him. So, you intend to obstruct me, this white-haired old man? Observing Ning Feng's calm demeanor, devoid of any semblance of panic, the trio was struck with a sense of astonishment. Within the Northern Army, there are the 3-star generals, the 4 great leaders. The elusive Night Owl, the long-range marksman Eagle Eye, the war machine Mad Shark, and the imprisoned Sky Leopard, alongside the deputy Tian Lang. Aside from those deceased commanders, I do not recall having seen you before. To be frank, I have never encountered you, young lad, Ning Feng responded. Listen well. I am the current general of the Cloud Nation, Lin Nan. Lin Nan. At this moment, Ning Feng scrutinized Lin Nan, realizing he bore a striking resemblance to one of the former generals of the Cloud Nation whom he had slain in the north. Hey boy, is your father the former general of the Cloud Nation, named Lin Tianao? Ning Feng inquired. Upon hearing the name of his deceased father from the lips of the white-haired elder, Lin Nan furrowed his brow, deeply puzzled. How do you know my father's name? Ning Feng could not help but let out a cold chuckle. Ah, what a twist of fate this is. Young man, have you ever heard of the name Ning Feng? Ning Feng. Upon hearing those 2 words, Lin Nan's eyes widened in disbelief, and his fury ignited. How could he not recognize that name? The very king of the north who had slain his father. That man, I have longed to kill him in my dreams, to avenge my father. At this moment, Lin Nan's heart trembled, sensing something amiss. He regained his composure and asked the white-haired elder, You cannot possibly be Ning Feng. One does not change their name or alter their surname. I stand before you, Ning Feng, he declared, hands clasped behind his back, with righteous conviction. Confronted by the murderer of his father, Lin Nan's rage flared anew. Indeed, the heavens are watching. For so long, I have sought your whereabouts, believing you to be dead. I never anticipated your reappearance. It is truly a divine opportunity. As he spoke, a fierce killing intent surged within Lin Nan's gaze. The desire for vengeance for his father intensified, and he unsheathed the sword at his waist, aiming it directly at Ning Feng. His eyes sharpened, he declared, "King of the North, Ning Feng, this evening, I shall use your blood to honor the spirit of my father, Lin Tian. At this moment, within a nearby enclosed chamber, the two captives, the celestial wolf and the sky leopard, were startled to hear someone calling the name of Ning Feng. "Ning Feng, the general?" exclaimed the sky leopard with great excitement. "Did you hear that, celestial wolf? Someone outside is calling for our general Ning Feng. I can hear just fine. Keep your voice down. I can't make out what they're saying out there," the celestial wolf replied, though a sense of confusion lingered in his heart. It had been quite some time since he had last heard from the former Northern Kingdom's ruler, Ning Feng, who seemed to have vanished without a trace. His sudden reappearance left the celestial wolf perplexed and hesitant to fully trust it. This could very well be a trap set by the enemy to ensnare those who might come to rescue them. Ning Feng's name is known to all within our northern army. If they are using the general's name to lure Ning Yu and the others into action, then the Northern Kingdom is truly doomed, the celestial wolf expressed, his heart filled with unease. Meanwhile, the reality outside was that the true Ning Feng had indeed appeared among the enemy ranks. "Fierce Lion, Cold Blade, attack. Kill him," Lin Nan commanded to the subordinates flanking him. "Yes, General," they replied, grinning as they received Lin Nan's orders. Without hesitation, Fierce Lion and Cold Blade charged forward at an astonishing speed towards Ning Feng. The burly Fierce Lion swung his massive iron fist, while the agile Cold Blade delivered a swift kick aimed at Ning Feng. As the two approached with their fierce assault, Ning Feng swiftly extended his hands to block their attack. Despite their relentless efforts, neither Fierce Lion nor Cold Blade could advance even an inch, as if their bodies had been immobilized. "Damn it, I didn't expect this white-haired old man to possess such strength," Fierce Lion scoffed, still underestimating Ning Feng in their disadvantageous position. At that moment, they were at Ning Feng's mercy, leaving no room for retreat. "Huh, you clumsy oaf dare to speak to me so insolently?" With those words, Ning Feng exerted his strength and, in an instant, crushed Fierce Lion's enormous left fist. Blood erupted forth, and only then did Fierce Lion break free from Ning Feng's grasp, stumbling backward, his left hand mangled and throbbing with unbearable pain. Cold Blade, witnessing this, felt a surge of astonishment mingled with shock. "Don't be hasty. You're next," Ning Feng said, his tone dark as he fixed his bloodthirsty gaze upon Cold Blade. As Cold Blade prepared for a final desperate struggle, he swiftly kicked out with his left leg in an attempt to escape Ning Feng's grip. Yet, before the former god of war, such a tactic was easily seen through and rendered ineffective. Ning Feng's speed of action was astonishingly swifter than that of Cold Blade's kick, as he deftly seized his left foot before he could react. "What?" Cold Blade was taken aback once more. His pride in his extraordinary speed seemed utterly futile before the seasoned Ning Feng, who had seen many winters. "I just mentioned not to be hasty. Isn't it better to await death than to seek it actively?" As he concluded his words, Ning Feng forcefully hurled Cold Blade aside. Upon witnessing Cold Blade hurtling toward him, General Lin Nan of the Cloud Nation swiftly kicked him aside. "Humph, two worthless fools. You can't even best an old man. What use are you to me?" Lin Nan chastised the two in a fit of anger, realizing that he would have to step in personally. "Kid, I advise you not to go down and see your father," Ning Feng said to Lin Nan. Chapter 1490, The Instrument in Handhumph. "Are you trying to intimidate me? Do you think I, Lin Nan, am easily frightened?" Lin Nan shouted excitedly at Ning Feng. Subsequently, the general pointed his sword directly at Ning Feng, poised to strike. Ning Feng remained unfazed. In a flash, Lin Nan lunged forward, sword in hand, reaching Ning Feng in an instant. "What? So fast?" In that moment of surprise, Lin Nan thrust the sword toward Ning Feng's heart. Fortunately, Ning Feng was quick to react and evaded the lethal strike. However, in the process, his military uniform was slashed open. Stepping back a couple of paces, Ning Feng glanced down at his torn attire and remarked, "In all these years on the battlefield, few have managed to rend my clothing. Even your father, Lin Tian, could not achieve such a feat." Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, Lin Nan sneered. "Ha, Ning Feng. This indicates your age. A once revered northern king is no longer taken seriously by anyone." Provoked by Lin Nan's mockery, Ning Feng felt a surge of anger. "Careful, kid. Some words should not be uttered lightly, lest they bring you misfortune," Ning Feng warned in a gradually deepening tone. With that, Ning Feng unfastened the buttons of his jacket, discarding his damaged military uniform. Though he had surpassed 50 years, his robust physique remained strikingly evident. He picked up a firearm that he had previously carried on his back and ejected all the bullets. Grasping the gun's muzzle, he addressed Tian Nan with a hint of disdain. "All right, kid, come forth and show me how you intend to avenge your father." Choosing to abandon the gun for a mere stick? "You two have not changed. It has long been the era of firearms," Ning Feng solemnly remarked. "You self-proclaimed generals have merely inherited the weapons of your forebears and practiced their techniques, have you not? Humph, enough of this prattle." As the confrontation reached its climax, Tian Nan swiftly advanced towards Ning Feng, his long sword slicing through the surrounding atmosphere with an impressive momentum. Ning Feng, gripping his spear tightly, charged forward to meet him. Their weapons clashed violently, sending shockwaves rippling outward. "What?" Tian Nan was astonished to see that Ning Feng's spear remained unscathed. Soon, a crimson aura enveloped the weapon, radiating fierce energy. "Listen well, young one. This is fury," Ning Feng declared as he concentrated his anger into the shaft of his spear. In an instant, with a single powerful swing, he sent Tian Nan staggering back several meters. Tian Nan swallowed hard, disbelief etched on his face. "How can this be? How can an old man possess such strength?" "Old man, what of it?" Ning Feng replied calmly. "Did your father never impart to you the lesson that appearances can be deceiving? I suspect Lin Tianao also failed to enlighten you on the adage that a lean camel is larger than a horse." The old white-haired man chuckled darkly. "Ah, young one. Did you ever imagine you would meet your demise at the hands of such an unassuming elder?" At this moment, memories of his father's tragic death at Ning Feng's hands ignited a fiery rage within Tian Nan. Gritting his teeth, he glared intensely at Ning Feng. "Damn it! If I must die, I will take you down with me." Meanwhile, on a distant rooftop, three shadowy figures observed the unfolding drama below. Well, what a stroke of luck to witness the former Northern King in action," one remarked. "Should we intervene to assist Tian Nan?" "No. Let us observe a while longer and see what else that young man is capable of. Such a spectacle deserves our full attention," another replied. Elsewhere, the northern leader, Blood Phoenix, stealthily led a contingent of soldiers through the cover of night towards a concealed passage. Peering through a crack in the door, he noted the presence of only 5 guards. A sigh of relief escaped him. "There are merely 5 guards here. I will breach and deal with them swiftly. You all should proceed to the research facility," he commanded his comrades. "Yes, leader," they responded in unison. With his crimson dual blades in hand, Blood Phoenix kicked open the hidden door. Before the guards could react, he surged forward with astonishing speed, dispatching them in a heartbeat. "Quickly, the leader has succeeded. Follow closely." The soldiers maneuvered through the northern territory, encountering no opposition. They ultimately arrived at the research facility without incident. "To think we reached the research facility so effortlessly," Blood Phoenix mused inwardly, satisfaction swelling within him. Truly, he is a general. With his involvement, the reclamation of the North will surely come to fruition in no time. According to the description provided by Dr. Mole, after a period of searching, the group successfully located the matter stabilizer that the mole had mentioned. 2 individuals hoisted it and began to carry it out, while others stood guard in all directions. "Remember, we must protect the instrument at all costs," Blood Phoenix admonished the soldiers. "Yes, leader, we understand." Subsequently, the soldiers departed the laboratory with the matter stabilizer, cautiously making their way towards the exit. Within the research facility, Blood Phoenix also discovered the novel weapons crafted by the doctor for the leaders. The situation had unfolded so abruptly, and the war had descended upon them with such swiftness that there had been no opportunity to distribute them to each leader. Now, Blood Phoenix bundled them together and slung them over her back, taking them all from the laboratory. On the return journey, expecting a calm passage, they were unexpectedly confronted by 3 night stalkers. 3 throwing knives surged forth, swiftly eliminating 3 soldiers from the northern forces. Observing this, Blood Phoenix drew her crimson twin blades and entered a state of combat readiness. As they neared the concealed passage's exit, Blood Phoenix commanded the soldiers, "You all go ahead. I will hold them off." Just then, another trio of throwing knives was launched at them, but the northern leader was no novice. Blood Phoenix deftly deflected the knives and moved forward to confront the 3 relentless night stalkers determined to annihilate them. "Hurry." The remaining soldiers quickly traversed the exit and fled the northern territory. Seeing that the soldiers had already departed, Blood Phoenix had no intention of lingering. However, these highly trained assassins were far from innocuous. Before the exit, the northern leader gazed at the night stalkers ahead, her eyes glinting with lethal intent. "To think you night stalkers would discover us so swiftly," the northern leader remarked, "but I have already experienced your prowess, and this time, It will not be so simple for you to pursue me. Upon hearing the northern leader's words, the three night stalkers exchanged glances before simultaneously turning their attention to Blood Phoenix. Under the sudden pressure of their presence, even the northern leader felt a twinge of unease. After all, during her previous incursion into the northern territory, she had suffered at their hands and had nearly lost her life to them. The three night stalkers brandished their weapons, silver curved blades that appeared exceptionally sharp. Under the moonlight, they gleamed coldly. Humph, the same old tactics. Blood Phoenix stated to the trio. She tightened her grip on her crimson twin blades, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on them. Moments later, the three night stalkers launched their assault on Blood Phoenix. The northern leader opted for a defensive approach, retreating strategically to create opportunities for a decisive counterattack, aiming to eliminate them in one fell swoop. The clash of her twin blades against their curved knives resulted in an intensely fierce confrontation. The three hunters of the night aimed their every strike at the vital points of the Blood Phoenix, each blow a lethal attack. However, after enduring previous battles, the Blood Phoenix appeared more adept than before, skillfully weaving through the assailants without sustaining a scratch. The hunters soon realized that their current offensive could not inflict any harm on the Northern Territory leader, the Blood Phoenix, and they swiftly retreated. With the distance widened, the Blood Phoenix retracted her crimson twin blades and unveiled her signature weapon from her back. To her surprise, it was a pair of plasma magnetic short knives. With a crackling sound, arcs of electricity illuminated the darkness, and she remarked with satisfaction, "These weapons suit me well. Come on, let me practice on you." As the battle resumed, empowered by the electric arcs, the Blood Phoenix unleashed her fury, merging it with her attacks against the three hunters, gradually gaining the upper hand. Yet, Ning Feng had given orders before the skirmish. Once the material balancer was secured, they must not linger in combat. "General, we have obtained the items," the Blood Phoenix reported through the wireless communicator in her left ear. "Understood, Blood Phoenix. Do not linger. Withdraw immediately," Ning Feng responded. "Yes, General, I comprehend." Hearing that the mission was accomplished and the material balancer had been transported from the Northern Territory, Ning Feng turned to the great General Tian Nan of the Cloud Nation and said, "Kid, tonight you are fortunate. I must take my leave." "Leave? Do you think you can escape?" Tian Nan exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he charged at Ning Feng with his longsword, slicing through the air with an unstoppable force. His blade aimed directly at his adversary. "Ning Feng, prepare to pay with your life." Witnessing Tian Nan's furious advance, Ning Feng felt no sense of pressure. Instead, he found the situation rather amusing. It was foolish to risk one's life for an unattainable goal. "You're not foolish. Rather, it is hatred that drives me to persist," Tian Nan declared earnestly. "This is something you will never understand." "Understand? Huh. No one can dictate their life or death on the battlefield. Remember this, on the battlefield, life and death are determined by fate," Ning Feng retorted, discarding his weapon with a cold laugh before leaping into the air. As he soared, a long spear thrust toward him. Ning Feng swiftly kicked it away but sensed something amiss. "Is this the Thousand Mountains Festival?" Astonished, he glanced at the distant Songlong from the city wall and communicated through the wireless device. "Songlong, the Blood Phoenix has succeeded. We must depart." "Yes, General." Subsequently, Songlong addressed the officer Lilong before him, saying, "Lilong, I shall let you off this time and refrain from engaging with you further." After uttering these words, he unleashed his energy, forcefully pushing Lilong aside. He then soared to the top of the city wall, exchanging glances with Ning Feng, both of them nodding in silent accord before leaping down from the ramparts, departing from the northern region. Watching the remnants of the northern region vanish into the night, Tian Nan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with a fierce resolve and unyielding resentment. "General Lin, did you not capture him?" Lilong approached him with a question. "Or is it that you are simply no match for him?" Despite the current cooperative relations among various nations, having formed a so-called alliance, each country harbored its own schemes. The northern region, a coveted prize, was desired by all, especially now that the entire Dragon Kingdom was nearly in a state of complete collapse, with everyone eager to claim the largest portion of territory, namely the northern region. "Humph, Lilong, were it not for my intervention, I dare say you would have fared worse than your subordinates," mocked General Tian Nan of the Cloud Kingdom. "Perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much, as you are unworthy of conversing with me." At that moment, three shadowy figures, who had been observing from a distance, suddenly materialized before them. Look at how our esteemed General Lin is bickering with Officer Lilong. Such discord is detrimental to our unity," commented General Longhua of the Windling Kingdom. "Humph, Longhua, I ask you, why did you not intervene earlier?" Tian Nan retorted. "Do you not realize what a splendid opportunity it was to eliminate Ning Feng and the northern region's leader?" What were you truly thinking? Lin Nan, we believed you would capture Ning Feng. We did not wish to overshadow your triumph, replied General Tian Nan of the Jinlan Kingdom. His tone laced with sarcasm. Had that occurred, you would have surely resented us. Indeed, the Cloud Kingdom is vast and prosperous, and its general is most imposing. We, the people of smaller nations, dare not act rashly before you, added another general from the Jinlan Kingdom. Thus, we prudently withdrew to the sidelines. Hearing the mocking remarks from the generals of Jinlan and Tianling, Lin Nan could hardly contain his fury. Soon, a malevolent thought of eliminating the three of them took root in his mind. Chapter 1492, The Pride of Youth General, having you with us makes a remarkable difference. We successfully retrieved the matter balancer, and we should be able to retreat unscathed, Songlong said to Ning Feng as they ran. However, Ning Feng did not respond to Songlong. Sensing Ning Feng's anxiety, Songlong chose not to press the matter further. Upon their return to the northern region, Blood Phoenix handed the matter balancer to Dr. Mole. In the research lab, Blood Phoenix stated, Doctor, not only did we bring back the matter balancer, but I also discovered the new weapon you previously had us redesign. What? Dr. Mole excitedly exclaimed, Where is it? Show me quickly. Is there any damage? Subsequently, Blood Phoenix handed over all the weapons strapped to her back to Dr. Mole. Upon inspection, Dr. Mole was taken aback and began to scrutinize each item, employing his mechanical right eye to scan for defects. Incredible. Those fools from Tianhua Nation. How could they not have discovered such useful weaponry? Haha. Dr. Mole mocked loudly. Well then, we shall make use of them ourselves. What are you all so cheerful about, Doctor? Ning Feng approached, remarking, This operation was remarkably smooth. We effortlessly brought the items back. Indeed, with the general's participation, we shall undoubtedly reclaim the northern territories. Songlong asserted confidently to those present. However, Ning Feng felt no excitement. He turned and exited to the empty first underground level. Reflecting on the divine gun, Qianshan's sacrifice, that he had seen earlier, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. The weapon intended for his son had fallen into the hands of the enemy, a profound irony. It seemed that Ning Lin was indeed in grave trouble. Ning Feng thought to himself. At that moment, Ning Yu also arrived at the first underground level, approaching her brother, Ning Feng. Brother, what are you contemplating? Ning Yu inquired, noticing the unease on Ning Feng's face. Is something wrong? Ning Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silent for a long while before finally speaking. What exactly happened to Ning Lin? Why was he captured? Though he is still young, with your presence and after experiencing betrayal once, he should not easily find himself in peril again. So what truly transpired? Faced with her brother's probing questions, Ning Yu gradually lowered her head, her brow furrowed in concern. Yes, you are right. Ning Lin has indeed grown significantly, and he is capable of leading missions himself. However, Ning Yu hesitated. Speak. What happened next? Ning Feng pressed her again, eager to uncover the sequence of events and the truth. In truth, shortly after Ning Feng's disappearance, various nations learned that the northern king of Long Nation had changed hands, reigniting their aggressive ambitions towards Long Nation. This news swiftly reached the ears of the new northern king, Ning Yu. No longer was the northern king the formidable warrior, Ning Feng, and thus, they had no fear of her. To Ning Yu, this situation represented a provocation against her and the entire north, showing a complete lack of regard for her authority. Humph. How utterly outrageous. I, Ning Yu, will make you all see whether you can once again feel fear. And, do not be afraid. I, Ning Lin, am here. After all, I am the son of the former northern king, Ning Feng. With that, Ning Lin drew the divine spear, Qian Shanji, from behind him and planted it firmly into the ground. He earnestly proclaimed to his aunt, Ning Yu, and my father left me this spear, Qian Shanji. Gazing at Ning Lin, Ning Yu discerned a trace of her brother Ning Feng's likeness in him. However, Ning Lin was still a child, despite having completed several combat missions, and a sense of worry lingered. This anxiety stemmed from within, and Ning Yu herself could not fathom the source of her unease. Seeing his aunt silent, Ning Lin felt perplexed and urged her, Aunt, rest assured. With me here, everything will be fine. Ning Lin, you are your father's only child. I cannot allow you to put yourself in danger, Ning Yu replied sternly. Moreover, we must not alert the enemy. Though her earlier emotions had been fervent, in the face of significant matters, the northern king, Ning Yu, could maintain her composure. Ning Lin found it difficult to accept his aunt's words. In his eyes, he had already inherited the legacy of his father, the former northern king, and wielded his weapon. Aunt, Ning Lin exclaimed helplessly. We should eliminate the enemy's intentions before they mobilize. Ning Lin, you are still too young, lacking in combat experience, Ning Yu admonished. Your current competitive spirit is your greatest flaw. Cut it out, Aunt. Are you afraid? How long have you held the title of Northern King? Why do you fear both wolves and tigers? Ning Lin exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. If that is the case, I shall go alone. With that, he turned to leave. Just then, the Northern King, Ning Yu, called out to him, Ning Lin, stop right there. Being the command of the Northern King. Even if Ning Lin was unreasonable, he understood the necessity of obedience. What is it? He replied nonchalantly, turning back. The two relatives exchanged glances, and Ning Yu took a deep breath. With a sigh, she addressed Ning Lin. Oh, I truly have no way with you, child. Very well, Ning Lin, heed my orders. Upon hearing his aunt issue a command, Ning Lin's demeanor shifted, and he excitedly responded, yes. Ning Lin is at your service. Ning Lin, I now command you to lead an elite unit to the front lines of the Northern Territory for reconnaissance. Understood, Aunt. Oh no, I mean, yes, Northern King. Ning Lin is ready. Aunt, just watch. If I encounter the enemy, I shall ensure they are left with not a single remnant. Ning Lin declared confidently to Ning Yu, his expression brimming with pride, as if victory were already in his grasp. Chapter 1493, Negotiation. Absolutely not. It is imperative that you heed my orders, Ning Lin. Ning Yu spoke with utmost seriousness, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Naturally, upon hearing his aunt's fervent admonition, Ning Lin felt compelled to respond in agreement. Understood. After uttering this, he departed without hesitation. As she watched him walk away, a sense of unease gripped Ning Yu's heart, as if an impending danger loomed on the horizon. How could I have such a feeling? Ning Lin, please take care of yourself. However, Ning Lin ultimately disregarded his aunt's counsel, resolutely choosing his own path. Blinded by arrogance. Upon discovering a gathering point of enemy forces near the northern front, he failed to return and report to his aunt, the Northern King Ning Yu. Instead, he opted to lead a contingent of northern soldiers directly into battle against the enemy encampment. The outcome was, regrettably, predictable. Ning Lin was bested by a foreign general, resulting in his capture, and the coveted weapon, Qianshan's sacrifice, fell into the hands of the enemy. Only a single soldier emerged from the carnage, dragging his battered body back to the Northern Territory. After relaying the entirety of the incident to Ning Yu, her eyes widened in shock. What? Ning Lin has been captured. Quick, summon the 4 great leaders of the North. Once the 4, Songlong, Xiaohu, Xiefeng, and Xuanwu, gathered in the war room, Ning Yu informed them of the grave news. The leaders, taken aback, felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. With Ning Lin in enemy hands, it was inevitable that they would use him as leverage to issue outrageous demands. Songlong furrowed his brow, analyzing the situation. Moreover, their ultimate objective must be our northern territory. Indeed, this situation has become quite precarious, the deputy officer, Tian Nan, exclaimed in frustration. This reckless youth. How could he be so foolishly obstinate? It's my fault for assigning him a mission. No, we all know this, Xuanwu reassured Ning Yu. Even if you had not issued a command, he would have taken matters into his own hands. Xiefeng, rising in agitation and slamming the table, declared, Humph. This boy is the sole heir of General Ning Feng, and you are still discussing the enemy's affairs. Should we not be contemplating how to rescue him? Rescue Ning Lin? How can we do that? The gravity of the situation was understood by all. No one could agree to gamble the survival of the Northern Territory for the sake of one individual. Songlong replied to Xiefeng, Calm yourself, Xiefeng. We share your desire to save Ning Lin, but we must deliberate carefully. We cannot allow chaos to ensue within our ranks. At that moment, an officer from Tianhua Kingdom, Lai Long, arrived as a negotiator to initiate discussions with the northern forces. As the assembly gathered in the council hall, the Northern Kingdom's King Ning Yu boldly addressed the officer Lai Long, inquiring directly about a young man from his army. So, it appears you are the newly appointed king of the north. To my surprise, you are quite the beauty, Lai Long remarked with a smile. Indeed, you are correct. We do have a young man in our possession. Rest assured, he is well cared for, as we provide him with ample food and drink. After all, he is the son of the former Northern King, Ning Feng. The assembly was taken aback by Lai Long's revelation. They had not anticipated that Ning Lin would invoke his father's name, the former Northern King Ning Feng, at such a critical moment. You insolent brat. Knowing he is the son of the former Northern King, why haven't you returned him to me? Ning Yu retorted. Are you waiting for his father to come personally and demand his release? Lai Long burst into laughter at the Northern King's words. Oh, the Northern King certainly has a sense of humor. The former Northern King, Ning Feng, your own brother, vanished upon returning to Tian Nan City in the Dragon Kingdom. It has been a long time since anyone has laid eyes on him. We have even sent people to inquire about his whereabouts. Yet no one has seen him across various nations. At this moment, Ningyu felt increasingly powerless, as if Lai Long was leading him by the nose. The leader of the northern faction, Song Long, interjected, "Ahem, Lai Long, what is your intent in holding Ning Lin captive? Speak plainly." Lai Long turned to face Song Long, their gazes clashing with palpable hostility. After a moment, Lai Long sneered, "Ah, Song Long of the Northern Kingdom, you truly are aging like fine wine. Since you've asked so directly, let us shift our focus. Tell me, esteemed guests, do you believe Ning Lin is more significant than the Northern Kingdom itself?" His question, veiled as an inquiry, was, in essence, a command, demanding that the Northern representatives trade their land for Ning Lin's life. Otherwise, they would face the sorrow of burying their own. "What do you mean by that?" Song Long's voice trembled with indignation as he confronted Lai Long. "Is it the case that the people of Tianhua can only resort to such petty tactics to intimidate other nations? Blood Phoenix, restrain yourself." Ningyu quickly intervened, sensing the rising tension and fearing that she might act rashly. He then turned to Lai Long and asked, "So, you are suggesting we exchange the Northern Kingdom for Ning Lin?" "Indeed, you have not misheard, my lord," Lai Long replied with a sly grin. "But how can you be so certain I would rescue Ning Lin?" Ningyu's words left the assembly in stunned silence, their gazes fixed upon him, uncertain of his true intentions. Just then, General Xian Wu's words were cut short by a piercing glance from Ningyu. "I am under no obligation to have the entire North respond for a mere soldier," Ningyu declared with righteous fervor. "Oh, the King of the North truly possesses remarkable fortitude," Lai Long remarked steadily, suggesting that the boy's significance was indeed negligible. Not insignificant, but rather, his current role is merely that of a soldier in the North. "The King of the North," Ningyu asserted with unwavering conviction. "A soldier must know that military orders are as immovable as mountains." At that moment, the King of the North, Ningyu, was filled with fervor. "Ha ha ha. What a splendid proclamation about military orders being as immovable as mountains. Truly, a general should have such a high awareness of the bigger picture." Chapter 1494, The Cause and Effect Humph. After hearing Ningyu recount the cause and effect, Ning Feng, in a fit of rage, struck the wall with a fist, instantly penetrating it. "Damn it! How dare they defecate on our heads? They are truly overstepping." Ning Feng exclaimed angrily. "I should have dealt with that brat back in the North. Let him go reunite with his father." "Brother, calm down. Not long ago, I learned that Ning Lin is temporarily safe. As long as we are not completely eradicated by them, Ning Lin remains the key to their negotiations." Ningyu advised his brother. "Ningyu, do you know where that wretched boy is imprisoned?" Ning Feng inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Ningyu responded, "I do know. But I'm afraid it might be a trap set by the enemy. I have refrained from taking action to rescue him. After that negotiation, I dispatched Tian Lang and Tian Bao to save Ning Lin, yet they fell into the enemy's snare." Upon hearing Ningyu's account, Ning Feng took a deep breath. He had thought himself devoid of weaknesses, but this was, after all, his son. How could a father stand idly by and not act to save his child? "It seems the situation is rather complicated," Ning Feng said, his tone somewhat somber. At that moment, he recalled something and promptly asked Ningyu, "Ningyu, what of the divine weapon of the North, the blood-stained mountains?" Hearing this, Ningyu looked up at his brother, Ning Feng. "Brother, follow me." Thus, Ning Feng followed Ningyu to the third underground level of the base. Upon reaching the space on the third level, the surroundings appeared exceedingly dim. "Ningyu, I recall that I did not store anything here," Ning Feng remarked, surveying the area without spotting anything. At this point, Ningyu moved forward and activated the switch on the wall, illuminating the entire third underground level. The white lights instantly dispelled the previous darkness, and under this brightness, one of the three divine weapons of the Dragon Kingdom, the Bloodstained Mountains, came into view for Ning Feng. The so-called Bloodstained Mountains are high-precision, colossal robots powered by energy stones from extraterrestrial meteors. At the sight of the 10 blood-stained mountains before him, Ning Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. "I truly did not anticipate that you would bring the blood-stained mountains here," Ning Feng remarked to Ningyu. At that time, there were 13 blood-stained mountains, but now only 10 remained, and they were all battered and bruised. Ningyu continued, observing the various scratches and wounds on the surface of the blood-stained mountains, which filled Ning Feng with deep sorrow. Stepping forward to caress the war titans he once commanded, a flood of memories surged within him. It seems that during this lengthy period, nations have made significant advancements. Ning Feng sighed again, acknowledging the formidable prowess of those who could inflict such grievous damage upon my northern realm. In truth, they did not launch an initial assault on the northern territory. Instead, they headed to the eastern conqueror. After seizing the 3 major districts in the eastern part of the Dragon Kingdom, they employed the divine weapon, Longting Wanli. in the hands of the Eastern Conqueror to once again conquer the southern province of Nanlong, acquiring the divine weapon, Haichao Dazuan. There, Ning Yu informed Ning Feng. It was only after that they turned their attention to the northern front. Upon hearing Ning Yu's words, Ning Feng exclaimed with fervor, "Ning Yu, what was your northern territory doing while the enemy attacked the eastern and southern regions of the Dragon Kingdom? Why did you not intervene to provide aid?" "Brother, I speak up." Ning Feng admonished Ning Yu sternly. "It is common knowledge that as long as the northern territory of our Dragon Kingdom stands, even the mightiest of foes would find their efforts futile here. Yet now, the situation has devolved into this. What on earth has transpired? Is it a result of your inadequate command?" Faced with his brother's inquiries, Ning Yu lowered his head, at a loss for words, burdened with a pain only he understood. Observing Ning Yu's silence, Ning Feng furrowed his brow and spoke in a somber tone. "Ning Yu, if you remain silent, I shall forcibly strip you of your title as the Northern King and subject you to military law." Upon hearing her brother's proclamation, Ning Yu's eyes widened in shock as she lifted her gaze to meet his. At that moment, Ning Feng had turned his back, clasping his hands behind him. Gazing at her brother's imposing figure, Ning Yu fell into silence for a moment, wrestling with her thoughts before finally saying, "Brother, very well, I shall speak." At that time, the enemy captured Ning Lin and used him as leverage, forbidding my northern territory from dispatching troops to aid the battles in the east and south. As she spoke, Ning Yu felt a profound sense of grievance, yet she continued, I did not assist King Tian Nan and the Eastern Conqueror to protect Ning Lin. Because of this decision, I have borne the brunt of scorn, labeled as a cowardly woman unworthy of the title of Northern King, accused of treachery, allowing the enemy to rampage within the Dragon Kingdom, causing destruction, arson, and oppression of the people. But I had no choice. At last, Ning Yu could no longer contain the emotions that had long been suppressed, and in that moment, they erupted forth. "Brother, if you intend to revoke my position, I have nothing further to say. With you here, my status as the Northern King has long since become a mere formality." Ning Yu lamented, her heart heavy with sorrow. Upon hearing the entirety of her plight, Ning Feng realized he had unjustly accused his sister, Ning Yu. He turned to her, gently wiping away the cold tears from her eyes. "You have protected me since our childhood. How could I possibly stand by and watch Ning Lin perish before me?" With those words, Ning Yu threw herself into Ning Feng's embrace, crying out, "Brother." Her sobs sent a tremor through Ning Feng's heart, as it was the first time in a long while he had heard his sister weep, both familiar and heart-wrenching. "Enough now, little Yu, do not cry. Your elder brother is here. Everything will be all right." Ning Feng comforted her, acknowledging, "I was wrong to accuse you. It is my fault. No, it is I who failed to protect Ning Lin, who could not safeguard the northern realm. My cowardice allowed them to threaten me with Ning Lin time and again." At that moment, Ning Feng's anger began to simmer. The kingdom of Tianhua, the kingdom of Yun, and all the insidious pests that seek to invade my Dragon Kingdom and the northern realm. I, Ning Feng, shall remember this debt. Chapter 1495. A web of intrigue. Upon returning to the underground second level of the base, the leader, Crazy Shark, arrived. Upon seeing the former Northern King, Crazy Shark was overwhelmed with excitement, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "General, is it truly you?" "Crazy Shark, do you not recognize me?" Ning Feng replied. Immediately, Crazy Shark knelt before him, declaring, "Northern Realm's Crazy Shark pays respects to the general. Rise, please. I am no longer the Northern King." "It is Ning Yu who holds that title now," Ning Feng responded. "No, in my heart, you will always be the unparalleled war god and the Northern King." Noticing the eye patch over Crazy Shark's right eye, Ning Feng inquired, "What happened to your eye?" Embarrassed, Crazy Shark bowed his head, struggling to find the words. After a moment, he sighed, "Alas, it is shameful to admit, I lost an eye and still could not rescue that rascal Ning Lin. General, I am incompetent. Please punish me." Understanding that Crazy Shark had sacrificed his eye in an attempt to save his reckless son, Ning Feng gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. "Once again, it is because of Ning Lin that I feel indebted to you all." Ning Feng helped Crazy Shark to his feet, assuring him, "Do not worry. I shall avenge your lost eye." "General," Crazy Shark exclaimed. "Now, what significant news do you bring from our recent outing?" Ning Yu inquired. Reporting to the Northern King, "I have learned that the kingdom of Tianhua intends to use our Dragon Kingdom's 2 divine weapons to conquer the entirety of our realm," Crazy Shark stated solemnly. Upon hearing the alarming news conveyed by the ferocious shark, Ning Feng, along with the other leaders and the Northern King Ning Yu, were struck with profound astonishment and mounting pressure. Should they initiate a large-scale invasion, they would be rendered virtually extinct, reduced to mere shadows lurking in the depths like rats. Even if they attempted to retaliate, they would be dismissed as ruffians causing a disturbance of no consequence to anyone. Song Long uneasily articulated his inner turmoil. After listening to Song Long's words, everyone fell into deep contemplation. After an indeterminate period, the typically composed leader, Xiao Hu, abruptly slammed his hand on the table and rose. "Humph, those brigands." With that exclamation, Xiao Hu turned and exited the war room, striding outside. "Xiao Hu, where are you going?" Blood Phoenix inquired. "I need some fresh air." "You all carry on. I can hardly breathe in here," Xiao Hu replied, his tone tinged with melancholy. His departure was also a means to stave off his own ire. For someone as action-oriented as he, the discussions within the meeting seemed trivial and irrelevant to him. For many years, he had merely followed orders, and any matters unrelated to commands were best left unspoken. "All right, let us continue," Ning Yu addressed the assembly. Shortly thereafter, Ning Feng too exited the war room, following the path of Xiao Hu. On a hillside outside the base, Xiao Hu stood alone, smoking a cigarette. The biting northern wind felt unexpectedly gentle. As the rising white smoke did not dissipate immediately, but rather lingered and gradually faded into the air. "What troubles you, Xiao Hu?" Ning Feng appeared behind him, inquiring if he bore any concerns. Xiao Hu inhaled deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke. "General, it's not that I harbor any worries. I just feel utterly frustrated by our recent impotence. It seems we have achieved nothing, as if every mission has been preemptively thwarted by the enemy. It is infuriating," Xiao Hu expressed passionately to Ning Feng, the former northern king. Upon hearing Xiao Hu's words, Ning Feng remained silent, yet his mind was rife with contemplation. "I understand that what you've encountered is exceedingly challenging. I have returned, and we shall face whatever comes together," Ning Feng consoled him with a calm demeanor. "Humph, General. I simply cannot comprehend how the Northern Realm has ever been led around by the nose by the enemy. It is utterly humiliating." Xiao Hu's words struck a discordant note with Ning Feng. The phrase "led by the nose" ignited a flicker of suspicion within Ning Feng's mind. Yet, he could not fathom who might be meddling in this conflict. At that moment, figures of the enemy emerged on the distant plain. "General, it's the enemy," Xiao Hu exclaimed, turning to Ning Feng. "What is happening? Why are they here?" Ning Feng surveyed the approaching adversaries and replied calmly, "Do not panic. They likely have not detected our presence. Let us observe the situation before making any decisions." "Understood, General." With that, the two men concealed themselves atop the hillside, watching intently. Indeed, as Ning Feng has articulated, this contingent of enemy forces is not advancing towards the remnants of their northern stronghold. At that moment, an aircraft from the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom arrived. From it emerged the esteemed Prince Lin Sheng of Pingxi. "We humbly welcome your illustrious presence, Prince Pingxi." A soldier reverently addressed Lin Sheng. "Ah, commendable. It seems you grasp the essence of courtesy," Prince Lin Sheng replied. "Shall we proceed? Your officer, Lai Long, must be awaiting my arrival." "Indeed, Your Excellency, Lord Lai Long is anticipating you in the northern encampment," the soldier affirmed. Subsequently, Prince Lin Sheng, accompanied by a retinue of enemy soldiers, made his way towards the northern territories. From a distant hillside, Ning Feng and Xiao Hu observed this unfolding scene with curiosity. "Damn it, I must put an end to that old scoundrel Lin Sheng," Xiao Hu exclaimed with fervor and indignation. Yet, Ning Feng swiftly interjected, "Xiao Hu, do not act impulsively. We remain unaware of Lin Sheng's intentions for coming here. Moreover, you are currently a thorn in the side of the enemy. Reckless action is inadvisable." Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, Xiao Hu retorted, "So, General, shall we simply let him go? I find this unbearable. I understand your frustration, however. I have stated that we cannot act rashly. I trust one need not reiterate myself. Do you comprehend?" Ning Feng addressed Xiao Hu in a tone reminiscent of past authority. "Otherwise, you know the consequences." The commanding gaze Ning Feng directed at him sent a shiver down Xiao Hu's spine. He swallowed hard, suppressing his anger. "Yes, General. I shall heed your counsel. Let us return. We must deliberate on this matter further." "Understood, General." Thus, the two returned to the underground base. Upon receiving the intelligence brought back by them, the others were left in a state of perplexity. Chapter 1496. The traitor unveiled. "This situation strikes me as peculiar," Ning Yu remarked, furrowing her brow as she analyzed the information. "If Prince Lin Sheng sought refuge, he certainly need not venture into such perilous territory. If he were to deliver intelligence, I recall that the enemy has not placed significant trust in him." After contemplating for a moment, Song Long offered his perspective. "Have we perhaps misjudged our starting point? Might Lin Sheng's purpose here be to extract Tian Lang and Tian Bao?" Upon hearing Song Long's hypothesis, the group fell into silence. Only Ning Feng remained composed, gazing at the others, lost in his own contemplations. Brother, brother? Ning Yu called out to her elder sibling, inquiring, what troubles you? Snapping back to focus, Ning Feng regarded Ning Yu and replied, it's nothing. Please continue. Brother, what do you think we should do now? Ning Yu asked. If it were up to me, I would send someone to investigate, Ning Feng suggested. At that moment, Shui Feng rose and volunteered, I shall go. I must teach that old scoundrel Lin Sheng a lesson. No, Shui Feng, sit down, you cannot go. Let me go, General. I am quite familiar with the structure of the northern camp, said Song Long. Ning Feng glanced at Song Long, their gazes locking in a silent confrontation. After a moment, Ning Feng shook his head and said to Song Long, no, I shall go instead. How could that be possible? The leader Song Long exclaimed, if you go, what will happen if something goes awry? Oh, what could possibly happen? According to you, leader Song Long, what misfortune could befall me? Ning Feng inquired, his tone slightly somber. Song Long, do enlighten me. Enlighten you about what? Song Long asked uneasily. What more do I need to remind you of? Ning Feng said earnestly. He then clapped his hands. Come forth. As his words echoed, and while the crowd wore puzzled expressions, Su Xiaoro stepped out from the side. Upon seeing his beloved suddenly appear before him, leader Song Long was overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes widening in astonishment. Xiaoro, what is this? Are you all right? Song Long immediately stood up and approached Su Xiaoro, scrutinizing her from head to toe. I am fine, Song Long, Su Xiaoro reassured him. It was Ning Yu who saved me last night. Hearing her words, Song Long turned to Ning Yu and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord of the Northern Realm. There is no need to thank me. If you wish to express gratitude, it should be directed towards my brother, Ning Feng, Ning Yu replied. Had he not sensed something amiss with you beforehand, I would have never known that Su Xiaoro was in the hands of enemies in the north. Oh, so it was you, General. You had already perceived it, Song Long acknowledged. Now, let us hear what you have to say. I implore you, my esteemed leader. Ning Feng prompted. Song Long discerned the underlying meaning in Ning Feng's words, yet he hesitated. Su Xiaoro, noticing Song Long's unease, urged him, Song Long, at this juncture, you must reveal everything you know. You did this for my sake, and I believe Ning Yu and the others will understand. From the sidelines, Xiaohu spoke loudly to Song Long. Humph, so it was you, Song Long. You have quite the audacity. You betrayed the northern realm. Enough, Xiaohu. It was not he who betrayed the north, but rather my precious son, who was used as a shield by the enemy, and Ning Yu could not forsake him. Ning Feng countered. However, if Song Long remains obstinate, we truly risk annihilation tonight. At that moment, Song Long clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and ultimately resolved to confront the truth of his position as the leader of the north. Very well, I shall speak. Previously, the fierce dragon and his cohorts used my wife, Su Xiaoro, as leverage to extract the location of our base from me, Song Long confessed. However, I did not comply. Since then, I have been the one leaking our plans to rescue people from the northern realm to the enemy, including the last time when the fierce tiger and the enigmatic tortoise were pursued by the blazing dragon, and also when we infiltrated the northern realm together last night to retrieve the material balancer. It was during my confrontation with the blazing dragon that I informed him of the Blood Phoenix's entry into the northern lands through a concealed passage. Upon hearing this, the Blood Phoenix was filled with indignation, wishing fervently to deliver a fatal blow. However, in the end, none dared to strike at the Azure Dragon. After all, there were reasons behind the events, and no one would act against him. Alas, do you all now believe that I, the Grand Leader of the Northern Realm, am unworthy of this military garb? With those words, the Azure Dragon began to slowly remove the northern military uniform he wore. Just then, Ning Feng stepped forward and halted him. The Azure Dragon gazed at his former leader, Ning Feng, with a heart full of conflicting emotions, tears welling in his eyes. General, the Azure Dragon spoke with deep sorrow. I am unworthy of this northern military uniform. I have betrayed the northern realm. I am a sinner. Witnessing the Azure Dragon's profound anguish, Ning Feng took a deep breath and replied, Old friend, we have weathered countless storms together. You have not betrayed the northern realm, nor your own conscience. You, Azure Dragon, will always be mine, as I, Ning Feng, am the Grand Leader of the northern realm. At that moment, Ning Feng's eyes also glistened with moisture. The hands of the two clasped tightly together, their gazes intertwining once more, filled with mutual sympathy. General, I am so sorry. I nearly brought ruin to the northern realm. Listen to me, Azure Dragon, halt your reckless descent. It is not too late, Ning Feng urged. Since we have come to realize that the blazing dragon and his ilk intend to use you to eliminate the underground base, let us turn the tables on them. As night fell, the northern realm was eerily quiet. Within the tent, the blazing dragon, Tian Nan, Longhua, Tian and Luata were deliberating on how to eradicate the remnants of the northern forces. The unexpected appearance of the former northern king, Ning Feng, would undoubtedly disrupt their meticulously laid plans, Tian Nan remarked. Moreover, Ning Feng's presence will surely bolster the morale of those old-timers in the northern realm. Ah, General Tian Nan. Do you excel at inflating others' ambitions while diminishing your own? Mocked the officer of Tianhua, the blazing dragon. Inflating others' ambitions and diminishing one's own? Huh. Officer, blazing dragon. I believe you are projecting, Tian Nan replied earnestly to the officer beside him. Upon hearing the veiled ridicule from the general of Yunghua, the officer blazing dragon clenched his fists, a flicker of anger evident in his eyes. Humph, General Tian Nan, we all witnessed what transpired last night. You were no match for that old man with white hair. Indeed, that old fellow is no ordinary man. He is none other than the former northern king, the unparalleled god of war from the Dragon Kingdom, the five-star general, Ning Feng. Lai Long remarked to Tian Nan. At that moment, a soldier rushed into the tent, reporting, I humbly inform you, Lord Lai Long, there is a person outside the northern city gate seeking an audience with you. Upon hearing this news, Lai Long felt a surge of excitement. Ah ha ha, arriving so early indeed. This old chap is remarkably efficient. Lai Long chuckled, realizing that this woman truly was his Achilles heel. Let him come in to see me. Yes, my lord. The soldier promptly exited the tent alongside Lai Long. At this moment, the northern leader, Song Long, clad in a black robe, met with Lai Long in the northern territories. You have arrived. How is my wife? Your wife is in excellent health. We have taken great care of her, Lai Long replied calmly to Song Long. Now, you know what I wish to learn. Soon you shall be reunited with your wife. After a moment of silence, Song Long spoke. Very well, listen closely. Tonight at 11 o'clock, Ning Feng will stealthily lead a group through a concealed passage into the northern territories. Northern King Ning you will then launch a frontal assault following Ning Feng's incursion to create chaos, aiming to abduct the celestial wolf and the celestial leopard. After Song Long revealed the plans of the remaining forces in the north, Lai Long observed him intently. What? Do you regard me with such suspicion? Song Long inquired. Huh. How could I possibly distrust the esteemed leader Song Long? After all, your wife remains in my custody, Lai Long smirked mischievously. Subsequently, Song Long turned to leave but paused to advise Lai Long. By the way, Ning Feng is a formidable adversary. I recommend you bring a few more people. Otherwise, should complications arise, none shall escape unscathed. Thank you for your counsel, esteemed leader. As Lai Long expressed his gratitude, a subtle smile graced Song Long's lips. Song Long then departed from the northern territories. Upon returning to the underground base, Song Long approached the entrance, a slight smile reappearing on his lips as he clenched his fists, adorned with carbon fiber alloy gloves. At that moment, the leader's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Come forth, you little brats. Instantly, a group of night hunters emerged from the shadows near the underground base, wielding curved blades, advancing menacingly towards northern leader Song Long. Is this the trust of the Tianhua kingdom? Song Long retorted, immediately unleashing his wrath. In an instant, chaos erupted as he engaged in combat, swiftly delivering blows, leaving his opponents no chance to breathe. The battle lasted a mere 10 seconds, after which all the night hunters lay defeated by the hand of Song Long, the northern leader. Humph, ha ha ha, utterly deluded. Even your officer, Lai Long, dares not challenge me. Bah, should I spare your lives today, return to Lai Long and convey this message. If he trusts me, he shall heed my words. Otherwise, do not blame me for storming the northern realm. With that, the band of nocturnal hunters staggered to their feet and turned to depart. Upon witnessing their retreat, Song Long opened the door to the underground base and swiftly entered. General, the task has been accomplished, he stated upon returning to the second level of the base, where he promptly briefed Ning Feng on the situation in the northern realm. Excellent work. Now we await the dazzling emergence of our northern compatriots at 11 o'clock tonight. Ning Feng replied confidently. However, I fear Lai Long and his men may not be easily deceived. Song Long expressed his concern, pondering the dire consequences if their ruse failed. At this moment, Ning Feng glanced at Song Long and chuckled. Ah, my esteemed leader, when did you become so apprehensive? Have you forgotten? Last night, the moment Tian Nan laid eyes on me, he sought to dismember me. After all, I took his father's life. He shall not let me slip away so easily. Ning Feng suddenly recalled another matter. Moreover, that prince of Pingxi, Lin Sheng, is also in the northern realm, intent on reclaiming it and rescuing my son. We must rely on his face to gain leverage. Song Long pondered for a moment before responding. You truly are a remarkable general. I now know what actions to take. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng patted Song Long's shoulder, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, you are my right-hand man, the very strategist of the Northern Realm. Each time I speak, you anticipate my thoughts. The two shared a gaze, reminiscent of years past in the Northern Realm, a place that instilled dread across the entire Dragon Nation and indeed the world. As night fell, just before their departure, all soldiers of the Northern Realm gathered in the underground level of the base. The leaders, along with King Ning Yu and Ning Feng, descended from the second floor. Clad in dark uniforms adorned with golden dragons, they stood before the assembled soldiers. King Ning Yu surveyed the determined faces before him and solemnly declared, "Warriors, soldiers, brothers, I trust you are all aware of tonight's mission. We shall launch a night raid on the Northern Realm, catching our enemies off guard, and most importantly, we must rescue our deputy officer, Tian Nan, and our leader, Tian Bao. I cannot guarantee that each of you will return alive. Yet donning this uniform of the Northern Realm signifies your commitment to our cause, for the fallen brothers, for our kin who perished at the hands of the enemy." At that moment, fierce resolve ignited in the eyes of the soldiers, a palpable bloodlust emanating from their very beings. Therefore, I implore you to remember this evening that our endeavor transcends mere duty. It is a quest for vengeance. Chapter 1498, The Resounding Echo in the Night. For the North, to the death. For the North, to the death. For the North, to the death. These three repetitions of the ironclad oath of the North resound with the fierce spirit of its soldiers, each word a testament to their indomitable resolve. Standing beside his sister, Ning Yu, the former king of the North, Ning Feng, felt a profound sense of satisfaction witnessing the morale of the northern soldiers. "Oh, you truly embody the role of king of the North. It was indeed wise of me to leave you here to succeed me," he remarked to Ning Yu. In truth, Ning Yu felt a myriad of reluctance, yet compelled by Ning Feng's insistence, she complied obediently to assume his position as the new king of the North. "Brother, now that you have returned, this is once again your domain. Once today's affairs conclude, I shall fully relinquish the title of King of the North and return it to you." Upon hearing his sister's words, Ning Feng refrained from responding. Instead, he stepped forward, surveying the assembled soldiers, ready for action. "March," he commanded. Yes, the soldiers turned in unison, orderly proceeding from the underground base, heading straight towards the northern territories. At that moment, Murong Xiaoyu, donned in the northern military uniform, stood at the rear of the troops, following alongside them. However, Ning Feng recognized her at once and pulled her from the ranks. "Oh dear, what are you doing? You're hurting me," Murong Xiaoyu protested, pouting in front of Ning Feng. "What are you doing here? Causing trouble?" Ning Feng inquired. "Causing trouble? Hee, I'm merely here to lend you a hand. To share the burden, if you will. I was merely thinking of assisting you with your northern affairs," Murong Xiaoyu replied cautiously. Ning Feng took a deep breath, his tone turning serious as he spoke to her once more. "You need not accompany us. Merely wait here at the base. Besides, your technique, the Shadow Realm, is likely no longer usable, correct? Thus, your presence would only complicate matters. If you were to accompany me, I might not even notice if you were injured, maimed, or worse." Upon hearing his words, Murong Xiaoyu felt a surge of anger, mixed with a flicker of concern for her own safety. Observing Ning Feng's grave countenance and icy gaze, she realized he was not deceitful. "Well, then, I shall stay here and await your return," she conceded, reluctantly. Ning Feng then turned to depart. "Hey, Ning Feng, is there something else?" he replied. With her heart racing, Murong Xiaoyu steeled herself and said, "You must take care of yourself. You must return alive. This is not a warning, it is a command." As Ning Feng listened to Murong Xiaoyu's words, memories of his late wife, Chu Shiming, flooded his mind. In times past, she would always be by his side, offering her gentle admonitions before he ventured into battle. "Very well, I understand," he replied, turning to leave the underground base without a backward glance. Meanwhile, beneath the cloak of night, the northern territory appeared particularly desolate. A chilling, bone-biting northern wind caused the soldiers of Tianhua Kingdom to shiver uncontrollably against the cold. "It's nearly 11. Why haven't those rascals shown up yet? Will they even come?" one soldier lamented. "I feel like I'm going to freeze to death," echoed another. All eyes were fixed on the concealed passageway in the northern territory. Officer Lai Long glanced at his watch, his brow furrowing slightly. Aware of the soldiers' complaints behind him, he understood their sentiments. However, the events of this night were of utmost importance, and he dared not show even a hint of negligence. Enough. No more complaints. Whoever dares grumble about the cold shall face military discipline. Lai Long's fierce proclamation silenced the soldiers immediately. No one dared utter a sound, and even the noise of their breathing diminished. At that moment, Lin Nan approached Lai Long, inquiring, "Tell me, Lai Long, how reliable is the informant you've been in contact with? I hope you're not being deceived." Deceive me? Unless he wishes to see his woman perish." Lai Long replied with unwavering confidence. "Rest assured, he will come. Moreover, I have entrusted Ning Feng to you. How you fare against him is entirely up to your own prowess." Upon hearing Ning Feng's name, Lin Nan was instantly incensed. Tonight, Ning Feng is doomed. After declaring this, he positioned himself with his long sword, eagerly awaiting the moment when Ning Feng, the prized catch, would take the bait in the concealed passageway. "By the way, how are the traps set up at the city gate?" Lai Long asked Lin Nan. "Have the traps been properly arranged?" The Northern King, Ning Yu, is no easy adversary. I've heard she trained in martial arts under the Southern King Ouyang Jiakong of Long Kingdom. Lai Long's words elicited a scoff from Lin Nan, the Grand General of Yunhua. Even if Ning Yu is as formidable as you suggest, let us not forget we possess the strongest artifact of the Northern Territory, the Qianshan sacrifice, along with so many generals from our 4 kingdoms present here. I fear she might find herself effortlessly trapped, and that would be rather dull." Just as the two conversed, a sudden commotion erupted from the concealed passageway. All attention shifted to the unfolding situation as they assumed positions for an attack. Abruptly, a crimson shockwave surged forth from the passage, sending a multitude of Tianhua soldiers flying. Emerging from a swirling mist, the former king of the north, Ning Feng, stepped forth with an air of disdain. "Ah, we meet again, little ones," he mocked, his tone heavy with derision as he addressed Lin Nan and Lai Long. "So many of you, I see. Have you all prepared yourselves for death? How absurd. The esteemed former king of the north graces us with his presence. Naturally, we, the juniors, must extend our welcome," Lai Long retorted. However, he soon realized that Ning Feng stood alone, with no companions trailing behind him. A shiver coursed through Lai Long as he suddenly comprehended that he had been deceived. "Cursed be this trickery. I can't believe I fell for it," he exclaimed in agitation. Chapter 1499. Encirclement. At this moment, witnessing the former king of the north, Ning Feng, breach the concealed passage and invade the northern territory left Lai Long, the officer of the Tianhua kingdom, utterly astonished. "This is bad. We have been ensnared. Lin Nan, hurry to the main city gates and inform Long Hua, Luo Ta, and Tian Ying of the enemy's main force. They must exercise utmost caution." Just as Lin Nan prepared to depart, he was abruptly confronted by the northern leader, Song Long, who blocked his path. "General Lin, may I inquire as to where you intend to go?" Song Long spoke earnestly. "Why not let this old man assist you with your affairs?" Feeling the weight of Song Long's presence, Lin Nan furrowed his brow, drawing his sword to stand in defiance, adopting a posture of attack. In contrast, both Ning Feng and Song Long, despite their advanced years, exhibited no signs of trepidation in the face of numerous adversaries. Rather than the northern side having stumbled into an enemy encirclement, it was more accurate to state that the former king and the northern chief had successfully ensnared their foes. "Curse it, we cannot escape, can we?" Lin Nan inquired of Lai Long, who responded with a furious clenching of his teeth. "Damn it, with so many of us, how can we be intimidated by these 2 old men? This is utterly disgraceful. Lord Lai Long, we are not like you. We are merely ordinary soldiers," one soldier interjected. The officer, already irate, turned his wrath upon the unfortunate soldier. "What did you say?" "Please, my lord, I meant to say," before the soldier could finish. Lai Long swiftly closed the distance, seizing him by the throat. Despite the soldier's desperate struggles and pleas for mercy, it was all in vain. "Please, General, I was wrong. Spare me, I beg you." Witnessing the soldier's desperate pleas, the others looked on in silence, none daring to speak. "Spare you? Very well. I shall grant you mercy." With that, Lai Long tightened his grip, swiftly ending the soldier's life. "Useless wretches have no place in my army." The officer, Lai Long, gazed at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground and spoke with fierce determination. His eyes, filled with boundless malice and fury, swept over the soldiers of the Tianhua kingdom surrounding him. "Listen closely. If you wish to avoid death, advance and slay the enemy. Capture those 2. Upon hearing Lai Long's orders, the soldiers hesitated, rooted in place. Yet, with a rallying cry from the front ranks, they surged forward like wild beasts, charging at Ning Feng and Song Long. In response, Ning Feng and Song Long unleashed their formidable powers, creating shockwaves that halted the advance of the soldiers before them. Song Long transformed his lower-tier fury into a higher-tier variant known as Wushan, while Ning Feng elevated his lower-tier fury to the higher-tier Hanbing. Faced with the 2 legendary figures from the northern realm, the soldiers resolved to engage, fully aware that to expose themselves was to invite death, and to retreat was no different. As soldiers of the Tianhua kingdom, They were compelled by the imminent threat posed by Officer Lai Long to fulfill their military duty. If they were to perish, it would be upon the battlefield. With eyes wide and weapons brandished like the sides of death, they charged towards Ning Feng and Song Long. "Oomph, mere ants are but ants," Ning Feng sneered. "Very well, allow me to escort you on your journey." With those words, he extended his hands forward, unleashing a fierce wave of deep blue icy energy that surged towards the soldiers. In an instant, they were all encased in ice. "Song Long, it is in your hands now." "Yes, General." Wushan Tianrua heavy fist. Song Long summoned his ultimate technique, channeling immense power into his fists, which erupted in a whirlwind of crimson fury. The two blasts of energy swept across the battlefield, obliterating every soldier from the Tianhua kingdom without exception. Fortunately, Officer Lai Long and General Lin Nan of the Yun kingdom were agile enough to evade the onslaught. Who could have anticipated such power from the northern realm? Lin Nan's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. A fury capable of completely freezing a person. I recall only the northern realm's sole female leader, Xue Feng, wielding such might. How can it be that Ning Feng possesses it as well? Lai Long observed the unfolding events with incredulity, feeling a profound sense of shock. Ha ha ha. With your limited understanding, how could you possibly know that our General Ning Feng, the unparalleled war god of the Dragon Kingdom, possesses more than a single fury technique? Song Long proclaimed, his voice resonating with authority. Your time of reckoning has arrived. "Humph, Song Long, you truly are cunning." Officer Lai Long replied, maintaining a composed demeanor as he addressed the Northern Realm leader. "However, no matter how you play your game, you remain merely a pawn in my hands. Do not forget, your wife, Su Xiaoro, is still in my custody. If you have any sense, you will align with us against Ning Feng, and perhaps your wife might still have a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, you are all doomed." At this moment, having listened to the words of the fierce dragon, the northern chief, Song Long, gradually unclenched his fists, releasing the high-level fury that had erupted from within him. Song Long glanced at Ning Feng, his eyes filled with anxiety and hesitation. However, after turning away, he resolutely advanced towards the direction of the fierce dragon and Lin Nan. "Ha! So be it. Since that is the case, I shall spare your wife's life for the time being, provided you obediently comply in the future." As Song Long approached the side of the fierce dragon, he turned to face Ning Feng. "I am sorry." It matters not." With hands on his hips, Ning Feng let out a cold chuckle, saying, "Heh. This choice was made by you, so there is nothing to lament. Indeed, no need to apologize." "Precisely. But I must still utter a word of apology." Just as the last syllable faded, the northern chief, Song Long, suddenly unleashed his fury once more, swiftly turning to strike at the fierce dragon with his iron fist. What? The officer, fierce dragon, barely managed to evade in time, raising his arms in defense, thus avoiding injury. However, the force of the punch sent him staggering back several meters. Chapter 1500. The Azura reappears gasping for breath. The fierce dragon looked at his trembling arms and furrowed his brow as he regarded Song Long before him. "Never would I have imagined you would resort to such tactics." The fierce dragon scoffed, "You stubborn old fool. It seems I must eliminate your wife at once." He then spoke into his wireless communication device. "Eliminate that woman." Shortly thereafter, just as the fierce dragon felt certain of his victory, a message came through from the other end of the device. "Report, Lord Fierce Dragon. That woman is no longer alive." Upon hearing this news, the fierce dragon's eyes widened in disbelief, a surge of anger welling up within him. He promptly removed the communication device from his ear and crushed it in his hand. So it is a case of the cat swapping the prince. Ha. I knew it. How could you, Song Long, be so fearless, wearing such a nonchalant expression? In that moment, the fierce dragon began to lose his composure, his rage clouding his judgment. Now, all he desired was to slay Song Long before him, along with Ning Feng, and naturally, the remnants of the northern forces as well. "It is your own fault for choosing the wrong adversary, for miscalculating the threat, and for underestimating your opponent," Song Long retorted. After speaking, Song Long unleashed his fury once more. At that moment, the battlefield was filled with howling winds, and a scorching crimson aura enveloped the area. Faced with such a formidable technique, the enraged officer, Fierce Dragon, did not yield, promptly releasing his own wave of energy. With a cry, the Fierce Dragon charged towards the northern chief, Song Long. Upon witnessing the scene, the Azure Dragon, fueled by pent-up rage accumulated over the days, launched a fierce assault against the fiery dragon spirit before him. Meanwhile, Lin Nan, observing this confrontation, chose to disregard the two fiery dragons and instead shifted his gaze towards the former king of the Northern Realm, Ning Feng. Ning Feng, this evening. You shall not escape from my grasp, he declared with a sinister chuckle. Ah, young one, such words are seldom uttered to me. Even in the past, Ning Feng replied, his tone laced with disdain. Oh, I recall now. Even your father dared not speak to me in such a manner. Though we are foes. He was still aware of his own limitations. Lin Nan, incensed by Ning Feng's veiled insult towards his father, felt a surge of fury. The Grand General of the Cloud Nation, Lin Nan, unsheathed his sword, channeling his inner power. A soft blue glow enveloped him, cascading onto the blade he wielded. Ning Feng observed this spectacle, reminiscent of his past encounters with Lin Nan's father, the former Grand General of the Cloud Nation. Impressive. It seems you have inherited all your father's attributes, the divine sword, the long dragon, and the cold shadow spell, Ning Feng remarked to the poised Lin Nan. Cease your prattle. Today, you, Ning Feng, shall perish beneath my long dragon. Lin Nan retorted. Let me witness whether you possess the prowess of your father in his prime. Simultaneously, shortly after Ning Feng and the Azure Dragon breached the concealed passage of the Northern Realm, King Ning Yu led a contingent of northern soldiers and 4 regional leaders to storm the gates of the northern city. Against the backdrop of night and moonlight, King Ning Yu, wielding the divine blade, Xie, appeared as a vengeful goddess, surveying the enemies below. The 4 northern leaders flanked him, poised for battle, awaiting Ning Yu's command. With a swift motion, King Ning Yu drew the divine blade, its edge shimmering with golden light. He pointed the blade downward and coldly commanded, all units, advance. Yes, General. The 4 leaders responded in unison, then leaped down to engage in a fray with the enemy forces. This is unusual. The intelligence is flawed, observed General Longhua of the Tianling Nation, his brow furrowed. After scanning the surroundings, he turned to General Lata of the Jinlan Nation and Tianying, saying, it seems that the fiery dragons have fallen into the enemy's trap. Those despicable vermin of the Northern Realm, roared the massive General Luata, wielding his colossal hammer to launch a fierce attack against the northern soldiers. Witnessing the devastating blow to his forces, Huang Sha brandished his golden blade, charging at Luata. In an instant, the golden blade clashed against the enemy's giant hammer, enduring the tremendous force of the impact. Who are you? A rodent of the Northern Realm? Loda glared furiously at the man before him. Humph, brute, I am the harbinger of your demise. As the words left his lips, the Northern Realm's leader, the Mad Shark, erupted with his Shuro rage. A powerful shockwave radiated from him, instantly obliterating a multitude of enemies. At that moment, the Mad Shark's visage twisted into a fearsome grimace. His eyes transformed into a ghastly white, evoking the dread of death itself. Accompanied by a thunderous roar that pierced the heavens, the Mad Shark swiftly struck, wielding a golden blade wreathed in black flames, launching a ferocious assault against Loda. Faced with such a frenzied onslaught, the colossal Loda felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. After a prolonged confrontation, General Loda of the Jinlan Kingdom found himself panting heavily. Confronted by the Shuro rage, he felt increasingly powerless, even harboring a flicker of fear towards the seemingly deranged Mad Shark. Come again, boy. The Mad Shark unleashed his Shuro rage once more, shattering his previous limits and ascending to an even greater height. This latest roar sent a chill racing down Loda's spine. The Mad Shark's ghastly white eyes bore into him with malevolence, and the palpable aura of terror rendered Loda immobile. Loda, fall back. Just then, another general of the Jinlan Kingdom, Tianying, arrived at the scene. Tianying, this old coot is no easy opponent, Loda warned. Moreover, I have never encountered such a technique before. It feels as if he is not even human when fighting. Tianying fell silent for a moment, then spoke. I have heard that among the leaders of the Northern Realm, there is one who is a war weapon that fled from another country, imbued with a unique rage known as Shuro rage. He scrutinized the man before him. Turning to Loda, surely, this is he, the Northern Realm's leader, the Mad Shark. Chapter 1501. The Mountain Sacrifice. Gazing upon the Mad Shark, who resembled a hellish reaper, General Loda of the Jinlan Kingdom felt a twinge of unease within. They had only heard tales of the Shuro rage, but had never truly faced the Mad Shark, making the encounter feel exceedingly daunting. However, witnessing Loda's struggle, General Tianying remained unperturbed. He had already discerned some of the Mad Shark's offensive patterns. Loda, you should withdraw and leave him to me, Tianying said in a low, somber tone, for there were still many rats to exterminate. Understood, Loda replied, turning to depart. Now, it is just the two of us, Tianying addressed the Mad Shark. Shuro rage. Humph, let me experience it firsthand. Just you alone? That brute was nearly beaten to a pulp by me, did you not see? The Mad Shark taunted. I suggest you abandon the notion of a one-on-one duel and call for reinforcements, lest no one remains to collect your remains. The brooding Quan Sha spoke gravely to Tian Nan. Meanwhile, General Loda of the Jinlan Kingdom, after transitioning to the northern front, found himself unmatched among the soldiers of the north. Ha! Ants! Worthless! Not a single capable one among you. Loda exclaimed with fervor, today marks your demise. What a joke! Just then, the northern king, Ning unexpectedly made his entrance. With a single strike, he forced Loda back, who now stood before him, scrutinizing her from head to toe. A woman? It seems you must be the northern king, Ning Loda inquired. Ning wielding the divine blade Xia, regarded Loda with piercing eyes and a serious tone declared, at least you possess some discernment. However, it appears your end is nigh. Ha! Even if you are the northern king, it is of no consequence. You are merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly deluded. With that, Loda raised his colossal hammer and charged directly at Ning. Divine decision, meteor of the earth. Ning plunged her blade into the ground, causing immense stone spikes to erupt from the earth. Loda found himself encircled by these rocky spires, forming a colossal prison. Do you think this can vanquish me? Loda remained unfazed. This is far from over. Ascend to royal authority. Suddenly, the northern leader, Xiao Hu, appeared, clenching his right fist in the air, his inner fire igniting with fury, rapidly escalating to a 10th-tier form. With eyes ablaze, Xiao Hu fixed his furious gaze upon the ensnared Loda, shouting, ah! The mightiest punch of the north descended, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that obliterated the stone spikes. As the dust settled, Loda knelt on one knee, clearly wounded by the recent blow of royal authority. Breathing heavily, he raised his eyes, furrowing his brow at the northern king Ning and the northern leader Xiao Hu. I never imagined that the northern officers would resort to ambush tactics, Loda remarked to the two. Ambush. Did your family never teach you that, on the battlefield? Anything goes. The victor is king, and the vanquished are but bandits. Ning proclaimed with a resonant authority. Young one. Do not presume that we old-timers have lost our touch. Do you not understand that old ginger is spicier? Xiao Hu spoke in a low tone, subtly mocking Loda's arrogance. At that moment, Quan Sha was suddenly hurled out from the chaotic battle. Quan Sha. Both Ning and Xiao Hu were taken aback, wondering who had inflicted such harm upon him. What transpired? Quan Sha, having forcibly dispelled his Shura rage and spitting blood, addressed the two. It was the general's divine artifact, Qianshan's sacrifice. The mention of the divine artifact Qianshan's sacrifice left Ning utterly astonished. How can this be? The Qianshan sacrifice is not something an ordinary person can wield, gasped Quan Sha, his appearance eerily reminiscent of General Ning Feng. At that moment, Longhua emerged from the chaotic battlefield, brandishing the divine weapon, Qianshan's sacrifice. Is this the extent of the Northern Realm's leaderess abilities? Longhua mocked the three before him. It's no wonder that brat was easily captured back then. Are you Longhua? Queried Ning, the king of the Northern Realm, rising to confront him. Indeed. King of the Northern Realm, you possess keen insight. But what good does that knowledge do you? You are merely a dying man, Longhua replied disdainfully. Ning tightened his grip on the divine artifact, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Even if you possess the artifact of the Northern Realm, what of it? This weapon can only unleash its full power in the hands of the former king, Ning Feng. What can you do? Mere ants. At that moment, the two locked eyes, a fierce clash of energies swirling between them. Let me witness the might of the Northern Realm's strongest warrior, Longhua taunted Ning. It is an honor for you to face me before your demise. Young one, do not let your youthful arrogance blind you, lest you forget how to spell death. With that, King Ning instantly elevated his aura to its zenith, reaching his peak. Heavenly decision, divine fire, scorching blade. He pointed the divine artifact skyward, and a brilliant blue light shot forth, piercing the heavens. Moments later, the sky turned crimson, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. A colossal pillar of fire, red and blue intertwined, descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Longhua. Gazing up at the impending inferno, Longhua showed no sign of fear. A cold smile crept upon his lips. Qianshan sacrifice. Break. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the skies, Longhua raised the Qianshan sacrifice above his head. Dark purple energy emanating from its tip. A cacophony of anguished wails erupted from within, as numerous vengeful spirits surged forth toward the fire pillar. What? Ning gasped in shock, unable to fathom that her ultimate strike had been so swiftly dismantled. With such strength. I foolishly regarded you as a worthy opponent. What a waste of my time, Longhua sneered at Ning. Chapter 1502, The chaos of battle. General Longhua of the Tianling Kingdom stood resolutely, wielding the Northern Realm's divine artifact, Qianshan Sacrifice, in a stalemate against the current king of the Northern Realm, Ningyu. The battle between them raged fiercely, neither willing to yield. Divine Blade of the Sacred Fire. Heavenly Decision, Radiant Gold. With the sacred blade Xia, imbued with holy flames, and a radiant golden aura surrounding her, the king of the Northern Realm, Ningyu, embodied the spirit of a seasoned warrior, exuding the air of a battle-hardened goddess. This is quite intriguing. It is precisely this manner that allows me to relish the moment. Longhua exclaimed to Ningyu with palpable excitement. Come, let me witness the prowess of the Northern King. With those words, Longhua unleashed his full powers, enveloping the divine artifact, the Qianshan Sacrifice. You possess some skill, young man, to command the Qianshan Sacrifice, Ningyu. The Northern King remarked to Longhua. This is something no one aside from my brother, Ning Feng, has managed to control. Even his son, Ning Lin, has yet to grasp its true essence. So, are you contemplating surrender? Longhua taunted him. I knew that all you Northerners were merely pretenders to greatness. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between the Northern chief, Songlong, and Lilong intensified, both masters of close combat, refusing to yield to one another. Their eyes betrayed a growing discontent towards each other. You are formidable, and your skills are commendable. However, you have ultimately chosen the wrong opponent. I do not concern myself with the age of those who dare to face me, Songlong declared. Such words instilled a sense of unease in Lilong. In all previous encounters and pursuits against the Northern leaders, he had never experienced anything like this. Historically, the Northern leaders had been akin to rats scurrying in the streets, with everyone clamoring to strike them down. Yet now, they displayed an astonishing strength. We have always underestimated you Northerners. Your leaders are indeed unparalleled warriors. Lilong admitted to Songlong. Perhaps, but you are not without merit. Remember this, young Lilong. The term Northern has always been beyond your reach, an opponent you cannot genuinely contend with. The outcome of battling our Northern kin is singular, death. Upon hearing Songlong's words, Lilong felt a renewed sense of unease, even a tinge of fear. Yet you Northerners dared to abduct that woman right under our noses. For that, I genuinely admire your vision and courage, Lilong scoffed at Songlong. So you old fellows, still hold your ground, do you? Our Northern veterans remain as sharp as ever. No sooner had he finished speaking than Songlong clenched his fists, unleashing a surge of high-tier rage, a wrath devoid of restraint. In that moment, Officer Lilong sensed a powerful shockwave crashing towards him, forcing him back 2 steps. Faced with such a formidable technique, gazing at the Northern chief Songlong, who was reputed to be second in combat prowess only to the former Northern king, Ning Feng, Lilong clearly found himself at a disadvantage. Songlong seemed intent on pouring out all the fury he harbored against Lilong. Subsequently, the frenzied Songlong charged forward, prompting Lilong to widen his eyes in alarm. As the swift and formidable leader of the North approached with lethal intent, the prospect of retreat had vanished. The two adversaries clashed once more, the battle teetering on the precipice of desperation. After exchanging several fierce blows, Songlong seized the opportune moment, landing a powerful punch squarely on Lilong's chest. With a pained gasp, Lilong staggered back, blood spilling forth from his lips. Indeed, the leader of the North was a force to be reckoned with. On one knee, Lilong addressed Songlong, conceding, "We have underestimated you. You acknowledge it, at least. After being toyed with by you for days, I should have eliminated you long ago, if it weren't for my lady's prior association with you. Do you truly believe I would have allowed you to linger this long?" Lilong's voice suddenly morphed into a sinister chuckle. Songlong, I must say, your wife is a vision of exquisite beauty. Her visage is undeniably alluring. Upon hearing Lilong's brazen remarks about his wife, a surge of fury ignited within Songlong. What did you just say? Lilong's laughter echoed ominously. Slowly rising to his feet, he fixed his gaze upon Songlong, taunting. I said, the North's leader's woman is indeed fragrant. In an instant, Songlong closed the distance between them, his eyes aflame with murderous intent, shadowed by a darkness that threatened to consume Lilong's very soul. What are you planning to do? Lilong's eyes widened in terror. Without uttering another word, Songlong thrust his right hand against Lilong's face, forcefully slamming him into the ground. What is the meaning of this? You could have had a chance to escape, but now, I shall grant you no mercy. My lady's honor is not for an insignificant insect like you to tarnish. With that declaration, fueled by rage, Songlong crushed Lilong's skull with his hand. Indeed. Silence is best suited for the dead. Having dealt with Lilong, Songlong turned his attention towards the confinement of his deputy, Tian Nan, and the leader, Tian Bao. According to their prearranged plan, after eliminating Lai Long, Songlong would hasten to their rescue. Why is it so noisy outside? Tian Bao inquired of Tian Lang. I suspect it is their attempt to rescue us again, but this time, it seems to be lasting longer. Could reinforcements be on the way? Tian Lang responded, puzzled. That shouldn't be possible. Aside from the two generals of the Dragon Kingdom who remain unapprehended, no one else possesses the strength to aid us. Moreover, those two are still missing, with the Owl of the Night Owl tirelessly searching for their whereabouts. At that moment, the door was forcefully breached. Are you two all right? Upon seeing their leader, Songlong, come to their aid, Tian Lang and Tian Bao were filled with uncontainable joy. Of course. Are the people of the north so easily subdued? Tian Bao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. But how did you manage to breach their defenses? Songlong, have reinforcements been found? Tian Lang inquired of Songlong, referring to those two generals. No. It is our general, the former king of the northern border, Ning Feng. Chapter 1503. Retreat is what you say true? Is it really Ning? No? Is our general back? The aide Tian Lang asked Songlong, his eyes wide with anticipation. Songlong met Tianlong's gaze, his expression resolute as he affirmed, indeed, it is our general. At this moment, Tian Lang was overwhelmed with excitement, his eyes widening further as he exclaimed, if this is true, then we have hope of reclaiming the northern border and the entire Dragon Kingdom. Now, let us see how those little brats can continue to be arrogant. Tian Bao remarked with a serious tone, dare to capture me? Let them witness the true power of the northern border. With that, Tian Bao unleashed her martial prowess, invoking a high-level state of fury, Wu Shun. She then escalated it to the supreme form of fury, Pai Mo Nu Chi. All right, it is time to have a word with them. Tian Bao's eyes turned crimson. Her brow furrowed as she fixed her gaze ahead. The pent-up rage within her erupted at this moment. Meanwhile, the battlefield was still embroiled in chaos. Suddenly, the door to the room where Tian Lang and his companion were imprisoned was blasted open by a tremendous shockwave. The soldiers of the Tianhua kingdom stood in astonishment, bewildered by the commotion. What on earth is happening? What is going on? Was it the prisoners inside? At that moment, a shadow surged forth, launching itself at a soldier with great force. The soldier was swiftly subdued by Tian Bao, who crushed his skull with a swift, powerful grip. The surrounding soldiers were filled with dread, none daring to confront her. The three leaders of the northern border gazed at their adversaries, their eyes brimming with wrath and murderous intent. As for the inhabitants of the northern border, death. Upon uttering these words, the soldiers began to retreat, their once firm grips on their weapons trembling. With each step the three leaders took forward, their enemies recoiled in fear. Yet, at that moment, a valiant figure emerged to stand against them. The Night Stalker, an assassin organization from the Tianhua kingdom, appeared, matching the prowess of the military officer, Lai Long. A host of assassins wielding black steel curved blades came forth before the leaders. Seeing this, aides Tian Lang and Tian Bao felt a surge of anger. It was indeed they who captured us. Tian Lang clenched his teeth, fists tightened as he said, Tian Bao, today, we finally have the chance to avenge our grievances. Indeed, had it not been for our efforts to protect our young master, Ning Lin, we would not have found ourselves in such dire straits, nor would we have been captured by them. As Tian Bao spoke, he couldn't help but reminisce about everything that had transpired on the true battlefield of the enemy forces. No sooner had he finished speaking than the enemy's Night Stalker lunged at the three with a curved blade. The chief, Songlong, was about to unleash his wrath when he was intercepted by Tian Bao and Tian Lang. Chief, leave this to us, Tian Lang said. Very well, since you share a grievance. I shall not say more, Songlong replied helplessly. See you at the base. Understood, Tian Bao. Received. With that, the two leaders from the Northern Territory engaged in battle with a host of Night Stalkers. Meanwhile, the fight between Ning Feng and the enraged Lin Nan escalated into a fierce confrontation. However, Ning Feng focused on evading Lin Nan's attacks, prioritizing defense. Why aren't you attacking? Do you look down on me? Lin Nan questioned, his tone harsh. Look down on you? Huh, it's not that I disdain you, but rather that you do not merit my effort, Ning Feng replied, slightly furrowing his brow as he gazed at Lin Nan. Moreover, you are even less deserving of dying at my hands. Do you understand? Hearing Ning Feng, the murderer of his father, so brazenly insult him, how could Lin Nan, a general, be intimidated by an old man? Fueled by this conviction and years of hatred, Lin Nan tightened his grip on his long sword. Ning Feng, you. Lin Nan charged at Ning Feng once more, his sword poised to strike. Just as he was about to pierce Ning Feng, a swiftly spinning tang knife hurtled towards him. What? Lin Nan exclaimed, deflecting the unexpected attack with his sword. What is this? The spinning knife returned to the hand of a man clad in black. Who are you? Lin Nan demanded, turning to the stranger. From the Northern Territory, code name Night Owl, Owl. Upon hearing the man's introduction, Lin Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this individual was none other than the king of assassins from the Northern Territory, Owl. At that moment, Owl approached Ning Feng respectfully and said, "Owl pays his respects to the general." "Old friend, you've returned," Ning Feng acknowledged. "Yes, General, I was previously dispatched by General Ning Yu to locate Ning Lin. And the entire Night Owl organization has been gathering intelligence throughout the Dragon Kingdom," Owl reported. "General, we should not linger here. The enemy's army is advancing from the south. Trying to escape? None of you will leave here alive." At that instant, a frenzied Lin Nan charged at Ning Feng once again, sword in hand, while Owl rushed forward to engage him in combat. After hearing Owl's report, Ning Feng activated his wireless communication device to contact Songlong. "Songlong, have Tian Nan and Tian Bao been rescued?" "Mission accomplished, General. They were successfully saved." "Very well, Songlong. Inform all soldiers of the northern frontier that we are retreating," Ning Feng commanded with a grave tone. "Yes, General." Songlong responded promptly. Subsequently, Ning Feng turned his gaze toward the fierce battle between the Owl and Lin Nan. Just as their conflict intensified, Ning Feng stepped forward decisively, forcing Lin Nan back several meters with a swift kick. "Owl, we must depart." "Indeed, General." As soon as the words left his lips, the two soared into the night sky, ascending the battlements of the northern frontier, leaving the battlefield behind. Watching Ning Feng's retreating figure, Lin Nan seethed with anger. Yet he felt powerless, fully aware that he had fallen into a trap that night. Ning Feng and his companions aimed solely to rescue someone, not to engage in battle or reclaim the northern frontier. "Damn you, Ning Feng. I will eventually take your life with my own hands." Lin Nan's furious shout echoed through the endless night. Upon returning to the northern frontier, Ning Feng was delighted to learn that Songlong had captured the traitorous Wang Linsheng. Chapter 1504, The Traitor Ning Feng. Upon seeing the former king of the northern frontier, Lin Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief, a sense of fear creeping into his heart. "How could you be here? Were you not missing?" he stammered. "You speak the truth. I was indeed missing. Had it not been so, the Dragon Kingdom would not have descended into its current plight, and you would not have so swiftly betrayed our kingdom." Ning Feng replied with palpable anger. As he observed the towering figure of the former monarch, Lin Sheng felt a chill run down his spine. Aye. He was at a loss for words, knowing well the capabilities of Ning Feng. Throughout his life, Ning Feng despised nothing more than those treacherous souls who betrayed their own for the sake of survival. In a daze, Lin Sheng slowly began to retreat, stuttering, I truly do not wish for this. Right now, I am but a fish on the chopping block." "Fish on the chopping block." Ning Feng furrowed his brow at Lin Sheng's words. Perhaps having been away from the northern frontier and the battlefield for too long, Ning Feng was unaware of the current situation. "Speak then, what troubles you? If your reasoning is sound, I might spare your worthless life," Ning Feng threatened. "Otherwise, you know well what I am capable of." Despite Ning Feng's age, his prowess remained unrivaled. The strength he displayed the previous night far surpassed that of his youth. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Sheng swallowed hard, inhaled deeply, and replied, "Ning Feng, do you not realize that our Dragon Kingdom is now akin to a lost nation? The times create heroes, yet even heroes must comprehend the shifting tides of circumstance." "Nonsense." Upon hearing this, Ning Feng abruptly interrupted Lin Sheng's words, his right hand striking the table forcefully as he expressed his indignation. If everyone were to think as you do, how could the Dragon Kingdom possibly survive? I would rather die than become a slave to a fallen nation. Do you not comprehend this?" At that moment, Lin Sheng replied, "However, a true man must possess both the ability to yield and to endure. That is the proper course of action. A true man, capable of yielding and enduring? You are not mistaken. Yet on the battlefield, in terms of loyalty to the sovereign and devotion to the nation, a true man would rather die than submit." Ning Feng retorted fiercely, his eyes wide with the dignity of a king. "Since I joined the northern army of the Dragon Kingdom, I have ascended to the heights of the northern king, stepping upon the shoulders and heads of countless enemies, becoming the only unparalleled warrior since Yi Ding Tian in our history. For decades, I have battled 8 nations, resisted 4, protected the northern frontier, rescued the imperial city, and vanquished the Yi family. Each of these deeds was the work of a true man. My son and sister have also devoted their youth and lives to this unending war, this fiery battlefield of the north." Listening to Ning Feng's impassioned words, the Prince of Pingxi, Lin Sheng, fully understood Ning Feng's character and refrained from rebuttal. However, when Ning Feng mentioned his son, Ning Lin, Lin Sheng's brow furrowed slightly, and he let out a cold laugh. What do you find amusing? Ning Feng inquired, perplexed. Am I mistaken in my assertions? Ning Feng. What you said was indeed correct, Lin Sheng acknowledged. I concede that your notion of a true man is valid, yet in your final remark, your son's actions and thoughts stand in stark contrast to yours. What do you mean? Ning Feng sensed an underlying message in Lin Sheng's words. My son, though once timid and fearful, has, under the careful guidance of his aunt, grown capable of leading troops to the front lines for missions and has gradually inherited my divine artifact, Qianshanji. Speak plainly, lest I misunderstand you, and, in doing so, bring about your demise. At this moment, Lin Sheng and Ning Feng locked eyes, both enveloped in silence. After a brief pause, Lin Sheng suddenly spoke. It seems you have indeed been absent for a long time. Many matters in the Dragon Kingdom have changed since your time. If I were to betray the Dragon Kingdom, then your son, Ning Lin, would be the first traitor before the nation's fall. Upon hearing Lin Sheng label his son a traitor, Ning Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept the veracity of the prince's words. Ning Feng, I must say, you have truly raised a fine son. Lin Sheng, shedding the fear he previously exhibited, felt himself the most qualified to address this topic. Do you think I speak falsely? Your son, Ning Lin, is pivotal to this war, and he has chosen to ally with the enemy, resolutely opting for survival in the face of life and death. He chose to survive at the expense of the Dragon Kingdom and the northern frontier. Upon hearing the words of Prince Lin Sheng of Pingxi, Ning Feng was taken aback. At that moment, he found it hard to believe that his own son could betray the Dragon Kingdom, the northern realm, and even his own heart. Ning Feng, ha ha ha. I know you are reluctant to accept this. Allow me to share another piece of information, Lin Sheng said earnestly. It pertains to the Eastern Expedition King and the Southern Guardian King. With this revelation, a wave of unease washed over Ning Feng. Li Tianlong, the Eastern Expedition King, and Ouyang Jiakong, the Southern Guardian King, were both former friends of his, and among the 4 kings of the Dragon Kingdom. They were second only to Ning Feng in terms of martial prowess. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that my son has harmed Ouyang Jiakong and Li Tianlong? Ning Feng inquired. Although doubt lingered in his heart, Ning Feng gazed into Lin Sheng's eyes, where he discerned an unsettling truth. Humph. Ha ha ha. Ning Feng, while your precious son may not have directly slain Ouyang Jiakong and Li Tianlong, he certainly lacked the capability to do so, Lin Sheng remarked. However, he did lead the enemies of various nations into the territories guarded by the 2 kings, which ultimately blossomed into chaos. Prince Lin Sheng sighed deeply. Moreover, your son instructed Lin Nan and the others to seize the territories of the Southern Guardian King and the Eastern Expedition King in order to acquire their divine weaponry, thus enabling them to contend with the formidable northern realm of the Dragon Kingdom. What did you say, Ning Lin? Ning Feng exclaimed, shocked to learn that his son had committed such a breach of conscience and principle. Yet, this was merely one side of the story, as Lin Sheng was notorious among the 4 kings for his propensity to fabricate tales and his fear-driven nature. Thus, some of his statements were not to be taken at face value. But let me tell you, your son is far more formidable than you think. He has achieved what you could not, Lin Sheng continued. So, do you not find some merit in what I have just conveyed? Subsequently, Ning Feng summoned the leader of the Night Owls, the Owl, into the room. Northern Realm, Owl, I greet you, General. Owl, I must inquire, during your investigation, did you come across my son Ning Lin? Ning Feng questioned. The Owl was taken aback by Ning Feng's inquiry. However, the unease reflected on the Owl's face further convinced Ning Feng of the veracity of Lin Sheng's claims. Owl, I am asking you a question. Respond to me. Ning Feng said with a tone tinged in gravity. I require your truthful answer, devoid of any fabrications. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, the Owl replied. After responding to Ning Feng, the Owl took a deep breath, then stood still and spoke. I have indeed discovered young Master Ning Lin. He is currently located in the eastern region of the Dragon Kingdom. However, he cough. What is it? What happened to him? Ning Feng's tone turned somber again. If you do not answer truthfully, I shall revoke your position and ensure your demise here. Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, the Owl was terrified and immediately knelt, bowing its head and trembling, yet it dared not speak. Observing this, Ning Feng's expression became stern as he said to the Owl, if you wish to live, you must speak the truth. Yes, General, I will speak, the Owl stammered. I found Ning Lin in the Eastern Dragon Kingdom, but now he has defected to the enemy. Ning Feng felt a jolt of shock at this revelation, his heart quaking. In that moment, he fell silent, closing his eyes tightly. You are fine now. You may rise and leave, Ning Feng said to the Owl with a calm tone. Yes, General. After the Owl exited, Ning Yu approached and noticed the owl's fear. He inquired, "Owl, what is wrong?" "Reporting to you, my lord of the Northern Territory, I am fine. It's just that your brother asked me some questions regarding Ning Lin." Upon hearing Ning Lin's name, Ning Yu was taken aback. "What? You said Ning Lin? Did you see him on your journey? Where is he now?" Ning Yu questioned the owl fervently. The owl replied, looking at Ning Yu, "My lord of the Northern Territory. General, your nephew, Ning Lin, has now allied himself with the enemy." Ning Yu's eyes widened in disbelief at the owl's words. He then pushed past the owl and entered the room. Upon seeing Ning Feng and Lin Sheng, the two kings of the Dragon Kingdom, Ning Yu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. "Brother, the owl just told me that Ning Lin has defected to the enemy and has become a traitor to our Dragon Kingdom." Ning Feng interjected, "Moreover, this boy's actions have incited the wrath of both gods and men. Ning Yu, you need not blame yourself. Both the owl and Lin Sheng possess similar intelligence regarding Ning Lin." At this, Ning Yu sat beside Ning Feng, furrowing his brow and gazing at his brother's profile. "Brother, this cannot be true. That boy, despite his timidity, would not act in such a manner." Ning Yu stated, "I shall send someone to the east to search for him. Until the matter is confirmed, everything remains hypothetical." "Hypothetical? Do you think the Night Owl organization in the Northern Territory is merely a decoration?" No piece of information escapes the watchful eyes of the Night Owls. Ning Feng firmly believed in the information the owl had provided. "No, there is no need." Ning Feng shook his head, his tone heavy with foreboding. "This rascal, I shall confront him personally." Ning Yu discerned the murderous intent in her brother's eyes and grasped the true meaning behind his words. Upon locating Ning Lin, given Ning Feng's temperament and character, he would undoubtedly eliminate him without hesitation. Even in the name of righteousness, he would spare no traitor. "Brother, you wouldn't dare." Ning Feng rose, taking a deep breath as he strode toward the door. Upon reaching the threshold, he turned his head to Ning Yu and said, "You are correct. Ning Feng has erred, and I am willing to accept the consequences. Likewise, should my son err, he too shall not evade punishment." With that, Ning Feng exited the room. Stepping outside, he surveyed the second level of the base. Spotting Songlong, he called out loudly, "Songlong." The chief, hearing General Ning Feng summon him, swiftly turned and ran over. "General, what is your command? May I borrow your carbon fiber alloy gloves?" Ning Feng inquired, then asked, "By the way, where is Dr. Mole? Is he in the research lab?" "Doctor is currently in the research lab." After receiving Songlong's gloves, Ning Feng donned a stern expression and made his way to the lab. "Doctor." Upon seeing Ning Feng, Dr. Mole halted his work. "Ah, Ning Feng, what brings you here? Looking for equipment?" "Alas, I have yet to complete your equipment. Please wait a bit longer." "Doctor, I did not come to ask for equipment," Ning Feng replied. "Do you still possess the artifact I had you safeguard all those years ago?" Dr. Mole froze at the mention of the artifact. After a moment of silence, he asked Ning Feng, "Do you still desire that item? Though you successfully obtained the artifact blood contract, it nearly cost you your life. Are you certain you wish to pursue it again?" Without hesitation, Ning Feng nodded resolutely, stating, "Indeed, I wish to unleash that power once more." Chapter 1506. The resurgence of the blood contract. Seeing the determination in Ning Feng's eyes, Dr. Mole refrained from further objections. "Since this is your decision, I must remind you that you are not as youthful as before. Whether you can withstand that power again, I cannot say. An old steed still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles, Ning Feng remarked. A true man does not concern himself with origins or age. Now that I have returned, coinciding with the dire tribulations facing the Dragon Kingdom, I, Ning Feng, shall not shirk my duty." "Ha ha. Well then, it seems there is still hope for our northern realm." "No, for our Dragon Kingdom." Dr. Mole gazed at Ning Feng with immense relief. Subsequently, he retrieved the artifact, the blood contract, bestowed upon Ning Feng by the monarch of the Dragon Kingdom. Gazing at the vial of crimson and ebony liquid in his hand, Ning Feng felt a long-lost power surging through the glass, yearning to penetrate his being. After a derisive chuckle, he unscrewed the cap and downed the contents in one swift motion. The bottle shattered upon impact with the ground. At that moment, Ning Feng knelt, hands clutching his chest, enduring the immense backlash and excruciating pain brought on by the overwhelming force. "What is happening?" Dr. Mole was taken aback by the sight before him. Ning Feng, are you all right?" Dr. Mole cautiously retreated, his unease palpable as he observed Ning Feng's state. "I'm fine." Ning Feng's eyes widened, gasping for breath as if his heart and every part of his body were on the verge of exploding. Incredible. So powerful. Veins bulged prominently on Ning Feng's neck, face, forehead, and arms. Soon, a radiant light, a mingling of white and black, emanated from his being. "It's almost there. Damn it. Hold on." Ning Feng gritted his teeth, furrowing his brow, his expression contorted in agony as he fixed his gaze on the ground. In an instant, a tremendous shockwave radiated from Ning Feng, causing the entire underground base to tremble. What is happening? An earthquake? What is going on? Unease spread among the onlookers. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Northern Realm sensed that the shockwave had originated from the laboratory. Song Long and his companions cautiously approached the research room, each hesitant to act. The power felt so familiar, Blood Phoenix remarked to those nearby. After a moment of contemplation, Song Long's eyes widened in realization. This is the Blood Pact seal of the second divine artifact from the Dragon Nation, the General's Blood Pact. What? The Blood Pact? The others were taken aback by Song Long's revelation. Could it be that the General is in trouble? Unlikely. It seems the Blood Pact has once again fused with him, manifesting a new form, said the Owl Tiger to the group. Just as the leaders deliberated, the door to the laboratory creaked open, and Ning Feng emerged. At this moment, his clothing lay in tatters, his upper body exposed to the gaze of the onlookers. Simultaneously, the powers of the two divine beasts of the Blood Pact, Bai Zhe and Xiongqi, were once again etched onto Ning Feng's back and chest. General, Yu Xuanwu gazed at Ning Feng with disbelief. What is wrong with me? Ning Feng replied in a low tone, merely reclaiming the power I possessed in my youth. After speaking, he turned to Ning Yu and instructed, Ning Yu, fetch me a set of Northern Realm military attire. Very well. Moments later, Ning Feng, clad in the attire of a Northern Realm officer, traversed the base, his eyes brimming with the cold majesty of a king, coupled with an immense and formidable murderous intent. Upon entering the room and approaching the assembly of leaders, Ning Feng addressed them. Esteemed leaders, I am set to journey to the eastern regions of the Dragon Kingdom. Who among you wishes to accompany me? Hearing his proclamation, the assembly felt a resurgence of the Northern Realm's former king. General, I, the Fierce Tiger, am duty-bound to join. General, the Blood Phoenix eagerly wishes to accompany you. And I, General, the Black Tortoise, am willing to follow you to the east. General, allow me to accompany you. For the combat prowess of the Raging Shark is exceptional. General, the Azure Dragon shall follow. The Northern Realm's Night Owl organization stands ready to provide you with protection. Lieutenant, the Celestial Wolf is eager to accompany you. Leader, the Celestial Leopard, shall join you. Eagle Eye wishes to accompany the General. Brother, I, Ning Yu, am willing to follow you to the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. Witnessing the unwavering loyalty of his old comrades filled Ning Feng with immense gratitude and deep emotion. In that case, aside from the Celestial Wolf, Celestial Leopard, Azure Dragon, and Ning Yu, all other northern leaders shall accompany me to the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. Ning Feng commanded the assembly. Understood. Yes, General. At that moment, Lieutenant Celestial Wolf felt the situation was unjust and inquired, Why is this, General? You and Celestial Leopard have just returned and need to rest. Ning Feng replied, The Azure Dragon and Ning Yu will remain at the base to prevent the enemies from the Northern Realm from discovering us and launching an assault. Now, everyone, heed my command. Prepare your gear. We depart tonight. Is that clear? Yes, General, responded the Fierce Tiger and several leaders in unison. That evening, Ning Feng arrived first at the third underground level of the base. He discovered Morong Xiaoyu waiting for him. Why are you here? What brings you? Why can't I come? Are you going on another mission without me? Morong Xiaoyu pouted, questioning Ning Feng. Tell me, do you wish to abandon me? At that moment, Ning Feng gazed at Morong Xiaoyu and replied, This mission is far too perilous. You cannot accompany me. You spoke of danger last night, and you still speak of danger tonight. When will it no longer be dangerous? You simply wish to forsake me, humph. Ha ha ha, you little girl. This time I am attending to a family matter, which makes it inconvenient to bring you along. Family matter? Inconvenient? Such words only deepened Morong Xiaoyu's confusion. What do you mean? Family matter? Indeed, I must eliminate someone of great significance. Chapter 1507, Arrival at Tianhai Pavilion at this moment. In the eastern region of the Dragon Kingdom. Humph, are your men jesting? I never imagined that the esteemed General of Longhua would stoop to deceit. Ningling, addressing General Yi Tian of the Dragon Kingdom seated opposite him, expressed his frustration. My father, Ning Feng, has been missing for quite some time, perhaps even deceased. I assure you, your men must have been mistaken. Yi Tian, casting a glance at Ning Lin, let out a cold chuckle and replied, My sources have confirmed this matter thrice. Confirmed thrice? That cannot be true. This is utterly impossible. Ning Lin furrowed his brow, unwavering in his belief. The Northern Territory holds immense significance for my father. Even I am of lesser importance compared to it. My father, Ning Feng, has repeatedly rescued the Northern Territory and the Dragon Kingdom from peril. Now, as our nation faces such catastrophic turmoil, How could he not appear if he were alive or not missing? Listening to Ning Lin's words, Yi Tian found them reasonable and nodded in agreement. Indeed, your argument bears merit. However, the resolution remains to be seen in person. Exactly. Thus I leave this matter in the capable hands of General Yi. You know well that my presence would complicate matters, Ning Lin said earnestly. Yi Tian understood the implication of Ning Lin's words. Those who cling to life would never risk their existence in a gamble. Without further response, Yi Tian turned and exited the room. Alone, Ning Lin reflected on their conversation. Feeling a stir of unease and doubt, furrowing his brow, he muttered to himself, if it truly is my father, what would he think if he discovered my betrayal of the Northern Territory and the Dragon Kingdom? Could he ever forgive me? At that moment, beads of sweat formed on Ning Lin's forehead. He felt a chill run down his spine, and his heart raced. What is this? Why do I feel such tension and unease? He pondered. Simultaneously, Ning Feng, accompanied by several Northern Territory leaders, boarded a Black Eagle fighter jet destined for the eastern part of the Dragon Kingdom. General, up ahead lies the Tianhai Pavilion of the East, reported the Northern Territory leader, Tian Nan, piloting the aircraft. The night in Tianhai City was serene, lacking the prosperity and vibrancy of days gone by due to the war. Yet, the Tianhai Pavilion remained strikingly magnificent. These individuals still possess some conscience. They have not destroyed the pavilion, Ning Feng remarked, wondering if it was perhaps Ning Lin who had prevented its destruction. General, could there be an error in our intelligence? Shui Feng inquired. Is it possible we have misjudged Ning Lin? Misjudged? Compared to him, I trust my assassin organization, Night Owl, far more, Ning Feng replied. This situation is nearly certain. The owl would not deceive me. Should Ning Lin truly be responsible, I shall take his life. Upon hearing Ning Feng's assertion that he would personally slay his own son, Blood Phoenix was taken aback, though her expression remained inscrutable. At that moment, Ning Feng glanced out the window before turning to the northern leaders, declaring, ahead lies Tianhai Pavilion. Prepare yourselves, we shall leap from the aircraft. Understood, General. After a brief arrangement of their gear, Ning Feng opened the cabin door, and a gust of frigid wind rushed inside. Without hesitation, he was the first to leap from the Black Hawk fighter, followed by the other leaders. Wishing you all good fortune, the Sky Eagle remarked, observing the rapidly descending figures. Utilizing their respective techniques and the power of anger, Ning Feng and the others traversed the night, ultimately landing safely on the ground near Tianhai Pavilion. General, what is our next course of action? Blood Phoenix inquired. Given that Tianhai Pavilion was heavily guarded, Ning Feng interrupted Owl's words, stating, how could the people of the Northern Realm be intimidated by such minor characters? Indeed, General. Owl replied. Owl, where is the Night Owl organization currently stationed? Ning Feng asked. Reporting to you, General, they have already set up an ambush surrounding Tianhai Pavilion, awaiting your command. Well done, Ning Feng acknowledged. He surveyed the perimeter of Tianhai Pavilion and addressed the group. I will now outline our strategy. The outer enemies shall be handled by the Night Owl organization led by Owl. Remember, Owl, ensure they are dealt with silently. Yes, General, Owl assured him, rest assured. The Night Owls will execute this flawlessly. Blood Phoenix, Xuanwu, Mad Shark, and Owl Tiger, you four will accompany me inside. Tianhai Pavilion is divided into 5 distinct sectors. Each of us must swiftly eliminate our respective foes. Ning Feng then turned to Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye, the highest point over there is your responsibility. Should you detect any incoming reinforcements, notify us immediately and engage in limited skirmishes with the enemy. Yes, General, Eagle Eye understands. All right, let's move. With Ning Feng's command, Owl made the first move. Under the cover of darkness, Owl and the assassins of the Night Owl organization sprang into action, swiftly neutralizing their targets. General, all enemies surrounding Tianhai Pavilion have been dealt with. Owl communicated to Ning Feng through his earpiece. Acknowledged, Ning Feng informed the group, Owl has succeeded. It is time for us to proceed. Yes, Ning Feng, Owl Tiger, Blood Phoenix, Xuanwu, and Mad Shark charged towards Tianhai Pavilion. Meanwhile, the northern leader Eagle Eye maneuvered from the opposite side, scaling the highest point of Tianhai Pavilion. General, Eagle Eye is in position. At this moment, Ning Feng and his companions breached the gates of the Tianhai Pavilion. After a brief skirmish, they swiftly eliminated all guards within the entrance. These minions were truly insignificant. Look at the carnage, Quang Sha remarked disdainfully. They all fell before I even had to employ my techniques. Humph, Quang Sha, it's wise to remain cautious. Shui Feng advised him. One can never predict the nature of the enemies that lie ahead. Chapter 1508. The 5 battle zones of Tianhai Pavilion after dispatching the numerous guards at the entrance. Ning Feng and his allies hastened towards the next area. Let us not be complacent. We are approaching the first zone of the Tianhai Pavilion. Ning Feng cautioned the northern leaders by his side. Yes, General. They responded in unison. Within the command center of the Tianhai Pavilion, personnel detected the intrusion of 5 individuals. This is bad. Enemies have infiltrated the Tianhai Pavilion. Quickly, notify General Yi Tian. A technician promptly used the communication device to alert General Yi Tian. Deep within the Tianhai Pavilion, Yi Tian received the news of the invasion. Understood. Continue monitoring the situation and inform the leaders and warriors in the 5 zones to prepare for battle. Yes, General. I will notify them immediately. After closing the communication device, Yi Tian clasped his hands behind his back and sighed deeply. Gazing into the distance, he murmured to himself, "Ah, what was inevitable has come to pass. This saves me a trip. Soon, there shall be a splendid spectacle. Ning Lin, I hope you do not show any mercy." Meanwhile, Ning Feng and his companions had already entered the first zone of the Tianhai Pavilion, the Eastern Sky Domain. The entire Tianhai Pavilion comprises 5 major regions: the Eastern Sky Domain, the Western Sea Domain, the Southern Void Domain, the Northern City Domain, and the Central Sacred Dragon Domain. This area is heavily guarded, and upon witnessing the sudden intrusion of Ning Feng and his group, numerous enemies clad in silver armor drew their swords, their faces betraying fierce intent. It seems they are prepared for combat, thought Quang Sha, stepping forward and unsheathing his upgraded weapon, the Jade Dragon Golden Blade, which had been enhanced by Dr. Mole before their departure from the underground base. The weapons of the others had similarly undergone significant upgrades. Quang Sha, this task is now entrusted to you. Are you up for it? Ning Feng inquired. Rest assured, General, these foes are truly no match for us. With that, Quang Sha unleashed his advanced rage, the Shura Fury. In an instant, the Eastern Sky Domain was enveloped by a powerful black and purple shockwave. All enemies felt the immense pressure of the overwhelming aura that surged towards them. What is this? Such a formidable shockwave. Who are they? At this moment, the leader of the Northern Realm, the Mad Shark, had lost the black pupils in his eyes, replaced entirely by a ghastly white hue. A blackish-purple aura surged forth from his body, gradually enveloping him entirely, until it stained the Jade Dragon Golden Blade he wielded. Very well, everyone, the battle has commenced. As the words left his lips, the Mad Shark gripped the Jade Dragon Golden Blade tightly, gathering his strength before charging headlong into the throngs of enemies ahead. Seizing the opportunity while the Mad Shark engaged in a fierce melee with the enemy forces, Ning Feng and the remaining 3 leaders of the Northern Realm swiftly traversed the Eastern Heaven Domain of the first area. Following a circular route, they soon arrived at the second area, the Western Sea Domain. As the name suggests, the Western Sea Domain was an aquatic city, currently guarded by one of the 4 chief generals under the great General Yi Tian of the Tianhua Kingdom, Tian Ming. Ha! I, Xiao Ming, have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Xiao Ming proclaimed from a high vantage point, looking down upon the group. And you are? Ning Feng inquired. Me? Ha! I am Tian Ming, one of the generals under the great General Yi Tian of the Tianhua Kingdom. This is a token of our first meeting. Upon uttering these words, Tian Ming stepped upon a stone tile beneath his feet. The tile sank, causing the eyes of 4 colossal stone statues within the Western Sea Domain to suddenly illuminate. The statues slowly stirred, moving their limbs and unsheathing the massive stone swords from their backs, advancing toward Ning Feng and his companions. Observing this, the Northern Realm's Hawk Tiger let out a cold chuckle and retrieved a pair of silver claw-like gauntlets from his embrace. After donning them, he clenched his fists and cracked his neck, exclaiming, "It appears that this place is quite suitable for me to practice my punches." With that, the Northern Realm's leader, Hawk Tiger, began to stride forward, releasing his high-level fury and heartfire aura. Crimson flames burst forth, swirling around him. "General, you may proceed to the other areas. I shall handle this," Hawk Tiger declared resolutely to Ning Feng. "Very well. I recall these stone beings as the sentinels of the late King Li Tianlong during his campaigns. They are about to face dire consequences," Ning Feng remarked with a sigh, before he and the others departed from the Western Sea Domain. The enemy general, Tian Ming, made no attempt to impede their exit, allowing Ning Feng and his companions to leave, for he wished to observe how the solitary elder, Hawk Tiger, would contend against the 4 powerful stone beings. Arriving at the next area, the Southern Sky Domain, they encountered a female adversary. "Humph, you are the intruders who have dared to trespass into the Tianhai Pavilion. But to me, you are merely a few insignificant mice." In light of this situation, the Northern Realm's leader, Blood Phoenix, stepped forward without hesitation. "General, since you are dealing with a woman, It is most fitting that I remain in the southern sky domain. Blood Phoenix stated to Ning Feng. You two should proceed to the next area. Be cautious. This woman appears to be quite formidable, Xuanwu cautioned Blood Phoenix. Do not be swayed by her beauty and show her any mercy. Humph. Do you think I am like those pathetic men who become weak-kneed at the sight of a beautiful woman and even rush towards the edge of danger? Blood Phoenix retorted mockingly. I'd rather follow the general, you insufferable man. At that moment, the woman from the enemy side unsheathed 2 long blades from her back. Have you finished your chatter? If you have, stand ready so I can behead you one by one and let your blood flow. As soon as the words left her lips, the woman swiftly lunged towards Ning Feng and the others with her blades drawn. In the blink of an eye, the leader of the Northern Territory, Blood Phoenix, quickly drew her crimson twin blades and stepped forward to parry the enemy's assault. The 2 women locked eyes, and Blood Phoenix smirked slightly, letting out a cold laugh. Humph. Do not mistake this, girl. Your true opponent is me. Blood Phoenix, I leave her to you. Do not embarrass me, Ning Feng said, his tone tinged with disdain. Rest assured, General. With that, Ning Feng and Xuanwu turned and departed from the southern sky domain. Chapter 1509. A reunion of father and son. At this moment, Ning Feng and the 5 from the Northern Territory had entered the Heavenly Sea Pavilion, with 3 of them heading to the Eastern Sky Domain, the Western Sea Domain, and the Southern Sky Domain respectively. Just then, Ning Feng and Xuanwu arrived at the 4th area of the Heavenly Sea Pavilion, the Northern City Domain. As they entered the Northern City Domain, they narrowly avoided being struck by 10 flying arrows. Fortunately, their quick reflexes allowed them to evade the volley. Humph. I did not expect such a plethora of traps within the Heavenly Sea Pavilion, the Northern Territory leader Xuanwu remarked to Ning Feng. Ning Feng surveyed the surroundings of the Northern City Domain and replied, I recall that this area is indeed filled with numerous traps. We must remain vigilant. The enemy has yet to reveal themselves. Yes, General. The 2 then proceeded cautiously through the Northern City Domain. As they reached the center of the Northern City Domain, a burly man descended from the sky, raising his massive fists. Seeing this, Ning Feng and Xuanwu swiftly dodged. The area was engulfed in thick smoke, and when the haze dissipated, a colossal shadow emerged from within. It seems the enemy has made their appearance, Xuanwu stated. Subsequently, the Northern Territory leader stepped forward, unleashing his advanced rage, the rage of the godless. General, I will handle this. You should proceed to the final area. According to the owl, Ning Lin should be in that last domain. Ning Feng glanced at Xuanwu and said, Be cautious. There may be other enemies lurking in the shadows. Understood, General. With that, Ning Feng departed the Northern City Domain, heading alone towards the 5th area, the Holy Dragon Domain. As the shadow before him gradually took form, the imposing figure of the burly man became clear to Xuanwu. Pray tell, are you the foolish giant that stands as the enemy here? Xuanwu remarked disdainfully. You appear rather unimpressive. Huh. I fear that a single punch from me might shatter your frail frame. Then do test your might, Xuanwu retorted, his eyes ablaze with a fierce malevolence. Meanwhile, Ning Feng ventured alone into the 5th region, the Sacred Dragon Domain. This domain, nestled at the very heart of the Tianhai Pavilion, was constructed entirely from pristine white crystal. At its center stood a grand dragon-shaped crystal statue. As Ning Feng surveyed his surroundings, he discerned the presence of someone concealed on the 2nd floor. Humph, you wretched little brat. With that, Ning Feng leaped gracefully to the 2nd floor. Inside the chamber, Ning Lin exhibited signs of restlessness. However, the General Yi Tian from the kingdom of Tianhua had not forewarned him of his father Ning Feng's arrival, which alleviated some of his fear and anxiety. The crisp sound of boots striking the crystal floor heightened Ning Lin's unease, causing his heart to race. In the stillness of the atmosphere, he could even hear his own breaths. After swallowing hard, Ning Lin took a deep breath, attempting to steady himself. He listened intently to the rhythmic, soothing footsteps that grew ever closer. Suddenly, the sound vanished, engulfing the air in a palpable tension. Just as Ning Lin contemplated lowering his guard, the door to the room was forcefully flung open. At that moment, the sight of the person standing in the doorway left Ning Lin utterly astonished, his heart quaking in disarray. Father! Ning Lin's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld his father, Ning Feng. Are you alive or a specter? No, this can't be. The appearance of Ning Feng sent a shiver through Ning Lin's heart. Gazing into the fierce countenance of his father, whose eyes radiated a chilling intent, he faltered, Father, you are not dead. What? You ungrateful wretch, do you wish for my demise? Ning Feng's voice thundered, Alas, Ning Lin, your wish has not been granted. And no, father, you misunderstand me. How could I ever wish for your death? I am elated to see you, Ning Lin exclaimed, his voice tinged with terror and evident distress. As Ning Feng advanced step by step into the room, each stride intensified the oppressive atmosphere, causing Ning Lin's heart to nearly leap from his chest. He stared wide-eyed, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. In the gaze exchanged with his father, Ning Lin perceived an overwhelming intent to kill emanating from Ning Feng's eyes, as if it could consume him in an instant. "What do you intend to do?" Ning Lin inquired, stuttering. "Father, you can't possibly mean." Ning Feng continued to advance, his footsteps growing increasingly heavy. "Do not call me father. I, Ning Feng, have no son like you," he replied solemnly and gravely to Ning Lin. "You are truly remarkable, far surpassing my capabilities in my youth." From his father's words, Ning Lin discerned the hidden meaning therein. "Stop!" Ning Lin extended his right hand, palm facing Ning Feng. Speaking passionately and loudly, "I command you to halt. Do not proceed any further." Surprisingly, Ning Feng did indeed cease his advance, standing still with his hands clasped behind him. His gaze fixed intently on Ning Lin. "I shall pose a question, and you must respond truthfully. Do you understand?" Ning Feng demanded sternly. Aware of the gravity of his father's inquiry, Ning Lin realized there was no escaping the confrontation. "Very well, ask your questions. First question, have you betrayed us?" After a moment's hesitation, Ning Lin inhaled deeply, closed his eyes tightly, lowered his head, and nodded in silence. "Good. Second question, did you provide strategies to the enemy, prompting them to attack the southern and eastern regions of the Dragon Kingdom?" To this, Ning Lin offered no denial, nodding once more. "Third question, are you prepared to die?" Indeed, Ning Feng intended to resolve the matter with his own hands, as he had indicated before their confrontation. Overwhelmed by a sudden wave of fear upon hearing his father's words, Ning Lin stammered, "What are you saying, father? You intend to kill me?" Chapter 15:10. Father and son as enemies. Swords drawn. The moment Ning Lin heard his father express the desire to kill him, he was engulfed in terror and astonishment. Yet amidst the fear, an inexplicable cold smile crept across his face. "Ha ha!" Ning Feng, observing this, furrowed his brow and inquired stiffly, "What are you laughing at? You wretched child?" "Father," Ning Lin replied, "didn't you just say you wanted to kill me? Is that not amusing? For the sake of a group of individuals with no blood relation to you, for a bunch of irrelevant old fools, you actually intend to kill your own flesh and blood." Ning Lin exclaimed passionately. Ning Feng, with his hands still clasped behind him, now clenched them into fists, itching to eliminate the rebellious son before him. "You ungrateful wretch, even in the face of death, you still refuse to acknowledge your wrongdoings. You have joined the enemy, betrayed the Northern Territory, betrayed the Dragon Kingdom. You deserve to be eliminated." Ning Feng's expression darkened with fury as he shouted, "Do you dare claim you have done nothing wrong?" However, Ning Lin felt no remorse in response to his father's accusations. Ning Lin widened his eyes, innocently retorting to Ning Feng, "Am I wrong? No, I am not wrong. In tumultuous times, heroes emerge. Is not survival the most vital? I am still young." As he spoke, Ning Lin's voice began to quiver with the threat of tears. "I simply wish to preserve my life, that is all." Observing his son's current pitiful state, Ning Feng felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness deep within. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, then opened them to gaze at Ning Lin. "And how are you different now from when you were captured by the Yi family years ago? Are you not still the same ineffectual person?" At this moment, Ning Feng was reminded of his late beloved wife, Chu Shiming, and he felt a profound sense of remorse, chastising himself. "Shiming, I have failed you. I have not raised this child well. I truly have no face to meet you." After a brief pause, Ning Feng addressed Ning Lin once more. "Child, do you not realize that the northern lands have fallen into enemy hands? Are you unaware that not a single one of the generals under your mother's command has returned? Do you know that your aunt Ning Yu has been forced to retreat step by step to preserve your life, all while bearing the shame of being labeled a traitor? As a father, I have not imparted much to you, but I distinctly remember advising you that one must take responsibility for one's actions. In the face of righteousness, a true man should choose death over submission." Ning Lin was profoundly shaken by his father's words, yet he stubbornly clung to his own beliefs. "Father, the times have changed. It is not the same as it was in your day." Ning Lin replied to Ning Feng, "As I have stated, heroes are shaped by circumstance. It is no longer sufficient to rely solely on fervor and unwavering loyalty to achieve success. Given the current state of affairs, our paths diverge irreconcilably. Do you not wish to end my life? Then from this moment forth, Ning Feng, you and I, Ning Lin, are no longer connected. We are merely enemies in each other's eyes." With that declaration, Ning Lin drew the long knife from his back, the signature weapon of the Eastern Expedition King, Tian Nan, known as the Skybreaking Blade. Ning Feng, Witnessing his son draw a blade against him, felt a surge of anger. However, this only solidified his resolve to take his child's life. Very well, but let me tell you, when you meet your demise, I have no interest in hearing your last words. Save them for the road to the underworld, where you can share them with your mother, Chu Shiming. As he spoke, Ning Feng donned the carbon fiber alloy gloves of the Azure Dragon. Clenching his fists, he fixed his murderous gaze on his rebellious son, Ning Lin. In a moment of fury, Ning Feng unleashed his high-level rage, the godless rage. Ning Lin, taken aback, found himself reminiscing about the days when he could still witness his father's wrath. It truly brings back memories of those times, he mused. But I wonder if your current strength matches that of yesteryear. As soon as the words left his lips, Ning Lin took the initiative to charge at his father with a blade in hand. What a bold boy, daring to confront your father. Ning Feng caught the edge of Ning Lin's void blade with a single hand. Being a divine artifact, it remained unscathed in his grasp. If you wish to kill me, then anyone posing a threat must be dealt with first. At that moment, Ning Lin's eyes widened with fury as he glared at his father, gritting his teeth, wishing he could cleave Ning Feng in two. Upon releasing his grip, Ning Lin did not retreat. Instead, he continued to swing his blade with all his might, each strike landing heavily. Yet, Ning Feng effortlessly evaded every attack. Why don't you fight back? How long will you dodge? Ning Lin's madness was palpable, causing Ning Feng great inner turmoil. He had never imagined that one day his son would truly turn against him. Nor could he have foreseen the deranged state Ning Lin was in. If you do not retaliate soon, I might just take your life myself. As he spoke, Ning Lin unleashed a surge of advanced fury, the godless rage, and charged at Ning Feng with incredible speed. Their collision sent them crashing from the room into the grand hall of the sacred dragon domain. Standing on opposite sides, Ning Feng observed Ning Lin enveloped in white fury and remarked, I never expected you to master the advanced fury of the northern region. Humph. Ning Feng, do you think I am still the coward I once was? Ning Lin pointed the divine artifact at his father, his tone grave. I have learned advanced fury, and I have sacrificed everything for the northern region. That is commendable, but it does not justify your betrayal. Enough. Enraged, Ning Lin once again lunged at his father. With the enhancement of godless rage, his fighting prowess soared. When the void blade clashed with Ning Feng's hands again, a powerful shockwave erupted, reverberating against the surrounding crystal walls. The victor is king, and the vanquished are but thieves. Only the one who survives to the end is the true winner. Seeing Ning Lin's stubbornness, Ning Feng, as a father, no longer held back. Humph, you little rascal, don't think that just because you've learned advanced fury for a few days, you are invincible. Ning Feng's gaze sharpened as he addressed Ning Lin. There is still much for you to learn, and you have a long way to go. Chapter 1, 511. The Sorcerer and the Celestial Authority. At this moment, the four leaders of the northern region, under the leadership of former King Ning Feng, had entered the 5 major areas of the Heavenly Sea Pavilion and engaged in fierce battles with their enemies. As the leader of the Eastern Heavenly Domain, the northern region's leader, the Mad Shark, was amidst a throng of enemy soldiers clad in silver armor, wreaking havoc. With the support of advanced fury and Shura rage, he moved through the enemy ranks as if traversing an uninhabited realm. However, the armor worn by those adversaries seemed impervious to defeat in such a brief span of time. Although I maneuvered with ease, it was evident that my opponents were not to be underestimated. So many young and capable individuals have gathered to confront an old man like me. You truly are ambitious. The leader of the North, known as the Mad Shark, mocked them inwardly. After such a prolonged engagement, I still do not know your identity. What nation do you hail from? To dare to approach Tianhai Pavilion, you must be ignorant of the very meaning of death. One among them stepped forward and demanded in a commanding voice, state your name at once. Humph. A bunch of youngsters. Listen well, I am the leader of the North's death squad, the Mad Shark. Upon hearing the name of the North's leader, the crowd was instantly taken aback. Indeed, it is someone from the North. The leader of the North? No wonder he can contend with us all alone. Humph. Why the panic? He is but one man. Observing the expressions of awe and speculation directed towards him, the North's leader, the Mad Shark, felt a surge of indignation. You know not what I detest most, being discussed in my presence. The Azura field of hell. With a fierce grip on his jade dragon golden blade, a surge of dark purple fury erupted forth. Subsequently, the Mad Shark plunged the blade into the ground. In an instant, a black Azura formation radiated outward from the blade's point, enveloping all armored soldiers within its grasp. At that moment, fear gripped the hearts of the adversaries. But that was not the end. The Azura field's 10 directions, Divine King. As this lethal move was unleashed, The fury emanating from the jade dragon golden blades split into 10 within the formation, conjuring 10 shadowy asuras at each cardinal point. Each shadow drew forth a black flame blade from its back, exuding an intimidating presence that sent shivers down the spines of the soldiers, causing them to retreat in trepidation. None daring to advance. Witnessing the terror etched upon their faces, the mad shark reveled in delight, erupting into a fit of maniacal laughter. Ha ha! Now the feast begins. Oh, and do take care not to perish too swiftly. As his words echoed, the mad shark surged forward, flanked by the 10 shadowy asuras, charging straight towards the enemy ranks. In the blink of an eye, the 10 asuras engaged the foes in a renewed frenzy of combat. What is happening? What is going on? How did the armor sustain cracks? Run for your lives. Die. The enemy forces descended into chaos, flailing about like headless chickens. Do you truly believe your silver armor is impervious to destruction? The leader of the North, the mad shark, struck with his blade, infusing it with an intense fury, cleaving through the enemy's armor effortlessly. It was merely a test of your strength. At that moment, anguished cries echoed throughout the first district of Tianhai Pavilion. After a brief moment, the eastern celestial domain was drenched in blood, with not a single enemy remaining standing. The ferocious shark surveyed the scene, standing amidst the crimson pool, and let out a chilling laugh. Indeed, this is quite a lavish feast. Alas, you all are simply insufficient to witness it. At that moment, a fireball suddenly hurtled down from the sky towards the ferocious shark. The leader of the northern realm, ferocious shark, swiftly dodged the incoming attack. The 10 shadowy figures of the Azura were struck by the flames, resulting in a tremendous explosion. As the sound of the explosion faded and the smoke cleared, the 10 Azura shadows vanished without a trace. It seems you are the mastermind behind this, the ferocious shark remarked, lifting his gaze to the foe above. A man clad in a black robe leaped down from the heights and addressed the Northern Realm leader. The prowess and strength of the Northern Realm leader are indeed worthy of their reputation. Witnessing it today is truly impressive. Spare me the pleasantries. I, the ferocious shark. Do not slay nameless individuals, the shark replied in a somber tone. Listen well, I am the sorcerer Tian Si, a subordinate of General Yi Tian from the Heavenly Hua Kingdom. Observing Tian Si, the aura surrounding him was no less formidable than the Azura formation he commanded. Ha! Now you sorcerers, who masquerade as mystical beings, dare to pose as leaders? It is truly a lament for your Heavenly Hua Kingdom. The ferocious shark sighed. Ah! What misfortune befalls your nation? Despite the shark's scornful jibes, the sorcerer Tian Si remained unfazed, seemingly dismissive of the Northern Realm leader before him. Soon enough, you will realize the folly of your words, Tian Si retorted. With that, the enemy sorcerer produced his magical artifact, the binding divine staff, from beneath his robe. Placing his left hand upon his chest, he formed a hand seal and murmured an incantation. In a short while, a formation emerged beneath Tian Si's feet, as two distinct powers collided, triggering a colossal explosion. Upon closer inspection, the Azura field had been nearly obliterated by the binding divine tomb unleashed by sorcerer Tian Si. What? You managed to breach my Azura field. At this moment, the Northern Realm leader, ferocious shark, felt a twinge of unease within the enemy's formation. I mentioned earlier that you would come to understand just how foolish you truly are, Tian Si stated with an air of calmness. The Northern Realm is nothing more than a band of self-important brutes. The shark, incensed by Tian Si's words, retorted, What did you say? Speak those words again if you dare. Ha ha ha. I do not repeat myself to those who are on the brink of death, Tian Si replied, and with that, he forcefully struck the ground with the binding divine staff. A powerful shockwave surged towards the ferocious shark, hindering his movement. At that moment, a dark purple aura emanated from within the binding divine formation. As the purple gas ascended, the once lifeless armored soldiers crawled back from the ground. Blood oozed from the tattered armor of each, their faces grotesquely drenched in crimson, evoking a chilling sense of dread in those who beheld them. Chapter 1512. The Northern God Fist seeks sovereignty. Meanwhile, in the second area of Tianhai Pavilion, within the Western Sea, the northern leader, the Hawk Tiger, was fiercely engaged in combat with 4 colossal stone giants. During the battle, the leader, who referred to himself as the foremost God Fist of the North, discerned that the 4 stone giants were not merely constructed from ordinary rock. Rather, they were formed from a unique stone infused with the indomitable essence of diamond, rendering their bodies remarkably resilient. Even the silver claws, augmented by high-tier rage flames, failed to penetrate their formidable forms. Damn it! How can they be harder than my fists? This is infuriating. Hawk Tiger gritted his teeth, exclaiming, Am I truly incapable of defeating a handful of stone giants? From a distance, The enemy commander, Tian Nan, observed the struggle between Hawk Tiger and the four stone giants, feeling an overwhelming sense of boredom, leading him to stifle a yawn. Ah, how utterly tedious. This is beyond dull, he lamented, resting his chin on his hands. He then called down to the northern leader. Hey, old man, are you capable or not? If you're not up to the task, kneel and pay your respects. I might consider allowing you to remain in one piece. Naturally, Hawk Tiger was infuriated by this mockery. Humph, you insolent brat. Your turn will come soon enough. With that, Hawk Tiger clenched his fists, instantly elevating his heart's rage to a staggering 10 segments. Under this surge of fury, the entire western sea of Tianhai Pavilion was engulfed by shockwaves of wrath. Oh, now this is getting interesting. Tian Nan, shaken from his lethargy, felt a spark of excitement, exclaiming, show me your true strength. As the four stone giants charged at Hawk Tiger from all directions, their massive stone swords descended heavily towards the ground. In an instant, a dense cloud of smoke and tumultuous waves erupted in the western sea. It seems this old fool is out of luck, Tian Nan commented leisurely from his elevated position. How boring. I expected a more formidable opponent. Just then, a gigantic stone sword soared out from the smoke, hurtling towards Tian Nan's direction before embedding itself into the wall behind him. Now this is intriguing. As the smoke cleared, it became apparent that the other three stone giants had been reduced to rubble, while the northern leader, Hawk Tiger, stood defiantly before the remaining stone giants, his eyes ablaze with a fierce and palpable intent to kill. Youngster, that great sword is a token of my visit. A gift for our first meeting. Xiaohu addressed his opponent, declaring that even if he could not lift them, severing their head would suffice. The leaders of the north are fond of boasting to no end. Very well. I shall graciously accept this gift. However, take note, your adversary is not yet me. At that moment, the four stone giants tightened their fists and slowly advanced toward Xiaohu. Do they truly believe that a mere heap of worthless stones can withstand the iron fist of the north? What a farce. As he spoke, Xiaohu clenched his fists, and a crimson aura erupted from the silver claws adorning his hands, a manifestation of the formidable power born from 10 segments of Heartfire Rage. With a resounding cry, Xiaohu leapt into the air, launching a fierce punch at one of the stone giants. The giant, in response, raised its colossal right fist and charged toward Xiaohu. In the blink of an eye, their fists collided, unleashing a shockwave that reverberated throughout the surrounding space. Accompanied by Xiaohu's furious roar, the giant's right fist was instantly shattered by the force of his strike. Xiaohu landed gracefully, yet he noticed several cracks forming on the silver claws of his right hand. It seems the equipment of the north is not all that impressive. Merely striking a stone has rendered it in such a state. Observing the fractures on his claws, Xiaohu felt neither anger nor shock. Rather, he considered the outcome entirely expected. He chuckled, "Young one, you underestimate the soldiers of the north." As he spoke, he removed the silver claws from his hands and retrieved a brand new pair of golden claws from his attire. The golden claws radiated a dazzling light, and Xiaohu slowly donned them. In the distance, Tian Nan watched the scene unfold with wide eyes, exclaiming, "What is this? Claws made of gold? Gold. Gold is far too precious to be forged into weapons for someone like me," Xiaohu replied with a tone of disdain. "Just like them, including you, in my presence. You are but a swarm of ants destined to tread the path to the underworld." Old man, I have heard tales of you, the foremost fist of the north, the battlefield's god of death, whose ruthlessness is second only to your predecessor, the war god Wushuang, Ning Feng. Tian Nan remarked, "Yet now, in your frail state, I truly do not hold you in high regard. Then let us see." With that, Xiaohu gripped the golden claws tightly, once again unleashing a potent surge of 10 segments of Heartfire Rage. The golden claws became entwined with 2 crimson divine dragons, continuously absorbing the surrounding energy. The 4 massive stone giants, witnessing this, immediately tightened their fists. Together, they prepared to unleash a devastating assault, their 8 fists poised to strike down upon the North's leader. Xiaohu. Upon witnessing the scene, the formidable Xiaohu felt no sense of oppression. Rather, it ignited within him a desire to test the prowess of his new equipment. Ascend to the throne, seize the crown. At that moment, Xiaohu gathered immense strength in his right fist, unleashing what was heralded as the strongest punch from the north. The collision of their fists produced a powerful shockwave, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Furthermore, the might of this punch reverberated throughout the entire Tianhai Pavilion, causing a violent tremor in every area. In that instant, Xiaohu's visage twisted into a fierce expression as he bellowed an enraged roar. Subsequently, he swung his left fist forward, delivering another blow that shattered 4 stone guardians in a single strike. Witnessing this, the onlookers were left utterly astounded. They had never imagined that these incredibly resilient sentinels of the Tianhai Pavilion would succumb so easily. This truly opened my eyes. Chapter 1513. The Dual-Blade Enchantress. In the 3rd district of the Tianhai Pavilion, within the Southern Sky Domain, a young woman stood before the northern leader, Waving, who jested. "You appear quite lovely, yet those dual blades in your hands are undeniably lethal. A true serpent-hearted beauty. Uff, the only female leader of the North, you flatter me greatly. After all these years, you still retain your stunning beauty. It is indeed enviable," she replied. "Oh, so you have heard of me? Then do share your name." "I never slay those without renown," Waving remarked. The woman, gripping her twin blades tightly, her gaze sharp and voice frigid, retorted, "I am Luomei, the dual-blade demoness and one of General Yetian's subordinates from the Tianhua Kingdom." Waving scrutinized Luomei, sensing a formidable power radiating from her, rivaling the fury of the North. "You possess considerable skill, young lady, but you are still too inexperienced. Remember, we elders endure. You younger generations will ultimately find no opportunity to rise." "Hee. Are you so confident, Leader Waving? Allow me to witness the strength of a northern commander." With that, the dual-blade demoness Luomei charged fiercely at the northern leader, Waving. Blades drawn. "Humph, young lady," Waving countered with her crimson blades, a seductive smile gracing her lips. The two then engaged in a fierce battle. Amidst the flashing blades and shadows, the ferocity of their attacks escalated, the speed of their strikes quickening without any sign of waning. Suddenly, their blades clashed, sending sparks flying. They then positioned themselves on opposite sides. In that moment, the entire Southern Sky Domain fell silent, with only the sound of their breaths echoing in the stillness. Suddenly, the two women turned their bodies almost in unison, their gazes locking fiercely, the murderous intent in their eyes clashing intensely. Indeed, the leader of the Northern Realm is formidable. Even at over 50 years of age, you remain unyielding. "I, Luomei, am quite impressed," she remarked to Feng. "Ha ha." Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ah, you little girl, you are quite courteous. I truly hesitate to take your life. Well then, perhaps I should let you die, so I can provide an explanation to our great general," Luomei declared. "That depends on whether you possess the capability," Feng retorted. As she spoke, the Northern Realm leader, Feng, unleashed her high-level fury, the godless rage. In an instant, a wave of white energy surged forth towards the dual-bladed demoness, Luomei. Faced with the overwhelming force, Luomei felt an immense pressure. To her astonishment, the rumored fury of the Northern Realm was indeed as formidable as the tale suggested. "What?" Just as Luomei was lost in thought, Feng advanced upon her, brandishing her crimson twin blades. A few strands of raven hair fell to the ground. Fortunately, Luomei managed to evade just in time, or her head would have met the earth. "How infuriating! You are the first to touch me." Luomei glowered at the severed locks on the ground, her face betraying a flicker of anger. Her brows furrowed, and her eyes glinted with a murderous intensity even more potent than before. "Little girl, do you now perceive the chasm between us?" Feng spoke with a hint of disdain. "Humph, they call you a femme fatale, and you truly seem to revel in it." Incensed by Feng's mocking words, Luomei immediately unleashed her own technique, the Demon Blade Prison. The dark purple aura emanating from her enveloped Luomei. At that moment, Feng sensed an eerie presence before her. After a brief pause, the dark purple energy dissipated, spreading throughout the southern expanse. At that moment, strange black-red tattoos appeared on the arms and face of the dual-bladed demoness. Surrounding her eyes were black-purple halos, sharpening her gaze into a piercing glare, brimming with murderous intent. "Ha ha ha, Chief Feng, I wonder if my appearance now has caught your attention?" Luomei, wielding her twin blades, smirked with a sinister smile. Observing Luomei's eerie and unsettling visage, Feng was taken aback, staring in astonishment at the woman before her. "Caught my attention? Huh, not quite. But your current form is certainly terrifying." Taking a deep breath, Feng forced herself to suppress the fear rising within her. It had been a long time since she faced such a formidable adversary, stirring both excitement and caution within her. Noticing Feng's hands tightly gripping the crimson blades, Luomei erupted in cold laughter. "Well, now it's my turn." As the words fell, Luomei vanished before Feng at an astonishing speed. "What? How is her attack speed comparable to my instant kill?" At this moment, Feng could not capture Luomei's position with the naked eye. Even the afterimages of her movements were barely discernible, only revealing the last fleeting frame. "No, It's impossible, absolutely impossible. How could such speed exist? Within the rapidly formed encirclement by Luo Mei, the northern leader Xue Feng was struck in the back by her blade. A torrent of blood gushed forth, soon soaking Xue Feng's back. Just then, another strike landed on Xue Feng's left leg. At this moment, Xue Feng knelt on one knee, gritting her teeth, enduring the agonizing pain from her wounds. The aura surrounding her was insufficient to lock onto the dual-bladed specter Luo Mei, moving at such breathtaking velocity. Looking left and right, Xue Feng strained to capture Luo Mei's movements with her own eyes and the fury radiating from her. Even the swiftest of speeds must reveal a flaw. I refuse to believe I cannot seize you. Subsequently, Xue Feng shut her eyes tightly, gradually calming her inner turmoil. In stillness, she sought to perceive the dynamics around her. At that moment, seeing Xue Feng's eyes closed, Luo Mei seized the opportunity to swing her blade fiercely towards her head. In an instant, the northern leader Xue Feng raised her left hand to the nape of her neck, successfully blocking Luo Mei's lethal strike. Got you now. The northern leader Xue Feng immediately opened her eyes, launching a short dagger towards the retreating Luo Mei. Chapter 1514. The Woman Who Becomes Queen. Meanwhile, in the underground base of the northern realm, Murong Xiaoyu found herself alone on the lower level, lost in thought. What are you doing here all alone? Ningyu, upon discovering Murong Xiaoyu, approached her with a question. Oh, it's you. Ningyu noticed a hint of dejection on Murong Xiaoyu's face and sensed something was amiss. Are you worried about my brother? Ningyu asked directly. Murong Xiaoyu turned to Ningyu, her eyes widening in surprise, and nodded, confirming her suspicion. Yes, that's right. Murong Xiaoyu took a deep breath, sighing. He only mentioned going to kill someone and then just left, completely disregarding my feelings. Upon hearing Murong Xiaoyu's words, Ningyu couldn't help but chuckle. Ha! What are you laughing at? Oh dear, little girl, do you know who he went to kill? To this question, Murong Xiaoyu shook her head. I don't know. The key is that he didn't tell me. Ningyu took a deep breath, then looked gravely at Murong Xiaoyu and said, he is going to kill his own son, Ning Lin. This revelation instantly horrified Murong Xiaoyu, leaving her utterly astonished. As if struck by a thunderbolt. What? Kill his son? At that moment, her mind raced. He has a son? Of course, a man past 50 would have children. But wait, what has transpired? This is his biological son. I am still unmarried, yet he is a father. Observing Murong Xiaoyu frozen in shock, Ningyu called out, Murong Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu? Hey, what's wrong? What are you thinking? Murong Xiaoyu snapped back to reality and asked Ningyu, so, what exactly happened? As for the father and son confronting each other with weapons, can't he be persuaded? With a deep sigh, Murong Xiaoyu furrowed her brow and said, alas, this matter is serious. Ning Lin has committed a grave betrayal against the Dragon Kingdom, the Northern Territory, and himself. Although it has yet to be fully confirmed, the outcome is likely to be dire. They traveled to the eastern part of the Dragon Kingdom to seek the truth. If he has indeed committed such an act, once my brother verifies it. Thinking of this made Ning Yu's expression turn somber. Ning Lin certainly would not return alive. After hearing Ning Yu's explanation, Murong Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense of oppression but found herself at a loss for words, as she was not directly involved and could not intervene. However, she did not wish to witness or hear of Ning Feng, as a father, personally killing his own son. At that moment, Murong Xiaoyu's expression grew grave, and the two fell into a heavy silence. After a brief pause, Murong Xiaoyu asked, doesn't he love his wife and child? Upon hearing her question, Ningyu immediately turned to her. What are you saying? Does Ning Feng, after all these years, not love his wife? Or his child? Murong Xiaoyu recalled the moment when Chu Shiming had shielded her from a fatal blow. At that moment, Chu Shiming had died right before her eyes, and she knew it was because of her that he lost his wife. Yet, despite being by his side for so long, she had never heard him mention anything about his wife. Now, he was going to confront his son. How could such an act be that of a father? If a child is unruly, it is the father's failing. Even if that child has committed a grave error, does it not reflect on Ning Feng at all? Murong Xiaoyu could no longer contain her emotions, her expression filled with agitation and anger. Ningyu, swallowing hard, remained calm on the surface but deeply empathized with Murong Xiaoyu's feelings at that moment. Xiaoyu, he truly loves Chu Shiming, and he loves this child dearly. Ningyu spoke calmly to Murong Xiaoyu, noting that he had devoted the first half of his life to the Northern Territory and the Dragon Kingdom. He found himself powerless, being the king of the Northern Territory, a general of the Dragon Kingdom, and the unparalleled god of war. A battlefield deity that instilled fear in the hearts of various powers. He was not an unfeeling war machine. Rather, He had dedicated his love to safeguarding the countless homes behind him from the trampling of enemy iron hooves. He chose to sacrifice his own small family for the happiness of the greater community. Upon hearing this, Mu Rongxiaoyu recalled the time on the Tianfan continent. After Ning Feng ascended to the throne of the extreme North Kingdom, he refrained from seeking the individual who had slain his wife. In order to maintain a fleeting peace across the Tianfan continent and avoid further calamity, observing Mu Rongxiaoyu, who had fallen into silence, Ning Yu spoke again. I understand your feelings toward my brother. However, I must remind you that you are still young, and to be the woman of a king is a challenging path. Mu Rongxiaoyu recognized that Ning Yu's words were well-intentioned, yet she harbored special feelings for Ning Feng. When she first laid eyes on this man in Tian Nan city, his wife was still by his side. Later, when Chu Shiming passed away, she did not feel relief but rather deep sorrow. Following that, a series of events unfolded. Just as you mentioned, my brother truly is as you say. As Mu Rongxiaoyu spoke, a faint smile graced her lips, indicating her inner contentment. So, will you choose to remain by his side? Ning Yu inquired, or will you opt to leave? Leave? Huh. The person I, Mu Rongxiaoyu, have chosen will not be easily relinquished. At this moment, Mu Rongxiaoyu's gaze toward Ning Yu became resolute. To her, this white-haired elder was her irrevocable choice. I understand your counsel is well-meant, and I appreciate it. Although I cannot become a woman like Chu Shiming, I will steadfastly choose to stand beside Ning Feng, facing whatever the future holds, be it good or bad. As the old saying goes, marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. If he remains in the Northern Territory, then I shall share his life and death. Upon hearing Mu Rongxiaoyu's final words, Ning Yu was reminded of similar words spoken by Chu Shiming, word for word. In that instant, she saw the shadow of Chu Shiming in the young girl before her. Chapter 1515, The Wrath of the Divine Wind. Ah, haha. You, my dear girl, since this is your choice, I have no further words. Ning Yu said with a smile to Mu Rongxiaoyu. Now, do tell me about your former sister-in-law. I am quite curious about the kind of woman she was. Meanwhile, battles continued to rage across various regions at Tianhai Pavilion. At this moment, Xuanwu, the leader of the Northern Territory, was engaged in fierce combat with the Iron Demon of the enemy in the 4th region, the Northern City Domain. The Iron Demon possesses an imposing stature, with colossal fists adorned with tiger-headed armors, enhancing his formidable presence. Humph, that little pest, where do you think you're running to? I can crush your skull with a single hand. The Iron Demon taunted the elusive Xuanwu. Indeed, a large frame often accompanies a grandiose attitude, retorted Xuanwu, the leader of the Northern Realm. Having fought on the battlefield for many years, I regard a simple-minded brute like you with utter disdain. In truth, Xuanwu did not underestimate the Iron Demon. Rather, he was mindful of Ning Feng's warning regarding lurking adversaries within the Northern City Domain. Thus, he had been deliberately evading the Iron Demon's attacks, aiming to confuse any hidden enemies while also observing any unusual occurrences around him, hoping to unearth the foes concealed in the shadows. Iron Demon, it is time for you to unleash your powers. A voice emerged through the wireless communicator concealed in the Iron Demon's ear, instructing him on his next actions. The Iron Demon glanced down at Xuanwu, standing just a short distance away, and a wicked smile crept across his face. With that, the formidable Iron Demon clenched his fists, channeling his energy to activate his extraordinary technique, the Divine King. In an instant, golden light erupted from his body, and his eyes glimmered with a golden hue. Huh! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a powerful shockwave rippled throughout the Northern City Domain. The Iron Demon's muscles tensed, and his form swelled to an even greater size. Xuanwu, taken aback by the terrifying visage of the enlarged Iron Demon, had never witnessed such a technique before and was momentarily awestruck. Wow, it certainly is intimidating, he remarked, maintaining a calm demeanor. However, do not presume that a larger size equates to an advantage. The Iron Demon, dismissively, responded, humph. An inch taller, an inch stronger. Let us see where you can run this time. As he finished speaking, the Iron Demon swung his massive right fist, armor and all, launching a fierce assault on Xuanwu. Yet, Xuanwu remained unperturbed by the approaching colossal fist. Instead, a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. The Iron Demon's fist descended with tremendous force, engulfing the area in smoke and causing the ground to tremble violently. Amidst the chaos, Xuanwu leaped into the air, executing a powerful kick infused with high-level, formless rage that struck the Iron Demon's chest, sending him staggering backward. Arc! The Iron Demon stumbled back 2 steps before regaining his footing, his brow furrowed in anger as he fixed his gaze on Xuanwu. You little bug, come here, he bellowed. once again thrusting his hands forward with intent to strike from both sides, aiming to end Xuanwu's life and conclude the battle. It will all be over, will it? At the conclusion of the dialogue, Xuanwu erupted with an intense surge of divine fury, swiftly ascending to a higher state. The once white divine rage transformed into a colorless gale, evolving into a more advanced form known as the divine wind fury. In that moment, the entire northern city was enveloped by the forceful shockwave of the wind. Faced with such formidable divine wind fury, the Iron Demon, in its god-king form, remained undaunted. Its massive hands still aimed at Xuanwu. Just as the hands were about to collide with the Iron Demon, they could not close in on him. Xuanwu, the leader of the Northern Territory, stood amidst the gap between the Iron Demon's enormous hands, persistently pushing against them due to the divine wind fury. What is happening? Why can't I strike you? Damn it, close your hands. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Xuanwu's gaze was cold, showing no regard for the Iron Demon. Ha ha ha, big guy, how does it feel? Did you not wish to crush me? What is the matter? Are you reluctant to strike? Xuanwu taunted the Iron Demon before stepping forward. As Xuanwu approached with confident strides, a flicker of unease stirred within the Iron Demon. Simultaneously, the powerful winds rendered the Iron Demon immobile, forcibly suppressing its movements. Gazing up at the towering figure before him, Xuanwu widened his eyes and unleashed an even more potent divine wind fury. With a swift motion, Xuanwu extended a hand forward, unleashing a torrent of strong winds that surged towards the Iron Demon. In an instant, dozens of air blades formed from the divine wind fury, pierced through the Iron Demon's body. Run, Iron Demon. A voice crackled through the communicator in the Iron Demon's ear, but it seemed as though the Iron Demon had lost its breath. Subsequently, its colossal form slowly toppled backward, collapsing onto the ground. Observing the Iron Demon with closed eyes from a concealed position, a man promptly removed his wireless communicator. Damn it. It seems I must intervene personally. In the blink of an eye, Xuanwu looked at the fallen Iron Demon and let out a sigh of relief. Is this how it ends? How utterly boring, he mocked. Then, the leader of the Northern Territory swaggered towards the exit. Suddenly, a stone tile beneath his feet caved in. Instantly, a barrage of arrows rained down from above, relentlessly targeting Xuanwu. After a series of evasive maneuvers, Xuanwu retreated to the central position of the northern city. The leader of the Northern Territory truly possesses remarkable agility. Witnessing it today has indeed opened my eyes, remarked another hidden adversary, who gracefully descended from the heights. Who are you? Xuanwu inquired. I am Ling Hu, one of the commanders under General Yi Tian of the Kingdom of Tianhua, the newcomer replied. As the words left his lips, Ling Hu shed his black robe, revealing a physique adorned with bronze-hued muscles and a pair of obsidian claws. Upon witnessing this, Xuanwu furrowed his brow, instinctively recognizing that the strength of the adversary before him was of an entirely different caliber compared to the Iron Demon encountered moments prior. Chapter 15:16, The Madness Within Father. Do you truly intend to kill me? Ning Lin inquired of his father, Ning Feng. How can you act in such a manner, justifying it before my mother? I am eager to see how you will explain this to her. You are unworthy to even utter her name in my presence. Moreover, she has already departed from this world. Upon hearing the devastating news of his mother's passing, Ning Lin's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to grasp this harsh reality. The father and son ceased hostilities, and Ning Lin fell into a profound silence. You mean to say my mother has truly passed? Ning Lin's incredulous gaze met that of his father, Ning Feng. How did she die? When Ning Lin received no response, he grew agitated, shouting at Ning Feng, Speak, will you? Yet Ning Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on his son. Why won't you speak? What is the truth? Your mother, Chu Shiming, was slain while protecting others, Ning Feng replied in a somber tone. In her final moments, she entrusted me with the duty to safeguard you. Upon hearing these words, Ning Lin stood frozen, grappling with disbelief. Is this truly what she said? Where is her grave? In Tian Nan City. However, thanks to this war, it is unlikely you will even find her resting place now, Ning Feng said, his expression tinged with sorrow. As he pondered the implications, Ning Feng once again fell into deep thought. Yet, the mere thought of Tian Nan City's obliteration sent a chill of terror through Ning Lin's heart. For indeed, it was possible that his mother's grave had been entirely consumed by the relentless onslaught of war, just as his father had foretold. Shifting the conversation, Ning Feng took a deep breath and addressed Ning Lin. Brat, you ought to be far more concerned about your own safety now. As he spoke, the silver-haired Ning Feng clenched his fists, unleashing a more formidable aura of wrath. Faced with an overwhelming force of anger that dwarfed his own, Ning Lin felt a surge of shock accompanied by a flicker of unease. Suddenly, whether driven by fear-induced madness or a hidden agenda, Ning Lin erupted into maniacal laughter. "Father, Ning Feng, your fury is indeed formidable, yet to my eyes, it is nothing more than bluster." He shouted defiantly at his father, brandishing the divine weapon, the void-cleaving blade, and lunging toward Ning Feng with a sinister smile that sent chills down the spine. However, in the face of Ning Lin's offensive, Ning Feng chose to take the initiative this time. Thus, the father-son battle was on the verge of erupting. Ultimately, experience triumphed. Despite both wielding the unrestrained fury, Ning Feng remained the pinnacle of combat prowess in the Northern Territory. A legendary figure of his era, his status was indisputable and unassailable. After a brief skirmish, Ning Lin realized that relying solely on the unrestrained fury would not suffice to overcome his father, Ning Feng. He promptly distanced himself from Ning Feng, positioning themselves on either side of the sacred dragon statue. Their gazes clashed fiercely, reflecting boundless murderous intent, underpinned by the fervor of blood and indignation. "Brat, it seems your strength has indeed evolved significantly since our last encounter." Ning Feng acknowledged his son's prowess with words of affirmation. "Humph, did you need to say that? The various leaders of the Northern Territory have each imparted to me their unique, advanced forms of fury following the progression from unrestrained rage." Ning Lin retorted with a cold smirk. After speaking, Ning Lin plunged the void-piercing blade into the crystalline ground. Concentrating his energy, he closed his eyes, and a blood-red aura gradually enveloped his body. Upon opening his eyes, he fixed his blood-red gaze upon his father, Ning Feng. "This is my heart-fire fury," he declared, leaping into the air and raising his right fist high. After gathering his strength, the enraged Ning Lin launched a fierce punch downwards towards his father. Divine Might Dragon Fist. Ning Lin unleashed his most powerful strike, its might comparable to the crowning of the vulturous tiger. Although it lacked the full force of the Northern Territory's strongest punch, its lethality was not to be underestimated. Ning Feng's eyes widened in shock, momentarily stunned. A crimson shockwave erupted upon impact with the ground, and as the smoke cleared, Ning Feng stood unscathed. Recognizing that his heartfire fury could not shake Ning Feng, Ning Lin swiftly resorted to his second learned advanced fury. In that instant, a deep, ethereal blue aura enveloped him. "Ice River Fury. This was imparted to you by the Blood Phoenix, wasn't it?" Ning Feng spoke in a somewhat somber tone, his gaze revealing a hint of disdain. "Humph, prepare yourself." With those words, Ning Lin drew the artifact, the void-piercing blade, from the ground. Cold Shadow Dragon Slash. Ning Lin charged at Ning Feng with astonishing speed, the blade emanating a chilling blue breath. In a heartbeat, Ning Feng found himself completely encased in ice. Break. The frozen prison shattered instantaneously. Yet, Ning Feng remained unchanged, hands in pockets, standing resolutely with unwavering determination. "What other skills have you acquired? Unleash them all." Ning Feng turned his back to his son, speaking in a somber tone. "Otherwise, you truly will have no opportunities left." Upon hearing his father's words, Ning Lin felt a twinge of fear, overwhelmed by a palpable sense of pressure. "Humph, if that's the case, I might truly worry that you cannot bear the consequences." Despite facing his father, the king of the Northern Realm, Ning Lin steeled himself, suppressing the terror within him. He then unleashed the advanced fury of madness he had grasped under the tutelage of the Northern Realm's great leader, Songlong. With the flame of the Scarlet Dragon blade soaring skyward, Ning Lin directed his fiery weapon toward the heavens, and the fury of madness shattered the crystalline roof of the Holy Dragon Domain. Subsequently, a divine crimson dragon descended from above, hurtling directly toward Ning Feng. Upon their collision, the sound of dragon roars resonated throughout the entire Holy Dragon Domain. "Ha ha ha ha! Die, Ning Feng." Chapter 1517. True Fury. The massive scarlet dragon crashed down upon Ning Feng, who stood unwavering on the ground. At that moment, Ning Lin, still within the Holy Dragon Domain, appeared both agitated and frenzied. "Father, or rather, I should call you the unmatched god of war of the Dragon Kingdom. My dear god of war father, are you unharmed? Such an assault wouldn't claim your life, would it?" Ning Lin taunted, his voice laced with sarcasm, addressing the smoke-shrouded figure of his father, Ning Feng. After a prolonged silence in the smoke ahead, Ning Lin finally sighed in relief and sneered. "Oh, father, do not blame me for being ruthless. This is all due to your relentless pressure that forced my hand. Did I ever compel you to kill your father?" Came Ning Feng's voice from the dissipating smoke. "Impudent child, that was merely a fraction of the fury wielded by the three leaders of the Northern Realm. Unleash all you have, so I may witness just how far you've truly progressed in your training." As the smoke cleared, Ning Lin beheld his father standing calmly, his demeanor unshaken, which left him in a state of shock. This is impossible. How can you stand before me unscathed after enduring such an onslaught? Humph, you are perpetually so conceited. Overconfidence leads to downfall. After speaking, Ning Feng summoned the Heartfire Fury, instantly elevating it to the 10th tier. Witnessing the high-level fury emanating from his father, Ning Lin was momentarily taken aback. The intense, scorching flames enveloped him, instilling a profound sense of oppression. What is this? The 10th tier Heartfire Fury. Akin to that of the Owl Tiger. Ning Lin furrowed his brow, perplexed, but each person from the Northern Realm possesses only one type of fury. Why? How can you wield a second? In response to Ning Lin's inquiry, his father, Ning Feng, chuckled coldly. Ah, you insolent brat. It is because I am the unmatched god of war of the Dragon Kingdom. Ascend to the throne. Upon hearing his father utter the words seeking the throne, Ning Lin's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. No, it cannot be. How could you aspire to such power? Ning Feng immediately concentrated a crimson aura upon his right fist, swiftly gathering his strength. As he summoned the energy of the entire sacred dragon domain, a fiery red flame began to manifest. Child, this punch is the mightiest strike of the Northern Realm. Brace yourself. With a fierce cry, Ning Feng launched himself forward. As he approached Ning Lin, he unleashed a furious punch, only to have Ning Lin parry with his Void Breaker knife. However, the decades of mastery behind Ning Feng's strike was far beyond the capabilities of a young man like Ning Lin, who had merely scratched the surface of his own rage. With a grimace, Ning Lin gritted his teeth, his hands trembling as they struggled to maintain their grip on the knife, his body gradually retreating under the immense pressure. Realizing he could not withstand his father's tenfold infernal wrath, he sought to evade the onslaught. Yet, under the oppressive force of Ning Feng's fury, the very space around him twisted and deformed, rendering escape impossible for someone as inexperienced as Ning Lin. I cannot move. With a powerful blow, Ning Lin was sent flying, crashing into the crystalline wall, which shattered upon impact. I have already tempered my strength. Otherwise, you would have been slain, Ning Feng remarked, hands clasped behind his back. Gazing dismissively at his battered son slumped against the wall. As Ning Lin struggled to rise, he collapsed once more, blood spilling from his lips. I suppose I owe you my gratitude for your mercy, he managed, lifting his gaze to meet his father's. Is that truly how you perceive it? Ha! Ning Feng laughed heartily before asking. What, may I inquire, is the reason for your laughter? Am I mistaken? Tit for tat. Ning Lin, I must demonstrate to you your father's true prowess, Ning Feng asserted, stepping forward. After a couple of strides, he unleashed another form of advanced rage, the Ice Rage. The temperature within the sacred dragon domain plummeted instantaneously, as a deep azure aura erupted violently from Ning Feng, saturating the entire Tianhai Pavilion's sacred dragon domain. Ning Lin, glancing around in shock, felt an overwhelming sense of awe. Is this the advanced Ice Rage? He exclaimed incredulously. No, you are mistaken. It is indeed advanced rage. The Ice Rage, Ning Feng clarified. You are partially correct. I do not wield merely one form of rage. However, each individual can only comprehend one type of advanced rage derived from the formless rage. As you have come to understand, what I cultivate is not the advanced rage of the Northern leader, but merely the surface of it. Upon hearing his father's words, Ning Lin swallowed hard, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. Noticing the emptiness in Ning Lin's gaze, Ning Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk. Humph, what's the matter, young one? Do you feel utterly useless? I do not. Ning Lin retorted, his brow furrowing as he glared fiercely at Ning Feng, asserting, Humph, do not disturb my focus. Ever since arriving in the north, you have never stood by my side. Every charge into battle, every moment of peril, every instance of despair, I have endured it all alone. You have no right to judge my strength. You do not. Having heard Ning Lin express a fragment of his innermost thoughts, Ning Feng remained remarkably composed, exuding an aura as frigid and unyielding as the icy rage he embodied. Ah, Ning Lin, do you know what the North truly represents? Faced with his father's inquiry, Ning Lin was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. After a brief pause, he stammered, the North? Yes, it is the northern border of the Dragon Kingdom. A battlefield that has been engulfed in ceaseless warfare for years. A battlefield. Since you find yourself amidst it, you are a soldier of the North, a warrior of the North. Thus, when confronted with despair, dire straits, or even death, you must grit your teeth and disregard life and death. Chapter 15:18. True Demon Rage. I fear you may not survive within my formation. The sorcerer, Tian Nan, remarked to the northern leader, the ferocious shark. Very well, but even so, you shall not defeat me. Upon uttering these words, the northern leader, Shark, felt an exhilarating rush, clenching his teeth as he battled against the relentless onslaught of the fallen knights before him. Grasping the jade dragon golden blade, Shark fought fiercely among his foes. In a moment, Shark's eyes widened with fury as he plunged the jade dragon golden blade into the ground, unleashing his Azura Rage. Azura Rage, Abyssal Dragon Quake. A dark crimson shockwave erupted from Shark, surging toward the mass of enemies ahead. In an instant, the entire binding formation was filled with this formidable power of rage. Observing this, Tianzi remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Humph, the era of the northern strongman has passed. Your rage has become the mightiest form of power on the battlefield, Tianzi mused, his eyes revealing a sense of disdain. After a violent tremor, the dark crimson Azura Rage dissipated. Yet, the binding formation set by Tianzi did not vanish, still enveloping Shark within its confines. The northern leader, Frenzy Shark, was utterly astonished upon witnessing the unfolding scene, his expression betraying a profound shock. How could this be possible? He exclaimed incredulously, glancing around at the binding spirit formation with a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Observing Frenzy Shark's growing disarray, the celestial sorcerer seized the moment to unleash his potent spell. Spirit Binding, Extermination of Evil. A peculiar red light erupted from the spirit binding staff in his grasp, and a beam of crimson radiance surged into the binding spirit formation. Shura, taken aback by the spectacle, felt an overwhelming sense of dread as the surrounding array intensified its oppressive aura. Suddenly, a blood-red phantom materialized before Frenzy Shark. Unlike Frenzy Shark, this apparition exuded a chilling malevolence, its countenance grotesque and terrifying. This is a gift for you, Northern Leader. Please accept it. Do not let my heart grow cold. The sorcerer admonished with earnest intent. I have prepared this especially for you. Enjoy it well. As he finished speaking, the phantom revealed its claws and launched a fierce assault toward Frenzy Shark, startled by the grotesque visage charging at him. The northern leader instinctively raised his jade dragon golden blade in defense. The horrifying appearance of the phantom evoked memories of his own uncontrollable form as a weapon of war. It's all an illusion. You are but a figment, Frenzy Shark retorted defiantly. In response, the phantom struck, leaving a claw mark on Frenzy Shark. This unexpected blow left the northern leader bewildered and questioning. Could it be real? He pondered. The sorcerer, relishing Frenzy Shark's astonishment, erupted into laughter. Ha ha. Do you truly believe what stands before you is a mere illusion? Wrong. It is real, and it is you. The sorcerer's words echoed in Frenzy Shark's mind, plunging him into confusion. No, it cannot be. How could a phantom harm my physical form? He protested. At that moment, the northern leader was engulfed in uncertainty, gazing at his own spectral counterpart with furrowed brows. Even if this were a true enemy, some things cannot be mimicked. With that declaration, Frenzy Shark summoned his wrath, channeling his power into the technique known as Shura's Fury. Clenching his fists, he surged forward, his anger reaching its zenith. With a fierce glare, he charged, cleaving the phantom before him in two with a single stroke of his blade. I knew it was ultimately a deception. Just as Frenzy Shark exhaled in relief, preparing to shatter the binding spirit formation with renewed vigor, he was stunned to see the two halves of the phantom rise once more, now transformed into two Frenzy Sharks. What? The fierce shark suddenly felt a tremor in his heart, an involuntary wave of unease washing over him. Fierce shark, you truly underestimate me. The celestial sorcerer mocked, addressing the fierce shark. Now, what do you intend to do? Show me what capabilities you possess. The fury of the Azura faced such an illusion, preventing the fierce shark from successfully breaking through. At that moment, he attempted to assuage his inner turmoil and fear, and then burst into laughter. Young one. Do you think with your meager array you can take the life of the leader of the Northern Realm? How naive. Upon hearing the fierce shark's words, the sorcerer furrowed his brow, finding his statements rather enigmatic. Your rage is ineffective against my formation and cannot dispel my illusion. Any further efforts would be utterly futile. Is that so? Just as his words fell, the leader of the Northern Realm, the fierce shark, shut his eyes tightly and plunged the jade dragon golden blade into the ground. The dark red Azura rage emanating from him gradually morphed into a mixed form of crimson and black. At this moment, the fierce shark had upgraded his rage, transforming it into a more advanced technique, the true demon rage. A more potent shockwave erupted from the fierce shark, sending tremors throughout the entire eastern celestial domain. The sorcerer surveyed his surroundings, then turned his gaze towards the binding formation. The fierce shark opened his eyes wide, his pupils now cloaked in a blood-red hue reminiscent of the abyss of hell. Hee, young one, let me show you what northern rage truly is. True demon Azura purgatory. In an instant, his lethal strike shattered the entire binding formation. The two illusions were swiftly severed once again by the fierce shark's blade, but this time, hellfire engulfed them, consuming them entirely. After the tumult, the sorcerer witnessed the fierce shark standing directly before him. You, he exclaimed. Ack! Before the sorcerer could finish his words, the fierce shark pierced his body with a single stroke. Now you understand what it means to be from the north. Let me tell you, soldiers of the northern realm are always the strongest presence on the battlefield. This is beyond question. With that, the fierce shark withdrew his jade dragon golden blade, and the sorcerer immediately spilled blood across the eastern celestial domain. Chapter 1519. The Ice Beauty in the West Sea region of Tianhai Pavilion. After defeating the 4 stone statue guardians, the leader of the northern realm, the owl tiger, sought to press the advantage, clenching his fists and unleashing 10 segments of heart-fire rage in a ferocious assault against Tian Ming ahead. Each punch was imbued with formidable power, and the owl tiger's eyes were filled with an insatiable thirst for blood. Confronted with such a formidable opponent, Tian Ming could only flee throughout the West Sea region to preserve his life while seeking any flaw in the owl tiger's defenses. However, what he never anticipated was that this elderly chieftain could match the younger fighters in combat prowess. How could this be? His offensive speed was astonishingly comparable to mine. Tian Ming stood there, dumbfounded and utterly astonished. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Yet, there is nothing impossible. For you never regarded me as a worthy opponent from the very beginning. The fierce warrior, Xiong Hu, unleashed a powerful punch toward him, declaring, "Prepare to meet your demise, little brat." With that, the leader of the Northern Territory, Xiong Hu, charged forward with a ferocious fist. Realizing he could not evade the onslaught of such rapid strikes, Tian Ming crossed his arms defensively in front of him, attempting to withstand Xiong Hu's heavy blow. To claim the throne, Xiong Hu, embodying the mightiest fist of the north, glared at Tian Ming with a ferocious expression. The two engaged in a violent clash, but before overwhelming force, Tian Ming was left with nothing but relentless crushing defeat. After enduring for a few seconds, he was sent flying by the force of Xiong Hu's strike, crashing against the wall. The powerful blow had even left several cracks on the wall's surface. Blood spewed from Tian Ming's mouth as he collapsed to the ground, his arms trembling violently. How is this possible? An old man possesses such terrifying strength. Faced with the absolute power of the northern leader, Xiong Hu, Tian Ming appeared like a lamb awaiting slaughter, trembling in fear. An old man? Humph. Let me tell you, there are many old men like me in the north. With your skills, you are no match for them. You do not even qualify to serve us. Xiong Hu remarked, imparting a crucial lesson. Old ginger is still spicier. Upon hearing Xiong Hu's words, Tian Ming felt an overwhelming sense of weakness, crushed under the intense pressure emanating from this elderly man, leaving him unable to resist any further. Subsequently, he knelt on the ground, his eyes dimming with despair. Meanwhile, in the southern expanse of the 3rd district of Tianhai Pavilion, the northern leader, Xue Feng, was engaged in combat with the dual-blade demoness, Luo Mei. However, Xue Feng found himself persistently suppressed, unable to counter her onslaught. Even if you can sense my position, it is merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Luo Mei taunted him, asserting that he could never confront her directly. As she spoke, she struck Xue Feng's back once more with her blade. Accompanied by a cry of agony, Xue Feng realized that this could not continue. He might very well be slain in the next assault. You wretched Luo Mei. Xue Feng seethed, closing his eyes tightly as he unleashed his divine rage. Yet, even this divine fury proved ineffective before the dual-blade demoness, as she effortlessly evaded his grasp. Soon after, a ghostly azure aura enveloped Xue Feng. At this moment, the advanced fury transformed into an even more potent form known as the Glacial Fury. Blood Phoenix suddenly opened her eyes wide, emanating a powerful aura of glacial fury that enveloped the entire southern sky domain. Meanwhile, the swiftly moving dual-dagger demoness, Luo Mei, sensed something amiss. What? Why are my movements slowing down? Just as she was mired in confusion, the Northern Territory leader, Blood Phoenix, swiftly seized her by the throat. Witnessing this scene, Luo Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? How did you see me? Lowering her head, Blood Phoenix gradually lifted it, her icy blue pupils filled with a chilling, murderous intent. Did you think that such a meager speed could vanquish me? What a grand joke. Moreover, do you believe that the fury of the Northern Territory is mere decoration? Do you truly think I am powerless against you? Blood Phoenix spoke to Luo Mei in a deep, chilling tone. The frosty resonance of her voice instantly sealed Luo Mei's heart in ice, overwhelming her with a profound sense of oppression. Subsequently, Blood Phoenix unleashed her glacial fury through her palm. The ghostly blue energy transformed into an icy breath, beginning to spread from Luo Mei's neck throughout her entire body. Simultaneously, the Northern Territory leader slowly rose, slightly elevating her right hand that gripped Luo Mei's arm. Raising her gaze towards the thrashing, dual-daggered demoness, it was evident that Luo Mei had lost her earlier arrogance. Now filled with fear, her legs thrashing in a desperate struggle. "Let me go, please, I beg you, I implore you." In response to Luo Mei's anguished pleas for mercy, Blood Phoenix remained unfazed, her heart calm, with no intention of granting her a reprieve. As the ghostly blue ice gradually encased her entire body, Luo Mei found herself rendered speechless. Observing Luo Mei's plight, Blood Phoenix revealed a cold smile. Then, with a firm grip, she snapped Luo Mei's already frozen neck. The entire frozen body collapsed to the ground, shattering into several pieces. Following this, Blood Phoenix discarded the ice-encased head onto the ground, crushing it underfoot, sending shards of ice scattering everywhere. "You vile wretch, daring to contend with the Northern Territory leader, truly, you have a death wish. After enduring so many strikes from you, it is hardly unjust to crush your skull." Thus, the three major regions of Tianhai Pavilion were successfully seized by the Northern Territory leader. The three leaders of the North, Frenzied Shark, Howling Tiger, and Blood Phoenix, converged in the Southern Sky domain. "You two are rather slow," Blood Phoenix remarked dismissively to the arriving Howling Tiger and Frenzied Shark. "Had you arrived any later, I would not have waited for you." These commanders of Tianhua Kingdom truly possess some prowess. Had they not unleashed their strongest fury, they might have bested us. The fierce shark remarked, "So this is merely a slight delay." Chapter 1520, Ridiculous yet sad. Meanwhile, within the fourth region of the Tianhai Pavilion, in the northern city domain, the leader of the Northern Territory, Xuanwu, was locked in confrontation with the enemy commander, Ling Hu. Well, young man. You possess the ability to withstand my divine wind's furious defense, Xuanwu commented. Such prowess is truly formidable in the younger generation. Spare me the pleasantries. After you killed my puppet, Iron Demon, your life is forfeit, Ling Hu retorted angrily. With that, Ling Hu brandished the claws on his hands and charged toward Xuanwu. Observing this, Xuanwu leapt nimbly aside, evading Ling Hu's assault. In that instant, Ling Hu unleashed his own powerful skills, sending a tremendous shockwave that knocked Xuanwu to the side. "Is this the strength of the Northern Territory? Hardly impressive," Ling Hu scoffed. "You are indeed aging, but still possess considerable strength. Why not consider joining us?" "Join you? Preposterous. With a brat like you? You dream." Xuanwu gritted his teeth against the pain from the earlier impact and slowly rose to his feet. "The Northern Territory? Ha! That land now belongs entirely to our Tianhua Kingdom," Ling Hu taunted, addressing Xuanwu. "In the future, refrain from mentioning the Northern Territory to avoid further embarrassment." Noticing Xuanwu's laughter, Ling Hu sensed something was amiss and inquired, "How can you still laugh? What do you mean by that?" At that moment, Xuanwu pulled aside his dark robes and drew a long blade from his waist. As he infused it with high-level fury and divine wind's anger, the blade shimmered with a silvery glow. Xuanwu then unleashed his divine wind's fury once more. Young man, I haven't unsheathed this blade in many years. You are quite fortunate to have wounded me and compel me to draw it. However, those who have witnessed this hurricane blade are long gone." As soon as he finished speaking, Xuanwu gathered his strength and charged forward fiercely. Divine Wind Soul Slash. As the sight of the blade-wielding Xuanwu surged towards him with lightning speed, Ling Hu was filled with terror. The gust of wind rushing towards him caused him to widen his eyes in shock. Before Ling Hu could fully react, Xuanwu was upon him. With a swift and decisive strike of the Divine Wind Slash, Ling Hu, unable to evade, quickly raised his claws in defense. "I never expected you, old man of the Northern Territory, to be this formidable." Ling Hu gritted his teeth, struggling to speak to Xuanwu. There are many things you have yet to anticipate." As the words fell, the leader of the Northern Realm, Xuanwu, unleashed his tempestuous fury once more. "You little wretch, soon you shall comprehend the egregiousness of your earlier mockery." With a commanding shout, he invoked the divine wind dragon soars the heavens. Instantly, fierce winds inundated the entire northern city realm. Just like the Iron Demon who had faced Xuanwu earlier, Ling Hu found himself immobilized by the ferocious gales. Despite his fervent attempts to break free, he was utterly powerless against this tempestuous wrath. What of age? It signifies nothing. As long as I remain standing here, I possess the right to represent the Northern Realm in battle. With that declaration, a stellar dragon erupted from the hurricane blade in Xuanwu's grasp, charging forth with a thunderous roar towards Linghu, piercing through him in an instant and tearing him apart in the tempest. Humph. Do you really think you can command me as your subordinate? Forget it. Applause echoed through the air. Indeed, our Northern Realm's leader, Xuanwu, is a master of defense turned offense. The Blood Phoenix materialized within the Northern City realm. Turning to face her, Xuanwu saw the Blood Phoenix, the Owl Tiger, and the Mad Shark appear behind him. Have you all resolved matters on your side? Xuanwu inquired of the Blood Phoenix. Or else what? Do you think we are as sluggish as you? She taunted. I, on the other hand, am contending with two little rascals who have forced me to unleash my higher-level wrath. Xuanwu mistakenly believed he was the only one compelled to reveal his advanced fury, unaware that all of them had already tapped into their respective elevated powers. Enough of this. Time is of the essence. Let us hasten to see how the general fares. If we can thwart him from slaying Ning Lin, it would be most fortuitous, the Mad Shark remarked with a hint of shame, recognizing his youth and the responsibilities that fell upon the elders. Meanwhile, within the sacred dragon realm, Ning Lin found himself cornered by his father, trapped with no escape. The fury he had cultivated paled in comparison to the overwhelming presence of his father. Ning Lin, at this juncture, what more can you possibly say? Ning Feng demanded. Fists clenched, standing resolutely before his son, gazing upon his fallen offspring, Ning Feng's heart was a tumult of emotions. Yet, the thought of sparing him weighed heavily upon his conscience, as he could not face the memory of the countless northern soldiers who had perished. As he beheld Ning Feng's visage, Ning Lin was transported back to his childhood, recalling the harmonious days deep within Kunlun Mountain, when their family was a beacon of joy, envied by all. Ha 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 ha. With blood staining his lips, Ning Lin, leaning on the legendary void-cleaving blade, slowly rose to his feet. Father, you are right in your words and actions. I have wronged you. I have wronged my deceased mother. I have wronged Prince Ouyang of the southern town. I have wronged the master of the void-cleaving blade, King Li Tianlong of the eastern expedition, and most grievously, I have wronged the valiant soldiers of the northern realm who met untimely ends. Upon hearing his son speak thus, Ning Feng's heart trembled. That once icy heart softened at once. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Lin plunged a blade into Ning Feng's body, blood immediately flowing forth. Ha ha, father. Since I have already wronged so many, what is one more? He had thought that a single strike would claim his father's life. Yet Ning Lin could scarcely fathom that his father did not falter. What was this? Ning Feng grasped the edge of the void blade with one hand, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips as he emitted a chilling laugh. Ha ha ha, I ultimately find myself both laughable and lamentable. You. What on earth are you saying? Chapter 1521, The Dragon Lord of the North. Ning Lin, you have wronged no one but me. It is I, as your father, who has failed you. After uttering these words, Ning Feng gripped the blade firmly and with a forceful motion, shattered it. Ning Lin, witnessing his father's destruction of the sacred weapon, staggered back in shock. No, this is impossible. Impossible? Ning Feng chuckled softly. Ning Lin, remember this. From this day forth, we are no longer entangled. As he finished speaking, Ning Feng strode forward, brushing past Ning Lin. In that moment, father and son had become as strangers. Yet, Ning Lin felt he had done nothing wrong. The words "we are no longer entangled" echoed in his mind. No entanglement meant they were no longer father and son, correct? Then why should I show you mercy? The flames of hatred surged within him, and in his fury, Ning Lin grasped the broken blade tightly, turning to glare at Ning Feng's retreating figure, wishing to slay him at once. Just then, gasping for breath, Ning Lin lunged at Ning Feng with his blade. How could the battle-hardened Ning Feng not sense the impending danger from behind? With a slight upward curl of his lips, he swiftly drew the other half of the broken blade embedded in his body and spun around, driving it into Ning Lin's heart. Meanwhile, the broken blade in Ning Lin's hand was mere inches from Ning Feng's head. Boy, you are indeed ruthless, surpassing me in that regard. Yet, there is much you still need to learn. In your next life, do not cross paths with me again. With those final words, Ning Feng turned and departed the sacred dragon domain. In that moment, Ning Lin collapsed, dying within the sacred dragon domain, slain by the hand of his own father. To be more precise, Ning Lin perished by his own hand. After all, what father would truly slay his son? Ning Feng had merely driven him to a dead end to compel Ning Lin to sincerely acknowledge his faults and recognize his errors. Yet, who could have anticipated that Ning Lin would misinterpret his father's intentions, confronting him with nothing but hatred throughout? At this moment, Blood Phoenix and 3 other leaders from the Northern Realm had arrived outside the sacred dragon domain, converging with Ning Feng. General, what has happened to you? Blood Phoenix immediately supported Ning Feng, her voice laced with urgency. Who has harmed you so grievously? I shall avenge you. There's no need, Blood Phoenix. He is already dead. This wound is but a form of compensation I owe him, Ning Feng replied. Upon hearing his words, the 4 companions fell into a profound silence. General, are you all right? Xuan Wu inquired. Shall we bring Ning Lin's body back as well? It's nothing. Such minor injuries are easily endured. Ning Feng turned his gaze toward the sacred dragon domain and added, there is no need for that. Such a person, even in death, is unworthy of resting within the Northern Realm. Faced with Ning Feng's resolute declaration, the 4 leaders refrained from further discussion and acquiesced to his wishes. General, please respond. Please respond. At that moment, Eagle Eye, stationed at a vantage point outside Tianhai Pavilion, detected unusual activity. Eagle Eye, this is Ning Feng. Go ahead, he responded. Reporting to the general, an unidentified force is approaching not far from Tianhai Pavilion. Upon receiving this news, Ning Feng and the leaders furrowed their brows. I did not expect their reinforcements to arrive so swiftly. All right, I understand. Notify the hidden hawks in the vicinity to arrive here within 3 minutes. Understood, General. Eagle Eye acknowledges. Ning Feng then addressed the others beside him. You all heard Eagle Eye's report, correct? Our situation remains precarious. The unidentified enemy force is likely a coalition from several other nations, and their movements are indeed rapid. The battle here has only just concluded, and they are already upon us. We must depart quickly. After all, Tianhai Pavilion has become a mere ghost town. With that, Ning Feng and his companions swiftly left Tianhai Pavilion. 3 minutes later, the group from the Northern Realm boarded the shadowy warplanes, taking advantage of the night to head toward their homeland. At that moment, General Yi Tian of the Tianhua Kingdom appeared outside Tianhai Pavilion, gazing at the aircraft in the sky with a slight smile playing on his lips. In the northern underground base, Ning Feng's sister, Ning Yu, asked, Brother, have you truly killed Ning Lin? Indeed, I have. If I did not, how could I explain the deaths of so many in our northern realm to you? Ning Feng replied. Ning Yu remained silent, fully aware of the implications. Such actions, once taken, often lead to a second occurrence. Furthermore, Ning Lin held vast secrets pertaining to the Northern Realm. Should he reveal the location of this underground base, it would spell disaster not only for the Northern Realm, but for the entire Dragon Nation as well. By the way, where is Prince Lin Sheng of Pingxi? He mentioned that he would return to the capital, expressing that his heart remains with us, and that we are eternally a family. In truth, Ning Feng has always understood that the Prince of Pingxi, Lin Sheng, is merely a coward. If not coerced, he possesses a conscience against the act of treachery. At that moment, Lin Sheng stealthily returned to the underground base in the north. Upon finding Ning Feng, he delivered a shocking revelation. Ning Feng, this is the will of the monarch. Although the monarch is currently trapped in the capital and unable to extricate himself, I am here, even if it means I must redeem myself through service. Moreover, only you can save the Dragon Kingdom now. Upon seeing Ning Feng's indifference, Lin Sheng adopted an authoritative tone. Cough, Ning Feng, heed my command. To receive this order is akin to standing before our Dragon Kingdom's sovereign. It is not to be defied. Ning Feng, embodying the essence of a soldier, promptly turned and knelt on one knee. In the north, Ning Feng stands ready to obey the sovereign's command. Lin Sheng continued. Our Dragon Kingdom is at a critical juncture of survival. As the monarch of the Dragon Kingdom, I hereby appoint Ning Feng as the Dragon Lord of the North. He shall be second only to me, above all others. Within our borders, all shall regard this golden dragon insignia as they would our sovereign. I implore you, Dragon Lord Ning Feng, do not fail in your mission and eradicate all enemies within our realm. Restore the peace and prosperity of our Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Lord of the North, Ning Feng, receives the order. I shall not fail in my duty. I vow to protect the North and our Dragon Kingdom. Long live the Dragon Lord. Long live the Dragon Lord. In the dimly lit underground base, everyone was filled with fervor, chanting praises for the Dragon Lord. Brother, no? We welcome the ascension of the Dragon Lord of the North. The leaders of the North welcome the Dragon Lord's rise. Ning Feng, now over 50, spoke within the underground base. North, protect our Dragon Kingdom. I shall fight to the death. Chapter 1522. A scheme? Ning Feng had accepted the critical appointment, becoming the most powerful figure, second only to none, with Prince Lin Sheng providing cover in front of the enemies and diligently gathering intelligence. Ning Feng's counteroffensive plans were progressing smoothly. Brother, based on the intelligence we have gathered, only 2 of the 10 generals of the Dragon Kingdom, Longzhen, and Inyang remain uncaptured by the enemy forces, Ningyu informed him. According to Prince Lin Sheng, they are currently hiding in the South Dragon Province. Hearing this, a look of sorrow crossed Ning Feng's face. Alas, yet again, it is the territory of old comrades. These scoundrels are ruthlessly exterminating our dragon kingdom. As he spoke, his heart ached with grief. In truth, I was also profoundly shocked to learn they were in the South Dragon Province, for Ouyang Jiakong is my savior. At that moment, Songlong, the leader of the North, hurried over to Ning Feng and said, Dragon Lord, according to intelligence from the Night Owl organization, there has been a change of personnel in North City. Change of personnel? What does that mean? Ningyu gazed at Songlong with astonishment and inquired, What do you mean by a change of guards? Who is the current commander? Ning Feng responded, It is said to be the formidable General Yi Tian, who previously defended the Eastern Tianhai Pavilion. Upon hearing this news, the Dragon Lord Ning Feng was taken aback. During my last visit to Tianhai Pavilion, aside from a few individuals, I did not encounter anyone else, Ning Feng remarked, furrowing his brow in contemplation. It seems that this Yi Tian is a person of great concealment. Indeed, Dragon Lord, even the owl could not approach him, Songlong remarked. Ning Feng then rose, scrutinizing the strategic deployment map laid out on the table. It appears they intend to employ a diversionary tactic. Quite an impressive strategy indeed, he mused with a cold chuckle. If that is the case, I shall play along, allowing you to sit comfortably in the northern border. Upon hearing the Dragon Lord's words, Ningyu and Songlong exchanged perplexed glances, unsure of what Ning Feng meant. Brother, what shall we do next? Ningyu asked. Yes, Dragon Lord. What about our previous strategic plans? Songlong inquired. Did I not just say that since they regard us with such seriousness, we must not let their spirits wane? Ning Feng commanded, Relay my orders. Tonight, we shall launch an assault on the northern border city. Understood, Dragon Lord. Though they were bewildered by Ning Feng's intentions and the underlying motives, they had no choice but to comply. That evening, the group, led by Dragon Lord Ning Feng, arrived at the foot of the northern border city. Listen closely, everyone. Lead your respective troops, as before. Songlong and I will enter through the concealed passage, while the rest shall proceed through the main gate. Ning Feng directed all the northern border leaders. However, be aware that this operation may incur some losses. Each of you must exercise caution. Move out. Yes, General. With those words, the forces split into two. Upon reaching the hidden passage, Ning Feng remarked to Songlong, It is indeed better for us to enter from here. Songlong, feeling slightly exasperated, replied, I have never traversed this small gate in my lifetime, and now in old age, I find myself squeezing through it. Haha, do not complain, even I, the illustrious Dragon Lord of the northern border, am squeezing through this small gate alongside you. With my company, should you not feel content? Songlong, hearing the Dragon Lord's words, could only acquiesce in silence. Once they entered the northern border, they discovered the area was devoid of any guards. Songlong immediately sensed something amiss and uneasily remarked to Ning Feng, Dragon Lord, something feels off. It is far too quiet here. Indeed, if it were not quiet, we would have no reason to enter, Ning Feng replied, his tone earnest. Upon hearing the Dragon Lord's words, Songlong found himself puzzled by his intentions. On the other side, Ningyu, accompanied by a host of northern leaders, entered the northern territory through the main gate, much like last time. As she stepped into this realm, a sense of unease and curiosity akin to that of Songlong enveloped her. Why was it so eerily silent here? Where was everyone? After glancing around, she furrowed her brow. With her keen observational skills, the eagle eye swiftly ascended the walls of the northern territory. From his elevated vantage point, he conducted a reconnaissance of the surroundings, confirming the absence of any individuals. Eagle Eye reports, I see no one in the vicinity of the northern territory, he stated. Upon hearing this, Ningyu felt an immediate sense of dread, suspecting they had fallen into an ambush. However, this was a command issued by her brother, leaving her little room to resist. What was the Dragon Lord thinking? They were all aware that the enemy had laid a trap. Yet he still led them into this situation. The anxious Blood Phoenix lamented, Alas! Is he truly relying on his identity as Dragon Lord to intimidate the enemy? At that moment, from the shadows, Yi Tian emerged before Ningyu and her companions. Upon sighting him, Ningyu immediately commanded her troops to halt. Had they indeed walked into a trap? Yi Tian regarded the gathered northern leaders with a cold smirk. Ha ha ha. General Yi Tian of Tianhua Kingdom. I welcome your arrival. Recognizing his name, Blood Phoenix recalled that during their confrontation at Tianhai Pavilion, the generals they faced had mentioned Yi Tian's subordinates. So, you are Yi Tian. I suppose you have already witnessed the fate of those unfortunate souls from Tianhai Pavilion? Blood Phoenix spoke stiffly to him. If you have any sense, step aside quickly to save your own skin. You must be Blood Phoenix, the one who killed my cold-blooded subordinate, Luo Mei. Truly an ice beauty. Yi Tian replied with a wicked grin. Everyone, be cautious. This man's calm demeanor indicates he is not to be underestimated. Ning Yu warned the nearby leaders. It seems that Lin Sheng, the prince of Pingxi, was indeed correct. You northern remnants are rather dim-witted. Lin Sheng? Damn it. Had I known that old fool was so unreliable, I should have killed him outright to prevent future troubles. Ning Yu exclaimed in frustration. Humph. Yi Tian. Tonight you will not leave the northern territory, no matter what. Leave? Never. I never had any intention of departing. Chapter 1, 523. This battle is for the Dragon Kingdom. Oh no. Tonight we are truly like fish in a barrel, Dragon Lord. Song Long, the northern leader, expressed his unease to Ning Feng beside him. What is the panic? Fish in a barrel? Ha ha ha. Who knows who that really is? In truth, Lin Sheng's actions were part of a covert scheme orchestrated by Ning Feng, designed to entice the enemy into a trap, allowing Ning Feng and his cohorts to exploit the situation. As it stands, we seem to have fallen short of our objectives. Hearing Ning Feng's words, Song Long was utterly perplexed and at a loss for words. At that moment, a throng of enemy soldiers encircled Ning Feng and his companion, leaving them no escape. It seemed that yet another fierce battle awaited. Song Long stated gravely, a fierce battle? Huh, that is unlikely. No sooner had Ning Feng spoken than one of the enemies was instantly shot in the head, in the darkness of the night. Such an occurrence sent the enemy troops into disarray, utterly bewildered. What is happening? How? Are there still enemies? You would do well not to move recklessly, for I cannot predict who shall next meet their demise, Ning Feng warned, surveying the individuals around him with a slight smirk. Is it you? Or perhaps you? The two individuals he gazed upon immediately displayed expressions of terror and unease. Unless something unforeseen occurs, you two, bang bang. Two bullets, seemingly from nowhere, struck the heads of the very enemies Ning Feng had been observing. The remaining enemy soldiers stood dumbfounded, none daring to advance or even shift. Oh, so you two wish to experience this sensation? Ning Feng taunted. No, then let us make way. These four words instilled great fear and anxiety among the enemy troops. As they gradually parted to create a path, Song Long was filled with profound confusion, uncertain of what had transpired moments before. However, as the leader of the Northern Realm, he could only feign composure and follow closely behind Ning Feng. General, what about what just happened? He inquired. Have you forgotten that I am a gun expert from the Northern Realm? Ning Feng replied. So that was it. It was the Northern Realm's leader, Eagle Eye, who had been lurking in the shadows, aiding Dragon Lord Ning Feng from a distance. So that is the case. Dragon Lord, you truly possess remarkable skill. All right, we should hasten our departure. It is unwise to linger here. Ning Yu and the others are likely already confronting Yi Tian, Ning Feng advised Song Long. Meanwhile, on Ning Yu's side, Yi Tian had commanded his subordinates to encircle all the inhabitants of the Northern Realm. Northern Realm King Ning Yu, where is your brother Ning Feng? Yi Tian inquired. If there are no last words, let your brother come to collect your corpse. With that, Yi Tian ordered his men to launch a fierce assault on Ning Yu and the others. Just as the situation became dire, the Northern Realm's dragon, Lord Ning Feng, suddenly appeared, unleashing his formidable powers. A surge of intense celestial wrath erupted, charging toward the enemy forces. Ning Feng, none of you shall escape today, he proclaimed. Now that you see me, do you not feel utterly astonished? Astonished? Not quite. But I do find your struggle to be futile, Yi Tian retorted. Futile struggle? Who, then, truly engages in a pointless conflict? The plan of the Prince of Pingxi has indeed ensnared you with remarkable ease. Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, Yi Tian was left in astonishment. How do you know about the Prince of Pingxi? Quite simply, it was I who orchestrated his actions. Ning Feng addressed Yi Tian, asserting, do you truly believe that the king of the Dragon Kingdom would be a coward, fearful of death? I assure you, they may accept a cowardess demise, but they will never tolerate a hypocritical existence. Are you warning me, Ning Feng? Yi Tian retorted with indignation. After uttering this, General Yi Tian of the Tianhua Kingdom contemplated attacking the dragon Lord Ning Feng before him, yet was halted by Ning Feng's call to pause. I advise you not to strike at me impulsively. At that moment, a shocking message came through Yi Tian's wireless communicator. Just as he believed he could eradicate the remnants of the northern forces, at Tianhai Pavilion, the northern vice commander, Tian Lang, and the leader, Tian Bao, had breached the premises. Oh, Ning Feng, you truly are cunningly astute. Indeed, I have aged, yet I am more than capable of dealing with you, Ning Feng replied. So, what do you say to a deal? A deal? What sort of deal? The transaction between Tianhai Pavilion and the Northern Territories. I shall temporarily return Tianhai Pavilion to you, and in exchange, you will withdraw from the northern lands. Upon hearing Ning Feng's proposition, Yi Tian pondered for a moment before agreeing. Very well, I accept your terms. Excellent. Then let us proceed. As he departed, Yi Tian turned to Ning Feng and said, do not presume that with the northern territories at your disposal, you can save the entire Dragon Kingdom. As he finished, Yi Tian led his troops away from the northern lands. Let us see about that. After a night of trepidation and high stakes, the people of the north finally breathed a sigh of relief. Each of them understood the challenges that lay ahead. Soon after, under Ning Feng's leadership, the various strongholds in the northern territories were restored to their former glory. Observing the northern lands, which appeared unchanged from his memories, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Brother, if only sister-in-law and Ning Lin were here. Although we live in tumultuous times, as long as we are together, there is nothing we cannot overcome. Ning Yu's words instantly cast a shadow over Ning Feng's heart. Everything shall pass. Ning Feng simply uttered these few words before turning away from the northern city walls. Days later, General Yi Tian of the Tianhua Kingdom advanced once more, launching an assault on the northern territories. With the troops at the gates, a great battle loomed. If this is to be our final confrontation, I hope the soldiers of the northern forces will protect our city gates with their lives, safeguarding the flickering embers of our Dragon Kingdom. Yes, with our lives, we shall protect the city gates. With our lives, we shall safeguard the flickering embers of our Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, all the soldiers of the northern forces echoed the bold declarations of their Dragon Lord, Ning Feng. Open the gates. Annihilate them. Subsequently, the war in the northern realms erupted instantaneously. This was the last intact stronghold within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, and it represented the final hope for the reclamation of lost lands. Perhaps the northern battleground will not be remembered by the world, yet the Dragon Sovereign shall forever remain the radiant beacon of the Dragon Kingdom.